The earring hurt as Xia Qingxin was forcibly adorned with an earring stained with zombie blood. Her former roommate, laughing maniacally, not only snatched her boyfriend and her space necklace, but now even her life. On the brink of death, she felt that the real guilty party was someone else. As Xia Qingxin made a last-ditch effort, she only managed to burn off a layer of skin from the scumbag and the shameless woman, dying with her eyes wide open when the earring suddenly flickered. Would you like to bind to the Dungeon City system? Bind. Xia Qingxin transformed into the lord of the Underground City. What did it matter to her that the surface temperature was minus 60 degrees? She could just soak in a hot spring underground. She heard there was a mysterious base not built above ground. But underground.It was said that the base was warm as spring, rich beyond measure, and as long as you had crystal cores, you could exchange them for warm clothing, medicine, and food. It was said that the base had a huge vegetable garden, with fruits and vegetables counted by the ton, and that even during the extreme cold, as long as you hid in the base's safe house for a few days, just a few crystal cores could prevent you from freezing to death. News of this spread explosively across the world, and Xia Qingxin looked helplessly at a mountain of crystal cores, while outside, people were fighting to rent a place, her former roommate looking like a dog in misery, and all of this stemmed from that earring stained with zombie blood. Thank you for your gift, I really like it. Xia Qingxin smiled while blowing up her roommate's head. Chapter 1. Gift Exchange of Good Enemies. Today was quite warm, only minus 30 degrees. At least, upon waking up, only 2 people had frozen to death. Wow, how disgusting. Xia Qingxin, can you show some decency and not get blood on the pillow? Xia Qingxin was awakened by the accusations of Tu Meyer. Xia Qingxin instinctively touched her right ear. Her ear had frozen off. This was not a metaphor or an exaggeration, but a statement of fact. Xia Qingxin touched her right ear, her hand covered in fresh red ice shards, her stiff fingertips unable to feel any specific sensation, only feeling a piece of frozen meat that slipped in her hand with movement. That was half of Xia Qingxin's ear. The pillow was dirty, stained with blood, making her lose any desire to linger in bed. Xia Qingxin climbed up and put on layer after layer of clothing. Minus 30 degrees was nothing many people from the north had experienced it. But what if there was no heating, no warm Kong bed, no thickened clothing? Xia Qingxin was wearing thin clothes, mostly summer clothes, wearing more than 30 short sleeves until she could no longer fit, and then putting on several layers of outerwear. The pants were also layered one after another, making her look bulky. But there was no thermal lining that IT couldn't compare to the 3-piece thermal suit from the Northeast. Being bundled up like a penguin was not as warm as a military coat. But there was no other choice. When the apocalypse hit, it was summer, whether in supermarkets, malls, or clothing stores. All that was available were cool summer clothes like skirts and shorts, with no winter clothing to be found. Moreover, the apocalypse brought not only zombies but also extreme cold. Snowstorms, gales, and extreme cold periods came in succession. The extreme cold period, with temperatures of minus 60 to 70 degrees, not the limit, left 9 out of 10 houses empty. What does minus 60 to 70 degrees mean? A group of people in summer clothes suddenly thrown into the Antarctic Circle without sufficient gear. Almost none survived. Cities became dead zones. But fortunately, the extreme cold periods were not constant, but occurred in phases, giving humanity a chance to breathe. Xia Qingxin, what are you dawdling for? Hurry up and throw the people out. Tu Meyer scolded, ordering Xia Qingxin to dispose of the 2 bodies that had frozen to death last night. Okay. Xia Qingxin lowered the brim of her hat, unable to refuse. This was a small wooden cabin, only 50 square meters, crowded with people sleeping together inside. The dead were acquaintances. Specifically, the cabin was filled with classmates. Xia Qingxin numbly hoisted her former classmate and threw the person outside. It seemed she had done this more than once. Throw them on the playground. If you dare slack off, you're dead. Tu Meyer arrogantly climbed into Yu Fifan's arms. The playground was not nearby. Especially carrying over 100 pounds of corpses, it was very difficult with the snow and zombies outside. None of the classmates inside pleaded for Xia Qingxin. Not even her boyfriend, who watched coldly, completely allowing it. Got it. Xia Qingxin gritted her teeth and dragged the body away. Xia Qingxin was not a pushover. If she had any abilities, she could tear Tu Meyer's mouth apart and smash her head against the wall. But she only thought about it. Heaven was not kind to her, instead favoring that pair of scumbag and shameless woman. Tu Meyer was Xia Qingxin's roommate, and there had been some minor conflicts because she had a crush on Yufifan. After secretly liking him for a year, Tu Meyer neither spoke up nor took the initiative until Yufifan confessed to Xia Qingxin. They became a couple. Tu Meyer even secretly spread rumors that Xia Qingxin had stolen her boyfriend, and after being exposed, Xia Qingxin had made things difficult for Tu Meyer, putting her in a tough spot. Thus, Tu Meyer held a grudge against Xia Qingxin. Originally, Tu Meyer wouldn't have caused much trouble, but then the apocalypse came. Zombie threats were manageable. Even if Xia Qingxin had no powers, she could still survive. But who knew that besides zombies, there was also low temperature, and Tu Meyer was lucky enough to awaken space-related powers, having a small wooden cabin. She could move it at will, and inside, there was a stove that could maintain warmth by adding firewood. If she burned crystal cores, it could withstand temperatures of -60 degrees.It was a timely help. Everyone in the class protected her like a precious gem, not to mention there were several ability users inside. Xia Qingxin couldn't even think of retaliating. If Tu Meyer kicked her out, she would turn into an ice pop in a day or two. What could she do? Endure. Xia Qingxin was about to bite her teeth to dust, searching countless times for contact information to see if there were any survivor bases. She couldn't rely on vehicles. In the months since the apocalypse, the extreme cold had come twice. At -60 degrees, what vehicle could start? Not to mention vehicles, even houses had frozen solid. However, the ironic part was that there was no need to worry about food. Outside, frozen meat was abundant. There was no fear of food shortages. Xia Qingxin bitterly threw the body into a snow pile on the playground. Beneath the snow lay a pile of corpses resembling small mountains. A small portion had been gnawed by zombies, while most had died during the extreme cold. With no time to spare, the snowflakes wet her pant legs. Trying to sneak in her shoes, the cold turned into pain, making Xia Qingxin quicken her pace. Today, fewer people froze to death, and after finishing the transport, Xia Qingxin eagerly went to the stove to warm herself. Oh, the beautiful Xia is finally back from her busy day. Tu Meyer, unusually, smiled at Xia Qingxin. Xia Qingxin instinctively took a step back, her back bumping into two classmates. When something is out of the ordinary, there must be something wrong. Sure enough, her arms were grabbed by one on each side and pressed down to the ground. The boys were strong, and especially after becoming ability users, Xia Qingxin could not break free. Hey, don't glare at me like that, I mean no harm. Tu Meyer laughed, thoroughly enjoying her superior position. I just want to exchange a gift with you, ding ding ding. It's a very beautiful earring. In a water bottle, black-red zombie blood swayed, and a light blue earring flashed by, completely soaked in the black-red liquid. Xia Qingxin's pupils constricted. This was clearly aimed at her life. Tu Meyer, have you gone mad? It's just a man, you can take him if you want. Why do you want my life? Rescue will arrive tomorrow, don't be foolish. Just a scumbag seeking personal gains. Xia Qingxin didn't want him, and if Tu Meyer took him, so be it. Why did it have to involve her becoming a zombie? Xia Qingxin struggled desperately, her strength so great that even two ability users almost couldn't hold her down. This embarrassing scene greatly pleased Tu Meyer. I told you we're exchanging gifts, aren't you curious what I took from you? Tu Meyer dramatically pulled down her collar, exposing half of her collarbone. The collarbone. A snow-white lotus flower bloomed, a perfect blend of coolness and allure, with a small flame burning at its core, raising Tu Meyer's 6-point appearance to an 8. That looks familiar, right? Xia Qingxin, I really appreciate you giving me this fortune. You can rest easy now. Xia Qingxin's face turned ashen, her color instantly fading. Xia Qingxin's mind raced. Everything fell into place as soon as she saw that lotus flower. The white jade necklace she lost before the apocalypse. Tu Meyer's sudden awakening of her powers, and why Tu Meyer wanted her dead. It wasn't for love, but for profit. Only when Xia Qingxin was completely dead could Tu Meyer feel at ease. If it were for feelings, Xia Qingxin might have been able to negotiate, but compared to profit, Xia Qingxin was undoubtedly doomed. A sharp pain pierced her earlobe as a 6-pointed snowflake earring was forcibly stabbed into Xia Qingxin's left earlobe. And at the same time, the zombie virus spread through the wound. The infection from the zombie virus was rapid. It often yielded results in less than 3 hours. She could turn into a zombie or become a superhuman. The odds were slim, but even if Xia Qingxin got lucky and became a superhuman, there were 10 superhumans among the survivors present, and they would never allow her to threaten their sanctuary. With 10 superhumans suppressing her, regardless of the outcome, Xia Qingxin could not survive at Mayor. Go back inside, there's nothing to see, Yu Fifan said, kindly draping a coat over to Mayor. To avoid Xia Qingxin dirtying the cabin, they all stood outside. We'll talk later that Tu Mayor didn't leave instead. She fixed her gaze on Xia Qingxin, wanting to witness her enemy's death with her own eyes, until the last thread of the lotus necklace was completely severed. Don't thank me too much, I've already been very kind, not chopping off your legs and sending you high heels. Speaking of which, the idea for the earring came from a video Tu Mayor suddenly remembered, where a good friend gifted a pair of high heels to a friend who had undergone amputation, inspiring her. It was a very malicious gift, enough to be remembered for a lifetime. Xia Qingxin was furious, struggling wildly, but the superhumans were too strong, turning the snow into chaos. In the confusion, Xia Qingxin stuffed a large handful of something in her mouth, swallowing it hard without chewing. The snow melted and white mist rose. Mayor, be careful! Before the words were out, flames shot up into the sky. A violent wave of heat erupted from Xia Qingxin, sending dozens of superhumans flying several meters away. Tu Mayor panicked and tried to retreat into the cabin, but it was too late. A fire dragon appeared before her, its fierce, scorching jaws aimed at Tu Mayor's throat. Xia Qingxin had unexpectedly awakened her fire powers at that moment and consumed a crystal core, fighting for her life. In a moment of crisis, Yu Fifan was pulled in front of Tu Mayor. Screams erupted as Yu Fifan and Tu Mayor let out sharp cries. Xia Qingxin coughed out blood, her fury igniting. Yu Fifan was covered in a hard stone armor, and his earth powers mitigated most of the damage, but the residual force of the fire dragon still left him severely burned and even. Tu Mayor, hiding behind him, suffered severe injuries, her face mangled beyond recognition. The fire dragon unwillingly unleashed its final heat before extinguishing. Kill her. Die for me. Tu Mayor rolled in the snow, clutching her face and wailing, forgetting her pain to seek Xia Qingxin's life. The events unfolded too quickly in 5 seconds. If Tu Mayor hadn't used Yu Fifan as a human shield, Xia Qingxin would have executed a counterattack. The thrown superhumans rushed forward, brandishing a kitchen knife aimed at Xia Qingxin's head. This time you won't be able to rest in peace. Xia Qingxin coughed up blood. Taking a crystal core could temporarily enhance a superhuman's explosive power, but the side effects were severe. Not to mention breaking through the encirclement to escape, she didn't even have the strength to stand. Her left ear burned with pain, the earring that carried zombie blood flickered. Do you wish to bind to the underground city-state system? There was no time to think. Xia Qingxin grasped at a lifeline. Bind. The kitchen knife missed and plunged into the snow. Xia Qingxin vanished into thin air, leaving behind a snow pit and scattered bloodstains. Chapter 2. Fortune for misfortune, found a treasure. Xia Qingxin gasped, lying on the ground, unable to move at all. The side effects of consuming the crystal core were too strong. Now, Xia Qingxin couldn't even turn her neck. The earring on her left ear shed the black-red zombie blood, revealing its true form. It was a 6-pointed snowflake earring, pure white and exceptionally exquisite. From that earring, a snowball emerged, swirling around Xia Qingxin. The underground city-state system is pleased to meet you. My name is Snowflake, and you are my master now. The snowball was about the size of a kitten, covered in fluffy white fur, with 2 green leaves on its head resembling ears, swaying as it moved, affectionately rubbing against Xia Qingxin's cheek. City-state cough, cough, cough. Xia Qingxin choked on her own blood, coughing violently. The forced enhancement had caused internal injuries. Every cough felt like it could take her life, scaring Snowflake so much that its fur almost stood on end. Once the system was bound, it couldn't be undone. If Xia Qingxin died, to activate it again with the remaining energy would take hundreds of years. Exchange for a repair pod. With no time to spare, Snowflake had to expend its last bit of energy to buy a repair pod for Xia Qingxin. A mechanical repair pod suddenly appeared, pressing Xia Qingxin into the pale green shell. Ugh. Xia Qingxin instinctively let out a sound as the light green liquid surged into her body, quickly repairing her damaged form. It felt as though she were in a mother's womb, experiencing unprecedented warmth and comfort. Her internal injuries healed, her tense mental state eased, and even the frostbite on her body was generating new tender flesh. Unfortunately, It ended too quickly. After 10 minutes, the closed repair pod opened. The light green liquid turned transparent, and all energy was gone. Xia Qingxin crawled out, still wanting more. Master towel. Snowflake had a brand new towel perched on its head, presenting it to Xia Qingxin as if seeking praise. Thank you. The snowball's face flushed with a hint of red as it affectionately nudged Xia Qingxin's pant leg. Your internal injuries have fully healed, but the energy of the primary repair liquid has been exhausted. If you want your severed ear to grow back, it will cost 1,000 crystal cores and require another soak in the primary repair liquid. The Underground City-State system came with its own shop, where anything needed could be purchased with crystal cores. However, the current balance is 0. Snowflake blushed. The initial amount should have been 1,000 crystal cores, but Xia Qingxin had spent it all. Xia Qingxin instinctively rubbed her right ear. It was damaged, missing an earlobe, and the wound was no longer bleeding, hidden by the repair pod, but the unevenness was particularly ugly, especially when compared to Xia Qingxin's stunning beauty, making the flaws stand out. And no need, I'll wait until I kill them before repairing. Keeping this scar would constantly remind Xia Qingxin that she wouldn't be able to rest easy until she took down 2 mayor. Okay. Snowflake happily shook the 2 green leaves on its head, enthusiastically introducing the surroundings to Xia Qingxin. Xia Qingxin was now in an underground chamber. The chamber was dark and damp, with soil everywhere, exuding the scent of earth, but it was still much better than the minus 30 degrees above ground temperature was around 0, and her breath didn't turn white. It was quite warm. There was no harm in comparison. At least this temperature was very comfortable compared to the outside. The walls were made of soil, reinforced, and the ceiling was covered with many mushrooms that emitted a soft white light, comparable to electric lighting. Is this underground? Will it collapse? How do you make money? You don't need to worry about that. The city-state generated by the system cannot collapse, and it provides ventilation and lighting for free. As for making money. Look here. Speaking of this, Snowflake was no longer sleepy and eagerly danced ahead to lead the way. Only then did Xia Qingxin notice that this cartoonish version snowball actually had a pair of translucent wings, small, but able to drag that white ball around chaotically. It was quite cute. Dang. House rentals, trading hall, and hot spring cave. The first-level city-state was somewhat shabby. Currently, only 3 caves were open. They were lined up side by side like candied haws, with corridors in between, with each cave responsible for a specific function. Xia Qingxin was currently in the largest cave, the Affordable Housing Cave. The Affordable Housing Cave was spacious like a hall, filled with many bedboards, so close together that there were no partitions, not even a blanket, completely violating the contract. Even criminals would complain about the poor treatment. But that was in peaceful times. Xia Qingxin's mouth twitched more than AK's, without needing to think, just looking at her frozen ears. The temperature outside was ridiculously low, and although the conditions here were poor, they were still not bad enough to freeze to death in affordable housing. Let alone just having bedboards, survivors would be grateful just to sleep on the floor. Usually they might complain about this treatment, but in extreme cold periods of minus 60 to 70 degrees, as long as they could stay alive, they would fight over entering. The Affordable Housing Cave. This was not renting a house, it was renting life. The Affordable Housing Cave was not very appealing, only 100 large wooden beds, with aisles between each one. Xia Qingxin even spotted the underfloor heating switch. When she had money, the temperature could go up. Crossing the corridor, the second cave was the trading market. In a daze, Xia Qingxin thought she had entered a canteen. Rows of seats occupied half the space. On both sides were many vending machines, selling steam buns, selling vegetables and fruits, selling ramen, selling instant noodles, selling hot water, selling warm clothing and shoes, selling medicine. There were also other luxury versions selling chicken, duck, fish, meat, barbecue skewers, hot pot, etc., which had not yet been unlocked. Gurgle. Her stomach protested unexpectedly. Xia Qingxin rummaged through her sleeves and pulled out half a leftover crystal core, which she stuffed into the vending machine. Half a crystal core contained very little energy, so Xia Qingxin could only buy 1 steamed bun. It looked like it had just been steamed, soft, and warm white bun. How do you like the city-state system, master? Everything from the vending machine refreshes instantly. There's no possibility of expiration or waste. Before Snowflake could finish speaking, Xia Qingxin wolfed down a large white bun. One bun was not enough to fill her stomach, but Xia Qingxin had no crystal core left in her pocket. However, Xia Qingxin was instead filled with fighting spirit, quickly striding towards the last cave. This time the corridor had a door and could only be accessed with a card. But Xia Qingxin had the privilege of being the city lord, and the door opened automatically. Warm air rushed at her, instantly dispelling the chill from her body, even bringing a bit of heat. What caught her eye was a spring, bubbling hot water gushing out, the surface of the water glistening warmly and comfortably, enough to make any traveler in the cold winter surrender and refuse to come out. The last cave was the Hot Spring Cave. Chapter 3. Surprises at the Door. Travelers in the scorching desert long to find an oasis and water source. What about travelers frozen into popsicles in extreme cold? Finding a hot spring is no less than discovering a fountain of resurrection water. Xia Qingxin quickly stripped off dozens of layers of clothing and eagerly dove into the hot spring. Alive, alive, she was alive. Xia Qingxin, whose stiff limbs felt like they hadn't been lubricated in 800 years, suddenly regained sensation, and her whole body softened instantly. Soaking in a hot spring, after getting used to the cold, she suddenly realized how poorly she had lived before she turned into a puddle of mud and reluctantly stayed for an hour, before finally coming out. The more reluctant she felt, the happier she became, as if she saw piles of crystal cores waving at her. With a thought, a light blue screen appeared before Xia Qingxin's eyes. Since the moment she was bound, the main authority of the underground city system had been completely transferred to her, like a part of her body, easily controlled whenever she wanted. She could teleport to any corner of the underground city. Set entrance. Everywhere has an entrance, especially underground caves. Logically, there should be an entrance first before digging out a cave. But the underground city was different. It was a system setting, and currently, there was no entrance. Currently level 1. You can set only one entrance. You can choose from these green ones. A map appeared, marked with dense green dots covering the globe. Any country could open an entrance. This was a newbie benefit, only once. If she wanted to open another entrance later, she would have to personally reach that place to set it. That was the starting point. Xia Qingxin stared at a certain school for a long time, but ultimately extinguished the thought. Although Tu Meyer was seriously injured, she had 10 superpowered protectors around her, and rescuers were probably on the way. With Xia Qingxin's current combat power, she wouldn't even be able to take revenge, let alone go deliver her head. Xia Qingxin's eyes were glued to the magic city and the capital, filled with envy. The population here went without saying. If the starting point was set here, she wouldn't have to worry about early development. But no, it wouldn't work. Choose XX City. Xia Qingxin gritted her teeth, making a decision. Why? The population there isn't large. If Magic City was an SSR golden starting point, then XX City was an N starting point. The newbie benefit was just this. Once, if she wanted to choose SSR next time, she would have to personally reach Magic City to set the entrance. Xia Qingxin was giving up the chance. 4 riches to sort at why parents are in XX City. It has been a month since the apocalypse began, and in just a month, there have been 2 extreme cold periods, with temperatures dropping below -60 degrees, taking many lives, countless injuries and deaths, and frozen bodies everywhere. Xia Qingxin was indeed tempted by interests, but if she had to weigh interest against love, she could only compromise. Money can be earned again, but it can't buy life. If she returned home a few months late and saw her parents frozen to death, what good would it do even if she earned a lot of crystal cores? Xia Qingxin would still regret it for life. A golden dot lit up on XX City, while other green dots flickered and went out consecutively. Entrance set successfully. With a thought, Xia Qingxin instantly exited the underground city. As soon as she came out, a fierce wind knocked Xia Qingxin off balance, almost blowing her to the ground. The cold wind was biting, and the storm, accompanied by snowflakes, struck her like a blade, freezing her skin painfully upon contact. Xia Qingxin had no time to care about this. She quickly looked around to confirm her location. Dozens of trees comparable to 10-story buildings, their thick trunks requiring several people to encircle, were mutated plants that in the apocalypse. Not only animals mutated, but even a small number of plants had also mutated, growing unusually tall. It was a park. Even though the scenery was covered in heavy snow, Xia Qingxin could quickly recognize the place where she grew up. Confirming the direction, Xia Qingxin hurriedly ran toward her neighborhood. The closer she got to the neighborhood, the more humanoid monsters pursued her. Roar! Zombies moved slowly, dressed in summer clothes that looked out of place in the snow, showing no signs of decay, but with their flesh exposed and blood sprayed on their clothes. Already frozen into ice chunks, they relentlessly chased after humans. Although they moved slowly, their defensive strength had increased, and they were incredibly strong. If one were to be caught, they would be torn apart alive. But at the same time, their crystal cores were a rare commodity. If it were a normal day, Xia Qingxin would have already taken an axe and chopped her way through. But her eagerness to return home left her no time to think about that. Quickly dodging one zombie after another, the ability user not only possessed supernatural powers, but also had enhanced physical abilities, becoming strong and fast. The zombies were far behind Xia Qingxin, who sprinted towards the community with great speed, her heart anxious. "Mom, Dad," before she arrived, her voice echoed through the hallway. Xia Qingxin lived on the 4th floor, and the sound insulation in the building was not very good. Her shouting could be heard in the living room to some extent. In the past, whenever Xia's parents heard her voice, they would open the door early with smiles and greet her. But at this moment, as Xia Qingxin climbed most of the way, the hallway remained eerily quiet, not a single echo in response. Anxiety gripped her heart like a large hand, leaving her mind blank. She reached the 4th floor. The security door was wide open, and the living room was in disarray, as if it had been hit by a locust swarm. Everything usable and burnable had been looted, leaving behind a scene of chaos. Xia's parents were nowhere to be found. Xia Qingxin's worst fears had come true. It felt like falling into an ice cave. It seemed as if her blood had frozen. The house had been ransacked, with wardrobes, cabinets, and beds all chopped up for warmth, debris and garbage scattered everywhere, but not a single person in sight. Not only the furniture, but even the wooden door of Xia Qingxin's bedroom had been taken away. If the bathroom and kitchen doors hadn't been made of glass, they probably would have been taken too. Only the wooden door of the master bedroom had survived. Bang! Bang! She seemed to hear a sound from the living room, a dull thudding coming from the bedroom. It wasn't voices, it was the sound of impacts. Xia Qingxin's expression changed repeatedly. Her heart had never raced this violently, even when she was almost killed by two mire. The floor was filthy and chaotic. The blizzard had infiltrated every corner. When those robbers came to loot supplies, they inevitably brought the snow inside, leaving muddy footprints all over the place, along with a black-red puddle of liquid. Though it was called liquid, it had frozen into chunks in the minus 60-degree temperature days ago. The black-red puddle couldn't even be shoveled away with a spade. There were zombies. This room had not only been visited by robbers, but also by zombies. The wooden door thudded as if it were striking directly at Xia Qingxin's heart. Mom, Dad, if Xia's parents had turned into zombies, could Xia Qingxin bring herself to act against them? Chapter 4. The home is gone. Xia Qingxin stood in front of the master bedroom door, just a step away, yet it felt like a million miles apart. She tightened her grip on the kitchen knife, feeling more conflicted than ever in her life. Xia's parents had always treated her well, as their only child. They often said that everything in the house belonged to her and cherished her as their most precious treasure. After 20 years of love, how could their feelings change so drastically in just 1 month, turning them into ruthless killers? But if she didn't act, what would happen? How would she feed them? What would they eat? Xia Qingxin's forehead twitched with tension. The atmosphere had dropped to freezing point, with only the muffled sounds of banging and growling echoing in the empty room. Creak! The anti-theft door across from her opened a small crack, and a dark head poked out. Qingxin, is that really you? It was her reclusive neighbor from the opposite door, sounding surprised. Hearing the unusual noise from the door, Wu Wenli bravely peered through the peephole and was shocked to see her neighbor had returned. Meeting a familiar face made Wu Wenli ecstatic. She quickly squeezed through the door and approached Xia Qingxin. I didn't expect you to still be alive. Weren't you studying in another province? When did you come back? All the trains have stopped running, and you made it back? What about your companions? Do you have any food? Wu Wenli was the same age as Xia Qingxin and was originally just a nodding acquaintance, someone they could chat with casually. Normally, she wouldn't dare to shamelessly ask for food, but after a month of the apocalypse, all the food at home had been consumed. Wu Wenli didn't have the ability to go downstairs and scavenge from the zombies, so she could only shamelessly try to get a bite to eat. Xia Qingxin turned to look at Wu Wenli, and the chatterbox suddenly fell silent, frozen by the murderous intent in Xia Qingxin's eyes. You live here. Tell me everything clearly. What happened? Xia Qingxin held the kitchen knife in one hand and pulled a bag of bread out of her large pocket with the other. Seeing the bread, Wu Wenli instinctively swallowed hard. The implication was clear. Wu Wenli didn't dare to play tricks and quickly recounted everything. About a month ago, just a couple of days after the heavy snowfall began, her cousin's family came to tell her that their great-uncle had passed away and they needed to return to their hometown immediately. As soon as the snow stopped, Uncle Xia and Aunt Xia drove away and never came back. Later, during those days when it was minus 60 degrees, many people froze to death. The building became unbearable due to the cold, and the plump guy from the 6th floor pride opened many vacant apartments and took the furniture to keep warm. Wu Wenli spoke with a hint of guilt, her gaze shifting slightly, unable to meet Xia Qingxin's eyes directly. It was clear that not just the plump guy, but others in the building also participated in the looting. However, that wasn't the main point. They had gone back to their hometown during the snowstorm. After hearing Wu Wenli's confirmation, Xia Qingxin felt a twist in her gut. At that time, the snow on the road was knee-deep, and Uncle Xia was reluctant to go, fearing the car would skid. Her cousin insisted on going back, even claiming that their grandmother had fallen and broken a bone, which left Uncle Xia extremely worried. He insisted on going to D province despite the slippery roads. Because of this, the older residents in the building gossiped a lot, worrying about accidents in such heavy snow. As for later, when the neighbors wanted to return home, the snowstorm completely blocked the roads, and they could not go back no matter what. It's good that they returned home. It's good that they returned home. Xia Qingxin's family was from a snowy village, where not only was there heating, but the houses were also built according to cold-resistant standards, which made them much warmer than living in high-rise buildings. Moreover, they had a habit of storing food, and the population was not as dense, meaning fewer zombies. Unfortunately, the blizzard had knocked down countless signal towers, leading to a complete collapse of electricity and water supplies. Phones were rendered useless, turning into bricks under the cold. It was difficult to contact anyone through electronic devices. Seeing Xia Qingxin's expression soften, even as she held the kitchen knife and attempted to open the master bedroom door, Wu Wenli panicked. Don't open it. There's a zombie inside. Crack. The kitchen knife went in, and the bloody knife came out. Before Wu Wenli could finish her sentence, Xia Qingxin swiftly cut off the zombie's head inside the bedroom, like chopping sugarcane. Huh? You know this person? Xia Qingxin asked in confusion, her actions smooth and decisive, as if she had practiced it hundreds of times. In this month of the apocalypse, Xia Qingxin's situation was dire. Mayor enjoyed making things difficult for her, and most of the work of killing zombies fell on her. Although she didn't have any special abilities, she was more than capable of dealing with a single first-level ordinary zombie. First-level zombies or whiteboard zombies had not consumed blood or flesh, or had only eaten one person. Their energy was insufficient, causing them to move slowly to minimize energy loss, but they had decent defense. Chopping them was like cutting through tough frozen meat. As long as one had courage, they could easily sever their heads. Wu Wenli swallowed hard and instinctively took a few steps back. No, it's fine. You continue. But not everyone was brave. Modern people could hardly fight off a dog, let alone a 100-pound enemy. Most would just run away. The only reason the zombies in the building were cleared out was that the plump guy was clever enough to play music on his phone, luring the zombies in batches and keeping them contained, ensuring their safety. Thinking about it, it was understandable. It had been a month since the apocalypse. In the midst of a heavy snowstorm, they had managed to return home. Xia Qingxin had to be tough to survive. Snowflake, do you have anything to contact my parents? On credit. She had just been startled and panicked, forgetting that she had a system. Now that she saw the zombie in the bedroom was not a familiar face. Her rationality finally returned. I'm sorry, Master, but there are no similar items for sale. However, I can detect that someone with half of your genes is still alive, and they are in the north. With Snowflake's assurance, Xia Qingxin's heart finally settled down. She only believed half of Wu Wenli's words. After being battered by society, who could guarantee that Wu Wenli wasn't one of the villains, cooking her parents into soup and lying to deceive her? Such storylines were far too common. The parking space downstairs, the Xia family's car, was truly missing, along with the keys that were hung up. What should we do, Master? We wasted a spot. Snowflake said, feeling a bit dejected as it hung its head. What's there to fear? As long as there are people, there are opportunities. Although XX City is not a first-tier city, it's not too bad either. At least there are quite a few people. Population represents success and opportunity. Suddenly, Xia Qingxin placed a hand on Wu Wenli's shoulder. Wu Wenli was startled, fearing Xia Qingxin would stab her in the neck too. Where's the plump guy? Take me to him. Although we took your family's furniture for warmth, there's really no need to resort to violence, right? Besides, many of the vacant apartments have. Wu Wenli trembled, genuinely fearing that Xia Qingxin would clash with the plump guy. What are you thinking? I have no intention of chopping him. Not only did she not intend to harm them, but she also wanted to give them a big gift. However, it might involve emptying them of all their crystal cores. Chapter 5. Good things don't forget neighbors Nian Fatty, originally named Nian Wanhui, looked to be in his 30s or 40s. It was said that he was a small leader on the construction site, strong and robust, and quite eloquent. Many of the brothers who drank with him in this building naturally regarded him as the boss. Niango, what should we do? The fuel is almost gone, and there isn't enough food either, one of his subordinates hesitated to say, who nowadays buys vegetables in bulk, with little stored food at home. They had managed to survive a month only because they had scavenged from several households, relying on rice, flour, oil, and instant noodles. However, a month had passed, and the supplies in the building were indeed running low. Moreover, the supermarket downstairs had already been emptied, and going further meant encountering zombies. At the mention of zombies, some people instinctively shivered. When the apocalypse broke out, although the zombies moved slowly, they were still former humans. Nian Fatty himself had almost been bitten to death by his wife. In a daze, his partner had suddenly crawled up, drooling towards his neck, an experience that could haunt anyone with nightmares. Nian Wanhui took a deep drag from his cigarette, which was already burnt down to the butt. Reluctant to throw it away, he just held it in his mouth, savoring the last bit of smoke. Let's go to the park, Nian Wanhui said in a deep voice. The park? That's 2 kilometers away. Someone exclaimed. 2 kilometers was nothing in normal times, but in a snowy landscape where zombies could pop up at any moment. It was a long way for these cowards. What should we do then? Freeze to death or starve to death? We only have a little wood left. We won't even last through tonight. At this, everyone in the house lowered their heads. Nian Wanhui's home was not small, but now it felt particularly cramped. All the furniture had been chopped up for firewood, including the sofa. The living room was empty. Only a few mattresses piled up to form beds for 30 or 40 people. These were Nian Wanhui's subordinates who had brought their families to seek refuge. Children, the elderly, and wives crowded together, unable to stretch their legs. It wasn't that they wanted to suffer, but they had no choice. They had managed to hold out for the first half of the month, but with the cold wave hitting, temperatures dropping to -60, it had directly taken away a wave of people. Food could be tolerated for now, but without wood for warmth, they truly couldn't endure. To survive, they could only squeeze into one room to conserve wood. However, no matter how much they saved, the furniture would eventually run out. With only a little left, even if they were lucky enough to survive tonight, they wouldn't make it to tomorrow. We have to go. The small woods have good greenery. We might be able to bring back a lot of wood. One of the younger subordinates rubbed his hands together, frostbite turning his hands black and purple from a cold. Wood? The frozen crowd couldn't help but feel a glimmer of hope. But do we have axes? Are we supposed to chop down trees with kitchen knives? Making noise will attract zombies. What if we get surrounded? Yeah, my son Zihan can't go. He's my only child. How can a widow like me live if I lose him? Various voices mixed together, chattering incessantly, making it sound like 1,000 ducks quacking. Living in a group has its downsides, and at least for Nian Wanhui, it was a headache. Shut up. Every household has to send someone out. Either obey or disband. Nian Wanhui scolded sternly. Hey, why are you so fierce? Trying to intimidate this old man? I've paid my dues. You can't just kick me out. Little Nian, our family only has one daughter. Why not let those with more people go? You old man, what do you mean? Bullying my son just because you have many kids? You think you can bully me just because you have a bunch of kids? They began to argue again, and Nian Wanhui's forehead was bulging with veins as he kicked over the firewood. Sparks flew, burning a few people nearby. Shut up. Everyone be quiet. Nian Wanhui was fierce, but those who were burned by the sparks were even fiercer. What do you mean, Nian Wanhui? Are you a bandit? Why are you taking your anger out on me? Apologize. Another round of arguing began. Even before reaching the door, Xia Qingxin could hear the chaotic noise from the hallway. Wu Winley scratched his head awkwardly. They were too loud, and he couldn't take it anymore, which is why he went down to find some peace. If it weren't so cold downstairs, he really wouldn't want to stay in that room. A headless group, a pile of loose sand. But it was fine. For Xia Qingxin, encountering a bunch of idiots was better than meeting a group of ruthless robbers who kill and eat people. Bang, bang. Knocking on the door sounded. No one paid attention. Xia Qingxin knocked again. Inside, it was still noisy, the volume rising to a point where it sounded like they were crying out in despair. I've already given you a chance. What? Wu Winley tilted his head in confusion, then watched in shock as a fireball erupted from Xia Qingxin's palm. Boom! The fireball slammed into the front door with such force that it left a small dent and a black mark on it. Xia Qingxin didn't stop. Fireballs appeared one after another, all aimed at the door lock. Sparks flew, accompanied by intense heat, leaving Wu Winley dumbfounded, even feeling a bit warm. An ability user. A small portion of humans bitten by zombies didn't die, but instead awakened abilities, gaining superhuman powers. There were two in this building, but none like Xia Qingxin. She awakened the most practical fire ability. Wu Winley's eyes turned red with envy, while Xia Qingxin frowned. Having awakened her ability for less than a day, she was still a level 1 ability user. The flames were not enough to create an explosion to directly blow the door open, which made Xia Qingxin eager to become stronger. Xia Qingxin raised her long leg and kicked down hard. Boom. The anti-theft door was iron, but it was only of civilian grade. The previous freezing temperatures had already damaged the iron door, and now, with the heat baking the door lock, the combination of hot and cold caused it to break under Xia Qingxin's kick. The door swung open, and Xia Qingxin and the 30 or so neighbors inside exchanged glances. The neighbors, who had been arguing like a market just moments before, fell silent, staring blankly at Xia Qingxin, who had suddenly appeared. Oh, you're all here? Let us go downstairs to the park for a stroll. Xia Qingxin casually took off her hat, revealing her face. They were acquaintances. However, this acquaintance had conjured a fire dragon out of thin air, baring its fangs and blocking the doorway. This was not a discussion. It was a notification, a threat. It had the air of, if you disagree, I'll burn you alive. Chapter 6, Underground Trading Hall in the cold winter. Snowflakes howled, and downstairs a long line had formed. A group of people was huddled together, surrounded by several fire dragons, with scorching flames dancing in the air, forcing everyone to move forward. Malicious and despicable. The crowd could only mutter quietly. No one dared to curse loudly, fearing that Xia Qingxin would hear them. It was indeed Xia Qingxin and her group. She alone threatened the crowd, forcing everyone downstairs, even dragging along children, making them walk into the snowy wilderness. However, the flames were quite warm. While the crowd quietly cursed, they discreetly used the flames to keep warm. It must be said that hurting people is much more exhausting than hurting sheep. The fire dragon again scorched someone, creating a blister, causing those who wanted to escape from behind to retreat back into the circle. Fortunately, the community was really close to the park. The park wasn't too big, but the greenery was well done, with many trees planted in an orderly manner. The tall trees seemed to have some years behind them, with thick and tall trunks. However, with the arrival of extreme cold and heavy snow, the trees were damaged by frost, losing their leaves and leaving behind only bare branches. Yet at this moment, amidst the vast expanse of white, there was a striking touch of green. It was a tree that had burst through the central concrete platform, instantly growing into a tree. In this extreme cold and heavy snow, the tree still maintained its lush green leaves. However, this was not the most eye-catching feature. Mom, is that a treehouse? Why does it have a door? A child in elementary school tugged at his mother's clothes and asked. This tree perfectly matched the fairy tale setting. Not only did its leaves look exquisite like green crystal, but there was also a door on its trunk. Finally arrived, let us go. Xia Qingxin pulled open the treehouse door and urged everyone. The crowd exchanged glances, increasingly convinced that Xia Qingxin was a madwoman. You brought us down here just to see this? Someone couldn't help but question. Let us go inside and talk. Why all the fuss? The fire dragon approached, tightening the encirclement and urging everyone to go inside. Under threat, The people at the front had no choice but to stiffen their resolve and step into the treehouse. 1, 2, 3. Although the inside of the treehouse was pitch dark, they could at least see the outlines. It was a small space, enough for only 2 people at most. However, at this moment, 4 or 5 had already squeezed in, and more were continuously entering. Are monsters eating people? An elderly person trembled in fear, worried that a tree demon was devouring them. The young people also looked uneasy. The treehouse was so small. How could it possibly fit so many people? They were watching as some wanted to escape. Below, it connected to the underground. The flames intensified, forming a wall of fire, encircling everyone on the left and right. I brought you here to enjoy good food and drink. Is it too much to ask for some gratitude instead of trying to run away? Finally, after some persuasion from Xia Qingxin, everyone entered the treehouse. Transmission. Shivering, Wu Wenli felt a moment of weightlessness. Before she could scream, the sensation of weightlessness stopped. Following, that was a wave of warmth. Everyone instantly arrived at the cave of the trading market. The underground city was still in its initial phase. The heating hadn't been unlocked yet, but the temperature was certainly better than minus 30 or 40 degrees, at least reaching around minus 1 or 2 degrees. With a nearly 30-degree temperature difference, Wu Wenli felt as if she had stepped into paradise. However, what was even more eye-catching were the rows of vending machines. Various vending machines were lined up, and through their glass shells, one could clearly see a dazzling array of products inside. Insane. Just a moment ago, the reluctant crowd now rushed towards the vending machines like mad dogs. After a month of extreme cold and heavy snow blocking roads along with rampant zombies, many families had no food stored up and could only survive on frozen meat. How could they not be tempted by the sight of abundant supplies? Xia Qingxin, being young, was the first to dash over, directly occupying the vending machine that sold instant noodles. Others quickly followed suit, each claiming their own machine. Fortunately, there were enough vending machines. So over 30 people each had one, with many still remaining. Otherwise, fights would surely have broken out. Hello, welcome to the Underground City vending machine. Please insert crystal cores. Error in analysis. Do not insert other currencies. Do not insert other currencies. The machine beeped repeatedly, rejecting coins and paper money without exception, returning all the money back through the slot, clearly indicating it did not accept them. Xia Qingxin was astonished and, not believing it, stuffed cash into the vending machine slot, but it was always spit back out. The instant noodles were right in front of him, yet he couldn't get them no matter what, and Xia Qingxin became anxious. He pulled out a hammer from his waistband and smashed it directly against the vending machine. Xia Qingxin was very strong, especially with a hammer. He had smashed the heads of many zombies, but when he struck the vending machine, it left no mark and instead caused his arm to ache. Beep, beep, beep. The vending machine was under attack. A guest damaged public property and would face a penalty warning. The vending machine issued a piercing alarm, and before Xia Qingxin could act, a bolt of lightning struck Xia Qingxin. Crackling, the current surged, and the electric light illuminated the surroundings. Xia Qingxin, being the first to bear the brunt, instantly lost his ability to resist, collapsing to the ground and twitching uncontrollably. This commotion was not small. Everyone turned to look. Guests damaging public property will receive a warning the first time, with a penalty of 10 crystal cores. A second offense will incur a penalty of 10,000 crystal cores. The vending machine's mechanical voice announced the order coldly and mercilessly. Just one penalty was manageable. Gathering 10 crystal cores was doable, but the amount for a second offense was akin to taking a life. If one couldn't pay the penalty, they would have to repay it with their own organs or body, becoming Xia Qingxin's laborer, unable to refuse even if she ordered them to die. Do not damage my things. If you want to buy something, bring crystal cores to purchase. Xia Qingxin didn't immediately come out to explain. She waited until Xia Qingxin was penalized before speaking. The tactic of punishing one to warn others was always effective. And now people were starting to heed Xia Qingxin's words. Excuse me, what are crystal cores? Yan Wanhui, as the leader, was bold enough to ask, while others were too timid to speak up. Crystals from the brains of zombies can be used as currency. The crowd exchanged glances until Wu Wenli tentatively threw a transparent crystal core into the vending machine and pressed a few buttons. Ding! A crisp, prompt sound accompanied by a plump, steamed bun appearing at the exit. Astemming, plump Medbun. Wu Winley incredulously picked up the bun and took a bite. Wow, it's scalding hot. It was still steaming with soup. Just one bite completely opened Wu Winley's taste buds. It was real food. Chapter 7, There is a World Within the Dungeon. The aroma of meat buns was overwhelming and intense, making it unbearable for those who had been hungry for a long time. The sounds of swallowing echoed back and forth. The meat buns seemed to have just come out of the oven, still steaming hot, but Wu Winley could hardly wait. She stuffed them into her mouth despite the heat, savoring every bite. The meat bun was just that big, and before long, Wu Winley had devoured one, but she was still not full. Ignoring her image, she greedily licked the residual juices from her hands, savoring the taste she had just experienced. It was genuine food from before the apocalypse. Not only delicious filling, but also a bun skin that smelled of wheat, completely igniting Wu Winley's cravings. Another, give me another. Wu Winley still had a few crystal cores in her hand. Upon hearing this, she immediately threw them into the machine and bought a few more buns. Now, the others weren't foolishly watching anymore. They rushed over, their eyes gleaming with desire as they stared at the steaming buns. Wu Winley, feeling a bit scared, stuffed the buns into her arms and glared warily at the others. Don't snatch them. You'll die for committing crimes in the dungeon, Xia Qingxin kindly reminded. Is it really just crystal cores that can buy these? Nian Wanhui was originally very cautious, but the enticing aroma made his stomach rumble. Nian Wanhui was already chubby, with a strong appetite. After a month of hunger, his stomach was growling, essentially driven by gluttony. As long as he had crystal cores, he could buy things from the vending machine without worrying about a lack of supplies. The dungeon was connected to Xia Qingxin, almost like an extension of her. She naturally understood the vending machine's operating mechanism. Crystal cores contained energy, and as long as half of that energy was extracted and converted into food, he could have a continuous supply of resources. It was equivalent to the creator's ability. Confirmed. Nian the fat man rushed to the meat bun vending machine and stuffed a crystal core into it. It really produced food. A crowd lined up, their eyes filled with fervor as they watched the vending machine. Xiao Qingxin was slow to react and got squeezed to the back. Out of the corner of her eye, she spotted the ramen vending machine. Gulp. Xiao Qingxin swallowed. She was allergic to pork and indifferent to meat buns, but the meat bun vending machine could indeed produce buns. Could the other vending machines work? Xiao Qingxin hesitated in front of the ramen vending machine. The ramen vending machine was larger and more exquisite than the meat bun vending machine, with more options, but correspondingly, the prices were much higher. 3 crystal cores. And buns only cost 1 crystal core. Xiao Qingxin's voice was as soft as a mosquito, almost muttering to herself. However, the entire dungeon was part of Xia Qingxin, and nothing escaped her ears. There was a reason for the high price. After all, it was a bowl of noodles. Unexpectedly, this fierce robber actually answered her. Xiao Qingxin nervously tightened her clothes. I'll buy it right now. She smiled ingratiatingly, fearing a beating, and threw all 3 remaining crystal cores into the vending machine. This time it wasn't instant. She had to wait 3 seconds before hearing a crisp ding sound. The cooked food vending machine did not drop items like a regular vending machine. Instead, in an instant, it automatically refreshed and produced a steaming bowl of fresh ramen on the serving counter. Xiao Qingxin ordered the cheapest blue state ramen, a large bowl of noodles with only a translucent slice of beef on top. Go eat at that table over there. Don't dirty the vending machine. The trading hall had rows of dining tables in addition to numerous vending machines, and Xiao Qingxin quickly carried her noodles over there. Although they said not to dirty the vending machine, Xiao Qingxin didn't dare spill a single drop. After all, it was steaming hot noodles and broth, and it was hard to get a hot meal in the apocalypse, so she naturally cherished it immensely. Gurgle. Her stomach growled loudly, and at this moment, Xiao Qingxin was very glad she chose ramen. A bowl of ramen costing 3 crystal cores was substantial. Just the noodles weighed 3 taels, plus the broth and a slice of beef. Carrying it wasn't light, and it was definitely heavier than the buns. Phew! After blowing on it a few times, Xiao Qingxin couldn't wait to take a big bite. Hot but satisfying. Xiao Qingxin had never thought a bowl of ramen could taste so good. Tears streamed down her face as she ate, droplets falling into the bowl. So delicious, so delicious. Xia Qingxin cried while eating, savoring the broth in small sips. If only she could have had this a week earlier, her parents could have tasted it too. Naturally, someone noticed what was happening with Xia Qingxin. Not just one vending machine could produce food, others could too. Those who were impatient immediately went to other vending machines to buy and eat. In an instant, the trading market was filled with the aroma of food, and everyone was stuffing their faces without caring about their appearance. However, crystal cores were ultimately limited. These people had very few crystal cores on them, and a family could only share one bun, carefully holding it in their mouths, reluctant to swallow. Many even found it disgusting and cruel to pry open a zombie's head for crystal cores, and they didn't have a single core in hand. These people could only watch enviously as others ate, only able to swallow their saliva. Due to a lack of supplies, Xia Qingxin usually only ate enough to not starve, rarely getting full. At this moment, seeing delicious food, she was driven by instinct, devouring it ravenously. And after finishing, she reluctantly lifted the bowl to sip the remaining broth. If her tongue were longer, she might have buried her face in the bowl to lick it clean. Gulp. Xia Qingxin reluctantly drank the last sip of broth, and the bowl was already completely clean. Ding! The bowl made a sound and suddenly disappeared from Xia Qingxin's hands. Xia Qingxin was puzzled, but due to her timid nature, she ultimately said nothing. The vending machine's feature was automatic refreshing. After confirming the end of the transaction, the borrowed tableware would decompose and recycle itself, leaving no stains behind, saving the trouble of washing dishes. Are you full? Xia Qingxin asked knowingly. These people had been stuck in the residential building, afraid to come out, and the zombies they hunted were limited. The crystal cores weren't enough to fill their stomachs. They had just thrown everything into the vending machine, which went into Xia Qingxin's pocket. Nian Wanhui wiped his greasy mouth and forced a smile. Madam, do you have any orders? As long as it's something we can do, I will definitely try my best. Those who had managed to mix in and achieve some results were not stupid. They instantly understood that Xia Qingxin would not kill them for the time being and immediately climbed up the ladder, wanting to cling to her. It's not really an order, just promoting the new store opening. Chapter 8. The dungeon is officially open for business, yes. Xia Qingxin is not directly taxing the residents of the dungeon, but rather opening shops. Although they are short on staff in the early stages, Xia Qingxin does not accept just anything. Currently, they have around 30 to 40 people. Although only 2 of them have special abilities, they are still not to be underestimated. Not to mention, Xia Qingxin is not going to stop at just this small group of 30 or 40. How many crystal cores can they earn? They won't make much even if they work themselves to death, which is not conducive to the development of the dungeon. Xia Qingxin will eventually need to expand, thousands, tens of thousands of residents. By then, if they all become residents at once and their appetite grows, it could become troublesome if they turn the tables and intentionally cause trouble. It is more appropriate to let everyone be tourists, selecting only a few as residents to create competition and drive them to strive harder. After all, residents are different from tourists. Becoming a resident of the dungeon means gaining respect, unless they make a mistake themselves. Xia Qingxin cannot just kill them at will. Yes, she cannot kill them at will. As long as they do not break the rules, residents are protected. If Xia Qingxin were the emperor, they would be the common people, working diligently or slacking off, at most starving themselves. If they break the rules, they can be punished according to the rules. But if they have not broken any rules, they could just be lazy and rely on others, and Xia Qingxin cannot easily kill them. Tourists, however, are different. They can enter the dungeon, spend crystal cores to buy supplies, and consume, but they are outsiders, completely under Xia Qingxin's surveillance. Xia Qingxin can even directly eliminate a tourist based on her subjective judgment. It is unreasonable and tyrannical, but very beneficial to Xia Qingxin. Without hesitation, she chooses everyone to be tourists, casting a wide net to gather crystal cores, earning more cores while accepting fewer residents. If they want permanent residency, they must come prepared as if taking a civil service exam. Xia Qingxin smiled, a smile that held ulterior motives. Xia Qingxin felt an inexplicable chill. Food. Xia Qingxin pointed to a large yellow vending machine. Warm clothing. She pointed to a blue vending machine. Medicine. That was the green vending machine. Weapons. There were only 3 weapon vending machines, marked in blood red, and most importantly, warmth. This time, she pointed to the cave behind her, the low-rent housing. At minus 60 degrees, with only summer clothes, many people must have frozen to death, right? What if I say that staying here can help you avoid the cold wave? If the previous temptations were about profit, this statement directly equated to life and death. Everyone's breathing began to quicken. In the month of the apocalypse, blizzards, storms, and extreme cold erupted randomly around the world. Even one alone would be enough to cause trouble, let alone all of them attacking together. Before humans were even bitten to death by zombies, they were frozen to death in waves. Without warm clothing, most people could only layer summer clothes, and when the cold wind blew, the piercing cold turned into pain that drilled into their bones. Every night was the most painful time for everyone. Every day, someone would not wake up again, especially during the extreme cold period. Out of so many households in the building, only about 30 or 40 survived. Just hearing this ratio is already outrageous. And that's because they lived in an apartment building with plenty of clothes to layer. Those trapped in offices by blizzards were even frozen into popsicles, their bodies as hard as stone. No one could guarantee they would survive until the next extreme cold period. The shadow of death was always present. At this moment, Xia Qingxin seemed to have thrown a heavy bomb, causing everyone's hearts to race uncontrollably. Are you serious? Can we really avoid the cold wave here? Xia Qingxin stammered. Her parents had frozen to death in the cold wave, and that cold, lifeless body had become an inescapable nightmare for her. Whether it's true or not, we can find out by trying. 30 or 40 people squeezed into a treehouse, instantly arriving here. As long as they weren't foolish, they could sense something was off. What do we need to do? Wu Wenli was already overly excited. With food, drink, and a place to stay, not worrying about freezing to death. She would be willing to do anything. This neighbor was always thick-skinned, already throwing flirtatious glances at Xia Qingxin. But unfortunately, Xia Qingxin's sexual orientation was not flexible. Becoming a tourist would allow them to buy these things with crystal cores. There was no need for Xia Qingxin to explain anything. This group of people rushed toward her, impatiently surrounding her, afraid she might change her mind. Sister, I am willing. How do I become a tourist? I have money. I'll give you 100,000. Can you let me stay here? Qingxin, I'll watch you grow up. Can you let me stay for free? Don't push. Don't cut in line. Qingxin, do you remember Aunt Sue? I even held you when you were little. This group was noisy, even want to make physical contact with Xia Qingxin. Flames erupted, and many people were burned and quickly withdrew their hands. I don't have much patience. I'll say it one last time. To become a tourist, you must follow the rules and can only purchase using crystal cores. Xia Qingxin said coldly, even for neighbors. She didn't have the habit of giving special treatment. To clarify, after becoming a tourist, violating the rules will lead to elimination. Think it over before agreeing. Snowflake-patterned light clusters emerged from Xia Qingxin's body, hovering in front of everyone. Better to live poorly than to die well. Wu Wenli was the first to grab a snowflake light cluster. The light cluster disappeared into Wu Wenli's body. She only felt a slight chill on the back of her hand, and a fingernail-sized tattoo appeared there. The others were also scared of the cold, not wanting to be kicked out, and each grabbed a small light cluster. Once everyone had this tattoo on the back of their hands, Xia Qingxin finally looked a little more pleased. In the future, to enter the dungeon, they first need to reach the teleportation point and touch the tattoo. This snowflake light cluster is the identity card. It marks their tourist status and serves as a card to enter the dungeon through the teleportation point, as well as a bank card to store crystal cores for transactions. After all, Xia Qingxin does not want just anything to enter the dungeon through the treehouse. To avoid a bear barging in at midnight, raiding the dungeon, and treating it like an all-you-can-eat buffet, while she could directly eliminate intruders. Xia Qingxin is just human and cannot stay awake 24 hours a day. Being woken up by inexplicable things stealing from her home while she is sound asleep is not a pleasant feeling. For the tourist card, Xia Qingxin input the rules, and these people were exploring excitedly. Xia Qingxin simply left the dungeon, first to look for more humans. She needed to find more workers to continuously earn crystal cores for her. Chapter 9 Grand Opening Celebration. The city was silent. covered in a layer of white that made it look like it was in a deep winter slumber. The only ones wandering the streets were those dressed in summer clothes. Frozen stiff, moving slowly like zombies. If it were other zombies that could run and jump, it would be quite frightening, but these zombies seemed to have their limbs frozen by the cold, and they moved sluggishly, making it easy for Xia Qingxin to chop off their heads with a knife. Thud! It felt as if the knife was cutting through stone rather than flesh. The zombies' heads were frozen hard, and each time she had to exert considerable force to make even a slight cut, sometimes getting the knife stuck in their skulls. When she finally pulled the knife out, it didn't bring blood, but rather ice shards. It was quite unreasonable that their brains, frozen, could still move. Although zombies were not scientifically produced beings, Xia Qingxin still found it remarkable. After chopping open a skull and rummaging inside, she found a semi-transparent crystal core. It was about the size of a fingernail and resembled the marbles Xia Qingxin played with as a child. If the zombie had consumed human flesh, there would be a hint of red inside. If it was a level 0 zombie, it would be a transparent bead. Crushing the crystal core released a weak force that was burned and refined by the flames. The energy contained in the core could temporarily activate a person's potential, but it was toxic. Consuming too much could lead to becoming a zombie. However, ability users could refine it, as long as they separated most of the impurities and toxins. It could be used. This was a skill every ability user would utilize. Yet, nearly 99% of ability users refused to use this method. The reason was simple. It was too wasteful. A crystal core contained very little energy to begin with. In refining, it would result in a loss of 99% of that energy, leaving only 1% to absorb. That meant, for every 100 zombies killed, one would only be able to absorb the energy from one crystal core. It was a terrible loss, and who would willingly do that? Even if one had the resources, leveling up wasn't easy. If 1's level was lower, it was somewhat manageable. Killing thousands of zombies could yield 1 or 2 levels. However, for slightly higher level ability users, the difficulty doubled, and the required crystal cores increased. One couldn't just kill 1,000,000 zombies, right? If one had the power to kill 1,000,000 zombies, they would already be a top-tier powerhouse and wouldn't need to consume crystal cores. Thus, crystal cores mostly circulated as currency. It was not cost-effective. The kitchen knife had become dull. Although the zombies were weak, their heads were too hard to chop, wasting time with little gain. It was far less profitable than what the laborers provided. Wu Wenli and her group had already emptied their pockets, stuffing all their crystal cores into the vending machine to buy food, leaving Xia Qingxin with a net profit of half the cores. If they were renting a room or a hot spring, all the profit would belong to Xia Qingxin, but the vending machine was different. Producing food consumed energy, and half of the crystal cores put into the vending machine turned into food, so Xia Qingxin could only take half the cores as pure profit. However, food was a consumable, and the profit margin was significant, so Xia Qingxin was in the green. Right now, Xia Qingxin had 36 crystal cores in her pocket. She instructed Xia to exchange for a women's down jacket, a kitchen knife, a drone, and a loudspeaker. As the lord of the underground city, Xia Qingxin had her own exclusive mall that others couldn't access, and the prices were cheaper. Good. Almost as soon as she finished speaking, Xia Qingxin felt a warmth envelop her. Clearly Xia had been prepared and was just waiting for her to initiate the exchange. She was now wearing a blue long down jacket, simple and sleek in design, with 2 large pockets and a hood. Initially, it didn't feel like much, but now that she had changed from summer to winter clothing, Xia Qingxin felt significantly lighter. Keep it up, master. The mall also has temperature-regulating rings and witch cloaks. Wearing those would make you unafraid of the extreme cold. Xia Qingxin twitched her mouth. She had seen those items before. The temperature-regulating ring could withstand extreme heat and cold, maintaining the body at an optimal temperature, making it an absolute magical artifact. But the price was also quite beautiful. Just the long string of zeros at the end made Xia Qingxin feel a chill. A poor person couldn't afford it. Maybe next time. Being short on funds, Xia Qingxin could only buy the cheapest down jacket to solve her immediate problem. But even the cheapest cost her 15 crystal cores. Adding the purchases of the kitchen knife, drone, and loudspeaker, Xia Qingxin was left with only a few fragmented crystal cores. She activated the recording function of the loudspeaker, thought for a second, and then spoke directly. New store opening. Grand opening celebration. Don't miss out as you pass by. At the tree house in the center of XX Park, as long as you have crystal cores. Food, hot water, and medicine are in abundance. There's also a limited time event. Gather 10 people for a chance to win a lottery ticket. The grand prize is 10 boxes of instant noodles, limited to 7 days, while supplies last. With that, she pressed the loudspeaker and finished recording. That should be it. Xia Qingxin had heard supermarkets announce in this way and simply imitated it. Then she strapped the loudspeaker to the drone and remotely controlled it to fly around the city. It was too time-consuming to find people door to door, letting Xia Qingxin shout through a loudspeaker. It was likely that instead of attracting people, she would first attract zombies. After the extreme cold period, cars have been ravaged by temperatures dropping to minus 60 degrees for several days, turning into scrap metal that couldn't even start. Not to mention the roads were covered in snow, making them dangerously slippery and impossible to drive on. The only option was to run on 2 legs. Forget it. Let us think of a way to push forward. It's better than just charging him blindly. The system's products are guaranteed to be high quality. The drone was quieter than ordinary drones, flew faster, and could travel farther. With the volume of the loudspeaker turned up to the maximum, the drone set off boldly on its journey. The neighborhood where Xia Qingxin lived was the first to hear the loudspeaker. A neighborhood couldn't possibly have only one residential building. Some people from her building had witnessed what happened. However, they didn't think much of it, at most expressing some sighs, with no one willing to come down to rescue. After all, they were also on the verge of collapse. Hunger was secondary. There were plenty of frozen corpses inside the building, so food wasn't lacking. But the cold was unbearable. If another extreme cold spell hit, they would also turn into frozen meat. However, some couldn't get over their mental barrier and refused to eat human flesh. Thus, their food supplies were not abundant. Because they rejected cannibalism, a force had formed among these people, banding together for warmth, leading the way down to chop trees and collect firewood. Dry firewood was the hard currency that could be exchanged for food. They were the first group forced to their limits and went downstairs. New store opening. Grand opening celebration. Outside, the drone flew around, shouting endlessly, stirring excitement among the people. What should we do, brother E? That woman seems to want to take over the park. One of his subordinates panicked. Firewood was their lifeline, and if their territory was taken, they would be the first to feel anxious. The man named Brother E took a puff from his cigarette. Then let us go meet that ability user. Chapter 10. Empty the wallet. Yuanxin took a deep puff of smoke, reluctant to release the smoke ring. The cigarette was down to its last stub, almost burning his fingers. But in this situation, it was a rare commodity. The other subordinates greedily inhaled the second-hand smoke, eyeing that half-burnt stub, just waiting for the boss to throw it away, so they could pick it up and take a couple of puffs. In the room, there were many people, most of whom were young men, with a few women, though they were scarce. There was even a fire burning in the room, making it many times warmer than outside. Yuanxin was not like the ragtag group, led by Nian Wanhui. His subordinates were all strong young men and middle-aged men. Who would dare to point a finger at Yuanxin and teach him a lesson? They would just smash a beer bottle over that old fool's head. He was not someone to be trifled with. It was said that he used to be a boxer or something similar, with exceptional skills, and he was the first to kill a zombie, having awakened a superhuman strength ability. One punch could crush a zombie's skull. Moreover, at the beginning of the apocalypse, he had single-handedly robbed a supermarket and brought back a lot of supplies. As a result, many people had pledged allegiance to Yuanxin. However, despite his arrogance, foul temper, and volatility, he had his principles. He did not accept people who ate human flesh or those who were disobedient. Moreover, they had to be strong themselves. These 3 points eliminated most of the survivors in the community. Yet even so, he still had over 100 subordinates. They went out with him to find supplies and chop wood for warmth. Wood was extremely important. Without it, many would freeze to death every day. The parks and green belts near this community were all Yuanxin's territory. They had arranged for people to chop down trees, including XX Park, which was also Yuanxin's turf. Now, their territory was being encroached upon. Naturally, Yuanxin's subordinates were furious. What should we do, boss? Should we? One subordinate made a slashing gesture across his throat, which earned him a swift knock on the head from Xia Qingxin. The subordinate cried out in pain, now sporting a large bump on his head. Don't kill anyone. Xia Qingxin glared at his own fist in frustration, not having controlled his strength. Let's go take a look first. Didn't you hear? Does she have supplies? It might be a good thing. A new store opening. What kind of store was it? It had to have goods for sale, right? Although the loudspeaker had announced food, hot water, medicine, and instant noodles that could not be finished. Who knew if it was a trap? If it were ordinary people, they would surely not dare to run over, but they were different. The park was their territory, and Xia Qingxin was reluctant to give up the trees. They could only clash. If the other side was setting a trap to lure and kill, they would just happen to eliminate a bad person. If the other side was truly a fool opening a store in the apocalypse, they would just rob her of her supplies. Having thought this through, the frustration of being robbed disappeared, replaced by anticipation. The nearby supermarket had been stripped bare. Xia Qingxin's 100 subordinates were all young and strong, eating more than pigs, making it difficult to feed them. If they could seize some supplies, it would be an unexpected gain. With this in mind, Xia Qingxin immediately gathered his subordinates, around 100 people, armed with kitchen knives and clubs, and headed aggressively toward XX Park. Many people had died in this community. Those who survived were all resilient individuals, most of whom were young superhumans. Among these 100 people, there were 23 superhumans, an absurdly high ratio. Nian Wanhui had around 30 or 40 people, but only 2 superhumans, while Xia Qingxin had 23 all to himself. Most were of the nature type, with a few special types mixed in. A group of people marched forward. Even if they encountered small groups of zombies, they could easily kill their way in and out. Upon arrival at the central treehouse of XX Park, they were puzzled. When did a treehouse appear here? They had come to chop trees many times and had never seen a treehouse. Furthermore, in this weather, there were actually green leaves. It was truly bizarre. Would the people inside be scared and flee immediately? It was hard to find a hiding place in the park, especially with the snow covering everything, making it impossible to hide. Were they in the treehouse? The inside of the treehouse was dark, only accommodating 1 or 2 people, making it impossible to see inside. Boss, let me go take a look. The thin monkey volunteered. His superpower was a defensive barrier, so he wasn't afraid of ambushes. Be careful. Ivanjin Varnit. And the thin monkey took a hammer and squeezed inside. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. There was no response. Where's the thin monkey? Did he get ambushed? Others shouted, but still no one replied. I'll go take a look, another armored superhuman said. However, this time, after entering, he met the same fate. Inside the treehouse, there was still no response. It was as if the tree had come alive, swallowing them all whole. Xia Qingxin had already gripped his hammer tightly in vigilance. What should we do, boss? We can't just send them in one by one like gourd baby saving grandpa, right? But we also can't just leave them in there with no knowledge of their fate. Just as Xia Qingxin hesitated, a voice finally came from the treehouse. Poof, poof, poof. The treehouse suddenly spewed out a bunch of people, startling everyone. Nian Wanhui, round and full of flesh, rolled several times in the snow before finally stopping. Oh, can't you let me stay a bit longer? So stingy. Days from rolling, he was not the only one. There were about 30 or 40 people on the ground. Young and old, men and women, all ruthlessly spat out. The temperature difference was too great, and many were shivering from the cold, instinctively shrinking their necks. Nian Wanhui belatedly noticed that there were many people behind him. When he turned around, he was startled by Xia Qingxin. This group of people looked like a gang, all armed and silently staring at them. Isn't this brother, Yi? What a coincidence. Nian Wanhui couldn't not recognize Xia Qingxin. After all, Xia Qingxin had become well known in this community. But Xia Qingxin was not interested. Where did you come from? What happened? Explain everything clearly. Xia Qingxin coldly questioned. In front of everyone, Nian Wanhui's group had been vomited out by the treehouse. It was normal for the treehouse to accommodate the thin monkey and the armored superhuman. But how could it fit these many people? Xia Qingxin became increasingly vigilant. Oh, you mean that? Nian Wanhui's eyes flickered, and he immediately smiled brightly. Very flattering as he introduced to everyone. Below here is the Underground City, with vending machines selling food, hot water, medicine, weapons, and even smoking and drinking. But I'm short on cash, and I don't have many crystal cores. I wonder if brother, he could lend me some? Nian Wanhui, with his thick skin, directly asked Qingxin for crystal cores. Crystal cores. Qingxin wasn't lacking them. After all, they had gathered supplies and chopped wood, inevitably encountering zombies, and had killed quite a few, so he still had plenty of crystal cores. But, is there really food down there? Would I dare to lie to you? If you don't believe me, come with me and see for yourself. Chapter 11. Lottery 10 consecutive draws. Visitor Xia applies to enter teleport point 1. Visitor Xi Guangai applies to enter teleport point 1. Visitor Qingxin applies to enter teleport point 1. The control panel beeped with new applications. These were new visitors without snowflake tattoos, wanting to enter the dungeon, and they needed to apply. Approve in bulk. After a moment's thought, Xia Qingxin added a new rule. Human race, first entry directly passes. The rules were like a brand, engraved into the dungeon. Xia Qingxin wasn't afraid of bad people entering the dungeon. The brave would survive, while the timid would starve. Regardless of whether they were good or bad, they would first clean out their wallets. Anyway, with rules in place, anyone fighting or attempting to attack Xia Qingxin inside would die instantly. In other words, Xia Qingxin was invincible in the dungeon. Almost at the moment Xia Qingxin approved, Qingxin and the others disappeared from the treehouse. Qingxin raised his weapon in confusion, drawing his sword and looking around in bewilderment. "Ha! Don't be nervous. There's no danger here." Nian Wanhui smiled proudly, as if filled with a sense of accomplishment. This was a dungeon. The little boss said it was a tourist destination, with accommodations, meals, and shopping all available. What a pity. I'm broke. I can't afford those things. Otherwise, I would definitely be carrying bags of them. Speaking of this, Nian Wanhui felt a pang of regret. Who knew that the stuff in a zombie's head would be so useful? Many people initially found it disgusting and didn't bother to pry open their skulls after killing them. Now, thinking back, it was a huge mistake. Nian Wanhui made up his mind to pry open skulls for crystal cores as soon as he got up there. Not just him, but that young man, Xia Qingxin, who was quick on his feet, probably dashed back to chop at zombies already. Nian Wanhui didn't have any abilities and felt a pang of envy, but there really was a vending machine. It's so hot. The temperature must be over 10 degrees Celsius, right? The poor folks like Nian Wanhui were fine. But those with abilities had raided many supermarkets and were wearing down jackets they found somewhere, all bundled up tightly. If it were outdoors, it would be fine at minus 30 degrees, but in the dungeon, it was over 10 degrees. There was almost a 40-degree temperature difference, making it feel hot. Always feeling cold, this sudden heat felt strangely unfamiliar, as if centuries had passed. Can I still lie? Let me tell you, this place is great. As long as there are crystal cores, dumplings and noodles to eat until full. Nian Wanhui immediately enthusiastically dragged this group of people to the vending machine, wildly promoting it to them. The vending machine not only had dumplings and noodles, but also buns, instant noodles, vegetables, and eggs. Originally, it had chicken legs and hot pot, but those vending machines looked dusty, clearly not unlocked. However, what was in front of them was enough to make anyone drool 3,000 feet. The younger brothers were greedy, but without the boss's orders, they hesitated, just waiting eagerly for Qingxin. Nian Wanhui continued to chatter on about the vending machine, almost praising it to the sky. Qingxin took a handful of crystal cores from his pocket and stuffed them into the vending machine. Ding, ding, ding. Snow white, round buns appeared out of thin air, so many that they almost rolled to the ground. Hey, be careful. Nian Wanhui hurriedly went to catch them, avoiding the buns from hitting the ground. The buns were fluffy and soft, each the size of an adult's fist, still emitting steam, looking freshly made. Just a light touch would make them sink in. Perfect for dipping in spicy sauce. Gulp. Nian Wanhui's ungrateful stomach started growling again. With so few crystal cores in his pocket, and considering his size, he definitely hadn't eaten enough. You've worked hard. Here, have some. Qingxin handed 5 or 6 buns to Nian Wanhui. Nian Wanhui wasn't really stupid. He knew the other party was suspicious, worried about poison, and testing him as a guinea pig. However, thanks, little brother. Nian Wanhui laughed instead of getting angry and started eating the buns in front of everyone. The buns were softer than they looked, melting in his mouth, but with a chewy texture. Since he didn't dip them in spicy sauce, as soon as he took a bite, the unique taste of the bun filled his mouth. There wasn't anything special about the flavor, just a hint of sweetness, the taste of starch. Delicious. If only he could have 2 chicken legs. No. Even a bag of spicy strips would be good. Nian Wanhui felt he could eat 5 or 6. Nian Wanhui was so satisfied with his meal, doing a live eating broadcast, making his younger brothers even more eager. Go ahead. Yay. As soon as Yuan Xin gave permission, the younger brothers and sisters rushed to the vending machine. Ding, ding, ding. The sounds of synthesis kept coming, and Nian Wanhui's face was about to split from his smile. The limited-time event to draw 10 people to receive lottery tickets had been oversubscribed. Currently, there were 10 lottery tickets. Nian Wanhui's smile widened, knowing he couldn't outrun the others. He was aware of that much. Moreover, there were only a few zombies in the residential building that hadn't been cleared out, and with so many wolves and so little meat, Nian Wanhui wouldn't necessarily be able to compete with the ability users. It was better to stay back and earn big. I'm so smart, Nian Wanhui muttered softly, proud of his quick thinking. Visitor Nian Wanhui, stay time has exceeded. Penalty of 10 crystal cores. Please leave within 23 minutes. The system's cold reminder made Nian Wanhui's smile fade. Truly a ruthless businessman. Visitor Rules Compliance Notice 1. No fighting, harming others, or damaging property in any form. Violators will be fined or face death. 2. Visitors can stay for free for 1 hour each day. Exceeding half an hour incurs a fine of 10 crystal cores. 1 hour 100 crystal cores. 2 hours 500 crystal cores. 3 hours 1,000 crystal cores. If you want to continue staying, you can purchase a day's low-rent housing rights. But the cheapest low-rent housing costs 10 crystal cores. Nian Wanhui had not a single core left, couldn't afford it, and could only risk punishment by entering first, successfully convincing this group to consume and earn lottery tickets. And now, the gamble had paid off. All for the lottery. Nian Wanhui was filled with pride. The roulette appeared in front of him. The roulette was 2 meters tall, and as soon as it appeared, it dramatically attracted everyone's attention. What is this? A lottery? The younger brothers were so busy pulling out their knives that buns fell to the ground. Don't be nervous, it's just a lottery. Saying don't be nervous. Nian Wanhui's palms were already sweating. The roulette was large, and upon Nian Wanhui's command, it started spinning. Whoosh. For a moment, the scene was silent except for the sound of the roulette. The speed of the roulette was fast and slow, and the golden pointer gradually came to a stop. Congratulations. Visitor Nian Wanhui, you have one set of down jackets. Nian Wanhui took a deep breath and drew 10 times in one go, and the roulette continued to spin. Congratulations, Visitor Nian Wanhui, you have won a bun. Congratulations, Visitor Nian Wanhui, you have won 30 crystal cores. Congratulations, Visitor Nian Wanhui, you have won a luxury single pool hot spring consumption voucher. Chapter 12 Daily Koi, King. The first few were okay, but the one with the hot spring voucher was dazzling gold. It exuded the scent of premium platinum. Even if you don't play the game, you can recognize it at a glance as a rare item, a good thing. Yin Wanhui's eyes were filled with excitement as he stuffed the items into his arms, fearing that someone might snatch them away. Yin, brother. Yuan Xin hesitated to use this title. In fact, Yin the Fatty was already in his 30s or 40s, a generation older than Yuan Xin, but calling him brother was better than calling him Uncle Yin. Is your lottery ticket related to us? Can we see what it is? This. Yin the Fatty wanted to refuse, but there were over 100 people eyeing him. It's nothing much, just a bathing voucher. Yin Wanhui wanted to refuse, but the situation was stronger than him. Even if they couldn't fight in the dungeon, he couldn't stay in the dungeon forever. If he went out and got knocked out by Yuan Xin, that wouldn't be good. So he could only force a smile and show the golden card in his hand. The golden voucher prominently featured a hot spring design, and it was for a private top-tier room. To be honest, I haven't bathed in a month. How about? Yin Wanhui wanted to use the voucher to avoid it being borrowed later. Let's go bathe. I want to wash up too. Maybe we can use crystal cores to buy in. Hearing Yuan Xin's wealthy words, Yin Wanhui breathed a sigh of relief. The two immediately headed to the hot spring cave like good brothers. Previously, Yin Wanhui had stayed in the dungeon for an hour, so he naturally understood the structure here. The hot spring cave was long and narrow, equipped with an iron door that couldn't be opened. But at this moment, with a sweep of the golden card, it automatically opened. As soon as it opened, white mist rushed toward them. It was steam, formed from the temperature of the water. Wow. The younger brother he brought sighed instinctively, feeling the heat stimulating him, and his frozen body quickly warmed up. The white mist was thick and inside. One could vaguely see the uneven hot springs and rock formations. During the time that Xia Qingxin had been away, that small spring had continuously flowed. And surprisingly, it had formed 2 large pools and several small basins, arranged beautifully. Even without stepping inside, just the temperature and the humid mist made one feel refreshed and relaxed. The golden voucher suddenly slipped from Yin the fatty's hand and plunged straight into one of the small basins. The water in the basin rippled, and the transparent hot spring water was tinged with a soft golden hue. Everyone present felt their hearts tighten, their beast-like instincts making them crave that spring water. It was a good thing. There was no reason for it. Even they couldn't explain it clearly. Bang! Yuanxin ran into a wall. It was a transparent wall, directly blocking him from getting close to the golden hot spring. He couldn't move an inch. That was the power of rules. If you really like it, I can let you have it. Yin the fatty, lacking any powers, couldn't feel that mysterious sensation and only thought Yuanxin was being overly anxious. As long as the crystal cores are in place. Yin the fatty rubbed his fingers together mischievously, but due to not bathing for a long time, he ended up rubbing a ball of black mud. Special one-time cleansing pool cannot be traded. System warning. What's wrong? Yin Wanhui, nearing 40, didn't read much fiction and completely didn't understand why these young people were about to jump up. Holy crap. Cleansing. Is this real? So insane. No. Did you get the wrong script for cultivating immortals? Yin Wanhui didn't understand, but this group of young people had certainly seen plenty of these. Just the 2 words cleansing were enough to evoke a barrage of thoughts. However, alas, it couldn't be traded, and they could only jealously consume lemons. Let me try. Afraid of being snatched away, Yin Wanhui hurriedly took off his clothes and dove into the pool. The first sound was from the comfort of the hot spring. The second was from pain. A tingling pain, as if tiny bugs were crawling all over his limbs. Soon Yin Wanhui's body started expelling impurities and foul blood, reeking horrendously. It really is a wash. Ugh. This fatty is too. Ugh. So stinky. Ugh. The younger brothers and sisters were overwhelmed by the stench and fled. Only Yuanxin stared at the fatty with blazing eyes, making Yin the fatty feel anxious, fearing he might be targeted. Fortunately, the cleansing ended quickly. Before Yin Wanhui had finished soaking, the dirty water disappeared. Yin Wanhui and his group were also thrown out of the hot spring cave. How do you feel? Yuanxin asked eagerly. I feel. My body has become soft. This softness was not just idle talk. It was real. He could freely control his body to become as soft as a puddle of mud. You have powers now, Yuanxin said decisively. Anyone who saw a living person turn into a puddle would feel the same way. That's amazing. Look, I buy it. I want cleanse too. One of the younger sisters was so excited she could barely contain herself, eager to cleanse and awaken her powers. Maybe I'm just lucky. I got this from a lottery draw. As long as you gather 10 people, you could draw once, but not everyone has such good luck. Yin Wanhui's tail was almost wagging with pride, happily running around. After Yin Wanhui's fat body turned into mud, his movement speed actually increased significantly. He zipped away in excitement, using his powers. Hearing this, others immediately felt either regretful or excited and wanted to go out and gather people. Wait, where do we go out? Is there a door here? The thin monkey was astonished. He hadn't seen any door. Ha. Foolish tourists, as long as you beg me, I will let you out. Xia had been secretly watching for a while and finally jumped out. Xia Qingxin was in charge of the outside, while Xia handled the inside, dealing with the imprint types. Only by becoming formal tourists could one enter the dungeon and have the right to buy or rent, but correspondingly, they would be restricted by the rules. A small snowflake-like light orb floated in midair, waiting for everyone's agreement. 113 new tourists added. Today's earnings, 565 crystal cores. Keep it up. Receiving the prompt, it was indeed the case. The newly arrived group all became formal tourists. They were quite wealthy. In just 1 hour, they brought in over 500 crystal cores, enough for Xia Qingxin to exchange for a full set of equipment. However, What surprised Xia Qingxin even more was that one of the tourists had drawn something good. Would you like to link to this lottery? Yes, yes, yes. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 cleansing liquids. Lord's privilege, daily koi king. When others won prizes in the lottery, Xia Qingxin could choose to share their good luck and gain tenfold benefits from that prize. It was equivalent to being a lottery shop owner. As long as someone bought a ticket from you, no matter if they won 5 or 5 million, Xia Qingxin could share and multiply it tenfold into her pocket. It was a direct win. Chapter 13. Lottery time. Others must enter the dungeon through a teleportation point and have a mark, but Xia Qingxin, as the city lord, can enter anytime and anywhere. With a thought, Xia Qingxin disappeared from her spot, and her footprints suddenly halted in the vast white snow. The group, led by Yuanxin, had already run off, busy pulling people for the lottery, and the door to the hot spring cave was tightly shut, so no one would be coming for a while. Xia Qingxin added another layer of restriction by removing her clothes. The hot spring was genuinely warm. Before even entering the water, a wave of warm mist enveloped her, enough to heat her body. Xia Qingxin found a puddle of water and threw in 10 golden cards. The transparent hot spring water shimmered instantly, dyed golden by the high concentration of cleansing liquid. Hiss! As her toes touched the water's surface, a sharp pain shot through her, as if her feet had been scalded, causing her to instinctively retract them. It will be very painful. Should we take it slowly? Xia asked. No, we can't. The cleansing liquid would evaporate over time, and if she took it slowly, not only would the medicinal effect diminish, but any interruption would also be detrimental. Because she was scared and exited the pool, her first cleansing attempt ended prematurely. The second and third attempts at cleansing, however, couldn't compare to the first. To achieve the best results, Xia Qingxin needed to endure until the end without leaving the water's surface. Taking a deep breath, Xia Qingxin plunged into the golden pool with determination. Ugh! A muffled groan escaped her lips as excruciating pain surged through her body. It was far more intense than having her whole body cramp or her legs go numb. Her veins bulged visibly, yet even so, Xia Qingxin gritted her teeth and held on, refusing to leave the water's surface. Even when the pain twisted her face into a hideous expression, she simply bit down harder and pushed through. Becoming stronger was urgent. Not only did she need to find her parents, Xiafu and Xiamu, but there was also the pressing threat of Tu Meyer. Until she dealt with her, Xia Qingxin couldn't afford to relax. The golden spring water gradually turned black. Murky sludge and blood oozing from Xia Qingxin's body in layers, as the waste inside her was rapidly stripped away, staining the clear spring water pitch black. Xia Qingxin, being young and having gained enhanced strength and speed after becoming an ability user, was the first to rush to the residential building. Due to the cold, most doors had been pried open, and the furniture inside had been dragged away for firewood, leaving many empty rooms. Among these empty rooms, there were not a few bodies lying around. No one understood the nature of the zombie virus, nor did anyone know where it originated. It was as if, in an instant, the people around them turned into zombies. Being bitten or having bodily fluids come into contact would lead to infection. However, nearly half of the people who froze to death would also turn into zombies. Bang! Bang! A series of sounds echoed from the bedroom. Someone was there, mechanically and numbly banging their head against the wooden door. This room, though also used as a storage space, still bore traces of a warm setup. Many photos hung on the walls, showing Xia Qingxin beaming with joy from infancy to adulthood, filling the walls with love. This was Xia Qingxin's home. In one picture, Xia Qingxin was held by a couple, dressed like a little princess in a pink gown, smiling sweetly, with a large carousel behind her. Now, Xia Qingxin trembled, gripping a fruit knife, her whole body ice cold. Xia Qingxin's home had long been emptied, leaving only an unburnable coffee table and bloodstains all over the floor. Dad! Xia Qingxin stammered, hesitating yet resolutely opening the door. Roar! The male zombie opened its bloody maw. Before it could take 2 steps, it was covered in a mass of green leaves. The green leaves grew wildly, forming a large net that enveloped the male zombie entirely. Dad! Tears streamed down her face as Xia Qingxin suddenly felt very wronged. The joy of having ramen earlier had long vanished. Before Xia Qingxin's arrival, the chubby man had been timid and cautious, fearing that organizing people to kill zombies would lead to more deaths. So he had always attracted zombies using sound, locking them in rooms. Though this tactic was cowardly, it garnered much approval from others. Not just out of fear of death, but also because they couldn't bear to kill their loved ones. Now, with Xia Qingxin's arrival, this self-deception was shattered. The zombies locked in rooms were often only one or two. In narrow spaces, fighting zombies one-on-one was much safer than going out on the streets to catch them. Without needing to think, the crowd would rush back for the sake of that small benefit. Xia Qingxin guessed correctly. The others indeed thought this way. So, Xia Qingxin hurried home, first subduing her father. Mom. Zhao's mother lay on the bed, as if asleep, her face pale. In this weather, bodies were hard to decay. Only a layer of white frost had formed on her face. Xia Qingxin bent down to lift her mother's corpse, but it was too stiff. Her mother's flesh had almost adhered to the sheets. Xia Qingxin used a lot of strength to finally tear the blanket away from her mother. Holding her mother with one hand and dragging her father, who was controlled by what abilities, with the other, Xia Qingxin awkwardly left the residential building. Her figure disappeared into the vast white snow, heading who knows where. With Nianwanhui as a living advertisement, Yuanxin's group was full of energy. Yuanxin had over 100 subordinates, not all of whom were ability users. Most were ordinary people without abilities. Everyone had seen how powerful ability users were. Controlling the wind and rain, manipulating earth and armor, or uprooting weeping willows, all looking majestic like deities. Who wouldn't envy them? Who wouldn't be tempted? If someone were lucky enough to gain gold, thunder, or space abilities, wouldn't they be living the dream? Not to mention the legendary fire ability users, who could become the ultimate protagonist with a single step. Just imagining this, the group was fired up, running faster than rabbits. On the slippery, snowy road, many of them stumbled and fell hard, but they didn't even have time to wipe the snow off their bodies, scrambling back on hands and knees, cursing for not having wings to fly back. They were determined to drag all their relatives to gather lottery tickets. Patterns of snowflakes had already been carved into the backs of their hands, with a time task to gather 10 people for a reward of 1 lottery ticket. Capped at 10 tickets, Nian Fatty quietly took action, using the opportunities of their 100-plus people to exchange for 10 tickets. It was frustrating. Each person could only be invited once, and repeated invitations wouldn't yield more tickets. No repeat invitations meant that it was first come, first served. If you were slow, those people would be snatched away, and the lottery tickets would be gone. The lottery tickets could be the key to becoming an ability user. Losing out on them could really drive someone mad. Without saying a word, everyone dashed off in a frenzy. Chapter 14. Robber-style recruitment. Hey, they're back. The apocalypse is really boring. Without phones or physical books to read, this group can only stare out the window every day, trying to find some fun. Sure enough, that group of arrogant members of the Firewood Gang has become their gossip topic during meals. Have they gone crazy? Why is everyone falling down so hard? It's so funny like a toad. The Firewood Gang is a nickname given to Yuanxin's group, mocking them for chopping firewood. At this moment, they stand on a high building, watching the Firewood Gang members fall all over the snowy ground. The snow is slippery, and since they are too eager, they slide out far with a slip, and even after getting up, they keep running, leading to a series of falls. One after another, they eventually stop getting up and instead slide on their shoes or directly on their butts. If they could fight, they would probably start brawl. Have they finally lost it? They really look like fools. This group laughs wantonly, commenting on the people below. As expected, the abilities of the superhumans are still strong. That group of superhumans has a clear target and rushes towards the residential building, with some already far ahead thanks to their powers. Damn, with superpowers, can't they let us have a chance? Ordinary people complain, but helplessly, the temptation of marrow washing is too great for everyone. Even superhumans can't resist it, so it's normal to be greedy. However, they are rushing towards the family area, and now that they have fallen behind, there's no need to think. Those families will be robbed by them. Just as they are grinding their teeth in anger, Zhao Zhongyue suddenly hears something. She looks up and locks eyes with a group of long-tongued people who are mocking them. The laughter abruptly stops. Zhao Zhongyue suddenly smiles. Sisters, follow me. Charge towards building B3 and grab people. The ones left behind are stunned, and then look towards building B3. The group of over 50 strong members of the Firewood gang glare at them, and those who were just laughing and mocking can't laugh anymore. Don't come over. They watch helplessly as that group changes direction and charges towards them like wolves spotting a plump lamb, and the group finally panics. Why did you have to provoke her? You want to talk? Now they're coming for you. Are you happy now? What right do you have to say anything to me? You were just cheering. Whose voice was so loud? The crowd shifts the blame. None of them wanted to be pushed out to fight, but there's no way around it. That group is really coming. Among the 50-plus people, there are still a few superhumans, and the sturdy security door is kicked open. The cold wind carries in snowflakes, making everyone shiver. You can't do this. We were just picking up things others didn't want. We haven't attacked anyone. TSK, this group of long-tongued people is still as disgusting as ever. As soon as the door is kicked open, they see a big pot bubbling with steam. Inside is a thick meat soup, stewed soft and exuding a rich meat aroma. But not a single intruder feels tempted. They only feel nauseous. Those ingredients were all scavenged or stolen from outside, made into soup using snow water and other people's corpses. This group has a history. They often break in and steal meat, getting caught and beaten severely, yet they still don't learn. So Xia Qingxin violently drove this group into Building B3, forcing these scoundrels to stay together, to prevent them from wanting fresh food someday, keeping others awake. There's no need for politeness or gentleness when dealing with this group. Xia Qingxin directly delivers a flying kick, breaking the pot. The iron pot rolls on the ground, spilling the meat soup everywhere. None of the long-tongued people dare to say a word. Some even still have bruises on their faces, clearly having taken a beating, and have already become obedient. In the apocalypse, it's survival of the fittest. It's not just about strength. The most important thing is whether one has superpowers. Even after just a month, this rule has been thoroughly established. What superhumans say is right. What superhumans do is right. If you don't want to die, it's best to follow their rules. So, even if Xia Qingxin hits them in the face, they can only endure it. Who told them they have no powers? Everyone come with us. Xia Qingxin despises this group of scoundrels. They don't deserve respect. In front of them, she divides the people with other members of the Firewood gang. You take one, I take one. The faces of the long-tongued people darken, fearing that these people will eat them too. Fortunately, there are enough people, so they didn't waste too much time, and Xia Qingxin hurriedly ushered them into the central treehouse. Unexpectedly, Xia Qingxin is actually among the first to arrive. Haven't the leaders arrived yet? Don't you know? Those old folks won't leave without explaining. There are plenty of cowards, especially those with higher seniority, who are even more fearful and timid, not daring to go out. Although the other superhumans ran fast, their chattering explanations wasted a lot of time. Instead, Xia Qingxin's violent recruitment made her one of the first to arrive. Hurry, let's grab another batch while there are still many people. Having tasted success, Xia Qingxin hurriedly urged. The others also pushed the confused, long-tongued people into the underground city. With a jolt, the sudden change of location caught many by surprise, making them jump. How is it? Did you get it? Xia Qingxin is asking about the lottery tickets. No, it seems that this group needs to spin before it counts. TSK, so frustrating. Does anyone still have crystal cores? This group borrowed from each other, and fortunately, they had killed some zombies in the past. So they still had some surplus, finally gathering enough for the long-tongued people as share. No one explained anything to them. Each person was pulled away in order to throw crystal cores into the vending machine. On the vending machine side, only steam buns are the cheapest, 2 for 1 crystal core, and all the people brought and chose steamed buns. Yay, it worked. At the moment they received the steamed buns, the number of invitees increased by 1, making Xia Qingxin and the others very happy. The long-tongued person, holding the steamed buns in both hands, enters bewildered and exits even more bewildered. They only react after being thrown out, realizing what has happened. Meanwhile, Xia Qingxin, having tasted success, almost nonstop exits the underground city and continues to crazily recruit people. This time, she no longer limits herself to the residential buildings, but heads towards another gathering place. However, this time, everyone is smiling with malicious intent, holding baseball bats and kitchen knives, looking less like they are recruiting and more like robbers. New visitor 86, new visitor 32, new visitor 63. The notification sound beeps and the number of people skyrockets. There's no need for Xia Qingxin to personally go out as a robber. That group has already been lured by interests, turning into robbers and crazily grabbing people. Ding. Conditions met. Do you want to spend 1,000 crystal cores to upgrade the underground city? Yes, no. Chapter 15, Unlocking the Planting Cave. Xia Qingxin decisively clicked yes, as hesitating for even a second would be disrespectful to the crystal core. Ding. Congratulations. The underground city has successfully leveled up, currently at level 2. Keep up the good work. In midair, 2 fireworks burst open to the left and right, scattering colorful ribbons all over the ground. In front of Xia Qingxin appeared a golden gift box. It's an upgrade gift pack, containing a sum of startup funds and a golden outfit, though she had no idea how much. Xia happily said, but the small one flew far away and dare not come close. Ugh. No wonder Xia was disgusted. The smell emanating from Xia Qingxin was truly overwhelming. The once golden hot spring water had long turned into pitch-black muddy water, and with her movements, the dirty water could even stretch like threads. Refresh, refresh, refresh. After 5 rounds of changing the ordinary hot spring water, the strange smell on Xia Qingxin's body was finally washed away. The process of cleansing the marrow was truly unbearable, painful, bitter, and stinky. However, fortunately, the results were gratifying. Xia Qingxin had never felt her body so light before. It was like a 200-pound person shedding all excess flesh and fat. Previously, she hadn't even noticed it, but after suddenly getting rid of that burden, she could run, jump, and bounce around, feeling as light as a swallow and carefree. Only then realizing the inconvenience she had experienced before. Healthy, agile, strong. Xia Qingxin casually picked up 2 small stones from the edge of the hot spring pool. Gripping the smooth pebbles tightly, she exerted force. Crack! The smooth pebbles cracked under her tremendous strength, easily breaking apart. Not bad. With a powerful throw, one of the pebbles flew out and smashed against a large rock several meters away, shattering into pieces and leaving a splattered mark on the big stone. Congratulations, Master. You have become a level 2 ability user. Xia exclaimed. Yes. The cleansing liquid not only washed away the impurities on Xia Qingxin, but also allowed her to jump from level 1 to level 2. It's worth noting that she had only become an ability user for less than a day, but her power had already reached level 3 standards. A single hit could easily shatter a person's knee. Don't call me Master anymore, just call me by my name. The term Master felt a bit shameful. She had been too busy to care before, but now that she had some power, Xia Qingxin wanted Xia to change it, to avoid outsiders thinking they were playing some embarrassing roleplay. Okay, Qingxin. Xia obediently agreed. Xia Qingxin used 10 bottles of cleansing liquid to clear the blockages and stains in her meridians, ensuring that her future cultivation would not be obstructed and that her leveling speed would surpass others. This was already great news. The golden gift box quietly sat in front of Xia Qingxin, waiting for her to open it. The gift box was wrapped like a present, tied with a ribbon, and Xia Qingxin gently pulled it. The golden gift box suddenly spat out a large pile of crystal cores, which flowed out uncontrollably at such a speed that it nearly buried Xia Qingxin. She hurriedly dodged, watching helplessly as tens of thousands of crystal cores fell into the hot spring pool. The crystal cores were semi-transparent, which was fine in other scenarios. But if they fell into the water? I'm sorry. This is the first time I brought someone. I didn't know it would be like this. Xiaohua's face turned pale, scared to the point that its fur bristled, and the 2 leaves on its head drooped down, looking very timid. It's okay. We can just pick them up. Although the water flow would cause the crystal cores to sway, making them harder to find at the bottom, it was no big deal. It was just a waste of one hot spring pool. A pool of hot spring water wasn't worth too many crystal cores anyway. And Xia Qingxin had already wasted 6 pools, so she didn't mind this one. Refresh. Xia Qingxin chose a single small pool. It wasn't too big, just 2 meters. Once the water was drained, everything inside was fully revealed. Xia rushed up to redeem itself. Looking like a fluffy snowball with 2 green leaves on its head and 2 beady eyes, somewhat resembling the cloud from Non-Human. Xia Qingxin initially thought it didn't have any limbs, But who knew this creature could indeed split off something resembling a tail to gather the crystal cores? While Xia busily made up for its mistake, Xia Qingxin didn't compete with it and instead focused on another reward. A contract ring? Interesting. There were 3 golden rings. And just upon contact, Xia Qingxin understood its meaning. It was similar to taming a Pikachu. Tame it, then capture the divine beast. However, there were no divine beasts here. Only flesh-eating zombie animals or mutated creatures. It was worth considering. Xia Qingxin tucked it into her pocket and simply put on her clothes. Compared to this, she was more interested in the 2 new caves that appeared after leveling up. The new caves were completely separate from the 3 old caves, isolated entirely, and intuitively felt very far away. Others could not enter. But Xia Qingxin was different. The underground city was almost like a part of her body, so she could teleport wherever she wanted. Hiss! Just moments ago, she had been in the warm, summery hot spring cave, but upon arriving here, it felt like she had plunged into an ice cave. However, the next second, her expression turned joyful. Although this was also an underground cave, it was completely different from the previous 3. It was tall, spacious, with a breeze blowing, and the ground was not rocky but earthy. Ding ding ding. This is a planting area. Here, she could grow vegetables. Xia jumped onto Xia Qingxin's shoulder, its tail affectionately wrapping around her neck, rubbing against her like a cat. The Level 2 Underground City has unlocked the planting area, where Qingxin can hire residents to grow crops for sale or to make a living. As Xia spoke, its voice slowed down. Xia Qingxin's reaction was too obvious. She was too wary and unwilling to accept residents. Those people were all tourists. Tourists would instantly die in the planting area. It would be fine if there were a large number of residents, as they could handle the dirty and tiring work of renewing the soil, watering, fertilizing, plowing, and harvesting. She could just throw all those tasks at them. But without residents, with such a large piece of land, even just plowing would be overwhelming for Xia Qingxin. Golden mountains lay before her, but she couldn't consume them just yet. She had to think of a way. Living people couldn't die from being held back. Xia Qingxin definitely wouldn't be willing to give up the planting area, but she also wouldn't blindly trust others and expose the planting area by accepting a large number of residents. Currently, in the apocalypse with blizzards and extreme cold, let alone soil, even the utility poles couldn't withstand the cold and would freeze into pieces. Unless it was mutated plants. Ordinary plants couldn't survive in such an environment. The soil outside had also turned into frozen ground. Digging with a metal shovel for half a day might not even move it, so it would be unreasonable to expect others to plant seeds. However, she could not give up the meat right in front of her. While pondering, Xia Qingxin caught a glimpse of the contract ring in her peripheral vision. Chapter 16, Unlocking the Warehouse. Cave. The 3 contract rings shimmered like gold, their pure gold appearance resembling stolen bangles fresh from a jewelry store, radiating a luxurious glow. Xia, you asked, can contract rings contract humans? Xia was taken aback by the question. Logically, it should be possible, but isn't that inappropriate? Though Xia was only 2 years old. Don't underestimate its youth. During its time hanging in the boutique, it had overheard countless girls chatter about the plots of romance novels. Normally, the protagonist would contract a tiger, lion, or leopard as a protective beast, not someone as bold as to contract a human directly. Enslaving humans, isn't that something villains do? Aren't the protagonists, especially the female leads, supposed to embody goodness and beauty? Xia was unusually confused, as if its CPU had overheated from processing 2 conflicting answers. Satisfied with the response, Xia Qingxin smiled. As long as it can contract, that's fine. The black-hearted Xia Qingxin wouldn't mind being a slave master for once. At worst, she wouldn't resort to violence, just offering more benefits instead. At least she would be more conscientious than those hanging around street lamps. The planting cave captured most of Xia Qingxin's attention, leading her to only do a superficial check of the other cave before returning. The second-level underground dungeon had unlocked 2 independent caves, Planting Cave and Warehouse. Both were significant. The plantation could continuously produce crops. However, the plantation required manual labor and the burning of crystal cores to maintain indoor temperatures for the crops to sprout. This was costly and required considerable effort. But correspondingly, the rewards were higher, with the profits capable of multiplying tenfold or even dozens of times. Why is that? The harvest time for potato seeds is 3 days. Yes, if fertilizer is purchased and used, the planting time can be shortened. Potatoes already have a high yield per acre, and harvesting in 3 days is incredible. No wonder the planting and warehouse refresh together. Without a warehouse, tons of crops couldn't just be piled up in the 3 ordinary caves. They would be stolen by tourists. The binding of the two alleviated an urgent need. However, Xia Qingxin had a feeling that she might have to spend money to expand the warehouse. This is the usual trick of games that exploit players for money. With a warehouse, it would be safe and there would be no worry about theft. The warehouse was located underground at a depth of 10,000 meters, far beyond the tourist's reach. Moreover, each was in a different location as they were independent caves, naturally different from ordinary caves. Very good. In the future, any personal items could just be tossed into the warehouse. She opened the Lord's panel. The first section was personnel management. There was only one Lord. If they died, the entire dungeon would collapse, burying everyone. The residence section was empty, not a single person. As for the tourist section, wow, there were already 1,000. Such combat power was impressive. Xia Qingxin vaguely remembered that despite her exhausting efforts, she only managed to invite. Scratch that, she had brought over 100 people. Yet now, that group had spread like a virus, and just 1 day later, it had grown to 1,000, and the number was still slowly increasing. The group from the Firewood gang had brought along friends, family, and neighbors, even inviting some other survivors to the dungeon with knives in hand. If it weren't for the early onset of winter darkness, they could have continued to grow. Even when night fell, they were still restless, each stretching their necks to look into the distance. On this cold winter night, the temperature was astonishingly low. Even a runny nose could freeze into an icicle. In such weather, who wouldn't be burning firewood for warmth? By the next day, they'd have turned into frozen meat. Thus, there were many flickers of light in the city. Electricity had long been cut off after the storm, and every household was in darkness. Those few glimmers of light stood out starkly. It revealed their locations and exact addresses. But there was no other way. If they wanted to survive, they could only burn firewood for warmth. "That house is mine. No one can take it from me," shouted one of the psychics from the Firewood gang. "No way. I saw that house first. It belongs to me. Don't fight me for it. That house belongs to my colleague's second uncle's brother's wife. She's my relative." In the face of benefits, they nearly tore each other apart. The once united Firewood gang was now in chaos, with arguments breaking out frequently. Was Yan Wenwei lucky? Undoubtedly, he was exceptionally lucky, being the only one to draw a golden card so far. The others mostly ended up with ordinary white cards, which included items like a steamed bun, a bowsy, a box of matches, hot water, and even a bouquet of flowers. However, with so many people, there occasionally appeared some detestable Europeans. They could draw 1,000 crystal cores with just a shake of their hand. The bright white crystal cores could buy 2,000 plump steamed buns. They could buy 50 life-saving, fever-reducing medicines, enough to purchase 33 sets of extra-long, thick, and warm-down jackets. This was enough to significantly increase people's survival rates. On the lemon tree, lemons hung. Beneath the lemon tree, you and I, a group of unlucky ones turned green with jealousy, crazily wanting to pull others down, as if they had fallen under a curse. Who doesn't want to live? Who doesn't yearn for life? I don't fear my brother's suffering. I only fear my brother driving a luxury SUV. The European who drew 1,000 crystal cores bought down jackets for everyone in his family. Those jackets were astonishingly warm, and the previously shivering old lady's face turned red, her hands and feet warming up. Not to mention, Zhao Zhongyue was incredibly envious and wanted to get a set for her mother. Unfortunately, it wasn't that easy to draw. There was no guarantee of a minimum, and Zhao Zhongyue had drawn several times, only to get rubbish. Seeing fewer and fewer people around, all invited, Zhao Zhongyue grew increasingly anxious, arguing endlessly with the group. She wanted a down jacket. Didn't others want one? These people were nearly freezing to death, curling up into balls in their sleep, dreaming of replacing their summer clothes. But alas, there was no opportunity. And now, the chance was right in front of them. The noise escalated, and some even wanted to come to blows. "Shut up. If you keep arguing, I'll throw you out." Yuanxin scolded loudly, slamming his palm down on the wooden table. breaking it into splinters. The boss still had some authority, although Yuanxin was merely a power-type psychic and could hardly suppress them. He was still the only level 2 psychic. Once Yuanxin made a move, the others fell silent one by one. They looked like gamblers with red eyes. What's wrong with you? Did zombies eat your brains? Want to fight over a bit of profit? The down jacket is good, but you can't afford it? There's so many zombies outside. We could take turns going out to surround and kill them. It's just wasting a bit of time. Why fight among ourselves? Yuanxin scolded, berating that group of people whose reason had been clouded by anger. The down jackets cost 30 crystal cores each, available in vending machines. Indeed, it was a bit expensive, but not unaffordable. Chapter 17, Catching an Old Yellow Ox. It's not just the scorching heat that affects judgment. Extreme cold does as well. The intense cold sends further warnings from the body to the brain. With limbs icy and painful, blood circulation slows, blood vessels constrict, heat concentrates in the heart, and joints ache from the cold. The body is signaling for help, warning of discomfort due to the inability to adapt to the cold. At all times, silently. The discomfort can be tolerated in normal conditions, but once the taste of warmth is experienced, and seeing others dressed warmly while oneself is not, the brain begins to protest. The irrational behavior of this group can be understood, but it cannot be condoned or approved lest their brains short-circuit and lead to irreparable actions. Yuanxin scolded them and clearly pointed out the path, allowing the chaotic minds of this group to calm down. Many people have frozen to death in extreme cold, but the Firewood Gang can maximize survival, and it relies not just on these 20 or 30 abilities. Unity and huddling for warmth are applicable everywhere. Whoever is physically exhausted steps back, and others fill in. If someone lacks experience and dares not take the first step, others will guide them, leaving a single zombie to practice on while providing full supervision. This group operates in teams of 10, larger groups of 50, and each time a crowd rushes. Even when facing a small zombie horde, they can cover each other and retreat safely. What they rely on is unity. If the people scatter, it becomes difficult for the Firewood Gang to continue. To survive better, Yuanxin temporarily suppressed his restless heart and organized people to hunt zombies. Before this, no one had the habit of smashing zombie skulls to pry out crystal cores. The ones Yuanxin carried were purely from watching short videos and thinking they would be useful, so he kept a bunch. However, in a month of the apocalypse, he had not used them even once. They were just a hobby, and he only stored a handful, while others found them disgusting and did not pry open anyone's head. In retrospect, he missed out on a fortune. Not only Yuanxin, but others had even fewer crystal cores in their pockets. Today, they had spent all their cores, and many had borrowed from others. Now their pockets were cleaner than their faces, and they had to find crystal cores. Without crystal cores, even if they brought people in, it wouldn't count. Those brought in had not consumed, so they weren't tourists, but merely wasted time. Tomorrow, they would kill zombies and collect crystal cores. This plan was unanimously approved. Xia Qingxin had a very restless night, and not just her. Those who had not gathered 10 lottery tickets felt the same. They wanted to get up 20 times during the night to check if it was dawn yet, and some even dreamt of arguing with others, fearing their invitees would be taken away. Among everyone, only Nian Wanhui slept soundly. With a single decisive action, he filled the quota 10 times, and without pressure, he naturally slept carefree, dreaming happily like a contented frog. As dawn broke, the group couldn't wait to get up as soon as it was light enough to see the road. First, to the residential buildings. Some zombies were killed, but no crystal cores were pried out. Zombies must have their heads blown off to die, but most people found prying open skulls disgusting, so they didn't do it. This led to a large number of zombie bodies still containing crystal cores. The Firewood Gang, in teams of 10, rushed forward with weapons, afraid of falling behind and having their cores taken by others. Yuanxin was naturally among them. He was the only level 2 ability user in the group, making him the strongest. However, his luck was not great. He had only awakened a power-type ability. This ability was indeed very powerful in the early stages, with significant deterrence. But as other ability users rose up, it no longer seemed sufficient. Nature-type users were the strongest. Metal could become a sharp sword. Vines could wrap around and surround zombies. and water-type abilities could freeze zombies' legs and slow them down. Throwing water on someone's head could make them catch a cold and die. There were also earth, wind, and stone armor abilities, and Xia Qingxin was now outmatched. The lower-ranked members also began to subtly disregard him, and Xia Qingxin's influence gradually weakened, leaning toward other more powerful ability users. This was not a good sign. The sense of urgency made Xia Qingxin more anxious than others. But this urgency could not be displayed. He could only suppress it and not let others notice. Big brother, there are more than 10 here. A younger brother excitedly pointed to the 4th floor. On the 4th floor, several residential unit doors were wide open, with over 10 zombie corpses thrown haphazardly on the floor, almost frozen together. In groups of 10, each person took one, with some left over, and the younger brothers rushed in, including Xia Qingxin. However, as soon as he walked in, Xia Qingxin regretted it. Creak. The door was closed from the inside. A woman, who had been hiding behind the door for some time, was there. "Don't move, or I'll get scared and shake," she said with a smile, aiming a gun at Xia Qingxin's head. Using a hot weapon in close combat is way too unfair, right? The 10-man team dared not voice their anger and raise their hands in surrender. No matter if they were level 1, level 2, or level 3 ability users, they couldn't stop a gun. Haha, at least you have a bit of sense. At least you really ambushed me and didn't dare to play tricks. This person was none other than Xia Qingxin. The Lord of the Underground City could check all the information of tourists entering the Underground City, including age, gender, ability level, and a bit of resume. Last night, Xia Qingxin had meticulously reviewed all the tourist information, and the most outstanding among them was the level 2 ability user, Xia Qingxin. You're Xia Qingxin, right? Be my old yellow ox. You provide the strength, and I'll pay you. Once she opened her mouth, it was explosive, not to mention Xia Qingxin. Even the 9 younger brothers who followed him were stunned, looking at Xia Qingxin in surprise despite the threat of being shot. Xia Qingxin's face instantly turned red, including his ears. What are you talking about? Be careful with your words. Which young girl is so reckless? Xia Qingxin, in his 20s, had never been in a relationship. With above-average looks and the added strength from boxing, he had received many confessions from girls. However, none had been so bold as to speak such shameful words so bluntly. Xia Qingxin grew more embarrassed and annoyed, glaring fiercely at Xia Qingxin. Xia Qingxin was confused, not understanding what was wrong with this guy. You have to agree, or I'll make you agree by force. A level 2 power-type ability user can cultivate 50 acres of land, much more powerful than an old yellow ox. One person is better than 6 oxen, and won't potatoes, corn, and wheat come rolling in. Anyway, this person I've set my sights on. Xia Qingxin held a golden contract ring, pressing the gun against Xia Qingxin's head while firmly demanding that he put it around his neck. For a moment, the subordinates were stuck, unsure whether to save him or leave, all making subtle gestures as they watched the drama unfold. Chapter 18. Be My Slave. Xia Qingxin had been pursued before, but being chased while holding a gun was a first. Who are you? Do we know each other? ISNT, this moving a bit too fast? Xia Qingxin was very beautiful, the kind that no one could refuse. As a man with a normal sexual orientation, Xia Qingxin found it acceptable to be pursued fiercely by a beautiful woman. But what was this about putting an effort in getting paid? Wasn't he that treating him like a kept man? His brothers were all around. Agreeing directly would be too embarrassing. Xia Qingxin felt both shy and pleased, and his behavior became increasingly reluctant yet hesitant. However, Xia Qingxin wasn't buying it. She thought Xia Qingxin simply didn't want to be her subordinate. After all, once the contract ring was worn, it would mean a slave contract, and nobody wanted to sell their life to a stranger. It was perfectly normal to refuse. Unfortunately, Xia Qingxin was an unreasonable and domineering person. Just tell me, how many crystal cores do you want? Is 1,000 enough? Or some marrow cleansing liquid? You'll have food and lodging, as long as you listen to me. You'll eat fruits and vegetables until you're full. Here she came, Xia Qingxin arriving with a big pancake. You can't raise a slave without feeding them. After all, they were all grown from the fields, which wouldn't cost much. But when it reached their ears, it took on a different meaning. Gulp. The younger brothers swallowed hard. Fruits and vegetables, such distant words. When Xia Qingxin spoke of eating until full, the temptation was overwhelming, a synonym for extravagance. Let go of our boss. If you have any tricks, come at me. The rich woman looked at me, and I can handle it. We're not lacking food. We just want to date the rich woman. The originally on-looking younger brothers suddenly turned traitorous, shamelessly wanting to cling to Xia Qingxin's thigh. No, I want a power-type ability user. Power-type ability users can farm better. Wow, the younger brothers squeaked, making Yuanxin's face turn red with anger. A bunch of lunatics. Why are you all so startled? The innocent Xia Qingxin hadn't thought of this layer. Are you going to wear the bracelet now? Or do I have to beat you up first and then put it on you? The last sentence was a threat, subtly carrying a domineering CEO vibe, a bit handsome. Yuanxin instinctively bit his lower lip, trying to suppress the unusual feelings inside him. Wow, the younger brothers were thoroughly enjoying the show. Xia Qingxin was holding a golden bracelet, ready to give it to her boss. This was obviously a pursuit, using a TV drama plot as a wager, quite romantic. What if you lose? Yuanxin asked. If I win, you become my slave, and you'll be at my beck and call for life. If I lose, I'll give you 1,000 crystal cores, and we'll call it even. Xia Qingxin spoke earnestly, but for some reason, when those words came out, the younger brothers' expressions became even stranger, squeaking and making noises like they were in a CP frenzy, their features all over the place. You like this kind of game? Yuanxin hesitated in his speech, avoiding Xia Qingxin's gaze, looking like a shy little wife. Yuanxin was a pure-hearted virgin, but he had heard of the concept of master and servant, which he had always scoffed at. However, if this could be slightly tried. Yuanxin's expression changed several times, his fingers irritably running through his hair. Then he put on a bossy demeanor. If I win, I don't want your crystal cores, but I can consider being your boyfriend. The last few words became quieter, and if it weren't for the heightened senses of ability users, Xia Qingxin would have almost not heard what he was saying. But it had to start from dating. The progress couldn't be so fast. A man's virtue is the best dowry. At least he shouldn't be confused and let someone take advantage of him. On this point, Yuanxin stood firm. Is he coveting my beauty? Xia Qingxin rubbed her chin, not thinking twice. Fine. If I lose, I'll just run away. After all, Xia Qingxin has no conscience. The younger brothers were like wild animals in a melon field. The melons never stopped. But these melons were too sour and bitter, worse than lemons, with a few howling in despair. Why isn't the rich woman interested in me? Unfortunately, facing Yuanxin's deadly glare, these people could only hold back their wails and flirtatious looks. Yuanxin underestimated his opponent. Ability users could sense whether the other party was an ability user, but they couldn't see the opponent's ability level. Yuanxin didn't even plan to go downstairs. He just had the younger brothers throw the zombie corpses into another room, clear the living room, and prepare to start fighting. Clearly, he didn't intend to get serious. After all, he had just been confessed to with talk of slaves and being supported. Any normal person would take it as flirting, who would go all out. Cough. So when Xia Qingxin threw an extremely unstandard punch, Yuanxin almost spat out blood. Xia Qingxin was just an ordinary university student, a fighting 5 dud, who had never fought before. Her stance, attack trajectory, and even her force application were full of flaws. The kid had no experience, but the kid had great strength. A punch that could crack bones. Even Yuanxin ended up spitting out half a mouthful of blood. Boss, don't pretend. You're overdoing it. Hey. You can't let the girl go so easy, right? Good girl, go for it, knock him down. A group of mischievous younger brothers laughed, giving Yuanxin the middle finger for his terrible acting. There was no way to express the bitterness. Yuanxin intentionally let Xia Qingxin win, trying to create a good impression for his future girlfriend. Meanwhile, Xia Qingxin showed no mercy towards her future younger brothers, clumsily imitating the boxing moves she saw on TV. Each strike delivered with all her might. Your stance is wrong. Your power will greatly diminish. Power application requires not just the fists, but also learning to engage the core. Yuanxin was professional, defending himself while guiding Xia Qingxin's movements. Also, this is how you throw a straight punch. After Yuanxin finished speaking, he delivered a quick and precise straight punch straight towards Xia Qingxin's face. Yuanxin was a level 2 power-type ability user, while Xia Qingxin had reached the standard of a level 3 ability user. Theoretically, the difference wasn't large, but it was evident that Yuanxin's punch was stronger. That was the advantage of professionalism and experience. I want to learn. Xia Qingxin dodged quickly. Instead of getting angry, her eyes sparkled with determination. Xia Qingxin learned rapidly. In just a few minutes, she managed to throw a punch that resembled Yuan Xin's. While her strength and speed were sufficient, her lower body was unstable. One wanted to learn, and the other, out of embarrassment from being confessed to, attempted to show off, and they actually started teaching each other. They practiced techniques against each other. The more they practiced, the more shocked they became. Yuan Xin, who had originally been leisurely dodging, was nearly hit several times by Xia Qingxin. You're really a genius. This wasn't flattery, but genuine admiration. Xia Qingxin's learning speed was astonishing. Her previously clumsy movements had, in such a short time, replicated Yuan Xin's techniques and adapted them into her own style. She was like a thirsty sponge, rapidly absorbing and learning. Perhaps in a year or two, she would be able to pin Yuan Xin down and beat him. Chapter 19. Martial arts talent. The originally teasing expressions of the younger brothers changed. Even those who weren't good at fighting could see Xia Qingxin's progress. In just a short hour, Yuan Xin went from skillfully dodging attacks to barely avoiding them, and then to having multiple injuries on his body. Xia Qingxin, who already had great strength, was only lacking in technique. As an ordinary college student, she had never been exposed to martial arts and had never fought before. So she never knew that her talent was actually this good. With adrenaline surging, Xia Qingxin's face turned red from the rush of blood, and her breathing became a bit rapid, half from exhaustion and half from excitement. It felt like drinking a refreshing beverage after a long run. Witnessing the sunrise after climbing the Great Wall, or the heavy rock music in a confined space. Xia Qingxin fell into a state of selflessness, with dopamine flooding her system, creating a sense of impulse. The pounding of her heart in her chest and the scars on the person in front of her from the beating stimulated her nerves, giving her a feeling of power that seemed to elevate her above others. Something within her broke free. Xia Qingxin fell in love with this feeling. Her attacks became increasingly ferocious. Not only did she completely replicate Yuan Xin's moves, but she also learned feints without any instruction. Yuan Xin defended on the left, but a heavy punch came from the right. Dodge! Yuan Xin's waist bent at an awkward angle as he created distance. Bang! A small dent was made in the white wall behind him, with radial cracks forming a web-like pattern, and in the center, blood burst forth. That was Xia Qingxin's blood. She wasn't wearing gloves. Gulp! The younger brother swallowed, no longer joking about wanting a hug from the rich girl, genuinely fearing that she might punch them in the chest. The blood from her knuckles flowed profusely, but Xia Qingxin didn't stop. The adrenaline suppressed her perception of pain significantly. She didn't even wipe the blood away before continuing to strike. She was like a madwoman. Yuan Xin had completely discarded any underestimation. The force of her blows was enough to break his ribs, and if he wasn't careful, they could pierce his internal organs, leaving him in a dire situation. No longer holding back, Yuan Xin threw a fierce punch, with the advantage of his longer male arms. He attacked from such close range that Xia Qingxin had no time to dodge and could only cross her arms to take the hit. Bang! Her arms went numb, and a sharp pain surged through her. But the attack didn't stop. Taking advantage of Xia Qingxin's moment of distraction, Yuan Xin closed in, launching a straight punch right at her face. Beast instinct. Once she defended, she would inevitably fall into a disadvantage, and her opponent wouldn't give her a chance to counterattack. Xia Qingxin gathered her strength in her arms, refusing to dodge, instead replicating Yuan Xin's straight punch to counter with force against force. Bang! Bang! The sound made the younger brothers cringe, let alone the two involved. Blood dripped down from their colliding fists, and before it even hit the ground, they continued to throw punch after punch. Blood splattered everywhere. The force was so great that it was like chopping meat with a hammer, and some younger brothers, unable to dodge, nearly swallowed the blood. The blood wasn't just Xia Qingxin's. Her strength was no less than Yuan Xin's, and their blood mingled, making it hard to tell whose was whose for a moment. They were both incredibly strong, two crazy fighters. The younger brothers silently stepped back, realizing that they couldn't even step in to break up the fight without being turned into mush. Boss, that's enough. Don't bully the girl. She looks like she hasn't trained at all. The younger brothers tried to mediate, but they didn't dare move closer. No one on the scene thought about the issue of bullying women. In a martial arts arena, there were no distinctions between genders. Many women in the Chaiwa gang were fiercer in a fight than the strong men. Xia Qingxin was the one who actively challenged. And the two were fighting as martial artists, not in a situation where one side was bullying someone who couldn't even fight back. In a situation where both were evenly matched, they were enemies and opponents. To consider the difference between genders would be disrespectful to the opponent. However, this was only applicable in the martial arts arena. Doing so in real life would be looked down upon. The younger brother's shout wasn't based on Xia Qingxin's gender, but because the other side was still a novice. A martial arts novice, who couldn't fight and had no muscle, might look evenly matched against Yuanxin now, even having the upper hand. But just wait. In less than half an hour, the other side would run out of stamina, and their speed and strength would fall short, leading to exhaustion. Huff! Xia Qingxin panted heavily. As a college student, she was no different from a slacker. She couldn't even run 800 meters, let alone train her body. During vacations, she would sleep until noon. She had plenty of strength, but her physical fitness was lacking. After such intense exercise, her muscles were on the verge of being pulled. In many cases, her mind was ahead, but her body couldn't keep up, causing her to take several unnecessary hits. She needed to put in hard work and train rigorously. The severe physical shortcomings, as expected, put Xia Qingxin at a disadvantage. Soon, the decisive moment would arrive. I admit you are strong. Maybe in a few years, you might be able to beat me, but not now. Yuanxin's leg swept like a snake, as hard as steel, and with just one kick, Xia Qingxin's already weak lower body was sent crashing backwards. I win. In the moment Xia Qingxin fell, Yuanxin spoke. But Xia Qingxin just smiled. That is not necessarily true. Before Yuanxin could react to what that meant, a scorching heat exploded behind her. A fiery wave shot up several meters high. Before getting close, the intense heat already curled the hair of anyone nearby. The wave of fire, like a snake or dragon, bared its fangs and lunged at Yuanxin. The incident was sudden. Yuanxin instinctively took 2 steps back to defend. With just that one turn, something heavy pounced on his back, grabbing his hair and pressing a dagger against his neck. Didn't your mother ever tell you? Never turn your back on an enemy. The dagger pressed against his carotid artery was exceptionally sharp. Just the contact created a small cut, and bright red. Hot blood rushed out, flowing into his collar. The fire dragon circled around Xia Qingxin like a well-behaved puppy. Let go of our boss. Don't make us go easy on you. Seeing the dagger pressed against his neck, the younger brothers finally realized this wasn't just playful banter. It was a very clutch trick. At this point, what was there left to understand? It was nothing more than the common tactic of playing the fool to catch the tiger, leaving a card up their sleeve for a final surprise. But it was effective, wasn't it? It wasn't a particularly clever trick. Even children knew it. But it worked every time. Whether it was a new trick or an old one, as long as it could catch a mouse, it was a good trick. The flames wouldn't be instantly fatal. If Yuanxin could overcome his biological instinct not to defend himself and charge through the flames into a crowd of other ability users in those 2 seconds, he could avoid this situation. But the biological instinct was to self-preserve. As long as Xia Qingxin could seize this 2-second opportunity, she would win. Chapter 20. Not lovers, but slaves. What is your purpose? To kill me? Did Dongfang she send you? No one sent me. I told you. I want you to be my slave. At this point, this woman is still being flirtatious and not serious at all. For a moment, Yuanxin didn't know what to say. He felt that no matter what he said, Xia Qingxin would continue to tease him. She spoke with a serious tone, as if swearing an oath, while saying the most unserious things. The golden bracelet was right in front of Yuanxin. Put it on and become my slave, or I'll send you to your grave right now. In fact, Xia Qingxin didn't need to make it so complicated, but the previous fight was too exhilarating. She had learned a lot of useful moves and couldn't help but practice a bit longer. Now tired, she got straight to the point. The dagger at his neck was definitely real. During the fight, Xia Qingxin was no weakling. If he wanted to learn how to kick the dagger away like in the dramas, the first step would get his head knocked off. Xia Qingxin was always quick, ruthless, and precise. There was no chance of escape. Will you take responsibility if I wear it? Yes. A slave is Xia Qingxin's private property. Of course, she would take responsibility for food and clothing. Then will you always be good to me? As long as you obey, I will. Then, why are you hesitating? If you don't wear it, I'll find someone else. You. Who else do you want to find? Isn't one of me enough? Isn't it insufficient? What if you overwork yourself? Do you have enough strength? The planting space currently has 30 acres, but it could be unlocked to thousands of acres in the future. With just Xia Qingxin, he wouldn't be able to plow it all even if he worked himself to death. Shut up. Enough. I have had enough. Xia Qingxin gritted his teeth and snatched the golden bracelet, putting it on his left wrist. The contract was established. A light golden thread connected Xia Qingxin and Xia Qingxin. From now on, Xia Qingxin's life was completely in Xia Qingxin's hands. The two disappeared from the spot as Xia Qingxin took him directly to the planting cave, leaving a group of confused little brothers behind. Xia Qingxin's face turned ashen, as if he had been scammed in a romance scam, especially when Xia Qingxin excitedly introduced him to the 30 acres of wasteland. All of this is your job. I've already bought the plowing tools. First, break up the soil, let it sunbathe for a day, and then sow the seeds. The 30 acres of wasteland is still frozen ground, dark and solid, frozen by ice and snow. It requires a lot of effort to dig it up. The ground is frozen hard. Xia Qingxin had tried plowing it, but got lazy after just half an acre. This is not soft soil. Not only do you have to use a hoe to dig hard, but you also have to break the clumps of soil into smaller pieces. Remove the small stones and grass roots, and crush every piece of soil into fine bits. It's extremely labor-intensive and time-consuming. Is this what you call a slave? Xia Qingxin was so angry his face turned dark. Yes, otherwise what kind of slave could there be? Is the old workhorse you mentioned really an old workhorse? It can't be a scalper selling tickets, right? Xia Qingxin looked confused. You said I would be driven by you for a lifetime, with food and shelter? Xia Qingxin's voice rose by 8 degrees. The contract ring is on. You can't disobey my orders in the future, so you have to be fed. The contract ring is something you can't take off once you wear it. It's domineering, but it could fail. How come Xia Qingxin, who was initially convinced and willingly put it on, is now reacting like this? Xia Qingxin didn't understand, but that didn't stop her from enslaving the newly captured old workhorse. Stop messing with that ring. You can't take it off. Go plow the land, plow all 30 acres. As soon as she finished speaking, Xia Qingxin uncontrollably stopped tugging at the ring, and before he could think, he picked up the hoe and went straight to plow the land. You bastard! This is fraud. This is fraud. Although Xia Qingxin didn't lie at all, it meant something completely different. Why is this happening? Isn't this a domineering rich woman forcing love? How did it turn into a diligent farmer? Xia Qingxin almost twisted his face in anger. But Xia Qingxin truly didn't tell a single lie. It's just that the two were on completely different wavelengths, and cross-server chatting was the most fatal. Moreover, Xia Qingxin had quite the imagination, twisting all of Xia Qingxin's unreasonable lines into something inappropriate in his mind. In reality, Xia Qingxin hadn't understood anything. You noisy slave. Hurry up and work. After issuing another command, Xia Qingxin directly flashed away to the warehouse. The warehouse cave was a separate one, with only Xia Qingxin as a living being. Hiss! Without saying a word, Xia Qingxin directly bought a bed from the system shop. Wanted to rest here for a long time. So sore and swollen, her body was operating at overload, with muscle fatigue making Xia Qingxin grimace. She had never exercised before, relying solely on her ability to enhance her body, increasing her strength and speed, along with her super learning ability, which allowed her to fight Xia Qingxin. Now, once she relaxed, her body directly collapsed from exhaustion. She exchanged for a basic repair pod. With a whoosh, 1,000 crystal cores were gone, and Xia Qingxin soaked in the repair pod. The underground city upgraded and received 10,000 crystal cores and 3 contract rings, making Xia Qingxin suddenly wealthy enough to even exchange for a repair pod. Life is a long and difficult road. Practice cooking more. Xia Qingxin must prioritize fitness. Practical experience is extremely important, and only through continuous training can she forge her body into a top-tier powerhouse. Become stronger, become stronger, become stronger. Only by being powerful can Xia Qingxin rise above others, possessing the right to control her own life or that of others. Only by holding power could she protect her parents under her wings and twist off Tu Meyer's head. Xia Qingxin did not forget the dying hatred. Rather, she became more restrained, accumulating energy, waiting for the opportunity to strike. The Underground City invitation has already begun to show a person-to-person phenomenon, and it was even more explosive than Xia Qingxin had imagined. Xia Qingxin was almost going crazy, as were the people from the Firewood gang. One person told 10, 10 told 100, and all relatives and friends were pulled in to make up the numbers. This is much better than the other platform. Pulling 10 people really gives rewards, especially with the examples of the chubby guy and another lucky one. 1,000 crystal cores hit the jackpot. That lucky one even bought down jackets for his whole family. Now his parents were them everywhere, shouting about warmth and how filial their child is, which made many parents green with envy. Everyone was cramming into the Underground City. Even if they didn't pull enough 10 people, those useless crystal cores were still underground. They could exchange for buns, dumplings, ramen, instant noodles, and so on. Even medicines and down jackets, these urgently needed items, could be bought as long as they had crystal cores. Originally timid people were now scrambling for eggs. Scratch that, they were scrambling for people and crystal cores, afraid of missing out on this opportunity. Chapter 21. Not the shopkeeper, but the city lord. Originally, very few people ventured outside unless absolutely necessary. Now, even though the outside was still covered in a blanket of white snow, the snow was marked with countless footprints, especially along the path to the park. The snow had been trampled down into a muddy little trail. The daily greeting, "Have you eaten?" was replaced by "Have you gone?" Not only the social butterflies, but also the socially anxious people made it a point to greet others in hopes of securing an invitation quota. However, under the propaganda of the Firewood gang, many had learned about the treehouse in the park, and the invitation slots were reserved for relatives. They wouldn't let others take advantage for free. Surprisingly, after the fat year, the second person to gather 100 invitations was actually Wu Wenli, Summer Qingxin's neighbor. The one across from her was average-looking with average grades and a low salary. She had no special abilities and a small stature, but her mouth could talk a lot. Without any connections or threats of force, she quickly convinced a bunch of people to go to the Underground City after learning the news. By the next morning, she had managed to gather 100 people and receive 10 lottery tickets. However, despite the crowd's cheers, Wu Wenli did not draw directly in front of them. If she won something like the washing liquid that the fat year had, it would be fine to use it on the spot. But if she won 1,000 crystal cores, as an ordinary person without background or powers, flaunting gold bricks in public could lead to unforeseen consequences. Wu Wenli didn't dare to gamble and lied to everyone, saying she had bad luck and only drew a few down jackets. As for what she actually got, only the city lord's permission could reveal that. With the situation prospering, the snow began to melt a little and people were bustling out of their buildings, heading in groups towards the park. Everything was developing positively, at least in terms of wallet thickness. Summer Qingxin's pocket was bulging, and she could now afford a snack on seeds without a care. Her account's crystal cores were surging, with a flood of users pouring in, transforming numbers into wealth, making her significantly richer. This trend would continue to grow. In a few days, once the dead zombies' heads were dug out, these people would attack the living zombies, continuing to pay Summer Qingxin. Her assets were increasing, but Summer Qingxin was still not satisfied. She trudged through the snow, finding it difficult to walk. The accumulated snow varied between soft and hard, and with each step, she risked sinking waist-deep. This heavy snow severely hindered her progress. Not only could she not drive, but even walking became challenging. If she walked a bit faster, she could easily fall flat on her face. Summer Qingxin half fell into the snow. Half-melted snow water seeped into her boots, and as soon as it touched her skin, it sent a shiver through her body. Snowflakes, how much do flying props cost? Are there any flying ships or flying brooms available? Summer Qingxin was exhausted from the ordeal. As for flying props, well, they might cost a few million crystal cores. Anything related to flying had a high price tag, measured in millions. Ugh! Summer Qingxin sighed helplessly, pouring the snow out of her snow boots before continuing on her way. If there were no snow, she could at least ride a bicycle. Anything would be better than walking like this. Unfortunately, there was no other way to get around in this snow disaster except to use her legs. Skiing was impossible. The terrain was completely flat, and the snow was uneven, some as hard as hail, others as soft as bread, very unscientific. There was no way to glide, and with the snow reaching her waist, a dog-pulled cart would just end up being a dog plowing the ground, with people falling down and the cart filling with snow. What a ridiculous scene. Ah, it's such a pity to be so poor. If she had 1,000,000 crystal cores, Xia Qingxin would simply buy a tank to drive through the snow. Tanks have tracks that could crush the snow beneath them. But unfortunately, her current savings were not sufficient. Come on, be motivated. The crystal cores will eventually come. Snowflake cheered in her mind. Their mental connection was like an instant phone call, easily disconnected at will. In fact, Snowflake was working as a construction worker in the underground city, acting as a gatekeeper for the hot spring cave. The hot spring cave was quite popular. No one could resist the warmth of the hot spring water when the cold was numbing. Everyone would collapse in the warm water, wishing to turn into slimes. One by one, they squeezed out of the hot spring at the last second, reluctant to leave, as if bidding farewell to life and death. Snowflake didn't quite understand this, but learned a lesson from humans. How unfair of Qingqing and the others. They clearly didn't buy tickets, but insisted on squeezing in, and they just wouldn't leave. Snowflake wasn't human, so it was hard for her to empathize, but Xia Qingxin understood immediately. Those who are warming up should close the hot spring door and not let them take advantage. The narrow corridor entrance set up for the hot spring cave was precisely for this reason, to prevent idle people from entering. It was too cold outside, and the hot spring was too warm. Naturally, there would be some freeloaders trying to sneak in. In a normal, peaceful time, that would be inconsequential. But given the current situation, Xia Qingxin could not let them affect her business. A large group of men blocked the way, leering at newcomers. Even a frail man passing by would feel tense. If this issue couldn't be resolved, it would directly affect customer flow, reducing female customers and thus harming Xia Qingxin's interests. Cutting off the heating supply, closing the hot spring door, and isolating the room temperature would prevent them from taking advantage. Good. Snowflake realized this and quickly agreed. Additionally, anyone who tried to squeeze in without a ticket would be charged a large pool ticket fee as soon as they stepped through the door. Those who tried to freeload would be blacklisted and kicked out, with funds deducted from their friends' cards. Humans knew best how to deal with other humans. Xia Qingxin executed a decisive strategy, levying fines in crystal cores, and even maliciously proposed joint liability. Those relatives would undoubtedly feel resentful about being fined. If they didn't want to offend others or be blacklisted and kicked out, those freeloaders would have to behave. Use this as a temporary measure. Anyone causing trouble will be fined and blacklisted in one go. If something severe arises, call me. Xia Qingxin thought for a moment and instructed. Okay. Snowflake obediently replied. Now that the underground city was newly established, a surge of new personnel was flooding in. It was a bustling and fresh time. Xia Qingxin no longer went out, nor did she make a point to explain herself again. She did not take on the larger role of saying she was the city lord or anything like that. It was not just because she was too busy, but also due to her own concerns. Heavy snow fell, and the thick snow couldn't dampen people's enthusiasm. Groups of people flocked toward the park treehouse. Meanwhile, Xia Qingxin headed against the current towards the completely opposite city. Her goal was not just a small city. Pretending to be a gentle shopkeeper sister was not a wise choice. When she next appeared in the underground city, perhaps it would be during her first kill, using blood to establish her persona as a warning. Chapter 22. The heartless slave owner. Everything in the underground city was getting back on track, with Xia Qingxin secretly managing things while Xia acted as the public spokesperson. Every day, she flew around the underground city like a little ball. Even Yan Wanhui and Wu Wenli, those two slippery characters, directly took on the role of tour guides, starting to welcome newcomers while charging a small introduction fee. Everything was going well, except our boss had been missing for 2 days. Are we really not going to look for her? Zhao Zhongyue asked. Where should we look? The younger brothers exchanged glances, truly uncertain. The person had disappeared right in front of them, along with that strange woman. They were in the building at the time. It couldn't be that they just vanished underground, right? Do you think it's possible she hid in another space? Nonsense. Space cannot hold living beings. A spatial ability user jumped out first to refute. Maybe you're useless, but other spatial ability users are quite strong. The rebutted younger brother pouted back. You're the one who's useless. You pig. Enough arguing. Let's not mention whether space can hold living beings. Even if it could, it shouldn't. Because she has fire abilities. Everyone present had seen Xia Qingxin summon a fire dragon. She's a fire ability user. That's indisputable, but that doesn't make sense. Humans can only have one ability. This is clearly stated in the broadcasts. If someone has more than one, they will explode due to their genes not being able to handle it. Superpowers are inherently against the laws of nature. Having one is already a blessing from above. Most people have no abilities at all, and only the lucky ones have one or two. However, those with two abilities, once they awaken the second, none have lived longer than 3 days. Without exception, their bodies swell like cancer, deform, and finally explode into blood and mud. Humans can only have one ability. This limitation is meant to protect humanity. With the current genetic locks, one ability is already the best choice. This is a consensus, globally, without exception. So how do they disappear? It can't be magic, right? Xia Qingxin was frustrated. She wasn't cut out for this kind of thinking. When it came to fighting, she could take on 3 strong men with one punch, but when it came to thinking, her mind got tied up in knots. The speaker was oblivious, but the listeners had an epiphany. Suddenly, a younger brother's eyes lit up. Right? How did I not think of this? Who says using flames means she must be a fire ability user? What? Xia Qingxin looked confused. Yes, you're brilliant, Zhongzi. Maybe she really isn't a fire ability user? Did you see the power of the flames? Another younger sister chimed in, almost lifting Xia Qingxin off her feet with their praise. It seems like there really wasn't tea. Xia Qingxin specialized in sneak attacks. The flames were just to give her a brief opportunity, and they never actually lunged at anyone. Everyone only felt the heat of the fire dragon, but no one was attacked. It's magic. She's definitely a magic ability user. Aren't magicians able to create fire and even perform live transformations? They hit the nail on the head. The group of younger brothers and sisters suddenly understood, each of them slapping their heads as they realized the truth. Zhongzi's silence was impressive. Who knew your brain worked this fast? Yes. Their praises left Xia Qingxin feeling embarrassed as she scratched her head. But speaking of which, where should we go to rescue the boss? How about we don't rescue her? Who knows? She might be eating well and enjoying herself. That strange woman's down jacket looks expensive. Sounds bitter. The tone was sour. The women's down jacket Xia Qingxin wore had an impressive amount of filling, and the fabric had self-cleaning capabilities and was super sturdy, with excellent cold resistance. It would cost 150 crystal cores at the vending machine. 150 crystal cores for one piece of clothing. I want to say who's feeling bitter. Let everyone guess. The rich woman is so wealthy, and Xia, who is being forcefully supported by her, might be happily eating meat and drinking wine in a beautiful woman's arms right now. On one side, the younger brothers were feeling jealous, while on the other side, Xia was lamenting fiercely. You wouldn't block. What grudge do you have against me? If you want to just kill me. After 2 days without seeing him, Xia was not living well at all. Instead, he was lying on the ground, unable to get up. Sorry, I accidentally forgot. Have something to eat to calm down. Xia Qingxin rarely showed an awkward expression as she pushed some buns and hot water toward Xia. I really didn't mean it. Please eat a bit. It was her first time raising a man, and she had forgotten about him in the planting space for a whole 2 days. Not only did she not leave him food, but she also commanded him to plow 30 acres of land. The order was absolute, without Xia Qingxin's permission. Xia couldn't even sleep, working through the night to plow. He only had a little time to rest, just enough to drink some water. Even the water was prepared for irrigating the land. Otherwise, when Xia Qingxin returned, she would only see a fresh corpse. If he dies, don't talk to me. Fortunately, Xia was tough. He had been practicing martial arts since childhood, and his physical condition was excellent. If it had been anyone else, with no food and having to plow 30 acres without sleep, they would have directly collapsed from exhaustion. Plowing requires a lot of strength, and without any nourishment, even a strong body would not hold up. Now, Xia wasn't merely throwing a tantrum. His body truly couldn't take it anymore. If he was repaired in time, there might be damage or he could die. He glanced at the land. Xia was indeed formidable. In just 2 days, he had plowed 20 acres. Using only farming tools, without machines, he managed to plow 20 acres by himself. Don't underestimate these 20 acres. Xia Qingxin had worked tirelessly for a whole morning to plow just 1 acre. Although Xia hadn't slept, it was equivalent to 4 days of work. And he plowed 20 acres with a little simple rest in between. Incredible. More impressive than a cow. He could exhaust a real cow without being as worn out. Human-powered farming is vastly different from machines. Machines require 20 minutes, while humans need a day or sometimes 3 to plow an acre, according to Baidu. It's much more cost-effective, at least compared to buying a cow. A machine costs 1 million crystal cores. Before machines, Xia was the best alternative. And he couldn't be allowed to exhaust himself. Xia Qingxin reluctantly gave up the unused basic treatment pod she had bought last time. Xia Qingxin was just tired and had a minor injury. There was still plenty of medicine left in the treatment pod. Considered a gift to you. Xia Qingxin couldn't bear to buy him one separately. But Xia was lucky to get what Xia Qingxin had left over. You're lucky to have me. Hurry up and recover. There's still 10 acres left to plow, Xia Qingxin urged repeatedly. Chapter 23. The hen protecting its young, ensuring that the newly received slave was unharmed. Xia Qingxin left some food and water for him before leaving again. Yuanxin had plowed for 2 days and, having not slept, would likely need a full day of rest. Once he woke up, he would plow the remaining 10 acres, which would take another day or 2. So, Xia Qingxin decided to come back in a day or 2 to check on him. At least this time, she had a bit of conscience and revoked the forced order, allowing the exhausted Yuanxin to take a break. In a daze, Xia Qingxin thought of the little hamsters she had raised in elementary school. Children, after all, are often impatient and sometimes end up with their pets dying accidentally. About once a week, a hamster would change colors, and when Xia Qingxin asked why, her parents stammered that the little hamster was changing into new clothes. Just like Xia Qingxin often wore her school uniform. It made sense. Little Xia Qingxin believed it. Looking back now, it was truly amusing and absurd. She hoped she wouldn't end up killing another pet this time. Xia Qingxin sincerely prayed for that. The underground city upgraded, adding 2 more caves, and the original 3 caves had also expanded. The low-rent housing area was still empty with no one renting. So those who hadn't spent money had to squeeze into the trading hall cave. The trading hall was bustling, not only filled with excited new faces chattering about buying this and that, but also with many old visitors bringing newcomers, with gasps and praises echoing throughout. Many people clutched crystal cores, staring at the vending machines, undecided. Down jackets were great. I want to buy one. Fever medicine is great. I want to buy it. Delicious roast chicken. I want to buy it. After reaching level 2, the vending machines unlocked a portion of gourmet food. Roast chicken, roast duck, braised meat rice. Just smelling could make one hungry enough to eat 2 portions of rice. Galugulu, her stomach growled, wanted to buy this and that. However, with only a few crystal cores in her pocket, Xia Qingxin could only afford the most essential down jacket. The rest, she would have to wait for fate to decide. Those people could only stare longingly at the vending machines, and if it weren't for others watching, they would want to lick the screens and rush in to eat their fill. And then there was the chubby Nian who was quite pleased with himself. He shoved aside the broke folks and, waving his hand, pulled out 10 crystal cores to buy a roast chicken. Ding! The roast chicken was successfully synthesized, freshly baked, emitting an enticing aroma that made one's mouth water. Nian Wanhui was lucky, ever since he pulled a cleansing liquid from 10 consecutive draws. His life had turned around, making him a successful person, a grassroots individual, having nothing before, suddenly gained a powerful ability. A mutation of the earth element. The mud transformation ability. Evolving from the earth element, it allowed him to turn into mud, moving quickly and lasting a long time, during which he could ignore most attacks. It was simply against the heavens. If it weren't for the pathetic attack power added later, he might have really been unable to play. Nian Wanhui had tried it out. With one attack, he could only spray out a mud ball, making a zombie's clothes dirty. It seemed quite useless. He also tried that after transformation. His height was restricted, allowing him to hit a zombie's knee with one slap, tripping the zombie. That seemed even more useless. But luckily, Nian Wanhui was somewhat clever. If he couldn't be a warrior, he could be a thief. With fast movement, a body of mud, and the ability to ignore most attacks. Wasn't he just a shadow assassin? Anyway, Nian Wanhui used this ability quite skillfully. Not only did he rush into steal kills, but he could also see who he disliked and sneak in at night to steal their crystal cores. Haha, don't envy me. Basic skills are important. Nian Wanhui's smile was more difficult to suppress than AK, and he humbly waved his hand, grabbing the roast chicken and eating it like a snack. Wait, that wallet you just used is mine. In the underground city, familiar faces were everywhere, and after just a few steps, he encountered the victim who had their crystal core stolen. Nian Wanhui's expression darkened, looking fierce. What's yours? Don't slander me. Who says men can't use cute wallets? The victim was a girl who, before the apocalypse, loved buying accessories and bags. That wallet was perfect for holding crystal cores. Nian Wanhui casually kept the wallet, not expecting to be caught by the victim. That's mine. The diamonds on it were glued by me. There can't be another one like it. The girl who had her crystal core stolen was still a middle school student, having never been in society. When confronted, her eyes turned red, and her voice choked up, losing the argument right away. People like her had the thinnest skin and were the most tongue-tied. Little sister, if you want to eat roast chicken, you can't use this method. Didn't your teacher teach you not to steal from others? You just saw the style of that wallet. If you simply repeated it and said it was yours, it would be yours. I could also claim that everyone's crystal cores are mine. They're all semi-transparent. I can see them. Nian Wanhui's sarcastic remarks directly made the little girl cry, tears rolling down, and she didn't even know how to argue back, stuttering for a long time, her face flushed, nearly fleeing in embarrassment. Don't bully the child. Nian Wanhui. Wu Wenli pushed through the crowd, scolding sharply. What? Is it your people again? Old hen protecting her chicks, picking on anyone she sees? Nian Wanhui snorted coldly, but was already retreating. Wu Wenli, Xia Qingxin's neighbor, was different from Nian Wanhui. Nian Wanhui was just a lucky cat stumbling upon a dead rat, being the first to receive a 100-person invite after encountering Yuanxin. Meanwhile, Wu Wenli relied solely on her mouth. From 7-year-old elders to 3-year-old children, everyone regarded her as family. She was the social butterfly among social butterflies. Able to chat with anyone, she managed to chat her way into a 100-person invite, becoming the second to receive 10 lottery tickets. Not to mention offending her. Would that group of old and young not come to cause a ruckus, catching him spreading rumors? Just being Wu Wenli's neighbor, who was known to be a madwoman, was enough to make Nian Wanhui uneasy. The madwoman was fierce, not only possessing a very rare fire element ability, but also being the first to take them to the underground city. Later, she even used a loudspeaker drone to call others to the underground city. Wasn't he that clearly someone in charge? Who knows? Maybe Xia Qingxin was the owner of the underground city. The roast chicken was delicious, the down jacket very warm, and the abilities gained from the underground city gave Nian Wanhui the capital to survive. If he offended the owner of the underground city, being kicked out will be the least of his worries. What if the other party took away his ability? It's easy to go from frugality to luxury, but hard to go from luxury to frugality. To have Nian Wanhui revert to being an ordinary person, starving and gnawing on snow daily, being cold at night, not having enough to eat or wear, and enduring the annoyance of a group of people sleeping together, with snoring, foot odor, and the incessant chatter of the elderly. It would be better to just kill Nian Wanhui. No, absolutely not. Nian Wanhui immediately conceded. Wu Wenli knew exactly what kind of person Nian Wanhui was. Hands on her hips, taking advantage of Xia Qingxin's authority to scold him. Chapter 24. The toad pulling the cart. Wu Wenli studied psychology at university and knows quite a bit, at least enough to understand the hearts of half-grown children and the elderly. Coupled with her parents working in sales, Wu Wenli learned from a young age to talk to people and to adapt her speech to different audiences. As long as you pay, she can flatter you to your heart's content. However, once she entered the workforce, it was a different story. After a few years of being a corporate drone, beaten down by society, she could talk nonstop at work just to sell something. But when she got home, she really didn't want to say a word. It was purely job-related trauma. Once she got home, she turned mute, filled with resentment as a worker. So, Wu Wenli's relationship with her neighbors was quite average, and her relationship with Xia Qingxin was just a nodding acquaintance. Fortunately, Nian Wanhui didn't know this. Wu Wenli took advantage of this information gap, quickly armed herself, and scolded Nian Wanhui in front of others, leaving him in a daze. However, she couldn't go too far with her words, lest the chubby Nian take it seriously. The young girl hid behind Wu Wenli, admiring her. Recently, Wu Wenli had changed so much. She was gentle, considerate, praising, and encouraging, even stepping up to protect them under her wing. The girl thought, what a good person Wu Wenli is. I see the child is good, and you still don't believe it. The older folks were already chattering about how good Wu Wenli was. Not in vain for the persona she had built over a long time. In the absence of personal strength, connections can also turn into benefits. The effect was already achieved. Wu Wenli didn't want to really tear her face with Nian Wanhui and was just about to lightly move past. It went out of the corner of her eye. She caught sight of something that made her teeth chatter. She accidentally bit her tongue. It hurt a lot, and Wu Wenli covered her mouth. Following her line of sight, Nian Wanhui nearly bit his tongue too. That crazy woman. After several days of absence, Xia Qingxin suddenly appeared. She stood silently in the crowd, staring intently at the two of them, as if she had just appeared out of nowhere, yet it felt like she had been standing there for a long time. Nian Wanhui clearly remembered that just a moment ago, Xia Qingxin wasn't there. It felt like a ghost had appeared. Nian Wanhui was quite frightened. Most people had never seen Xia Qingxin. Only over 30 people who had been personally abducted by her had seen her face, but they weren't here. Restrictions. Those who have not rented a house can only stay in the trading hall for 1 hour, and exceeding the time incurs extra charges. This rule prevents deadbeats and has thrown many people out. Nian Wanhui regretted entering at this hour, but it was too late to run. Xia Qingxin was already walking over, clearly heading straight for him. Wu Wenli breathed a sigh of relief, adhering to the principle of if my friend dies, I won't, and immediately stepped back. Making a hasty exit, Xia Qingxin didn't stop her. Nian Wanhui was extremely envious and wanted to escape too. Don't run. I won't kill anyone this time, Xia Qingxin assured. What do you mean by this time? Are you saying you might kill next time? Nian Wanhui trembled even more. Let us talk business. Xia Qingxin placed her hand on Nian Wanhui's shoulder, and before he could refuse, a dagger was pressed to his neck, giving off a strong vibe of refusal equals death. Nian Wanhui swallowed hard and swallowed his words of refusal. Nian Wanhui vanished with Xia Qingxin into the underground city. But the unaware crowd didn't react much, merely considering them two odd individuals. Although the underground city is called an underground city, it has no exits. It doesn't connect to the surface like an ordinary cave. Instead, it uses something akin to a teleportation array for fixed-point transportation. If you want to enter, you can walk into the central tree hole, press a tattoo, and you can enter the underground city. If you want to exit, you can press a tattoo in any corner of the underground city, and you can leave. It's very convenient. Many people suddenly disappear while walking, so it's nothing to be surprised about. The others ignored this little drama. But Wu Wenli stared intently at the spot where Xia Qingxin had vanished, lost in thought. Shivering, the cold wind howled, and Nian Wanhui trembled so much that his flesh shook. This was not the central tree house. Tourists, residents, or anyone wanting to come and go had to use the fixed-point teleportation array. However, Xia Qingxin, she could enter and exit parts of her own body without so many rules. Xia Qingxin had run for 2 days and had reached the city's edge, where she could vaguely see the traces of the road and the streetlights. Everything else was covered in snow. Xia Qingxin had gone back on her word. What she said about killing chickens to warn monkeys during the next appearance in the trading hall was nonsense. She couldn't run anymore. She really couldn't run anymore. Without millions to buy a tank or billions to buy a flying car, the poor Xia had to accept defeat after 2 days of running on her legs. Your ability is mud transformation, right? How long does it last? Can it solidify a part? Xia Qingxin asked, holding a gun. Nian Wanhui looked at Xia Qingxin, then at the gun in her hand, and immediately surrendered. Beautiful lady, please don't shoot. I beg you. My ability lasts half an hour and can solidify a part. Nian Wanhui slid down to his knees easily. Dignity and all that didn't matter since there was no one else around. He could pick it up later. Half an hour. It's a bit short, but better than running away. All right, Put on the bracelet and pull the card for me. What are you looking at? Refuse, and I'll blow you up. Nian Wanhui's combat power was practically non-existent, and his ability? It was only useful for escape. It couldn't attack anyone, and, ironically, Xia Qingxin's ability was fire. Nian Wanhui's mud ability was most afraid of fire. Nian Wanhui's mud was strong and could absolutely ignore it. Water-based attacks could turn his body into wet mud, expanding his body. Metal-based swords passing through his body would only tickle him. Wood-based vines couldn't catch him or penetrate his body to absorb him. Earth-based abilities were even more useless, equivalent to not hitting him at all. Lightning could shatter him into pieces, causing some damage. And fire was his nemesis. It could cook him alive. Fine, I'll wear it. Oomph. Nian Wanhui quickly gave in. The bracelet was too small. He thought it wouldn't fit, but unexpectedly, it automatically expanded and fitted snugly around his wrist, firmly binding him. Contract successful. Great. Xia Qingxin was excited. She eagerly took out a rope and tied it around Nian Wanhui's neck. What? No. Meh? What is this? You're really hungry. You can eat anything. Nian Wanhui's face lost color. After all, he had a wife and kids. What are you barking at? Hurry up and pull the cart. Over here. Xia Qingxin had already sat on the wheeled cart, waiting for Nian Wanhui to turn into a mud monster and start running. So, it turned out that Xia Qingxin was treating Nian Wanhui like a husky, using him to pull a cart. Nian Wanhui dared not express his anger. Like an irate toad, pulling Xia Qingxin as they raced across the snow. Chapter 25, City of Blizzard. Aside from being a bit bumpy, Xia Qingxin was quite satisfied. After Nian Wanhui's ability transformation, he had turned into a large puddle of sludge, moving across the snow surface with the same convenience as the Shadow Legion, at a speed comparable to that of a small car. Wasn't he this much more efficient than Xia Qingxin struggling to walk on her two legs? Plus, it was cheap. It only consumed 2 steamed buns per 100 kilometers. At least it was worth the golden wristband. Snowflakes were really useful. Could you buy some more? Xia Qingxin called out to Zuawa in her mind, only to receive a helpless sigh in response. Master, look, is there a missing you over there on that streetlight? Xuehua had become cheeky, daring to mimic human sarcasm. You have quite a broad knowledge base, don't you? Who taught you that even capitalists are hung on streetlights? Clearly, Xuehua had previously shown a lack of knowledge, merely having heard a bit of gossip about being hung on the wall of a 2-yuan store for 2 years without being sold. It's nothing. You have a self-proclaimed neighbor, a little sister, who often tells me stories and even gives me candy. She's quite nice. Xuehua really thought Xia Qingxin was praising her and started chattering away without needing to be asked. Xia Qingxin frowned, clearly feeling that there was some scheming involved. Don't interact with her. With your level of intelligence, it's easy for her to sell you out and expose me too. Xuehua's mind was so small that it was easy to trap her in conversation. What if she leaked all of Xia Qingxin's secrets? Don't worry. I'm always invisible and rarely show up in the underground city. Xuehua had a bit of social anxiety and didn't he like to be in front of people, usually just observing and hardly speaking to anyone. That won't he do. What if you end up liking her and kick me out? I'll be so jealous, sob. Xia Qingxin pretended to cry to gain sympathy. Impossible. I'm only bound to you. Unless I die, I can never be bound to anyone else. Don't cry, Qingxin. I won't play with her anymore. Xuehua, being pure-hearted, got anxious seeing Xia Qingxin fake cry and immediately swore an oath. Really? You want to abandon me? Xia Qingxin coaxed her, and Xuehua swore to the heavens, almost pulling out her heart and intestines to show Xia Qingxin. Xia Qingxin felt a pang of guilt for deceiving the little fool, but quickly calmed down. She was bound to Xuehua for life, and there was no way to unbind. Xia Qingxin was just trying to test Xuehua's attitude. Xuehua was indeed genuine, small-minded, but not bad, just a simple child. However, she couldn't guarantee that neighbor Wu Wenli would be the same. Even if unbinding wasn't an option, with long-term brainwashing from Wu Wenli, Xuehua could easily be manipulated into being a friend brain, taking things from Xia Qingxin's pocket or revealing her secrets. That couldn't happen. If Xuehua turned into Bai Zhoujia, Xia Qingxin would be furious. So, if Xuehua showed even a hint of hesitation about cutting ties with Wu Wenli, Xia Qingxin would shoot her in the head without hesitation. she would send Wu Winley straight to heaven. Xia was crucial, and the underground city was an important asset for Xia Qingxin. She couldn't allow chaos to start from within. If any danger signs appeared, they had to be extinguished. Xia Qingxin didn't want to gamble on even a slight possibility. Fortunately, Xia was reliable. After Xia Qingxin's fuss, she avoided Wu Winley from then on. It was just a pity that the golden contract ring wasn't available in the system mall for now. To obtain it, she either had to wait for the next gift package, which might drop it, or wait for someone to win it in a lottery and then link it, getting 10 times the rewards. It was all about fate. The snow was falling heavier now, with snowflakes drifting like cotton, so numerous that they seemed to be crashing down. Before long, a layer of snow had settled on Xia Qingxin. Fortunately, this didn't affect Nian Wanhui's speed in pulling the cart. A large puddle of brown sludge was sliding across the snow, leaving a tail behind, tied to a rope, pulling a small cart. Though it was called a cart, it was essentially no different from a bumper car, just with slightly larger wheels, all small and without a roof. On this bumpy, snowy ground, if one didn't hold the steering wheel tightly, they might be thrown out. Xia Qingxin gripped the steering wheel tightly with her gloved hand, but it still felt numb from the cold. However, there was no choice, being poor mint making do, and without money, one could only train their endurance. Nian Wanhui was only at level 1 now. Pulling a bumper car with someone on it was fine, but if it were a car, it would indeed be comfortable and block the wind. However, within 2 minutes, Nian Wanhui would be so exhausted he'd be panting. Get off after 2 minutes and walk yourself? Forget it. Let us just focus on leveling up. Once we reach the next city, we can set up a teleport point and earn more crystal cores to improve our quality of life. Nian Wanhui was panting as he pulled the cart ahead, while Xia Qingxin put on a thicker coat and assessed the scenery along the way. There wasn't much to see. Everything was covered in silver, blanketed in white snow. The world was draped in white snow, dressed in snowy garments. The further they went towards K-City, the more snow there was, and the steeper the road seemed, as if they had already experienced a snowstorm. By the time they reached the edge of K-City, Xia Qingxin was nearly level with the streetlights. The snow was unreasonable, burying the cars by the roadside, submerging the first and second floors of buildings, and even reaching the streetlights. If Xia Qingxin remembered correctly, the streetlights should be about 8 meters tall, right? Yet now, Xia Qingxin only needed to stand up on tiptoe to touch the streetlight. It was quite absurd, but it was the undeniable truth. I can't take it anymore. I'm about to die from exhaustion. Nian Wanhui had been running for over half an hour, completely drained of his abilities, returning to his original form, collapsing on the ground, panting heavily. In this minus 30 to 40 degree temperature, he was still sweating profusely, his face red and gasping for breath, clearly exhausted. Let's head back to rest. As a level 1, half an hour of running was normal, but over half an hour was already his limit. Xia Qingxin didn't plan to wear out her cart-pulling slave. Even a donkey needed a rest, right? Xia Qingxin waved her hand, and the fat Nian returned to the underground city. But this time, it wasn't to the trading hall. Instead, he was thrown over to the planting cave to keep Yuanxin company. Once Nian Wanhui had rested enough, he would help Yuanxin with farming, treating it as a perk for Yuanxin. Xia Qingxin felt very self-aware, being a considerate and gentle master. Although others didn't think so. After getting off the cart and putting things away in the warehouse, Xia Qingxin could only continue walking forward. Fortunately, they had already reached K-City, so she just needed to find a bustling area with more people to set up a teleport point. The ground was uneven with snow, soft and fluffy, sinking down where it was stepped on or melted, creating a bumpy road like a pile of earth, with some tree canopies still visible. These tree canopies had lost their leaves, with trunks buried in the snow, only the tops sticking out, creating a black and white contrast that was quite novel. Chapter 26 Reunion with an old friend. When Xia Qingxin was a child, she used to play in sand piles. Not the small ones, but large mounds that were as tall as 2 stories. The sand piles were abandoned, their surfaces hardened by rain and covered with some weeds. Xia Qingxin would explore these piles with a group of friends, carelessly running around on top of them with dirty hands and feet. The uneven footing of the sand piles resembled the mountain paths Xia Qingxin imagined, which made her particularly fond of running in that direction with her friends. However, eventually, The sand piles were used for building houses and were dug away, marking the end of that adventure. Now, in the blink of an eye, it felt like she had returned to those sand piles, but this time, the chattering friends were nowhere to be found. The white snow was directly hit by sunlight, melting partially. Some spots were hard while others were soft, often allowing a person's calf to sink in. Xia Qingxin instinctively walked along the exposed branches sticking out of the snow. The branches were dark and mostly fragile, unable to bear a person's weight. However, beneath the branches were more branches, densely packed and frozen together, often sturdier than pure snow. Moreover, there were trunks underneath, so even if she accidentally fell, she could easily climb back up along the trunk. Clearly, Xia Qingxin wasn't the only one thinking this way. After walking for a while, she found herself on a busier street, where the footprints of others confirmed this. K-City was indeed more prosperous than the city where Xia Qingxin lived, with a larger population. Soon, she saw people. However, it was better not to see them at all. Xia Qingxin turned to leave, but it was too late. Woof, woof, woof. The zombie dogs had caught the scent of a strange prey and immediately sent 3 of them charging at Xia Qingxin. What bad luck. The situation was dire from the start, and the beginning was a disaster. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. A full dozen zombie dogs surrounded the 3 people and attacked. Among the 3, 2 were already paralyzed with fear, trembling so much that they couldn't even use their abilities, only daring to hide behind tall man. The tall man was nearly 9 meters tall, dressed bulky, but wielded a sword with great vigor, able to decapitate the charging zombie dogs with a single strike. There were already 5 or 6 zombie dog corpses lying on the ground, along with 2 human bodies. The human bodies were bitten to pieces, bright red blood staining a large area of snow, yet the others couldn't go to save them, helplessly watching their companions being devoured, bones crunching under the ravenous bites. Those zombie dogs didn't know how many people they had eaten. Their eyes were not the usual grayish-white of ordinary zombies, but blood red, as if they could see, staring intently at the tall man and the people behind him, their eyes filled with hunger. However, with a long sword held in front, the tall man displayed impressive combat ability, managing to hold off the dozen zombie dogs in a standoff. Neither side moved. Only the zombie dogs emitted threatening growls from their throats, surrounding the humans and not allowing them to escape. In this tense standoff, the zombie dogs seemed to exhibit some intelligence, surrounding the humans to wear down their strength and courage. With a quick glance, Xia Qingxin wanted to leave. However, the snow made it difficult to move quickly. Her weight made it hard to walk fast on the snow, especially since no one could guarantee whether the snow piles were hollow underneath. This was Xia Qingxin's disadvantage, but an advantage for the zombie dogs. The dogs were light, their limbs spread out to distribute their weight, and they dashed through the snow like horses, baring their vicious jaws to bite Xia Qingxin. Eat my fireball. Xia Qingxin could not stand being chased by animals. Upon seeing the vicious dogs trying to bite her, she instinctively threw a large fireball into their mouths. Oh, woo! The zombie dogs were bewildered, their mouths stuffed with fireballs. The fireballs were hot, especially since they were condensed by a level 2 ability user. How could they have the audacity to open their mouths? Wasn't he that courting death? Snap! Xia Qingxin snapped her fingers. Flames erupted from the stomachs of the zombie dogs, exploding out. The small bodies of the zombie dogs convulsed in midair, flames bursting from their mouths, anuses, and ears before they fell to the ground like rags, utterly motionless. They were dead, thoroughly dead, their brains probably cooked. Instant kill. In just one encounter, 3 zombie dogs had met their gruesome end at Xia Qingxin's hands. Now, in the eyes of the 3 people, Xia Qingxin had transformed into a savior radiating holy light. Benefactor, save me. Come quickly. Kill these dogs. Kill them. Do you want wood or food? I can give you both. The 2 people hiding behind the tall man saw their savior and quickly called for help. But it wasn't necessary. It was purely a reflexive reaction upon seeing the enemy charge. Xia Qingxin stood back, ready to enter the warehouse and wait until they finished off the enemies before coming out. A female voice caught her attention. Is that you, Xia Qingxin? It was the tall man, who had suddenly spoken in a feminine voice. The voice was clear and sweet, like a cool spring in the forest, pleasing to the ears. Isn't it? Why does this voice sound so familiar? Just a second before entering the warehouse, Xia Qingxin stopped and turned around. The tall man immediately pulled down his mask and hat. Winter was indeed hard to endure. People wore whatever they could. The tall man dressed awkwardly, bundled up tightly, wearing a hat and scarf that obscured their gender. Now, as the hat and mask were removed, what had seemed to be a tall man was clearly a long-haired woman. Gao Bei, did you take hormones to grow this tall? Xia Qingxin screamed. It was no wonder Xia Qingxin reacted so strongly. Gao Bei looked almost 9 meters tall, making the two men next to her appear like two potatoes. An ordinary person would instinctively assume she was a man. Which girl has legs this long? Why not just chop off 10 centimeters and share it with me? Xia Qingxin, who was only about 6 meters tall, was quite dissatisfied. Qingxin, is that really you? Gao Beiying was equally surprised. She had thought they were similar, but hadn't expected to actually meet an old friend. The two were good friends who often played together as children, climbing trees to collect bird nests, wading in rivers to catch fish, and sneaking into other sand piles to build secret bases. They had roamed around quite a bit, playing on the 2-story high sand piles and often getting scolded. Naturally, their relationship was special. They were very close friends. However, later on, for the sake of their studies, Xia Qingxin moved to another province, and they lost touch as mobile phones weren't as common back then. Gao Bing only vaguely remembered that Xia Qingxin had moved to another province, which was nearby. What a coincidence. Woof. Just as they were distracted, the zombie dogs lunged at Gao Beiying. Now was not the time for reminiscing. Gao Beiying swung her sword and began to fight the zombie dogs. Xia Qingxin also decided to stay. She couldn't just watch her dear friend get bitten to death. Could she? A fire dragon roared as it charged toward the pack of zombie dogs. Chapter 27. The flame magus dozens of zombie dogs would be a disaster for others. But for Xia Qingxin, it was nothing. She split off a dozen large fireballs, each one smashing toward the zombie dogs. Oh woo! Animals fear fire. Ordinary zombies wouldn't take care. But these zombie dogs had developed basic animal instincts and intelligence, and they howled as they tried to dodge. Oh woo! Dozens of zombie dogs were hit directly by the fireballs, the flames quickly engulfing them as they spread through their fur, wrapping the entire dog in fire. A few narrowly avoided the attack, baring their teeth and lunging at Xia Qingxin. Ignoring their own safety. The fireballs curved in midair and surprisingly launched a sneak attack from behind. Oh woo! All the dogs, not a single one escaping, turned into hot dogs. Is this a mage? So strong. Damn, I'm so envious. 3 ability users. One could throw stones with earth abilities, another was wood-based and could use whips, and Gao Bing could condense a sword. But none of them were as impressive as Xia Qingxin, who was just like the fire mage in a game, able to fly, and with skills that were already powerful. And she could even curve them. The word envy had already been said too many times. Crackle. The flames burned flesh, producing a popping sound, especially as Xia Qingxin controlled the fire, slithering like a snake into their brains, roasting their brains with a sizzle, with explosions inside their skulls. The zombie dogs fell one after another, completely dead. The smell, however, was unbearable. Xia Qingxin wrinkled her nose in disgust, grabbed an axe, and began to pry open the brains of the zombie dogs. The skulls of the zombie dogs weren't that hard. A few chops with the axe revealed the roasted brain matter inside. Ugh, it smelled even worse. Fortunately, amidst the brain matter, there was a crystal core with red blood veins. Xia Qingxin dug with care, and although Gao Bing didn't understand, he squatted down and used his sword to split open a zombie dog skull, handing the crystal core to Xia Qingxin. Beautiful lady, what are you digging this thing for? You can't eat it. Although it can temporarily boost your power, it's toxic. The two men hiding behind Gao Beiying, seeing the crisis had passed, regained their composure and approached to chat. After all, Xia Qingxin's strength was evident. If she was around, there was a high probability they would safely reach their destination. There were plenty of stray cats and dogs in the city, many of which had turned into zombies. If they were a bit more unfortunate, running into a wave of them would be terrible. So the two of them immediately chuckled awkwardly, trying to please this powerful ability user. Toxic? Have you eaten it? Xia Qingxin asked. No, I wouldn't dare eat that. It's just that a companion who teamed up with us ate it. At first, it was fine. He became stronger after eating it, but then he turned into a zombie. Lin Xingye swallowed hard, seemingly recalling some unpleasant memories. Right? You really can't eat this. A perfectly normal person suddenly turned into a zombie and nearly bit us to death. Shirley felt lingering fear. He was good friend with the ability user who had eaten the crystal core at the time of the transformation. The few ability users present nearly couldn't hold him down. Coincidentally, that zombie was also an ability user who could still use their powers after the transformation, killing many survivors and causing everyone to scatter in fear. The largest survivor base in K-City was completely wiped out, and not to mention, others were afraid to gather easily. You really can't eat it. No matter what, you can't eat it. Shirley didn't know if he was saying this to Xia Qingxin or to himself. At that time, eating the crystal core made people quickly stronger, even upgrading to second-level ability users. This news spread wildly in K-City, and many ability users followed suit. Although no one dared to eat it after the outbreak of the ability zombies, who knew if they would retain residual toxins and turn into zombies at any moment. Now everyone was at the point of being fearful, afraid that K-City would have another ability zombie. That would be a true nightmare. Don't worry, I'm not going to eat it. I'm using the crystal core to buy instant noodles. Xia Qingxin weighed the crystal core in her hand, confirming that all the brains of the dozen zombie dogs had been excavated before washing her hands in the snow. Huh? Instant noodles? Gulp. Don't mention that word. Just saying it makes me hungry. K-City has many people. Of course, there are many mouths to feed, and everyone needs to eat and drink. The supermarkets and convenience store warehouses have long been emptied, and it's not easy to find something to eat. The three hesitated to ask anything, but Xia Qingxin restrained them. Take me to the place with the most people in K-City. We'll talk later. This isn't the right place to chat. Xia Qingxin's gaze fell on the road not far away. The road was piled with snow, naturally pure and white, reflecting the sunlight, and looking at it too long could hurt one's eyes. But amidst the vast white snow, there was a small patch of white that blended into the surroundings but didn't reflect the sunlight. That was a very subtle difference, one that nearsighted people would never notice. The flames suddenly slammed down. Meow! A wild cat let out a sharp scream, suddenly darting out and fleeing into the distance. A patch of its white fur was singed, and only when that white figure dashed away did others realize that a white cat had been hiding there. A zombified white cat was concealed in the white snow, gradually approaching them. Galv Bane felt a chill down his neck. If Xia Qingxin hadn't appeared just now, and it was just the three of them facing off against a dozen zombie dogs, would she have noticed the approaching white cat? The answer was obvious. Lady, let us hurry and leave. I'll lead the way. This way. Lin Xingye and Shirley were startled and hurriedly guided Xia Qingxin, hoping to leave the place quickly. Zombie cats and dogs had eaten too many people. They were even using sneak attacks now. Under Lin Xingye and Shirley's almost sycophantic flattery, Xia Qingxin finally arrived. It seemed to be the administrative building. Although the second floor was buried under the snow, the majestic emblem could still be seen. The entrance was built high, made of stone, looking quite impressive, which inadvertently gave the survivors some confidence. Hey, who is it? Which group? The gate guarding team shouted at Xia Qingxin and her group. Lin Xingye immediately replied, loudly, and led Xia Qingxin to the registration at the entrance. Please forgive us. We were scared by the ability zombies. We'll go through the check quickly. Lin Xingye smiled at Xia Qingxin, his face filled with exaggerated smiles and creases. But as soon as he turned around, he changed his expression in front of the gate guarding team. Get your captain out here. New ability user, fire type ability. Hurry up and welcome her. Fire type. As soon as this word came out, the gate guarding team breathed heavily. One hurriedly ran off to call for help, while the others, eager to please, brought over chairs and hot water, even lighting a little bit of charcoal they had for daily supply. Other ability users naturally didn't need such flattery. But fire type was different. Sister, beautiful sister, join us. We need someone like you. In the extreme cold apocalypse, fire type abilities were truly treasures. Chapter 28. Best friend with a high fever of 40 degrees, there are currently over 2,000 people in the administrative building, with about 100 of them being supernatural beings. Supernatural beings are already rare, especially those with abilities who tend to be younger, mostly in their teens to early 30s. It's unclear whether it's due to insufficient vitality or something else, but there are very few supernatural beings from other age groups. This has led to a situation where the survivors in the administrative building have plenty of mouths to feed, but no one to do the work. How did it come to this awkward situation? Why are there so few supernatural beings? There's no way around it. This is the administrative building, which accepts all vulnerable groups. The old, the weak, the sick, the pregnant, the timid, the fearful of zombies, and others who have reasons not to venture outside. In short, anyone can come here, and once they arrive, they get food. Meanwhile, the supernatural beings have to go out to find food for these 2,000 mouths. It's a hellish start. Those with a bit of ability among the supernatural beings have fled with their families, choosing not to come here and joining other survivor gathering places instead. The remaining ones are mostly military or political personnel. They were the first to fight off zombies and zombie pets, and they were also the first to come into contact with the zombie virus, leading the charge and suffering the most casualties. If it weren't for their efforts, the number of zombie pets wouldn't be what it is now. But unfortunately, they can't keep this up for long, especially when they give their down jackets and food to other survivors. While it's manageable in the short term, in the long run, the number of people freezing to death is increasing, and the administrative building is really lacking supernatural beings to hold the fort, especially someone like Xia Qingxin, a rare fire-type supernatural being. Before long, a man in his 50s with a balding head rushed out of the building, looking like a leader. He spoke in an official tone, grabbing Xia Qingxin's hand and rambling on. "Comrade, thank you so much for saving this heroic act on behalf of everyone. Thank you. Join. For our common." Xia Qingxin let his words go in one ear and out the other. Although she admired this spirit, her eyes were really only on the crystal cores. "Hello, how about a business deal?" Xia Qingxin directly interrupted him, a snowflake pattern blooming from her palm. "I think you will definitely like this." Gao Beiying returned to the building empty-handed. The second floor was buried under snow. There was no way to open the door and enter. Lin Qingye was a bit short and struggled for a long time to climb up to the third floor. It was quite amusing that the snow could reach the second floor, and there was no need to climb stairs to get to the third floor. With his height advantage, Gao Beiying easily vaulted over the railing and jumped onto the third floor. There weren't many people living on the third floor. It was too close to the snow, and the sunlight, even when shining, didn't bring much warmth. People only lived on the fourth floor, and most gathered by the windows, trying to soak up a bit of warmth from the not-so-warm sunlight. "Lingbao, I'm back." It was very noisy and chaotic here. Beds had been haphazardly arranged in the hall, with no partitions at all. Men and women lived together, grouped by families. Beds were everywhere, crammed together, and some corridors were only wide enough for a narrow passage. As Gao Bing tried to get through, she had to squeeze past people of all ages. And the closer she got to the fire pit, the more cramped it became. You can't have it all. 2,000 people is no small number. If it weren't for the severe cold, the leaders would naturally arrange for them to live in single rooms. But that's not possible. There's no heating, no air conditioning, and they can hardly burn enough firewood. If they were to be placed in single rooms, privacy would be ensured, but they would have to carry out a few frozen corpses every day. That's not acceptable. They can't afford that many deaths. With limited resources and a large population, to maximize benefits, even if it's awkward, they can only arrange for large communal sleeping areas. At least in a communal setup, they can burn firewood, and there's a large iron stove for continuous heating every so often. Although it's a communal area, and children and the elderly can't be separated, they have to mix genders. But no disgusting incidents occur. Let us not mention that the management is all officials. Even if there are some lewd men inside, they don't have the physical or mental energy to commit crimes. The cold is deadly. Most people are too frozen to have any thoughts, and for men, their physiological structure makes it impossible for them to become aroused when cold. A slight chill can render them incapable. Ironically, this unfavorable condition for survival has led to a decrease in the crime rate. Relatively speaking, it's safer. Moreover, with so many people watching, anyone daring to commit a crime would be thrown out in no time. Those who come to the administrative building for refuge generally lack the courage for real combat. So naturally, no one dares to touch the forbidden scales. Furthermore, now that men and women are different, with the emergence of supernatural abilities, Even women who appear weak may be able to break someone's bones with a single punch. The cost of crime has skyrocketed to the point where it could cost one's life. Ever since a lewd man was beaten to death, no one has dared to act recklessly again. Get lost. However, while the lewd man is gone, there are still opportunistic antis. Gao Beiying stood there, looking fierce and intimidating, scaring away the few antis who were holding Liao Lingbao's hand. Damn it! Gao Beiying, with a dark face, shoved Liao Lingbao's hand under the blanket. Liao Lingbao had a fever. Her face was flushed, and her hands and feet were burning hot. Those shameless antis had the audacity to use Liao Lingbao's hand as a warm pack. How shameless! How brazen! Even though Gao Beiying had argued with him a few times, the next time she returned, Liao Lingbao would still be treated as a warm pack. Liao Lingbao had caught a cold due to the cold, and having a fever meant her body was fighting the virus. She could either sweat it out or cool down. With them pulling her hand out one moment and pushing it back in the next, alternating between hot and cold, Liao Lingbao's cold, which should have healed quickly, instead worsened. Unfortunately, the higher-ups didn't take care, and those shameless people only said they were just holding her little hand, claiming they hadn't done anything, making it impossible to punish them severely. Gao Beiying was furious but felt helpless. She could only glare at them and pulled out the last piece of chocolate from her pocket, shoving it into Liao Lingbao's mouth. Get better quickly. Once you're well, we'll leave immediately. If it weren't for Liao Lingbao being sick, Gao Beiying would have already taken her to seek refuge with other survivor gathering places. In other survivor gathering places, most of the food earned is kept for themselves, with some handed over, unlike here where everything is turned in and they can only wait for distribution. Unfortunately, Liao Lingbao was sick, sleeping heavily and endlessly. Although other survivor gathering places have more supplies and better treatment, correspondingly, they aren't as safe. Is it too hot? Touching her forehead, Liao Lingbao's fever had worsened, and her breathing became rapid. Being close friends for over a decade, Gao Beiying immediately became anxious and borrowed a thermometer from the patrol team. After 3 minutes of anxious waiting, Gao Beiying stared blankly at the mercury needle, which had stopped at 40 degrees. 40 degrees? Gao Beiying vaguely remembered that the village idiot next door had also had a fever of 40 degrees back in the day. Liao Lingbao, don't die on me. Chapter 29. The old fox with sweet words and sharp swords. The conference room was quite crowded, with dozens of people surrounding a single table. Is it true that you can buy supplies with just crystal cores? A lady asked. What is the value of crystal cores? And how much supply do you have for exchange? Do the supplies only include food, or do they also include clothing and medicine? Will they arrive? Can you explain the operating principle of the vending machine you mentioned in detail? Xia Qingxin was surrounded by a group of big shots, all mature and composed, with thinning hair. Although their clothing was varied, a closer look revealed that many wore formal attire underneath. You don't need to worry about supplies. As long as there are enough crystal cores, there will always be food and clothing. As for the types of supplies, we naturally have food, clothing, shoes, quilts, and common medicine. Xia Qingxin replied confidently, not intimidated by the official's imposing presence. She casually picked up her thermos and took a sip of milk tea. The milk tea was still warm, and in this weather, white steam could be seen rising from the thermos, taking out hot water right under their noses. And it was milk tea, which had practically disappeared after the apocalypse. This was a subtle display of her financial power. The group of old foxes smiled increasingly harmoniously, resembling a group of elderly people taking a stroll in the park. However, the words that followed made Xia Qingxin frown slightly. Comrade Xia, that vending machine sounds truly amazing. I wonder if it's your ability? It seemed like a simple greeting, but it was laced with hidden daggers. It was known that the human gene could not bear the existence of a second ability. A person could only have one ability. Xia Qingxin had already revealed her fire-based ability. If she claimed that the Underground City was also her ability, then she would be the first person in the world to possess dual abilities. Even if they didn't take action, someone might leak this information, attracting other crazed scientists who would want to dissect her. But if she answered that it was not her ability, would others think that the Underground City was a place that could be plundered? It was indeed a trap everywhere. If your place lacks sincerity, I will leave. Xia Qingxin did not directly answer the question, but instead smiled nonchalantly and stood up to leave. Hey, young comrade, don't go. Why are you leaving so soon? The others became anxious and pulled Xia Qingxin back to her seat. Xiaoli was just joking. Just a joke. Someone tried to smooth things over. Really? I don't like it. I want to do business with others, Xia Qingxin replied firmly. She acted like a young and impetuous child who felt offended. Although it was a bit impolite, she clearly expressed her attitude. Now, you're the ones who need me, not the other way around. Understand your position. Don't think about pressuring or prying. It wasn't Xia Qingxin who was in urgent need of supplies, but rather they were the ones in need. In monopolized trade, the seller naturally could afford to be dismissive. The others were displeased, but what could they do? They still smiled and apologized to the young girl who was 30 or 40 years younger than them. Don't go, Xiaoli. Hurry up and apologize to the young lady. Someone scolded, and Xiaoli immediately bowed, repeatedly apologizing and inviting Xia Qingxin to a meal to make amends. Conducting business over drinks and building relationships over meals was a time-honored tradition. Xia Qingxin was surrounded by a group of people as they headed to the cafeteria. The place is poor, and the common people are really struggling. We don't have any good wine or dishes, just some home-cooked meals. Please, young comrade, don't mind the simplicity. That is fine. Just a little is enough, Xia Qingxin replied, but would they really let her, the big cash cow, eat just vegetables? Xia Qingxin was a valued guest, exchanging the coveted crystal cores for supplies. Wasn't that a warm gesture? A supplier of supplies. How could she not be treated like a VIP? The leaders gritted their teeth and sacrificed a laying hen to make a pot of chicken soup for Xia Qingxin. One dish wasn't enough, so several minor leaders rummaged through the stored food for some sausages, a can of yellow peaches, and some snacks they were reluctant to eat, putting together a table of dishes. Although it couldn't compare to a restaurant, there were vegetables, meat, soup, and a can of yellow peaches. Managing to put together 8 dishes and 1 soup, welcoming Xia Qingxin to the main seat. The Mediterranean leader felt the pain of sacrificing that old hen, but there was no other choice. Xia Qingxin was now a benefactor delivering life-saving supplies, no matter what the circumstances or intentions were. As long as the food could fill the stomachs of 2,000 people, she was a living bodhisattva, deserving to be treated with respect. Xia Qingxin was initially reluctant to come, but these old foxes were truly clever. Having navigated the political scene for decades, their flattery was seamless, almost making her feel elated. The emotional value they created peaked, and if Xia Qingxin hadn't known her own worth, she might have believed she was indeed that savior bodhisattva. Who is it? Don't barge in. Stop or we'll shoot. A commotion outside interrupted the warm atmosphere inside the room. What's going on? Xia Qingxin inquired, and one of the old foxes who had been drinking immediately went out to gather information. Before long, the commotion outside ceased, and the person who had gone out returned. Ms. Xia, someone outside claims to be your friend and insists on asking if you have any fever medicine. Friend? Oh right, it's Gao Bei. Xia Qingxin stood up, and instantly, the several Mediterranean men also stood up. Xia Qingxin waved her hand, signaling she didn't need them and that she would go check it out. After a few rounds of pushing back and forth, the group finally sat down, allowing Xia Qingxin to leave. However, someone ordered their subordinates to investigate who this friend of Xia Qingxin was. Xia Qingxin had just arrived here on the first day. How could she have developed a friendship close enough for someone to call her a friend in just one day? This person must have been a friend from before. If they could pull that person over and whisper in Xia Qingxin's ear, they might gain some benefits. The people began to investigate. Meanwhile, as the cold wind blew, stepping away from the flattering zone, Xia Qingxin felt her heart plummet back to reality. How naive. An ordinary college student was still no match for these old foxes who had been scheming in the political scene, especially a group that flattered her to the extreme, making their praise seem genuine. Xia Qingxin almost lost her sense of direction from all the flattery. Qingxin, do you have any fever medicine? Lingbao is burning up. Gao Bei rushed over. Why is it a rush? A younger official followed behind, immediately scolding the guards. Quickly, release the friend of our esteemed guest. Gao Bei's vines quickly retreated, transforming from a green caterpillar back to their original form in an instant. I'm sorry. The guards, following the rules, accepted the vines and immediately apologized. Chapter 30. The black fox taking advantage of others. No one blamed her. To be precise, no one paid her any attention. What to do? Ling Bao had a fever of 40 degrees, and she was almost cooked through. Was she turned into a fool? Her brain was already not functioning well, and if she became foolish, it would be even harder to bear. Gao Beiying was speaking in a disjointed manner, clearly at her wit's end. This was normal. Xia Qingxin had grown up with them, and Gao Beiying had a good relationship with Liao Lingbao since childhood. How good was it? Wherever Liao Lingbao pointed, Gao Beiying would hit, completely two bullies. It wasn't a romance, but a familial bond of pity. Gao Beiying had a hard life. She lost her parents at a young age, and other relatives kicked her around like a football, unwilling to adopt her. It was Liao Lingbao's mother who took her in, and according to their family hierarchy, Liao Lingbao's mother was merely a cousin. Yet she adopted a child who wasn't her own, which led to constant nagging from Liao Lingbao's grandmother. By that time, Gao Beiying was already aware of her situation, feeling rejected, ignored, and abandoned, which nearly led this already small child to become withdrawn. It was only Liao Lingbao who pulled her into the gang of bandits, introducing her to a group of friends to play and get into trouble together, which helped Gao Beiying regain her spirit. However, no matter how much she changed, it still left marks in Gao Beiying's heart. She always subconsciously protected Liao Lingbao, acting as her little follower, running errands, and doing her homework like a little servant. This made the other kids envious. They all begged their parents to have a sister like Gao Beiying. You know, at that time, how could biological siblings not fight? Snatching snacks was common, and pulling hair was normal. For someone like Gao Beiying, who wasn't biological, they didn't dare to quarrel or make a fuss. Treating Liao Lingbao like a princess, such a presence was rare. At first, Gao Beiying was nice to Liao Lingbao to please her new mother and not get sent away. But later, gratitude mixed with genuine feelings, and this servant-like behavior gradually improved, as if they were true sisters. Qingxin, Gao Beiying shook Xia Qingxin's arm, bringing her back to her senses. Ah, cold medicine, I have it. Just cold medicine. If you toss some crystal cores into the vending machine, it can spit out a handful. Great, Ling Bao is saved. Gao Beiying was elated. She initially asked Xia Qingxin just to give a shot. After all, it had been over a month of extreme cold, and cold medicine was worth more than a life. All of it had been looted, most of it ending up in someone else's stomach. But Xia Qingxin changed her tone, pretending to ponder while rubbing her chin. Gao Beiying's heart sank. I need to go back to my hometown. I'm short one bodyguard. Yes, Xia Qingxin had turned cold-hearted. In this life-and-death moment, she shamelessly used medicine to coerce Gao Beiying into agreement. The teleportation point, Xia Qingxin wanted to set it up here, either tomorrow or the day after. By then, as long as they had crystal cores, they could buy medicine without Gao Beiying needing to pay any price. But now, are you sure you want to buy it now? Xia Qingxin shook the golden contract ring in her hand, which was her last contract ring. Xia Qingxin's hint was already very obvious. Trading her freedom for a fever-reducing medicine. You could trade or not. It's up to you. The key was Gao Beiying. However, with Liao Lingbao currently having a fever of 40 degrees, it was uncertain if she could hold on until tomorrow. Xia Qingxin laid everything out, explaining clearly to Gao Beiying. Wait until tomorrow, or do it now. Xia Qingxin was betting on Gao Beiying's concern for Liao Lingbao. After a moment's hesitation, Gao Beiying took a deep breath and slipped the golden ring on her left hand. The contract was formed. I am her biological sister. Hurry up and get the medicine. Xia Qingxin smiled. Good luck to you. Xia Qingxin opened her palm, conjuring a green round pill out of thin air. It had no trademark, no writing, and even no packaging. Don't worry, this is a high-grade fever reducer. As long as she's not dead, it can immediately lower her fever. After all, they were friends. Xia Qingxin bought the best medicine for Gao Beiying from the City Lord's Mall. As long as Liao Lingbao took it, her fever would drop immediately. And the medicine's effect was mild, maximizing protection and repair for the body, helping the disordered body return to normal. With Xia Qingxin's assurance, Gao Beiying grabbed the pill and rushed to feed it to Liao Lingbao without looking back. Miss Xia, this isn't good, is it? The little fox who followed pushed up his glasses. He had just come out for a while, and a layer of frost had formed on them, making it hard for him to see Xia Qingxin clearly. There's nothing wrong. We're adults, right? Don't we all chase after money? Taking advantage of others' misfortunes would undoubtedly undermine their friendship. However, Xia Qingxin had already suffered a heavy blow from Tu Meyer once. At that time, her group of classmates, including a few close friends, all sided with Tu Meyer and bullied her fiercely to please her. The betrayal of a close friend was the most deadly, and Xia Qingxin didn't want to experience it again. Don't harbor ill intentions. Be cautious of others. Once the contract ring was worn, did sincerity really matter? At least they could no longer stab Xia Qingxin in the back. Let's go, pick a location. Xia Qingxin led a group away. Gao Beiying, with her long legs, ran quickly and soon reached Liao Lingbao's side, prying her mouth open and stuffing the medicine down her throat. Before Gao Beiying could even pour water to help Liao Lingbao swallow, the fever reducer melted instantly, transforming into energy that entered Liao Lingbao's body. A warm current penetrated every corner of her body. Liao Lingbao felt a warm sensation. The flush on her face faded, and her scorching body temperature quickly returned to normal. Not only did she recover completely from the cold, but the excess energy also circulated a bit, finding no enemies, swirling around Liao Lingbao's lower abdomen before transforming into energy and disappearing entirely. Liao Lingbao felt as if she had taken a nap, initially dizzy, cold, and hot. But upon waking, her body was warm, fatigue swept away, and she wasn't even hungry. Full of energy, fully revived. Lingbao, you finally woke up. Before Gao Beiying could express her joy, Liao Lingbao tossed off the blanket and instantly sprang from the bed, sprinting towards the bathroom at full speed. Gao Beiying was speechless, but fortunately, Liao Lingbao really seemed to have recovered, and she was bouncing around, running quite fast. That feels good. After resolving her physiological issues, Liao Lingbao finally had time for revenge. Bursting into the group of ants, Liao Lingbao launched into a tirade of curses. Earlier, she had been too weak to resist when they used her as a warm baby. Now, she had found the opportunity. The petite girl had quite the rich vocabulary for cursing, using sarcasm and irony, causing the group of ants to nearly choke on their anger. If it weren't for Gao Beiying holding them back, they would have wanted to hit someone. Don't be fooled by Gao being the older one. Although Liao Lingbao was small, her older sister was honest and not very articulate, while the younger sister was quite fierce. Anyway, now that Liao Lingbao had recovered, she was ready to leave this gathering place. Without any reservations, Liao Lingbao went all out, cursing those people until they felt like quails. Chapter 31. The frizzy rabbit. It had only been a couple of hours since the sun came out when the sky began to sprinkle down heavy snowflakes. The snowflakes fell quietly, soon covering everything in white, turning dark hair to white fur. However, in the snowy ground, a group of people were entirely unconcerned, their faces flushed with excitement as they led the way. In front of Ms. Xia was a landmark building, the K-City Twin Towers. The place the old foxes pointed to was indeed the two tall buildings. Even though the blizzard obscured visibility, making everything appear white, the towering structures were still visible. The K-City Twin Towers were at the very center of K-City, one of the most prosperous areas, known by almost everyone in K-City. Though opening a shop there was not recommended. Ms. Xia simply mentioned opening a shop, and the others were puzzled, only gently advising against it. Since the Twin Towers were bustling, they were also the most severely affected by zombie outbreaks. There are many zombies inside, yet you dare to come near here. Upon hearing this, the others displayed strange expressions, unsure whether to feel disdain or bitterness. Ordinary zombies were mindless. As long as the doors were blocked, there was nothing to fear. However, there was a mutated zombie inside. Ms. Xia raised an eyebrow. Are you saying there's a zombie with abilities? Has Ms. Xia encountered one? The others were astonished. No, I've just heard of it. On the way here, the two ability users leading us chattered about it. It's most likely the one they mentioned. A zombie with abilities. It's better to deal with it sooner rather than later. Not only humans evolve, but zombies do too. While level 1 zombies are weak now, it's hard to say what the future holds. The others smiled bitterly. It was already difficult to survive. Who would willingly provoke them? Let us go, Ms. Xia. Let's south check out Qinghe Street. It's much more prosperous and safer than here. They chatted away, not forgetting to give their bearers a nudge to hurry up and leave. The bearers silently lifted the sedan chair, trudging away slowly but quickly at the same time. Carrying several people's weight, each step left a deep footprint in the snow-covered road. Ms. Xia strolled around famous and safer places in K-City, like the Twin Towers, Qinghe Street, Chongshan Building, and the century-old marriage tree, but she didn't find any place particularly appealing. Until the bearers stopped at the administrative building. Actually, this is the most suitable place for opening a shop. There are currently 2,000 survivors, and the number will continue to increase. It occupies a large area, and due to the nature of the office, there's no danger around, making it particularly suitable for opening a shop. The old foxes were vigorously promoting it. After wandering around outside, not only were the bearers tired, but they were also freezing with icicles forming on their beards and eyebrows. They seized every opportunity to promote it. If Ms. Xia could open a shop here, it would be the best scenario. No need to go far. She could attract other survivors to gather here, right under their noses, without worrying about Ms. Xia suddenly running away. A perfect idea. Everyone took turns persuading her. This is indeed a good place, but Ms. Xia is not very satisfied. Just entering, Ms. Xia saw snow piling up past the second floor. One could jump up and touch the streetlights. This was clearly a sign of a blizzard period. If K-City continues like this, what if the blizzard floods the 5th or 6th floor? The administrative hall wouldn't be enough to flood it, and Ms. Xia didn't want to do short-term business. The teleportation points are not produced in bulk. They have a fixed number, so they must be used wisely. She could place the teleportation point near the administrative building. However, considering the apocalypse has lasted over a month and K-City is in the blizzard period, with snow flooding the second floor, based on this measurement, in 6 months, the administrative building might be submerged to just a peak. That's not cost-effective. It would be better to throw the teleportation point at the Twin Towers, which are quite tall. As for danger, it's not like I'm taking the risk. Whoever lacks supplies can worry about it. Having made up her mind, Ms. Xia carelessly conjured a roasted sweet potato out of thin air. The aroma of the roasted sweet potato filled the air, sweet and overwhelming, making one feel like they were salivating just from the smell. After all, she would be leaving in a couple of days, so Ms. Xia didn't care about others' lives. Craving it? She had to endure it. Just as Ms. Xia entered the building, still shaking off the snow from her body, someone rushed over energetically. An orange ball-like figure was intercepted by the guard team before it could reach her. Xia Qingxin, you heartless, vicious woman. What did you make my Baiying wear? Take it off right now. Liao Lingbao angrily dragged Gao Beiying along, looking just like a parent whose child had been bullied. Liao Lingbao? Ms. Xia hesitated to speak. The resemblance was striking. Although she had grown up, her face had matured, but, oh my, has all your young energy been sucked away by your sister? They say you're a little potato from the south, but you should be a big cockroach from the north. Are you okay? Is this height really 155 meters? Ms. Xia asked with exaggerated concern on her face, looking as if she was genuinely worried. Liao Lingbao was so furious she nearly fell over. Trembling, she almost choked. After all these years, Liao Lingbao still couldn't match up to Ms. Xia. That height, TSK, was all karma. Ms. Xia didn't say much, but it felt like she had said everything, directly striking Liao Lingbao's weak spot, breaking her defense. You jerk! Can't you just cut off your tongue? Why do you have to talk? Liao Lingbao shouted in despair. Liao Lingbao was 155 meters tall, while Gao Beiying was 188 meters. Standing together, the damage was exponentially amplified. Gao Beiying wasn't even her biological sister. Her father was from Northern Europe, where people were tall and strong, and her mother wasn't short either. It was normal for them to have a tall child. But Liao Lingbao, well, there weren't many tall people in her family. The genes were what they were, plus she was picky with food and lazy to exercise. She was very choosy and would push all the things she didn't like on a Gao Beiying to handle. Most importantly, as a girl, she was pressured to lose weight. Influenced by body anxiety, she didn't eat well and ended up regretting it for a lifetime. With just 3 sentences from Ms. Xia, Liao Lingbao burst into tears like a dog. The leaders behind them awkwardly chuckled, bid farewell to Ms. Xia, and left, knowing when to be tactful and letting them catch up. All right, you little winter melon, let us talk in a more private place. Didn't you see so many people eavesdropping on the gossip? Ms. Xia doesn't like being watched like a spectacle. Liao Lingbao sniffled and followed her into an office. Vicious woman, What did you trick my sister into signing? Hurry and untie it, or I'll beat you up, Liao Lingbao commanded fiercely. She had already heard about the slave contract, and seeing Ms. Xia return, she rushed over with Gao Beiying. Aren't we good friends? Why are you holding Gao Beiying's life in your hands? Liao Lingbao was confused, angry, and filled with grievances. Chapter 32. The returnee in wind and snow. Liao Lingbao. Do you want to go home? Xia Qingxin did not directly answer Liao Lingbao's question, but rather responded with another question. The home Xia Qingxin referred to was her hometown. Xia Qingxin's parents had been taken back to their hometown by her cousin. Although the motive was unclear, they were indeed in the hometown. Speaking of this, the tears that Liao Lingbao had managed to hold back began to flow down again. After all these years, Liao Lingbao was still like a child. Of course, I want to. My parents are still waiting for me. But it's not easy. It's 1,500 kilometers away from here. Under the extreme cold and snowstorm, all planes, trains, and high-speed trains had come to a halt, and even cars were buried under the snow, making it impossible to dig them out, let alone drive. Without a car, that 1,500 kilometers was an unreachable distance. Not to mention the difficulty of resupply along the way. There was also the risk of being followed by zombie hordes and zombie animals. It was highly likely that one would die on the road. I want to go back. This was a definitive statement. The tone was firm, without a hint of hesitation, as if she was merely stating a fact that was about to happen. Huh? Are you looking for death? Xia Qingxin glared at her, and Liao Lingbao immediately hushed. After 10 years, the pressure of the bandit boss still lingered. But that doesn't mean you can turn my sister into a slave. Liao Lingbao lowered her voice, expressing her dissatisfaction with a huff. Liao Lingbao, how long has it been since we last met? Why are you asking that? About 10 years, right? It's been 10 years, wow. That's a long time. So long that we are almost strangers. Liao Lingbao was confused. Hurry up and untie the contract ring. How can you threaten my sister and make her be your slave? Because I don't trust you, Xia Qingxin said with a smile, casually peeling a roasted sweet potato as if she were just discussing what to eat today. You, Liao Lingbao was choked up, feeling a deep chill. Aren't we best friends? How could you do this? We placed you in such an important position. Liao Lingbao's eyes turned red with anger, wishing she could rush up and fight Xia Qingxin. Gao Beiying stopped her and sighed. Best friends? That was 10 years ago. What about now? Do you still trust me? If you truly trusted me, how could you angrily confront me, fearing that I would harm your sister? If you held your sister's life in your hands, would she come over and want to fight you? No, she wouldn't. Without needing Xia Qingxin to say more, Gao Beiying naturally shook her head. Gao Beiying trusted Liao Lingbao. Liao Lingbao regarded her as family, and even with the slave contract, she could never command her to do bad things or harm her. Liao Lingbao's face turned pale. Subconscious actions most reflect one's true feelings. After 10 years without contact, not only had Xia Qingxin changed, but Liao Lingbao had changed too. How many crystal cores do you want? I'll give you money for the fever medicine. Just let my sister go. Lingbao, do you think the water in the desert can compare to the water in a convenience store? Liao Lingbao was on the brink of death back then. One more day, and she would have been done for. Now that she was better, paying her back for the fever medicine would clear everything. That's not how debts work. It's fine, Lingbao, I volunteered. Gao Beiying wiped away Liao Lingbao's tears and consciously stood behind Xia Qingxin. Sister, I don't want to. You'd rather burn to death than. Hey, can we stop acting like we're in a Qiong Yao drama in front of me? I reasonably suspect you two are a couple. You're the one who's a couple. You vicious woman. Liao Lingbao exploded. The two of them were straightforward about their sexual orientation, and they weren't bending. Haha, Sister Bao. Even though we've all turned into vicious adults, our past friendship isn't fake. After all, I am your boss. I'm losing money here. Gao Beiying will escort me back to my hometown as a bodyguard. Once we reach the hometown, you can go wherever you want. It has nothing to do with me. Boss, I love you. Liao Lingbao flipped her attitude faster than flipping a book, directly pouncing on Xia Qingxin and giving her a smooch. Gross. Ji Liqui, get away from me. Xia Qingxin was extremely disgusted. There was light at the end of the tunnel. She thought she would be enslaved for a lifetime. But it turned out she was just being escorted. What a coincidence. It was back to Liao Lingbao's home. Xia Qingxin and they all came from the same place. Their hometown was in the same village. Going to Xia Qingxin's home meant conveniently going back to Liao Lingbao and Gao Beiying's homes too. Gao Beiying had told Liao Lingbao that Xia Qingxin had become successful now, with fire-type abilities and some hidden cards. Who's benefiting from whom is still uncertain. Liao Lingbao immediately transformed into a fangirl, showering her boss with compliments. The three of them had once been the best playmates. With a bit of adjustment, they quickly regained their familiarity, and before long, they were closely bonded. Nian Wanhui lay on the ground, bruised and battered, feeling more wrong than Do-Yi. I really didn't know it would turn out like this. Yi Fun, beating me won't help. I'm also a victim. In the planting cave, the two looked at each other, and the atmosphere was exceptionally awkward. It was all because of Xia Qingxin. If you hadn't led me underground, how would I have caught the attention of the demon lord and been captured here to plow the fields? Mentioning this made Yi Wanxin angry. A good man was directly captured and imprisoned, not to mention almost plowing the fields to death. He had never endured such humiliation in his life. With so many people, why did the female demon lord capture you instead of others? Even if I hadn't taken you in, you wouldn't have escaped. Anyway, Nian Wanhui was now a colleague with Yi Wanxin. Both were slaves of fate, likely to coexist for a long time. So there was no need to endure his bad temper. Nian Wanhui simply gave up. Yi Wanxin was furious, but Nian Wanhui made sense. Even if Nian Wanhui hadn't led them to the Underground City, with the resources in the Underground City, news would spread throughout the entire city. At that time, Yi Wanxin would definitely go down. It was just the person who led them that changed. Being captured was purely a matter of bad luck, combined with his useful abilities. The two sighed. Fortunately, there was a lot of food and water left by Xia Qingxin, enough for the two of them to eat. Nian Wanhui devoured the food in a storm. The fat guy's appetite was impressive, and he managed to shove half of it in. Stop eating. Who knows when we can get out? If you want to starve, don't drag me down with you. Last time, Xia Qingxin didn't return for 2 days, leaving Yi Wanxin with a deep shadow. He was afraid Xia Qingxin would irresponsibly not show up for a few more days and starve them to death. Burp. Nian Wanhui let out a satisfied burp and rubbed his belly. A plowman can't lack oil and water. The food left by Xia Qingxin was pretty good. The only problem was that the person left behind was very fierce. You, go plow the land, 10 acres. If you can't finish it, I'll beat you. With 30 acres down to 10 acres left, Yi Wanxin didn't want to work anymore and ordered Nian Wanhui to plow the land. Can I refuse? No. Go do it immediately and don't think about resting. Why should Yi Wanxin be the only one suffering like this among slaves? Yi Wanxin twisted. Having been rained on, he wanted to tear down someone else's umbrella too. Chapter 33. Large-scale planters. As soon as Xia Qingxin woke up, she saw the notification. The 30 acres of barren land in the planting cave have been fully cultivated. Please plant crops. Rubbing her eyes, Xia Qingxin stretched lazily, feeling a bit tired. This was directed at the 2 slaves in the planting cave. The 30 acres of hard frozen soil had been dug up and turned into soft soil. Finally, it was time to plant. Exchange sufficient sunlight. The crystal core flowed in torrents, being mostly consumed by the planting cave. Xia Qingxin felt a little pain in her heart. But thinking about the returns on her investment, she knew it wouldn't take long to break even. After comforting herself, Xia Qingxin went to wash her face. Exchange successful. Hiss. Nian Wanhui almost jumped up. In midair, there was a new sun. The sun wasn't too big, but floated in the air. Just one glance made Nian Wanhui feel hot, and he frantically took off his down jacket. Yi Wanxin was almost the same. Both were bundled up in layers of 20 to 30 pieces of clothing to withstand the minus 40-degree chill. Now, with the sun out, the temperature soared to above 20 or 30 degrees. The difference was a staggering 70 degrees, which made them feel unbearably hot, and they immediately started shedding clothes. In an instant, they felt like they had been thrown from the South Pole into summer. Nian Wanhui cried out in happiness. Never before had he felt that heat was such a strange thing. It had only been a little over a month since the apocalypse, but it felt like decades had passed. The long-lost warm sun shone on them, and the temperature soared to what felt like summer. That feeling was as distant as if a century had passed. Oh, it's so warm, I want to bring my wife and child in here. Nian Wanhui's flabby body shook as he began to babble nonsensically in broad daylight. Exchange for 1 sack of potato seeds. In the planting cave, a sack of potato seeds appeared. Qingxin stepped forward and opened it. It was filled with sprouted potato chunks. "Hurry up and plant them. Don't be lazy," Xia Qingxin scolded. Although they were far apart, the slave contract allowed Qingxin and Yin Wanhui to still perceive Xia Qingxin's orders in their minds. Once again, their bodies moved uncontrollably to pick up hoes and potato chunks, walking towards the fields. This feeling wasn't very pleasant, and this time Xia Qingxin didn't even give them a break. But fortunately, the workload wasn't too outrageous. Qingxin dug the holes in front, while Yin Wanhui was responsible for throwing in and covering the potato seeds. The two worked well together, greatly improving efficiency, and they estimated they could finish by noon. Xia Qingxin wasn't worried about them sneaking a bite. Potato seeds were sprouted chunks. Once a potato sprouted, it couldn't be eaten anymore or it would be poisonous. Potatoes had a short harvest time, ready to be harvested in 3 days, so they just needed to patiently wait for 3 days. As for the yield of potatoes, 1 acre could yield about 300 to 600 jin, and for 30 acres. Xia Qingxin couldn't help but smile wider, eager to fast-forward 3 days to harvest that large batch of potatoes. And not just potatoes. The Lord's market also had wheat, corn, sweet potatoes, cotton, tomatoes, fruits, and various common or rare plants, even medicinal herbs and flowers. However, these were still gray and hadn't been unlocked yet. Only by meeting certain conditions could the next goal be unlocked. Xia Qingxin's smile grew even larger, her face unable to hide her joy. She had a premonition that the profits from the planting cave would not be smaller than those from the vending machines, and might even surpass them. Don't be fooled by the deliciousness of cooked food. The real profit often came from those unassuming vegetables. High yields and low prices. To save money and to eat their fill, most people would choose to buy ingredients and process them themselves. The yield from the planting cave would be enough to exchange for large quantities of crystal cores for Xia Qingxin to absorb. A bright future was within reach. The vegetable market and the trading market was still gray and hadn't been unlocked yet, waiting for the first batch of potatoes to mature and become the new favorites. What's wrong? Smiling so slyly. Growing up together, who doesn't know whom? Xia Qingxin looked like a smiling fox. When she smiled, it was sure to mean trouble. Liao Lingbao was on guard. Remembering the last time Xia Qingxin smiled like that, she had grabbed a frog and thrown it at her feet. "Sly, you left your glasses at home. This is clearly a sunny and cheerful smile." Xia Qingxin habitually jabbed at Liao Lingbao. "Bastard," Liao Lingbao wanted to retort. But looking around and seeing 300 people following behind, she ultimately kept her mouth shut, planning to settle the score later. This time, the bearers had assembled a team, carefully carrying those 30 to 40 people who held the power of speech, walking cautiously on the snowy road. Gao Beiying and Liao Lingbao took advantage of Xia Qingxin's presence, squeezing into a rickshaw to experience a taste of luxurious living. Living so well, even being carried when going out. People are different. Some are carried, while others can only carry others. Liao Lingbao clearly looked down on their posture. However, after so many years of struggles, how could they be easily offended by a lukewarm remark? Young Liao was strong and fearless, but for the older folks like them, with their old arms and legs, it was already hard to move. If they fell into a snow pit, it wouldn't matter for them. But it was pitiful for the women and children who had no one to lead them. If chaos ensued, who knows how they would suffer. The Mediterranean smiled gently, with kind eyes yet a hint of sorrow, as if that scene was right before them, both pitying yet bittersweet. It's all about reason, without management. In a survival of the fittest scenario, those who lacked abilities and strength like women, children, and the elderly would surely be the first to be abandoned. I'm sorry. Liao Lingbao muttered an apology. Liao Lingbao had been overly protected by her family, her sense of justice not yet dulled, and although she was a bit foolish, at least she dared to admit her mistakes. The man laughed heartily, comforting her a few more times, and soon had Liao Lingbao feeling lost in admiration. Xia Qingxin remained silent, only staring at the Twin Towers. All entrances and exits of the Twin Towers were locked with chains, and even in this extreme cold, half-wilted green vines twisted around the glass doors, reinforcing them further. It was the ability users. Others had formed a group of ability users and locked the Twin Towers down. But it didn't help much. Low-level zombies had no brains and couldn't think. However, a large chunk of the floor-to-ceiling glass on the 10th floor had been smashed, creating a hole, and the wind and snow rushed in, turning it into a snow house. Did it run away? Yes, but I don't know where it went. Xia Qingxin was asking about the zombie that had mutated from an ability user. It had developed the intelligence of a bird. Although its brain was only the size of a meatball, it was already able to break out through the window. It could also crash through doors and use its abilities, although it still had no brain. But don't underestimate a strong, destructive idiot. Fortunately, that thing had already run far away. Currently, there were only low-level zombies inside the Twin Towers, so for now, it was still safe. Chapter 34, A store opens in 2 cities. Is it confirmed to choose the Twin Towers as the number 2 teleportation point? Yes. No matter how others tried to reason with her, they couldn't persuade Xia Qingxin, and could only watch as she selected the Twin Towers as the number 2 teleportation point. As soon as Xia Qingxin finished speaking, the Twin Towers were enveloped in white light, and in an instant, 2 doors appeared on the tower. The Twin Towers usually refer to 2 identical or nearly identical buildings, having consistent exteriors, similar internal structures, and being located very close to each other, resembling twins. Hence the name Twin Towers. After Xia Qingxin set the teleportation point, there were no changes to the building except for the addition of 2 doors at the 3rd floor. The doors were primarily white with blue snowflake patterns, spaced apart, with everything else remaining unchanged. Has it been successful? Someone asked. Yes, open the doors, and you can enter the underground city. Xia Qingxin gestured invitingly. The person didn't move, but exchanged glances and immediately signaled 5 subordinates to step forward. The subordinates were robustly built and dressed heavily, one even carrying a gun. Receiving the hint, they immediately walked toward one of the doors of the Twin Towers. The snow was several meters deep, uneven, and the person didn't even need to climb. They could walk directly to the 3rd floor of the Twin Towers. Cautiously pulling the door handle, what greeted them wasn't the interior of the Twin Towers, but a pitch-black void. The 5 subordinates turned back to look, and upon seeing their superior's gesture, they steeled themselves to continue observing. 2 of them kicked in the nearby glass and entered the Twin Towers, while the other 3 went through the snowflake door. Report, sir, there's nothing unusual behind the door. Just a wooden door that cannot be opened. In fact, it didn't need reporting. Others could see that as well. The old foxes couldn't sit still any longer and began to approach to take a look themselves. Xia Qingxin decided to accompany them. Really? Only 1 door? They broke the nearby glass, and from the side or back, it was indeed just 1 door. However, from the front, it seemed to accommodate many people, and it was completely invisible from the side. It was as if the space had been compressed. It wasn't magic or an illusion, but genuinely entering another space. Please, welcome to the Underground City. A group of people, feeling anxious yet expectant, walked through that door. Bang! The scene in front went dark, then brightened, and they found themselves in a different place. More than 50 people, as the first group of explorers, entered the long-desired granary for the first time. No, who were they? What greeted them wasn't a ground full of food, but a crowd of strangers. It was just like shopping. They skillfully settled down in the trading market, with men and women of all ages chatting, savoring food, or playing around. The Mediterranean man almost got tripped by 2 chasing children. Hey, don't bump into people. A parent who caught up gave each of the 2 children a light smack on the head, pressing the mischievous kids to apologize. It's fine. The Mediterranean man smiled somewhat awkwardly. Inside the trading market, although it wasn't overcrowded, there were at least a few hundred people. These individuals casually sat on the ground, enjoying an hour of free heating each day. Their actions were so familiar that it was evident this wasn't their first day. This place had been occupied by others. They were not the first group of partners. The plan was completely disrupted, and the Mediterranean man mentally crossed out his guess about Xia Qingxin being a space-type ability user. Ms. Xia, regarding the supplies. The trading market had several hundred people, and this was still under the influence of Xia Qingxin's setting of allowing free entry for 1 hour each day. In the underground city, each person could only stay for free for 1 hour daily. If they wanted to stay longer, they would have to pay. Most people had limited crystal cores and would only stay for an hour to warm up before leaving. Otherwise, there would be more than just these people in the trading market. But the several hundred people in front of them were enough to worry the Mediterranean man. He was concerned they would fight over supplies and that Xia Qingxin's resources would be insufficient. He worried about his own interests being harmed. Haha, don't rush. Let's go check the goods first. Xia Qingxin led the group to the vending machines. The vending machines were currently the hottest commodity in the underground city, followed by the hot spring cave, although the hot spring cave was a bit expensive. Taking a regular bath without any healing effects could cost as much as a down jacket. Ordinary people were reluctant to spend their crystal cores, saving them to buy down jackets. Most people at the hot spring cave were also ability users. So many people. It wasn't mealtime, but there was already a line at the vending machine. The people from City K imitated the others, following behind them while waiting and watching. Wow, is this ramen freshly made? Where did the people come from? Liao Lingbao shouted in surprise, attracting everyone's attention. Blushing under the gaze of others, Liao Lingbao felt embarrassed. Is the little sister new here? This is indeed freshly made. You just need to put in a crystal core to generate food, Zhao Zhongyue explained kindly. Zhao Zhongyue was among the second batch of people to enter, having come to the underground city quite early, and she enjoyed the naive demeanor of newcomers, feeling a sense of accomplishment. Come, sister, let me teach you. You just have to stand in front of the corresponding vending machine, throw in a crystal core, select the quantity and flavor, and wait a few seconds for it to come out. Liao Lingbao had a very obedient appearance, and being petite, Zhao Zhongyue's maternal instincts kicked in, and she took Liao Lingbao's hand to guide her through the process. The operation was indeed very simple, and Liao Lingbao tried it and succeeded, looking at Zhao Zhongyue with admiration. This expression pleased Zhao Zhongyue, who immediately pulled her to show off at other vending machines. Sister, there are so many good things here. Look at my down jacket. The filling is super high. It's warm to wear and only costs 30 crystal cores. Your shoes aren't warm, right? This snow boot vending machine has every size, just 20 crystal cores, and once you wear them, you won't have to worry about frostbite on your toes. And my favorite frostbite ointment. I don't know which brand it is, but although it has no label or trademark, it stops the itching and is very effective for frostbite. Zhao Zhongyue was very enthusiastic, seeing Liao Lingbao as a precious friend, explaining endlessly, which saved Xia Qingxin from having to speak. The crowd, being savvy, gathered behind Liao Lingbao to understand more, and some dispersed to buy things with their crystal cores. Before long, many had bought down jackets and fever medicine, and some even had the audacity to approach others, trying to extract information from them. What, you're from XX City? The person trying to extract information couldn't help but exclaim, then immediately covered their mouth. Huh? Otherwise, what? Aren't you from XX City? The person being questioned looked confused. After asking several people, without exception, they were all from XX City. XX City was more than 60 kilometers from City K. It could be reached in an hour or two before the apocalypse, but after the apocalypse, the blizzard blocked the road, making it much harder to reach. All the hundreds of people present were from XX City, but they had clearly entered the underground city from City K. The space had been transformed. The crowd looked at Xia Qingxin with puzzled and suspicious expressions. Chapter 35, Dragging Family Along as Slaves You. The Mediterranean, with a flushed face, excitedly ran towards Xia Qingxin. No, I can't do it. Without asking, they knew what they wanted to say. The teleportation array was too amazing. It could instantly connect people from different cities. Could it allow them to log in from a distance? For example, allow the Legion from the capital to enter K City and wipe out the zombies. Allow food transport from the Grain Province to various cities. Let all those facing extreme cold and on the verge of freezing to death go to warm places for refuge. Just like Doraemon's Anywhere door. Just a little thought, and those people were filled with excitement. But Xia Qingxin's words were like a bucket of cold water pouring down. As for the cost, it's not that we don't want to, but we really can't. Even if they pleaded, Xia Qingxin could not comply. It wasn't a matter of desire. It was genuinely impossible. If the teleportation points were really that powerful, Xia Qingxin would have already flashed to her parents and brought them over. If it were that effective, she would have already flashed in the middle of the night and slit Tu Meyer's throat. It was impossible. Xia Qingxin could only pass by certain places, planting the teleportation points like seeds, waiting for people to enter and harvest their crystal cores. In places she hadn't passed through, Xia Qingxin couldn't teleport across distances. Moreover, tourists or residents couldn't run back and forth through teleportation points. Otherwise, why would Xia Qingxin give them snowflake tattoos? That was a key. Only standing in front of the right door could one use the key to open it. If the underground city was one entity, then those teleportation points were the branches extending from the ground. They must return from where they came to ensure 100 safety. After all, it was a teleportation point, which had the characteristics of spatial teleportation. Logging in from a distance would indeed cause them to be teleported in pieces. Of course, this rule did not apply to the city lord. The underground city was part of Xia Qingxin's body, and returning to her own body was naturally different from others. The Mediterranean was obviously not giving up, but Xia Qingxin owed them nothing. She immediately flashed away to the planning cave. After all, the fish bait had already been scattered. The people of K-City could not refuse such fragrant fish bait, and they would definitely contribute crystal cores to Xia Qingxin. It was just that those people would absolutely not give up and would drag Xia Qingxin to ask questions, and it would be troublesome if they kept nagging. Once they had discussed and calmed down, it wouldn't be too late for Xia Qingxin to trade with them. Shaking off those people, Xia Qingxin ran towards the potato field she had been thinking about. It was hot. The little sun hung high in the sky, and the heat was almost 30 degrees. Xia Qingxin was so hot that she took off her down jacket. From a distance, she saw two men, working with their bare backs glistening in the heat. "What are you doing?" Xia Qingxin shouted, startling the two men. "What the hell?" Suddenly appearing. The first love had shattered, and after being ground down, Yuan Shi now looked at Xia Qingxin with anger like a wronged husband. Nian Wanhui, however, was cheerful, his chubby face shaking as he immediately explained to Xia Qingxin. "It sprouted. It sprouted. This potato is amazing. It sprouted in just a few hours. And it wasn't just a single small green sprout. It was popping up in clusters. The first acre they planted was already lush and green, looking very pleasing. The two men were so excited they were dancing around. Oh." Xia Qingxin responded very blandly, which infuriated the two men. "What does your mean? Do you know how tiring it is to plow and plant?" Xia Qingxin had given such harsh orders that the 30 acres nearly cost the two men their lives. It was no exaggeration to say that these were their precious gems, nurtured with blood and tears. Yet Xia Qingxin's light-hearted showed no expectation or surprise. "You've worked hard. The potatoes will probably be ready in 3 days. Once they're ready, I'll make you employee meals that will fill you up." Seeing how hard the two were working, the black-hearted boss decided to be a bit kinder. 100 gene of food per month, 3 days off each month. And you can go out, but you cannot reveal anything about the planning cave. Anyone who does will die. The slave contract was very domineering. The order Xia Qingxin gave could not be disobeyed. Even if it meant they had to commit suicide, they could not resist. So letting them go out didn't pose a worry. The two men's eyes brightened, especially Yuan Shi, who had been ground down for so long. He thought he would never get out, but unexpectedly Xia Qingxin even gave him a holiday. Nian Wanhui was also very happy, but his attention was entirely focused on the 100 gene of food. 100 gene of food a month? "Boss, I love you." People live for food, especially Nian, who couldn't stand hunger. He had a wife and children to support at home. After more than a month, he had lost a circle of weight from hunger. Now, with the temptation of 100 gene of food, it was like a mouse in a rice bin, making him dance with joy. Xia Qingxin felt disgusted and avoided him. 100 gene a month, that's 3 gene a day. I can manage 3 gene a day. Oh no, I have an unlucky son and my wife. So that's only 1 gene a day. Seems like it's not enough to eat. Nian Wanhui counted on his fingers and looked expectantly at Xia Qingxin. "Boss, I still have a son at home. Do you want to take him in as well?" Nian Wanhui smiled ingratiatingly, while Yuan Shi, upon hearing he could get out, immediately stepped out of the space without hesitation. Nian Wanhui was envious. The planting cave was warm as summer, with ample sunlight and water sources, along with crops bursting with life, and there was no threat to life. Aside from having to lie on the ground to sleep, it was really perfect. If he could bring his wife and son to work here and live here, wouldn't that be wonderful? Not only would there be wages, but they wouldn't have to worry about being dragged away and eaten by zombies, nor about being suddenly frozen to death by extreme cold in the middle of the night. The more he thought about it, the more profitable it seemed. Nian Wanhui unhesitatingly recommended new slaves to Xia Qingxin. However, this time, Xia Qingxin had no contract rings left. Xia Qingxin originally planned to flatly refuse. But when Nian Wanhui pointed to the gray-white area, she hesitated. Boss, that area is also waiting to be developed, right? With only 2 people plowing the land. It can't keep up. That gray-white area looked like a prairie, but it was all locked, with land as hard as granite that couldn't be dug. It required Xia Qingxin to spend crystal cores to unlock it or upgrade it as a gift. This is indeed a problem. If the potatoes turned out as good as expected, Xia Qingxin might need to unlock thousands of acres. In the later stage, she could buy machines directly with money. But in the early development stage, she couldn't afford machines and could only rely on manpower. Working those 3 slaves to death wouldn't keep up either. You don't have to worry. I'll just catch a group of death row inmates, Xia Qingxin replied with a guilty conscience. Nian Wanhui's mouth twitched. He hadn't expected Xia Qingxin to be so ruthless. Catching death row inmates, with the word death involved, even if they weren't slaves. They couldn't reveal Xia Qingxin's secrets because she didn't plan to let them live out. Not only could it rid the people of harm, but it could also let Xia Qingxin farm. Good. The more Xia Qingxin thought about it, the better the idea seemed. Boss, just look at my son. He is a bubble-type ability user. Very useful. Even if the salary is a bit less, that's fine. Chapter 36. Searching for father and mother Xia. What kind of ability is this bubble ability? Is it used for blowing bubbles? Xia Qingxin had never heard of such a power before. It might be able to condense lots of bubbles, which could be used to hold water. Watering plants would be so easy. Nian Wanhui's voice grew quieter as he spoke. Although his son, Nian Gao, was also an ability user, he was a special type of ability user. Abilities are divided into natural types, such as wind, rain, thunder, lightning, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, etc. Among these, variations like stone armor are also considered part of the earth natural type. Special types, on the other hand, are a mixed bag of categories, such as not being constipated when defecating, being able to help someone grow hair, or knowing what someone had for their last meal. Nian Gao was among the weakest special types, capable of condensing a large number of bubbles, but each bubble could only hold up to 3 pounds. However, he could blow a huge number of them. A very beautiful but useless ability. At most it could help someone carry water, but a slightly heavier bubble would burst. Nian Wanhui seemed a bit weak when he spoke, clearly feeling insecure. Xia Qingxin gave him a glance and swiftly exited the planting cave. In just one day, K-City had welcomed 1,000 or 2,000 people, and the numbers were still increasing. Xia Qingxin's crystal cores were increasing at a frenzied pace. Those people already had quite a few crystal cores in their hands, especially since they were unsure of Xia Qingxin's exact situation, fearing that she might suddenly disappear or that her goods might be bought out by others. They spent most of their crystal cores on purchasing down jackets, food, and medicine. The underground city was bustling with chatter and noise, and the influx of unfamiliar faces aroused curiosity among the original residents of XX City, coupled with the intentional conversations initiated by the people from K-City. All it took was a bowl of ramen for those people to spill everything they knew. Among them, the most intriguing figure was, of course, the City Lord. The City Lord had appeared a few times, but always passed by in a hurry, purposefully, never forming deep connections with anyone. The only people in the entire underground city who might know her well were the 30 or so neighbors still surviving in that building. Nian Fatty would never dare to sell out his master's information, but he couldn't resist the chatter of those old men and women. As soon as the conversation started, those people began to embellish their stories, making it seem as if Xia Qingxin was their own granddaughter. If it weren't for Xia Qingxin being present, she might have almost believed it. Xia puffed up, reporting to Xia Qingxin. It's okay. I anticipated this day when I was capturing people. Back then, Xia Qingxin was still a lone commander, without a single soldier she could dispatch. How could she entice a large group of cowards into the underground city? With their courage? Forget it, without someone guiding them. The teleportation array could sit there for a month without anyone daring to enter. The timid starve while the bold get overstuffed. Xia Qingxin went directly to capture people. To make a name for herself, and earn startup funds. Profit always comes with risk. Since Xia Qingxin dared to open a store, she wasn't afraid of others knowing who she was. Moreover, did Xia Qingxin dare to openly reveal her identity as the city lord in front of that group of people just because she was foolish? Xia, do you remember why I had to choose XX City as the first teleportation point? Of course, it's because Xiaohua's voice paused. You mean to let them help you find your parents? Yes. Xia Qingxin nodded. With extreme cold and blizzards, disasters erupted globally. The blizzards knocked down countless signal towers, and the storms blew down many power poles. Especially in extremely cold temperatures, facilities were frozen, and many people died. In some unfortunate places, tornadoes rampaged. Blizzards blocked roads. An extreme cold ran rampant, leaving humanity unable to care for themselves. Many areas lost power and water. If it were just zombies, it would be fine. One could just use hot weapons to fight through. But under the pressure of nature, humanity appeared so weak. Devices like cell phones were frozen into bricks as soon as the extreme cold arrived. Not only was it difficult to receive signals, but in such cold weather, they could only last a few hours before running out of battery, and even low-quality batteries could freeze. Only the Big Brother phones and radios still worked. However, in the 21st century, who still uses Big Brother phones and radios? Smartphones are promoted nationwide, and what function do they lack? Why use antiques? At least the vast majority of households don't have these things. Even if there are, it would be hard for Xia Qingxin to get them, let alone her parents. But the authorities are different. They have great power, can cover the entire country, and establish various survivor bases. Xia Qingxin could use official channels to find her parents, confirming their safety and whereabouts, allowing her to rest easy. However, this requires huge benefits and confidence. Benefits are in place. Confidence. Xia Qingxin has confidence, believing she won't be dissected by the authorities. But Xia Qingxin is patriotic, but that doesn't necessarily mean she loves all officials. These cannot be conflated. Not being dissected doesn't mean she won't be sidelined, won't be handed over, and won't end up helping others. Helping is fine, but if everything is taken away, leaving Xia Qingxin with nothing, that won't do. Donating and being robbed are still different. Therefore, Xia Qingxin must establish a good relationship with them for a win-win situation, but not be a sycophant. So Xia Qingxin has been avoiding them, letting them stew for a while. After all, they are so smart. They will surely trace the clues to help Xia Qingxin find her parents, playing the family card to get Xia Qingxin to give in. Xia Qingxin needs to present a coy demeanor, as a business that is too eager can easily be taken advantage of. Gao Beiying and Liao Lingbao were overjoyed, feeling the crystal cores in their pockets. With a determined bite, they entered the hot spring cave. The hot spring cave was filled with mist and warmth, and as soon as it opened, it made everyone feel their pores opening. The underground city had upgraded, and naturally, the hot spring cave had also been upgraded. Not only was it enlarged, but 2 spring outlets had been added. In the middle, a large stone wall had been divided. The stone wall was towering, forming 2 caves, one for men and one for women. Previously, when it hadn't been upgraded, they had to make do with a single large pool, with different genders wanting to bathe. Wu Wenli stepped forward to allocate different bathing times, alternating every 2 hours, with men and women taking turns, so that it wouldn't always be the women accommodating the men. After all, girls feel shy being seen by men. That would be purely taking advantage. This led to females only bathing when it was almost dark or risking a trip to the central treehouse when no one was around, which was too dangerous. It was hard to see at night, and there might be zombies on the way, making it unsafe. Wu Wenli organized a group of people and established rules for the hot spring pool, solving the issue. But over time, accidents would always happen. Now, though, even with just one stone wall, it solved a huge problem. The male and female hot spring pools were directly separated, and girls no longer needed to risk bathing. They didn't need to organize people or check the time. They could go in any time. Ah, it's so warm. It would be even better if there were shampoo for sale. Liao Lingbao buried her body below her neck in the hot spring, her warm body turning a shade of pink. Chapter 37. Soaking in a hot spring cave, yes. Gao Beiying was taciturn, often standing by Liao Lingbao like a door god. Now, soaking in the women's hot spring pool, the height difference drew glances from time to time. Only after confirming that Gao Beiying was indeed a woman did they feel at ease and leave. Sister, your height is really impressive. It would be great if you could share some with me. Zhao Zhiyue enviously patted Gao Beiying's long white legs, regretting that her parents hadn't made her taller. Zhao Zhiyue was not short either at 1.7 meters, which was quite tall among girls, but she just needed to avoid standing next to Gao Beiying. If only I could chop off 20 centimeters and share them with you. Liao Lingbao pouted. Gao Beiying smiled faintly without speaking. By the way, is there really no shampoo for sale? Liao Lingbao stubbornly asked again. Not necessarily. Look over there. There are a few vending machines. Zhao Zhongyue, benefiting from Liao Lingbao's presence, enthusiastically showed her around, and in return, Liao Lingbao invited her to soak in the hot springs, so they didn't spend a single crystal core this time. No wonder Wu Wenli, despite having no special abilities, could thrive by making so many friends. Zhao Zhongyue finally tasted the benefits. Following Zhao Zhongyue's direction, Liao Lingbao saw a row of gray vending machines. They were unremarkable, blending in with the surrounding stone walls. Hard to notice unless you looked closely. Just as Liao Lingbao was about to approach, Zhao Zhongyue said, "They're not unlocked yet." What does not unlocked mean? It means you can't buy anything for now. There might be some conditions to meet. This condition is probably known only to the city lord. Zhao Zhongyue was lazy and seemed almost to merge with the water. But Liao Lingbao and Gao Beiying exchanged a glance, planning to ask later. Although they weren't unlocked yet, the gray-white vending machines had shampoo, conditioner, body wash, and bath towels, and they didn't know when they would be unlocked. Boys have short hair, so washing it is simple. But girls with long hair have a tough time washing it in temperatures below -30 or 40 degrees, or even 50 or 60 degrees. Huh? Just wait to turn into popsicles. In this awful weather, let alone washing hair, even washing a towel would be a challenge. It would be so stiff it could stand up on its own. Zhao Zhongyue didn't want to risk a stroke or a serious cold just to wash her hair. It was worth it, but she was itching too much to endure, so she could only cut it. Now, a third of the women in the pool had messy short hair, so just cutting it would be easier. Liao Lingbao, on the other hand, had long hair that she hadn't cut. It looked pretty bad, though. After not washing her hair for over a month, her scalp was full of flakes and was incredibly oily. If she scratched, it looked like a bird's nest. It was the kind of hair that couldn't be untangled without washing for an hour. Therefore, Liao Lingbao was very eager to buy shampoo, but it was still locked. Girl, why not just cut it off? Look at me, my buzz cut may not look good, but it's comfortable. Zhao Zhongyue rubbed her head, looking very proud. Liao Lingbao had been growing her hair for 5 or 6 years, so she was naturally reluctant to cut it. Let us talk about it later. Hurry up and wash. An hour is almost up, Gao Beiying reminded, interrupting their conversation. Right, hurry up. If we exceed the time and haven't finished, we'll be forced to pay extra. Mentioning fees made Zhao Zhongyue rush to wash. The cheapest, no special effect large pool in the hot spring cave costs 10 crystal cores for an hour. As soon as the hour was up, they had to leave the hot spring water, get dressed within 10 minutes. Or the system would forcibly kick them back to the trading hall. If they stayed in the hot spring water for over an hour, they would automatically be charged for another hour, continuously deducting money. That S10 crystal cores, enough to buy 20 buns. They couldn't afford to be charged. Infected by Zhao Zhongyue's urgency, Gao Beiying and Liao Lingbao also hurriedly scrubbed themselves, almost timing it to the last 2 minutes before leaving the hot spring water. Phew, we made it just in time. Occasionally, there were failures to make it in time, resulting in cries of despair from those who were charged extra. Why not just run away without paying? What happens if you skip out? As soon as Liao Lingbao's words fell, others in the large pool turned to look. They were all watching, and Liao Lingbao wasn't even dressed yet. Liao Lingbao's face turned red as she hurriedly put on her clothes. Shoo, don't say such things. Big sister, rules are rules, and we must follow them. Those who skip out will pay with their flesh. Huh. For a moment, the image of Xia Qingxin appeared strange to Liao Lingbao. Last time, there was a young guy who thought he could get away with a free meal. He bought a bunch of snacks from the vending machine and tried to leave without paying, and then he ended up as a candle. Gao Beiying shivered, recalling unpleasant memories. Paying with flesh is no joke. The skin can melt away, turning a person into a candle lit up like a lantern. That scene was unforgettable. Never, ever think about breaking the rules. Otherwise, you'll never get out. The underground city has no direct exits to the outside world. To enter or leave, one must rely on the snowflake tattoo on the back of their hand and the teleportation array. If the rules are violated, the underground city has the right to prohibit passage or impose penalties. If the tattoo is banned, others cannot take the violator out. The violator can only be trapped in the underground city at the mercy of others. Zhao Zhongyue's expression was serious, making Liao Lingbao nod in agreement. Promising not to take risks, before Zhao Zhongyue finally let her go. Little sister, I won't lie to you. It's all for your own good. Don't think I'm being long-winded. Of course, yeah is the best to me. Liao Lingbao sweet-talked a bit, and Zhao Zhongyue immediately brightened up. Visitors in the hot spring cave have 10 minutes to get dressed. Once the 10 minutes are up, they will be teleported to the entrance of the hot spring cave. Liao Lingbao's hair was still wet as she enviously looked at the long row of gray-white blow dryers at the entrance. These blow dryers were not like regular ones. They were full-size cabins that you stand in with a glass cover. There were also operating instructions. Just insert one crystal core, and 3 seconds of light magic would dry your hair instantly. She was envious, but it was still locked. 3 seconds of drying is much better than a regular blow dryer. Noise came from the trading hall, as if a large group of people was shouting about something. In the air, there were also several huge spinning wheels. Win, get gold. Hurry up and get gold. Over there, people were shouting wildly in a chaotic group. Zhao Zhongyue excitedly pulled Liao Lingbao and Gao Beiying into the crowd. Hurry up, darling. There's a special event where they're doing a lottery. Liao Lingbao was confused until she was dragged to the front row. That was a group of people from K-City, newcomers who could bring more people, especially since they were official. It was easy to gather 10 for a draw in one day. Now, there were actually 5 or 6 people doing 10 consecutive draws on site. Each person had a huge spinning wheel in front of them, spinning rapidly, with green, white, and blue lights flashing from time to time. Among them, one was even shining with dazzling golden light. They hit the jackpot. Chapter 38. The hard snail. Before this, only Yin Wanhui had drawn a golden card, while the others had only received some fragmented crystal cores or food and clothing in white and blue colors. Even those who drew a purple 1000 crystal core were few and far between. But now, the dungeon has finally welcomed its second lucky player, another golden legend. What do they draw? Let me see. Don't push, you stepped on my shoes. The excitement of the crowd reached its peak, with everyone stretching their necks to squeeze in for a better look. Not to mention them, even Xia Qingxin was drawn in. The golden light shone and then fell into that person's palm. It was someone from K-City, a newcomer who could naturally invite a large group of people to obtain lottery tickets. The person appeared to be in their 30s, slightly plump, and an unremarkable female civil servant. A very common appearance, wearing a pair of glasses. She was an ordinary person without abilities. Those with abilities had their genes optimized and gradually transformed. Their skin became smooth, and conditions like nearsightedness and other sensory issues were tweaked to become normal. But she wore glasses. Xia Qingxin looked visibly delighted, especially when she saw the text on it, immediately tearing open the card to bind it. Golden light burst forth from the torn card, drilling into Xia Qingxin's body. In an instant, it completely merged as one. Lucky indeed, she chose to link with the current visitor today. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Snail House 10. Lord privilege. Once a day, the Koi King activates successfully. Each day, choose a visitor or resident to share each other's lottery results, multiplied by 10 times the rewards. Binding. Inner consciousness. There were now 10 pure, white jade-like discs. The discs spun as they were placed on the ground, resembling a snail shell. But they were more than 10,000 times larger than a snail shell. Bigger than Xia Qingxin's living room, enough to accommodate 12 people comfortably. However, it wasn't hollow inside but layered. It truly felt like entering a giant snail shell, becoming narrower the further one went inside. Yet it also became warmer. Safe house. Xia Qingxin murmured, calling it the most fitting name. This golden card did not possess combat capabilities, but it was a fantastic shelter. Regardless of encountering zombies, zombie animals, big bears or tigers, one could just burrow inside. As long as their claws couldn't break through the steel, one would be safe and sound. Moreover, the most important thing was its cold-resistant effect. With each layer entered, the external temperature was isolated by 10 degrees. If the outside temperature was minus 30 degrees, then the temperature inside the first layer of the snail shell would be minus 20 degrees, the second layer minus 10 degrees, the third layer 0 degrees, the fourth layer plus 10 degrees, and the fifth layer plus 20 degrees. Currently, the snail shell only had 5 layers, but it could be upgraded. As long as enough crystal cores were smashed, even with an outside temperature of minus 80 degrees, one could wear summer clothes inside. This was a divine item, a life-saving treasure for those without a dungeon system. Xia Qingxin was well aware of this and immediately tapped the tattoo on the back of her hand to log off, then rushed back to find her superior. Why are you running away? That's not fair. You didn't even say what good thing you got before running off. Hurry. You're making me anxious. I want to be able to sleep tonight, wondering what good thing the lucky player got. Why are you running? Let me see. A large group of onlookers was left behind, their faces twisted with envy, and they couldn't even get a whiff of the fragrance, only left with suspense. Fishing for information like caught fish, wishing they could directly possess that golden card. It's true, it could really be snatched away by others. Snail House, a building card. It was a structure that could be stored and moved with its owner. In other words, it was a divine item, similar to a sword for sword cultivators, before binding. It could indeed be taken by others. Even if one had abilities, they could still bind this. Abilities operate directly on the body, while buildings are merely external objects. So, Xia Qingxin had to run. The abilities had already merged into her very bones, and no one could take them away. But swords were different. If the sword's owner was killed, the sword could be directly possessed. Xia Qingxin was powerless, so to be safe, she immediately fled, leaving behind a group of onlookers who could only smell the fragrance of melon, but couldn't even lick it, not knowing if it was salty or sweet. Everyone was like ants on a hot pan, pulling at the people next to them to chat. I think it's a wood-type ability, capable of producing sweet potatoes and corn. Otherwise, why would she run so fast? Not necessarily. I think it's a lightning-type ability. It sounded impressive. Look at her face. It's almost twisted with joy. The surprise was too great. Xia Qingxin's expression management failed, and along with the exaggerated embellishments from others, her image was almost distorted into that of a twisted-mouth war god. If it were really lightning-type, why run? She should have no self-defense capability. But it's an ability that others covet. An old man confidently stated, and after attracting the attention of others, he stroked his beard, speaking as if it were the truth. Just think, if it were a very strong ability, would she need to hide it? Wouldn't she want to announce it to the world? And those who hide and secretly rejoice are either spatial or healing abilities, afraid of being caught by others and used as a warehouse. Hiss, that makes some sense. Not looking at the flashy appearance of space abilities. They are basically controlled and used as someone else's warehouse, and cannot hide anything for themselves. Space abilities have no offensive power. If one is lucky to encounter a kind-hearted person, that's good, they can cooperate. But if one is unlucky and meets a malicious one, suspected of hoarding supplies, they will be beaten until they vomit blood and break bones, as long as they are left with a breath. Space abilities are desirable, but quite dangerous. If Xia Qingxin were space-type and too afraid to speak about it, the probability is indeed high. The more they thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed, and this group of people began to chatter again, fantasizing and diverging their thoughts. Xia Qingxin couldn't be bothered to interrupt them. In the apocalypse, without phones or the internet, it was normal to pass the time counting hair or gossiping. But she also lost the mood to continue listening to their nonsense, and found an empty spot to disappear directly. Inside the warehouse, Xia Qingxin directly threw down 10 large snail houses onto the ground. The ground shook from the impact. These snail houses were neither light nor small. Wow, it's like a fairy tale. Snowflake was the first to rush up, flapping her wings and diving into the snail shell. Qingxin, come quickly. There's actually a door inside. The snail house now had 5 layers, and each layer had a thin white jade-like door. As long as it was gently lifted, one could pass through. However, without the owner's consent, that thin layer, like a curtain, could become harder than steel. Xia Qingxin took an axe and knocked on the shell of the snail house, and surprisingly, it left no marks at all. It looked fragile, but was as hard as steel. Once more crystal cores were available in the future, the hardness could be further enhanced. I love it. I want to live inside. Snowflake flapped her wings, excitedly claiming one of the snail houses. Chapter 39. The wild grass can't be pulled out completely. Go ahead. Stay wherever you like. 10 snail houses, one for Snowflake to play with is really nothing. Snowflake cheered, rushed in front of Xia Qingxin, rubbed her cheek, gave a quick kiss, and then flew away quickly. It was more and more like a spoiled cat rabbit. Xia Qingxin rubbed her cheek, looking at Snowflake, busily moving around with affection. Don't be fooled by Snowflake's small size. It had quite the knack for scavenging. It pulled out some fabric from who knows where and hung it on the door as a curtain. Its little wings shook, and it shook off a large pile of cheap gems from its fluffy white fur. Exaggerated ruby rings, sparkly purple plastic bracelets, smooth round pebbles, and a bunch of bow clips. It looked like it had raided a dollar store. Snowflake fluttered its little wings, using its claws and even its mouth to stick all those random things onto the pristine snail house. It even had some stickers it found from who knows where, seriously arranging them here and there. This might seem a bit childish for a 5-year-old, but for Snowflake, it was just right. How does it look? Snowflake's expectant eyes widened as it proudly displayed its meticulously decorated snail house. Just a moment ago, the 10 snail houses looked identical, but now, anyone would immediately notice the exaggerated little house covered in colorful stickers and bows. Not bad. At least it didn't stick anything on me. Xia Qingxin flattered with a guilty conscience, making Snowflake even prouder. I think so too. It's too pretty. I need to find some ribbons. Snowflake's previous experience of being sold as earrings in a boutique seemed to have given it a peculiar taste, as it was utterly obsessed with cute pink and sparkly things. Now that it had a snail house, Snowflake was as happy as a child, excitedly scavenging for more. But it really wasn't necessary. Although Xia Qingxin was somewhat stingy, that didn't mean she was cheap. For her pet. No, partner. That's right, partner. Giving a few crystal cores for it to play with was perfectly fine. Open your paws. Snowflake obediently extended its claws, revealing its pink paw pads beneath the white fur. 5 small crystal cores landed in Snowflake's palm. They were all translucent, first-level crystal cores. And Xia Qingxin's warehouse was almost piling up like a mountain. However, to Snowflake's paws, they were a bit too big, completely covering its pink pads, almost causing them to fall. Wow, is this for me? Yes. Upon receiving confirmation, Snowflake's eyes widened, and with a yelp, it pounced into Xia Qingxin's arms. It rubbed its head against her, expressing gratitude while making a purring sound in its throat. Thank you. Qingxin, you're the best. Who could resist a cat rabbit that was both cuddly and affectionate, with pets snuggling and rubbing against you? How could one resist the urge to pet them? Rub? Xia Qingxin aggressively petted Snowflake, stroking its fur in every direction, playing with its little head, and even rubbing its belly. Qingxin. The pink pads tried to protect its belly, but the more the little cat resisted, the more fun it became for Xia Qingxin. She completely forgot about partners and truly treated Snowflake like a pet, furiously rubbing its little cat head. Fortunately, Nian Wanhui saved Snowflake. What is going on? The mark of a slave in the sea of consciousness was calling out frantically, making the cat-obsessed Xia Qingxin a bit annoyed. You better have an urgent matter, or I want to be polite. Agree to the conversation. As soon as she agreed, Nian Wanhui's anxious shout came from the other side. Not good, boss. The potatoes have been strangled by the wild grass. Xia Qingxin immediately used her mental power to look at the planting hole. Inside the planting hole, the soil was lush and green, thriving with vibrant life, looking like a green blanket covering the dark earth. But Xia Qingxin's face quickly darkened. As she focused her mental energy, she realized that the thriving green blanket was not potato sprouts but wild grass. The relentless wild grass had sprung up from who knows where, crazily taking over a third of the field at an alarming speed, and it was quickly spreading to other fields. Even though Nian Wanhui was working hard, he couldn't pull out fast enough. The speed of pulling couldn't keep up with the speed of growth. It turned out that not only had the growth speed of the potatoes increased, but the other seeds planted in the soil had also pressed the acceleration button, quickly germinating and squeezing the living space of the potatoes. Not only that, the wild grass would strangle, stretching its leaves to block the sunlight from the potato vines, while its underground roots would also steal nutrients. If it wasn't dealt with immediately, it would not only affect the yield, but could lead to total loss if left unchecked. Snowflake, exchange for herbicide. Yes. Xia Qingxin immediately put aside her playful thoughts and entered the planting hole without a second of delay. Even Yuanxin, who had just taken half a day off, was forcibly recalled to help with the weeding. The city lord's shop exchanged for 50 bottles of herbicide and 3 sets of pesticides, and they immediately mixed the herbicide with water and sprayed in the fields. It hurt to spend that much. The pesticide set only cost 10 crystal cores and could cover the whole body without inhaling the chemicals. But the herbicide required 50 crystal cores per bottle. For 1 acre of land, it took 2 bottles of herbicide. Mixing the herbicide with water and spraying it around. Fortunately, although the price was painful, the quality was immediate. The diluted herbicide fell like rain onto the wild grass. Within seconds of contact, the wild grass immediately turned yellow and dried up. The 3 of them were busy and frantic. Time was money, and any delay would affect the yield. Xia Qingxin wished she could conjure a heavy rain to douse everything at once. The trio rushed back and forth, mixing the medicine with water and spraying it in the fields, managing to suppress the overwhelming greenery. Under the scorching 30-degree sun, carrying heavy pesticide sprayers while running back and forth in the fields, the 3 of them were drenched in sweat after working on 30 acres of land. But it wasn't over yet. Even though they had sprayed the herbicide, they still had to pull out the dead wild grass. The vitality of wild grass was evident. Even if it died, how could they be sure it wouldn't come back to life? Leaving even a little root would lead to a resurrection performance. Helplessly, Xia Qingxin and the others could only bend down and systematically search for wild grass on each acre to pull it out. Moreover, during this time, they couldn't step on the potato vines. Crops are delicate. Stepping on them might lead to instant sterility, preventing them from bearing fruit. Furthermore, after pulling them out, the wild grass couldn't just be thrown on the ground. It had to be gathered together and burned. It was that unreasonable. If there was any dew at night, the roots of the wild grass could potentially grow downwards and come back to life again. What could they do? Pull. They worked tirelessly until nightfall before they finally managed to pull everything out. Nian Wanhui was almost exhausted, gasping for air with his mouth wide open. Xia Qingxin felt tired as well. Although she had been exercising, bending over repeatedly made her feel like her back was about to break. Nian Wanhui. Xia Qingxin called out. Huh? Your son started today. Chapter 40 New employees. Xia Qingxin compromised. Previously, she thought farming was simple, standing and talking without feeling the pain. Now her back felt as if it had been rammed by a bull, sore and painful, exhausted to despair. Why didn't you say it earlier? Yin Wanhui was so tired he had lost his temper, collapsing on the ground and refusing to get up. If they had said it earlier, at least there would have been one more person to help, and they would have had to do less work. The key was that all 3 contract rings were used up, and Xia Qingxin didn't have a fully reliable trump card. So naturally, she didn't dare to take in people recklessly. But I think there shouldn't only be 1 round of wild grass, right? Xia said uncertainly. It was her first time being a system, and as a complete novice, she hadn't experienced it before and had no seniors to guide her. She could only feel her way across the river, relying on guesswork. Hiring someone was a must. As for the absolute assurance of no backstabbing, Xia Qingxin only knew that if she had a few more rounds, her back would break. When soldiers come, block with soldiers. When water comes, block with earth. First, let us protect her back. Xia Qingxin was so tired that she had lost her temper, and her demands had lowered a bit. Xuehua's originally beautiful white fur was now messy, half from Xia Qingxin's rough grooming and half from exhaustion. Don't be fooled by Xuehua's small size. Flapping her wings, she was actually helping to pull weeds in the field, moving weeds back and forth to lend a hand. She was incredibly obedient. If it weren't for the extreme fatigue, Yuanxin really wanted to boldly pet her a couple of times. The 3 of them were exhausted, and Xia Qingxin, in despair, clutched her wallet. She bought a single bath ticket for each of the 3, an hour of bathing, and they would immediately return to pull weeds afterward. This time, the pool Xia Qingxin bought was not an ordinary large pool. Instead, it was a small private pool with soothing effects. 30 crystal cores for an hour. Soaking. No need to wash oneself. It had a self-cleaning effect, and, importantly, it could relieve fatigue. Xia Qingxin didn't want to spend so much. But the wild grass was too troublesome. Although they had sprayed herbicide and its effects were still present, they still needed to be cautious tomorrow. Preserving strength to deal with unexpected situations was the best solution. If tomorrow she woke up feeling sore and weak and couldn't keep up, and then another wave of surprises hit, that would be a disaster. Losing a little money to avoid losing a lot was not worth it. Xia Qingxin was the first to enter the planting hole. She didn't want to take another step and directly moved into the small pool. There was no water in the pool. Only after putting in a hot spring ticket did water bubble up from the spring. Warm water gurgled up from the ground, quickly enveloping Xia Qingxin's whole body, leaving only her head exposed. Hiss! Faint green threads began to drill into Xia Qingxin's body, quickly relieving her tense and overworked muscles. Comfortable, much better than a massage. Even the sticky sweat on Xia Qingxin's body was completely wiped away, and the hair that had gotten wet in the water became smooth and silky. There was no need for Xia Qingxin to do anything. The spring water had a self-cleaning effect. It helped her overly fatigued body recover fully. It could even accelerate the recovery of her abilities, serving as a blue returning artifact. In fact, it was also a healing artifact. Being a small private pool, it had healing effects that could help with the recovery of wounds or scars. As long as the corresponding bath ticket was purchased, it was available. 50 crystal cores for an hour. Cheap, at least compared to Xia Qingxin's primary treatment cabin. It was much more affordable. However, the treatment cabin was only sold in the City Lord's Mall, and what ordinary people could buy were just healing potions and healing hot springs. In any case, Xia Qingxin wouldn't need it. You get what you pay for. When it comes to her body, she would naturally want the best medicine. The light green threads in the pool had completely entered Xia Qingxin's body, and the soreness and weakness that had accumulated from lactic acid were now entirely gone. She felt refreshed. Once the energy in the pool was absorbed, soaking further would be pointless. Xia Qingxin changed her clothes and let the others rest. As Xia Qingxin left, the hot spring water in the small pool gurgled again, flowing down through the hole. The water in the small pool was disposable, taken from the outside, purified clean, processed, and refined with crystal cores. Once used, it had no further purpose and was naturally discarded back outside. The spring continued to bubble, producing new hot spring water. An hour passed quickly. Yin Wanhui, who had just been exhausted like a dead dog, was instantly revitalized. Xia Qingxin left Yi Wanxin in the planting hole to guard the farmland and took Yin Wanhui out from the #1 teleportation point. Outside, it was dark, already nighttime, and the cold wind was biting, making Yin Wanhui shiver and tighten his clothes. Xia Qingxin followed behind, igniting a few fireballs. Although the fireballs could only bring a little warmth, they illuminated the path ahead. Snowflakes occasionally drifted around the central tree house, and the world was silent. Even the zombies that occasionally wandered the streets had been knocked out, most of them used as currency by crazy tourists. The two braved the wind and snow in the dead of night, knocking on Yin Wanhui's door. "Who is it?" asked the night watchman, peering through the peephole and seeing Yin Wanhui's round face. Fatty Yin. Now, to survive, everyone was huddling together for warmth. 30 or 40 people squeezed into one room, surrounding 1 or 2 stoves to stay alive. This exclamation immediately woke many people up. "Monkey, what the hell are you barking about? Can't you let people sleep? Who? Is there someone knocking at the door? It's the middle of the night. Why is someone suddenly coming? No, didn't you just call my dad's name?" The door suddenly swung open. A fat man forcibly opened the door, and there were others behind him pulling his arms. "Dad, it's really you." A big fat man and a small fat man, aside from their age. They were practically replicas of each other with the same nose and eyes. There was no doubt that this was Yin Wanhui's son. Yin Wanhui had disappeared for 3 days, with no news at all. All they heard was that he had a conflict with someone in the underground city, and then suddenly disappeared. He seemed to have evaporated from the world, neither in the underground city nor outside. Yin Wanhui's wife came out from the house, her eyes red. She looked carefully at Yin Wanhui, fearing this was an illusion. "Wife, I'm back." Yin Wanhui's eyes turned red as he opened his arms to hug his partner, but Li Xianghong swung her arm and slapped Yin Wanhui hard. Li Xianghong wasn't thin either. The three of them were all round, and with that slap, Yin Wanhui's face turned red and swollen. Clearly not holding back at all. You actually know to come back? Why didn't you die outside? Joy turned to anger. Li Xianghong put her hands on her hips, not caring that there were so many people around, and yanked Yin Wanhui's ear. Disappearing for 3 days. Do you know that 3 days of cold violence automatically end a relationship? It's so dangerous outside. Why were you running around? Why didn't you just get eaten by a zombie? While cursing and hitting, her eyes were red and tears flowed down. It's all a misunderstanding. I can explain. Yin Wanhui didn't even dare to dodge, begging for mercy with gritted teeth. Chapter 41. The bugs come back to life. The real culprit stood behind, not feeling guilty at all, and even wanted to snack on some seeds. Xia Qingxin grabbed the slave and threw him into the planting cave. And it was several days before he was thrown out. Yin Wanhui's time in confinement was still short, and Yi Wanxin was even more unfortunate. Upon returning to his residence, he had already been kicked out. The Firewood Gang had a new leader, and there was no place for him anymore. To make matters worse, someone even set up a symbolic grave for him, which really infuriated him. However, fortunately for Yi Wanxin, as a single dog, no one cared about him. After disappearing for so many days, everyone continued to eat and drink, and no one was sad about his disappearance. Yin Wanhui was different, with a wife and child. Although he had only been missing for 3 days, they had searched for him and cried a lot. Yin Wanhui glared at Xia Qingxin, who turned her eyes away, displaying a nonchalant attitude. Yin Wanhui sighed and could only lead his wife and son towards the central treehouse. About 30 to 40 people opened their mouths to stop them, but upon seeing Xia Qingxin's robber-like face, they ultimately dared not say anything and let the three of them leave. Why did they have to go to the park to talk? Li Xianghong kept sizing up Xia Qingxin, feeling somewhat afraid. Xia Qingxin was fierce, having used the fire dragon to take their entire group to the underground city. And not only did she have strength, but she might also be the city lord. Not to mention that she had a gun at her waist. Whatever others said, her husband was running off with a young and beautiful girl. Li Xianghong did not believe a word of it. With her husband's weight and looks, who would be blind enough to fall for him? It was impossible, especially after seeing Xia Qingxin. How could a big shot like her be interested in her old and fat husband? Li Xianghong resolutely did not believe it. Now, they had arrived at the central treehouse. However, Li Xianghong and her son's daily 1-hour free entry time had already expired. They could only stand outside, shivering in the cold. With no one around, Xia Qingxin kicked Yin Wanhui. Ha! Actually, it's like this. Xia Qingxin did not intend to explain. It was too troublesome. So let Yin Wanhui do the talking. Yin Wanhui boasted loudly, turning the story of Xia Qingxin grabbing him to pull the cart into a tale of her keen eye for talent, recognizing his potential in the crowd, becoming partners, and planning to bring his wife and son to join in a grand endeavor to save humanity, farming. Xia Qingxin couldn't help but shoot Yin Wanhui a few sideways glances. If Xia Qingxin hadn't been standing beside him, Yin Wanhui could have boasted even more. But evidently, Li Xianghong and Yin Gao believed him. They looked at Xia Qingxin with anticipation. It must be stated in advance that you must demonstrate your utility and cannot reveal or imply anything about it to others in any form. This was something Xia Qingxin had to say. Moreover, she had already made it clear to Yin Wanhui. If either of them dared to leak information about the planting cave, Xia Qingxin would kill them. Yin Wanhui guaranteed with his life that he could bring his wife into the fold. Yin Wanhui's son, Yin Gao, although still a third-year middle school student, was tall and chubby, already quite strong, and his ability was very suitable for watering and weeding, saving much more than using crystal cores. Although his wife had no abilities, she could cook and could stay behind a farm, preparing 3 meals a day for Xia Qingxin. It was like buying 2 and getting 1 free. At critical moments, Li Xianghong could also be used as a guarantee. Didn't Yin Wanhui promise to stake his life? Even if they couldn't put a contract ring on Yin Gao, Xia Qingxin could order Yin Wanhui to kill Li Xianghong and then commit suicide. With his parents' lives in Xia Qingxin's hands, Yin Gao naturally dared not speak out of turn. Xia Qingxin asked Li Xianghong and her son again, receiving affirmative answers before pulling both of their hands and placing them on the back of their hands. Li Xianghong felt a warmth on the back of her hand. The snowflake tattoo that had been there disappeared, replaced by a small golden star in the center of her palm. The star was not big, only about a centimeter, and it was imprinted on the tiger's mouth, making Li Xianghong feel inexplicably joyful. Visitor 2, Resident 2. Congratulations on adding 2 new residents to the Underground City. Li Xianghong and Yin Gao had transitioned from visitors to official residents. The number of residents finally changed from 0 to 2. Oh right, let us also turn the slaves into residents. Xia Qingxin snapped her fingers, and the residents increased by 3 again. Yin Wanhui felt a warmth on the back of his hand, and the tattoo also vanished. Gao Beiying and Yuanqing experienced the same. Their tattoos disappeared as well. Instead, somewhere on their bodies, a small golden star appeared. Slaves were personal property. Property is property, and it could be changed without direct contact. Let us go, my new employees. Xia Qingxin pointed to the door of the central treehouse, and Li Xianghong's family anxiously stepped inside. The vision darkened, and when Li Xianghong opened her eyes again, the scene suddenly changed from winter to summer. A small crescent moon hung in the sky, illuminating the fields below. 30 acres of fertile land were lush and green. Even at night, the outlines were clear. The evening breeze was gentle, not the biting cold wind that cuts through the skin, but carried the refreshing scent of plants, bringing a sense of coolness. Occasionally, the sound of insects chirping could be heard in the fields, reminiscent of Li Xianghong's summer nights as a child, dreamy and ethereal, making her feel hot all over. How could she not feel hot? She quickly wanted to take off her cotton-padded coat. The ground was below -40, and underground it was around 2 or 3 degrees above 0. With such a temperature difference, Yin Wanhui was already sweating profusely after a short while. Isn't there a zombie over there? Although Yin Gao was quite tall for his weight, he was timid, shivering as he pointed at the distant shadow, almost saying it was haunted. No, there are no zombies here. That's my big brother, Yuanqing. No, what is he doing over there with his butt sticking up? Yin Wanhui scratched his head. Yuanqing was crouched on the ground like a big frog, too far away to see clearly, but his posture was quite strange. No matter how you looked at it, he resembled a big frog. Big frog, frog. Wait, why is there the sound of insects? Something was definitely off. Xia Qingxin finally realized what was wrong. The sound that had been filling her ears from earlier until now was actually the sound of insects. What beautiful summer nights to relive. This was an insect plague. What are you standing there for? Catch the insects. It was a chaotic day. They had just finished weeding and were starting to catch insects again. Luckily, Xia Qingxin had been cautious and spent money to restore the slaves' stamina. Otherwise, they would be exhausted, and the potatoes would be at risk. The hot spring cave needed day and night cycles. Plants had to rest at night as well. If they were constantly in a light environment, it would lead to excessive accumulation of photosynthesis, causing early aging of leaves and photooxidative damage, which would hinder growth and development. So a fake sun and a fake moon took turns to stand guard. Now, it was the moon's turn. The brightness was insufficient, making it hard to catch insects among the crops at night, but they couldn't avoid it. Not only were there big caterpillars, but there were also grasshopper-like creatures. The planting cave was so magical that even the pests were more ferocious than in reality. Xia Qingxin could only summon several fireballs, half suspended in the air, ensuring they wouldn't burn the plants, using them for illumination. Chapter 42. Deluxe Bubble Bug. There are many types of bugs, such as the plump white caterpillar, which not only has a soft body, but can also burst. There's also the grasshopper that can jump right onto a person's foot, and the tiny aphids that are as small as sesame seeds. Summer Qingxin couldn't bring herself to touch them. She hated bugs the most. The texture, the unknown teeth hidden somewhere, the numerous legs, and each one bursting. Yikes. Although she wasn't scared to the point of losing her composure, she definitely did not want to touch these disgusting creatures. Her gaze shifted to the chubby little face. Summer Qingxin's eyes were fiery, and her hints were very obvious. The little chubby one felt somewhat uneasy, as if being watched by a carnivorous animal. But fortunately, the ability was used properly. The rice cake opened both hands, as if a bubble machine had come to life, and countless palm-sized bubbles emerged from his palms. The bubbles were transparent, refracting some colorful halos, and moved according to the little chubby one's will. The bubbles floated in the air for a while, then scattered and rushed towards the potato vines. When the bubbles touched the leaves, they didn't burst, but instead got closer until they approached a fat caterpillar. Pop! The bubble enveloped the caterpillar and swallowed it whole. Flying upwards, the ability user was clear-headed. Summer Qingxin watched helplessly as the caterpillar struggled and rolled inside, even using its many legs to move around, looking for a chance to escape. Not only the caterpillar, but those bubbles quickly caught their prey, directly passing through the plants and trapping the bugs. No matter how the bugs bit or how the grasshoppers jumped, they couldn't break free from the bubbles. My son is really impressive. These bubbles, although they look fragile, are actually indestructible. Look, even aphids can be caught. Dad, it's not that amazing. Stop talking. The rice cake blushed a little, fearing that Summer Qingxin would use a knife to pop the bubbles, leading to an awkward situation for everyone. But fortunately, Summer Qingxin had already seen through this flashy but impractical facade and did not expose Nian Hui. As a father, he didn't mind if his son was weak, as long as they were happy. After all, this ability was indeed effective for catching bugs. It could save 50 bottles of insecticide, which means that for one little chubby, she saved 2,500 crystal cores. And that was just for one meal. Next time she could save more. Thinking of this, Summer Qingxin immediately became affectionate, treating both the big and little chubby with much more kindness. Yuanxin also benefited, not having to bend over to catch bugs, saving a lot of effort. The sky was filled with transparent bubbles, looking soft and dreamy under the moonlight, provided there were no bugs inside. Inside the beautiful bubbles were dozens of bugs, soft caterpillars, hard grasshoppers, densely packed sesame-sized aphids, and a few flying ones flapping around inside. Summer Qingxin's scalp tingled, fearing that the little chubby one would lose control and cause a rain of bugs to fall. If they fell on her, that would be an epic nightmare. Where to put these? With limited mental energy, the little chubby one had to deal with the bubbles containing bugs first to generate new bubbles to catch bugs in other fields. Over there, burn them. Summer Qingxin pointed to a barren piece of land. In the end, the potato vines weren't saved. An acre of them had been gnawed down to pits, and the leaves were covered in bite marks, clearly beyond saving. So, she decided to make use of the waste and use it as a burning point for the bugs. The bubbles floated towards that plot of land, and suddenly a great fire erupted. Flames soared high. As soon as Summer Qingxin's fire ability came out, the bubbles couldn't withstand the high temperature and burst one after another. Crack! The bugs burst, not only bursting but also being roasted, filling the air with the fragrant smell of protein, which quickly turned to a burnt odor. Summer Qingxin covered her mouth and nose, desperately wanting to escape. However, when it came to dealing with bugs, the best method was fire, and Summer Qingxin's fire didn't cost money. She could only frown and endure. Fortunately, the little chubby one lived up to expectations. His wasteful ability found the perfect stage, with bubbles flying towards the fields, taking away countless insects. In just 2 short hours, the bugs in the 30 acres were all caught. Although many potato vines had bite marks from the bugs, at least they were saved. If it had been Nian Hui and the others using insecticide manually, they would have had to wait until dawn to finish, especially with those aphids, which were truly terrible. Summer Qingxin's little waist would be bent over from this, and those bugs grew and ate leaves faster than in reality, definitely leading to more losses. Now, with the addition of the rice cake and such a convenient bug-catching tool, there was no need for Summer Qingxin to personally catch bugs, and the efficiency was high and cheap. Everyone was happy. The rice cake and the Xianghong successfully settled here. For the sake of future crop yields, Summer Qingxin waved her hand and directly bought 3 bamboo houses. The 3 bamboo houses were located in the corner. Behind them was a vast expanse of unlocked fields, and in front were the 30 acres of potato seedlings. As soon as they opened the door, they could see the work area. How nice. Yuanxin's mouth twitched, but he didn't say anything. It was already pretty good. At least it was better than sleeping on the hard, damp black soil. Yi Nanjin, who had already slept on the black soil for a week, glared at Summer Qingxin with resentment. Summer Qingxin shamelessly pretended not to see. Was she willing to buy a bamboo house for 50 crystal cores? No, if it weren't for the harsh blow to her wallet from the herbicide earlier. She wouldn't have broken the pot and bought a bamboo house. Most likely, she would have bought a wooden bed for 1 crystal core. Allowing them to sleep under the sky while taking care of the fields. However, after suffering from the disasters of wild grass and bugs, Xia Qingxin felt she should treat the slaves a bit better. If you want a horse to run, you have to feed it grass, right? Xia Qingxin was the first to choose the furthest bamboo house to live in. The big and little chubby ones jumped to the other house. They finally had a place to live. A safe house. Nothing gives a stronger sense of belonging than a house. At least Li Xianghong had already planned for the future. The bamboo houses were very simple in style, with a big bed, a table, and 2 stools, nothing else. It was comfortable for 1 person, with a 2-meter bed to spare. For 2 people, it was just okay. As for the little chubby one, he went next door to find his Uncle Yi to make do, waiting until he got paid to buy another house. Nian Wanhui unceremoniously kicked his son away, throwing the trouble onto Yi Wanxin. Poor Yi Wanxin. Not only did he have to squeeze with others, but at a young age, he had also been elevated in rank. Good. Yi Wanxin was actually happy. It was so warm here, he didn't have to bundle up like a bear, and the comfortable temperature made him feel joyful. He happily ran to find Yi Wanxin. With a very strong labor force added, Xia Qingxin could finally make purchases. May I ask if you want to buy 20 acres of wasteland? Yes. Chapter 43. Drawing a big pie behind the bamboo house. The originally gray and white locked land has finally been released partially. Congratulations, emoji. You now own 50 acres of land, reaching the maximum capacity of a level 2 dungeon. Please work hard to level up. Currently, the dungeon is level 2, and 50 acres is already the maximum. Once it reaches level 3, 100 acres can be unlocked. The crystal cores have drastically decreased. Unlocking land requires spending crystal cores, which is not a small amount. Sigh. Hurry up and let the lucky player appear. Turn out 10,000 crystal cores for me, so I can reap 10-fold rewards. No one is more eager for a lucky player to appear than Xia Qingxin, because she can take advantage of the rewards without paying and can also multiply her profits by 10 times. Although she can only connect once a day, a daily 10-fold return has brought Xia Qingxin considerable benefits. Therefore, no one is more hopeful for others' good luck than Xia Qingxin. However, there are still too few people who can participate in the lottery. Inviting 10 people will earn a lottery ticket. This is easy to achieve in the early stages since both parties benefit from it. However, once the newbie benefits invitation period is over, it becomes very difficult to gather so many newcomers to collect the lottery tickets. Want to participate in the lottery? Sure. 1 lottery costs 100 crystal cores, and 10 lotteries cost 1,000 crystal cores. Moreover, there's no guarantee. What you get depends entirely on luck. Not to mention 1,000 crystal cores at this stage. Very few can even spare 100 crystal cores. Moreover, the lottery mechanism is quite poor, with many getting steamed buns instead of rewards, even if there's a lucky player. They are extremely rare. At least now, very few people are using crystal cores for the lottery. If only there were money. With money, Xia Qingxin could buy machines to work for her. By then, not to mention just 30 acres, even 300 acres would be a piece of cake. With machines involved, Xia Qingxin could freely exchange land to plant more crops and sell them to tourists, with crystal cores rolling in. Xia Qingxin fell into a beautiful fantasy. Suddenly, she became alert and looked out the window. She heard footsteps approaching. Are you asleep? It was Yi Wanxin's voice. What are you doing up so late? There was silence outside the door for a moment, as if he was looking for an excuse. I heard movement over here and came to check. Really? I don't believe it. The sound of unlocking the land could only be heard by the Lord. It was quiet around the land. And Yi Wanxin probably came over after seeing the unlocked area turn dark and was just making excuses. But since he was already at the door, she had to get up and take a look. Opening the door, Yi Wanxin looked even more like a resentful husband. How many crystal cores would it take to leave this place? Yi Wanxin got straight to the point. Do you really want to leave? To find family and friends? Xia Qingxin retorted. Yi Wanxin fell silent for a moment. I have no family or friends. Yi Wanxin is an orphan, abandoned in an orphanage since childhood, with no relatives. In this situation, it wouldn't be appropriate to seek out friends. Then why are you so eager to leave? Isn't there no place for you there anymore? Xia Qingxin had taken Yi Wanxin away right in front of so many people. If his subordinates truly cared about him, they would have followed the clues and pressured Xia Qingxin to appear by smashing the vending machine. But they didn't. A living person was kidnapped. and everyone continued to eat and drink, envying Xia for living off others. Those supernatural beings loyal to Xia were even happy about it. And the next day, the Firewood Gang had a new leader. In fact, when Xia returned, his bedding had been completely divided among everyone. At that time, it was quite awkward to see the subordinates carrying his things and bedding. Xia came back, but it seemed like he had made a mistake. And those who used to call him boss with intimacy now had a gap between them, no longer obedient as before. Xia didn't blame them. Aren't humans like this? After all, he only knew them for half a year, so it wasn't a serious betrayal. It just felt uncomfortable to stay. I want to go out. Where to? I don't know. There was silence, and Xia Qingxin suddenly felt a loss for words. Currently, Xia Qingxin has 3 slaves: Xia, Hui, and Gao Beiying. Gao Beiying and Xia Qingxin are not just childhood playmates. Most importantly, Xia Qingxin saved Liao Lingbao and can take them home. Hui follows the female lead because he knows Xia Qingxin is the Lord and that following her can bring benefits. Didn't he see that Hui has already brought his wife and child to the planting cave? The planting cave has no dangers, warm like summer. As long as they work hard, they have nothing to worry about regarding food and clothing, and their living conditions have improved dramatically, transforming from the risk of freezing or starving to a moderately prosperous life. The benefits are obvious. After all, they are adults. Profit is the most important thing. As for Xia, it seems he has nothing to gain. Previously agreeing seemed to be because he was attracted to Xia Qingxin's appearance. Seeking beauty? That won't do. Just a slave. If worst comes to worst, he can be replaced. Xia Qingxin would never lower her value to sacrifice her appearance. At most, she could take him as a male pet, just like an emperor would. However, this kid does have good looks and a decent body. Keeping him as a pet wouldn't be bad. Xia Qingxin's gaze became too intense, and Xia instinctively took a few steps back, no longer suppressing his depression, fully on guard against Xia Qingxin. What kind of look is that? Like a chaste husband. Xia Qingxin was amused by Xia actions and wanted to tease him even more. Little haven't I treated you well? You have food and warmth, and, at most, you just have to put in some effort tending to the plants. What are you dissatisfied about? Xia glared at her, questioning how she could say such a thing. But clearly, Xia Qingxin had a thick skin. You're still too young, always wanting to run outside, not knowing the benefits of living off others. Others are still seeking this kind of good fortune. Just work for now, there is plenty of time ahead, and you'll find your own path. Xia Qingxin took the opportunity to paint a bright picture for Xia, encouraging him to focus on farming and never mentioning the treatment issue. Before Xia could retort, Xia Qingxin threw him a bag of chocolate and quickly slipped out of the planting cave. It was a bag of strawberry-flavored chocolate. Xia tore it open and threw a piece in his mouth. Both strawberries and chocolate are delicious individually, but when combined, they tasted quite strange. The chocolate he received was as unappetizing as the pie she painted. Xia grimaced and took a fierce bite. Life was already painful enough. He needed to eat something sweet to make up for it. After exiting the planting cave, it was already 3 in the morning outside. The dungeon was quiet, and the free stay time was only 1 hour. Most tourists come during the day, so at this hour, whether in the trading hall, hot spring cave, or lower-end housing, it was silent, with only Xia Qingxin alone. Busy until now, Xia Qingxin had a hot meal. So she immediately went to the vending machine and ordered a dozen dishes: braised pork, steamed pork with preserved vegetables, cumin lamb, for happiness meatballs, spicy chicken, cola chicken wings, an iron pot stewed goose. After the dungeon upgraded to level 2, many delicious foods were unlocked. And Xia Qingxin didn't care whether she could finish them and order them all. Chapter 44. Opening the restaurant industry. Today's breakfast is particularly sumptuous: spicy chicken, iron pot stewed goose, and cumin lamb. Just a little heating makes it incredibly fragrant. Although there are signs that it has been touched, who would complain about that? Having food in the apocalypse is already a blessing. The Nian family excitedly heated a large table full of breakfast, and Li Xianghong took the opportunity to cook some rice porridge and bought some steamed buns. Previously, in order to save trouble, Xia Qingxin left only steamed buns and pickles for Hui and Xia, and now seeing meat, everyone couldn't help but drool. Nian Xiaopeng pulled Yi Wanxin to eat together, and the dining table was lively, with Nian Wanhui constantly adding dishes for Yi Wanxin. Yi, from now on we'll be colleagues. It's better to get along well and support each other than anything else. Building a good relationship is always a good idea. Nian Wanhui picked up a big goose leg for Yi Wanxin and placed another one in his wife's bowl. Li Xianghong and Nian Wanhui are indeed a couple. The three of them, each weighing no less than 150 pounds, have plump physiques, all thanks to Li Xianghong's cooking skills. Li Xianghong is also not light, but she is kind-hearted and looks like a friendly aunt. Don't be shy. Eat and taste Aunt Li's cooking. It's just a pity there aren't many ingredients. So don't mind it. Li Xianghong enthusiastically served Yi Wanxin a bowl of rice porridge, which was soft and had released some rice oil, and sprinkled with a bit of sugar, making it very appetizing. With such words spoken, it would be rude to refuse. It's not bad, it's delicious. Yi Wanxin took a small sip from the bowl, and Li Xianghong's smile widened even more. Try this, it's good. Yige, are you really going to teach me martial arts later? The Nian family is quite outgoing. Just after one night, Nian Xiaopeng was already clinging to Yi Wanxin, admiringly complimenting his muscles. After a round of flattery, since there was nothing else to do, Yi Wanxin agreed to teach Nian Xiaopeng martial arts. Yi Wanxin is a boxer, but he also dabbles in sanda, taekwondo, and wrestling. Teaching a child is more than enough. Let us talk about it after breakfast. Yay! Nian Xiaopeng's face was beaming, and he seemed to have concocted some exaggerated scenario in his mind, laughing even more exaggeratedly. Ego, this won't delay you, will it? Nian Wanhui looked worried, but he was actually quite happy inside. Nian Xiaopeng is in the 3rd year of middle school this year. Because he eats a lot and has an excess of nutrition, he now looks almost like an adult, broad shoulders and a sturdy frame, making it hard to tell he is still a minor just by looking at him. However, Nian Wanhui knows his son well. He is just a soft bun. He can't fight anyone. If Yi Wanxin, a boxer, teaches him, even learning a few moves would be enough for Nian Xiaopeng to defend himself. It won't delay me. I can practice while watching the fields. Now the situation in the fields is completely under control, and there won't be large-scale grass or pest disasters. Occasionally, a few weeds and bugs pop up, but they can be dealt with quickly. Watching the fields is boring. Aside from staring at the ground all day, they occasionally pull weeds and remove pests, which is incredibly dull. Practicing martial arts is equally monotonous. Two bored people together at least kill some time. Ego is the best. Nian Xiaopeng was inexplicably excited, wishing he could practice martial arts with Yi Wanxin right now. First eat. Li Xianghong tapped Nian Xiaopeng's hand with her chopsticks, and in pain. Nian Xiaopeng immediately sat up obediently. No matter how big he gets, his mother's authority is still present. Although Nian Xiaopeng obediently ate, his hands under the table were not honest. He secretly slipped a corn and ham sausage to Yi Wanxin from his sleeve. Sure, having hidden it for half a month. Nian Xiaopeng had been craving it for a long time, but now generously gave it to Yi Wanxin. Such a childish kid. However, Yi Wanxin accepted it. The atmosphere was wonderfully different from Yi Wanxin's previous life, but he didn't reject it. After breakfast, Nian Wanhui and Nian Xiaopeng busied themselves cleaning up the dining table, while Li Xianghong picked up a thick pile of dirty clothes and headed to the well. She even very familiarly tried to take Yi Wanxin's dirty clothes. Yi Wanxin felt a bit embarrassed, but he couldn't resist Li Xianghong's enthusiasm and was confusedly dragged away with his jacket. This set of yours has a tear. How can you wear it? Hand it over. Your aunt can sew. I'll give it back to you once I'm done. Li Xianghong took the clothes without giving him a chance to refuse. It's not just a few stitches. It's likely she would wash them too. The temperature inside the planning cave is around 20 to 30 degrees, and the weather is not cold, making it just right for washing clothes. Unlike outside, where even drinking water can freeze into ice lumps, washing clothes is truly a torture for the hands. Now it's fine. Drawing water from the well, Li Xianghong grabbed a large bamboo pole, and with a series of thumps, once dried, it would be clean clothes. Li Xianghong is restless and works swiftly. She is good at both household chores and outdoor tasks. If it weren't for Nian Dapeng and Nian Xiaopeng being overly worried, she could even go out to hunt zombies for crystal cores. She is a very practical and reliable person. Li Xianghong paused in her pounding actions and instinctively looked up. Xia Qingxin appeared out of nowhere in front of Li Xianghong, staring at her as she pounded the cloves. "Good morning, Lord Mayor." Li Xianghong smilat brightly. "Good morning." Seeing Xia Qingxin's gaze fixed on the clothes she was pounding, Li Xianghong asked, "Do you have any clothes that need washing? I can help you clean them." "No." Xia Qingxin was being polite. She truly had none. Xia Qingxin has crystal cores now, and she is quite affluent. A warm outer coat costs 150 crystal cores and comes with a self-cleaning function. The vending machines collect crystal cores in large quantities, and Xia Qingxin, being wealthy, simply bought several complete sets of warm inner clothing, shoes, socks, and underwear. There's really no need to wash them. They automatically clean themselves, but the self-cleaning function only guarantees 6 months. After all, 150 crystal cores can't buy a lifetime warranty, right? If it breaks after 6 months, just throw it away. Being rich allows for such indulgences. However, I heard your cooking is delicious. Upon hearing this, Li Xianghong immediately perked up. That is for sure. I was a chef before, running a restaurant that was quite successful. My husband and son are both well fed by me, and the taste speaks for itself. I'm not bragging. Many people from other provinces travel long distances just to eat the dishes I cook. Talking about her profession, Li Xianghong was immensely proud. They make a few dishes with potatoes. With a casual wave, Xia Qingxin made a pile of pots, bowls, seasonings, fuel, and over 20 large potatoes appear on the ground. At this time, the potatoes in the field were not yet ripe. It was impossible to have such a large quantity. These were all bought by Xia Qingxin from the Lord Mayor's market. All right, Xia Qingxin had prepared everything well, even having a gas canister. Li Xianghong skillfully washed the potatoes, cut them to chunks, strips, and boiled them. She managed to make 3 dishes in one go. Of course, in a restaurant, speed is essential. If the food is served slowly, customers might leave. With the heat on and oil sizzling, Li Xianghong wielded the spatula, full of energy. Chapter 45, Potato Harvest. 3 common dishes. Stir-fried shredded potatoes, mashed potatoes, dry potatoes in a pot. Xia Qingxin took a single bite and made her decision. Delicious, acceptable. Xia Qingxin's approval earned her a hearty smile from Li Xianghong. "If you give me some meat, I can make it even tastier. Can you produce it in bulk? How much can you make in a day?" Although Xia Qingxin's questions were strange, Li Xianghong answered honestly. "If it's made in large pots, like in a cafeteria, 2 pots can be produced in an hour. The pots are large enough to feed many people. Mashed potatoes are even simpler. Just cook and season, taking even less time. Are you willing to work?" "Chef, with a monthly income of 1,000 crystal cores." Yes, Xia Qingxin wasn't looking for a chef for herself. The vending machine over there has nothing to eat, and Xia Qingxin wouldn't spend so many crystal cores to hire someone. However, she could open a store. Raw potatoes are the cheapest. Tourists can buy them and cook for themselves. The prepared food from the vending machine is very expensive, with a roast chicken costing 10 crystal cores, about the size of a palm. Meanwhile, Xia Qingxin bought a cast iron pot for stewed goose for 50 crystal cores. The vending machine also sells shredded potatoes for 5 crystal cores a serving. However, those 5 crystal cores aren't net profit. The vending machine needs to spend energy to produce food, often cutting profits in half, meaning that selling a serving of shredded potatoes nets Xia Qingxin only 5 crystal cores. Half the profit is gone. If Xia Qingxin hires a chef to produce in bulk, can she also sell shredded potatoes for 5 crystal cores? It's the same price, but the vending machine sells in small quantities, while Xia Qingxin would sell in large quantities. Tourists would get more affordable food, and Xia Qingxin wouldn't lose half her profit to the vending machine. Even with oil, seasonings, and labor combined, it wouldn't cost much. After all, potatoes are grown in the fields, making costs low. As long as she sells at a small profit and in large quantities, she can always make money. If the business doesn't do well and sales are low, she can just stop. After all, Xia Qingxin would find it hard to lose money. Stir-frying potatoes doesn't yield much profit, but which game doesn't provide some benefits to tourists in the early stages? Tourists earn money, Li Xianghong earns money, and Xia Qingxin makes a small profit. Just sell at a small profit and let them get used to the shop and spending. Once she opens a farm, can raise animals and grow fruits, and there are restaurants and milk tea shops everywhere, that's when the real profit will come. Great. Absolutely. Li Xianghong was excited and agreed wholeheartedly. With this settled, Xia Qingxin immediately ran over to Yi Wanqing. Nian Xiaoping looked extremely tired, panting heavily from Yi Wanqing's training. Do you need fitness equipment? Here you go. Xia Qingxin unceremoniously threw a large pile of fitness equipment, including various types and mats, which solved the urgent need. Nian Xiaoping plopped down on the mat, his excess flesh trembling with fatigue. Get up, keep going. Once Yi Wanqing entered instructor mode, he became a different person, exceedingly serious. What are you doing here? You definitely have bad intentions. Here, I'm delivering equipment, and I also have protein powder, electrolyte water, and sportswear. I can give them to you. This fitness equipment was bought by Xia Qingxin for herself. She practiced until she nearly bled, hoping to strengthen her body quickly. Whenever Xia Qingxin was enthusiastic, it never led to anything good. As expected, Xia Qingxin directly ordered Yi Wanqing to teach her as well. I knew it. Hurry up, don't slack off. Xia Qingxin was indignant and assertive. In fact, she was quite nice. When Yi Wanqing was nearly dying from exhaustion a few days ago, Xia Qingxin didn't order him to teach her martial arts. It was only when he had some free time that she started to squeeze Yi Wanqing's knowledge. Learn hard. Xia Qingxin swore she would take down Tu Meyer. Naturally, she had to seize any opportunity to become stronger. Otherwise, it would be a disservice to her partially damaged ear. Since the master demanded it, what could Yi Wanqing do but increase the training intensity for Xia Qingxin? No. Why do I have to run 10 kilometers with 50 pounds of sandbags on me? Are you sure this isn't personal revenge? Xia Qingxin wailed, with a heavy sandbag strapped to each of her hands and feet. Don't think too much, it's nothing. Besides, you're already a level 2 ability user. This weight isn't that serious for you. Ordinary people are ordinary people, and ability users are ability users. 50 pounds is too heavy for ordinary people, but for Xia Qingxin, a level 2 ability user, it's not enough to crush her, but it's still heavy. Moreover, running 10 kilometers. Why does he only have to run 3 kilometers? Different treatment. Nian Xiaoping only has to run 3 kilometers. His body fat exceeds 50 pounds. Once your weight exceeds 180, you can remove the sandbags. Nian Xiaoping felt like he had been shot in the knee. With his weight, it was equivalent to carrying a burden while walking. Moreover, due to his obesity, his breathing was labored, and long-term intense exercise not only harmed his knees, but also placed high demands on his heart and lungs. For safety reasons, Yi Wanqing only required Nian Xiaoping to run 3 kilometers each morning and evening. Hurry up and run. Do you still want to get stronger? After warming up, immediately start practicing real combat. Carrying 50 pounds and running 10 kilometers, there's no time to dawdle, and this is just a warm-up. Xia Qingxin felt a sense of impending darkness. Tu Meyer, just wait. I will eventually eat you alive. Xia Qingxin cursed, gritting her teeth and speeding up her run. Sweat dripped and soaked her clothes, and time flew by in the exhausting practice. In the blink of an eye, the 3rd day of potato harvest arrived. 1 minute until maturity. The 5 people squatted in anticipation in front of the potato field, not daring to breathe, all extremely tense. Ding! The potatoes are mature. Please harvest them promptly. With the system's prompt, Li Xianghong immediately dug up a potato vine with a shovel. Potatoes are not vine plants, but herbaceous plants. However, they closely resemble vine plants. With one shovel down, densely packed beneath the vine were about 10 potato eggs. Each was larger than a fist. With a brownish-yellow skin covered in some soil, round and with few dents, looking very appealing. Good, Li Xianghong praised, immediately continuing to dig. The others quickly responded, picking up their shovels to begin harvesting. The others were fine, but Xia Qingxin was clumsy, often hitting the potatoes with her shovel, leaving scars on the perfectly good potatoes, and was pushed aside by Yi Wanqing. Yi Wanqing was excellent at farm work, and Li Xianghong was second only to him. The two transformed into machines, their shovels swinging so fast they almost left shadows. Nian Xiaopong's role came into play. He directly summoned countless bubbles, first filling them with water from the well before tossing the potatoes inside. After spinning a few times, the dusty potatoes were cleaned and piled up in the open air to dry. Fortunately, with Nian Xiaoping around, Xia Qingxin didn't seem so useless. Harvested 100 pounds of crops, meeting the upgrade conditions. Do you want to spend 3,000 crystal cores to upgrade to level 3? Yes, no, Chapter 46 Big Upgrade Unlocking the Farm Level 3 is a significant threshold. It signifies that the city lord is no longer a beginner, able to unlock many main features and undergo a major expansion. Yes, yes, yes. Can't wait to click agree. Fireworks. 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 A series of fireworks burst in the air, congratulating Xia Qingxin on successfully leveling up. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the breeding cave. Congratulations to the host for unlocking corn, wheat, sweet potato, warm fleece, and apple seeds. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the second level of the dungeon. Congratulations to the host for expanding the dungeon area by 10. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the vegetable market and shop functions. Congratulations to the host for unlocking management authorization permissions. Congratulations to the host for unlocking luxury, single rooms, and lower-end houses. The notification sounds continuously congratulating Xia Qingxin made her head spin. With the first harvest of crops, the dungeon finally upgraded to level 3, gaining most of the functional permissions. Not only could crops like corn, sweet potatoes, wheat, and apples be planted, but the planting area also increased to 100. 100 acres may not sound like much, but crops basically mature in 3 to 5 days, which is quite impressive. When it reaches level 4, it can unlock 500 acres, at level 5, 1,000 acres, at level 6, 10,000 acres, etc. By the late stage, there would be no need for manual planting. Machines would maintain the fields and crops, and humans would only need to check directions and issue commands. The farm and vegetable market were also, as Xia Qingxin expected. After reaching level 3, the breeding cave unlocked, adjacent to the planting cave. It also required purchasing sunlight and had the same warm summer atmosphere, but instead of plants, it raised animals. Juicy lamb, strong beef tendon, oily roasted ducks, egg-laying hens, and spicy rabbits. Just thinking about it made Xia Qingxin smile brightly. The breeding cave is great. Xia Qingxin couldn't wait to raise a large group of chickens, ducks, fish, and meat. Once the animals grow up, they would all become dishes sold to those tourists. Xia Qingxin wasn't worried about being underpriced or unable to sell. As a shrewd merchant, she planned to gradually reduce the vending machines, and her wallet would naturally get fuller. After all, it was just a matter of money going in and out of her pockets. The left pocket might leak a bit, but Xia Qingxin was just making a little hard-earned money, and the food the tourists received wouldn't change much. If it weren't for the shiny golden gift package in front of her, Xia Qingxin would have rushed over to the breeding cave by now. The golden gift package contained good things. Xuehua very thoughtfully brought Xia Qingxin a basin of washing water to clean her hands, so they wouldn't be so dirty when she opened the golden gift. Xia Qingxin wasn't superstitious, but her body honestly washed and washed. Very seriously, she slowly opened the gift package. The package flickered briefly, almost at the moment Xia Qingxin opened it. Splash! Xia Qingxin lost her balance and was directly overwhelmed by the crystal cores. The crystal cores surged like water, knocking Xia Qingxin down into a big pile of them. The unusual noise attracted Yuanxin's attention. As he turned around to see what trouble Xia Qingxin was causing, he saw the white mountain of crystal cores. "Oh my, you're secretly getting rich on our backs." Year Fatty slapped his thigh, his eyes shining. "Ahaha!" Dazed by the money, Xia Qingxin arrogantly sat on the mountain of crystal cores, almost wearing a crown on her head. 100,000 level 1 crystal cores quickly filled Xia Qingxin's little treasury, making her momentarily rich. Not only that, but the golden gift package also spat out 2 golden cards, making Xia Qingxin overjoyed. Getting 2 gold cards at once. She felt like a lucky star. Her palms were sweating as she tore one of them open. The golden card cracked, and golden light poured into Xia Qingxin's palm, leaving a bright red butterfly tattoo in her hand. With a grip of her wrist, as Xia Qingxin willed, the red butterfly shimmered and gathered into a wand in her palm. The wand was taller than Xia Qingxin, entirely silver and magnificent, intricately carved, sharp at the bottom, with a large red gem floating at the top. The flames flowed within the gem. Just one glance made Xia Qingxin enchanted, capturing her heart. Beautiful and cool. Who could refuse? Moreover, it happened to be a fire attribute wand, perfect for fire element ability users. Weapons should not be underestimated. Giving someone a utility knife is entirely different from giving them a longsword. The former might hinder the opponent's performance, while the latter not only maximizes the user's power, but can also double the effect, making it possible to fight above their level. Now this wand had instantly become Xia Qingxin's treasure. Previously, she could summon a few individual fireballs. Now Xia Qingxin felt she could summon a rain of fireballs to directly bombard. Xia Qingxin held her new weapon tightly. She also tore open the other golden card. It was also a tool, but Xia Qingxin threw it to Yuanxin. Here, it's for you. Work hard. It was a golden hoe, with no attack capability. But once opened, seeing the description inside, Yuanxin understood why Xia Qingxin suddenly became so generous. Golden hoe. No worries about food or drink. A golden hoe used by emperors to plow fields. Fantasy-type weapon. No attack effect. Allows for instant harvesting of plants. Comes with a day and night like a shuttle function. During the user's planting period, their speed increases by 10 times. Instant harvesting of plants? It was somewhat like the one-click harvesting feature in Farm. The golden hoe itself only had two functions: instant harvesting and increasing the user's speed by 10 times during the planting period. In other words, day and night like a shuttle. This effect with a time rule directly put the golden hoe on the golden card. In reality, it was a virtual card. If not farming, the speed would not increase tenfold, but if it did increase tenfold, the user could only plant continuously without stopping. In simpler terms, it could only be used for farming. Then I really thank you. Yuanxin gritted his teeth. You're welcome. You're welcome. After finishing the celebratory meal, you could go plow that 70 acres of land. Yuanxin still underestimated Xia Qingxin's thick-skinned nature. After just 2 days of rest, she had him plowing 70 acres. After reaching level 3, the land unlocks a cap of 100 acres, and Xia Qingxin simply bought it all. Now, there was a large expanse of hard land waiting to be tilled. Life felt dark. Xia Qingxin happily lounged on the pile of crystal cores for a while before reluctantly storing them in the warehouse cave. She was also busy checking out the breeding cave, eager to take care of her adorable new pets. The newly appeared breeding cave was connected to the planting cave, but the path in between was rather narrow, with doors on both sides. This was to prevent the animals from escaping the breeding cave and wreaking havoc on the crops in the planting cave. The breeding cave indeed seemed desolate. In a barren land, there was only a chicken coop surrounded by a fence. The chicken coop was empty, waiting for new life to arrive. Chapter 47. Just hang on a bit, bye. Xia Qingxin waved her hand and bought a bunch of chicklings. The chicks were no larger than a palm, looking freshly hatched, bright yellow, and their tiny soft feathers felt incredibly delicate to the touch. Cheep. The little creatures loved to scurry around, and soon they were running everywhere, even pecking at Xia Qingxin's shoes. She decided to buy 100 chicks to test the waters. After all, she had already lost quite a few hamsters before. She had to try first before she dared to buy more. 100 chicks wasn't too many, but they needed hens to take care of them, so she bought a few hens and a rooster and tossed them all into the chicken coop. A new family member had arrived. Cluck, cluck, cluck. The hens had smooth, shiny feathers, and the rooster was even more impressive. Not only did it have bright colors, but its tail feathers were longer too. It immediately started calling out to its group of hens. The rooster wasn't very useful. At most it would serve as a breeding rooster, allowing the hens to lay fertilized eggs and hatch chicks. This also saved a significant amount of crystal cores. Hey, eat up, lay eggs quickly, and hatch some chicks. Xia Qingxin bought a large amount of chicken feed, filled the food trough to the brim, and placed water in the water trough. She even took some potato vines, heated them up, and mixed them into the chicken feed. Humans couldn't eat potato vines, as they were toxic, but after heating, a small amount could be added to chicken feed for animals to eat. What a pity. If she had known, she would have saved some bugs for them to supplement their protein. The leaves of the potato vines had some signs of being chewed by insects, but unfortunately, there were no bugs left. All the soft, squishy little pests had been caught clean by the young fat one, which Xia Qingxin found disgusting. She burned them all with a fire, leaving none behind. Now it was too late to feed them to the chickens. Forget it, maybe next time. Xia Qingxin bought a large chicken coop and laid thick straw inside, creating little nests. The first batch of chickens was naturally reserved for hatching. They couldn't be used as a production line for laying eggs, so the chicken coop looked like a house, somewhat resembling an animal farm from a cartoon. with a bright red roof and a metal chicken design standing on top. It was easy to distinguish. After checking the food and water, Xia Qingxin immediately walked toward the pond at the edge. The area around the pond only had sparse wild grass, but the pond was not small, about the size of half a community. When it came to fish, Xia Qingxin really had no idea. She exchanged some common and easy-to-raise fish fry and tossed them into the pond, then left them alone. She hoped they would be strong. The remaining animals were ducks. Ducks were different from chickens. They didn't lay eggs properly, had a longer growth cycle than chickens, and their meat wasn't suitable for stewing. There were many dishes made with chicken, but comparatively fewer made with duck, as they had a longer growth period. However, there were no such concerns here. Not only were the plants in the planting cave strange, but the animals in the breeding cave were also unique. Their growth cycles were shortened. It only took a month for a duck to grow from a broken egg to an adult duck. Chickens matured even faster, in just half a month. However, correspondingly, their food intake would increase a bit. But that was fine. Compared to the income, it was clear that Xia Qingxin was making a profit. Xia Qingxin bought over 50 ducks to test the waters and also bought a few adult ducks with ducklings. As soon as they appeared, the adult ducks plunged headfirst into the water. The ducklings followed their mother in a line, some imitating her by dipping their heads into the water, flapping their little wings. And in the blink of an eye, they disappeared from one surface and reappeared on another. It looked quite playful. Xia Qingxin also left some feed for them and didn't team manage them further. Even without buying duck houses, they would build nests by the water themselves. As of now, she had only unlocked chickens, ducks, and fish. Larger animals like cows, sheep, and pigs would require level 5 to unlock. But just these 3 categories were already quite challenging. Yuanxin needed to go clear some wasteland. Niangao needed to plant new crops. Li Xianghong was busy making mashed potatoes and fried potato slices to sell on the 2nd floor of the underground city. Xia Qingxin had to focus on strengthening her physical fitness and abilities while also managing the business in the underground city, heading back to her hometown, and leaving teleportation points along the way. Even splitting herself into 3 wouldn't be enough. Xia Qingxin increased the workload for Nian Dapeng, asking him to check the chicken coop every hour, feed the chickens and ducks, and clean up. This made Nian Dapeng quite exhausted, running back and forth. Fortunately, he had mud abilities, which allowed him to move quickly. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to keep up. Snowflake, I really need a slave ring. Are there really none for sale? With just a few subordinates, managing 50 acres of land and raising over 100 animals was really busy in the early stages. Xia Qingxin urgently desired to recruit new slaves. You can hire workers or post tasks. As long as you post a task and give the laborers a bit of crystal cores, many laborers will come to help Xia Qingxin with farming. No way. Xia Qingxin flatly refused. This method was indeed convenient, but it was equivalent to revealing her trump card to others. What was the difference from running around naked? If secrets and trump cards were known, they would no longer be secrets. Regarding the planning cave, Xia Qingxin kept it to herself and only created a facade of being like a vending machine to the outside world, saying it was for synthesis, and that synthesis couldn't be done without crystal cores. Nian Dapeng's family and Yuanxin were all locked inside the planning cave, unable to go out unless there was a significant matter. Even if they did go out, they were bound by the slave contract, and speaking could lead to death. The knife was always hanging over their necks, so naturally, they would keep their mouths shut to avoid drawing the attention of those old foxes. Threatening Xia Qingxin with her parents to hand over crops, which would not be fun at all. If the city lord died, the underground city would perish, and all creations in the underground city would be wiped out. This point was known to every tattooed visitor. In these difficult times, who would dare to claim there were endless resources to feed everyone? Only the suddenly appearing Xia Qingxin could do that. What kind of chain reaction would killing Xia Qingxin cause? How many people would die? How much material would be lost? And how much easily obtainable interest would be forfeited? They were smart people and knew the principle of killing the goose that lays the golden eggs, so they naturally wouldn't dare to act rashly. Even if they suspected the potatoes were unusual, did they have evidence? Did they have substantial evidence? And could they seize whatever was continuously producing potatoes? If not, they could only hold it in. They were in a stalemate, testing each other and using each other. Xia Qingxin couldn't show weakness. She not only had to avoid showing weakness, but also had to be arrogant suppressing their arrogance to avoid being controlled and treated like guinea pigs. However, every day, Xia Qingxin was getting stronger, and those continuously produced crystal cores were crazily nourishing her, strengthening her power. A group is powerful, but the existence of abilities brings uncertainty. Once reaching level 10, a single person could kill thousands of troops. By then, Xia Qingxin would walk across the planet, and who would dare to look down on her? As for now, she would just lie low for a year or two. Snowflake, the slave ring cannot be purchased, but it can be drawn from the lottery wheel. Do you want to give it a try? The lottery wheel included the slave ring, but it was hard to win. After all, drawing once required spending 100 crystal cores, and to draw the desired item, one would need to spend quite a few crystal cores. Draw. Although the probability of getting junk from the wheel was high, there are also gold cards in it. If she could be lucky a few more times. Just now, Xia Qingxin had just exploded with 100,000 crystal cores, and her luck was great. It was the time to be lucky, so she didn't need to hold back. She boldly made 10 consecutive draws. Chapter 48. A big change in the underground city. It has been 2 days since Xia Qingxin last appeared, seemingly forgetting about Gao Beiying and leaving her waiting in place. Liao Lingbao refuses to part with her sister, let alone go back home to find their parents. She stubbornly sticks to Gao Beiying like glue. News has spread from the administrative building, and everyone has gone to the Twin Towers to witness the power of the underground city. The information spread like wings throughout K-City. Thousands of people flooded into the underground city, making it instantly crowded. The once spacious trading market became a sea of people, bustling with activity, but it was so noisy and crowded that it almost led to Zhao Zhongyue nearly losing a bowl of noodles during her last visit. However, despite the complaints, everyone still loved going there. Sure enough, at 1 p.m., Liao Lingbao hurriedly dragged Gao Beiying to the Twin Towers. The reason was simple. In just 2 short days, Liao Lingbao, Gao Beiying, and Zhao Zhongyue had already developed a close friendship. Zhao Zhongyue's outgoing and enthusiastic personality, combined with her strength from being a martial artist, made her very appealing to Liao Lingbao, who particularly enjoyed chatting with her. Unfortunately, since they were in different cities, they could only meet for an hour each day during their free time to eat and chat, which passed all too quickly. This limited time meant that Liao Lingbao had to set a fixed schedule to see Zhao Zhongyue. "Sis, do you think the wallet I sewed is pretty? Will Yia like it?" It hadn't been long, and she was already calling Zhao Zhongyue Yia. "I think she will like it. It's quite cute." Thanks to the underground city, where everything required crystal cores, the cities of XX and K quickly became enamored with small wallets. These wallets were not meant to hold money, but rather crystal cores. They couldn't be designed to be flat, and since the cores were small and people were poor, using large women's bags was not only inconvenient, but also prone to theft. Thus, people preferred small, compact wallets that resembled pouches, capable of holding a handful of crystal cores, secured with a string at the top. Because they were soft, they could easily fit into down jacket pockets without taking up space, and there was no fear of losing them. With nothing else to do, Liao Lingbao made several wallets, sewing a few cute daisies on them with white thread. Unfortunately, she couldn't find any colorful thread. Otherwise, they would look even better. Liao Lingbao was eagerly looking forward to being complimented and pulled Gao Beiying into the teleportation portal of the Twin Towers. In an instant, Gao Beiying had lifted Liao Lingbao off her feet, making her feet barely touch the ground. She was used to this, fearing that this short girl would get trampled by the crowd. Hey! The anticipated crowd was nowhere to be seen. Gao Beiying instinctively looked around. Huh? Sis, did we go to the wrong place? Liao Lingbao was puzzled. The trading hall was indeed crowded, with at least 1,000 people. But no one stepped on Liao Lingbao's feet. Instead, there was some distance between people as they bought food and items. The underground city was still the same underground city, but had become much more spacious. I might still be dreaming. Otherwise, how could I see the underground city has expanded tenfold? The underground city suddenly felt vast, with much more open space around. The 3-meter-high cave had been raised to over 10 meters, and the visibility had opened up significantly, with much brighter lighting. If one didn't look up or at the surrounding rocks, it hardly felt like an underground city anymore. Hey, Lingbao! With the sudden spaciousness, finding people became much easier. Zhao Zhongyue immediately waved to Liao Lingbao to come over. Liao Lingbao's legs swung in the air for a moment before Gao Bing finally realized and set her down. Liao Lingbao immediately dashed towards Zhao Zhongyue. Quick, quick, quick! The hot spring cave has unlocked shampoo, shower gel, and hair dryers. Zhao Zhongyue grabbed Liao Lingbao and ran down the corridor toward the hot spring cave. Today, there were many more people around the hot spring cave, all curiously peeking inside. However, not many could afford it, so they could only watch enviously as the wealthy entered. When someone came out, they would immediately rush over to ask questions. Liao Lingbao could only see that the hair dryers on display outside were no longer gray and white, but she couldn't see inside. She had been coveting the unlocked shampoos for a long time, almost staring her eyes out. Here, take this. What can a doting older sister do? Gao Bing almost treated Liao Lingbao like her own daughter and, seeing her pitiful expression, pulled out a dozen crystal cores from her wallet for Liao Lingbao. Is this really okay? It's not cheap to wash. The cheapest large pool costs 10 crystal cores for an hour. Besides, the three of us just soaked in the hot spring 3 days ago. In this apocalypse, washing every 3 days is already quite luxurious. Of course, this was for others. For the slightly fastidious Liao Lingbao, she had once washed her hair in sub-zero temperatures with warm water, almost losing her life. For that, Gao Bing had infamously given her a good beating. Liao Lingbao, under Gao Bing's sideways glance, didn't feel angered but was still a bit shy about accepting the crystal cores. Thank you, sis. Love you, ma. Liao Lingbao happily took the crystal cores and asked if the two of them wanted to soak in the hot spring. As expected, both shook their heads in unison. You already treated me to the hot spring last time. How can I let you spend again? No need. Gao Bing had cut her hair short, resembling a boy even more now. However, the short hair was convenient. Washing her hair only took 10 minutes, and she didn't even need to blow dry it. Just a quick wipe was sufficient. Gao Bing was very satisfied with this and even encouraged Liao Lingbao to cut her hair too. But Liao Lingbao was reluctant. Some people develop feelings for their long hair and are reluctant to cut it off. Gao Bing didn't quite understand, but let her be, as long as she didn't try to wash her hair and end up nearly killing herself again. Liao Lingbao dove into the hot spring cave. The hot spring cave had also expanded tenfold. Not only were there many more large pools, but various single rooms separated by stone walls had also increased significantly. The hot spring area was divided into men's and women's sections, completely separated by a stone wall, with no traces left to peek or listen in. Now, besides the stone wall in the middle, 3 sides of the surrounding walls had large windows added. Liao Lingbao, being an ability user with excellent vision, immediately noticed the unusual features of the stone walls. Each of the 3 stone walls now had a large door, and there were neatly arranged rows of windows through which one could see beds and tables inside, resembling an apartment building. What? How is there a room here? Liao Lingbao was shocked, so much so that she forgot to buy shampoo and walked straight towards the large door. As she approached the door, a voice echoed in her mind. Welcome to the Hot Spring Wall Hotel. May I ask if you wish to check in? It was an affordable rental, and after the Underground City upgraded to level 3, it automatically unlocked luxurious single-room rental apartments. These affordable rentals, built into the walls of the hot spring cave, cost 30 crystal cores per day and maintained a temperature of 25 degrees. Unlike the regular rental caves, this place was much warmer, offered strong privacy, and came equipped with a key, wardrobe, table, television, washing machine, and toilet. There was even air conditioning. Chapter 49. Level 3 ability users air conditioners, televisions, and washing machines. For Liao Lingbao, they were simply lethally attractive. If it weren't for the fact that she didn't have many crystal cores in her pocket, she would have rushed in to rent one. An air conditioner meant she could sleep comfortably at night without burying her head in the blankets. A television was just as enticing for someone bored to death in the apocalypse. And a washing machine. Liao Lingbao really wanted to rush in, but her wallet wouldn't allow it. She could only watch longingly, drooling with desire. Among thousands of people, there were bound to be a few wealthy ability users. In the hot spring wall pavilion, a few scattered female ability users had already appeared, deliberately pulling open the curtains, turning on the TV, and either intentionally or unintentionally wearing summer clothes that were quite revealing. It was evident how warm the indoor environment was. Tears of envy flowed from the corners of Liao Lingbao's mouth, and she desperately wished to take their place. Others could sleep all day in a warm room, watch TV, while Liao Lingbao could only wait to return to the cold, bare hall to huddle with other survivors. Her heart broke at that moment. But fortunately, in the hot spring wall pavilion, girls could only stay in the female bath single rooms, and boys could only stay in the male bath single rooms. Moreover, the sign indicated that the situation of the hot springs could not be viewed from inside the pavilion, eliminating the risk of being spied on. Damn it. Just wait and see. I'll go back and kill zombies. Liao Lingbao was stimulated and clenched her fists as she headed to the large pool to bathe. The warm spring water healed her wounded heart, especially with the addition of a shower area where she could freely buy shampoo and body wash. Liao Lingbao joyfully lathered herself with bubbles. It wasn't tea until she washed her hair, which had been tangled like a bird's nest, until it was smooth and fragrant that she finally left the hot spring cave, satisfied. Gao Bing and Zhao Zhongyue had been waiting for a long time. There were also hair dryers in the hot spring cave, allowing for one-click drying, so she didn't have to struggle to run outside to dry her hair. The row of hair dryers outside wasn't redundant. It was intentional. Reminding those who finished bathing to dry their hair was secondary. The main purpose was for those who had lost body heat. The snow in K-City was several meters high, varying between soft and hard, and occasionally someone would fall into a snow pit, getting soaked, and quickly losing body heat. For one crystal core, both people and clothes could be dried in a second. It wasn't high temperature and wouldn't hurt anyone. Even drying clothes was quite cost-effective. It was unlocked. It was all unlocked, let me tell you. There's an addition in there. Liao Lingbao happily pulled Gao Beiying and Zhao Zhongyue out of there, her long black hair cascading down her waist. Looking smooth and shiny, just from one glance, the quality of the shampoo was undeniable. Hearing the hot spring wall pavilion's heavy ambience made Gao Beiying and Zhao Zhongyue yearn for it even more. Living in the large communal dormitory was really terrible. But in the harsh cold, there was no choice but to burn a fire in a sealed house, using a chimney to vent the smoke. With a group of people saving on firewood costs, there was simply no private space. Every move was under other scrutiny, and the noise and chaos were unbearable. Not to mention the smell of men's feet wafting around, almost like a biochemical weapon. She wanted to escape, but couldn't. Living in groups could increase survival rates, but the quality decreased. Just listening to the descriptions of the hot spring wall pavilion was already enticing enough. But 30 crystal cores for a day seemed a bit expensive, right? 30 crystal cores. That wasn't cheap. She would have to kill 30 zombies for that. However, being able to stay for a whole day with a TV and washing machine. All right, it really wasn't a bad deal. You can't eat or wear anything. Who would spend such a high price to stay for a day? But Gao Beiying. Renting a room costs 30 crystal cores, but if you split it, each person only needs 10 crystal cores. Yes, when you calculate it this way, 10 crystal cores for a warm room for a day, free use of the washing machine, and you can watch TV. Isn't that a huge profit? Zhao Zhongyue suddenly realized. At most, the beds might be a bit cramped, but compared to air conditioning, what did that matter? The three of them exchanged smiles and unanimously decided to go kill zombies, to grab crystal cores as soon as they left the underground city. Suddenly, Gao Beiying felt a burning sensation on the back of her hand. Her snowflake tattoo suddenly heated up. It wasn't just Gao Beiying. Liao Lingbao, Zhao Zhongyue, and others felt the heat on their hands. Whether they were currently in the underground city or on the surface, all visitors felt the warmth on the back of their hands. This was a unilateral announcement from Xia Qingxin. Look, what is that? Someone exclaimed, pointing to the center of the trading hall. The entire underground city seemed to have expanded tenfold, the space suddenly opening up so much that abnormalities were immediately noticeable. In the very center of the trading hall, a half staircase had extended from the top of the stone wall. The staircase was entirely wood-colored, massive and luxurious, with half a red carpet laid on top, looking very imposing. However, the staircase extended from the top and stopped mid-air, hanging there, with a woman sitting on the staircase, her legs dangling, holding a magnificent staff, leisurely observing below. It was Xia Qingxin. Her signature half-ears were too eye-catching, and Gao Bing immediately recognized her. Not only her, But people from the same apartment complex as Xia Qingxin had already spread the word, claiming the city lord had a half ear, and so on. At least, this rumor had already circulated throughout the underground city. By now, many were whispering and discussing below. All the visitors in the trading hall turned their attention towards Xia Qingxin, the center of attention. Although the visitors on the ground couldn't come, there were still 1,000 or 2,000 people standing below. As long as the visitors would enter the underground city again, the news would naturally reach their ears. Xia Qingxin didn't need to gather people specifically. Those below had loud mouths and would definitely spread the word. Ding ding. Xia Qingxin held a megaphone and knocked it twice to test the sound. The sound was loud and clear, enough to drown out the noisy discussions below. Visitors, good afternoon. I am Xia Qingxin, the lord of the underground city. The moment she spoke, it was explosive. The words city lord were like a thunderclap, stunning many into varied expressions. Is there really a city lord? I thought the underground city was ungoverned. City lords rarely appeared, and she had never explicitly stated her identity. Things were usually purchased from vending machines. And most visitors who lacked channels or were uninformed had never heard of a ruler in the underground city before. Xia Qingxin? That's the legendary fire ability user. Some, with keen ears and long hands, had heard of Xia Qingxin, and some even specially researched her background. The thoughts of those below varied, but all eyes were fixed on the woman sitting on the half staircase. I'm here to briefly mention 3 things. First, I'm a level 3 ability user. With a wave of her staff, fireballs rained down, covering the sky. The fireballs were dense and scorching, spanning 100 meters, coming straight at them, leaving no place to hide. Someone screamed, but the fireballs hovered just 1 meter above their heads. Just being close was enough to make people sweat profusely. Some people's plans fell apart. Level 3, in the entire country, there were only a handful. This person was terrifying. Chapter 50, Stop Acting Cute. Please, what's there to be nervous about? It's just a joke. Xia Qingxin scoffed, appearing nonchalant as she swung her legs, her fingers circling the snowflake earrings on her earlobes. She looked like a child who had just successfully pulled off a prank. However, the more she acted this way, the worse the expressions on the tourists' faces became. The tourists then quickly withdrew their stone armor, unfurling the vines that wrapped around them, putting away their weapons, or pretending to ignore their soaked pants. The varied reactions were quite amusing to watch. In the underground city, all tourists were unable to attack, whether it was fists, supernatural powers, melee weapons, or firearms. All were rendered ineffective by the rules. Those people instinctively summoned their powers for self-defense, but once they realized the situation, they quickly retracted their abilities. Stupid woman, don't think you're anything special just because you're the city lord. If you're so capable, come out and face the wrath of my gun. A tall, burly bald man shouted from below. His loud, insulting words drew the angry glares of many female ability users. But upon seeing who it was, they all calmed down, gritting their teeth and turning their heads away. That was Xia Qingxin, a notorious gang leader from K-City. During the time when crystal cores were all the rage, he had snatched a lot for himself, standing out among the first-level ability users as a second-level stone armor ability user. If he were an ordinary second-level ability user, it wouldn't be a big deal. The key point was, Xia Qingxin had come out of prison, not long after the apocalypse began, when people were freezing to death. The prison also fell into chaos as guards were reassigned to fight zombies, leading to insufficient defenses. The prisoners, not wanting to die from the cold, revolted under Xia Qingxin's leadership, inciting all inmates to fight back and take over the prison. They even looted some weapons. The phrase "face the wrath of my gun" was not just insulting. It was also a threat, because he really did have guns. In the underground city, attacks were impossible, but once out, Xia Qingxin and his hundreds of men would deliver a devastating blow. That was no joke. Damn it, how dare you insult our boss like that? Just wait until I get out. I'll make you pay. Liao Lingbao muttered in the crowd, clearly aware of Xia Qingxin's power and unwilling to confront him directly, fearing that a single misstep would leave her in a heap of trouble. Some were afraid of the city lord, worried that Xia Qingxin might really get hurt, which would lead to the downfall of the underground city, leaving them without a stable food source. Others were concerned that 2 fists couldn't fight 4 hands. especially with Ni Qianlong backing hundreds of people, making the odds too slim. As fellow women, the thought of Xia Qingxin being captured and humiliated was truly distressing. Some were busy fantasizing, especially those aligned with Ni Qianlong, drooling over the beautiful Xia Qingxin, not just because of her looks, but also the supply she had. If they could seize everything, it would be a massive gain. Others were quietly observing, assessing Xia Qingxin's strength, preparing to take advantage of the situation. As for Xia Qingxin, she seemed almost stunned, dazed in front of everyone. Snowflake, you wouldn't have set this up on purpose, would you? I was just about to establish my authority, and you conveniently send me a target? How lucky, Xia Qingxin thought to herself, feeling not anger, but a hint of delight. No, who would do such a thing with their life on the line? Snowflake denied, equally surprised. It was too coincidental, just as they were preparing to make an example. The chicken had run out, stretching its neck for the slaughter. Indeed, it was hard to believe it was a setup. After all, who would play the villain with their life at stake? That would just be foolish. The smart ones were hiding behind the scenes to test Xia Qingxin, while the foolish ones jumped out to be the scapegoat. However, the timing was just right. Damn it, are you infatuated with your uncle? Come down here. I'll teach you a lesson. A string of unapproved vulgarities spewed from Ni Qianlong's mouth, almost making Xia Qingxin feel nauseous. It felt like a disgusting toad had crawled on her foot and was urinating on her. You made me sick, go die. Xia Qingxin waved her staff, the red gem sparkling. This time, instead of a fireball, a magnificent fire dragon soared down from the sky, heading straight for Ni Qianlong. Ni Qianlong didn't even activate his stone armor, arrogantly standing there as if he were a live target. Ha! The underground city can't attack. Are you trying to warm me up because you're afraid I'll get cold? Just wait. Soon my uncle's big gun will make you pay. Before he could finish his taunt, the fire dragon clamped down on his head. The flames spread rapidly, instantly causing blisters to form on Ni Qianlong's face. And his fists, which are the size of a fist, exploded one after another, making everyone's scalp tingle. No way, no way. Why can she attack? Ni Qianlong's men jumped back in shock, rolling far away, screaming in panic. Everyone thought that this fire dragon would stop in front of them like it had countless times before, as no one could attack. Yet Xia Qingxin broke that rule. The fire dragon roared as it coiled around Ni Qianlong. Ni Qianlong rolled on the ground in pain, instantly activating his stone armor, the earthy brown armor covering every inch of his skin. But only slightly slowed the burning. It was utterly useless. You're overestimating yourself, Xia Qingxin scoffed. Even if Ni Qianlong had activated his stone armor for defense, he was still doomed. The outcome was already decided. Xia Qingxin had reached the peak of the second level, just a step away from the third level. She had just broken through to the third level using her own strength and spent 30,000 crystal cores to upgrade to the peak of the third level. If it weren't for the slight pain in her body, which was about to burst, preventing her from adapting quickly, Xia Qingxin could have surged straight to the mid-level of the fourth level, or even possibly to the fifth level. Unfortunately, one couldn't become a glutton in one go. She had to digest and adapt first. The crystal cores behind Xia Qingxin were her confidence, her capital for being arrogant. One level difference in abilities could crush someone. Once she reached the fifth level, Xia Qingxin would be like a human volcano. No bullets or bombs would stand a chance against her lava eruption. Even now, Xia Qingxin was no longer afraid of bullets. She touched a golden ring on her left hand, feeling both proud and pained. Proud to have obtained a defensive ring. Pained to have lost 20,000 crystal cores. However, she was fortunate. Not only had she acquired the defensive ring, but she also obtained 10 coveted slave rings along with a pile of miscellaneous items. With the ring, even if she went out, Xia Qingxin wouldn't fear the threat of firearms. Ni Qianlong was still screaming, his entire body resembling a fireball, the fat popping and crackling, filling the air with the smell of grease and roasted meat, which was nauseating. Xia Qingxin deliberately held back her power, wanting everyone to appreciate the sight of the chicken being slaughtered to remember this lesson. Secondly, I don't like killing. I hope you all obey the law, okay? Xia Qingxin elongated her tone, her voice sounding as if she were playfully whining. But it sent chills down everyone's spines. Chapter 51, A Truckload of Creativity Kills Everyone. Wu Winley had never thought that acting cute could be such a nerve-wracking thing. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Many people around her had already started to vomit, not because they were disgusted by Xia Qingxin, but because the smell of barbecued meat in the air was getting stronger. And Xia Qingxin was rolling and struggling, becoming weaker, with his flesh bursting open, and many children were scared and crying loudly. With a wave of her wand, she killed someone. So effortlessly, so naturally, she even laughed while elongating her tone. Wu Winley felt nauseous, forcing herself to suppress her discomfort as she looked up at her. The woman sitting halfway up the stairs still had a radiant smile, not even furrowing her brows. For a moment, Wu Winley couldn't recognize her. The girl from a neighbor's house and the woman sitting on the stairs were completely disconnected in appearance. Wu Winley clearly remembered that Xia Qingxin from next door used to be a very gentle person. "You bastard, you killed my brother. Brothers, avenge the boss," shouted a burly man with a bald head, whom many in K City recognized as Xia Qingxin's brother and the second-in-command. With the second-in-command speaking out, the criminals, who value brotherhood, were all stirred up. "What are we afraid of? The rules against attacking are definitely gone. Let us chop this filthy woman into a stick. The underground city is ours. We can eat and drink freely. Don't you want to live here?" The second-in-command's words were very persuasive, inciting them with brotherhood and then with benefits. The effect was immediate. Drink and eat heartily. Live in the warm underground city without going out. We can grab women by the handful. Isn't this every criminal's dream? Kill the bastard to avenge the boss. Kill the bastard to avenge the boss. Kill the bastard to avenge the boss. The slogans grew louder as countless bald heads gathered together, those with abilities smashing their powers, and those without throwing kitchen knives at Xia Qingxin. Other tourists fled in a panic, fearing they would be caught in the crossfire. When they wanted to run too. But her position was unfortunate, and she watched in horror as a kitchen knife fell toward her, her brain short-circuiting in fear. There was no way to dodge it. It was over. Wu Winley closed her eyes. The anticipated pain did not come for a long time, and she quietly opened one eye, realizing the kitchen knife had actually landed on the ground. At such a close distance, given the trajectory, the knife shouldn't have fallen straight down. In a flash, Wu Winley thought of something and looked at Xia Qingxin. Xia Qingxin was the first to be attacked by numerous abilities and kitchen knives, but didn't dodge or move. She just sat there, playing with her hair with her fingers. Smack! The flying kitchen knife landed on the ground in a way that completely defied science. Even the stones, knives, and thorny vines that flew toward her all seemed to lose buoyancy the moment they reached her, falling down with a crash. "Is this a turn-based game? It's my turn now," the demon whispered, and with the red staff, several red fire dragons surged out, precisely pouncing on those bald criminals attacking her. "Ah, so hot, so painful. You're cheating. Why can you attack others while they can't attack you?" The fire dragons avoided the other tourists and focused on the criminals, turning them all into flaming people, screaming in agony. Wu Winley guessed right. The rule against attacking hadn't disappeared. It was just that Xia Qingxin was the exception. Only Xia Qingxin could attack others while no one could attack her. That's too unfair. The criminals screamed and howled, lying on the ground. But soon they stopped moving. The main purpose of killing the chicken to scare the monkey was to frighten others, not to kill them. This time, Xia Qingxin increased the heat, aiming to roast them in seconds. Some tourists nearby could even hear the dull sounds of the criminals' organs bursting. It was even more terrifying. Liao Lingbao trembled in fear, not daring to make a sound. Fortunately, the fire dragons had tracking capabilities and did not harm innocent tourists. "Darling, is there anyone else who wants to attack?" Xia Qingxin adopted a customer service tone. In a trading market of 1,000 or 2,000 people, no one dared to speak up. Xia Qingxin, a level 3 boss, was overwhelming. With her strength ranking among the top in the world, plus the fact that only Xia Qingxin could attack others while they couldn't retaliate at all. It was like being put to sleep with anesthesia and going into the ring against a professional fighter. It was a sure way to die, even saving on cremation. In the midst of the silence, "Hey!" Xia Qingxin was suddenly pushed out. Her steps were unsteady, nearly falling forward, but she managed to stop herself. When she looked up, she found the world focused on her. "So you're the leader, huh? Thank you so much for that, you old fart." Xia Qingxin's heart exploded with anger, but helplessly, she could only brace herself and weakly say, "Pretty sister, may I ask, could you not kill me? I haven't done anything wrong." Xia Qingxin was already 30 years old, but still called the barely adult Xia Qingxin sister, which was quite a stretch. "I'm a good person. I won't kill indiscriminately," Xia Qingxin said seriously. "Bullshit. Good person, my ass. Look at those 100 or 200 charred corpses down there before you say that." If it weren't for the fear of being roasted by Xia Qingxin, the tourists below would have argued with her. Xia Qingxin's mouth twitched, but she still braced herself and said, "What kind of good person are you? One who kills convicted criminals, or one who kills those you think are wrong, or one who kills those you just don't like?" "Sorry, darling, these are just questions. No attacks or ill intentions meant. If I offended you, I apologize first." If it weren't for her leader behind her prodding her, Xia Qingxin wouldn't have dared to say this, and she didn't forget to add a bunch of dogheads for self-preservation. Xia Qingxin wasn't an ability user, but fortunately, she had incredible luck and drew a snail house, which had strong defenses and could withstand extreme temperatures. If Xia Qingxin attacked, it could hold up for a while, but given the time it takes to turn into charcoal, it probably wouldn't last long before becoming a charcoal-roasted snail. Xia Qingxin was ready to leave the underground city at any moment, her hands sweating on her back. Nervous enough to press the button the moment she sensed something was off. She was someone who valued her life. Unfortunately, she didn't know that as long as Xia Qingxin was willing, she could invalidate the tourist tattoos, making it impossible for them to leave the underground city. Xia Qingxin pondered for a moment. Let's see the situation. Kill those who make big mistakes. Hit those who make small mistakes. How to judge? Well, that's up to my subjective judgment. Xia Qingxin's following words got stuck in her throat. If Xia Qingxin hadn't added that last sentence, Xia Qingxin could have found loopholes to argue back, citing examples and reasoning with Xia Qingxin, and then instilling the thoughts from above into her. But Xia Qingxin had cleverly added that final sentence, and so confidently. This was a chaotic and entertaining person. Not someone who reasoned, but someone who wanted to be an emperor. Trying to her was as difficult as a fragile student climbing Mount Everest. Have you all finished whispering? It's my turn to introduce myself. Chapter 52, I really don't know. Xia Qingxin was speaking, but was interrupted several times in a row. The noise below was chaotic, 100 times louder than a classroom without a homeroom teacher, with voices screeching and clamoring. After a round of Xia Qingxin's special barbecue. Finally, no one was talking anymore. Everyone was as nervous as elementary school students under Xia Qingxin's stare. Xia Qingxin, who was already cautious about life, bit her teeth and didn't care how the leaders kicked her. She directly pressed on the snowflake tattoo on her hand. She closed her eyes and opened them again. Still here. Still unmoved. Looking left and right, everyone wore a bitter expression. They were all forcibly kept by Xia Qingxin to listen to the city lord's speech. Give me another chance. I definitely want to enter the underground city at this time today. Xia Qingxin deeply regretted. Since someone was talking, I'll talk then, cough cough. Xia Qingxin cleared her throat. I am the city lord of the underground city. You can just call me city lord. As you can see, I am not a saint. Xia Qingxin pointed at the charred corpses on the ground. If others want to ride on your head to defecate, you can't just climb down and let others go up, right? That's disgusting. I'm not that kind of person. Xia Qingxin waved her hands repeatedly, refusing to be the protagonist of a torture novel. Do you think it's cruel? Do you think they shouldn't be killed? Or do you pity them? Xia Qingxin retorted. But in reality, if someone dared to slap her in the face publicly and oppose her, just wait. Xia Qingxin could send him down to find that Ni Qianlong. No one answered, and silence fell. Xia Qingxin didn't care about their answers and was about to continue speaking when suddenly, they died well. Ni Qianlong deserves to die 1,000 times. How many people has he killed? He is a beast who cooks people in his soup. He has robbed many women and humiliated them, killed them and cooked them to eat. Not even sparing infants a few months old. Who in K City doesn't know about that group of people escaping from prison? He killed many police officers with a gun. It was Liao Lingbao who shouted hoarsely. Liao Lingbao, being in K City, naturally knew about Ni Qianlong's tyranny and atrocities. Now, to support Xia Qingxin, she specifically explained Ni Qianlong's deeds clearly, afraid that those ignorant people from XX City would think Summer Qingxin was indiscriminately killing innocents. To clear Summer Qingxin's name, Liao Lingbao shouted so hard that her voice almost split. What did Ni Qianlong do after leading hundreds of prisoners to escape from prison? Killing many guards and robbing firearms? Didn't the people of XX City know? Didn't the people of K City know? At that time, he robbed others of firewood and food, even boiled people for soup, sparing no one, old, young women, or men, even cutting open pregnant women's bellies and eating the 8-month-old fetus in front of them. It said that the fetus could still cry and move. That pregnant woman's family went mad and couldn't save her, and he even deceived other pregnant women into cutting their own flesh, finally throwing the child into the pot in front of them. That incident must have spread all over K City long ago. Shouldn't such a person be killed? Should they be left alive to continue harming others? Aren't you afraid that when you go out to search for supplies, your parents, wives, and children will all be captured and tortured to death? Did the city lord kill wrongly? This is clearly to eliminate future threats and prevent them from continuing to commit evil and increase the number of victims. Damn! As soon as Liao Lingbao spoke, the tourists from XX City were about to explode. Is this something a human would do? Cutting open a pregnant woman's belly at 8 months, deceiving others into cutting their own flesh, then throwing the child into the pot in front of the pregnant woman. Damn, I'm a man and I almost died from anger. If I imagine it, I'd really go crazy. Are you making this up? This is too outrageous. Not made up. I'm from K City, and Ni Qianlong indeed did this. He didn't kill wrongfully. For a moment, the level of profanity was extremely high. Some people, feeling the situation deeply, were already trembling with anger. Eating people is also a matter of type. Some people, driven by hunger, are about to starve to death. Only then do they go pick up frozen meat to eat, which is already dead, and only then do they boil it. That's enough to make people shudder. Others are purely malicious. To commit evil, they kill and humiliate others, and their purpose isn't even to eat. It's just to enjoy the misery of their prey. They create tragedies intentionally, deliberately harming others, that kind of psychologically twisted perversion. And this kind of perversion is especially common among those sentenced to life imprisonment or death. Coincidentally, Ni Qianlong was the leader among them, leading a group of already evil people, forming a considerable force. The result is, of course, self-evident. And now, the criminals have finally died, turning into charred corpses. The tourists from K City have already stepped over the bodies. It's not enough that they died. They have to step on them a few times. The crowd was agitated, and now, no one was saying that Summer Qingxin was cruel. Some even believed that Summer Qingxin had done a good deed. I declare you, City Lord. Good kill. They deserve to die. Who says the City Lord is bad? These people deserve to die 1,000 times. Boo-hoo. One of my classmates was robbed of firewood and food by them, and in the end, froze to death. Fortunately, evil has its retribution, and they finally died. I declare that I am the City Lord's most loyal dog. Great job, City Lord. Was this planned all along? Capturing them all in a jar? They could only take a beating and not fight back, wiping them all out. The City Lord has eliminated the tumor. I love you, City Lord. You all change your faces pretty quickly. Actually, I really don't know. Summer Qingxin didn't dare to speak before taking action. She didn't even know Ni Qianlong's name. She just felt that the timing was too perfect. The other party was cursing and even wanted to humiliate her. This person has already paved his path to death. He cannot be spared. Just based on this point, he could be killed. She had no idea about all that information on Ni Qianlong. Killing him directly was just to intimidate other tourists. It was that simple. She really didn't expect Ni Qianlong to be this evil. If she had known, she would have let him die later. This was too cheap for him. But fortunately, even though she was misunderstood, it turned out positively, instantly elevating Summer Qingxin's image, garnering praise and gratitude from many people. Forget it, a lucky mistake. No need to explain. Summer Qingxin thickened her skin and tacitly accepted Liao Lingbao's actions. However, the more Liao Lingbao spoke, the more exaggerated it became, making Summer Qingxin blush, almost losing her composure. She could only use a loudspeaker to forcibly interrupt Liao Lingbao. So she didn't end up kicking half a staircase off with her toes. The third point. The second floor of the underground city is now open. It has a vegetable market, a food street, and an arcade. There are also separate dormitories for men and women, with a half-price discount on the first day. Limited to 1 day, don't miss it. After shouting, Xia Qingxin immediately tapped her staff on the half staircase beneath her. The white staircase extended downwards, lengthening, growing railings and steps, reaching all the way to the ground. In just a few seconds, the staircase was completed, magnificent and towering, about 5 or 6 meters long. At the very top was an even brighter halo, which led to the staircase to the second floor. The second floor was obviously more luxurious, quietly waiting for people to go up. Chapter 53. The second floor of the dungeon opens, silence reigns. Despite everyone's enthusiastic praise, no one dared to go up. Compliments were just words, whether sincere or not. But who knew if going up was a benefit or a trap? People exchanged glances, remaining silent, waiting for the first brave soul to take the lead. Xia Qingxin had originally ordered Gao Beiying, the slave, to go up first. Who would have thought that before the order was even given? It was Wu Wenli who climbed up first. On the broad, white stairs, Wu Wenli appeared tiny in comparison. "Sister Wenli," someone below exclaimed, rushing up to try to pull her down, appearing very anxious and worried. It was the middle school girl who had her wallet stolen by Nian Wanhui last time, desperately clutching onto Wu Wenli's clothes, trying to drag her down. This was natural. Wu Wenli was skilled at winning people's hearts, getting along with everyone, and was a genuinely nice person. So many people truly cared for her. Wu Wenli turned her head and smiled at the people below. "Don't worry, nothing will happen." However, the girl quickly cast a nervous glance at Xia Qingxin, afraid to speak, using her eyes to frantically hint. Wu Wenli was very perceptive and immediately raised her voice. "The Lord has the ability to kill everyone present, but hasn't he acted? Surely, they wouldn't he set a trap. That would be unnecessary, right? I believe the Lord is not that kind of person. This wouldn't he benefit them at all." There were plenty of quick-witted tourists. Since Xia Qingxin could easily burn Ni Qianlong and others to death, she naturally had the capability to burn them as well. Surely, they wouldn't lure people up just to burn them, right? Why bother? That would be like taking off one's pants to fart. So going up, there was a 99 chance it was safe. But thinking about it was one thing. Having the courage to go up was another. While others valued their lives, Wu Wenli was bold, taking the lead and gaining favor in front of the Lord. The results proved she had made the right bet. Xia Qingxin used the slave contract to issue new orders to all the slaves. "Just go up. It's only to buy something. They can't possibly eat me, right?" Nian Wanhui mixed in with the crowd, loudly pretending to be a random passerby. "Is the half-price discount on the first day real? It's so cheap. How many crystal cores can we save?" Gao Beiying raised her voice, enduring the shame to read the script. "Could it be fake? It's definitely a new benefit for the store opening. Only for today. I need to hurry, or we might miss out." Seeing Gao Beiying's persona almost collapse, Liao Lingbao immediately stepped in to support her sister. So the two sisters held hands and walked up the stairs, while Zhao Zhongyue, confused, followed them. "Mom, didn't the Lord just say the second floor opened a vegetable market? Could there be fresh vegetables for sale?" "Yes, son. Don't you love dry pot potatoes the most? There might be fresh, tender potatoes for sale. Wait, Mom will go up and buy some. Taking advantage of the discount, I'll get you a plate. Eat. Big chunks. 2 bowls are barely enough. All right, let us hurry and buy a whole sack." Li Xianghong and Nian Gao's performances were so convincing that Xia Qingxin was left grinding her toes into the ground, wishing to escape immediately. Not a moment longer, Xia Qingxin began to regret having asked for help. This ridiculous acting was too obvious, as if they wanted everyone to know they were performing. "Please stop talking, I beg you." Xia Qingxin slipped away, secretly monitoring the dungeon with her mental power. As soon as Xia Qingxin disappeared, the tourists let out a sigh of relief. Although Xia Qingxin claimed to be a good person, there were still 200 charred corpses lying on the ground. Who would dare to believe her? Once Xia Qingxin left, everyone truly relaxed. "Brother Hu, are you going?" a subordinate asked. The man known as Brother Hu fixed his intense gaze on the few people advancing up the bright white stairs. To be precise, he was staring at Yuanxin's back. As a slave, Yuanxin was naturally dragged along to act as a decoy. Fortunately, Li Xianghong and her son's acting was so poor that they scared Xia Qingxin away. Otherwise, Yuanxin would have had to perform as part of the atmosphere group. Thankfully, it was Yuanxin's turn. Yuanxin was filled with joy at having survived, almost facing social death. Following brother.Hu's gaze, the underlings suddenly fell silent, cautiously glancing at brother.Hu's face. Fortunately, brother.Hu was not angered by this comment. Originally the second in command of the Firewood gang, brother.Hu had taken over after Yuanxin disappeared for a few days, becoming the new leader. A few days ago, when Yuanxin suddenly returned for half a day, it had startled everyone. Now the two leaders were in an awkward position, and the underlings dared not cross any lines. What are you afraid of? Just go up and greet your brother. Brother.Hu smiled, calling over his other subordinates to go up the stairs as well, causing the others to groan in despair. As the Firewood gang members emerged, their numbers swelled, and with Xia Qingxin representing the higher-ups from K-City, they had to show friendliness. So, a large group of hundreds followed suit. With such a large number, the herd mentality kicked in. Those who were originally hesitant also followed along. After all, with so many people, how could only one person be unlucky? If the sky fell, a tall person would hold it up. Wu Wenli set an example, rushing to the front, followed by Nianwan Hui and other slaves, while Xia Qingxin should have been at the forefront as well. After all, she represented K-City in establishing a friendly relationship with Xia Qingxin and often came to collect goods. But, don't rush, I'm coming. The leader behind poked Xia Qingxin, but Xia Qingxin, like a big snail, took her time, almost turning into a snail spirit, clearly possessing the godly snail house. She was still stuck in the mud, unable to rise. To put it nicely, she was cautious about her life. To put it harshly, she was afraid of death, forming a stark contrast with a large group of colleagues. Only this peculiar one stood out. Xia Qingxin, what do you know? I invested all my points in defense because I'm so afraid of dying. With no hope, she could only watch Wu Wenli be the first to grab a crab. As soon as they reached the second floor, Wu Wenli was dazzled. It was like dusk had forgotten to turn on the lights. She and T noticed it was dark until the lights were turned on, and in the bright environment, she began to dislike the previous dimness. The second floor of the dungeon had tiled floors, whitewashed walls, and very high ceilings. It was neatly decorated and equipped with numerous electric lights. Every so often, there were light switches to ensure a sufficiently bright environment. Wu Wenli felt as if she had returned to a mall before the apocalypse, subconsciously feeling pleased. It had been so long since she had seen modern technology. Just one light bulb made Wu Wenli feel curious. Not to mention, there was a food market, a food street, and an arcade over there. Rows of quaint wooden structures formed several streets, with numerous stalls in front selling various fruits and vegetables. Chapter 54. Roasted potatoes. Unlike the clearly defined 3 caves on the first underground level, the second level of the dungeon is a vast open space. It is a circular area, and as you climb up the stairs, you can immediately see the surrounding cross-shaped streets. The streets are wide, seemingly cut into 4 equal parts, as if by 2 knives slicing a cake. There is even a large sign indicating the terrain map. On the upper left side is a row of buildings resembling ancient shops, forming a food street. On the upper right side is a modern arcade filled with technology, some of which has a cyberpunk design. The lower left side houses the boys' dormitory, while the lower right side is for the girls' dormitory. These are all low-rent accommodations, available for daily or monthly rental. This is the ancient architectural complex that Wu Wenli saw. In front of each building, there are small stalls in the market, selling a dazzling array of fruits and vegetables for tourists to purchase. Oh, most of them are locked in gray, unable to be bought. But a group of bright yellow potatoes lies in one corner of the market stall, available for selection. Occasionally, there are palace lanterns along the road, emitting a soft white light that not only illuminates but also provides warmth, keeping the temperature at a spring-like level. There are also 3 red machines whose purpose is unknown. Without comparison, there is no harm. Wu Wenli initially just wanted to show loyalty and gain favor, but after just one glance, he no longer wanted to go below. The first level of the dungeon may be great compared to the surface, but compared to the second level, it feels like a rough shell of a house. Little mice from the underground popped out of their holes, peeking around for a moment before scattering and scurrying to various corners. Wow, oh my, aren't these potatoes? I haven't eaten vegetables in a month. There are actually fresh vegetables for sale here. Li Xianghong's expression was exaggerated, her actions theatrical, and her acting poor. But the words struck a chord with everyone. In the apocalyptic month of extreme cold, snowstorms, and blocked roads, vegetables from outside couldn't get in at all. How long could the few vegetables in the city last? Everyone had not eaten vegetables for a long time. They didn't even have the opportunity to nibble on the greenery. The leaves on the trees had all frozen and fallen, rolling away with the snow. Therefore, many people had some unspoken issues. In some serious cases, even saw blood when going to the bathroom. There was no need for these actors to perform. Some impatient ones had already started exchanging. The glasses-wearing man rushed to one of the stalls, impatiently searching for a long time, but couldn't find a coin slot. While vending machines had coin slots, none of the neatly arranged market stalls had one. What does this mean? Is it free to take? The glasses-wearing man tried picking up a potato, heavy in his hand. It was tangible, and he could feel its temperature and texture, but when he applied force, his fingers strangely passed through the potato, as if grasping a string of data. Seeing everyone's gaze turn to this direction, Li Xianghong wiggled her hips, pushed through the crowd, and squeezed in. Wow, is this a potato? Why is there no coin slot? Is that a scale over there? I used to use one often as a child. Is it necessary to put the crystal core on it to buy based on value? This sister, can you be any more dramatic? The glasses-wearing man felt a bit speechless, but upon seeing that each stall had a scale, he placed the potato on it. The scale was different from ordinary scales. When you place something on a regular scale, it would show the weight and price. However, this scale, with a design like a constellation, balanced out if the weights on both sides were equal. As soon as the potato was placed on it, the scale tilted to one side. The glasses-wearing man's face darkened. The crystal core was only the size of a fingernail, and if it was weighed, how much would it cost? This is too much. Even if vegetables are indeed precious, they shouldn't be this expensive. The glasses-wearing man was already having second thoughts, disregarding the torture of constipation, and pretended to retreat into the crowd. Hey, don't go. Give it a try. It might be delicious. Li Xianghong quickly pulled in customers. Li Xianghong could cook, but in other aspects, she really. If you don't buy, I will. A hard sell doesn't count. Only what is snatched will be cherished. Nian Wanhui directly used a tactic to attract customers. He took out a first-level crystal core and placed it on the other side of the scale. Just a tiny, semi-transparent crystal core, no bigger than a fingernail, was placed, and the scale quickly tipped downwards. The scale wobbled a couple of times and then tilted directly toward the crystal core. At the same time, a blue screen appeared in front of the market stall. Purchase potato for 0.81 crystal cores. Confirm purchase? Yes, no. Nian Wanhui unhesitatingly clicked yes, planning to reimburse himself from Xia Qingxin later. After confirming, one of the crystal cores on the scale dimmed significantly, with almost all of the semi-transparent material disappearing, leaving only a small part inside. The deduction was successful, and Nian Wanhui specifically took a knife to cut the potato. This time, the potato became a solid entity, losing its ethereal feeling. It couldn't be harmed or stolen before purchase. Only after purchasing could it be consumed. So cheap. The glasses-wearing man's voice almost broke. The potato he chose felt heavy in his hand, almost half a pound, yet it only cost less than 1 crystal core. Nian Wanhui said nothing, just proudly pointed at the price tag on the stall. The price tag was too small, only the length of a thumb, stuck at the bottom. Hard to notice unless closely examined. Potatoes were 3 crystal cores per pound, crossed out with a red mark. Today's special price for potatoes was 1.5 crystal cores per pound, with only 23 hours and 53 minutes remaining. Half-price discount, limited time offer. These two prices, whether before or after the apocalypse, had the same immense appeal. No one could escape the mentality of wanting to take advantage, especially for such a deal that might only happen once. The cheapest vegetable from the vending machine was stir-fried shredded potatoes for 5 crystal cores a plate, which was only about 3 taels. And now, 1 pound of potatoes for 1.5 crystal cores. Isn't this practically free? Charge. No one can stop me. Give me 5 pounds of potatoes, no. 10 pounds. Don't anyone stop me. Today, I want to eat until I'm full. The broke shouted. Ordinary people without abilities relied on strength and courage to kill zombies, earning very few crystal cores. They would occasionally buy something to satisfy cravings from the vending machine, but it was impossible to fill up on those. The cost of living in the dungeon was too high. With that little crystal core, it was really not enough to show off. But potatoes were different. They were plentiful and filling. As long as you bought a few pounds and tossed them on the stove, adding a bit of salt, you could eat until satisfied. Who wouldn't like that? In any case, every survivor's gathering place had to keep a fire at night. Without it, maintaining body temperature was difficult, and it was easy to freeze to death overnight. Fire was essential, and there would definitely be night watch personnel. During the long night, being able to stuff a few warm roasted potatoes into a hungry, burning stomach was more important than anything. Bye. That little crystal core will all be spent. Chapter 55. Others hoard goods while I wholesale. Fortunately, there are too many stalls in the vegetable market, and there is bound to be one in front of every wooden building. Tourists scattered in all directions to buy directly from other places, so there was no scene of competition. The second layer of the underground city is quite large. Besides the broad main road, there are many branch roads, resembling a small town. Hundreds of people spread out and surge to various vegetable stalls to make purchases. The potatoes are virtual, only simulating the appearance and weight of real potatoes, but they can be stacked on the scale without being affected, so there's no need to buy them in layers. Many people often buy 10 pounds at a time, fearing they might miss out on the Lord's benefits. As for other items, Xia Qingxin didn't need to put on a show anymore. They had already dispersed and would eventually be attracted by the surrounding buildings, gradually exploring. Xia Qingxin breathed a sigh of relief, afraid that Xia Qingxin would speak again. In fact, there was nothing much to explain. The male and female dormitories are quite similar to an inn, and they currently had no need for accommodation. The food street only had Xia Qingxin selling mashed potatoes, fried potato dry pot, and a lonely potato shop, while others hadn't been unlocked yet. As for the arcade, the consumption was a bit high. With the strength of a level 1 ability user, they couldn't play too many times. Just survive slowly. Let us develop for a bit first. Fortunately, the potatoes were responding well and had a high stock. The potatoes yielded a lot of fruit, but due to weeding and some pests, the yield per acre decreased a bit, and a small portion of the potatoes grew mini-sized. Although they appeared irregular in size, overall, it was still quite good. The potatoes had already piled up into a small mountain in Xia Qingxin's warehouse cave and were gradually turning into a mountain of crystal cores. Yuanxin had already returned, having gone to the 20 acres of newly cultivated land Xia Qingxin bought. That land wasn't planted with potatoes, but with crystal cores. After 3 to 4 days of hard work, one could harvest over 100,000 or even 200,000 crystal cores. Who wouldn't be happy about that? Painful but joyful. Hurry up and sell out, turning the potato mountain into a crystal core mountain. The good news couldn't be hidden. Although the tourists made a profit, the Lord would definitely not lose out. Once the news of potatoes being half price for a limited time spread, countless people flocked to seize the opportunity to get something for nothing. Those who had missed the free 1-hour entry limit for today were practically beating their chests in frustration, wishing they could rush in and buy crazily. 5 crystal cores per pound of potatoes. 1 pound of potatoes. 1 pound. ISNT this charity? Moreover, it was only limited to 1 day, and those who couldn't get and were nearly dying of anxiety. Like ants on a hot pan, they were dragging connections everywhere to find others who hadn't yet entered the underground city today. What were they doing? Purchasing on behalf. Xia Qingxin was a newbie. Her first farming attempt had gone awry, yielding only 9,000 pounds. Not bad, since there would be new crops for sale in 3 days. With the grain production maxed out, there was no need for purchase limits. So she directly opened it up for everyone to buy potatoes without restrictions. As long as they had crystal cores, they could buy as much as they wanted. Xia Qingxin couldn't wait for the tourists to buy more, ideally selling out all the stock within 2 days for a new batch. The restocking speed was so fast that even with tourists buying in batches, the potatoes at the market stalls were freshed at any moment. Thus, when you see those dragging sacks filled with potatoes, there's no need to be surprised. They're either hoarding or acting as buyers. One person was helping a bunch of relatives, friends, neighbors, and colleagues, each carrying several sacks like refugees entering a village. Some even clever-minded ones seized the opportunity to gamble everything, waiting to sell at a higher price outside. In an instant, the second layer of the underground city became a wholesale market, bustling with people. Forget it, as long as they are happy. The potatoes in the warehouse cave decreased little by little, but Xia Qingxin's crystal cores were rapidly increasing. In just half a day, before it got dark, the 50,000 crystal cores Xia Qingxin invested in the big roulette had already returned. Thinking about it this way, Xia Qingxin didn't feel so pained anymore. Perhaps opening treasure chests had given her the illusion. Getting 10,000 crystal cores and 2 gold at once made her think she was a reincarnated lucky one. Unable to resist, she gambled on 100 draws. She got a purple card. Furious, the gambler's mentality made her do another 100 draws, and she got a gold. Shocked, the lucky one found it hard to believe. Another 100 draws resulted in a pile of junk, and this time she didn't even get a purple card. The lucky one was furious, blood rushing to her head, and went for another 100 draws. This time she got 5 gold, 13 purple, and a bunch of miscellaneous cards. But they were all useless. All ability cards. Once Xia Qingxin bound them, they would explode within 3 days. Holding back her trembling, she finally did another 100 draws. Fortunately, with her cash power, she finally obtained a slave ring card. Xia Qingxin immediately bound today as lucky king to herself. Tenfold gains. She got 11 slave rings. Only then did she reluctantly stop. Gambling harms people. One cannot be a gambling dog. Xia Qingxin blew up half the mountain of crystal cores, getting an absolute defense ring, a warm cloak, and a slave ring. As for the others, most of them were useless to her. What could Xia Qingxin do? After racking her brain for a long time, she finally came up with a perfect decision. Her gaze turned to the arcade, and Xia Qingxin revealed a smile of an absolute profiteer. While others were hoarding potatoes and stocking up at the vegetable market, Liao Lingbao didn't have to. Liao Lingbao and Gao Bing were to follow Xia Qingxin back home, and the journey was arduous. The car couldn't move in the blizzard at all, so they could only carry a backpack with some essentials. If they packed too much, it would instead become a burden, slowing down their movement. And they could also be ambushed by zombies at a critical moment. At that time, for the sake of their lives, they would have to throw it away, which would be too wasteful. They couldn't buy a whole sack. The two sisters only bought a backpack full of potatoes, their black backpack bulging as their food supply. Meanwhile, Liao Lingbao's backpack contained spare clothes, purchased bandages, crystal cores, a lighter, and a few packets of salt. There was no need to carry water. The snow all around could be boiled for drinking, so there was no need to increase the burden. The 2 backpacks were all they had. Once Xia Qingxin gave the order to depart, they could leave K City and head home. Liao Lingbao was both nervous and excited, eagerly wanting to return home and reunite with her family. However, Xia Qingxin kept delaying, and Liao Lingbao could only wait. Cease. Let us go over there and take a look. Unlike the bustling activity of others, Liao Lingbao was rather leisurely, even feeling somewhat idle. Okay, Gao Bing readily agreed. The direction Liao Lingbao pointed to was the arcade. The second layer of the underground city had 4 areas in total. The other 3 were quaint ancient-style buildings, while this one was cyberpunk, out of place yet colorful. The buildings were full of futuristic technology, each uniquely designed and exquisitely crafted. Along the way, there were bookstores, cinemas, beauty salons, internet cafes, barbershops, holographic games, pet shops, and a dazzling array of sights that dazzled the eyes. Among them, the most magnificent, positioned in the prime location, was a claw machine store. The rules were elegantly written in flowing ink. Ability doll shop. Want to gain abilities? Want to change your life? Perhaps. You can take a gamble. Liao Lingbao let out a sharp exclamation. Chapter 56, The Strongest Claw Machine. Liao Lingbao only called out once before Gao Bing quickly covered her mouth. The 2 sisters stared at each other wide-eyed, glancing back like thieves. There was no one behind them. In fact, there was no one else in the entire arcade. Liao Lingbao did not have any abilities yet. Only Gao Bing had a gold-type ability. If she could truly obtain abilities, it would undoubtedly increase her chances of survival dramatically. Liao Lingbao charged straight in. The claw machine store was large, luxuriously decorated, and resplendent, with chandeliers featuring European-style crystal pendants. The interior was brightly lit. It was filled with claw machines, lined up in rows that seemed to number over 100. Inside the claw machines were various dolls, from small cute plush toys to cool jointed figures, along with numerous cartoon characters, all in different poses, making it impossible to see what was inside from the outside. Only by successfully grabbing one could they see what card was inside. Among these thousands of dolls, only 3 were unique, hiding gold cards inside. Yes, Xia Qingxin had gambled 500 draws and obtained a total of 8 gold cards, one of which was a slave ring that had already been enhanced. She kept the slave ring, the defensive ring, and still had 6 gold cards along with a bunch of other cards. The 6 ability cards were not useful to Xia Qingxin, but she selected a few to keep as backups. As for the remaining 3, they were taken out to recover. I said, Xia Qingxin couldn't possibly be so kind. After reading the huge rule explanation at the entrance, Liao Lingbao's excitement was doused. Xia Qingxin was still that same Xia Qingxin, a black-hearted fox who wouldn't accept any losses. Claw Machine 1 cannot be purchased with crystal nuclei, only redeemable with points. 1 point for 1 attempt. 2 points to be obtained for the big wheel or the daily arcade luck king. 3 points cannot be traded or transferred. 4 damaging or stealing arcade property is prohibited. Violators will be turned into underground dungeon property. 5 after inserting points, please aim at the target. Failure is the individual's responsibility. 6 the guarantee is 100 attempts guaranteed to yield a gold card. 7 the dolls in the claw machines are arranged randomly as white cards, green cards, blue cards, orange cards, red cards, purple cards, and gold cards. Please choose at your discretion. Liao Lingbao's mouth twitched. If her memory was correct, aside from limited time invitations, the big wheel could only be spun by spending crystal nuclei. 100 crystal nuclei for 1 spin of the big wheel. 1 spin yields 1 point. It takes 100 spins to hit the big guarantee. Liao Lingbao counted on her fingers. 100,100, 10,000 crystal nuclei? No way. How could you not rob someone? 10,000 crystal nuclei? You'd have to kill me to gather that. Who would buy it? From entering to giving up, Liao Lingbao was no longer sneaky, directly giving the claw machine the middle finger. Gao, obeying. No, someone will definitely buy it, or rather, it will be very popular. How could that be? Which fool would? Oh wait, it seems possible. Liao Lingbao's brain almost short-circuited as she nearly forgot this was a claw machine. The dolls inside from the outside seemed completely indistinguishable. Various cards of different types were randomly placed, which meant it was possible for someone lucky to grab a gold ability card in just a few tries. Thinking this way, Liao Lingbao's breathing immediately became rapid, not to mention the big wheel, which could also yield gold. Xia Qingxin's tactic was brilliant, not just Liao Lingbao, but even Gao Beiying was getting restless. Why do every country have lotteries and casinos? They have endured the test of time, never ceasing in any dynasty. It's because human nature is inherently greedy and self-important. What if the next lucky one is me? Maybe next time, it will be my turn to turn my luck around? With a small gamble, the chance to become a wealthy person was right in front of them. Xia Qingxin threw out some bait, enough to hook 99 of ordinary people. Abilities in the apocalypse are even more important than money. Liao Lingbao rummaged through her pockets and found only 5 crystal nuclei. Gao Beiying was worse off. Her pockets were cleaner than her face. Previously, Xia Qingxin had said they were leaving, so Liao Lingbao and Gao Beiying had done a big shopping spree. Warm clothes, shoes, gloves, hats, 2 sturdy backpacks, 2 long swords, some potatoes and food, some emergency healing medicines and cold medicines, and sanitary pads. All were bought from the vending machines. Moreover, Liao Lingbao couldn't hold on to money, having already gone to the hot springs twice. I regret it now. I spent so lavishly back then, and now I'm in such a predicament. Gao Beiying's rule 2. Points can be obtained from the daily arcade luck king. Want to give it a try? Try. Liao Lingbao decisively decided to take a gamble. After all, it was just 5 crystal nuclei, why not? Maybe, just maybe. Mental energy detected Liao Lingbao and her sister excitedly running to other stores in the arcade. Xia Qingxin rubbed Snowflake's head. Snowflake's fur was very soft, snow-white, smooth, and delicate, even softer than the belly fur of cats and rabbits. Just wait, it's only 50,000 crystal nuclei, it will definitely pay off. And maybe it will even be a significant source of income. No one can completely resist the temptation of lotteries, especially since, aside from the 100 crystal nuclei lottery, Xia Qingxin also set up a surprise gift pack every day. In the arcade, so many stores, as long as you spend once, there is a random chance to trigger a surprise gift pack. The gift pack contains nothing else, only a free bonus of 1 point, which could be used to grab a doll. Perfect for stimulating consumption. It's just a pity for Xia Qingxin's brain cells, who thought and created every inch of the arcade, not only spending a large number of crystal nuclei, but also making her brain run at high speed. However, the effort is always worth it. Xia Qingxin thought again and spent some crystal nuclei to install an electronic screen on the arcade building. The huge electronic screen displayed various types of cards. White cards, green cards, blue cards. These are the most common, densely packed with a long list, mostly food, clothing, or medicine. These were what Xia Qingxin drew the most and were of little use, so she simply tossed them in to increase the quantity. As for blue cards and above, those are the useful cards. One-time attack cards, one-time healing cards, one-time defense cards, and weapons like pots, pans, cooking oil, and gas tanks. There were even about 50 eggs mixed in, unhatched, in various colors, with a few lines of introduction written on them. Not limited to oviparous. After hatching, they will recognize the first person they see as their master and will be absolutely loyal. Absolutely loyal? If they hatch into an eagle or a Tibetan mastiff, it would be like having an extra scouting token, significantly increasing a person's survival chances. Moreover, it was also possible to hatch special creatures like Pikachu with unique abilities. Not only that, the arcade's enormous electronic screen switched to the next card, introducing each type of reward in turn. Exotic beasts, space rings, defensive armor pieces, axes that can shrink into the body, and 3 cards that can be equipped just by tearing them open, gold ability cards. Chapter 57. Various shops in the arcade. The arcade is called an arcade, but it's actually quite diverse. There are bookstores, cinemas, beauty salons, nail salons, barbershops, gyms, holographic games, pet shops, and even internet cafes. Liao Lingbao was almost dazzled by the choices. Let's check out the bookstore. Knowing that Liao Lingbao was struggling with her decision, Gao Beiying spoke up and made the choice for her. Great. The bookstore chosen by Gao Beiying was very fantastical in its decor. Although it was made of wood, it really resembled a gigantic treehouse inhabited by elves. An unknown ancient tree twisted and curled, thicker and taller than a building, casting a shadow over a corner of the arcade, making it very recognizable. As they stepped inside, Liao Lingbao was amazed, looking around with her eyes sparkling. Surprisingly, a significant portion of the treehouse was hollowed out, spacious enough for several giraffes to frolic. The entrance area was open and bright, with numerous holes carved out of the treehouse, decorated with colorful glass. There were lights both inside and outside, making it incredibly bright. Inside, there were stairs, rooms, and various bookshelves. Gao Beiying could even smell the unique fragrance of plants in the air. Is this a tree? Gao Beiying wasn't quite sure. With so much of the tree hollowed out and filled with books, the weight should have been terrifying. Moreover, such a large tree would need a sturdier body to support its own weight and avoid collapsing. Yet, the treehouse remained intact, even with its canopy still lush with green leaves, full of life. If she hadn't touched the walls herself, Gao Beiying would find it hard to believe that this was a real tree, not a simulated one, but a genuine, still-living tree. Xia Qingxin, thanks for the invite. I've smashed so many crystal cores, of course. Miracles happen with spending power. Liao Lingbao had already dashed to the 3rd floor, excited about whatever she had found. She shouted down to Gao Beiying, "Sister, come quick. There are other people hoarding goods here. I really scored this book." Liao Lingbao's eyes were shining as she held up a book, which was a post-apocalyptic novel. Although it wasn't popular, it was genuinely good, with a powerful female lead who could stuff others' islands into her space. It was so exhilarating. Liao Lingbao loved it. But unfortunately, she hadn't reached the ending before the apocalypse hit. She thought she would never see it again in her lifetime, but to her surprise, she found it here again. How could this not make Liao Lingbao ecstatic? Gao Beiying, why don't you read something serious instead of romance novels? What romance novel? This is clearly a no-CP story. The female lead is a lone wolf. Liao Lingbao defended herself. Is there a difference? Forget it. Gao Beiying didn't want to argue with her. Liao Lingbao borrowed the book for an hour, spending 1 crystal core. She still had 4 crystal cores left, and Gao Beiying took one and headed to other areas. Who really goes looking for their favorite novels after the apocalypse? Gao Beiying dove straight into the survival book section, especially the extreme cold survival books, and even borrowed a medical book. It was convenient for quickly dealing with wounds and emergency first aid. In a world without doctors or hospitals, and with danger lurking everywhere, medical books were incredibly important. Being able to borrow one was a pleasant surprise for Gao Beiying. 1 crystal core confirmed for a 1-hour loan. Yes, no, yes. As she got the medical book in her hands, fireworks appeared before Gao Beiying. Ding, ding, ding. Congratulations to visitor Gao Beiying for receiving the daily surprise gift from the little elf. Fireworks burst with ribbons and flowers showering Gao Beiying, and at the same time, a white, furry creature resembling both a cat and a rabbit appeared, flapping its wings and tossing a small gift package in front of Gao Beiying. Ah, Liao Lingbao exclaimed, forgetting her favorite novel and reverting to her excited self. Is this the surprise gift mentioned in Rule 2? Sister, hurry and open it. We can go for a lottery. The claw machine Rule 2 states that apart from earning 1 point from the big wheel, points can also be earned through the Lucky King. Spending in the arcade on that day gives a chance to receive a lucky package. The lucky package can only be claimed once a day. One among hundreds, thousands, or tens of thousands of visitors is selected to encourage spending. However, today, the second floor of the dungeon had just opened, and all the visitors were busy stocking up in the market, leaving only 2 visitors in the arcade. Xia Qingxin had put so much effort into designing the arcade that she was exhausted and wanted to finish quickly and sleep. So she let Xia give the lucky package to Gao Beiying. After all, there was a half-price discount today, and once the discount was over, Xia Qingxin could promote the arcade later. Xia Qingxin hadn't hidden anything. It was just that they hadn't discovered it themselves. Tomorrow, Xia, good night. Xia Qingxin yawned and returned to the small bamboo house in the planting cave for a good sleep. Gao Beiying couldn't wait to open it. Congratulations to visitor Gao Beiying for earning 1 point. Let us go. Sister, hurry, our time is almost up. Liao Lingbao pulled Gao Beiying and rushed towards the claw machine shop. But before they could exit the tree house, they were suddenly asked to leave the dungeon. Visitors have a free stay of 1 hour each day, which passes in the blink of an eye. It was frustrating. Just 2 minutes more, and they could have gone for the claw machine. That would have been their first doll, and it might even be a gold one. Liao Lingbao regretted it so much. If she had known, she wouldn't have hesitated. She felt like she had missed out on a fortune. Gao Beiying wasn't in a hurry. Instead, she comforted Liao Lingbao first. We'll come early tomorrow. Look, your book came out with us. Gao Beiying pointed out, and Liao Lingbao hadn't even realized that she was still holding onto the novel about hoarding islands. They could actually bring it out? After all, they had paid for the borrowed time, and it was normal for it not to mix with the free time, just like in the hot spring cave. Visitors could enjoy 1 hour free in the dungeon each day. However, despite many ability users go to the hot spring cave, there had never been a funny incident of someone being thrown out for running around naked. That was because using the cheapest large pool with no special effects required 10 crystal cores. Those who paid and those who didn't were treated differently. The pay time wasn't counted as free time. While Liao Lingbao was bathing, Gao Fing and Zhao Zhongyue could go out, wait for a while, and regroup once Liao Lingbao was done. It was just right for them to earn some crystal cores. The dungeon only limited the duration of stay, not the number of entries and exits. As for books, those that were paid for could come out with their owners, similar to food and clothing. However, since they were borrowed, the back of the book still had a countdown. Liao Lingbao immediately hugged her beloved book and eagerly flipped through it. Chapter 58, Stockpiling After the Apocalypse. An hour's time passed in the blink of an eye. When the countdown behind the book ended, the book flickered and immediately disappeared. With the lending time over, the book returned to the library, and if one wanted to see the subsequent content, they would need to borrow it again. Liao Lingbao was satisfied to have read the ending of the book about Stock Island, feeling both melancholic and fulfilled, and was eager to read the second book. Gao Beiying, can't you pick some useful books to read? Gao Beiying eagerly finished reading half of a first aid book, which contained very useful emergency methods. Next time, she wanted to borrow some books on the use of cold weapons or how to retain heat during extreme cold periods. Those books were far more useful than novels. You don't understand. This is spiritual nourishment. Liao Lingbao shook her head, her thoughts wandering in the alternate world, her emotions greatly satisfied, feeling less anxious. Tomorrow, let's go to play the claw machine early. Although it was the same reminder, it was no longer said with the frantic urgency of a gambler. Snowflakes fell on Gao Beiying's head, dusting her short hair with white frost. Let's go. Hurry back, or we'll freeze to death. Liao Lingbao pulled Gao Beiying as the two sisters jogged back to the gathering place. At this time, the survivor gathering place in K City was desolate, while the area around the Twin Towers was bustling with people. Most people had already entered the underground city, and with their free time used up, many were reluctant to spend money to buy more time, merely watching longingly. Occasionally, someone would come out carrying large bags of potatoes, and, as soon as they did, tourists crowding around the Twin Towers would rush over. Give me 5 pounds. I want 5 pounds of potatoes. Shuozi, give me 10 pounds. I'm your third uncle. Give me a discount at cost price. Don't cut in line. I was here first. Give me 8 pounds of potatoes. Don't shove. Line up. One by one. The survivors were furious. If it weren't for the many scalpers who were continuously bringing out potatoes, they might have started fighting. Potatoes. A large quantity of potatoes could be bought for just 5 crystal cores per pound in the underground city. Before the apocalypse, who would have the habit of stockpiling? Supermarkets were right downstairs, the vegetable market was nearby, and even if one was too lazy to go out, they could call for delivery. There was no worry about having vegetables to eat. So most people didn't see the need to buy a large quantity of food to stockpile at home, fearing it would spoil over time. After missing the opportunity to stockpile before the apocalypse, and with the apocalypse starting for more than a month, suddenly a wholesaler appeared with a large supply of potatoes. The survivors were ecstatic, rushing into the underground city like mice, hauling out sack after sack of potatoes. Some took them home. Others, however, were selling at 2 crystal cores per pound. A bargain sale. First come, first served, no waiting. It was scalpers. A certain small group had pooled together some crystal cores, and a large group of strong men gathered together, managing to collect dozens of sacks of potatoes, selling them at marked prices at the teleportation point. Old Wong, you're wrong here. It's clearly 5 crystal cores per pound. Why have you raised the price? Some were indignant and tried to argue for fairness. If you want to buy it for 5 crystal cores per pound, just go in and buy it yourself. I'm not stopping you. The scalper chuckled, gesturing toward the entrance of the underground city, which annoyed people quite a bit. Why were there so many tourists lingering outside? Unable to go in? Wasn't it because their free time had run out, and they had to shamelessly ask relatives and friends to bring back a few pounds of potatoes? However, not everyone had acquaintances, especially in the city, where working hard left no time for socializing with neighbors. They didn't buy. Those workers had already gathered around, ready to buy a batch. Can be a little cheaper at 2 crystal cores per pound. If you could manage to save half of the energy in the crystal cores, Old Wong would sell it to you at 5 crystal cores per pound. That person smiled foolishly, making an impossible request. The underground city could extract part of the energy from crystal cores, clearly marked like a machine, but others could not. Well, I'll buy 10 pounds to make it a round number. Can you sell for less? Hey, little brother, don't make it hard for me. It's not easy for us to bring in the potatoes. How can we not earn a little pocket money? After all, my buddies still need to eat, right? If you think it's too expensive, just wait until tomorrow to buy it yourself. The half-price discount is only available for 1 day. If you wait until tomorrow, the price will go back up to 3 crystal cores per pound, which is a whole 1 crystal core more expensive than 2 crystal cores per pound. If you have friends, you can rely on connections to get a few pounds, but there are many lone wolves among the survivors. Those with friends also entered the underground city, staring at each other, wanting to buy potatoes but unable to get in. All right, 2 crystal cores, right? Give me 5 pounds. Gritting their teeth, the worker pulled out all their crystal cores and decided to buy. All right, I'll throw an extra one for you. The scalpers took out the scales they had prepared earlier and began weighing the potatoes. This scale was long, with weights on one side and potatoes on the other. A very old-fashioned way of weighing. After all, most electronic scales had long since broken. Even if there were any, they were buried under meters of heavy snow. Not worth digging out. This scale was kept by the scalpers as a weapon against zombies, and seeing it was handy, they hadn't teeth thrown it away, never expecting it would come in handy now. Stockpiling and reselling, the scalpers went in and out, making a fortune from this wave of stockpiling. Each of them was beaming with joy, reveling in it. The harvest of potatoes brought in a large income for Xia Qingxin, and after a short rest, Yuanxin and the others had a lavish celebratory meal before immediately heading into the planting cave. The golden shovel was very useful. Not only did it speed up the process, but the hard soil that used to require a lot of effort to break was now as soft as tofu. And even the stones and grass roots mixed in the soil had become trivial. It was as easy as digging tofu, with reduced resistance and increased speed. Yuanxin worked like a pro. This time, it only took half a day to cultivate the newly purchased fields. Currently, the planting cave had unlocked 50 acres of good farmland. 29 acres were planted with sweet potatoes, 20 acres with warm plush, and 1 acre with apple trees. This was the command Xia Qingxin had given before going to sleep. After reaching level 3, the planting cave unlocked several types of crop seeds that could be planted. Xia Qingxin chose sweet potatoes, specifically the sweet red-fleshed honey-sweet potatoes, which, when thrown into the fire, would ooze sweetness and could be eaten as a main dish or a dessert. They were perfect for winter with baked sweet potatoes. And then there were apples. The planting time for apple trees was the longest, requiring a full month. A month how long? Leaving an acre of land next to Xia Qingxin's bamboo house, she planted an acre of apple trees to satisfy her cravings. Chapter 59. The arrival of the extreme cold period. As for the remaining 20 acres of warm fleece, it is a variety that Xia Qingxin has never heard of before. Before the apocalypse, she had never come across this name or seen a similar plant. Now it has been planted in the fields, and from a distance, it looks like a dreamy sea of pink and purple flowers, exceptionally beautiful. Compared to other plants, warm fleece is quite small, only reaching the knees of an adult woman. It is not a flower but a plant. A main vine extends outward, producing a large cluster of pink-purple branches with small buds about 1 centimeter in size, resembling a fluffy shrub. But don't underestimate it. Just one can burn continuously for 48 hours, providing warmth for 2 days and nights. Moreover, it burns without producing a lot of smoke. In this extreme cold weather, it is no less effective than air conditioning or heating stoves. With warm fleece, there is no need to laboriously chop wood anymore. The trees in the city are limited, and after burning for a month, they are already on the verge of collapse, making it difficult to sustain. Many people have already started burning furniture and robbing residential buildings. Why rob residential buildings? To seize clothes, wardrobes, wooden doors, and anything that can burn. Moreover, humans have to bow to the severe cold, with dozens or even hundreds of people huddling in one room. Every night, someone has to keep watch, not just to guard against zombies, but more importantly, to prevent the indoor carbon monoxide levels from rising too high and poisoning everyone. Burning charcoal indoors inevitably produces smoke. Although pipes are used to vent the smoke outside, it is not 100% safe. Many have died from carbon monoxide poisoning in the apocalypse. Every survivor gathering, regardless of size, must have night watchmen, and not just 1 or 2. The world has long suffered from extreme cold, and the emergence of warm fleece can perfectly solve this problem. When warm fleece burns, it does not produce much odor, is smoke-free, and non-toxic. It burns for a long time, so there is no need for constant vigilance to prevent it from going out in the middle of the night. And it is small enough to carry easily and will not get damp. It is undoubtedly an essential artifact for survival in the extreme cold apocalypse. Once it hits the market, it will surely sell out. Xia Qingxin has high hopes for warm fleece, which has already become her new favorite. Furthermore, it only takes 1 day to plant and harvest. Xia Qingxin sleeps, dreaming sweet dreams. Nian Gao's bubble ability is useless in battle, but when put on the right stage, it makes for the best farmer. With Yuanxin's great strength, the magical golden hoe, and Nian Gao's bubbles, planting, watering, weeding, and pest control are all proceeding in an orderly manner. Except for the initial potatoes that suffered, the later sweet potatoes, warm fleece, and apple trees have not experienced much disaster. Often, as soon as signs appear, they are quickly snuffed out. Nian Wanhui is stirring the chicken and duck feed, vigilantly pouring food into the chicken trough. It is unclear whether Nian Fatty's gaze at the chicken legs is too intense, but that majestic rooster, upon seeing him, just wants to peck at Nian Fatty's backside. The rooster crows incessantly, flapping its wings and approaching to peck at him, making Nian Fatty curse under his breath at the rooster. However, due to Xia Qingxin's pressure, Nian Wanhui dares not kick the rooster to death. He can only turn into a mud monster, and, while the rooster sleeps, pluck out its beautiful tail feathers. Childish. Li Xianghong chuckled and tapped Nian Wanhui on the forehead, feeling helpless at the chicken feather shuttlecock he brought. You used to like this when we were dating. You should kick it around when you have time. Who would kick it with you? We're both old enough to be embarrassed. The two middle-aged couples are lovey-dovey, leaving Nian Xiaoping and Yi Wanxin to suffer. Brother Yi, what do you want to eat tonight? I want to eat roast chicken. I don't know when the chickens in the breeding cave will grow up. I haven't had chicken legs in a long time. Nian Xiaoping rubbed his belly. After Yi Wanxin's devilish training, Nian Xiaoping finally lost 3 pounds, but it is hardly noticeable. You just ate a goose leg earlier. That's different. That was a goose leg, not a chicken leg. Yi Wanxin has grown too lazy to correct Nian Gao's terminology. Nian Wanhui calls him little brother, and Nian Wanhui's son calls him brother. Everyone calls each other as they please. However, today, the usually diligent black-hearted boss is actually sleeping during the day. She is so tired that she doesn't even look after the warm fleece. It's unclear what she's been busy with. Forget it. I don't care about her. Let her be. Yi Wanxin muttered softly, watering the warm fleece again. Warm fleece is delicate. This variety of plant does not have the hardiness of other crops. If you water me too much, I'll die to show you. If you water me too little, I'll die to show you. If you water me too slowly, I'll die to show you. If bugs bite my roots, I'll die to show you. This delicate pink-purple mass has exhausted Yi Wanxin's patience, and he can only explore with Nian Xiaoping, watering in small amounts multiple times, catching bugs and weeding, all while avoiding stepping on it. Otherwise, it would die on the spot. Another busy day has passed, and the first ray of sunlight appeared on the horizon. Not good, not good. The extreme cold period has arrived in K-City. The weather is cold, and dawn comes later than usual. At 7 o'clock, it is just beginning to brighten. Normally, no one would go to the Underground City at this time because it is too cold and the biting wind makes it unnecessary to brave the frost. Most visitors go to the Underground City around noon or in the afternoon when the weather is warmest, in pairs or groups to buy supplies. But this time, as soon as it dawned, someone went to the Underground City. Xia Qingxin initially thought it was for the potatoes, but when Xia shouted, she realized the seriousness of the situation. The extreme cold period has come to K-City. Is it large scale? The extreme cold period, as the name implies, is when temperatures can drop to minus 60 degrees to minus 100 degrees. If it's just 60 degrees, that's fine. It's like winter in Antarctica, and if it lasts only a day or two, one can survive. However, if it's on a large scale, then it's over. She glanced at the sky above K-City, where blood-red clouds filled the entire sky. Xuehua's words made Xia Qingxin's heart sink to the bottom. No one knows how the apocalypse began. Suddenly, the whole world experienced a drop in temperature, snow, and zombies appeared. Among these, the 3 most famous periods had warnings. During the blizzard period, the clouds turn blue. During the storm period, the clouds turn yellow. During the extreme cold period, the clouds turn blood red. Below the clouds lies disaster. This is a warning, keeping people constantly aware of what is above them. If it's just a small patch of clouds, it's fine. It lasts only for a few hours. But when the clouds connect into a mass, Xia Qingxin has only encountered that once. That time was at school. The blood-red clouds connected into one piece, and afterward, except for those hiding in 2 Myers' wooden house, everyone outside perished. The entire campus was devoid of any survivors, and even the entire city was obliterated. Chapter 60. The deadly cold current Xia Qingxin flashed into the entrance of the Twin Towers. The teleportation array's door was wide open, extending into a small space from the originally flat door. Xia Qingxin tentatively extended a fingertip. It trembled. The long-lost cold pierced her skin like needles, causing her to instantly retract her finger. Inside, the temperature was just above 0 degrees, while outside, it was minus 50 degrees. This was just the beginning. With only minus 50 degrees, but the temperature would continue to drop. It could plummet to minus 60, 70, 80 degrees, or even 100 degrees. Xia Qingxin had been fortunate enough to witness temperatures as low as minus 100 degrees during the extreme cold period. At that time, the sky was also blood red, with dark clouds swollen as if they had absorbed human blood, floating in midair, occasionally releasing a wave of blood-colored cold current. The cold current, like smoke or mist, condensed into a small stream, drifting towards the buildings below. Wherever the blood-colored mist touched, everything would perish. Students screamed and fled. But even a wisp of the surrounding mist touching them would turn them into ice sculptures, like pork stuck to iron railings, unable to pull their feet away no matter what. The process of freezing to death took less than 5 seconds. Not only living beings, but even the teaching buildings invaded by the blood-colored mist creaked under the burden, frozen into brittle ice cream, cracking open and shattering into pieces. A wisp of blood-colored mist drifted down from the clouds, and wherever it went, all life ceased. Even from a distance, the residual power of the mist could freeze Xia Qingxin, causing blisters the size of bowls to form on her skin. Even after she had escaped back to 2 Meyer's small cabin, her hands and feet trembled uncontrollably, and it took a long time for her to recover from the brink of freezing to death. She even developed a high fever, entering a state of extreme heat. But fortunately, she was resilient and survived. Others, however, were not so lucky. In the entire school, only those who had taken refuge in 2 Meyer's small cabin were still alive. Everyone had surrendered all their crystal cores, burning and burning again to barely make it through. Fortunately, they were lucky that the blood-colored mist did not drift towards the cabin. Also, fortunately, the extreme cold period did not last too long, dispersing after 3 days. However, in those 3 days, everyone outside had perished. The city was deathly silent, with many buildings collapsed and blizzards buried countless corpses. Just a few steps outside would reveal frozen bodies. The frozen corpses maintained the postures they had in life, whether running, trembling, or confused. Some even unaware of what had happened, their brains frozen into ice clumps. Natural disasters were terrifying. Within 100 miles, apart from the survivors in the small cabin, there were no other living beings left, all frozen to death in sub-zero temperatures. The extreme cold was too terrifying, capable of descending at any moment beyond human resistance. Xia Qingxin could only temporarily hide under 2 Meyer's watchful eye. Even though she was bullied and insulted, she did not dare to leave easily, waiting for a chance to contact the survivor base. Unfortunately, just a few days before being picked up by the survivor base, she was schemed against by 2 Meyer. The blood-colored mist had not yet begun to drift, and it was still just the first few hours of the early stage. If you acted quickly, you could survive. This was what Xia Qingxin told someone who had rushed to the underground city early in the morning. Really? How many people can be accommodated? There are 2,000 of us alone, and as long as there are crystal cores, 10,000 can fit. In the second month of the apocalypse, the low-rent caves in the underground city finally opened. The person was overjoyed, with snow-white eyelashes dampened by tears, nearly sticking his eyelids together, almost unable to open them. Hurry up, save as many as possible. The people coming for help today were naturally those sent from the administrative building in K-City, although they had only been there for a few days. All the caves in the underground city needed to gather information. Usually, the low-rent houses were cold and unwelcoming, but at this moment, they had become a lifesaver. Knowing the seriousness of the situation, the person did not dare to delay, deeply bowing to Xia Qingxin before rushing back to send a message. He was a speed-type ability user, moving quickly and disappeared in an instant. Before long, the large forces from K-City would flood into the underground city, treating it as a sanctuary. Hopefully, they would make it in time. The taste of extreme cold was truly unbearable. Xia Qingxin still remembered the feeling of near death. The cold was like hot oil splashed over her body, turning the chill into scorching heat, wrapping every inch of her skin, numbing her senses, slowing her down, and then, with each breath, the cold pierced her internal organs like knives, causing her to wish she could scream in pain. Freezing to death was a form of torture. She gazed deeply at the blood-red sky, with dark clouds swirling inward, dyeing the world ominously. It would brew and brew until a wisp of blood-red mist floated down from the center. She hoped they would make it in time. In just half an hour, The temperature dropped again to -60 degrees and continued to fall. The sky had not yet brightened, but the room was brightly lit. Those who could still sleep were all dead. Liao Lingbao was frozen and sniffing. Her neck nearly shrunk away. The administrative hall was chaotic, and the disadvantages of crowding became apparent. When there were too many people, it became disorderly. The administrative hall was much more bustling than a vegetable market, filled with cries, wails, roars, and anxiety. People were dying. Many weak individuals froze to death in their sleep. Many who were awakened by the cold pushed their companions, parents, or children beside them, only to receive no response, but instead found stiff corpses. It was hard to believe, and the cries filled the air, as survivors fell into uncontrollable despair. It was not just the death of loved ones, but also the red clouds in the sky. It was here again. The extreme cold period had come once more. K-City had already experienced 2 cold waves, each accompanied by the death of many companions, not as terrifying as the protagonist's experience. Corpses littered the ground, with barely any survivors left. In just 2 days, after the onslaught of the extreme cold, millions had died, leaving only tens of thousands. What does that mean? Who would dare to speak up? Those living on the outskirts of the city were lucky. They could quickly pack their families and escape the range of the red clouds during the early stages. But those near the center were unfortunate. Don't expect cars. During the early stages of the extreme cold, the temperature was already -50 degrees, and cars would have long been rendered useless unless they were properly maintained in advance. With cars unusable and snow everywhere, riding a bicycle would lead to falling several times within 50 meters, and skiing was ineffective on the bumpy terrain. The only option was to rely on 2 legs to run frantically. But how could humans outrun nature? Everything would be buried under the blizzard, and before they could escape, the extreme cold had already begun. Anxiety spread among everyone, with cries, curses, and breakdowns, even leading to a few people jumping off buildings. The temperature continued to drop, and death drew ever closer. Chapter 61. Renting a house? Everyone was still in high spirits last night, roasting potatoes and hoping for better days ahead. But today, early in the morning, the atmosphere quickly turned dull and restless. What should we do? Let us run. I don't want to die here. Run? Is it too late? We might freeze to death halfway. With rain imminent, few can quickly escape the clouds to another city. There is no time, absolutely no time. Often, they get drenched on the way and can only seek shelter nearby. The extreme cold period is similar, appearing randomly over a wide area. When you see blood-red clouds in the sky, a cold wave will arrive within half an hour. And now, 10 minutes have already passed. With so little time left, there is no way to run. What should we do? Wait to die? I don't want to die. I just had a hearty meal yesterday. I haven't even been in a relationship yet. I don't want to die. The survivors have gone mad, pacing back and forth like ants on a hot pan. The tense atmosphere infecting everyone. Everyone is looking around, trying to find a way to survive. Some, even those who believe in God, are kneeling down, praying for good luck. Luck is extremely important. The blood-red mist will form a thin wisp of smoke that drifts down, and wherever it touches will be instantly frozen. If you're lucky enough not to be affected by the blood-red mist and manage to avoid it, there is still a chance of survival. At -70 or 80 degrees, with some effort, a person can survive for a few hours, as long as they hide underground and continuously keep a fire going to maintain warmth. It's hopeless. The subway station over there is occupied by ability zombies. Packed with them as far as the eye can see. We have nowhere to hide. The man with glasses looks desperate, his face covered in blood. In just 10 minutes, at over -50 degrees, his metal glasses frame has stuck to his face like a piece of meat on a northeast iron rod, tearing off a large patch of skin from his nose, ears, and face, leaving bloodstains and even causing tears to flow due to the pain. Those tears have turned into icicles on his face in this temperature. K-City has experienced several snowstorms and 2 extreme cold periods. Previously, survivors hid in the subway station, surviving underground, which allowed some to live. But now, that is no longer possible. Zombies can not only infect through blood, but those who freeze to death may also turn into zombies. The number of those who have frozen to death is terrifying. Most are buried under the snow, in a state of apparent death, but some have been taken away by the ability zombies, hiding in the subway station. Now the subway station is overflowing with corpses, There's no way to seek refuge there. It's practically a one-way funeral. Regret, deep regret. Why didn't I leave K-City earlier? If only I'd gone with them. Many survivors are beating their chests in regret, wishing they had acted differently. Too many people died during the extreme cold period, and the remaining hundreds of thousands have mostly scattered into several groups, fleeing to other provinces for their lives. The journey is perilous and far, lacking food, accommodation, and heating, with zombies and zombie animals attacking along the way. It's extremely dangerous and difficult, and they could be wiped out at any moment. But for a glimmer of hope, most still set off. Only a few thousand remain in K-City. Those who mock those that left have met their end. The radio has announced random extreme cold disasters globally, refreshing at any time in every country and place. No matter where you run, you can't escape. So why take such a huge risk to go to equally dangerous places? And now, they can't laugh anymore. The extreme cold has, after all, arrived. In the midst of despair, suddenly a child spoke up. Mom, why don't we hide in the underground city? Aren't there rooms to rent there? The child is only 7 or 8 years old, the age of mischief, yet at this moment he is obedient and well-behaved, having quickly matured after life as hardships. Silly child. The underground city can only be stayed in for 1 hour. The mother's words were abruptly cut off as she paused, stroking her child's hand. No, the underground city can only be stayed in for 1 hour because it's free for only that long. To continue staying, you must pay to extend your time or rent a house. Affordable rental units. Other survivors exclaimed, clearly having thought of this as well. Inside the underground city, many things are booming: vending machines, hot spring rooms, markets. Each one is wildly popular. However, the affordable rental units seem out of place, as if cast into a cold palace. Survivors generally don't rent affordable units. Even the cheapest hardbeds in a dormitory cost 10 crystal cores for a day. It's too expensive. There's no real benefit to staying there, and it's so cheap that it doesn't even come with a blanket. Therefore, survivors have ignored the affordable rental units, subconsciously overlooking this option. But now, once reminded, their minds clear instantly. Of course, why didn't I think of that? Those rooms aren't for sleeping, but for sheltering. The underground city run by Xia Qingxin is too commercialized. Some people, slow to catch on, instinctively treat the affordable units like hotels rather than as shelters. However, not everyone is foolish. While they were debating, Speedability users had already returned and brought back news. 15 minutes had passed since the Watchers spotted the red clouds, deployed, and sent ability users to the underground city and back. Before the survivors could further process this, the patrol team began calling for people to prepare to evacuate. Others were already geared up and clearly had made preparations long ago. There's no shortage of smart people. Those with quick minds, just seeing the affordable rental units, immediately connected it to the extreme cold. Liao Lingbao looked around and noticed that not only the guards but also many survivors had their bags packed. If the guards had delayed for even 5 more minutes, they would have set off to the underground city themselves. Time was tight. No one was allowed to pack their bags. If you wanted to leave, you had to go immediately. There would be no waiting in the apocalypse. You were responsible for your own life. The soldiers were few, only giving a few brief instructions, leaving a small team to escort the survivors to the underground city. Others took risks in such dangerous weather, carrying loudspeakers to call out to other survivor gathering places. Liao Lingbao watched them leave with a hint of admiration. Fortunately, Xia Qingxin generously provided drones and loudspeakers produced by the system, which not only moved quickly, but also had a booming sound, enough to draw the survivors out. The extreme cold could freeze millions to death. This was no joke. Even if they were reluctant, the survivors didn't cling to taking all their belongings. They took only a few items and quickly fled towards the underground city. Countless drones circled in the sky, and the deafening loudspeakers urged people to run to the underground city. Looking down, large numbers of survivors poured out of the various survivor gathering places in K-City, gathering towards the underground city like ants. Chapter 62, the last wave of survivors. The underground city was overcrowded, with survivors pouring in like refugees fleeing disaster, turning what was once an empty space into a bustling and noisy place. Fortunately, the looming threat of death had been lifted. Without the fear of dying, people's minds could finally calm down and start functioning again. The underground city had several loudspeakers repeating the same message. Please go to the central hall on the second floor in front of the red machine to process loan services. You can enjoy a month of free emergency core borrowing and then proceed to rent a house on the first or second floor. Yes, although Xia Qingxin had taken them in, it wasn't for free. The prices hadn't increased. The cheapest level 1 rental cave was still 10 cores for 24 hours, as long as they paid back the cores within a month. If they couldn't pay back within a month, there was no need to panic. There would be a bit of interest, but with some effort, they could manage to pay it off. However, anyone who tried to default would be in big trouble. No one dared to voice any objections. After all, 10 cores was a small price to pay to avoid freezing to death, making it an extremely worthwhile deal. The crowd surged towards the second floor of the underground city, processing their loans in front of the red machine. The red machine that Wu Winley had seen when she climbed to the second floor was actually for card processing. All one had to do was place their hand on it, and the snowflake tattoo on the back of their hand would turn slightly blue, successfully processing the card. They could store cores, check their balance, and also choose to borrow. Not only could they borrow, but they also didn't have to worry about their cores being stolen. When they wanted to make a purchase in the underground city, they could simply tap their hand to pay automatically. It was a practical and convenient machine. Fortunately, the machine processed requests quickly, often resolving one in just a second or two, allowing the queue to move forward without the anxious waiting. Those with cores went directly to rent houses in the affordable caves, while those without borrowed a little and also rented houses. There were many houses in the underground city, and even with nearly 20,000 people flooding in, it could still accommodate them, though it was a bit crowded. Xia Qingxin did not go out herself. The outside was too dangerous, and she didn't want to risk her life to save strangers. After all, she had already done enough. With so many drones and loudspeakers flying around the city, and others calling out at gathering places, everyone who could come had already arrived. Time passed little by little, and it was almost half an hour. Behind a transparent membrane, Xia Qingxin stood just inside the door. Inside was still warm, while outside, the temperature had dropped to around -70 degrees. It had truly reached the point where water would freeze upon being thrown. Even pouring hot water outside would instantly freeze. The sky was covered in a sea of red clouds, enveloping the entire city, the clouds thick enough to bear no more weight, until a small hole broke open in the center. A strand of red blood fell from it. From a distance, it looked like a red veil hanging down from the heavens, drifting into the mortal realm, ethereal and dreamlike. Beautiful as it was also the most terrifying weapon. Xia Qingxin dared not underestimate this red mist. After all, it could indiscriminately take the lives of millions. The people outside were doomed. Sighing, Xia Qingxin was about to retreat back into the underground city when she caught a glimpse of something strange rolling towards her from the street. A snow-white round object was rolling faster and faster, heading straight for the Twin Towers. Bang! The white object, moving at an astonishing speed, crashed headlong into the main gate, successfully squeezing inside. The teleportation array led directly to the underground city, and these guys disappeared in front of Xia Qingxin. But just a few seconds before vanishing, she finally recognized it. The snow-white, snowball-like object was none other than the snail house from Xia. The soldiers had brought back the last wave of survivors, just in time at the last moment of life and death. Successfully arriving in the underground city, a few people finally crawled out of the gigantic snail house. It wasn't that they didn't want to leave, it was just that they could only crawl out. Ugh, 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 ugh. As soon as they exited the snail house, Xia immediately felt nauseous. There was no time left in the last few minutes. The ability users inside had rolled back to the underground city. Not only was the ride bumpy, but they also spun and collided in a 360-degree carousel, causing everyone inside to feel dizzy, their brains nearly shaken to mush. Not vomiting inside the snail house was Xia's last stubbornness. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Vomiting sounds occasionally came from inside the snail house. Finally safe, those who could still move immediately scrambled out, some even throwing up on the spot, still gasping for breath. Inside was packed with people, and some directly vomited on others' faces or backsides, creating a truly disgusting scene. Xia Qingxin, who followed closely behind, wrinkled her face in disgust and stepped back several meters. Cleaning up will incur a fine of 100 cores for dirtying the underground city. Saint Coitis. A certain impoverished individual immediately swallowed the vomit in their mouth. Xia Qingxin was almost scared enough to turn and leave. There are trash cans over there. And brooms. Don't eat. Go clean up. Those people had only stayed for the free hour and left, taking whatever trash they had created with them. So Xia Qingxin hadn't set up trash cans. But now it was different. They needed to live here, so trash cans and toilets had to be arranged. Xia Qingxin even spent money to buy some brooms and mops. Oh right, Xia Qingxin immediately spent cores to buy a shovel, ordering these people to dig and bury the filth with dirt before cleaning. If they swept it directly, neither brooms nor mops could be used. Those people had either seen or heard of Xia Qingxin's name, even if they hadn't met her. Seeing her, with a half-missing right ear and a snowflake pendant on her left ear, made them too afraid to say anything. She was the city lord. The underground city had an owner, and offending the city lord could lead to being kicked out. They didn't dare to take that risk. These people, trembling, used their stiff, dark purple hands to shovel dirt and cover the filth. Many had thick layers of frost on their hair, skin, and eyelashes. The frost turned their eyelashes snowy white and their skin black and purple. The outside temperature was too low, causing skin to easily turn black and purple. And in some severe cases, a layer of skin was literally frozen off their hands. When one person took off their gloves, a whole piece of skin came off with it, leaving a large patch of skin missing from their hand. Red blood and white pus flowed continuously, dirtying the ground again. I'm sorry, I'll clean it up right away. That person apologized to Xia Qingxin, bending down, revealing a corner of dark green fabric from their oversized down jacket. Clean it up. Following that, a package of gauze and hemostatic powder was thrown over. This wasn't about being a saint. It was admiration for the brave. The person was surprised, but saw Xia Qingxin turning to leave. Chapter 63. 2 Old Geese. The snail house was packed with a van full of people. The snail house wasn't large, just the size of a living room, an ordinary room at best. It could easily fit 10 people, but how did it accommodate over 50? Snowflake stared in disbelief as one person after another crawled out of the snail house. After counting, there were actually 56 people. Unbelievable. Were these people compressed biscuits? Did they stack on top of each other to come out? Almost. To maximize space, in the end, the soldiers were holding guns, forcibly stuffing people inside. Some are curled up, some are lying down, only protecting their heads to avoid being crushed by others sitting on them. Many were kicked in the face by strangers' feet, going through a torturous journey. Fortunately, they survived without serious incidents. Thinking of this, Xia Qingxin shivered, his body trembling uncontrollably. Those who came out of the snail house were also shaking, unable to fully recover from the lingering cold, shivering uncontrollably. The red smoke hadn't directly caressed them, but the aftereffects were still unbearable. At least, it was more stimulating than the winter in Antarctica. With this in mind, Xia Qingxin shot a fierce glare at an elderly couple crawling out of the snail house. The couple, both over 60, still looked sturdy, one fat and one thin, with sharp, bitter appearances, hiding behind their son and daughter-in-law, while cursing the police for inaction. I didn't bring my flour, potatoes, or cornmeal, but I had over 100 pounds. How are we supposed to live without these? Wasn't rescue promised? How dare you hit me? Soldiers bullying civilians. Is there anyone to manage this? Once in a safe place, the elderly couple didn't care about dirt and plopped down on the ground, starting to perform a drama. Poor me, over 60, and in my old age, I was beaten by soldiers. They even threatened me with guns. My old bones. Why didn't you just take me and make soup out of me? What the hell? Have all your elders died? Unfilial things. You deserve to have children without eyes. Daring to hit the elderly. I'm going to sue you. Let everyone see your true colors. The old lady sat crying, while the old man, with a fiery temper, knowing the soldiers wouldn't dare retaliate, actually kicked at the legs of those unsteady soldiers. The snail house had 5 levels, each level increasing in temperature by 10 degrees, making the innermost layer the safest and warmest, while the outermost was the worst. And the soldiers searching for survivors were all squeezed into the outer layer. The old man kicked with all his might, catching one soldier off guard due to the extreme cold. The soldier suddenly collapsed to the ground, screaming. his leg bending at an odd angle. It was broken. The soldier who fell suffered varying degrees of frostbite, with blisters bursting and the contents oozing out. Looking even more horrific, the old man stepped back several paces, quickly hiding behind his son. Not my business. Don't try to take advantage of me. Is there any justice? How dare you try to take advantage of an old man? The old man not only refused to apologize, but yelled, thinking he was going to extort. This shameless behavior made many people grind their teeth in anger. It was you who kicked him. Are you still not ashamed? Xia Qingxin was so furious he nearly punched him, but was stopped by other soldiers. The national situation was like this. You could be wronged, but you had to adhere to the rules. Xia Qingxin was infuriated, but had no choice but to shout for a doctor. Fortunately, someone squeezed through the crowd, bringing in various emergency supplies from a vending machine, enough to treat external injuries, even without large machines. They carried the injured away, and the doctors accompanied a few soldiers for treatment. Ideally, it was best not to move them, but Xia Qingxin really didn't trust these two old geese. After all, these two nearly caused the death of over 50 people. It wouldn't be surprising if they suddenly attacked during a doctor's treatment, delaying care. Not only the rescuing soldiers, but others who crawled out of the snail house also glared at the two old geese. Lu Laojian, you bastard. Flour, potatoes, cornmeal. Why didn't you just take them to the coffin and drink? If it weren't for you, how could we have almost died? Now, killing your own grandson isn't enough. You still want to kill us all. If it weren't for the soldiers forcing you into the snail house, we would have frozen to death outside. A half-grown child shouted, pointing at the old geese, making their faces flush. You little brat. How dare you talk to adults like that? Do you believe I'll beat you to death? You disaster that killed your own parents. The old man was furious and threw off his shoes to hit the child. The action was quick and practiced, clearly done many times. But this time, the shoe stopped midair, unable to move any further. It turned out that Lu Laojian had a snowflake tattoo on the back of his hand. First-time visitors often needed to be granted a formal visitor status to have a snowflake tattoo. For example, people like Depang and Wanxin likely wanted the snowflake to mark them when they left. Only by becoming a visitor could they enter the underground city multiple times. Subject to rules. According to logic, Lu Laojian shouldn't have been able to kick that soldier. However, there was no way around it. Over 20,000 people had surged into the underground city, most of whom were first-time visitors and had become visitors within half an hour. The snowflakes were overwhelmed, leading to delays in granting visitor status. But in this short while, Lu Laojian managed to hit someone. However, Lu Laojian could no longer attack anyone. Xia Qingxin frowned, just as she was about to drive the old geese away when Wu Wenli pushed through the crowd and stepped forward. Wu Wenli shouldn't have come this early, but she had the urge to seek out Xia Qingxin. As soon as it was light, she went to the teleportation array at the central treehouse. She didn't stay in the underground city for an hour at a time, but entered multiple times daily for just a few minutes, hoping for a chance encounter with Xia Qingxin. But this time, at this moment, the usually deserted underground city, which had no one, was crammed with over 20,000 people. There was even chaos and noise. The two old geese were rolling on the ground, shouting about how they oppressed the elderly, surrounded by over 50 angry people, creating a chaotic scene. Wu Wenli suddenly smiled. She knew her opportunity to shine had finally arrived. Chapter 64. The fox assuming the tigers might the old man causing trouble is named Lu, who likes to call himself Lu Laojian. He is thin and dark, as if all the nutrients have been absorbed by his wife. The two of them are quite the pair. One is skinny like a monkey, and the other is plump with excess flesh, both having inverted triangular eyes, droopy eyelids, and a tendency to squint at people, making them seem unapproachable. In reality, they're indeed not easy to deal with. When Wu Wenli inquired a bit, the group of survivors with Lu Laojian chattered endlessly, clearly suffering from the aftermath of some disaster. The crowd was noisy and excited, with several mouths describing things chaotically, but fortunately, Wu Wenli pieced together the truth. Lu Laojian and his wife had 9 daughters before finally having a son in their 40s. Perhaps there was a throne to inherit, as Lu insisted on having 10 children, believing that only after having a son could they stop. At that time, the eldest daughter was already pregnant alongside her mother, with her nephew and younger brother being of similar ages. The 9 daughters married off early with the eldest already being 41. Most of them were married off to local men, and now with their daughters, sons-in-law, and in-laws. There were over 40 grandchildren living together in the post-apocalyptic world. Out of 50, 10 were soldiers. While there were some conflicts, they were still family, and as elders, they held the high ground. The two old folks were not easy to deal with either. If they were dissatisfied, they would directly point fingers and curse, cry on the ground, and even drag strangers into their disputes. Normally, they would snatch food from their grandchildren to give to their own children, which could be overlooked. But during critical moments, they were still unclear. With red clouds covering the sky, a cold wave was about to descend. Yet the two insisted on holding on to several sacks of flour, potatoes, and cornmeal. They refused to leave without taking these items, crying on the ground and absolutely unwilling to budge. Their daughters pleaded and tugged, but no matter how hard they tried, they could not move them. The in-laws, wanting to help, were met with a wave of disgust. These elders were not to be trifled with, and the younger generation was afraid to confront them, knowing they would be scolded by their own elders. Moreover, the soldiers could not casually beat the civilians. Lu Laojin and his wife insisted on taking over a dozen sacks of flour, each weighing 100 pounds. The standoff continued, and when time ran out, a soldier broke the rules and directly beat the two old folks. Under the iron fist, the two old folks immediately became obedient. They were shoved into the snail house, barely able to escape, and one of the ability users had to use their powers to control the snail house to roll away, allowing them to survive and return to the underground city. However, even so, the wasted time left the soldiers outside the snail house severely frostbitten, their skin torn, shivering uncontrollably, and even beginning to feel feverish. If they continued to argue, they would likely not make it back. Previously, under the threat of the iron fist, the two old folks were compliant. Now, having reached a safe place with so many people watching, they immediately sat down on the ground, seeking strangers to mediate their grievances, even wanting to report to their leaders. They spewed all sorts of filth, making everyone around them feel disgusted. What to be done? Military orders were as solid as a mountain. Xia Qingxin had to hold his nose and accept it. Xia Qingxin's profession was special. He could not directly hit civilians. Although their relatives were furious, they were still blood relatives, and the younger generation wanted to hit them but feared being hit by their own elders, leaving them feeling extremely frustrated. Moreover, fighting was not allowed in the underground city. The onlookers were angry but helpless. If they wanted to fight, both parties had to leave the underground city first, but now, with temperatures possibly dropping below minus 100 degrees outside, who would dare to go out? They were so angry their teeth were grinding, but there was nothing they could do. Seeing everyone like this, the two old folks became even more exuberant. There's no justice. How could a bunch of little bastards dare to hit me? If I had known, I would have drowned your mothers in the latrine. How did such unfilial things come to be, bullying two old folks like us? I raised you with such hard work, 10 of you, all relying on us old folks to take care of you, providing food and clothing, and now that we're old, we get bullied like this. Lu Laojin was so angry he was screeching, and in his fury, he even attempted to hit his daughter with something, but unfortunately, he was stopped. His daughters, having been pooed and brainwashed for years, stammered and didn't dare to speak. Even the mother of that little brat who had just contradicted Lu Laojin was pressing down our child's head, wanting the child to apologize to Lu Laojin, as if her brain had been left at home. Lu Laogin's wife was just as bad, wanting to pinch people with her long nails. If it weren't for the rules restricting her, she would have already pinched someone's arm until it turned blue. So, it was the two of them who deliberately delayed time to take their luggage and nearly caused everyone to die, right? Wu Winley inquired. You bastard. How can you talk like that? What do you mean deliberately delaying time to harm others? Your heart is dirty, and you see everything as dirty. I was just considering my son. What if my Yazoo goes hungry? Clean up your mouth. If you dare to speak like that again, I will urinate in your mouth. Wu Winley recounted the facts, which infuriated Lu Laojin and his wife even more. Lu Laogin's wife wanted to rush up to tear her mouth apart, even threatening to urinate on her, which made Wu Winley frown at the coarseness. Clean up your mouth, and if you dare to slander me again, I will have the city lord expel your family. It was at this moment that the fox assumed the tiger's might. As soon as Wu Winley said this, the flesh on Lu Laogin's wife's face trembled, and she immediately withdrew her hand, but her inverted triangular eyes were still narrowed, glaring at Wu Winley with malice. Lu Laojin, right? You beat others in the underground city, nearly causing their deaths, and have repeatedly threatened and intimidated people, creating chaos. How should you be punished? A fine of 500 crystal cores? A direct 30 lashes? Or should you be expelled, with no further reception? With each sentence Wu Winley uttered, the faces of the onlookers turned whiter. Stop your nonsense. You can't run this underground city. This is public property. How can you kick me out? Do you believe I can have your leader expel you? Lu Laojin was visiting the underground city for the first time, and when he saw the soldiers gathering the survivors to go to the underground city, he instinctively thought it was established by the government. But unfortunately, oh dear, I'm so sorry, but this is not public property. Who are you going to complain to? Xia Qingxin's lips curled up in delight, unable to contain her smugness. Not only her, but the onlookers also chimed in, educating Lu Laojin. Old man, the underground city is really not public property. The city lord is a little girl. She calls the shots here. Don't say she can kick you out to fend for yourself. Even if she killed you on the spot, what would happen? It's not like she hasn't killed before. Last time she got angry, she burned several hundred people to death. Oh, I wonder if you two old folks are enough to burn? Shoo, keep your voice down. The city lord has a terrible temper. What if this old man angers her? What will you do if she burns you all to death? Ha ha, deserve it. Chapter 65, The Formation of the Guard Squad. How is that possible? I'm an old man. I'm 60 years old. How dare she? Lu Laogin's face turned red, and his nose was thick. The more he felt insecure, the louder he became. Don't think that just because you're over 60, you can escape punishment. Wu Winley coldly added, making Lu Laojin and his wife tremble with anger. A whole bunch of unapproved curses came out, making the tourists around them frown. You're disturbing me. It's time to step in. Xia Qingxin suddenly appeared like a ghost, startling the old couple. You're the city lord? Lu Laogin's wife's eyes spun as the tourists educated her. Upon discovering that the underground city really belonged to someone and was not public, she started to hatch a scheme. Now that she saw Xia Qingxin was so beautiful, she subtly pushed her son in front of Xia Qingxin and hid her daughter-in-law behind her. Yaozu, come say hello. The change in attitude of the city lord shocked those relatives, thinking something was amiss. But seeing Lu Laogin's wife wearing a brothel keeper-like smile, and then looking at Lu Yaozu, the relatives were immediately disgusted. Let us not even mention that Lu Yaozu already has a wife. Just looking at Lu Yaozu, he doesn't seem worthy of Xia Qingxin, clearly trying to take advantage of someone wealthy. Wu Winley. 6. Xia Qingxin. 6. Hello, beautiful. My name is Lu Yaozu. May I ask what your name is? Lu Laozu inherited his parents' flaws, being dark and fat, with even smaller eyes. When he smiled, he looked particularly lewd, as if he were not seeing Xia Qingxin, but the white crystal core mountain behind her. Indeed, in the eyes of Lu Laojin and his wife, if they could take a woman, they would also take all her wealth, plus a maid. Although you have a bit of a disability, it doesn't matter as long as you can earn money. Arrange a better room for me and prepare a feast quickly. Lu Laojin ignored his daughter-in-law's pale face and directly ordered Xia Qingxin, as if his son Yaozu was a heartthrob, and just by looking at him, one would fall in love and unconditionally provide for him. Burning at the stake? Wu Winley asked. Burning at the stake, Xia Qingxin replied. How about burning half? That's too cruel. Others will be afraid of you. The toilets could still use a couple of cleaners. If we burn him to death directly, it would be very convenient. However, as the city lord, one must combine punishment with kindness. Lu Laojin delaying things is very annoying, but the frostbite won't affect others. Among the other tourists, there are certainly some who are overly compassionate and would think Xia Qingxin is too cruel, leading to unnecessary disputes. This could create trouble, and coincidentally, Xia Qingxin does not like trouble. Actually, it's not just that. Although Xia Qingxin has already set the rules, no attacks, no fighting, there are always loopholes to exploit. For example, that fat guy back then exploited a loophole to steal someone else's crystal core, prompting Wu Winley to scold him. There are also those punks blowing whistles at the hot spring cave. They didn't break the law, but they were quite disgusting. And those who spit everywhere and urinate previously, they only stayed for an hour, and there weren't many frictions and conflicts, but this time, with over 20,000 people pouring in at once, staying for several days, the frictions will increase. Xia Qingxin can't waste time on such trivial matters every day. But ignoring them would only embolden those punks and thieves. Tourist Wu Winley has been upgraded to a formal resident. Resident Wu Winley has taken on the position of captain of the guard squad. Please work hard. Wu Winley leveled up twice in one go. From an ordinary tourist to the captain of the Underground City guard squad. This feature was also unlocked only after the Underground City reached level 3, allowing the hiring of some people to assist in managing the Underground City. Even an emperor needs ministers to assist him, let alone sharing the workload. Guard squad profession. Daily free entry into the Underground City for 1 hour limit change to 24 hours. Can enter at any time and is equipped with staff dormitories and electric batons. If disturbances are found, they can stop them and have the power to punish. Other tourists and residents cannot attack the guard squad, but the guard squad can attack tourists. As the captain, one can recruit team members, forming several small teams for day and night patrols. They can judge subjectively whether to punish others and how to punish them, acting as walking correction machines. This includes fines, corporal punishment, and even killing the opponent. The power is considerable. It's a very good profession. Wu Winley's eyes instantly lit up, filled with gratitude towards Xia Qingxin. Wu Winley had become one of Xia Qingxin's trusted aides. Don't get too happy. If you don't perform well, I can take it back at any time. By the way, you must wear this. It was a golden bracelet, likely a control-type item. Wu Winley put it on without hesitation. One must give to receive. Her parents taught her that freedom is not as important as life and power. Contract successful. Work hard. Yes, I want to let you down. In front of everyone. Xia Qingxin ignored Lu Laojin and his wife, which made Lu Laojin feel very embarrassed. Hey, is your family's upbringing to ignore others? When you marry in, I will definitely correct that. Lu Laogan's wife had already taken Xia Qingxin as her daughter-in-law and spoke with confidence and justification. Wu Winley certainly couldn't let her keep barking. She directly took out her new weapon, the electric baton. The electric baton was not a modern product. It was completely snow-white, could extend at will, and could coil like a snake, releasing flames or electric shocks. Tourist Lu Laojin, tourist Sun Cuihua, disturbing public order, assaulting others, slandering, etc., sentenced to a fine of 500 crystal cores, burning at the stake once, and cleaning the toilets for a year. Is there any objection? Lu Laojin swallowed hard, finally realizing the seriousness of the situation. You want to hit me? No way, I absolutely don't want that. Which daughter-in-law would hit her father-in-law? Is there any reason for that? Some people's thought processes are completely different from normal people and cannot be understood or communicated with. If you don't want to get hit, you can be blacklisted. Leave the Underground City now and never come back. Get lost. Not to mention Lu Laojin panicking. Other tourists from K-City immediately took 3 steps back. Who doesn't he know it's minus 100 degrees outside? That weather, leave the Underground City? Just wait to turn into popsicles. There's no choice at all. Lu Laojin and his wife sat down on the ground, preparing to use the same old trick and start crying. Their cries were annoying, and Wu Winley didn't want to listen. She directly swung the electric baton, and Lu Laojin and his old partner immediately screamed and rolled on the ground. Flames covered their bodies, which was the small amount of fire ability Xia Qingxin infused into them. Wu Winley specifically controlled the temperature, only causing large blisters all over their bodies. It looked terrifying with flames covering them, but in a while it extinguished, leaving only their legs scorched by the flames. Just like roasting, they were roasted halfway. The 2 old ones were on the ground, howling in pain, as if their parents had just died. Chapter 66. A group of cleaners flapping, roaring, and hysterical curses. The 2 old men had their legs burned. The flames were small but wrapped around their legs, not fierce, just scorching their flesh, causing unbearable pain. Sizzle. Liquid collided with the flames, producing white smoke between their legs. Wu Winley looked on with affection, only to find that they had actually wet themselves in fear. Stunned. It was unexpected that a young girl like Wu Winley would dare to hit the elderly, and even burn them. Several daughters rushed forward, frantically removing their clothes to beat out the flames on their parents' legs. One of them even charged directly at Wu Winley, trying to scratch her face. Wu Winley struck her with an electric baton, and she fell unconscious with a crackling sound. Amid the chaos, There were screams, wails, and furious curses. Even at this point, the two old men did not forget to criticize their daughter for being useless, watching their parents being beaten by others. As for their precious Yaozu, when he saw the electric baton, he instinctively hid behind the crowd, ignoring the beatings of his parents and sister, prompting others to snicker. Besides the daughters, the husbands, in-laws, younger brothers, and sisters-in-law all watched coldly, unmoved. The younger ones couldn't hide their glee, almost ready to clap. It wasn't that they were heartless. It was just that the two old men were truly malicious. This time they almost killed everyone, which was just one of many instances. Besides frequently insulting and abusing them with harsh food, the two old men had done other things. When Lidi's daughter fell ill, nearly dying from a fever of 40 degrees, Lidi's head was bashed open, yet they refused to lend a single antipyretic pill. They watched their daughter burn to death. The two old men even suggested cooking the child for a meal. If it weren't for the intervention, Lidi's husband would have wanted to kill them. Clearly, they had a whole box of antipyretics. Clearly those pills were bought by the daughter. Clearly their granddaughter was about to burn to death, begging for just one pill. They absolutely refused, insisting on saving them for their son. Lidi was completely disappointed, now just watching coldly, with no intention of putting out the fire. Who wouldn't feel their teeth itch with anger? Although the Lu couple had little education, their skills in psychological manipulation were undeniable. Among their daughters, except for Lu Lidi, all rushed to put out the fire or charge at Wu Wenli. If they hadn't lost the people's trust, they would probably have dragged their husbands and children to fight Wu Wenli together. They were overestimating themselves. In the underground city, there was no one to attack the guards. Even when the ability stones flew right in front of them, they stubbornly stopped, unable to advance an inch. Even though Wu Wenli was powerless, she still managed to shock them, knocking one down with each strike. Don't burn, don't burn. We're going to die. The small fire simmered slowly, torturing the Lu couple to near death. Their pants were soaked, having urinated themselves, yet they still couldn't extinguish the small fire on their legs. Xia Qingxin was already a level 3 ability user, making it hard to extinguish the flames. The burning pain on their legs made the two cry out, rolling on the ground, covered in a mix of urine and mud, crying pitifully, almost begging Wu Wenli for mercy. Meanwhile, their precious Yaozu was hiding among relatives, tucked away tightly. The disdainful faces of their in-laws were long and contemptuous, making Lu Yaozu's face flush red, yet he still didn't step forward, not even to say a kind word to Wu Wenli. The first warning was a fine of 500 crystal cores and a year of cleaning duties. Any objections? None. I'll clean right away. Right now. Please put out the fire. I beg you, spare me. They were tyrannical at home, but in front of the soldiers. Lu Laojin and his wife could be arrogant, beating and grabbing others, throwing tantrums. After all, they knew no one would fight back. But facing these two female demons, they had no morals at all. They truly dared to burn the elderly? The elderly dared to fight back. The two old men quieted down inside, almost bowing to Wu Wenli. If Xia Qingxin heard this, she would definitely add, not only dare to hit, but also dare to kill. All lives are equal. Xia Qingxin had already killed so many people, she couldn't just pick on the middlemen, right? No matter how old or young, even if they were minors. As long as they committed irreparable acts, they deserved to die. Go on, clean thoroughly. If you're lazy, I'll throw you out immediately. Throw us out? It's minus 100 degrees outside. That wasn't just throwing them out, it was freezing them to death. Even if they were shaking in pain, Lu Laojin and his wife had to stand up trembling, half crawling to the toilet to clean. The flames on their legs extinguished, but their legs were burned, the skin cracked, and they were charred from the slow fire. They didn't burn their tendons, but the skin was completely ruined, requiring skin grafts. If they couldn't find a grafting technique, they could try getting a loan from a vending machine. However, even if they were healed, they would be left with permanent disabilities, walking slowly and limping, accompanied by stabbing pain. In fact, their crimes could be serious or minor. Delaying time wasn't a heavy crime. As long as the soldiers didn't care about them and gave a notice, they could choose whether to go or not, responsible for their own lives. As long as those daughters of his could harden their hearts, beat them up first, or simply abandon them, they wouldn't have almost harmed everyone. After all, Lu Laojin only dared to be so arrogant because he was picking on the softest group of persimmons. But to say they killed anyone, That couldn't be counted. Firstly, there was no benefit, and secondly, they would freeze to death in the cold wave. In the end, they were just incredibly foolish. Other crimes of beating others in the underground city weren't enough for a death sentence, considering that Xia Qingxin had already established her authority once. Wu Wenli could only give them a warning, to prevent other tourists from maliciously misinterpreting, making everyone feel anxious. Not to mention the 500 crystal cores. That was enough punishment for them. Lu Laojin, dragging his injured leg, hadn't moved a few steps. Those daughters who had been shocked immediately snatched the broom from the old man's hand and rushed toward the toilet. Clearly, they wanted to take the punishment for Lu Laojin. Several daughters, sweeping the toilet wasn't hard, but then it lost its punitive meaning. The punished must clean the toilet, and if others wanted to take their place, they could, but they had to clean the entire underground city to do so. During this time, the punished must work without stopping. The underground city wasn't small, and even though Xia Qingxin had just bought new trash bins, some people still littered. These were all things Wu Wenli needed to worry about, not only punishing those who littered, but also maintaining order. Those daughters were so filial. They couldn't bear to see the old man suffer. Fine, clean the underground city thoroughly, and then they could help the old man. It was a twofold benefit. They could fulfill their filial piety while saving a year's worth of cleaning fees. The punished were not allowed to stop cleaning until the cleaning was complete, and any help during this period would incur a fine of 50 crystal cores. Wu Wenli's electric baton was itching to act, and no one dared to object. Several daughters immediately grabbed brooms and got busy, except for Lu Lai Di, who not only didn't help, but was full of delight. Chapter 67. Old Deng in the bathroom. Lu Laojin was furious, cursing Wu Wenli in his heart 30,000 times, wishing he could eat her flesh and blood raw. But in front of Wu Wenli, he didn't dare to utter a single word. There was no way around it. Wu Wenli had already made it clear that Lu Laojin and his wife could not rest. Zhao Di scolded her husband, demanding he take out his secret stash of money and use all the crystal cores to buy some medicine for the elderly couple, not leaving a single crystal core behind. She completely disregarded how the entire family would eat. After a simple bandaging, there was no time to rest. They had to hurriedly carry Lu Laojin and his wife to the toilet. They would have to lie there and wipe the floor anyway. Their hands couldn't stop moving until Zhao Di and the others finished cleaning the streets and wiping down all the tables and benches before they could come over to replace them. One male toilet, one female toilet, just right, with one old Deng lying in each. The toilet was newly built, costing Xia Qingxin a considerable amount of crystal cores. It was large, with many stalls, wash basins, and mirrors. Inside the stalls, one could even buy toilet paper and sanitary pads. The greatest inventions in human history, soft, white toilet paper and sanitary pads that solve women's physiological problems. Although there was a charge for them, this did not prevent Xia Qingxin from earning a wave of goodwill. The survivors were almost in love with Xia Qingxin. The quality of the toilet directly determined their mood for the day. Not to mention the flushing system. Just press a button, and it would be resolved. The toilet was not cold, feeling like spring. Outside, however, one had to quickly resolve their business in 3 minutes, or they risked it standing up. Even when peeing, one had to be cautious, fearing it would freeze. That temperature was truly torturous. As soon as the bathroom appeared, it became highly sought after by many survivors. People came and went, often wanting to hold it, even when they didn't need to. With so many people, it quickly became problematic. Out of 20,000 survivors, how many needed to use the toilet? It was unclear, but as soon as there were a few more people, the smell in the toilet would become quite strange, and with a large number, one would inevitably encounter those lacking basic decency. Lu Laojin was angrily cursing. The men's toilet had urinals. There were always people who couldn't aim properly, dripping outside or urinating on the floor, which all needed to be cleaned up. There were even disgusting cases of people not flushing after defecating or leaving messes by the squat toilet. All of this was the work Lu Laojin had to do. He trembled with anger. At his age, crawling on the toilet floor, looking injured while holding cleaning tools. Anyone entering couldn't help but scrutinize Lu Laojin, wondering what kind of strange toilet cosplay he was doing. He looked quite like a vengeful spirit, and it was rather perverse. Damn it. Wait until I get out. I'll you up. Lu Laojin cursed, filled with vulgar language. Hey, old man, You're the cleaner, right? Hurry up and clean this place. Here they come. The little brat is here. That child was the one who previously exposed Lu Laojin in public. His mother was Pan Di, one of those foolishly puoed, crazily subsidizing the old man, making their home unbearable. Before the apocalypse, things were fine. He would steal money from the house to buy a phone for Yaozu to spend on games. After the apocalypse, he directly deducted rations from the entire family's mouths to supplement Lu Laojin and his two companions. Every time, the parents would argue incessantly, and amidst all this, the little brat had no fondness for the two old dangs. Now that Zhao Di and the others were busy cleaning, the little brat finally saw his chance for revenge. You bastard, how dare you talk to me like that? Do you believe I'll slap you away? Here it comes, bold as brass. Even though Lu Laojin was in pain and unable to move, he still dared to curse back. After all, the little brat would pull pranks, and Pan Di would beat him to death. Oh no, the cleaner is cursing. I'm so scared. The little brat dug at his ears. Knowing that Pan Di and the others wouldn't dare enter the men's toilet, boldly pressing the red button inside the stall. Beep, beep, beep. The alarm sounded for a few seconds, and a one appeared in front of Lu Laojin. What does this mean? What are you pressing randomly for? Hee hee. I'm not doing anything wrong. I'm just exercising the rights a visitor should have. The little brat was young but was in school, and the rules were written on the toilet wall. While others glanced over, he carefully read through them. Lu Laojin, don't be lazy. With so many stalls, if the stuff inside isn't flushed clean, visitors can press this button. If it's pressed too many times, you'll get electrocuted. With so many uncivilized and disgusting things, what would happen if the toilet remained dirty? It's too frustrating, so they set up the button. If pressed, the cleaner must immediately clean it. If there are too many complaints, they'll be punished. Hearing about the electrocution, Lu Laojin trembled on the spot. Although Lu Laojin had only been burned by fire, Zhao Di and the others had been electrocuted while trying to save him. They would convulse all over, losing control of their bodily functions, and it looked very painful. You little brat. The little brat was overjoyed, quickly searching for dirty and messy toilet stalls, pressing the button repeatedly. Sure enough, after a series of warnings, the security team arrived. Lu Laojin thought that Wu Wenli and Xia Qingxin were women and wouldn't dare enter the men's toilet. But soon his luck was extinguished. Entering was a tall man, strong and muscular. His hands and body were even covered in fresh blood. With a grim expression, he approached Lu Laojin with an electric baton. The shrill scream was piercing, startling Lu Laojin's wife in the adjacent women's toilet. Lu Laojin convulsed all over when he finally regained consciousness. He saw that living Yama with a grim face, about to strike again. Damn it, I'll clean right now. Don't electrocute me. Don't electrocute me. Don't underestimate an old dang's will to survive. Lu Laojin dragged his injured leg, crawling with all his might, using his hands to reach a stall. He didn't mind the disgusting yellow stars all over, grabbing a cloth to wipe. Don't be lazy, or I'll kill you, Xia Qingxin warned with a single sentence, then vanished without a trace. Lu Laojin was already scared to death, no longer expecting Zhao Di and the others to finish up and clean the mess for him. He could only grit his teeth, retching while wiping. Hee hee. The little brat laughed so hard he nearly fell over, wishing he could record on his phone. Finally, he had his revenge, and he felt so cheerful. Wu Wenli couldn't enter the men's toilet, and the good kids couldn't act like hooligans, mainly fearing needle marks, so she informed Xia Qingxin. Xia Qingxin temporarily sent Xia Qingxin away, wasting valuable seconds. Xia Qingxin hadn't even had time to wipe the blood off his body. He rushed in and rushed out. If it weren't for the blood dripping on the floor, one might think it was an illusion. Don't misunderstand. That's not human blood, but weasel blood. There was a problem at the breeding hole, much like a planting hole. It was one thing for crops to suffer from pests. Unexpectedly, the breeding farm also encountered a rodent disaster. Mice, weasels, and even birds that didn't know where they came from all rushed toward the chicks, ducklings, and fish fry. They directly began to feast. Chapter 68. The weasels' attack one wave has not yet settled, and another rises. Inside the breeding cave, chaos ensues as everyone grabs weapons, surrounded by dead rats and weasels, while also being cautious of birds swooping down to peck their eyes out. What can we do? Roll up our sleeves and get to work. Xia Qingxin waved her staff, conjuring dozens of fire dragons that howled toward the flock of birds and the swarm of rats. The fire dragons moved swiftly, and as they opened their mouths, several birds engulfed in flames fell to the ground. Be careful. Don't start a fire. Nian Xiaoping. Water balloon. Douse the sparks. Weasel. Ah! Li Xianghong screamed, suddenly kicking out and sending a yellow-furred rat flying. These creatures are not only agile, but also bold, taking advantage of the moment to bite Li Xianghong's thigh. How outrageous! Nian Wanhui transformed into mud, frantically wielding a sword to slice open the bellies of the yellow-furred rats. A sneak attack from below, but it only barely stopped the advance of the weasels. The birds in the sky were not a concern. With a single move from Xia Qingxin, they all turned to charcoal in seconds. However, the little creatures scurrying around on the ground posed a challenge for Xia Qingxin. This is a chicken coop. There is plenty of straw, even piled high into a haystack, not only to keep warm, but also to provide extra feed for the chicks. These cunning little beasts knew Xia Qingxin was hesitant, so they all darted into the haystack, the chicken coop, and the feed bags. If Xia Qingxin used fireballs or fire dragons, everything would go up in flames. With so many flammable materials, she couldn't use fire, or it would become a disaster, and the newly bought chicks would be doomed. What can I do? Xia Qingxin could only roll up her sleeves and, together with the slaves, grab shovels, aiming quickly to smack the fleeing rats on the head. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The rats showed no fear. Dodging was their specialty, and after Li Xianghong's long efforts, she hadn't hit a single one. Only Xia Qingxin and Yiwanxin, both agile and strong ability users, were able to smash the rats into a pulp. Nian Wanhui transformed into mud, moving across the ground with a knife, slicing open the bellies of the rats. I'm so foolish, really. I only knew there would be pests in the fields, but forgot about the weasels stealing chickens. Xia Qingxin lamented, glancing at the chicken coop with a sorrowful tone like Xianglin's sister. Inside the coop, there were dead chickens everywhere. The animals in the planting cave grow quickly. It hasn't been long, and the chicks have shed their tender yellow down, growing several sizes. As long as they are properly raised for a while, they would become fat little chickens for stewing with mushrooms. But now, these little stewing chickens had not yet grown up before they all lay dead on the ground. Their necks bitten through, chicken blood flowed across the ground, staining many areas, with chicken corpses scattered everywhere, wasted. Weasels are very treacherous, unlike wolves. Wolves only catch a few to fill their stomachs, but weasels insist on killing, regardless of whether they can eat. Fortunately, Xia Qingxin had bought around 100 chicks just in case. It wasn't a lack of money. It was the worry of unforeseen events. Sure enough, trouble did arise. Fortunately, only about 100 chicks were bought, and now 80 were dead. Although it hurts, it's just a small loss. At least she knows what to expect, so it's not too much of a loss. Xia Qingxin just needs to hold on a little longer, get through this wave, and then she'll think of a solution. Good. Everyone felt a surge of energy and quickly increased their pace. The rat disaster had appeared like a refresh, similar to a pest disaster, with no source. But luckily it was not endless. The animals had just stopped refreshing, with only a portion hiding, waiting for the right moment to act, which would waste time to eliminate. But it wouldn't take long. It's just a pity that only 20 chicks were left. The ducks were in a worse situation. In the water, Yiwanxin could not rush over immediately, and Nian Wanhui was not good at fighting in water. The ducks were completely wiped out. The little fish fry, however, still had quite a number left. Birds could fly into the water to eat fish, but they couldn't stay underwater for too long. The fish fry that hid in the deep water survived most of them. We have to do something. We must act immediately. The crystal cores weren't wasted. The slave rings are the best. Once this last issue is resolved, Xia Qingxin will immediately check the tourist profiles to find several ability users who specialize in hunting rats. With her mind made up, Xia Qingxin became increasingly ruthless, and wherever the shovel struck, there were rat patties, meat paste flying everywhere, with murderous intent rising. A wall of fire formed a circular barrier surrounding the chicken coop. Even though the rats moved quickly, they could not break through the firewall and were trapped inside the coop, where Xia Qingxin and her group smashed them one by one. As the number of rats dwindled, It wouldn't be long before they were all finished, when suddenly a few remaining weasels burrowed out from the haystack. Weasels are clever and vengeful, and their counterattacks before death are particularly fierce. But no matter how fierce they are, their height and weight are there, making them not a cause for concern. Nian Wanhui, full of confidence, wielded his knife and ambushed from the ground in his mud form. Retreat! But Xia Qingxin's pupils constricted, and she shouted, swiftly retreating several meters. Huh! Nian Wanhui hadn't processed it yet when he saw the group of weasels, surprisingly facing away from him, raising their tails and sticking their butts up. A foul yellow gas, mixed with droplets of unknown liquid, erupted forth. Like a celestial maiden scattering flowers, it splattered Nian Wanhui with mud all over. Gag, gag, gag! Nian Wanhui, transformed into mud, fled in panic. But in his frenzy, he almost dove headfirst into the firewall. Xia Qingxin had no choice but to call him back immediately, tossing him next to Nian Xiaoping. Cough, cough, cough. Gag, gag, gag. Nian Wanhui was severely affected, unable to maintain his mud form, and turned back to his original shape. He curled up on the ground, tears and snot flowing freely, coughing and vomiting uncontrollably. The weasel's foul gas is a magical attack. The gas produced is no less than a cannonball for humans. It directly stimulated Nian Wanhui to the point of tears flowing wildly, his eyes red and unable to open. Fortunately, he wasn't splashed in the eyes with the stinky liquid, otherwise he might risk blindness. Even so, just smelling that stench caused Nian Wanhui to suffer greatly. The fat boy directly lost his ability to move, unable to open his eyes, and the nausea triggered dry heaving, starting to vomit weakly, gasping heavily. All because of one fart from the weasel. Dad, what's wrong with you? Old man, don't scare me. Li Xianghong and Nian Gao were so frightened that they were at a loss, wanting to rush over to check on him, but as soon as they got close, they were gagged by the stench. Nian Wanhui was covered in the smell of the fart, and it hadn't dissipated yet. Quickly, wash him off to get rid of the strange smell. Don't let the vomit block his airway. Xia Qingxin ordered Nian Xiaoping to use bubbles to collect a lot of water, and one by one, the water balloons were smashed onto Nian Wanhui, frantically washing away the foul odor from his body. Chapter 69. The docile sheep. The attack was effective. The power of a foul smell can vary greatly. On a smaller scale, it can cause disgust, nausea, and loss of appetite. On a larger scale, it can lead to headaches, nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, blood and urine, blindness, and even respiratory paralysis leading to death. The potency of a yellow weasel is neither particularly strong nor weak. Fortunately, it's not a skunk. That thing can really make a person die from the stench. But even if it's not a skunk, it's still enough to make Nian Wanhui feel miserable for a while. Seeing a human already collapsed on the ground, 2 other humans surrounded him to care for him. There were only 2 humans left. The yellow weasel, sensing its effectiveness, immediately leaped forward, raising its rear, intending to use its old trick again. Go to hell. With a flick of her staff, Xia Qingxin didn't care about the chicken coop anymore. Flames soared into the sky, rising several meters high, like roaring waves. It transformed into a sea of fire covering everything, overwhelming the yellow weasel. Squeak! With a brief sharp cry, all the yellow weasels were engulfed in the sea of fire. The flames surged like waves, with too large an area covered. Those mice and the yellow weasel had no escape, all submerged in the fire. In the blink of an eye, they turned to black ash, charred to a crisp. Damn, you want to kill me along with them? Yuanxin felt her hair curl from the residual heat and immediately ran toward the back of Xia Qingxin. Sorry, I forgot. The sight of the yellow weasel coming over to give her a fart was too terrifying, and Xia Qingxin couldn't help but use fire attack. Now, it was warm all around. Not to mention the yellow weasel, the entire chicken coop was set ablaze. Flames climbed up the hay, reaching the roof of the chicken coop, illuminating it with a blazing light. Burning down the mountain, sitting in jail. Yuanxin spoke resentfully. There's no mountain, and I'm burning my own property, so I won't sit. All the energy spent over several hours crazily catching mice and burning birds was reduced to ashes by Xia Qingxin. After all that effort, not only were the ducks gone, but the remaining 20 chickens were also charred. What a waste of effort. It's fine, I have money. I have plenty of money, It's just 100 chickens, 50 ducks, and some chicken feed. I can buy more. Xia Qingxin spoke lightly, but her grip on the staff seemed tense. What are you still doing putting out the fire? Just standing there. Xia Qingxin directly pointed out with a sarcastic tone. Am I in the wrong then? Yuanxin pointed at herself, almost popping a question mark. Aren't you a fire-type ability user? Why don't you put out the fire and let it burn? Please, I'm just a fire-type ability user, not a fire-type magician. Xia Qingxin argued back. I can create fire, but I can't put it out yet. After all, magic is magic, and abilities are abilities. Magic can easily manipulate flames, even simulating little sprites. After all, magic requires the power of nature as fuel. Abilities, on the other hand, require the energy within the ability user to burn and use. Without replenishment, they can only sustain themselves. For example, Xia Qingxin's fireball consumes less energy when thrown directly, while a fire dragon, though it can fly and turn, consumes too much energy. Precise control of fire is also possible, but that would require becoming a high-level ability user for Xia Qingxin to achieve. Right now, she could only use water to put out the fire. With the boss being so capricious, there was no other choice but to comply. Nian Xiaopeng used bubbles to collect water to extinguish the fire, while Li Xianghong wiped Nian Wanhui's body while feeling nauseous. To prevent the flames from spreading, Xia Qingxin could only create a firewall to stop the fire from burning large areas of land. There was no need to raise crops in the breeding cave. Just raising some animals and grass was enough. With suitable temperatures, ample sunlight and rain, wild grass formed green waves like a small prairie, covering every inch of the breeding cave. It couldn't be set on fire. After a busy half-day, she finally extinguished all the sparks. And Nian Xiaopeng was so tired he couldn't straighten his back. Nian Wanhui had stabilized his breathing, but still felt weak and needed a day or two to recover. For long-term development, Xia Qingxin had to buy him some potions with tears in her eyes, pinching his nose to make him rest for a few days. She had to pinch his nose. The smell of biochemical weapons had lingered on his skin and would take a long time to dissipate completely. As for Yuanxin and Nian Xiaopeng, they continued to watch over the fields, watering and catching bugs for the crops. Xia Qingxin then flashed into the trading hall. Having already sensed the crisis in the breeding cave, all she needed to do was focus on looking for new slaves. The visitor list kept increasing. Over 20,000 people had already entered from K City, plus another 10,000 from XX City, making Xia Qingxin's visitor list total 30,000. However, the proportion of ability users among them was still quite small. The visitor list only contained basic information, name, age, abilities, and a brief 1 or 2 sentence introduction. Xia Qingxin carefully flipped through it, searching for suitable slaves. They survived. Many people from K City thought they were about to die, only to find themselves brought to the Twin Towers, confused and entering a strange place. Safe, warm, with food, medicine, hot water, and all sorts of pre-apocalyptic items available for purchase with crystal cores. Survivors rushed in like mad, and some even knelt at the stairs leading to the second floor, loudly thanking the city lord for saving them. Among those kneeling, Mei Quanqin and Fang Tianguang were the most sincere in their gratitude. Mei Quanqin was only 24 this year, still somewhat youthful, holding a 3-year-old child, following behind the crowd, sincerely bowing 3 times at the stairs leading to the second floor. No pretense, only heartfelt gratitude. Xiao Guang, thank the city lord for me, Mei Quanqin said, elongating the last syllable, gently addressing Fang Tianguang. Thank you, city lord. Fang Tianguang was just a 3-year-old chubby kid. His speech somewhat unclear, his smile frozen red, bundled up like a ball, but even so, he couldn't escape some frostbite. And Fang Tianguang's mother was even worse off. In such cold weather, she was wearing layers of summer and autumn clothes. With the only warm coat wrapped around Fang Tianguang, her body frozen to a pitiful state. The young new mother had already lost 2 fingers to frostbite, tearing her summer clothes into strips to use as bandages. Her face was also covered in frostbite, her complexion purple, looking like she might collapse at any moment. Without reaching the underground city, she would not have survived this extreme cold. With parents, siblings, husband, and friends all freezing to death, only Mei Quanqin was left, pulling along her 3-year-old child. The hardships she faced were not for others to know. In despair, she arrived here, and with so many people around, even if she froze to death, her child might still survive. Therefore, Mei Quanqin was sincerely grateful to that mysterious city lord. Chapter 70. Catching Dolls grants superpowers and manipulating the timeline. Liao Lingbao pulled Gao Beiying and rushed excitedly towards the arcade. Liao Lingbao had been thinking about the first chance to catch dolls in the entire underground city, so as soon as they entered the underground city, she immediately ran towards the arcade. The arcade was still empty with not a single person in sight. Liao Lingbao was instantly happy, looking around left and right. There were about 100 claw machines in the arcade. The dolls inside were of various colors and types. Stuffed toys, clay dolls, action figures, cotton dolls, ceramic dolls, jointed dolls, and even plush toys. The variety was complete and chaotically arranged in each claw machine, waiting to be grabbed. What to do? It feels like every one of them could yield a prize. Liao Lingbao was dazzled, looking at this and that, indecisive and wanting them all. But unfortunately, her wallet was empty, not enough to try again. What to choose? Liao Lingbao was almost having a choice paralysis, scratching her head. If it weren't for Xia Qingxin looking fierce, Liao Lingbao would have really wanted to cheat. Let's pick this one, it's so cute. Gao Beiying pointed to a thumb-sized toy cat in one of the claw machines. The toy cat was small, with black and white fur resembling a cute cow cat, adorned with a bow on its chest. Gao Beiying liked it at first sight. No, it's so small, obviously not a good prize. Let us pick this one. This one is so grand. It must be a rare item. If we're going to choose, let us pick a big one. Liao Lingbao immediately set her sights on the 1.6 plush bear. From Liao Lingbao's countless reading experiences, the strategy of pretending to be weak to catch the strong was outdated. Now, it's all about reverse psychology. The more ostentatious and eye-catching, the less likely people are to choose it. For example, during a war in a certain country, among several vehicles, a tank disguised as a shell stood right in the middle of the front row. Unexpectedly, it was more likely to succeed. The key is to catch people off guard. Liao Lingbao excitedly used her only lottery ticket and directly chose the 1.6 plush bear. Gao Beiying already had superpowers, so getting more Wound Tea help. She just let her sister take the lead, watching her nervously manipulate the claw machine to grab the plush bear. For such a giant doll, it wasn't about using the machine as claw to grab it and stuff it into the exit hole. Instead, there was a silk thread tied above it, and Liao Lingbao controlled a cutter to cut the thread. Liao Lingbao was so excited that her hands were shaking, but fortunately, the arcade wasn't as rigged as real-life arcades. The cutter was stable and fast. She cut off most of the thread, under Liao Lingbao's fierce glare. That thread was overwhelmed by the plush bear's weight and snapped with a pop. The 1.6 plush bear instantly slid down to the exit below. Yay! Liao Lingbao was so happy she was about to jump up, bending down, and directly diving into the exit hole to retrieve the bear. The 1.6 plush bear had tawny fur, was soft and cuddly, very nice to hold. But that wasn't the main point. Liao Lingbao directly reached for the zipper on its back, and among a pile of white cotton, she felt a thin card. The card felt cold to the touch. But as she pulled it out and saw its color, Liao Lingbao almost lost her balance. OMG, I hit the jackpot. Xia Qingxin really loves me. A sneeze. Xia Qingxin suddenly sneezed, not knowing who was talking bad about her behind her back. Green, it's out. The arcade has drawn the golden card. The moment the toy bear came out of the claw machine, Xia jumped out to report to Xia Qingxin. Huh, so fast. ISNT at only the second day. There shouldn't be many people at the arcade. Xia Qingxin immediately extended her mental power to the arcade and saw Liao Lingbao happily hugging the card, kissing and hugging it. Dancing with joy. It's someone familiar. Liao Lingbao actually drew the golden card. And it was a direct hit? Xia, you didn't open a back door for them, did you? How does it feel like the lottery was predetermined, hitting the jackpot on the first try? Absolutely not. That card was clearly hidden by you. Xia immediately denied it, refusing to take the blame. If it weren't for Xia Qingxin being sure, she really would have suspected insider trading. But that card from the toy bear was indeed hidden by Xia Qingxin herself, and she hadn't given any hints or suggestions to anyone. In fact, she hadn't even seen Liao Lingbao for several days. Yet, Liao Lingbao hit the jackpot directly. I have to say, even after 10 years, best friends remain best friends. You know what to do just by looking at each other. This level of tacit understanding was like a black tiger reaching into the heart, directly targeting Xia Qingxin's nest. Those who can play together all share commonalities. The most dangerous place is the safest place. The original 3 gold cards have now been reduced to 2. But it's okay. At least I don't have to bring back a burden. I can still be of some help. By the way, let Liao Lingbao do some advertising. Drones with loudspeakers suddenly flew over the underground city. Congratulations to tourist Liao Lingbao for catching a golden ability card at the claw machine in the arcade. Congratulations to tourist Liao Lingbao for catching a golden ability card at the claw machine in the arcade. Congratulations to tourist Liao Lingbao for catching a golden ability card at the claw machine in the arcade. The loudspeaker on the drone shouted several times, enough to let the entire underground city know. Oh no, don't broadcast it out. After being caught off guard, Liao Lingbao didn't have time to be vain. She immediately tore the golden card and bound it to herself. The golden energy flowed from the card into Liao Lingbao's body, completely merging with her, and could no longer be separated. Meanwhile, less than a minute after the loudspeaker sounded, a large crowd rushed in from outside. Where's the golden card? Don't block me. I want to catch dolls. I want superpowers too. I want it. Don't steal it from me. I got here first. Don't underestimate the survivors' obsession with superpowers. Those nearby immediately swarmed in, almost crawling on the ground with hands and feet. A group of people jostling at the entrance. No one was willing to give way, nearly squeezing in like sardines. Those further away didn't hold back either, sprinting towards the arcade. Superpowers. Who doesn't want them? Even those who didn't understand what was happening saw everyone madly rushing over, fearing they would miss out on something good, and followed along, wanting to see the excitement. It was tough for Liao Lingbao before she could escape. She was surrounded by a group of people, bombarding her with questions. How did you get the superpower? What is going on? Take me with you. Is it really just one claw to get a superpower? No, I just got lucky. The crowd surged towards the claw machine, even without time to clearly see the rules. They pulled out crystal cores to try their luck and earn points. Chapter 71. Catching dolls and gaining space, it's very expensive. Spinning the big will cost 100 crystal cores and only awards 1 point. However, the big will sometimes also dispenses crystal cores. As the crowd grew larger, lucky survivors occasionally won 1,000 crystal cores, igniting a lottery frenzy. Draw, draw, draw. Survivors took out most of their savings, and some even pooled their resources to spin the big wheel for a chance at the prizes. But obtaining 100 crystal cores isn't easy, leading some to turn to borrowing. Xia Qingxin had to immediately set a regulation, capping the loan limit at 300 crystal cores to prevent them from accruing too much debt without the ability to pay it back. Among the more than 20,000 people, there were always some with crystal cores. The claw machines were restocking faster, and Xia could only manage the supplies. This time, Xia Qingxin was clever. To prevent another lucky winner from appearing and hitting the jackpot, she directly took out the remaining 2 gold cards and temporarily stored them in a warehouse cave. She planned to wait a month or 2 until the excitement died down before putting the gold cards back in circulation for them to draw from. This way, if the grand prizes were emptied out too quickly, others wouldn't stop spending money on the claw machines. However, Xia Qingxin still had a bit of conscience. She deliberately tossed a purple card into the claw machine. Space Ring, an ancient ring that binds with blood, maintaining a constant internal temperature and cannot hold living creatures. The internal space is quite large, at 300 square meters, enough to sustain the living supplies for a family. Though it's just an equipment card, it's not much different from a superpower. With this, survivors could live quite comfortably. Liao Lingbao had been questioned dozens of times by envious survivors, and now everyone knew that the gold cards were drawn from the big teddy bear. Eyes turned towards the large and conspicuous toy. The big dolls were nearly all caught, and Xia could only restock. Xia Qingxin thought for a second and directly stuffed the purple space card into a small turtle plush toy. The turtle toy was only as long as a finger, with a round green shell, looking quite adorable, and it was buried among a pile of toys, making it inconspicuous. The card itself wasn't a physical object, so size didn't matter. It could only be discovered by completely unpacking it. Watching the little turtle disappear among the many dolls. Pressed out of sight, Xia Qingxin finally breathed a sigh of relief and left with her mental energy. Shoo! Liao Lingbao, feeling guilty like a thief, squeezed against the crowd towards the arcade exit. Her originally neat hairstyle was now a mess. Her clothes were disheveled from the pulling and crowding, and her face was flushed with excitement. Gao Beiying was pulled along, having to crouch down and escape with Liao Lingbao like a thief. She was the first to get a gold card in the arcade, and of course, she was questioned 300 times about it. People clung to her, unwilling to let her go, and some even wanted her to help draw a gold card, being quite unreasonable. Fortunately, the people inside were distracted by the big wheel lottery, and Liao Lingbao seized the opportunity to escape. Awesome! I am Liao Lingbao, truly lucky. Once they reached a secluded spot, Liao Lingbao was so excited she felt like flying. What superpower does Gao Beiying have? The announcement from the drone came too quickly. Liao Lingbao didn't even have time to show off to Gao Beiying before other survivors surrounded her. Now Liao Lingbao finally had time to explain. It's wind. Wind-type superpower. The kind that can fly once it reaches level 5. Wind-type is great for ambushes, and at higher levels, you can even fly. Although the attack power is a bit weak at first, as long as you develop well, you can fly and throw knives, making it impossible for enemies to reach her knees. Suddenly having a superpower, especially such a helpful one, made Liao Lingbao burst with joy. Well, that's great. A person's genes can only possess one superpower. Having more would turn them into a human bomb. Gao Beiying didn't envy or want to monopolize it. She was just pleased that her sister had gained self-defense capabilities. Sis, wait until I become a level 7 or 8 superpower user, and I'll take you flying. Liao Lingbao happily began to fantasize. Level 5 superpower users can fly, but at most, they can only carry themselves and can't bear much weight. However, at level 7 or 8, they can take several companions up into the sky. Liao Lingbao had already started to imagine the scenario, planning how to show off in front of her parents when she returned home. By then, wouldn't everyone be in awe of me? The more Liao Lingbao laughed, the more exaggerated her expression became, her smile stretching almost to her ears. Liao Lingbao. A voice came from behind her. It was Zhao Zhongyue. Not just Zhao Zhongyue. Wu Wenli had gained permission and gone to XX City, bringing her small group along. Among them, many from the Firewood gang were also lured by Wu Wenli, including Zhao Zhongyue. As soon as Zhao Zhongyue entered, she saw the throngs of new visitors in the Underground City, and within 2 minutes, the drone announcement rang out. Congratulations to visitor Liao Lingbao for catching a gold card superpower card from the claw machine in the arcade. Zhao Zhongyue recognized every word, but combined. It was quite niche text. Oh my, isn't that my little sister? Zhao Zhongyue dashed towards the arcade, and coincidentally, ran into Liao Lingbao and Gao Beiying. Liao Lingbao, you struck it rich. Remember me when you're wealthy. Rich lady, don't forget your friends. Zhao Zhongyue slid to her knees dramatically, directly hugging Liao Lingbao and refusing to let go, leaving Liao Lingbao both amused and helpless. Zhao Zhongyue was one of the second batch of visitors to the Underground City, considered an old resident. However, so far, only 2 people had gained superpowers from the Underground City. The others either developed powers after a high fever or were bitten by zombies without turning into one, instead becoming superpower users. They were all innate holy bodies, incomparable. Moreover, 99 of those bitten by zombies would perish. Who would dare to gamble on that 1% chance? Zhao Zhongyue had almost resigned herself to this fate, but a living example was right in front of her. How could Zhao Zhongyue be willing to accept this? Without a care for her pride, she directly begged Liao Lingbao to open a back door and show her a way. Liao Lingbao scratched her head, feeling somewhat helpless. Anyway, Liao Lingbao really wanted to open a back door, but unfortunately, Xia Qingxin didn't give any hints at all. Even this gold card was something Liao Lingbao had figured out through their sisterly bond and understanding of Xia Qingxin's character, but only worked once. According to Xia Qingxin's cunning nature, the gold card was likely hidden among the many toys, either cleverly concealed in the most obvious spot or hidden among the inconspicuous small toys or buried among countless identical dolls. It was even possible that the gold card had been taken out, and there was no gold card in the claw machine at all. If there were only dozens or hundreds of dolls, Liao Lingbao could still guess. But over at the claw machine, there were at least 100,000 dolls. Even if she got a hint, Liao Lingbao would have to catch hundreds or thousands of times, relying on intuition and luck last time. And now, Liao Lingbao couldn't offer Zhao Zhongyue any effective advice. Chapter 72. It's time to rent a house. Helplessness. Liao Lingbao spread her hands, truly at a loss. Picking one or two from 100,000 dolls and trying once would cost 100 crystal cores, and Liao Lingbao really couldn't afford that. Zhao Zhongyue understood that it was asking too much, but still hoped for that life-changing opportunity. She shook Liao Lingbao's arm, asking playfully how she managed to get good stuff. Was it intuition, or was there some basis for it? Tell me. I promise I won't tell anyone. Liao Lingbao's lips moved, but she ultimately swallowed her words. At present, only a small group of people in K-City knew that Liao Lingbao was acquainted with the city lord. However, they only knew partial information, as the internet was completely down and there was no way to contact the outside world, so they were unaware of more detailed situations. Outside, the survivors had no idea that Liao Lingbao and her companion were friends with the city lord. Zhao Zhongyue, being from a different city, was even less informed. It was better to pretend not to know to avoid trouble. Intuition, a woman's sixth sense, reading more novels has its benefits. Liao Lingbao not only understood Xia Qingxin's Black Fox personality, but also had read many novels. She knew the protagonist's thinking, either following the routine or countering it. And she happened to guess right. However, Liao Lingbao really liked Zhao Zhongyue, the strong sister. She asked Zhao Zhongyue to squat down and whisper in her ear. Since the counter routine in novels had already been used, the probability was high that it was the old routine, playing the pig to eat the tiger. The more inconspicuous something was, the more likely it was to have good stuff. But this was just a suggestion, after all. In novels, the anti-inflammatory ring and other jade pendants were often like this, raising expectations only to lower them first. The more unremarkable or even bad the items were, the more satisfying it was when they turned out to be treasures. This was Liao Lingbao's experience from years of reading novels. Zhao Zhongyue's mouth twitched, feeling that her friend had become obsessed with reading novels. Nearby, a girl perked up her ears, eavesdropping unintentionally. "Then you guys get busy. I'll go catch a doll first." After receiving a somewhat unhelpful piece of advice, Zhao Zhongyue immediately slipped away, eagerly diving into the crowd. She probably needed to go into debt to spend at the arcade. Liao Lingbao sighed, not holding out much hope. There were over 100,000 dolls inside, and with Zhao Zhongyue's savings, she could only try 2 or 3 times before running out of crystal cores, 3/100ths of a chance. Wait, the claw machines would replenish frequently. If too many were grabbed, the items inside would get mixed up. Even with so many people trying their luck, the probability remained low. "Let's go, it's time to rent a house," Gauk being urged. Tourists had a free hour of stay, and they still had plenty of time left. But outside, it was freezing cold, and if they accidentally mismanaged their time and couldn't rent a house in time, they would be kicked out of the underground city, which wouldn't be fun at all. To avoid becoming an ice sculpture, the two could only go rent a room. Inside the underground city, the once ignored low-rent caves were suddenly packed with over 10,000 people. Fortunately, every upgrade of the underground city expanded the space, and since the low-rent caves had no partitions, they were open like a hall, only having some beds. Under extreme space-saving conditions, they could fit a lot of people, and there was even some spare room. Why don't we check the second floor first? The first floor low-rent cave was mostly occupied by families, with men and women of all ages mixed together, serving more as a resting place and shelter. Everyone was just there to seek refuge, and privacy was not much of a concern. After all, the extreme cold period only lasted a few days, and sleeping at night without undressing was a must. In the face of disaster, there were no distinctions between genders. The first floor low-rent cave felt a bit crowded, noisy, and even smelly. This was normal, as most people were entering the underground city for the first time, having previously been above ground. In that weather, Liao Lingbao nearly had a fever just from washing her hair, while others dared not bathe. at most wiping themselves with hot water. So, upon entering, the smell of feet was absolutely overwhelming. Upstairs, Liao Lingbao immediately pulled Gao Beiying to the second floor of the underground city. Currently, there were 3 rental areas in the underground city. The first floor low-rent cave, the first floor hot spring cave, and the second floor dormitories for men and women. Liao Lingbao, having a slight cleanliness obsession, directly ruled out the first floor low-rent cave. As for the hot spring cave, there was indeed a hot spring wall room, no doubt the best treatment among all low-rent caves, comparable to a hotel. Not only did it have hot water, wash basins, and shower rooms, but also big beds, televisions, washing machines, and air conditioning. The temperature could be adjusted freely, and when T have to freeze their hands washing clothes, they could just throw them in the washing machine. There was even a television to watch. Liao Lingbao couldn't help but feel tempted. But her wallet was already empty, with only a few meager crystal cores left, which were completely insufficient to rent a hot spring room for several days. She decided to endure it and go borrow some crystal cores first, then rent after getting some. The underground city provided borrowing services. One could spend 300 crystal cores in advance, but interest would be charged. The interest wasn't a big deal, but Gao Beiying was keen on borrowing money. She had a bit of a mental cleanliness obsession. Borrowing someone else's money to indulge and have fun made her feel uneasy. All right, let us go to the second floor dormitory. The second floor dormitory in the underground city was also a good choice. The dormitories were separated by gender, no longer mixed, with 10 people per room. At least there were partitions, making it less chaotic. In any case, it was much better than the low-rent cave that resembled a shelter. Liao Lingbao happily accepted this suggestion and went to rent 2 on the second floor. In the low-rent cave, renting one-person's accommodation cost 15 crystal cores. However, if it was shared, like a couple with a child renting a large bed, then each person only needed 10 crystal cores. But there had to be a blood relation. This was the cheapest rental option available. The hot spring wall room cost 30 crystal cores per day, while the second floor dormitory cost 15 crystal cores per day. The genders were separated in different areas, ensuring safety. So, lone wolves generally chose to rent in the dormitory. Most of those who chose the low-rent cave were large families. Couples, children, and elderly could look after each other and save a significant amount of crystal cores. When Liao Lingbao and her companion arrived at the girls' dormitory, sure enough, it was crowded. But fortunately, there were no foot odors from men or crying babies. Liao Lingbao borrowed money, and since Gao Beiying was resistant to borrowing, they temporarily borrowed 100 crystal cores, enough for a few days of expenses. Room 306. As soon as they opened the door, there were iron bunks and a few cabinets. For a moment, Liao Lingbao thought she had returned to school. The lower bunk was already occupied, leaving only 3 spots available on the upper bunk. Liao Lingbao chose 2 adjacent ones, tossed her backpack up, and greeted her roommates. Hello, everyone. Chapter 73. The well-behaved sheep. Not all parents dislike their children. Some extreme parents harbor jealousy, resentment, and torment towards their own flesh and blood, whether due to gender, the arrival of new children after a new marriage, or simply due to illness, bringing suffering and hardship to their young offspring. However, there are also normal parents like Mei Qingxin. Before having children, Mei Qingxin would have scoffed at the idea of kids. They cry, poop, and pee. What is so special about that? But ever since falling in love with her husband and pouring enough love and hope into the thoughtful birth of their child, Fang Tianguang, she has changed. Fang Tianguang was born amidst the expectations of everyone. He was the first child in both families, doted on excessively by his grandparents. His siblings treated him like a treasure. Initially, Mei Qingxin wasn't too impressed, but Fang Tianguang was too well-behaved. He only cried when hungry or needing to pee, and at just 1 year old, he couldn't even speak. He just knew to bring cookies home for his parents, eager to help with chores. He wasn't picky about food as long as it was cooked. He was lively, cute, and particularly loved to snuggle into others' arms. He was obedient and sensible for his young age and loved giving gifts, sharing his beloved snacks with his uncles and aunts, leaving them in a daze. As they spent time together, Mei Qingxin fell for him. She often found herself like a lovesick fool, kissing Fang Tianguang's little face, her voice turning soft. Do your parents love you? If it were Fang Tianguang, He would surely raise both hands and excitedly shout, yes. Of course, Mei Quanqin loved him, not just because he shared half of her blood, but because of the time they spent together. Their bond was mutual, and Fang Tianguang had become a very important family member to her. Unfortunately, in normal circumstances, such parents are everywhere, which is not surprising. But now, it has become a death sentence. Mei Quanqin's husband was the first to meet with misfortune. In an attempt to find food for Fang Tianguang and provide warmth for the family, he was attacked by a stray cat and was fatally injured. Her younger brother also died a month ago while searching for supplies, leaving only Mei Quanqin, Fang Tianguang, and their in-laws at home. The responsibility of finding supplies fell entirely on Mei Quanqin. Her in-laws, having had children late in life, were nearly 70 years old and unable to fend for themselves. One night, they quietly left home and never returned, intending not to burden Mei Quanqin and Fang Tianguang, saving that one mouthful of food. Mei Quanqin was on the verge of collapse, but seeing Fang Tianguang cry uncontrollably, she managed to hold on. Raising a 3-year-old child alone is no easy task. Moreover, Mei Quanqin had always worked in clerical jobs, only needing to type on a computer. She had never passed the 800-meter run in her student days and was physically weak. Life was exceedingly difficult for the two of them, and at one point, Fang Tianguang had a high fever that almost took him away. At just 26 years old, Mei Quanqin aged 10 years and 2 months. From a bright beauty, she became burdened with worry, her hands and body covered in painful frostbite. Fang Tianguang noticed everything and was anxious. Despite being only 3.5 years old, he was exceptionally precocious, especially in this digital age where everyone has a smartphone. Fang Tianguang quickly understood the concept of death. Once buried in the ground, a person would never get up again, wouldn't speak, and could no longer be seen. Having experienced everything in his innocent way, Fang Tianguang became increasingly silent, no longer daring to mention his father or anyone else, deeply gazing at Mei Quanqin, fearing she would leave and never return. If only he could cry, it would be better, but he was worried about holding everything inside. The more sensible he became, the more it hurt Mei Quanqin. She cried numerous times while holding Fang Tianguang, who, heartbroken, wiped her tears but could not stop them no matter what. With a sour feeling in his eyes, Fang Tianguang couldn't hold back his own tears. They were salty and painful to cry, but surely, it was his mother's pain that hurt more. Fang Tianguang gently held Mei Quanqin's hands and blew on them. The pain will go away. The pain will go away. This was what his aunts and uncles had taught him. Supposedly, blowing on it would make it feel better. Fang Tianguang was serious and earnestly blew on Mei Quanqin's swollen, red hands, as if that could truly heal the pain. Every time she thought of this, Mei Quanqin straightened her back and persevered countless times. It was indeed one person who raised Fang Tianguang to this point. Mom, it's warm now. The temperature on the first floor of the underground city wasn't too high, just above 10 degrees Celsius, similar to spring. A blanket was still needed to avoid the cold. It couldn't be considered warm. However, compared to the sub-zero temperatures outside, it felt extremely warm. Mei Quanqin often stayed outside in temperatures of -30 or 40 degrees, working against the biting cold, and her hands were already a bloody mess. They had swollen to look like buns, her index finger as thick as her thumb, and the skin on the back of her hands had peeled off several times. Without comparison, there is no harm. The current temperature made Mei Quanqin feel grateful to the city lord. Tianguang, wait a moment. Mom will roast some potatoes for you, okay? I'll be back soon. Mei Quanqin desperately wanted to sleep, but her stomach was growling with hunger. Finding food in the apocalypse was not easy. The snow buried everything up to the 3rd floor, while the supermarket was on the 1st floor. Many supermarkets had glass doors, some even left open. The easier-to-access supermarkets had been taken over by groups of strong survivors. Anyone who tried to approach would be driven away or even turned into meat. Mei Quanqin had no special abilities or strength, so she could only search in those hard-to-dig places buried in the snow to see if there were any leftovers. Often, she would dig for half a day and find nothing. Mei Quanqin's food supply consisted of only half a piece of dry bread. Now, the city lord of the underground city kindly opened up loans, allowing survivors to have a place to stay and escape the cold, and to purchase food. Liao Lingbao ran over excitedly to buy 5 pounds of potatoes, dragging them to the communal kitchen. considering that some survivors could hardly afford food from vending machines. Xia Qingxin spent money to set up a communal kitchen. Located on the second floor of the underground city, a building was established for this purpose. Here, open flames were allowed, while in other places, lighting fires was prohibited to prevent fires from breaking out. In the communal kitchen, long lines formed, with many people squatting on the first floor waiting. Waiting for what? Waiting for the potatoes to roast automatically. Yes, the communal kitchen was necessary, but Xia Qingxin was reluctant to give up on the ready-made food trade. After all, the wife of the large man had already started working, and running a restaurant was far more profitable than a communal kitchen. Inside the communal kitchen, there were 100 stoves, and one crystal core could be exchanged for a pound of food until it was cooked. Only on the top floor was there a real kitchen where one could stir-fry, etc. However, using it once would cost 3 crystal cores, with a time limit and additional seasoning fees. With that many crystal cores, it would be better to buy ready-made meals from the vending machine. Because it was too unprofitable, no one had used it yet. Only crowds of people used the stoves to roast potatoes. Chapter 74. New slaves. The potatoes roast quickly, done in just 10 minutes. During this time, Mei Quanqin also saw the rules posted on the wall. In order to avoid repeated explanations, Xia Qingxin had put everything up on the wall. For example, roasting food in the furnace costs 1 crystal core per pound. For hot water, it's 1 crystal core for 8 cups of water, 2,000 milliliters, registered with real names. Does not expire and can be used anytime. These rules can be seen in various places. There's even a vending machine selling thermos cups for just 1 crystal core. Everyone needs to drink water. Moreover, going outside is not allowed in the underground city, and starting a fire is prohibited. With the idea of drinking snowmelt water dismissed, Mei Quanqin directly purchased a thermos cup along with a water card. After spending 1 crystal core, 8 drops of water bead tattoos appeared on Mei Quanqin's arm. As long as the tattoos were there, no further payment was needed to get hot water. Carefully, she filled a thermos cup with hot water, and even though the thermos insulated some heat, it still burned her fingers, turning them red. However, Mei Quanqin felt exceptionally satisfied. Soon, the potatoes were ready. Wrapping several potatoes in her coat, Mei Quanqin headed back. The stairs were directly set up in the trading hall. At this time, it was mealtime, and many survivors indulged themselves by buying a bowl of noodles, 2 packs of instant noodles, or even buying lamb skewers and roasted chicken. The aroma of meat wafted through the air. After not having tasted meat for 2 months, Mei Quanqin's body instinctively began to salivate. Many people have been vegetarian for too long. Thinking of Fang Tianguang's slightly sunken belly, Mei Quanqin gritted her teeth and splurged, buying a roasted chicken leg for him. Holding a full load of food and smelling the enticing aroma of meat, Mei Quanqin's long-standing gloomy mood suddenly brightened, until she crossed the crowded path, passed by household after household, and arrived next to her small bed. The low-rank cave was only equipped with a bedboard and a mattress. To have sheets, blankets, and pillows, one had to buy them. All around the walls were rows of vending machines, with a wide variety to choose from. The 3-piece set Mei Quanqin picked was quite rare, featuring a virtual singer prominently displayed on the blanket, visible from distance. So with just one glance, Mei Quanqin saw a strange woman sitting on her bed. "What do you want? Get away from my child." Mei Quanqin lost her composure, throwing everything down and rushing forward like a madwoman, wanting to fight Xia Qingxin. An invisible force prevented Mei Quanqin from approaching Xia Qingxin. In the underground city, visitors or residents could not attack each other. "I am a city lord. I mean no harm. I just want to talk business with you." It was Xia Qingxin. She rarely came knocking. Fang Tianguang's eyes sparkled, and he even had several lollipops stuffed in his hands, clearly bribed. However, having attended an anti-fraud class, he stubbornly refused to agree until he saw his mother. At this moment, seeing Mei Quanqin return, Fang Tianguang immediately hopped off the bed and stuffed the lollipops into Mei Quanqin's hands. "Mommy, have some candy. Candy is a good thing for a child." It was as tempting as money. Yet the child immediately offered the treasure to his mother. What a filial child, easy to handle. But was this child a boy or a girl? Young cubs are inherently hard to distinguish, and coupled with the extreme cold, Fang Tianguang was wrapped in layers, resembling a cotton ball, and his hair was in a unisex initial style. Xia Qingxin couldn't tell the gender at all. However, this was not important. Just a few minutes ago, the rightful master was still bowing in gratitude, but upon meeting the city lord she had been thinking of, Mei Quanxin couldn't feel happy. Instead, she warily hid Fang Tianguang behind her, fearing Xia Qingxin had ulterior motives. This was reasonable. After all, Xia Qingxin did not come just because she thought children were cute. There must be something to gain by approaching Mei Quanxin. Let's talk somewhere else. My proposal is good for you. To show her friendliness, Xia Qingxin personally picked up the potatoes that Mei Quanxin had dropped everywhere. Mei Quanxin had rushed out in a hurry, and several round potatoes had rolled under others' beds. One greedy person reached out and snatched one, not even sparing the only chicken leg. Xia Qingxin picked up one or two, but there were none left on the ground. Xia Qingxin reached out toward one of the people lying on a bed. "Give it back to me, or I'll kill you." Xia Qingxin looked delicate and even smiled. Yet her appearance was deceptively beautiful and young. Coincidentally, the one who had stolen the potatoes and roasted chicken amidst the chaos was a strong man. Moreover, he had several brothers, and their whole family lived across the street, surrounding Xia Qingxin. "You say you're the city lord? That's hilarious. I'm the king. Why should I get back to you?" The strong man, seeing Xia Qingxin alone, not only refused to return the items, but also looked down at her arrogantly, his eyes wandering over her chest. Clearly, this group of people had just entered the underground city for the first time. Only newcomers would be this bold. "I'll give you one more chance. Otherwise, I will kill you." Xia Qingxin's patience was limited, and she warned again. Don't say that again. I don't want it." After 2 months of being bullied in the apocalypse, Mei Quanxin was used to having her supplies stolen and had even nearly been killed. Seeing this, she immediately tugged at Xia Qingxin's clothes, wanting to leave. But Xia Qingxin couldn't be moved. Hearing Xia Qingxin's arrogant words, the strong man laughed instead of getting angry, as if he had heard something funny, pointing at Xia Qingxin and cursing. "You little brat, do you really think you're something? Being so arrogant, just because you're an ability user? I'm also an ability user. Not only that, but my brothers also have abilities. It's just that we can't attack in the underground city. Once we're out, let's see if I don't kill you." With a population of 20,000, that was too large a number. Calling for help was just shouting out loud. Thus, some cannibal survivors were also notified and swarmed into the underground city. What Xia Qingxin saw was just the tip of the iceberg. You're too behind the times. Suddenly, a staff appeared in Xia Qingxin's hand, and without making a move, she tapped the staff on the ground. Flames, like snakes, coiled around the strong man. The strong man didn't even have time to scream as the fire dragon crawled into his open mouth, burning through to his heart. In just 3 seconds, the strong man fell to the ground. Silence, a deathly silence. Then all at once, chaos erupted. They're killing. Brother, wake up. Why is my brother not breathing? I won't let this go." A man pretended to rush over to hit someone, but was stopped by an invisible force, unable to attack anyone. Visitors and residents could not attack, but city lords and managers could. This rule had been in place for a long time, and you could ask others about it. "Oh right, if you encounter cannibalistic perverts, you can seek help from the guard team." Xia Qingxin leisurely retrieved the remaining potatoes and chicken leg, stuffing them back into Mei Quanxin's arms. Chapter 75. The thunder-type little sheep killing has become increasingly effortless. At first, when Xia Qingxin killed, her face would pale a bit, but now it's just like this. After all, that person being killed is not a loss. All tourists have their true names marked, along with whether they have abilities, what those abilities are, and a brief introduction. The introduction for that man simply stated cannibal. He was killed on the spot. Sending his brother down too, Xia Qingxin dusted off the non-existent ash on her hands and smiled, asking Mei Quanxin to have a chat. This was a command, and refusal was not allowed. With 2 fresh corpses lying here, still warm, Mei Quanxin wouldn't dare to refuse if she had even a little bit of sense. Gritting her teeth, she nodded, and the 3 disappeared into the lowering cave. Once the people left, the other survivors immediately began chattering, the noise overwhelming. However, not a single person dared to reach on a Mei Quanxin's bed or steal anything from her. After all, the last person who tried to steal something was already dead. Mei Quanxin felt her vision blur. The 3 arrived at a bamboo house. The bamboo house was small but very warm. "Mom, it's trees and fields." Through the window, the lush green plants, and clear sky captivated Fong Tianguang, who hadn't seen the outside for a long time. Moreover, just being here for a short while, Mei Quanquin began to feel hot. The clothes that usually felt cold and painful now felt like a hindrance, as if she had been thrown from the cold winter into the sweltering summer, wishing she could strip down to just a short-sleeve shirt. What a strange feeling. In just 2 months, the heat felt so distant, as if from another world. Strangely, Mei Quanquin's nose felt a bit sour. Xia Qingxin didn't have time to be sentimental with them and directly got to the point. Fong Tianguang is a thunder-type ability user, right? Just that one sentence made Mei Quanquin's scalp tingle, helplessly hugging Fong Tianguang tightly, refusing to let go. This reaction was like a post-traumatic response, as if something terrifying had happened before. Thunder-type abilities are undoubtedly powerful, especially against small animals. In K-City, there are many zombie cats and zombie dogs, agile and numerous, and if one is not careful, they can be knocked down, with other zombie cats and dogs joining in to tear them apart. Even ability users have to be careful while walking to avoid being overwhelmed. And the thunder type happens to be effective against these agile but defenseless creatures. Often, with just one jolt, 2 or 3 would fall down. It's definitely the first choice for monster hunting. So, with just a bit of thought, it was clear what would happen. Fong Tianguang would be captured by other survivors and used as a weapon. He would face those dangerous monsters time and time again, becoming a tool for those people. And they wouldn't treat Fong Tianguang like their own child, at most ensuring he wouldn't die if they were in a bad mood. They might even hit him or, in the face of danger, toss such a small child out to draw fire. Complete output and meat shield. Once captured, Mei Quanquin would have no say over Fong Tianguang. That's why Mei Quanquin, despite being so weak, was acting unusually as a lone wolf. Not for any other reason, but to hide Fong Tianguang's abilities and prevent him from exposing them. Now that Xia Qingxin had pointed it out directly, Mei Quanquin couldn't blame herself for being neurotic and defensive against anyone, even rushing over without caring for food when she saw a stranger near her son. Most likely, she had suffered losses before. Don't be nervous. What I'm introducing to you is just logistics work. Do you like it here? Staying here just requires taking care of the animals, making sure they aren't eaten by weasels, and I'll guarantee you 3 meals a day. Xia Qingxin pointed outside to the lush green wheat fields, tempting Fong Tianguang. It was warm outside, not only with vast wheat fields but also with a few apple trees. The apple trees hadn't grown yet, not having borne fruit, but they were lush and thriving. Fong Tianguang even saw several people working in the fields. They were so hot that they were wearing only short sleeves and shorts. The stark contrast made Fong Tianguang's eyes feel a bit sore. Warm place to live. Mom's hands won't get frostbite. Although Fong Tianguang blew away the pain for his mother every day, her hands were still becoming increasingly terrifying, even frighteningly thin. As long as you work hard, you can stay here. There's no severe cold or zombies. Xia Qingxin deliberately reversed the order, putting work hard first, as if giving Mei Quanquin a great opportunity. If Yi Wanqin heard this, he would surely curse her for being heartless. The slaves here, aside from Gao Bing, who isn't being forcibly imprisoned in the planning cave. Not only is there a prohibition on leaking secrets, but it's also stipulated that if someone dies, they can only go out 4 days a month. The rest of the time, they are called upon immediately and locked up to work. The greatest threat in the entire planning cave is Xia Qingxin. There won't be severe cold or zombies, but there is a possibility of overworking to death. Mei Quanquin's eyes could no longer see, blurred by tears. The tremendous good news was not fake. It was genuinely presented before her. Fong Tianguang only needed to zap those weasel mice and birds, and he could continue living here while also taking care of Mei Quanquin. There was no way around it. A 3-year-old child couldn't be separated from their mother, and Xia Qingxin didn't want to raise child. However, it's just 1 meal, so letting Aunt Xiang cook a bit more would suffice. Lord City Master, I will never forget your kindness. I'm willing to work like a cow or a horse for the rest of my life. Mei Quanquin directly knelt on the ground, banging her head on the ground several times in gratitude to Xia Qingxin. The force was so strong that it even drew blood from her forehead. Fong Tianguang, following suit, also bowed to Xia Qingxin. The big and the small sincerely knelt in thanks, making Xia Qingxin feel a bit embarrassed. She took out 2 slave rings for them to wear. Mei Quanquin didn't hesitate to put one on and also put one on Fong Tianguang. The contract took effect. Xia Qingxin now had 2 more capable subordinates. She nodded in satisfaction. Fong Tianguang was a good find as a slave. At 3.5 years old, he was a bit young, but this was both a disadvantage and an advantage. With Mei Quanquin siding with Xia Qingxin, Fong Tianguang didn't have to worry about being captured. As long as he worked, he wouldn't have to worry about food and drink, avoiding the risk of death. For Xia Qingxin, a 3-year-old child was easier to manage. In the underground city, there were 30,000 tourists from XX City and K City. There were also quite a few ability users among them. Fong Tianguang was not the only one suitable for hunting weasels, but he was the easiest to manage. Other ability users were either adults or had large families or ambitions, like the big brothers and sisters of the gathering place. Keeping them confined in the breeding cave to take care of livestock, most would have ulterior motives or grievances, although the contract was in place and could not be defied. If they put on a resentful face like Xia Qingxin would surely lose her appetite. So, she chose Fong Tianguang, not only because he was useful, but also as a good deed. Chapter 76. The rear is stabilized with the addition of a lightning ability user and a better understanding of the risks involved in the breeding cave. Xia Qingxin was able to act decisively this time. She directly bought 500 kuan and 300 ducks, along with a group of fish fry, and brought them straight to the breeding cave. Mei Quanquin worked diligently to tidy up the chicken coop, clean the stone troughs, and mix feed for the chickens and ducks. Fong Tianguang wasn't idle either. Seeing his mother's hands were sore, he insisted on getting a bucket of water to help out, despite the difficulty. Oh, a newcomer? A man's voice suddenly came from below. Fong Tianguang was startled, and the bucket he was carrying fell to the ground, splattering mud everywhere. Ouch, that hurts. A clump of mud rose from the ground, transforming into a plump middle-aged man. This was Nian Pongzi. Mud monster. Fong Tianguang was a bit scared and hid behind Mei Quanquin. Haha, don't be afraid, you're also a slave, right? I'm your colleague. As soon as the newcomer arrived, Nian Pongzi perked up, especially since there was a child involved. Nian Pongzi looked at Xia Qingxin with a melancholic expression, as if he had thought of something. I don't exploit child labor. The kids want to help their mothers. You can help them. Reject stigmatization, starting from the boss. Xia Qingxin immediately interrupted Nian Pongzi's spellcasting with a demi. Is that so? Our boss isn't that heartless. I didn't think that. Nian Pongzi hurriedly denied it. All right, stop joking. You guide them. They will be responsible for the breeding cave, and you will assist. Sure enough, work was being shared. Hearing that he wouldn't have to serve the chickens and ducks anymore, Nian Pongzi was nearly jumping for joy, immediately taking Mei Quanquin and the others to integrate them into the collective and introduce their work. It was decided to have the old slaves lead the new slaves. Xia Qingxin ran off to find Yuanxin to start physical training. After so many days, Xia Qingxin hadn't been training for nothing. With her natural talent for martial arts and her body enhanced by her abilities, she was growing stronger quickly. Even though it's not easy for girls to build muscle, Xia Qingxin had developed noticeable abs, and her arms were no longer flabby. She was becoming stronger and more powerful. Xia Qingxin was steadily getting stronger. In a few months, she would be able to punch Meyer's face crooked. There was an entire anticipation for that. The harsh winter would eventually pass, and life would continue. After 3 full days, the red clouds outside gradually dissipated. The red smoke had completely vanished, and the blood-red clouds swirling overhead had cleared, revealing the long-awaited sunshine. The extreme cold period was over. However, the temperature couldn't warm up instantly. The survivors had to huddle underground for another 2 to 3 days until they confirmed the temperature had risen to -50 degrees before they dared to gradually return to the surface. When it was time to leave, everyone was reluctant to part with the warm underground city. But the ruthless demeanor of the city lord was evident. Those who dared not return the crystal cores would face the 10 most severe punishments, and notices were posted. Just looking at the images on those notices was enough to make people shudder. There was no choice but to gradually go out to find crystal cores to repay their debts. The once crowded and lively underground city suddenly became desolate. Although it was said to be desolate, there were still people coming in for an hour of free time every day. Lu Laobin originally thought the torment would end there. Who knew that his daughters stopped renting houses and could only come in for an hour each day. However, Lu Laojin and his old wife had to be locked up for 2 or 3 hours every day due to mistakes and could only come out once the toilet was cleaned. They couldn't slack off either, or they'd get electrocuted. If they wanted to delay coming in, the tattoos on the backs of their hands would burn painfully, making it impossible to sleep. There was no way out. Lu Laojin had to hold his nose and clean the toilet. He also firmly demanded that his daughters crazily clean the streets, and once they were done, they had to help clean the toilet so they could rest. The husbands and children of the daughters were increasingly dissatisfied, as their wives or mothers were being treated like old slaves, which nobody was happy about. For this reason, the mischievous kids often went into the toilet to check which stalls were dirty and would give them a good press. If their mothers weren't allowed to live well, neither would Lu Laojin. The Lu family tormented each other, but at least the toilet and the hall were kept clean every day. Wu Wenli also became Xia Qingxin's slave. Now, she had 3 small teams, each with 10 members, rotating patrols every day, which was quite impressive. Armed with electric batons, they patrolled the 1st and 2nd floors, effectively curbing theft and inappropriate behavior. The extreme cold makes blood flow towards the center, causing extremities like hands and feet to become icy. However, Kuan wanted to stand up, which required blood flow. Thus, incidents of humiliation on the ground were pitifully few, as the bodies couldn't handle it. But in the underground city, with enough food and warmth, some people's twisted thoughts began to surface. However, due to the rules, they couldn't insult others, but they could engage in verbal banter or crystal core trading. Over time, Wu Wenli became a sort of patrol for stopping harassment, directly electrocuting countless people. She even encountered a few ogres who openly threatened young girls, saying they would have their fun when they returned, which frightened the girls terribly. Wu Wenli didn't tolerate this and verified the situation, confirming everything was in order before directly killing the ogres. In a post-apocalyptic world, heavy-handed measures were taken, and under such thunderous means, survivors became more restrained. Wu Wenli gained a large following and, along with it, a greater sense of belonging to the underground city. The public order improved, and everyone benefited. Wu Wenli's patrol team even earned crystal cores. Those with minor offenses like theft or littering could be fined according to the rules. These people could receive some crystal cores as wages, though not much, but for the non-powered female patrol members, this was already satisfactory. Yes, out of the 30 guards, Wu Wenli selected 25 women, with very few men. It wasn't that she was biased, but rather that women were easier to satisfy and less likely to abuse their power. Wu Wenli had encountered many male leaders who used their positions to demand excessive overtime and increase her workload, while also stealing her credit and resources. Furthermore, once an opportunity for advancement arose, they would stop at nothing to seize it. Their instinct was to expand outward, and some even exhibited aggression, leading to unfair competition and underhanded tactics. Although this was an exception and one couldn't generalize, the ratio was indeed hard to assess. To be safe, Wu Wenli selected relatively safe individuals. While ambition can't be judged solely by gender, Wu Wenli could guarantee that these female guard members wouldn't exploit their positions to take advantage of handsome male survivors. They wouldn't use their positions to inappropriately touch handsome male survivors or cause unwanted pregnancies. Moreover, most would complete their jobs and wouldn't waste time at work by slacking off, smoking, or drinking. Following the principle of causing less trouble and worrying less, most of the guard team consisted of women. However, it was okay. Visitors to the underground city couldn't attack the guard members, and with electric batons in hand, they would never be at a disadvantage. With guards in place, farming established, and breeding underway, the underground city was now completely stable. With everything arranged, Xia Qingxin could finally set off. Chapter 77. On the road after being stuck underground for a week, seeing the real sun suddenly made Xia Qingxin feel somewhat unaccustomed. But fortunately, she was finally out. The extreme cold period outside had already passed. However, the residual warmth still reached -40 degrees. Xia Qingxin had just come out from a planning cave that was 30 degrees above zero, and the sudden temperature change made her feel a bit uncomfortable. But soon, the energy coming from the ring on her left hand insulated her from the cold. Constant temperature ring. Although it was a purple card, it was still an absolutely good item. After putting on the ring, it could block external temperatures from -50 to +50 degrees. But it couldn't handle temperatures below 100 degrees. This was not something Xia Qingxin bought. It was all from tourists who exchanged points to play claw machines and spun the big wheel. Occasionally, a few lucky ones would draw some good items. Xia Qingxin would directly take advantage of this, sharing with those who drew well and multiplying her gains tenfold. She had 10 such rings in her storage. Liao Lingbao and Gao Bing were already eager to go home, and Nian Pongzi had been pulled out to serve as a mode of transportation. The four of them were just one white dragon horse short a journey to the west. Under the daily torment, Nian Pongzi's ability had already risen to level 2, and the time he could transform into mud had doubled. Pulling the three people, he didn't feel tired at all, able to rush across the snow for 2 hours. Comparable to a car. Unfortunately, what was once a spacious bumper car now felt a bit cramped with 3 people squeezed into it. The cold wind whipped against their faces. Even with thick clothes, it couldn't block the biting chill. Liao Lingbao wrapped her head tightly, hiding her entire face in her hat and scarf, leaving only her eyes exposed. Gao Beiying's tall body finally had its use, acting as a windbreak for Liao Lingbao, who was nearly curling up into her sister's embrace. As for Xia Qingxin, thanks to the protection of the ring, she didn't feel the cold much at all. They sped along until Nian Wanhui's ability was nearly exhausted, at which point they found a main road to stop. The time Nian Wanhui could transform into mud was limited, especially after pulling for so long, so it was already impressive that he saved Xia Qingxin several months of travel time. After putting Nian Wanhui into storage and stowing the bumper car as well, the three of them could only walk. Ugh, this road is terrible, Liao Lingbao complained. In the extreme cold apocalypse, not only were blizzards rampant, but fierce winds also howled, and it could even rain or hail. Most of the ground was submerged in snow, and when the snow was soaked by rainwater and then frozen in the extreme cold, it turned into a bumpy, ice-covered surface. The snow looked like it had been chewed by dogs, frozen hard, and covered in uneven ice crystals. If one were unlucky and slipped, they could easily get cut by the ice and have their skin stuck to it, making it impossible to tear away. Let's move quickly. Every little bit counts. Although Nian Pongzi was there to help save time as much as possible, Xia Qingxin was eager to return home. She felt uneasy if she didn't see her parents in a day, so they had to push on during the daytime. Got it. There was no choice. The ground was too uneven and sharp, and the vehicles were frozen beneath the ice layer, so Liao Lingbao could only walk. Fortunately, although Liao Lingbao was a bit short, she was still an ability user, and her speed and strength could keep up with Xia Qingxin and the others. The three of them formed a line, surrounding Xia Qingxin in the middle, with Gao Bing taking the lead, sword in hand, clearing the way, and Liao Lingbao following behind like a tail. The blizzard fell to 2 or 3 stories high. There was no need to stick to the highway, since it was all just a white expanse. So, Nian Pongzi chose the shortest straight-line distance. They passed by a small village. Chapter 78. Picking a streetlight, the village is quite large, unlike the impression of single-story houses. Now that living conditions have improved, there are small villas of 2 or 3 stories everywhere. Although most are buried, glimpses of red and blue roofs can still be seen, and trees occasionally peek through. Gao Beiying is clearing the path with her sword as a staff. With her height, she can reach the streetlights by slightly extending her arms. It turns out that snow has buried most of the streetlight, leaving only a small portion exposed. Hey, wait a minute. How about we pick a streetlight? Liao Lingbao inquires. The streetlights are solar-powered, equipped with solar panels, and once taken down and the circuits slightly modified, they can be used as night lights. They're the perfect choice for night watchmen, and survivors' gathering places often have this. The colder it gets, the shorter the daylight hours become, although it is not winter. The sunrise time has noticeably shortened. Xia Qingxin, I'll wait for you for 5 minutes. Once it gets completely dark, it will be impossible to travel. Firstly, the roads are slippery in the snow. Secondly, it's easy to fall into a zombie den. And thirdly, it's hard to see and discern directions. So, once it's dark, Xia Qingxin will go into the space. Although slaves can be stuffed into the space, Liao Lingbao is not Xia Qingxin's slave. Contracting Gao Beiying is equivalent to contracting Liao Lingbao by 1 get 1 free. there's no need to waste another contract ring. Moreover, Xia Qingxin does not intend to let Gao Bing know about the existence of the planting cave. If she only calls Gao Bing into the space and leaves Liao Lingbao outside, Gao Bing will definitely disagree. So instead, Xia Qingxin will go into the space and let them both stay outside. All right, sis, help me. Upon receiving consent, Liao Lingbao immediately excitedly pretends to chop at the streetlight. However, unfortunately, no matter how she tiptoes or even jumps, the axe in her hand cannot reach the streetlight. In contrast, Gao Bing easily takes down the streetlight with a few clangs of her sword. The comparison is quite tragic, but thankfully, Liao Lingbao has already gotten used to it. Have you reached the peak of level 2? Xia Qingxin asks. Gao Bing is a metal-type ability user, and the sword in her hand is condensed from her abilities, making it inherently sharp. However, the streetlight isn't made of plastic, and being able to take it down so easily shows that Gao Bing has leveled up again. I made a small upgrade during those extreme cold days. Previously, Gao Bing was a mid-level level 2 ability user, but perhaps due to her urgent feelings during the extreme cold, she broke through half a level. Ability users can use crystal cores to level up or upgrade through self-reflection on the internal circulation of spiritual power. However, compared to crystal cores, the speed is naturally much slower. But crystal cores are toxic. To absorb them without toxicity, one must spend several crystal core mountains. Otherwise, they will be poisoned into zombies. Unless one is as wealthy as Xia Qingxin, who has reached level 4. There are plenty of crystal core mountains on Xia Qingxin's side, and they're steadily increasing every day. For her, leveling up is just a matter of time. Keep it up. After a verbal encouragement, Xia Qingxin continues to walk forward. Compared to other things, Xia Qingxin wants to return home quickly. While there is still light, she needs to hurry. Hey, wait for me. Liao Lingbao hurriedly takes out a coat from her backpack to wrap the streetlight and slings it over her back, then catches up. All three are ability users. If it weren't for the slippery road, running 20 or 30 kilometers wouldn't be a problem. Unfortunately, the road is full of potholes and accumulated snow, and running too fast could lead to a fall. Landing on the icy ground wouldn't be fun. Nevertheless, Xia Qingxin walks quickly. After 3 hours of brisk walking, Liao Lingbao's calves feel weak, her face flushed, and she gasps for breath. Useless knack, slowing me down. Be careful I throw you out. Though she says this, Xia Qingxin stops to take a short break and have some lunch. Hoo. Liao Lingbao is too tired to speak. I'll go find firewood. You guys rest a bit. I'll be back soon. Gao Bing's backpack is bulging with potatoes, seasonings, clothes, first aid supplies, a lighter, and even a small pot. No need. Use this. Xia Qingxin waves her hand, and a ball of powdery purple plant appears on the ground. Warm fluff. A special type of plant, can burn for 48 hours, is smokeless and non-toxic, not easily dampened, and is inexpensive. One only needs 2 crystal cores to buy it, and it can burn for 2 days. It is the top choice for extreme cold disasters. To grab warm fluff, the leaders of XX City and K City nearly came to blows, directly organizing a massive purchase. There is simply not enough supply to meet the demand. Fortunately, warm fluff matures very quickly, taking only 1 day to harvest. It is the best material for home essentials and outdoor outings. Much better than those branches frozen into ice shards outside. Xia Qingxin doesn't want to waste time. It's just a plant, so she considers it a gift for them. After all, every slave of Xia Qingxin has a salary. Although other slaves have lost their personal freedom, they still have food and shelter, plus additional crystal core rewards. This bodyguard can have some fuel. This isn't favoritism. Those who have food and shelter have exchanged their freedom for it, and Xia Qingxin will never release them. This is warm fluff. For such a high-level resource, the Underground City has naturally spread the news. Even if Liao Lingbao is deaf, she must have heard something. However, it's a pity that the supply cannot keep up with the demand, and the speed of planting cannot match the speed of selling. It's basically snatched up in seconds. Now that they've got one, Gao Bing doesn't leave either. The 2 sisters hug the warm fluff, looking around in excitement. Hurry up, only 40 minutes left. All right, now they don't need to look for twigs and dry them, saving a lot of time. A single warm fluff can burn for 48 hours, and Gao Bing is reluctant to waste it. So she only cuts off a small handful with her sword and ignites it with a lighter. The flame starts small, but as it burns through the outer layer of the plant, it suddenly shoots up, just like a regular fire. Liao Lingbao watches in awe, and the remaining warm fluff can be kneaded into a fist-sized ball, easily stuffed into her backpack. What a great invention. With this, how many people can be saved from freezing to death at night? Liao Lingbao reverently bows to the flame ignited from the warm fluff. Gao Beiying, however, skillfully sets up the pot using a tripod and small hanging pot, sourcing water from the surroundings. She directly finds a piece of snow that looks clean and puts it into wait for it to melt. The cold came too suddenly. In less than a week since the apocalypse began, all kinds of water pipes have frozen and burst. The pipes exploded, covering the buildings in a layer of ice. And the water became ice, with bottled water turning into hard ice lumps. Everyone could only drink snow water. Fortunately, snow water is non-toxic, and boiling it in a pot makes it drinkable. In the apocalypse, 98% of people have to drink snow. As for that 2%, Xia Qingxin, no thanks. I'll go back and drink fruit tea. Xia Qingxin doesn't want to mooch off their few potatoes and directly returns to the space to eat the 4 dishes and 1 soup made by Li Xianghong. Chapter 79. Walking 30 lian a day in the freezing cold. Liao Lingbao nibbled on 2 warm roasted potatoes and drank a bowl of hot water, using the leftover water to wash her hands and feet. She felt revitalized, and her frozen fingers straightened out. During mealtime, Xia Qingxin had reserved 40 minutes for them, and there was still more than half left. Gao Beiying exchanged glances and immediately left to look for crystal nuclei. Gao Beiying and her companions still owed some debts and needed to find opportunities to kill zombies to gather enough to repay. And if they could collect more, it would be even better for extra lottery chances. Although the village was just a village, there were zombies. As long as there were places inhabited by people before the apocalypse, zombies were inevitable. Fortunately, although the zombies were a bit stronger defensively, they moved slowly, making them easy to deal with. Several zombies staggered towards them, moving at a speed not much different from that of a child walking. Gao Beiying drew her sword and charged forward, swinging it down at a zombie's head. With a clang like metal striking stone, Gao Beiying still had considerable strength, but the sword only penetrated half an inch into the zombie's skull before getting stuck. The zombie, lacking pain sensation, reached out its hand to claw at Gao Beiying's face. TSK. Gao Beiying rarely showed a look of disdain, and with a fierce effort, she pulled the sword out of the zombie's head and struck down again along the same mark. This time, it seemed she hit the nerve connected to the crystal nucleus, and the zombie froze instantly, as if the power had been cut off, dying completely. There was no time to dig out the crystal nucleus. Gao Beiying swung her sword again. The other zombies, already close by, extended their sharp claws, which were about 10 centimeters long, reaching out to claw at Gao Beiying. These claws were not thin and brittle like human nails, but resembled those of a big cat, thick, sharp, and even connected to bone. A single scratch could be fatal. The zombies had become stronger. In just 2 months, what was once a worthless snack had turned into monsters that required caution. Their skin and bones were as hard as stone, and some even developed scales. If Gao Beiying were an ordinary survivor instead of an ability user, she wouldn't have been able to chop through their skulls so easily. It would probably take dozens of swings to penetrate their tough brains. Fortunately, they moved slowly, allowing survivors to catch 1 or 2 and return to a safe place to chop them up slowly. If they were any more agile, even at the speed of an average person, their defenses would be enough to take down an entire group. After killing 5 or 6 zombies, Gao Beiying's sword had become somewhat chipped. Her ability flowed from her wrist into her palm and then into the sword. The chipped edge quickly mending as metal flowed and solidified within a few seconds, restoring its sharpness. Chop, chop, chop. Gao Beiying was not slow like the zombies. She had plenty of strength and means. Every zombie that surrounded her had to have its skull opened up. Hey, leave one for me. Seeing her zombie being chopped down by Gao Beiying, Liao Lingbao jumped in frustration. Liao Lingbao had just gained wind abilities and was only at the 1st level. These days, she had barely managed to figure out how to use them and was only able to control her aim. A few wind blades landed on the zombie's head and face, and even nearby on the ground. All she did was turn the zombie's thin summer outfit into a sexy ripped outfit, but upon closer inspection, the cuts only went less than a centimeter deep into the skin. In fact, due to her poor aim, she nearly hit Gao Beiying instead. She failed to break through the enemy's defenses. The zombies were not stupid. Sensing the smell of flesh, they slowly moved towards her. As they approached, Gao Beiying couldn't help but chop one of them open. When night falls, there will be plenty of time to practice. At night, they couldn't travel, and with the long night ahead, Liao Lingbao thought she would have plenty of time to practice. For now, they should quickly kill zombies to collect crystal nuclei since their savings were still in the negative. All right, Liao Lingbao stuck out her tongue, resigning herself to the role of an assistant. She squatted down, put on gloves, and went to dig out the crystal nuclei from the dead zombies' heads. She even had to use an axe to chop the skull open wider to ensure she could retrieve them. Although the zombies were becoming increasingly tricky, the energy in the crystal nuclei was still abundant, mostly level 1 nuclei at 1, 3, 1, 5, or 1, 6, with the occasional level 2 nucleus found. Just one level 2 nucleus could be exchanged for 10 level 1 nuclei. Gao Beiying was killing ahead, while Liao Lingbao was collecting behind, and soon, the 40 minutes were up. Xia Qingxin emerged from her space, and the three continued on their journey. This time, they traveled quickly for 5 hours, covering 25 kilometers in the afternoon. Even though Xia Qingxin had trained hard and her abilities had reached level 4, her calves were a bit sore. Liao Lingbao, on the other hand, was exhausted, vomiting directly after walking, and spent the last 5 kilometers on Gao Beiying's back, eagerly waiting for nightfall to rest. Even in exile, they weren't in such a hurry, especially on a snowy path. It seemed Liao Lingbao's prayers were effective. By 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the sun began to set. "Are we looking for a village?" Gao Beiying asked. There was no one around, only a desolate expanse of white snow, with no buildings suitable for overnight stays. If they stayed here, they would likely not wake up the next day. "No need, let us just keep going. I have a place." Perhaps others needed to find shelter, but in Xia Qingxin's space, there were 10 snail houses, and they could just find a spot to sleep. Chapter 80. A journey of 1,000 miles until the sun completely set. Darkness enveloped the entire world. Even with lights on, the path beneath one's feet remained unclear. Xia Qingxin had no choice but to randomly select an open space to rest. With a snap of her fingers, a gigantic, pure, white snail shell, large enough to resemble a living room, appeared out of nowhere, crashing down onto the snow and creating a dent in the ground. "I'll borrow this for now. I'll return it once I get back home." Only the owner of the snail house had the authority to open or close it at will. Xia Qingxin didn't plan to sleep in the snow. Even though the inside of the snail house wasn't particularly cold, it still couldn't guarantee 100% safety. In the wild, there would inevitably be zombies or mutated animals wandering about, knocking on doors in the middle of the night, wanting to get inside. Xia Qingxin certainly didn't want to play guard all night long. Anyway, there were 10 snail houses in the space, so she might as well lend one to Gao Beiying for the time being. It was rare for Xia Qingxin to be generous, and Liao Lingbao immediately cheered and rushed into the snail house. The snail house wasn't large, about the size of an ordinary living room, with 5 levels, each progressively warmer. The outdoor temperature was -40 degrees, while the first level of the snail house was -30. The innermost layer was already at 10 degrees above zero. Liao Lingbao seemed to melt, collapsing in the innermost layer of the snail house, crawling on the ground with her limbs spread out, clearly exhausted. Xia Qingxin had already returned to the warm and safe planting cave. Gao Beiying had never been in the planting cave and hadn't heard of it. She just assumed Xia Qingxin had returned to the underground city. Although they had walked nearly 30 kilometers today, Gao Beiying still had some energy left. In the innermost layer of the snail house, there was a very small fireplace, but it was large enough to boil some hot water. Gao Beiying carefully broke off a piece of warm fluff and put it in the fireplace to light a fire. Soon, flames flickered in the fireplace. Liao Lingbao even felt a bit warm and fidgeted a little uncomfortably. Gao Beiying took out a jacket from her backpack to use as a blanket and laid it on the ground. She also took a small pot outside to scoop some snow to melt for hot water to wash up, even though it was -40 degrees outside. After briskly walking 30 kilometers, both Gao Beiying and Liao Lingbao were sticky with sweat and needed to clean up. "Oh, the first day away from the underground city. I really miss it. Just hold on, it's already pretty good. Xia Qingxin still valued her friendship with her besties and didn't leave them to fend for themselves. Instead, she lent them the snail house. It could protect against wind and snow, block low temperatures, and also serve as storage space. Gao Bing now had an additional tattoo, a snow-white snail shell, which could be opened and closed that will store supplies. From now on, Gao Bing wouldn't have to carry such a large backpack that slowed her down. When it gets light, I'll look for a mattress and blankets. We'll just make do for today. Although her backpack was quite large and bulging, it was filled with essential items for the journey, each crucial. Even if Gao Bing tried to compress it, she couldn't carry several blankets on the road. Thus, today they could only sleep on the jackets. After hurriedly cleaning up, Gao Bing intended to ask Liao Lingbao if she wanted to practice by catching zombies. But after asking twice and receiving no response, she turned around to find Liao Lingbao had already fallen asleep from exhaustion. Liao Lingbao was only about 1.55 meters tall, not even 1.6, and her short legs didn't help since she didn't like to exercise. After walking 30 miles in a day, she was completely worn out, and as she slept, she even started to snore. All right then, good night. We'll talk tomorrow. The door of the snail house closed, blending the pure white shell with the snow outside, almost merging into one. The night quickly passed. As dawn broke, Liao Lingbao was pulled up. Get up. Pack up in 30 minutes, and we leave immediately. It was Xia Qingxin coming to wake them up early in the morning. Although Liao Lingbao was a bit spoiled, she didn't dare to show any irritation and reluctantly got up after a minute of grumbling. Gao Bing had already prepared breakfast. A small pot of plain rice porridge along with a piece of sweet potato. She even boiled water for washing faces, placed on the small fireplace. After Liao Lingbao washed her face, her eyelids, which had felt glued shut, finally opened, indicating she was awake. After finishing her morning routine, she took a sip of the warm rice porridge. Xia Qingxin even handed them both eggs. Here, after all that strenuous activity, you need to keep your energy up to avoid cramping. Thanks. But where did you get the eggs? Did the vending machine restock? New products at the second-level market. In a month or two, they'll have chickens, ducks, and fish for sale. Although Fong Tianguang's lightning ability was only level 1, it was indeed very effective for killing rats, weasels, and birds. The current wasn't too fierce, but with a burst of electric flow, it could zap a whole bunch of filthy rats. That current was fine for larger creatures, but for small animals, it was deadly in seconds. Even if they didn't die, they would be twitching and leaking bodily fluids, losing their ability to hide. With Fong Tianguang taking care of logistics, Xia Qingxin felt free to buy supplies. She bought several thousand chick and ducklings all at once, which had now grown into half-sized chicks and would likely be ready for slaughter in a month or two. At first, Xia Qingxin had been busy and needed to be hands-on, but now that the situation had stabilized, she only needed to supervise maintenance, while the rear would continuously gather crystal cores. So, once everything was settled, Xia Qingxin was eager to leave. Liao Lingbao understood Xia Qingxin's urgency, as her own parents were back home, in such dreadful weather. With the internet and electricity cut off, and the signal towers blown away by the storm, who would worry? Even though Liao Lingbao's legs were still a bit shaky. She quickly finished up, packed her things, and set off. This time, Gao Bing threw all her belongings into the snail house, leaving only a long sword in hand. Then waved her hand. The massive snail shell vanished, leaving only a dent in the snow as evidence that something had been there. Traveling light, they briskly walked 30 kilometers, pulling a cart with the plump man for 70 kilometers. Today they would advance 100 kilometers, shortening the distance to home by a little bit. Although Liao Lingbao's legs were trembling, at least this time, she didn't have to rely on Gao Bing to carry her and managed to push herself to walk 30 miles without slowing down. Xia Qingxin glanced at her, but didn't respond. Xia Qingxin had long had the snail house, but why didn't she lend it to Gao Bing on the first day? Why let her carry that big backpack? It was mainly because of Liao Lingbao. Although Liao Lingbao was now an ability user, she was still new to it. They had agreed on a buy-one-get-one free bodyguard arrangement. And Xia Qingxin didn't want her to become a burden later. If they couldn't keep up, it would be better for them to leave early and hide in K City instead of following along. But Liao Lingbao gritted her teeth and persevered. On the first, second, and third days, and for over 10 consecutive days, she gritted her teeth and refused to fall behind, even learning to use her wind-type abilities to assist herself, making her lighter and more agile. By this time, they had traveled 1,000 kilometers, with still 2,000 kilometers to go to their destination. Chapter 81. Blizzard and storm period. The snow never stopped. Sometimes it was a heavy snowfall, sometimes it was a light flurry, but the snowflakes always kept falling. Day after day, it continued to snow, occasionally pausing for the sun, but more often than not, it was snowing, occasionally mixed with rain. Over time, the accumulated snow had become higher than a person, trodden underfoot, transformed into a path. Xia Qingxin trudged forward through the wind and snow, taking 5 steps forward and 1 step back. It wasn't that she was bored and playing games. The wind was too fierce, nearly causing Liao Lingbao to stumble. The snow was too heavy, accompanied by strong winds. Gao Beiying was bundled up tightly, and her hat and goggles were rendered useless, likely to be blown away by the gale, so she could only wear a helmet. Even so, she had to occasionally wipe the transparent visor of her helmet with her scarf to avoid having her vision obscured by the snow. This time, it wasn't just ordinary snow. It was a precursor to a blizzard combined with a storm. These two phenomena often appeared together, and once they did, it was essential to find shelter. Ordinary 2- or 3-story buildings were useless. They could be buried alive by the snow. This was still the early stage. Once it officially struck, it could easily blow people away. Unable to continue their journey, Xia Qingxin and her group had to stop temporarily. Fortunately, not far ahead, there were some buildings, and Xia Qingxin decided to head there first. Gao Beiying, tall and a year older than Xia Qingxin, instinctively walked to the front and quickly reached the building first. This city didn't seem too severe. The blizzard had only submerged the first floor. Gao Beiying easily vaulted up to the second-floor window and picked up Liao Lingbao. Xia Qingxin declined Gao Beiying's offer for help and climbed in herself. The building was a wholesale market, filled with computers and office desks, with many brand-new mobile phones still in their packaging on the tables. As a mobile phone wholesale market, it was laid out such that one could see an office just a few steps in. All the partitions were made of transparent glass, including the doors, offering an unobstructed view, and most of them weren't even locked. Sighing, Xia Qingxin's expression was not pleasant. Good fortune was rare, and encountering unexpected situations was not surprising. The danger during the blizzard and storm period wasn't too great. As long as they found shelter and obtained food and fuel in time, they would be fine. However, correspondingly, the duration would be longer. The extreme cold period would last a few days at most, but the blizzard and storm period could last at least a week or even half a month. During this time, they couldn't go out casually. If they rashly ventured outside and got buried by the snow, it would still be a relatively good outcome. If they were unfortunate enough to encounter a small tornado and got blown away, that would be a different story. Even though Xia Qingxin was a level 4 ability user, she wasn't willing to risk her life recklessly and could only rest temporarily until the storm passed. Roar, roar, roar. The howls of zombies echoed from not far away. Wow, did we enter a zombie den? Liao Lingbao screamed and hid behind Gao Beiying. There were zombies, more than just 1 or 2, but a large group of them. The mobile phone wholesale market was already bustling, with numerous mobile phone operators sourcing goods here, cheap and in bulk. Most mobile phone shop owners procured their inventory from here. So, this building was filled with mobile phone retailers, with small offices where 5 or 6 people made up a store. Coincidentally, the day the apocalypse broke out was a busy day, with many people trapped inside the building by the blizzard, and suddenly the zombie virus erupted. With the dense crowd and the large, complex building layout, they could run into zombies at any moment. Not to mention, there was also a small tornado outside. As expected, the mobile phone wholesale market fell, and 90% of the people inside couldn't escape, all turning into zombies. The number was at least 1 or 2,000. Inside the building, it was filled with zombies, while outside, a small tornado had gradually formed. Chapter 82. In a pile of zombies, oh no, it's over. Liao Lingbao was already having second thoughts. The glass door was being slammed repeatedly. The lock was on the verge of giving way, and it couldn't hold much longer. The zombies outside were all dressed for summer, their bodies and faces covered in red crystals. Those were blood, frozen into ice shards by the extreme cold. sticking to their bodies and faces, leaving no bloody handprints on the glass despite their relentless banging. One zombie here was missing an eye. Another over there had half a face gone. And in the corner, one zombie was in a worse state, its belly hollowed out, crawling along the ground. Bang, bang, bang. The glass door was being hit with loud bangs, and soon, several cracks appeared. If they hit a few more times, it would shatter. What should we do? Let's move to another place. Zombies kept pouring in from outside, and it was unclear how many were still in this building. We simply couldn't handle them. Zombies were slow and had strong defenses, but no matter how slow they weren't turtles. Their mutated claws were as sharp as those of felines. And if they got close, they could easily rip a person's intestines out to eat. Not to mention the overwhelming numbers, if we couldn't dodge. We would be eaten bit by bit. This was something Liao Lingbao desperately wanted to avoid. No, it's too late. Gao Bang stared at the window, helplessly interrupting Liao Lingbao's delusions. The snowstorm was getting worse, with white snowflakes mixed with rain pouring down, making it far more difficult than driving in a heavy rainstorm. It was impossible to see the situation outside. All that met the eye was a sea of white, not to mention the howling wind. It seemed like there was a black plastic bag rolling around outside, but upon closer inspection, that black plastic bag was actually a car. A car driven by a person. How heavy is a car? Definitely heavier than a human. If the car couldn't withstand the storm outside, Gao Beiying didn't want to be swept away into the sky. But it was also very dangerous indoors. Roar, roar, roar. The zombies were excitedly pounding on the glass, oblivious to fatigue or pain. Crash. With a crisp sound, the glass door could no longer withstand the force and shattered into pieces, scattering glass shards everywhere. Attack! Head to the restroom first. Gao Bing shouted angrily, then charged forward with a long sword. Liao Lingbao followed closely with a slender knife. Chop! The long sword struck right into the center of a zombie's head. The sword sank in. The zombie froze for a moment, then suddenly collapsed lifelessly. Gao Bing yanked the sword out, its blade gleaming coldly as it arced through the air, pulling out some dark red blood and white brain matter from the zombie's head. No time to wipe it clean, chop. 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 There were just too many zombies rushing in. Gao Beiying had no choice but to grab a small desk as a shield, charging through the horde of zombies, carving a bloody path. Zombies gathered around from all sides, launching surprise attacks. Even Gao Beiying's down jacket had several large holes ripped in it from scratches. Gao Beiying forged ahead, moving directly through the pile of zombies, while Liao Lingbao had to stick closely to her, dragging the disoriented Xia Qingxin behind. Liao Lingbao was small and weak, but that didn't mean she was defenseless. An axe wasn't suitable for her, so she had Gao Beiying use her metal-based ability to create a slender long knife for her. Liao Lingbao raised the thin sword and stabbed directly into the eye socket of the zombies trying to pounce on her. Human skulls are very hard, and zombie skulls are even harder. However, the eye sockets are different. As long as you avoid the eyeball and thrust with some force, you can reach the brain. Liao Lingbao's jab was quick, fierce, and accurate. Her wrist spun rapidly, stirring. Snap! The nerve connecting the zombie's brain to its crystal core was severed, and it instantly collapsed to the ground. Chapter 83. Navigating through the zombie horde, it was already difficult to carve a path through the crowd, let alone through a horde of zombies. Not only was it impossible to avoid them, but these zombies were all salivating over human flesh, lunging forward relentlessly, crowding together and completely blocking the way, with some even lying on the ground. Even as some were trampled by other zombies, bleeding and with half their faces crushed, they still stubbornly clawed at the ground, writhing and grasping at Gao Beiying's ankles. A moment's carelessness could lead to being caught by those claws, resulting in a fall. In such a situation, once you fell, you would never get back up. Gao Beiying was acutely aware of the severity of the situation. There was no time to waste. She had to push through with the speed of a bulldozer, even temporarily abandoning her defense. Her thick, bulky down jacket and pants were covered with claw marks, but fortunately, she was wearing enough layers that it was only her clothes that were damaged for now. It didn't matter, after all. The ability users were no longer afraid of the zombie virus. It was precisely because of this that Gao Beiying dared to take the risk. Using the office desk as a shield to crash through, she swung her sword to push away the obstructive zombies. Relying on her strength, she headed west and quickly spotted a restroom. In large shopping malls, restrooms were usually located in the four corners for easy access. The three of them rushed in and locked the restroom door behind them. The restroom was not small, with over 30 individual stalls, and the wooden door could be locked from the inside. Roar! Bang! Bang! The prey had fled, and numerous zombies were frantically pounding on the door. The wooden door creaked. Never having been treated so roughly before, Gao Beiying pressed her back against the door, holding it firmly shut. Roar! There were already a few zombies in the women's restroom, and upon sensing the smell of flesh, they immediately howled and slowly approached. Liao Lingbao took a quick step forward, stabbing one of the zombies right in the eye. It was a direct eye stab, with a twist for good measure. Strangely, Xia Qingxin felt a soreness in her eyes. The phantom pain had already begun. Hey, think of a way out. Stop spacing out, Liao Lingbao urged. The wooden door wouldn't hold for long, with so many zombies pounding on it. It would eventually break open, and they would swarm in. If it were only a couple of hundred zombies, Liao Lingbao wouldn't be afraid. She could just dance around and slowly wear them down. But this was a wholesale market, at least 1,000 or 2,000 zombies, and it was highly likely that there were even more than 2,000, not to mention fighting them. Even if those zombies just stood there, Gao Beiying and Liao Lingbao would have to hack at them with their knives until they were dull. And where was the good fortune of them, just standing still? They would directly swarm, each zombie taking a bite, and with their builds, Gao Beiying and Liao Lingbao would not be enough to fill their gaps. Liao Lingbao, who hadn't even dated much at her young age, certainly didn't want to die. Yet the most powerful mage inside acted as if it were a game, showing no sense of crisis whatsoever, even looking at the two with a pitiful gaze, which infuriated Liao Lingbao. Although there was no evidence, she felt a distinct sense of being looked down upon. All right, fine. You've been living off your sister for the past 2 months and haven't even fought a zombie yourself. What do you mean living off? I'm living off my sister, and my sister is happy to support me. Liao Lingbao proudly clung to her older sister's leg, as naturally as if she were clinging to her parents. Strong and invincible. Unlike Liao Lingbao, who was a spoiled girl, Xia Qingxin had it tough. During the apocalypse at school, she had to survive under the watch of Tu Meyer. At that time, she couldn't escape from Tu Meyer, as the extreme cold outside was too brutal, leaving Xia Qingxin to endure in silence. Naturally, Tu Meyer became more arrogant, often hugging Xia Qingxin's ex-boyfriend and bullying her. Carrying corpses, searching for food, cleaning garbage, doing laundry, and eliminating wandering zombies. These were all tasks that fell on Xia Qingxin alone. She had started killing zombies as soon as they appeared. All the zombie work was hers alone, while other ability users just watched coldly, never helping her to curry favor with Tu Meyer. In fact, due to some of Tu Meyer's sadistic whims, Xia Qingxin often faced danger, battling zombies. To survive, she had to crawl and fight, killing one zombie after another, and even dissecting those disgusting creatures just to increase her chances of staying alive. And all of this was something Liao Lingbao didn't need to know, because she had an older sister who loved her, shielding her from all the filth. Sounds and smells were how zombies identified humans. The zombies' eyes were a dull gray, and it was uncertain if they would ever regain sight. But they had never encountered a single one. Xia Qingxin would spray herself with strong perfume to deceive them. If she encountered a large number of zombies, she would create noise and throw things. At first, Xia Qingxin discarded her phone, but once it ran out of battery, she went to the supermarket and gathered many alarm clocks, music boxes, silly squeaky toys, and even music lamps from the bakery. Anything that made noise was hidden away by Xia Qingxin, becoming her lifeline. At that time, she had no abilities and no strength to turn the tide. So she had to be clever and think of every possible way to survive in the cracks. Gao Beiying was not foolish. With Xia Qingxin's hint, she understood. Liao Lingbao was going to smear herself with zombie blood. Xia Qingxin's corner of her mouth twitched. No way, zombies don't have blood. Gao Beiying was still bracing against the wooden door, which had already broken and could only use brute force to hold it, unable to move an inch. Liao Lingbao, with her little strength, finally managed to cut through the tough zombie flesh, only to find that no blood could be drawn. If a pig dies and isn't bled immediately, the blood will mix with the meat, becoming foul and hard to swallow. Moreover, Zombies had been dead for so long that their blood had long since rotted and mingled with the flesh. If they were unlucky and had their bellies opened up, the blood would have already drained. Not to mention the extreme cold. At temperatures of -50 or 60 degrees, the zombie blood would have crystallized. Want to smear zombie blood? Sure. First, infect one. Turn it into a fresh zombie, and while it's still warm, kill it and smear the blood. No way. It really won't work. A bottle of perfume costs 10 crystal cores. Xia Qingxin was like Doraemon, pulling out all sorts of ridiculous things. That's too expensive, right? 10 crystal cores. Should I buy it? If not, I'll just leave. Being besieged by thousands of zombies might be a crisis for Liao Lingbao. But for Xia Qingxin, it was just like playing house. After all, Xia Qingxin could return to the underground city at any time. So what was there to fear? Bye. Liao Lingbao reluctantly pulled out her savings, her small purse instantly emptying. She sprayed the perfume all over the three of them until the scent became overwhelmingly strong and turned into a foul stench. The pounding outside did indeed lessen a bit. Gao Bing and Liao Lingbao exchanged glances, and Liao Lingbao immediately rushed to the end of the restroom and opened the only window. If the situation changed, they could jump out at any time. Gao Bing took a deep breath and no longer pressed against the creaking wooden door. Chapter 84. Swinging the snail house as a hammer, the wooden door had long been broken, and as Gao Bing let go, it creaked loudly and collapsed with a crash. Zombie fish surged in, writhing around like headless flies. Xia Qingxin and the others had already stepped onto the toilet, standing on the wooden partition. As long as the zombies discovered them, they would immediately escape through the window. Roar, roar, roar. The zombies howled mindlessly, sniffing around in confusion. The smell of blood and flesh had vanished, replaced by a pungent scent of perfume. The zombies, not very bright, couldn't think too much and wandered aimlessly in the restroom, smashing open every stall. However, they had no awareness to look up and completely ignored the three people emitting the perfume stench, concealing their human scent and making no noise. Gao Bing and the others stood there, watching the zombies meander below. Since ancient times, it has been said that zombies don't look up. The best hiding place in a game of hide and seek is to conceal oneself from a height. With the zombies not particularly intelligent, Gao Bing and the others were naturally overlooked since their scent was masked and they made no sound. Watching the zombies completely ignore them, Liao Lingbao regained her composure and even felt a rush of excitement. Foolish woman, don't act recklessly. Zombies may be brainless, but they have noses. Getting too close will still get you killed, Xia Qingxin whispered. This volume was enough for Liao Lingbao to hear, but not enough to attract the zombies' attention. Although Liao Lingbao was drenched in strong perfume, the human scent was difficult to cover up. Moreover, the zombies were becoming stronger, not only with thicker defenses, but some even possessed abilities. Xia Qingxin couldn't be sure if they would one day evolve to have eyes and brains. But it was always good to be cautious. Unable to pass through the horde of zombies, Gao Bing carefully led Liao Lingbao to climb up along the window. However, Xia Qingxin shook her head, refusing to go. Why not? We can't use fire inside the building. The terrain is limiting. As a fire-type ability user, it's particularly inconvenient at times like this. We can't be reckless. Are you all a bit too foolish? Gao Bing had already reached upstairs, waiting to assist Liao Lingbao. Xia Qingxin remained standing on the wooden partition in the restroom, showing no intention of moving. Many zombies had flooded into the restroom. This building already had a dense zombie population, and those attracted by human scent and noise had gathered in the bathroom, aimlessly wandering and crowding together, making it impossible to escape. Liao Lingbao, watch closely. This is how you use the snail house. Xia Qingxin touched a small white tattoo on her wrist. The tattoo was circular, a tiny white dot, and up close, one could see a pattern resembling mosquito coils drawn in the inner circle. It was the tattoo acquired after equipping the snail house. With just a thought, it could be freely stored away. Liao Lingbao's eyes widened as she watched the snail house appear out of thin air. The snail house was neither too big nor too small. About the size of an ordinary living room, entirely white like jade, smooth and hard, as solid as iron. Its weight was naturally not to be underestimated. Boom! A thunderous sound shook the heavens, nearly causing Liao Lingbao to fall. This time, The snail house was not gently placed on the ground but thrown down directly from midair. The weight it carried smashed into the densely packed horde of zombies below, making them screech and emit crunching bone sounds. Upon closer inspection, there was a fresh layer of meat paste on the ground. Did you see that? Space-type items are not purely auxiliary. Although space doesn't have combat power, it is always mysterious and unpredictable. Using it as a steel role to smash enemies is completely fine, with certain conditions. You can even buy some gas canisters to create a small fireworks display, ensuring the enemies are blown to smithereens. Xia Qingxin indifferently stored the snail house again and then released it once more. The repeated storing and releasing caused the zombies below to nearly be smashed into mush, leaving Liao Lingbao in shock. She was directly stunned by Xia Qingxin's flashy operation. If you keep this up, you'll make me look foolish. Which normal person would use a space item like a brick? Yet Xia Qingxin used it so effortlessly, so naturally, as if she had practiced it many times before. For some reason, Liao Lingbao felt as if donkey ears had sprouted on her head. Chapter 85. The correct use of space. Some people are quick-witted. Whether before or after the apocalypse, they are quite popular. For others, it is a critical moment of life and death. For Xia Qingxin, it is a perfect opportunity to sit back and farm monsters. The huge noise attracted more zombies. Most zombies lack intelligence and do not hesitate or stop because of their companions' deaths. Instead, they surge forward in waves to attack Xia Qingxin. The white snail shell was starting to smoke, with bones and flesh scattered everywhere, creating a mess of meat paste. Liao Lingbao watched in astonishment, completely having her worldview refreshed. A few of the zombies had tough skulls that were not completely crushed and were still trying to rise and bite. But unfortunately, another smash with the snail shell caused their skulls to crack open again, brain matter splattering everywhere. The loud noise from the bathroom attracted too many zombies. Even with bodies all over the ground, zombies continued to pour in from outside. Xia Qingxin's snail shell was almost smoking from use. She kept picking it up and putting it down, before finally swinging it like a brick. The snail shell was hard and massive, and its weight was naturally considerable. After all, it was a house. Using the weight of a house to smash people was indeed quite powerful. At least Liao Lingbao had to cling tightly to the windowsill to avoid being shaken down. The sounds of smashing and squishing flesh continued, even creating a sensation of meat sticking together with blood splattering out. However, Xia Qingxin was not keen on fighting. Enough, time to change positions. The snail shell was useful, smashing a large number of zombies like a house brick. But this was not a game. In a game, the monsters that died would respawn. But in reality, they would not suddenly disappear. At most, they would slowly rot. There were too many zombies, and with the bodies piled up unevenly, a few lucky ones could avoid being crushed. If too many piled up, the number of lucky zombies would increase, wasting time by coming over. With so many things outside crowding in, it would be troublesome. Changing positions to avoid being overwhelmed was the strategy. Xia Qingxin skillfully climbed upstairs, using her wrist to support her weight as she ascended. She planned to employ the same tactic again, smashing zombies in more offices. Liao Lingbao naturally followed closely behind. Just as she caught up, the downstairs bathroom was already filled. The swarming zombies stretched out their arms, their sharp claws almost dragging Liao Lingbao down. In just a short time, the zombies had filled the entire bathroom, frantically destroying and tearing things apart, howling and making all sorts of noise. Even though the bathroom was already full, some zombies still tried to squeeze in, attracted by the sounds, rushing over from other areas. They even called out to their companions. The wooden partitions in the bathroom creaked under the overwhelming weight. The zombies, lacking eyes, instinctively clawed at everything when they became crowded, completely destroying the space. If Xia Qingxin continued to stay in that room, the attack speed might not keep up with the number and health of the zombies, and she would likely suffer a loss. Liao Lingbao was starting to feel a bit of retreating. There were too many zombies. The 1,000 or 2,000 she had estimated was conservative. At this density, it was definitely more than that. However, Xia Qingxin, on the contrary, became more interested, advancing instead of retreating, eagerly running into other rooms. Bang, 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 roar. The sounds of heavy objects crashing down and zombies howling continuously echoed, accompanied by the nauseating sounds of flesh and bones cracking, transforming the lifeless building into a lively chaos once again. Chapter 86. Chameleon twins Xia Qingxin killed this group of zombies not only because of her powerful abilities and agile skills, but also because she had a cheating artifact. In just one day, the sound of banging echoed as she smashed a large hole in the ceiling of a certain floor, leaving a trail of flesh and gore in her wake. This was nothing short of a hell on earth. What would they do? Liao Lingbao and Gao Beiying could only follow behind, quietly picking up crystal cores from the piles of flesh and cleaning them before handing them to Xia Qingxin. As servants, it was natural for them to do the dirty and tiring work, and they didn't dare to keep anything for themselves. Let her be. After all, it was obvious to everyone that Xia Qingxin was in a bad mood. City XX was 3,000 kilometers away from their hometown. Before the apocalypse, it would take just a few days of driving to get there. But after the apocalypse, blizzards blocked the roads, with snow piled higher than others' 2- or 3-story houses, uneven and sometimes soft and sometimes hard, making driving impossible. They could only rely on their legs and abilities, which naturally slowed them down. Fortunately, there was a fat man with them who could walk 60 to 70 kilometers a day, and with their legs constantly on the move, they could cover about 30 miles a day. After more than 10 days, they had traveled 1,000 kilometers. The difficulty was akin to being exiled to Ninguda. Looking at the 1/3 distance they had covered, they indeed encountered a blizzard. During the blizzard period, it wasn't too bad. The snowstorm could bury people, but one could still move through the snow and cover about 10 kilometers a day. However, they feared the storm period. Small tornadoes would disrupt visibility, making it hard to distinguish directions, and could even sweep people away. They couldn't take the risk and had to temporarily hunker down. This hunkering down lasted for 1 or 2 weeks. No wonder Xia Qingxin was anxious and angry. It was understandable, since she had always had a good relationship with her parents and would naturally worry. Liao Lingbao could only put on gloves and search for the shiny crystal cores among the minced flesh, cleaning them with the snow water. They would be staying here for a few days. As she grabbed a handful of crystal cores covered in white, sticky brain matter, Liao Lingbao looked disgusted while rubbing them in the snow water. Suddenly, a gurgling sound echoed through the room. Who? Gao Beiying immediately shouted angrily, instinctively drawing her sword and being alert in all directions. There were many offices here, but they were all transparent, allowing a clear view to the end. At most, one could hide under a desk. The site was filled with dismembered corpses, and the other zombies had all been drawn away by the loud noises created by Xia Qingxin, leaving only Gao Beiying and the 2 of them. So, that gurgling sound was particularly jarring. Don't kill me, I'm human. A weak voice came from above. Gao Beiying instinctively looked up and finally saw 2 children. The 2 children looked identical, with one having long hair and the other short, likely twins. They appeared to be around 11 or 12 years old, their cheeks hollowed out from hunger, but their eyes were wide open, staring intently at Liao Lingbao's pocket. And there was half a bag of chocolate. Liao Lingbao would occasionally suck on a piece to quickly replenish her energy and alleviate the overwhelming exhaustion. They had sharp noses and could smell it. The younger brother swallowed hard, making a loud noise. Clearly, that gurgling sound had come from him. The sister, though equally hungry, seemed a bit more mature, holding on to her brother while hiding on the ceiling, constantly glancing toward the exit, ready to escape at any moment. Special ability, Beast Transformation? Liao Lingbao murmured uncertainly. The younger twin looked normal, but the sister had transformed like a chameleon, her fingers webbed together, clinging to the ceiling without falling. Even a thick, green tail was tightly wrapped around her brother's waist, allowing him to move along the wall. It seemed they were both ability users. Gao Beiying was a level 2 ability user. It was impossible for her to be so careless as to not notice other people in the room, especially 2 children. Whether it was the chameleon-like sister clinging to the ceiling or the brother being carried by the tail, they both must have abilities. Transparent? Ignored? Or with some kind of light refraction? Gao Beiying tightened her grip on her sword, aiming it at the 2, showing no inclination to rush towards them simply because they were children. Hiss! The sister among the twins seemed visibly angry, her scales flaring, making a hissing sound. "Don't kill us. We're good people. We just want to survive," the younger brother pleaded, showing signs of surrender. The two children had already reached their limit, and they were on the brink of starvation, making them no match for Gao Beiying. Moreover, the three of them appeared to be dressed warmly, not emaciated from hunger, and even their hair was clean. They might be from a wealthy family. The younger brother didn't care about anything else and rushed forward to slide down on his knees, grabbing onto Gao Beiying's leg. Chapter 87. The invisible little assassin. The commotion caused by Xia Qingxin was too loud. Whether dead or alive, everyone heard it. And now they were still banging and smashing meat in a paste upstairs. Naturally, the chameleon siblings heard it too. Undoubtedly dominant, they held a leading position in the small team. However, it was a bit too fierce. The twin siblings seemed to see the director and dared not approach Xia Qingxin, only retreating to seek help from Gao Beiying, hoping to beg for some food. The two twins looked pitiful, thin and frail like disaster victims, their clothes dirty and tattered, looking like they were stripped from a corpse, stained with blood and hanging loosely down to their knees. But fortunately, the two children were not foolish. They wore many layers of clothes and had somehow stolen military coats, which kept them from freezing to death. Even so, their running noses never stopped. They were very pitiable. But what did that have to do with me? In the apocalypse, many children froze to death. Compared to them, the chameleon siblings were quite lucky. They managed to survive until now and even had abilities. Oh, perhaps it was precisely because of their abilities that they survived. I couldn't make the decision. I had to ask the one upstairs. Gao Beiying pointed upstairs, and just then, there was a loud crash from above. The steel roll god was showing off its power, swinging the small house around and creating a bloody mess. The chameleon sister instinctively shrank her neck, feeling uneasy. Their combat abilities were concerning. Even the one who could beastify couldn't kill a single zombie after scratching for a long time, only able to snake away and escape. Coupled with their experiences of being beaten and robbed of food by other survivors, seeing a powerful ability user made them instinctively want to hide. If it weren't for the storm period outside, the chameleon siblings would have definitely run away immediately, but unfortunately, they were trapped here by bad luck. If it were just 1 or 2 days, they could hold on, but 1 or 2 weeks, they would soon become 2 dried-up chameleons. Helpless, the chameleon siblings could only grit their teeth and come to cling to the strong for support, hoping for a bit of food if they were lucky. If they didn't get any food, that was fine too. They were just afraid of encountering a cannibal tribe, in which case the two siblings would have to run out into the storm. The mobile phone wholesale market had plenty of phones, but food was scarce. They could just order takeout, but there weren't many snacks in the small personal office. The chameleon siblings only scavenged 4 packs of instant noodles and a small bag of sunflower seeds, which wouldn't last them even a week. Unfortunately, the outside had already started to whip up small tornadoes, making it too dangerous to go out. They were truly unlucky. If they had known, they wouldn't have come. "Please give us something to eat." The younger brother dared to show his face, relying on his age, sitting on the ground to beg for a bit of favor. A bagged braised chicken leg was thrown directly at the ceiling, and the brother immediately caught it, eagerly tearing it open, the smell of meat wafting through the air. The brother was overjoyed, just about to share with his sister, when he saw his sister raising her scales, staring intently at the door. An invisible ability? Huh? Speak up, or I'll roast you. The blazing flames had somehow surrounded the chameleon siblings, coiling around them like snakes, sealing off all escape routes. Liao Lingbao was on the verge of collapse, wanting to plead, but ultimately said nothing. That chicken leg was thrown by that fierce sister. The chicken leg in their hands suddenly felt sharp, and the siblings wanted to escape but couldn't. They were just 2 kids to deal with, easily caught. Since they were twins, with similar genes, both bitten by zombies at the same time and stuffed into a cabinet, they fortunately acquired nearly the same abilities. The sister, a beastified chameleon, was incredibly fast, able to climb walls and mimic, similar to invisibility. The brother, although lacking beastification, had mimicry and a soundless trait. Soundless didn't mean no sound was made, but rather that it masked all sounds they produced. Even if they smashed glass or threw bombs, they could still eliminate the noise. Their abilities were similar, but combined, it wasn't just 1 + 1 = 2. It was 3. As long as they coordinated well, they could achieve invisibility. They could completely move under the noses of ability users without being detected. It was an excellent assassination-type ability. Chapter 88. Killing Tu Meyer was a given. Not taking advantage of a good deal would be foolish, and Xia Qingxin was not willing to miss such a great opportunity. Although Tu Meyer herself was not very strong in combat, the little wooden house ability she had stolen from Xia Qingxin was amazing. Even in the early stages, she could strangle everyone's life force. At school, those who followed her thrived while those who opposed her perished. It was that exaggerated. All the ability users surrounded her for their own survival, preventing Tu Meyer from dying and clearing all dangers for her. Tu Meyer was very hard to kill. Moreover, she would become increasingly difficult to deal with in the future. After all, even in the early stages at school, Xia Qingxin had already been targeted to such an extent that a large group of ability users had to obey her, which prevented Xia Qingxin from killing that pair of despicable lovers. Not to mention, it had already been 3 months. As long as she used her brain a little, Tu Meyer could thrive. It would be even harder to deal with her. To be on the safe side, Xia Qingxin decided to make more plans. If it really came to it, she could have the chameleon siblings steal Tu Meyer in the dead of night or poison the large group of guards. Guan Xiaodong and Guan Xiaoxi were devouring food ravenously, not caring about the heat, as if they had never had a full meal in their lives. Liao Lingbao, feeling pity, offered up her hidden stash of ham sausages. Guan Xiaodong, the older sister, was a bit introverted and not talkative, while Guan Xiaoxi was quite the opposite, constantly praising and flattering, making Liao Lingbao smile from ear to ear. The two children were currently only at level 1, and under the chameleon's disguise ability. They were nearly transparent, combined with their silent characteristics, enough to evade the notice of level 3 ability users. For instance, Gao Bing and Liao Lingbao. Even if they crawled around above them for a long time, wouldn't detect them unless they took the initiative to break their invisibility. However, in front of Xia Qingxin, who was at level 4 and approaching level 5, they seemed insufficient. Even if their eyes didn't see and ears didn't hear, their instincts still made Xia Qingxin notice the unusualness downstairs. But it didn't matter. Inside the planting cave, crops were harvested one after another, not just potatoes, corn, and sweet potatoes. The warm fleece was also selling surprisingly well. Anyone wanting a good night's sleep without freezing to death would buy some warm fleece on the second floor. The warehouse cave couldn't hold much warm fleece. Good fleece was placed on the second floor and got snatched up within hours. Supply couldn't meet demand, and Yuanxin had no time to rest. Unable to keep up with farming, everything turned into mountains of crystal cores piled up in the warehouse cave. Now, the identical golden bracelets on the wrists of the chameleon siblings had all become Xia Qingxin's new slaves. Having consumed them with a wave of her hand, there were 500 crystal cores. Not the translucent kind, but those with most toxins removed, only a little left, non-toxic and absorbable crystal cores. Liao Lingbao's eyes widened. She hadn't expected Xia Qingxin to be so wealthy. This is way too much. Crystal cores are a good thing. All ability users know that. It's the instinct to become stronger. Level up quickly. Don't make me say it twice. Xia Qingxin decided to spend money to help Guan Xiaodong and Guan Xiaoxi level up faster. Not only for Tu Meyer, but if there were any surprises. They could also become an unexpected knife. Having made up her mind, Xia Qingxin no longer hesitated and directly stuffed Guan Xiaodong and Guan Xiaoxi into the planting cave. Not just piling up crystal cores. She also wanted Yuanxin to train them specially, to make them faster and better at hiding. All right, call me when the wind stops. Before leaving, Xia Qingxin called out. Then, she tossed Gao Bing and Liao Lingbao into the mobile phone wholesale market and ignored them. Hey, where are you going? Why didn't you take me? Liao Lingbao shouted, greatly dissatisfied with Xia Qingxin's actions. But there was nothing she could do. Liao Lingbao didn't have a slave ring, and Gao Bing was just a bodyguard shield, intending to stick to the path. Once they reached home, they would part ways. If they weren't Xia Qingxin's trusted followers, how could she let them know about the planting cave? So, the two of them stayed on the surface, never having been taken to the planting cave by Xia Qingxin. They could only wait for the wind to stop and set off again. Stop complaining and kill zombies. Didn't you shout that you wanted to become stronger? Gao Beiying said. Liao Lingbao's wind ability was only at level 1, having awakened for just 10 days. And not only was her lethality small, but her accuracy was also poor. Now that they encountered a large number of zombies, she could throw her flying knives without restraint. Yes, just right, these zombies will all be ours. Xia Qingxin lent Gao Beiying a snail house, which was very useful now. Liao Lingbao almost saw mountains of crystal cores on the ground and eagerly pulled Gao Beiying to kill zombies, completely unaware that Xia Qingxin didn't care about these trifles. In the underground city, the daily flow far exceeded the number of zombies in this wholesale market. The crystal cores in the warehouse really piled up like mountains, far more than could ever be used up. Time quickly passed, and under Xia Qingxin's intense training, Guan Xiaodong and Guan Xiaoxi were stuffed with crystal cores to the point of almost bursting. They crazily absorbed the energy from the crystal cores. The number of crystal cores consumed reached an astonishing figure. Xia Qingxin's absorption of crystal cores was even more exaggerated. After 2 weeks, Xia Qingxin finally broke through that barrier and became a level 5 ability user. Level 5 was a qualitative change. Xia Qingxin's lifespan doubled directly, becoming an astonishing 200 years. Not only did her speed and strength increase, but even her 5 senses became sharper. She could see clearly at night. Yuanxin could no longer teach Xia Qingxin anything. Back when Xia Qingxin had just broken through level 4, she could already overpower Yuanxin. Not to mention level 5. Xia Qingxin could lift heavy weights and had finally unlocked her long-desired magma attack that could freely control flames. No longer needing to fear committing arson, she could freely summon and release flames, and the attack effect underwent a qualitative change. A fireball thrown out would singe hair just by getting close. Of course, being able to level up to level 5 in 3 months during the apocalypse required an astounding amount of crystal cores. At least, just to break through that barrier, Xia Qingxin spent 100,000 crystal cores, not counting what was spent before. The further she went, the more crystal cores she would need. In the future, it would be necessary to spend hundreds of thousands, millions, or even tens of millions. Forget it. Let us deal with problems as they come. We'll talk about future matters later. Right now, level 5 ability users are at the very top of the human pyramid. There are very few globally, so dealing with 2 Meyer should be more than enough, right? Caressing the staff in her hand, Xia Qingxin's eyes were filled with a chilling, killing intent. Chapter 89. The giant sequoia based the biting cold wind made today's temperature drop to minus 30 or 40 degrees. In the plant nature reserve, almost all other plants had frozen to death, leaving only the giant sequoia forest to stubbornly survive. The sequoia trees were already massive, and after the apocalypse, they mutated and grew even larger. Hundreds of them towered over the area, with a single tree requiring a dozen people to wrap their arms around its trunk. In comparison, humans looked as tiny as ants. Now, these little ants had found the best shelter, taking root and growing under the protection of the giant sequoias, building small houses among the trees. The houses were small, with slanted roofs to facilitate snow removal. Packed together, they even constructed heating devices to keep warm. Although it wasn't exactly warm, it was still much warmer than other survivor bases. After the mutation, the giant sequoias had little aggression. They only consumed the corpses of zombies or humans as nourishment and did not actively attack living beings. Humans cautiously coexisted with them and were not attacked. As a result, the giant sequoia forest became the best-treated survivor base in W City. The giant sequoias were immense, over 100 meters tall, with deep and sturdy roots, capable of withstanding most blizzards and storms. Although not yet a full-fledged forest, the hundreds of 100-meter-tall sequoias were no insignificant presence. Even during a small tornado, the people living among the sequoias did not have to worry about their roofs being blown off or themselves being swept away. They could even continue to gather firewood from the forest for burning. The giant sequoias would shed branches, which could be dried for fuel. However, it was insufficient to sustain so many people in a base, so those who wanted to collect would have to do it early. As dawn broke, Father Xia and Mother Xia got up to collect fallen branches from the giant sequoias. They emerged from their low, dark house, and it was still dim outside, requiring them to squint to see clearly. Mother Xia wrapped her clothes tighter around her. Stepping out of the house was still quite cold. You go back and rest. I'll collect them myself, Father Xia said. We can gather more together. I want to wash the clothes, Mother Xia refused. Sigh, then let us hurry. Unable to convince Mother Xia, whose stubbornness was well known, Father Xia could only go out to collect fallen branches first. To his surprise, there were already several people walking in the forest outside, and those quick-handed ones had already filled half a basket. Ah, Uncle Xia, good morning, greeted a young man named Xiao Wang, who lived in the neighboring small house, politely acknowledging Father Xia. Good morning. Xiao Wang was in his 20s, in his prime, and after a moment as thought, he moved to another spot to collect branches further away, leaving the area for Father and Mother Xia. Every family had its own difficulties. There were always unspoken burdens. The extreme cold of the apocalypse was not just a saying, it was real. At -30 degrees, if one did not pay attention to keeping warm, they could end up with blood in their urine, let alone during those days when it dropped to -60 or 70. Father and Mother Xia had nearly gritted their teeth to endure it. During this time, Mother Xia suffered excruciating knee pain and was often awakened at night by the cold. Many people could not withstand such weather. Many elderly and children had succumbed, and even the young and resilient were taken to be buried, becoming fertilizer for the giant sequoias. Despite this, the giant sequoia base was still the best, safest, and warmest base within 100 miles. Father and Mother Xia enjoyed a relatively high standard of living. If it weren't for their capable nephew, Hongyu, they wouldn't have been able to live in a house located in the center of the base. They also had a full cabinet of blankets, down jackets, over a dozen boxes of instant noodles, several sacks of coal, and a personal heater. Compared to others, they were undoubtedly a wealthy family, especially with their foresight nephew having built 5 or 6 small houses to accommodate all their direct relatives, allowing them to look out for one another. It was already quite good, but Father and Mother Xia felt embarrassed to always rely on their nephew, facing the hardship of living off him. The apocalypse had lasted nearly 4 months, and the originally abundant supplies of Hongyu were rapidly depleting. The materials that had filled 3 small houses had been completely consumed in just these short 4 months. Now, Father and Mother Xia's house only had a few bags of coal and a dozen boxes of instant noodles left. Yet, the extreme cold apocalypse showed no signs of ending. Father and Mother Xia watched this unfold, anxious in their hearts, always taking the opportunity when their nephew was not paying attention to go out and search for supplies, hoping to lessen their burden. Father and Mother Xia staggered as they picked up fallen branches with their frostbitten hands, chopping them into small pieces and stuffing them into the backpack on their backs. Chapter 90. The prophetic dream of my cousin Hongyu was so anxious that his lips were bubbling with sores. Each blister was painful to the touch, and he couldn't sleep soundly, even in his dreams. In the dream, Hongyu turned into a zombie, the kind that had frozen to death. His body was stiff, frozen hard, tougher to chop than dead pork, and he chased after people all day but couldn't bite anyone. A year, 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, or 10 years. Time lost all boundaries, and Hongyu's mind was infected by the zombie, becoming a chaotic mess, unable to distinguish anything. All he could see was the vast, terrifying snowfall that buried the green trees and high-rise buildings, occasionally interrupted by tornadoes swirling overhead. Thankfully, he had eaten some people, his body as hard as a zombie's. When he fell from the sky into the snow, he landed with broken bones but didn't die. Wriggling and climbing, the zombie's instincts took over his body. In a sudden attack through the snow, no one expected that beneath dozens of meters of snow, there was still a not-quite-dead zombie that sprang up like a caterpillar and bit Xia Qingxin's calf. "Leader!" shouted the subordinates, instantly drawing their swords. Crack! Hongyu's teeth shattered as he bit down. They splintered like flowers scattering in the sky and fell into the snow. Xia Qingxin raised her hand, stopping her subordinates' attacks. An acquaintance. Oh no, a familiar corpse. Hongyu had completely lost his mind, only focused on biting that calf. But he couldn't bite at all. A transparent barrier formed on her skin, protecting every inch of her body. Not even bullets or bombs could break through. Cousin? The woman, referred to as the leader, set down her staff and directly grasped the zombie's jaw, inspecting his face. Bien Hongyu had fully turned into a zombie, his face covered in horrifying veins. But upon closer inspection, he was still recognizable. In the dream, Bien Hongyu shouted desperately, but he couldn't control his body. All he could do was instinctively try to bite her. Sigh. Xia Qingxin's expression dimmed as she gazed at him, seemingly reminiscing about childhood memories through him. Leader. They're urging us from XX province, her subordinate prompted. Got it. Xia Qingxin gently patted her little cousin's head one last time, as if returning to the past. But her words were unforgiving. Let's bury him, next to his parents in XX. Hey, that's my sister. Can you not be so straightforward? The last scene in the dream was of Gao being piercing through with his sword, entering through one eye and exiting through the back of his head. Bien Hongyu let out a short scream and suddenly sat up in bed. Another nightmare. In the adjacent bed, his parents, too tired to open their eyes, still asked with concern. No, you guys sleep. I'm fine. Bien Hongyu instinctively covered his eyes. The sensation of sharp blades cutting through flesh still lingering on him, causing his heart to race uncontrollably for a long time. He had this dream again. Ever since a week before the apocalypse, he had been having this nightmare repeatedly, dreaming of a blizzard, freezing to death, turning into a zombie, and then getting stabbed through. The same dream over and over again. Before the apocalypse, he had almost every night dreamt of it. Bien Hongyu didn't believe in ghosts or gods. He just thought it was a nightmare and didn't take it seriously. But who knew the blizzard would actually come? The materialist warrior was shaken. The blizzard lasted for several days and showed no signs of stopping. Now, Bien Hongyu could only grit his teeth and secretly take out his parents' savings. He stealthily bought some supplies and coal, but the time was too close. When Bien Hongyu first started having nightmares, it was just a week before the apocalypse. By the time he fully believed it, the apocalypse had already begun for 2 days. The blizzard had blocked the roads, and many shops had closed. Bien Hongyu had no choice but to grit his teeth and spend everything he had within a day or two to buy supplies, during which his parents found out, leading to a beating. The twists and turns are not worth mentioning, but fortunately, he managed to buy a warehouse full of coal, food, and some medicine. But having just these was far from enough. In a nightmare, the extreme cold lasted for 10 years without ending. With Bien Hongyu's meager supplies, lasting a year would be an extraordinary feat thinking of his cousin, who appeared regal like a queen in the dream and the title leader. Bien Hongyu gritted his teeth and risked it all to secretly go 3,000 miles away to City XX to bring back Xia's parents. He coaxed and tricked them back to their hometown, encountering zombies along the way, nearly not making it back. Once he returned, his parents were almost in tears. This ungrateful son had not only stolen their savings, but also sold their property deed to buy a warehouse full of unwanted coal and instant noodles, nearly driving them to death from anger. Before they could even hit him much, this ungrateful son ran away. Just 2 days after he ran away, the zombie outbreak began. The elderly couple, who had never believed in prophetic dreams, could no longer sit still. Their materialist beliefs crumbled as the man-eating monsters were slaughtering downstairs. Now, they had no choice but to believe. Although it was a bit of a twist, everything was fine in the end. The giant sequoia forest was a protected area where no houses could be built and construction teams couldn't enter. So before the apocalypse, Bien Hongyu didn't plan to hire a construction team. It was only after the apocalypse that he used instant noodles to grease the wheels, mixing in at the beginning to get a spot for his whole family to live there. Everything went very smoothly. Though Bien Hongyu had been stubborn and disbelieved the nightmare before, fortunately, he performed exceptionally well in the last few days. He bought everything he needed. Those things he lacked could be traded for, and the instant noodles he bought were hard currency, capable of being exchanged for most things. However, that was just a prophetic dream, not something Bien Hongyu had personally experienced. When the extreme cold apocalypse arrived, it directly left Bien Hongyu trembling in fear. Moreover, with his grandparents being elderly, they couldn't let the coal run out at night. The fire had to be kept burning vigorously every day. Originally planned to last a year, the coal would probably only last half that time. The warehouse's coal was dwindling rapidly. Now, for months into the apocalypse, those coals could barely last 2 months. 2 months? His older cousin was still nowhere in sight, and he was relying on himself to support the whole family. "Whoa, cousin, where are you? Come back quickly." I need to lean on you. I can't hold on anymore. Bien Hongyu whimpered, reluctantly crawling out of bed. It seemed to be getting light, and he had to hurry up and get people. He hoped Xia's parents wouldn't sneak out to gather firewood today. If Xia Qingxin saw them, she might think he was mistreating the elderly couple, and Bien Hongyu wouldn't be able to explain himself even if he had 100 mouths. He was counting on leaning on her, so he naturally had to be a bit sycophantic. Chapter 91. Summer Father and Summer Mother today is a lucky day. Summer Father and Summer Mother have already collected quite a few branches. The basket is full, so they have to go back and put the branches away before coming for a second trip. However, it's likely that one tea happened. It's already dawn, and people have started to go out one after another to look for branches. Many survivors are already in the woods, quick and agile, and it won't take long for them to clean up an area. The basket is heavy, and Summer Father is staggering a bit as he carries it on his back. Summer Mother hasn't recovered from her postpartum period and suffers from knee pain. So Summer Father doesn't let her carry anything. If it weren't for Summer Mother's insistence, Summer Father wouldn't let her go out at all. The two half-gray-haired individuals support each other, stepping carefully through the new snow as they return home. In extremely cold places, houses are not very big. A larger house requires more heating and hence more fuel, which wastes money. Therefore, there are many low houses, smaller rooms are warmer. Once they enter, it's no surprise that the stove fire is almost out. Summer Mother rushes over and adds a little firewood, but she is reluctant to add too much, only managing to warm up a pot of rice porridge with the residual heat. Summer Mother goes to prepare breakfast, while Summer Father is not idle either. He grabs a broom from inside the house and goes out to sweep the accumulated snow. The house is low, specifically designed to prevent cold, wind, and snow accumulation. Though not tall, the eaves are large and slanted, resembling a witch's little hut. Summer Father climbs up a ladder and tinkers around for a while. The accumulated snow falls in a flurry from the eaves. In just one night, the snow has piled up to knee height. Summer Father skillfully picks up the broom and sweeps around his house before following the path to the home of Bien Hongyu. Bien Hongyu is willing to help them, and Summer Father feels he must repay this kindness. Although he can't return the favor like a spring well, he can't take it for granted either. Sweeping snow is not easy. It would be better if it were a concrete floor, but the ground is muddy and wet, making it slippery. Before long, Summer Father's feet are freezing, and his thick cotton shoes are nearly soaked. Even through his gloves, his fingers feel a sharp cold, and by the time he finishes sweeping, 40 minutes have passed, leaving his body stiff from the cold. Old Summer comes over for breakfast, and Summer Mother calls out. After finishing the last bit of snow, Summer Father shivers as he returns home. Summer Mother has already prepared warm water for washing his face, and he eagerly plunges his hands in, feeling revived after a long time. Breakfast is simple, a bowl of rice porridge each, and Summer Father also has 2 packets of instant noodles. Seeing that Summer Father wants to share the instant noodles with her, Summer Mother immediately stops him. Save some. I'm not going out, so why eat so much food at home? You need to work, and you can't hold up on an empty stomach. That's right. Summer Father secretly found a job without telling Bien Hongyu. He is following an adventure team as a backpacker, not far from here, basically going out and returning on the same day. It's not dangerous, but it's tiring, carrying the gear for 5 or 6 people, including pots, bowls, food, and firewood. They don't need to carry water because it would freeze in this weather, but they must bring pots. Otherwise, they can only eat snow. Eating snow can be risky. Therefore, the zombie hunting team must carry pots, bowls, and fuel. Otherwise, they can't even drink water. Hence, backpackers exist. Not only do they need to carry things and run, but they're also responsible for cracking open zombies' heads to retrieve crystal cores. If only they had a vehicle. Summer Father grumbles a bit, but quickly smiles bitterly. With snow piled high, even if they had a vehicle, there would be no need for backpackers. Summer Father earns his money through hard work, and he can't skimp on food, seeing Summer Mother's insistence. He can only finish his meal quickly and leave in haste. He needs to take advantage of the fact that it's not completely bright yet. Otherwise, Bien Hongyu might wake up and stop him. Bien Hongyu is a heavy sleeper. Like Xia Qingxin, he can sleep until 3 in the afternoon during holidays. But recently, for some reason, he's been getting up early, catching Summer Father sweeping snow in front of their house several times, and scolding him. He even snatched the broom away and insisted on sweeping himself, not letting Summer Father touch it at all. Fortunately, in this extreme cold, not only do phones freeze, but even alarm clocks crack. Without external supervision, Bien Hongyu sleeps like a pig and finds it hard to wake up on his own. Often, by the time he struggles to get up, Summer Father has already slipped away. Fortunately, Bien's parents have long disapproved of the way Summer Father and Summer Mother share food, taking advantage of Bien Hongyu's absence. They occasionally make snide remarks and often claim credit for sweeping the snow, deceiving Bien Hongyu. Summer Father is unsure whether to feel cold about his sister's reality or to be grateful for not being nagged by his nephew. Bien Hongyu is too good to Summer Father and Summer Mother, even subtly flattering them. He not only serves them delicious food, but has also shown concern for their well-being. This filial behavior makes Bien's father furious, constantly demanding that Bien Hongyu treat Summer Father and Summer Mother like his own parents. Fortunately, although there are minor frictions, the elders are still around, preventing real arguments. However, the little jabs from the younger siblings are enough to make Summer Father and Summer Mother feel embarrassed as the older brother and sister-in-law. Ironically, all the supplies come from Bien Hongyu, and neither Summer Father nor Summer Mother has awakened any special abilities, so they can't do much. They're stuck in an awkward position, unable to rise or fall. Summer Father goes out as a backpacker, while Summer Mother is also busy. Using a small window, she picks up a needle and thread to mend a pile of clothes. Survivors inevitably get injured when fighting zombies. The weather is too cold, everyone is bundled up, and the zombies' long nails can tear through their outerwear, with some unfortunate ones even losing their fleece. Summer Mother takes on the mending work. Of course, these are just the surface-level tasks. Once Summer Father is completely gone, Summer Mother brings out a large basin of dirty clothes. In extreme cold, the fire at night cannot go out, otherwise one might freeze to death. Summer Mother struggles to take a large kettle off the stove, pouring hot water into the basin. Still steaming slightly. The water isn't very hot anymore, but it's better than cold water. Summer Mother plunges her hands into the water, vigorously scrubbing the clothes of other survivors. Some are stained with blood, while others are too cold, worn for a month. Before long, the clear water turns dark. It's already difficult to wash without detergent and lacking hot water, making Summer Mother's task arduous. Her hands are still freezing, swollen like pig trotters, red and purple, and some even black. Luckily, Summer Father doesn't know, otherwise there would surely be another argument. Summer Mother doesn't want this either. She was pampered and didn't do housework before marriage. After marrying, she had a washing machine, a vacuum, a cooking machine, a housekeeper, and even a little cotton-padded jacket to serve her. A person who hasn't done housework for most of her life is now voluntarily taking on hardship. Chapter 92. 1,000 miles in search of kin washing clothes by hand was exhausting. Before long, Xia's mother was tired, her back ached, and she was panting, especially the ringing step, every time she had to take a break to catch her breath. After washing for a whole morning, just as it was nearing noon, that brat Bien Hongyu was calling her to eat again. Xia's mother had no choice but to prop herself up, light the extinguished stove, heat up the congee from the morning, and throw a sweet potato into the stove. Originally, Xia's mother wanted to save a meal, but her annoying nephew insisted on dragging her to eat lunch with his big family. Xia's mother didn't want to talk about her husband's family. They were gossipy, stingy, chatty, and always trying to squeeze out others, not to mention the kids screaming crazily. That little sister-in-law was also disgusting, shoving her 8-year-old nephew towards Xia's mother and leaving, expecting her to take care of the child for free, acting as if Xia's mother had gained some advantage. Fortunately, Xia's husband's siblings were older and their kids were already teenagers or in their 20s. Otherwise, Xia's mother would definitely have to be the kindergarten principal. Xia's mother realized that free meals were the most expensive. She would rather cook for herself than endure that frustration. Wouldn't it be better to save time and earn a few more crystal cores? Why take care of someone else's brat? Her own child was the sweetest. Thinking of her obedient daughter, Xia Qingxin gave Xia's mother renewed energy. Taking a deep breath, she lifted the bucket of dirty water and headed out. Upon reaching the designated spot, she dumped the dirty water, panting heavily. After resting for a moment, she delivered the clean clothes door to door, finally feeling a bit relieved. With her own difficulties, leaving wet clothes at home would likely turn them into ice pops. It was better to return them, letting others dry them by their own fire or let them air dry. Anyway, Xia's mother was only responsible for washing. After lunch, Xia's mother still had to go to her sister's house to help make shoe soles, sew new socks, or create grass and wood ash sanitary napkins to earn a little money. Save a bit more. Maybe she could save enough to find her daughter. Xia's mother kept thinking about Xia Qingxin. After all, she and Xia's father only had this one precious child, naturally cherished in their hearts. Although neither of them said it, they were both unconsciously doing the same thing. Xia's father was also extremely worried, waking up multiple times, listening to the howling cold wind at night, unsure of their daughter's fate, his brows tightly knitted, even secretly shedding tears behind Xia's mother's back. This little bundle, who was once a baby, had grown so big, and since the apocalypse, they had not seen each other, completely cut off from contact. Every time Xia's father and mother stayed in their warm house, eating meals, and heard the wind howling outside, they felt guilty. What if Xia Qingxin was suffering outside? Was she warm enough and well-fed? If it weren't for Bian Hongyu's desperate obstruction, guaranteeing with his head, and swearing frantically, Xia's father and mother would have long walked to find Xia Qingxin at her school. In fact, they really did go. In Bian Hongyu's memory, the Bian family and the Xia family were wiped out. Only Xia Qingxin was left alone. When overhearing survivors chatting, they mentioned a female leader from the underground city who roamed the country, opening underground cities everywhere, always searching for her parents. But unfortunately, no matter what, she could not find them. The underground city female leader was so famous that even zombies had heard of her, traveling across the country, opening underground cities nationwide, and even expanding abroad. The reward for finding people had reached 5 million crystal cores. Which survivor wouldn't drool over that? Not to mention survivors, even Bian Hongyu was drooling. But unfortunately, he couldn't control his body. Searching everywhere, even zombies had to be examined closely. The madness of it all was astonishing. But fortunately, this time Bian Hongyu could finally seize that immense wealth. He had to stop Xia's father and mother at all costs. Under no circumstances could he let his dear cousin be separated from her parents. Bian Hongyu clenched his fists, filled with a sense of mission. He said it well, but as a lazy bum, he got up late. It was already noon. It felt like the sun had just risen. How could it be noon already? Mom, why didn't you wake me up again today? TCH, who can wake you up? Sleep, it saves me a meal. Bian's mother intentionally did not wake Bian Hongyu. Whenever he got up, he would compete with Xia's father for work, insisting on stupidly shoveling snow. Why raise the two of them? One is a son-in-law, and he still insists on, Mom. Bian Hongyu interrupted his mother's nagging, looking ready to sit on the ground and act spoiled at any moment. All right, I won't say anything. You big filial son can do whatever you want. Bian's mother spat, walking away disdainfully. Big licking dog. Bian Shouty followed suit, imitating his brother. Bian Hongyu had a headache from his younger brother's antics, but couldn't say anything. Bian Shouty was 8 years old, a late child, and unlike him. Bian Hongyu was a left-behind child, while his brother was the treasure of Bian's mother, who couldn't be scolded or hit. Anyone who dared to say a word would be nagged for 3 years. He couldn't handle it all. Bian Hongyu could only run to cling to Xia's father and mother's legs. But as expected, Xia's mother was already eating, and now he had a legitimate reason. No matter how hard Bian Hongyu pulled, he couldn't get over there. It had happened too many times. Even Bian Hongyu knew that it was because of the pile of relatives from the Bian family that made Xia's mother unwilling to go over. After some pulling, he secretly hid some food at Xia's father and mother's house, which finally satisfied him. As for the afternoon, forget it. Xia's mother's sisters were older, and there were suitable young girls among their relatives or friends. Unfortunately, Bian Hongyu wasn't married and was quite well off, taking care of so many elderly people with food stored at home. Once he entered, he would be dragged into matchmaking, and Bian Hongyu would have to slip away. It was noon, time to eat. Xia's father's small team was not large, just 6 people, with only one leader being an ability user. Their strength was limited. They didn't dare to go too far and could only hunt down some lone zombies. But even so, it was very strenuous. It was getting harder and harder. Zombies were evolving. Everyone could feel this. At first, it was fine except for being scared and suddenly getting bitten on the neck without time to react. The casualty rate wasn't that high, but as time passed, their skin became tougher, their strength increased, and they even grew fangs and claws like wild beasts. Their movements had also become faster. If one wasn't quick enough to dodge, once caught, it would be the end. They were practically evolving into zombies. The team had worked hard, and it took them all morning to kill just two. By noon, the hungry group finally found a building to escape the wind and snow and rest. Xia's father hurriedly unloaded his backpack, made a simple triangle, placed a hanging pot on top, started a fire underneath, took snow water from outside to melt, and added flour and seasoning. Chapter 93. Mutated zombie. The soup made from face lumps with a bit of meatballs snatched from the supermarket was already a rare delicacy. Everyone was savoring it, unwilling to waste a single drop, except for Xia's father. Being a backpacker wasn't particularly dangerous. It didn't require facing zombies directly. Although it was tiring, many people were doing it. There were too many people, and with the competition, wages were not only low, but also didn't include meals. Xia's father could only fill his water bottle with hot water before throwing a small sweet potato into the fire. That was lunch. He was tired. Very tired. Not only from carrying a lot of things, but also from shoveling snow. Crystals had once been all the rage, but unfortunately, they turned many ability users into zombies. Crystals quickly became worthless. If it weren't for the fear that zombies would become stronger, the base wouldn't issue tasks to encourage survivors to kill zombies for their crystals. However, most were still looking for supplies. Survivors preferred to dig through several meters of snow to search buildings for buried food and warm clothing. If lucky, they might even find medicine. But after 4 months, the surrounding area had been scavenged repeatedly by survivors, and this small team had very little to show for their efforts. The team leader was furious and vented his anger by scolding the team members for a long time. He was the only ability user among them. The other survivors had no abilities and could only lower their heads, enduring the scolding like pigs and dogs. You bunch of idiots. Your eyes are so far up your asses that you can't even chop zombies properly. You nearly got your neck bitten off. You might as well die, especially you. Didn't they say strong women can hold up half the sky? You've been chopping for so long and still can't take off a zombie's head. Are you using all your strength to boast? I knew I shouldn't have brought a woman here. You're just a waste of space. The one being scolded was the only young girl in the group who had a thin skin and was crying silently, her tears nearly freezing into icicles on her face as she stared down at her shoes in grievance. Captain, aren't new people always like this? Shunzi used to stumble and slip too. That little girl was about the same age as Xia Qingxin. She looked young, probably still spoiled at home during peacetime, but now she was out here wielding a fire axe to chop zombies. Xia's father couldn't help but intervene. As soon as he spoke up, it was like the captain exploded. How dare you talk to me like that? Do you believe I'll slap you right now? I only brought you along because I felt sorry for you. Now you don't know your place, do you? You think you're the king of the hill or something. Due to his age, Xia's father, being a middle-aged man among a crowd of young girls and boys, had no competitive edge and had to lower his wage. The captain had specifically chosen him, bargaining for a long time and cutting 2 packs of instant noodles to get him. The captain's insults were harsh, pointing directly at Xia's father, making him furious enough to want to leave immediately. All right, is it that you're eyeing her? TSK, there are 40 or 50 of us, and you still have your eyes on a little girl's backside. How shameless. Unable to find supplies and facing repeated setbacks, the captain, who already had a bad temper, became even more verbally abusive towards Xia's father. Captain, don't say that. The only girl in the team shouted, but the more she protested, the more suspicious the captain became, as if he had hit a nerve, and he only got angrier. Oh, so you're defending her now? How long have you two been together? You've hidden it so well. Maybe you've already, This kind of malice didn't need a reason. It stemmed purely from the perpetrator's mood, not from anything the victim had done wrong. Enough, Xia's father shouted, but what he got in return wasn't calmness. It was a slap from the captain. Slap. The slap was merciless, aimed straight at Xia's father's face, so hard that it sent him crashing to the ground. Xia's father covered his face and coughed up blood. What do you think you're to talk to me like that? Do you believe I'll leave you here? Respect for the elderly and love for the young had become history. Here, strength ruled, regardless of status. A few other teammates wanted to intervene, but seeing the captain's true anger, with stone-like fists forming, they immediately hushed and turned their heads away. Surviving wasn't easy, especially for those without abilities, against ability users. Unless one had practice beforehand, they stood no chance of retaliation. To be killed was truly to be killed. There were no cameras, no one to uphold justice. The body would be hastily buried in the snow and disappear. The few teammates didn't dare to stop it, even afraid to say a kind word. They just watched coldly as the captain kicked over Xia's father's belongings. Crash! Pots, bowls, and pans scattered all over the ground. With everything in Xia's father's backpack kicked everywhere. The pots were okay, rolling on the ground for a few rounds before stopping, but the bowls shattered into pieces, scattering all over. What do you mean by that? Watch your tone. Not only did he kick Xia's father's belongings, but the captain also gave him a hard kick. The kick bent Xia's father over, unable to straighten his back. This was a one-sided beating. The young girl who had been helped couldn't stand it any longer and wanted to rush over, but another teammate pulled her back, stopping her. Silence. Xia's father looked up, only to meet the captain's vicious gaze. The others quickly looked away, unwilling to watch. Old man, you're just unlucky. The captain was a level 1 Earth-type ability user, with poor talent and a timid nature. After so long without upgrading, he could only team up with ordinary people, which had left him frustrated, and now his pent-up anger finally found an outlet. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of feet striking flesh and Xia's father's cries of pain made the teammates turn away in discomfort. Until, what was that? The young girl stared at the stairwell, where a hint of green seemed to extend. Was it a plant? Can it be eaten? Feeling hungry, the girl instinctively leaned closer to take a look. Indeed, it was a plant, resembling a vine, which had 2 red fruits on it. The girl was overjoyed and squatted down, reaching out towards the fruits. Puff! The vine sprang up like a snake, striking the girl's forehead, with branches emerging from the back of her head. Her body fell uncontrollably, and in the last 2 seconds of consciousness, the girl saw those 2 red fruits. Blinking her eyes, the body fell to the ground, blood splattering out. The sudden turn of events startled everyone. Zombies! Zombies! In the stairwell, a zombie had crawled in at some point. It must have been attracted by the noise and the sound of breaking pots and pans. The zombie was only about 10 years old, but the vine wrapped around the nearest teammate's ankle, pulling him and slamming him down. Bone shattered, and the man spat out blood, his life hanging in the balance. No, it wasn't just a zombie. It was a mutated zombie. Those zombies with abilities that were poisoned to death after consuming crystals. Everyone screamed and scattered in panic. Chapter 94. 1,000 cuts and 10,000 slices. Xia Qingxin and her 3 companions hurried along the road. Liao Lingbao had been through intense training under Gao Beiying and had already leveled up, now skillfully mastering wind abilities. At this moment, a gust of wind gathered around the trio's calves, lightening their burden as they ran through the snow. They were already near home, and the closer they got, the more excited Xia Qingxin became, her heart nearly soaring as she pressed on without pause. However, it was tough for Gao Beiying and the others, who struggled to keep up. Running down the familiar streets, Xia Qingxin felt both anxious and nervous. Lost in thought, she nearly collided with a ghoul that darted out from the street. Help me! Help me! It was an ability user, covered in whip marks, bleeding profusely, looking quite miserable. Behind him was a patch of green in the desolate snowy landscape, a rare sight, but it was made up of zombies. Xia Qingxin glanced at it, but was about to continue on her way, ignoring the plea. Help me! I want to live. Due to Xia Qingxin's overwhelming aura, the 3rd-tier zombie hesitated to approach, giving the team leader a glimmer of hope for survival, shamelessly trying to get closer to Xia Qingxin. She kicked him far away. Get lost. Xia Qingxin had grown increasingly cold-blooded, unwilling to lend a hand. No one could stop her from returning home now. It was Liao Lingbao who felt pity and sent a wind blade flying. The green vines immediately reacted but returned halfway, only catching the wind blade without daring to attack Xia Qingxin's teammates. They merely observed, contemplating whether to flee or wait until Xia Qingxin left to devour their prey. After all, Ability users were a great source of nourishment for zombies. Are they actually weighing their options? Xia Qingxin squinted, her gaze settling on the zombie. A third-tier zombie. It had abilities, could think, and had considerable potential, possibly even the potential to become a zombie king. If left alive, it could become a disaster. It's not the thief's fault. It's the thief's desire that's alarming. A strong zombie is manageable, but a clever one that weighs pros and cons could be catastrophic. What if a smart zombie ambushed her when Xia Qingxin wasn't home? Initially, Xia Qingxin wanted to walk away, but now she summoned her staff and aimed it at the third-tier zombie. Roar! There was no need for a fight. The zombie turned and ran. But how could it outrun Xia Qingxin's fireball? The fireball shot out, this time not a yellow mass, but resembling solidified magma, with a layer of black hard shell outside and liquid flames burning inside. Touch it and die. Roar! The vines flew out, wrapping around the zombie completely, forming a multi-meter green vine ball that rolled outward to escape. How lucky! I happened to counter you. There was no suspense. Crackling. Even though the vines were full of moisture, they were merely small twigs in the face of magma. They exploded directly, igniting fiercely. Layer after layer of vines had no power to retaliate, turning into a massive fireball. The zombie inside became a fireman, screaming as it rolled on the ground. The snow crackled as it touched the fire, creating a huge steam cloud, momentarily enveloping everything in smoke. However, through the smoke, the snow could not extinguish a single spark of fire. The zombie's howls grew fainter until it turned to charcoal. Shattered all around, only a brilliant crystal core remained. Is it dead? The team leader found it hard to believe, still processing the situation. From when Xia Qingxin acted to the zombie's death, it took no more than 30 seconds. The gap between the fifth and third tiers was like heaven and earth. The wood-type zombie, which had the potential to become a zombie king, could not withstand a single blow from Xia Qingxin, the Krypton Emperor. Xia Qingxin, it's nothing, just a slight investment. Liao Lingbao had already instinctively used the wind to lift the beautiful crystal core, dusting it off before handing it to Xia Qingxin. Gradually, she developed a sense of being a sycophant. Let us go. Having delayed for 30 seconds, Xia's parents were probably getting anxious. Xia Qingxin put away her staff and was about to leave. Wait, beautiful lady, no. Mom, take me with you. I'm also an ability user. Let me join you. I know this area well. I can be your guide. Seeing Xia Qingxin's prowess, the team leader immediately morphed into a sycophant, trying to cling to her substantial leg. Knowing the surroundings was his bargaining chip, he pushed himself forward. But unexpectedly, it made Liao Lingbao chuckle. This is Xia Qingxin's hometown. We grew up here. Do we really need someone else to recommend a route? Get lost, I'm busy. Xia Qingxin prepared to set off again. But her ears seemed to pick up a sound. Is that Qingxin? A very weak male voice, feeble and breathless, as if about to faint at any moment. It rang out from a small building a few blocks away. She shouldn't have heard it, but as a fifth-tier ability user, her senses had greatly enhanced, allowing her to catch this faint question. Xia Qingxin turned sharply towards the source of the sound. By the door, a man was half-crouched. His hair was half-white. Blood stained his mouth and chin, looking injured as he staggered to the door, uncertainly questioning. That face bore a 60 resemblance to Xia Qingxin. Dad! Xia Qingxin had imagined many scenarios for reuniting with her parents, but never this one. Her father, beaten to the point of crawling to the door. Fury burned in Xia Qingxin's eyes, tears streaming down her face as she rushed to her father and lifted him off the ground. Qingxin, you're back? Only when Xia's father felt the warmth of her palm did he confirm it wasn't an illusion. Dad, don't speak. It'll be okay soon. Bye. Xia Qingxin bought 10 advanced recovery pods in one breath, placing her father inside. The recovery pod could quickly heal a person's body, especially the advanced ones, which could even fix missing limbs, let alone a kick injury. It's all right. It's just a minor injury. It looked serious but wasn't too severe. Ability users have great strength. So Xia's father had 2 broken ribs from the kick, with other bruises, but no major harm, just serious ribs. The pain kept him from moving on the ground. But this misfortune brought a stroke of luck, allowing Xia's father to escape a calamity. The smart zombies first dealt with those hard-to-handle, scattering, or targeting ability users, and left the incapacitated one for later. This fortuitously allowed Xia's father to survive. Fixing a couple of ribs only cost one advanced recovery pod, but Xia Qingxin insisted he absorb the energy from second pod, even if it was just to heal frostbite and minor issues. Let me go, let me go. When the team leader heard Xia Qingxin call Dad, he was so frightened that his scalp tingled, and without a second thought, he tried to flee. But how could that be possible? Gao Beiying kicked directly at his knee, crippling it, then grabbed the team leader by the neck and lifted him up. Chapter 95. The villainous female lead. My life is over. The captain could no longer act arrogantly. If given the chance to turn back time, he would definitely kick himself 10 meters away and wouldn't dare to hit Father Xia. Now, instead of clinging to the big shots, he would directly cling to the king of hell. Misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. The captain's smile was forced, almost to the point of tears. Really? Let's talk outside, Ling Bao. Keep an eye on my dad. Xia Qingxin smiled with anger, looking nothing like someone who was about to explode, which relieved the captain. Being pulled by Xia Qingxin, they walked out of the building. The door was closed. Ahem, Qingxin, it's fine, uncle, just lie down and don't move. Qingxin is strong. They just went out to chat. Liao Lingbao emphasized the word chat. Xia Qingxin was already ruthless. After the apocalypse, who knows what she had gone through. Her personality turned poisonous and selfish. It was already good that she didn't kill people on her own. How could someone even dare to lay hands on Xia Qingxin's family? Haha, if you provoke her, you've really kicked a nuclear bomb. No need to think too much. The man being dragged away was either having his fingers broken or his skin peeled off, or directly burned with fire. If it weren't for the fear of the scene being too bloody and violent, Liao Lingbao really wanted to go over and witness it. Sure enough, Gao Beiying and Liao Lingbao, these two keen-eared supernatural beings, heard muffled groans coming from the next building. The captain's mouth was blocked with cloth, unable to scream, only able to emit muffled sounds, and all his fingers were broken. From far away, one could hear the sizzling sound of burning flesh. It was probably being used for a teppanyaki. The iron sword was used as a branding iron, heated red by magma. Getting a little closer, the captain's body hair curled up from the residual heat, not to mention that the iron sword was getting closer and closer. It was directly pressed against the flesh. The other party screamed frantically, but the sound was stuck in his throat, unable to be released, curling up like a shrimp, rolling from time to time. Veins bulging from the pain, and in such cold weather, he was sweating profusely. Honestly confess, how did you just hit my dad? The interrogation began, but Xia Qingxin wickedly blocked the mouth of the interrogated, rendering him speechless. Don't ask. Asking is intentional. Not only physically, but also mentally tortured. Tears streamed down the captain's face. Not only was there water flowing from above, but below was also flowing. The stench of blood filled the ground. Xia Qingxin wrinkled her brow in disgust, and with the iron sword, she once again tempered it, slowly extending it towards the captain's crotch. Whoa. The captain struggled madly, thrashing like a fish, staring at Xia Qingxin in terror. Beg me? Then I'll let you go. The scorching red iron sword moved away from his crotch, and just as a hint of joy appeared on his face, before he could even celebrate, a wave of intense pain hit his groin. Just kidding. Teppanyaki chicken is well done. By the time Xia Qingxin had tortured enough, the captain had already turned into a pile of mush. Are we done? Hurry up and go home, Liao Lingbao urged, having obtained information from Father Xiao about Liao's parents. She was also eager to return home. All right, coming right away. The captain lay on the ground in a twisted position, completely naked, with something still flowing from his lower body, dazed, his pupils starting to dilate. His skin was a sight to behold, covered in marks from the torture, with many huge blisters, and his limbs had been bent back. Truly, evil people have their own evil to deal with. He encountered someone more vicious than himself, and what he faced was naturally 100 times worse than what Father Xia experienced. Xia Qingxin gently blew on the iron sword. The scorching temperature had already melted it somewhat, and its shape could no longer be maintained. But it didn't matter. The final blow. The iron sword pierced into the captain's head, as if stabbing into a piece of tofu. The captain was dead. He didn't even have the chance to turn into a zombie. Xia Qingxin didn't like leaving hidden dangers. After clapping her hands and surveying the surroundings to ensure nothing was overlooked, Xia Qingxin left. She closed the door, and as the roller shutter descended, The captain's body vanished into darkness. Xia Qingxin adjusted her mood and cheerfully rushed towards Father Xia. Dad, I miss you all so much. I want to eat the big plate chicken Mom makes with lots of potatoes. Xia Qingxin shamelessly acted like a spoiled child, as if she had just killed a chicken. You're such a glutton. What chicken is there now? Only steamed buns and potatoes. I raised a lot. In the future, I'll raise you all. This was true. Xia Qingxin's breeding cave was thriving. On the way Xia Qingxin came, 3,000 kilometers, she was bound to set up several teleportation points along the way. The more teleportation points there were, the more people would gather. The more people there were, the more crystal cores there would be. The underground city upgraded again, unlocking more things, and it wasn't far from automatic farming and breeding. The future is promising. In the future, Xia Qingxin would take care of Father Xia and Mother Xia. Qingxin is really amazing. My daughter has great prospects. But, has the captain left? He won't go and report, right? Father Xia was a bit worried. Father Xia thought Xia Qingxin just beat up the captain, completely unaware that the once obedient girl had turned into a murderer in places he didn't know about. He's gone. He's gone. Don't worry, he won't report. The roller shutter was pulled down tightly, and Father Xia couldn't see anything. But Xia Qingxin secretly snapped her fingers, and a small spark ignited at her fingertips, only the size of a grain of rice. But it floated in the air for a while, precisely following the gap of the roller shutter, drilling into the house. It drilled onto the captain's corpse. Whoosh! The small spark exploded, instantly engulfing the captain's body. The corpse burned fiercely, and in just about 10 seconds, it was completely charred and turned into blackened coal. No one would recognize it if they came by, destroying evidence. Xia Qingxin remained the same obedient girl, laughing and joking as she left with Father Xia. For some reason, Mother Xia's eyelids had been twitching. At first, it was the right eyelid that twitched wildly, making her feel anxious and irritable. Later, the left eyelid also twitched, going back and forth, making her increasingly impatient. The wildly twitching eyelids made it hard for her to do her needlework. Seeing Mother Xia rubbing her eyes again, her old friend joked, Sister Xia, are you going to get rich? Your eyelids keep twitching. Here, everyone was poor, working all afternoon to earn just a small piece of grain cake, unlike Mother Xia, who had such a good nephew. The person spoke with a sting, just teasing. What wealth? Could it be that I could win the lottery? Mother Xia responded lightly, eliciting a burst of laughter. Ha ha, nowadays, is there even a lottery to sell? Even if there is, there's no way to claim the prize. A group of people laughed and joked, but their hands didn't stop working. Those piles of menstrual cloth had to be delivered on time every day. Mother Xia filled it with ash and was sewing with a needle when the door was suddenly opened. Mom, I'm back. In a daze, she heard her daughter's voice. Not paying attention, she pricked her hand with the needle. Blood gushed out, but Mother Xia had no time to notice. She could only blankly stare at the person standing at the door. Chapter 96. The daughter has returned. I heard that crazy girl from the Xia family is back. In the apocalypse, without mobile phones, the only topic of conversation is gossip. Although conditions are harsh, the more boring it gets, the faster gossip spreads. Within an hour, the news of Xia Qingxin's return spread throughout the entire Redwood base. She came from afar, crossing 3,000 kilometers on foot, braving the strong winds and heavy snow in search of her mother. With so many explosive points piling up, it's no wonder it caught everyone's attention. It's likely that Xia Qingxin will be the topic of conversation during tea and meals for a long time to come. However, that girl Xia really has spirit. She managed to run 3,000 kilometers in such terrible weather. This filial piety makes many people envious. They criticize Xia Qingxin for being foolish while also admiring her. To be alive and make it here is no small feat. As soon as her parents heard the news, they immediately dragged the elderly family members to squeeze into Xia Qingxin's room, eager to gain some benefits. The originally quiet small room was now filled to the brim with people, and those who couldn't fit inside were even braving the cold outside, stretching their necks to look inside. Xia's mother lay in the recovery pod, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Her body was itchy and slightly painful, but it was also quite pleasant. Her knees, which had been hurting continuously, felt much lighter. Xia Qingxin had bought 10 high-level recovery pods. Her father used 2, and surprisingly, her mother also used 2. Xia's father was injured, with broken ribs that required energy for recovery, which Xia Qingxin could understand. However, her mother had no external injuries, yet had consumed 2 recovery pods as well. Xia Qingxin's eyes turned slightly red. The recovery pod was meant for physical repair. If the body was intact, it couldn't absorb anything. This meant that Xia's mother must have been suffering from various ailments to absorb that energy. Qingxin, I want to go out. It's uncomfortable. I can't absorb any more recovery fluid. It's pointless to lie down any longer. Although Xia Qingxin wanted to use all 10 recovery pods for her parents, she had to hold back. But she made a silent vow to help her parents recover their lost health. Supporting her mother out of the recovery pod, there was a wave of gas from both inside and outside the room, especially from Xia's mother's old friends, who rushed up to grab her hands, examining and feeling her. My goodness, your frostbite is completely healed. There's not a trace left. In this terrible weather, even those who didn't work could get their hands frostbitten just by reading with their hands exposed, let alone Xia's mother, who had to do laundry and sew. Her hands were tortured to the point of looking like red carrots, and in severe cases, the skin on her hands would even freeze and peel off. The world has long suffered from frostbite, but now, Xia's mother's once swollen, pig trotter-like hands had completely recovered. The swelling disappeared, the damaged capillaries healed, becoming slender and white again, and even the scars were fully healed, with her skin feeling smoother than before. Now, people of all ages were envious. The daily struggle with red, swollen, itchy, and painful hands had now vanished completely. Oh, Qingxin, I'm your Aunt Xian. Can you give me some of that medicine? The survivors quickly realized what was happening and squeezed forward, shamelessly asking for free handouts. Good niece, give me some. I carried you when you were little. Do you still remember me? I'm your classmate Hui's uncle. I'm really a relative. Give me some medicine. I'll trade you 2 potatoes for it. Get lost. What does being this far away count as a real relative? Xia Qingxin, I'm your. According to seniority, you should call me your second uncle. Give me some medicine. Who wouldn't want medicine that could treat frostbite? Everyone was eager to rush to Xia Qingxin to snatch it. But with a wave of her hand, the giant recovery pod that stood as tall as a person vanished before everyone's eyes. The crowd exclaimed in surprise. But it didn't stop there. Seemingly with just a thought, Xia Qingxin had 2 extra long, super warm, extended down jackets and 2 pairs of shoes in her hands. Mom and Dad, put on these coats. They're warm. These were expensive items Xia Qingxin bought at the City Lord's Mall. But there was a reason for their price. As soon as they put them on, Xia's father and mother, who had been slightly hunched over, instantly straightened up. Warm. So warm. It felt as if they were in a summer night, covered by a soft little quilt that kept all the cold at bay, leaving only a comfortable warmth enveloping them. When Xia's mother put on the shoes, she couldn't help but shed tears. It was as if she had been in a dim environment for too long, and suddenly someone turned on the lights. Xia's mother finally realized how dark and cold it had been before. Mom, don't cry. Eat something. Xia Qingxin carefully wiped away the tears on her mother's face, while gently putting a temperature-regulating ring on her mother's finger. With another wave of her hand, a table full of dishes appeared. The temperature-regulating ring was also a magical item. It could isolate low and high temperatures, keeping the body in a warm environment. Xia Qingxin had won many of these during the big prize draw and had given one to her father early on. Now she finally put one on her mother. Gulping sounds echoed as survivors stared blankly at the table full of delicious food. Roasted lamb skewers, roasted chicken, roasted duck, roasted fish, roasted meat. Roasted everything. Xia Qingxin had instructed the servants to prepare a feast the day before arriving home. No matter if they could finish it, she ordered everything good, capturing everything that flies in the sky and swims in the water to roast. There are also various vegetables, fruits, cakes, drinks, and alcohol. The impressive display made the survivors' eyes turn red. Adults were still trying to find a reason before snatching from others, but the children didn't think that much. Little Bien rushed up like a fierce dog, grabbing a big chicken leg and chewing on it, so delicious that he couldn't even speak. Xia Qingxin frowned and flicked a little fire snake. The fire snake lunged at the child, biting his leg. Cries of horror filled the air, rolling on the ground in agony. Don't think it's just a little fire snake. It had a temperature of 300 degrees. Upon contact, little Bien's skin turned charred black. Whose child is this? So rude. The fire snake hesitated, wondering whether to lock its throat. The sudden turn of events happened too quickly. Xia's father and mother hadn't even had time to see what was happening before little Bien was down on the ground. Stop. That's your cousin. Xia's mother hurriedly intervened. You devil. What have you done to my son? Bien's mother rushed over, not even prepared to take advantage, only to see her son screaming in pain like a pig being slaughtered. A loving mother, Bien's mother instantly pounced, grabbing Xia Qingxin's face. Xia Qingxin tilted her head, locking eyes with Bien's mother, showing no emotion, as if looking at a piece of fish meat. Chapter 97. Is it a blessing or a curse? She wants to kill me. Bien Mu's footsteps came to an abrupt halt, her mind filled with only this thought. Xia Qingxin was not particularly fierce or hateful. She simply regarded Bien Mu with a detached gaze, as if contemplating where to strike first. The chilling intent to kill was unabashed. Bien Mu had never encountered such a situation and immediately softened. It was genuine killing intent, as if she were being targeted by a lion or tiger, instinctively causing her to retreat until she fell to the ground with a thud. The crowd went from uproar to silence in an instant. Qingxin, what are you doing? This is your aunt. Xiaomu immediately reprimanded Xia Qingxin. This caused Xia Qingxin to divert her gaze, allowing Bien Mu to finally breathe. She knew. It was precisely because she knew they were relatives that Xia Qingxin did not strike directly. Normally, anyone who dared to speak to Xia Qingxin like that would have received a slap immediately. The entire Bien family had arrived. Bien Xiaodi was making a racket, and Bien Grandma immediately slapped her thigh and shouted angrily, "Which scoundrel dares to hit my grandson? You son of a dog!" But before she could finish her tirade, Bien Father, hiding in the crowd, was hit in the knee by a stone. "Watch your filthy mouth, or I'll ruin your son." Xia Qingxin did not dare to lay hands on Bien Grandpa and Bien Grandma, although they were not human and had nearly drowned Xia Qingxin. After all, they were Xia Father's parents who had raised him, although they had severed ties, and Xia Father had drawn a clear line after the drowning incident. Even changing his wife's surname, the Xia family had moved to another province and never inquired during festivals. But they were still Xia Father's parents. And as a younger generation, Xia Qingxin could only curse them, not kill them. Fortunately, Bien Grandpa and Bien Grandma had many children. Xia Qingxin would not hold back against uncles and aunts. The stone was not large, but with a light flick. Bien Father was in so much pain he rolled on the ground, wetting his pants. Bien Grandma screamed in shock. "You bastard! You just watched this wicked girl hit your brother." Bien Grandpa picked up his cane, intending to strike Xia Father. But Xia Qingxin's palm had already ignited with a fireball. The cane was lowered. He ultimately did not dare to strike Xia Father. "Qingxin, heal them. Hongzi has helped us a lot." Bien Grandpa and Bien Grandma had a feud with Xia Father. When Xia Qingxin fell into the pond, Bien Grandpa and Bien Grandma had coldly watched without calling anyone for help. However, the other Bien siblings were unaware and not accomplices. There was still some familial affection, even though it had been affected a lot due to the old couple, leading to some friction, but it was not a death sentence. Especially since Bien Hongyu had helped Xia Father and Xia Mother a lot. Xia Father and Xia Mother hurriedly told Xia Qingxin about their experiences after the apocalypse. Their house, heating, and food all depended on their nephew's support. These were all favors that could not be repaid with malice. As Xia Qingxin listened, her expression softened considerably as she looked at the rolling Bien Father and son on the ground, feeling a bit guilty. However, it was all minor matters. Xia Qingxin snapped her fingers, and a strange woman appeared out of thin air in the room. The survivors surrounding Xia Father and Xia Mother screamed in fright, scattering as they were startled by Xia Qingxin's sudden summoning. City Lord, what are your orders?" This woman was one of the members of the escort team, following Wu Wenli, a rare healing ability user who had been taken into the escort team by Wu Wenli and awarded a golden bracelet by Xia Qingxin. She had become Xia Qingxin's new slave, coming and going at her command. "Heal those too." "All right." Naturally, the woman was full of enthusiasm for the city lord's orders. She approached Bien Xiaodi's injured area, spreading her hands to emit a ball of pure white light. Oh! Bien Xiaodi had been wailing continuously, but as he cried, he suddenly felt no pain. Upon opening his swollen red eyes, he found the wound completely healed, with no blood scabs left. The woman quickly healed the two and was then recalled back to the underground city by Xia Qingxin, a healing ability user, summoned at will and sent back at will. At this moment, those who had been howling to recognize their relatives and take advantage suddenly quieted down. Bien Hongyu was also in the crowd, somewhat retreating. Xia Qingxin had changed. She was as unpredictable as a murderer. One moment she was using people to establish dominance, and the next she was giving out benefits. Was it a show of power, or was she already naturally unpredictable? If it was the former, that would be fine. But if it was the latter, clinging to her for support, was it really a good idea? Bien Hongyu hesitated a bit. If Xia Qingxin knew what Bien Hongyu was thinking, she would definitely click her tongue. Overthinking it, Xia Qingxin's show of power always started with 100 deaths. Bien Xiaodi had purely walked into the line of fire, and with Bien Grandpa, Bien Grandma, and Bien Father all unlucky, he was the only one who could be hit. Xia Qingxin had indeed changed, but she had already restrained herself a lot. Otherwise, several people would definitely be dead by now. As others went out, Bien Hongyu approached. Xia Qingxin naturally issued commands. However, for a long time, the onlookers still did not disperse. It was not easy to have a grand spectacle. And how could the survivors leave, just because someone said a few words? Now everyone was gathered at the door of Xia Father and Xia Mother's house, craning their necks to watch the excitement. This, cousin long time no see. Having been called out, Bien Hongyu could not escape. So he braced himself and stepped forward. In front of so many people, Xia Qingxin found it hard to speak. She could only exert her pressure and decisively clear the scene. Phew! A level 5 ability user could already release pressure. Once the pressure was unleashed, a scorching sensation came over, as if a whale were sitting on them, making it hard to breathe. Level 1 and 2 ability users nearly knelt down and fled in panic. The few top-level 3 ability users in the base instantly stood up, their eyes filled with caution and fear as they stared in that direction. The ability users fled. In the crowd, the ability users rushed against the flow like wolves were chasing them, escaping quickly. Meanwhile, the ordinary people felt little, with some oblivious to what had happened. Fortunately, the base chief and a group of people were running this way. Uniformed individuals, armed and on high alert, surrounded Xia Qingxin, the intruder, while also clearing out the onlookers. Xia Qingxin remained calm and collected, as if she hadn't seen anything. Who are you and what do you want? The base chief dared not be arrogant and was the first to ask. He was the strongest in the base, but only at level 3. A far cry from Xia Qingxin. It was a good thing to negotiate business. There was no need to be tense. Establishing a transmission point here was naturally beneficial, meaning supplies, medicine, weapons, and even safe houses. However, that could wait. There were more important matters now. Everyone else had fled, and now only Xia Qingxin, Xia Father, Xia Mother, and Bien Hongyu were left in the small room. Bien Hongyu also wanted to run, but was helplessly caught by Xia Qingxin by the collar. Chapter 98. Hugging the golden thigh, the door was closed, shutting out those big shots and making them wait outside. Haha, that cousin, when hitting someone, don't hit the face. Bien Hongyu made a pleading gesture. Although he knew the apocalypse could completely change a person, he didn't expect Xia Qingxin to turn out like this. The last time he chatted with Xia Qingxin was 5 or 6 years ago. After the drowning incident 10 years ago, she moved away from this province. It had been too long since Bien Hongyu had seen Xia Qingxin. Although she was a bit scheming in her childhood, she wasn't this unpredictable or violent. They had a good relationship when they were younger, but Bien Hongyu couldn't guarantee what would happen now. Xia Qingxin reached out her hand to Bien Hongyu. He immediately closed his eyes and instinctively curled up. However, what came down wasn't a slap, but a gentle pat on the head. Bien Hongyu carefully opened his eyes. Sorry, you've worked hard. The apology was because Xia Qingxin's temperament was too heavy, and she had acted against Bien Xiaodi without understanding the situation. Thank you for your efforts in protecting Uncle Xia and Aunt Xia. Bien Hongyu's eyes turned red. After being scolded as a fool by his parents for 4 months and putting in so much effort, feeling anxious for so long, he was finally affirmed. Choose a thank you gift. Xia Qingxin opened her right hand. Golden cards leaped from her palm, hovering in the air. Without exception, they were all ability cards. Xia Qingxin had obtained them through a large amount of crystal core lottery draws, as well as sharing 10 times the gold cards she got from others in a big roulette. She had saved them for a long time and carefully selected the best and most practical abilities. There were 30 cards, all top-tier ability cards, which could be obtained just by tearing them open. Bien Hongyu's breath became a bit hurried. Giving you supplies won't help you protect yourself. Self-defense ability might be what you need the most. As for supplies, Xia Qingxin's warehouse had just harvested 10,000 tons of potatoes, and there was more than that. But if she gave them to Bien Hongyu, not to mention whether he had a place to store them, could he even survive to take them? A 3-year-old child carrying gold through a bustling market might attract fatal trouble. It was better to give him an ability first to establish a foothold before discussing anything else. Sister, you are my only sister, Bien Hongyu shouted, excitedly dancing around. Bien Hongyu hoarded supplies, but also paid a lot for protection fees, even needing to have people sleep in the warehouse to prevent theft, fearing that one day he would be robbed and have nowhere to cry. With abilities, having abilities would give him courage, and Bien Hongyu would no longer have nightmares. A life-saving grace is worth a fortune. Not only that, there were other thank you gifts. Although he was obtaining ability cards endlessly, Uncle Xia and Aunt Xia were much more important than crystal cores. Xia Qingxin wouldn't mind spending anything for them. Bien Hongyu bounced around, looking left and right to choose an ability. Mom and Dad, you also pick one. Xia Qingxin took out a few more ability cards. Those were treasures from her collection, specifically reserved for Uncle Xia and Aunt Xia. My body isn't good anymore. You guys use it. Uncle Xia and Aunt Xia quickly refused. I said pick one, so pick one quickly. I'm counting on you both to accompany me for another 100 years. Abilities not only provided special powers and attack strength, but also promoted health, making one sharp-eyed and clear-eared, turning nearsightedness into eagle vision, and even reaching a certain level to reverse aging. For example, Xia Qingxin, a level 5 ability user, now had a lifespan of 150 years. Xia Qingxin didn't expect Uncle Xia and Aunt Xia to become her helpers. She just wished for them to be healthy and live long lives. Seeing Xia Qingxin's brows furrowed and her mouth bitten, about to cry, Uncle Xia and Aunt Xia could only reluctantly agree, and each chose one. The defense card and the healing card. Uncle Xia chose the defense card, which could create a semi-transparent barrier. Aunt Xia chose the healing card, which could heal external injuries. Only then was Xia Qingxin satisfied. On the other side, Bien Hongyu finally chose an ability. Sister is this one, okay? Bien Hongyu asked Xia Qingxin for her opinion like an elementary school student. Oh, this one is quite good. If you like it, take it. Bien Hongyu had been torn between the lightning system, gold system, and this ability for a long time, but in the end, he chose the only one among them that was incredibly powerful. Immortality, the ability to resurrect. It had no attack power, and the body remained that of an ordinary person, but could grant several lives. A level 1 ability user could resurrect 3 times within a month. A level 2 user could resurrect 5 times. A level 3 user could resurrect 10 times. It was not true immortality. If the energy ran out or if the number of deaths exceeded the allowed amount, one would still die for real. However, it was incredibly powerful, equivalent to having multiple lives. If a person could have more than one ability, Xia Qingxin would have swallowed it herself. Just as Bien Hongyu was about to tear open the card to bind it, Xia Qingxin kindly reminded him, there will be side effects. Can you handle it? Bien Hongyu's eyes were already shaped like the card, and he hurriedly assured her, as long as it's not dying. What side effects? I can handle it. That's not necessarily true. What? Bien Hongyu had already torn open the card, and golden threads entered his body. It's okay. Go for it. Silly kid, do your best. The immortality ability was not easy to obtain. It required tempering the body to a certain extent, during which every cell had to be completely reshuffled, and every organ, including muscles and bones, had to undergo significant evolution. Each upgrade involved a complete reconstruction of the body, and those who could withstand it would live, while those who couldn't would die. Otherwise, Xia Qingxin wouldn't have let him see this card at all. If there were no side effects, Xia Qingxin would have kept it as a collector's item for Uncle Xia and Aunt Xia to use. All three of them had obtained abilities. Xia Qingxin took out a ring and handed it to Bian Hongyu. Take it. This is. The ring was beautiful, adorned with a purple diamond. Bian Hongyu casually took it, playing with it in his palm. A space ring. The ring nearly fell to the ground, and Bian Hongyu clutched it tightly with both hands, hunched over like a thief, looking pitiful. Sister, you've struck gold. Bian Hongyu thought he had latched onto a big thigh. He didn't expect to be hugging a golden thigh. After all, his previous life had been too impoverished. Poverty had limited Bian Hongyu's imagination. A future leader, even if he hadn't yet achieved the accomplishments of his past life, had enough resources in his hands to feed Bian Hongyu for a lifetime. After all, Xia Qingxin had spent 10 million crystal cores looking for her parents, making her a wealthy boss with plenty of valuable items. Inside were some supplies as compensation. There were hundreds of pounds of crops, 100 down jackets, and some healing medicines, which was a haul better than robbing someone else's supermarket. Xia Qingxin casually mentioned it as compensation and sent it out. Bian Hongyu suddenly felt that the injuries to Bian Xiaodi and Bian's parents were lighter. If others heard about this compensation, they would probably swarm over to get beaten up. A beating in exchange for millions? Worth it. After a sweet deal, Bian Hongyu transformed into a loyal lackey. Chapter 99. Returning in glory inside the door, rushed up to, showering her with concern and greetings, so sycophantic that and couldn't bear to look. Outside, a group of people was growing increasingly frustrated. Why don't we just charge in? I don't believe she can dodge bullets, a burly man suggested. The people surrounding him were all in uniform, each armed with a gun, and a few even had grenades. Their firearms gave them confidence, making them feel invincible. However, they did not share this sentiment. Within there was the strongest. At level 3, he was on the verge of reaching level 4. It would be difficult to find anyone stronger than him in the entire province. Yet now, a more powerful ability user had suddenly emerged, and not just slightly stronger. The pondered for 2 seconds and shook his head in refusal. We can't act recklessly. It's best to let them leave. They seemed too timid. His brothers were armed. These people were not military trained, and without strict education, they felt lawless with their guns, even daring to challenge the slap. Vine struck the man hard across the face, sending him flying and rolling in the snow. He spat out 2 teeth. The vines appeared suddenly and forcefully. Before anyone else could draw their weapons, that burly man was already on the ground. It was the work of the fool. Don't underestimate ability users. A level 3 can block bullets, let alone level 4. No, perhaps it's level 5. The gap between level 1 and 2 ability users wasn't too significant, but the higher one went, the stronger they became. It was level 3, almost level 4. His vines could harden, forming a cocoon to block bullets. But what about the ability user inside? The pressure emanating from them did not feel like level 4. It was a presence that completely overwhelmed him, leaving the without the courage to fight. It was clear he would lose. Level 5? His subordinates hesitated. Level 3 was the pinnacle among them. They couldn't even imagine level 5. But seeing their powerful leader back down, they knew the person inside was not someone they could provoke. His subordinates fell silent. He actually wanted to run. Before the apocalypse, he was just an office worker. Because of his strong talent and high cultivation, he took over the best territory, recruiting soldiers to become the. However, having come from a ragtag background, managing his diverse subordinates was challenging. He wanted to escape, but couldn't bear to leave the. It was already the best territory around, with its own mutated giant cedar forest, much safer than buildings. They wouldn't attack people unless they needed human or zombie corpses for fertilizer, and he could gather firewood daily, if it weren't necessary. They really didn't want to abandon this place. Just as there was conflicted, the door finally opened. Find me a larger open space. The powerful ability user commanded as soon as they spoke. If the honored guest wants to settle down, I have spacious guest rooms here. No need, just an open space. This strange request left the group wondering what it implied. May I ask why you need an open space? As mentioned before, they were here to discuss a business deal. Wasn't here to seize territory. Her underground city was many times larger than this giant cedar forest, so she had no interest in this little area. The reason for needing an open space was to select a giant cedar tree as a teleportation point to, oh no, it was to bring warmth and supplies to the survivors here. And had gone home. The family was also in but on the outskirts, where it was windier and more dangerous. Mom, I'm back, shouted. This startled the family. Unlike, the family didn't have as many supplies to build several small houses. They pooled money to build one, with 8 family members all squeezed together. As shouted, a crowd poured out of the small dark house. It's really my back, cried with joy, trembling as she clutched his hand tightly. Grandma's eyes turned red as she spotted her mother rushing out. After such a long time without seeing, opened her arms, wanting to act cutesy and leap into her mother's embrace. To her surprise, dashed past her, directly hugging instead. You're finally back. S' voice was choked with emotion as she held tightly, both scolding and hitting her. You little girl, do you want to make me worry to death? Always showing off. Do you know how worried I was about you? Slap's arm, not hurting her, but it made feel weak-hearted. Mom, I'm fine, I'm back. Although was adopted, she was obedient and sweet, calling Mom every day and helping with chores, making her the one who cared most for her. Was not made of stone, and she felt warm and fuzzy inside, treating as her own daughter. Behind them, the mother-daughter bond was deep, only was left standing with her arms wide open, hugging nothing but air. She felt like she was falling apart. Anger surged within her, and she felt a surge of resentment. Plopped down on the ground, bursting into tears and rolling around, soaking her clothes in snow water just like she did when she was a child. Stop crying, you little brat. I'll beat you if you keep crying. Kick Shu, making squeal in anger. You don't love me anymore. You only care about my sister. You jerk. You don't care about me at all. Love you? What nonsense. You don't even have a frostbite on your hands. What is there to care about? You ran off to meet an online boyfriend. Did you have fun? Why didn't you die out there? Mentioning this, not just, but the rest of the family all wanted to beat the harbinger of misfortune. Had just started a relationship online, wanted to meet up for a couple of days, thinking it would be fine. To be safe and avoid encountering scum, she even brought along her strong sister, knowing she would be protected. Normally, going out for a couple of days wasn't a big deal, but plans fell through, and who knew the apocalypse would hit, with zombies and extreme cold. She had gone there fine, but couldn't return. Recalling this made feel guilty, and she no longer dared to cry, awkwardly accepting the scolding. This was indeed S' fault. Even, who always doted on her, couldn't take her side this time. Tell me, you dared to go 3,000 kilometers. How come you weren't bitten by zombies? How did you get back? Was it all thanks to your sister protecting you? You owe her big time. Don't I care about you? I care about your sister too. This was, indeed, the truth. If it weren't for, would have likely perished from high fever. However, her benefactor was someone else. Chapter 100. Never forget the original intention. Gao Beiying, although strong due to her gold-type ability, couldn't carry Liao Lingbao. Liao Lingbao was an ordinary person with a weak constitution. It was already difficult for Gao Beiying to pull Liao Lingbao along. There was no way she could take her back home across 3,000 kilometers. Not to mention zombies, extreme cold, human-eating bandits, or food weight issues. Even on a perfectly safe road, relying solely on walking would feel like exile. 30 kilometers a day was Liao Lingbao's limit since becoming an ability user. However, this distance had to be covered without interruption for 100 days while overcoming all difficulties. Liao Lingbao and her companions reached this point purely due to the favor of Xia Qingxin. With the ability, Liao Lingbao's stamina kept up. Gao Beiying had temporarily borrowed the snail house, so she didn't need to carry dozens of pounds of luggage and sleeping bags anymore. Plus, that mud monster mount could run 60 to 70 kilometers a day. Just sitting on it for 2 hours covered more distance than they could walk in 2 days. And there was a level 5 grand mage accompanying them. With a god blocking the way, she killed everything in sight with one blow. Alright, em useless. Xia Qingxin is the best. Liao Lingbao recounted everything she had seen and heard along the way, leaving the Liao family dumbfounded. Liao's mother, not wanting to lose any time, started packing up the household goods. She stuffed 3 pounds of brown sugar, half a bag of potatoes, and a pot of bean sprouts as a thank you gift. Mom, Sister Qing doesn't need these things. After estimating the cash flow in the underground city, Liao Lingbao realized that Xia Qingxin's wealth was beyond her imagination. This amount of goods was nearly all the food stored by the Liao family, but for Xia Qingxin, it was nothing. This is a token of appreciation, a thank you. Regardless of whether the other party needs it, we must not forget their kindness. With two daughters relying on each other, what was the point of slavering? Xia Qingxin was already so strong. Did she still need two weak bodyguards? It was clear she wanted to take care of these two silly girls. Yet the two silly girls didn't appreciate it and didn't even bow to Xia Qingxin, treating it as if it were natural. Just thinking about Liao's mother made her blush. Considering this, she took out a treasured bag of sausages to add to the gift. Social etiquette is a study in itself. This visit was not only to express gratitude, but also to build goodwill. If the two daughters could play with Xia Qingxin, it would be an unexpected gain. If not, then the two girls were just foolish. After Liao's mother's loving education, a round of beating, Liao Lingbao finally understood Xia Qingxin's good intentions. The family, with gifts and full of apologies and gratitude, headed toward Xia's father's and mother's small house. But they ended up empty-handed. Where are they? Liao Lingbao casually pulled someone to ask, "What are you doing? Get out of the way, don't delay my stockpiling." The person brushed Liao Lingbao's hand aside and ran towards the center of the giant sequoia forest like there, but was on fire. Not just him. Many survivors were rushing there like mad. Some were sneaking out against the flow of people, holding large bags of black items, fearing someone would snatch them. Well, no need for directions. Liao Lingbao knew where Xia Qingxin was. Following the crowd, she found it was a new teleportation point. It was the largest giant sequoia tree, towering over 100 meters high, lush with branches and leaves, making a person standing beside it look like a tiny ant. And on the trunk, there was an extra door. Survivors were moving in and out like ants, their mouths almost splitting from ear to ear, all looking like mice that had fallen into a rice vat, overjoyed. The items being transported included potatoes, sweet potatoes, and rice. Occasionally, bags of apples and oranges could also be seen. Xia Qingxin had already opened a fruit channel. Who else could create such a strange scene but Xia Qingxin? While others hoarded supplies in the apocalypse, Xia Qingxin had become a wholesaler, distributing goods and delivering supplies, only collecting useless crystal cores in return. This good fortune made the survivors of the giant sequoia forest dizzy. They rushed home to get crystal cores and returned with potatoes. Some, in their haste, were so anxious they were beating their chests and regretting it. If they had known today would come, they would have killed zombies and harvested crystal cores every time. It had started again. How many times was this? This should be the 18th, right? Traveling 3,000 kilometers, such a long distance. Xia Qingxin would be foolish to let it go. Passing through prosperous areas, she simply set up a teleportation point and left a loudspeaker. No problem. They would find their way. Once inside, Wu Wenli would host the rules and arrange everything clearly. Xia Qingxin checked in along the way and set up 15 teleportation points, including those in XX City and K City and the current giant sequoia base. This was already the 18th teleportation point. Anyway, no one would complain about having too many supplies. Even if there were really oddballs who disliked having too much food, the underground city still had medicine and plenty of entertainment facilities. Survivors would rather live in a drunken stupor there and rarely could resist. With this setup, the underground city expanded again, multiplying by more than 8 times. Now, thousands of new people entered every day, and the big wheel was almost sparking. As for Xia Qingxin, her ability cards had piled up into a treasure chest. She picked out a few useless abilities and stuffed them into the claw machine, causing another wave of chaos. This made Wu Wenli overwhelmed. The guard team was simply not enough, so they had to temporarily form a tour guide class to educate newcomers about the rules, continuously expanding recruitment, and they were so busy they could barely keep their feet on the ground. As for Yuanxin, he was freed. The underground city underwent a major upgrade. Thousands of acres of farmland were planted, with machines automatically sowing, nurturing seedlings, watering, and maintaining. Humans only needed to focus on management. The breeding area was quite busy. Although animals could also be managed in bulk, they were not as obedient as plants. Fang Tianguang not only had to use electricity to kill rats, but also had to chase cows with his mother. Those cows and sheep were not obedient. Not satisfied with the feed, and were eyeing the crops in the planting area. This caused Fang Tianguang and Mei Quan to have to catch the animals that were stealing food. Nian Depang and Nian Xiaoping were also busy. Li Xianghong's food stall was thriving, packed with people every day. Nian Depang was practically a natural-born worker. With his mud ability, he transformed into the strongest waiter, serving dishes in seconds. Nian Xiaoping used bubbles to wash potatoes and dishes while also acting as a washing machine. He used his abilities crazily every day, becoming more and more skilled, and unexpectedly was the fastest to level up to 3. As for Guan Xiaodong and Guan Xiaoxi, they were hidden away by Xia Qingxin, kept as trump cards. They rarely appeared in front of people and were only raised in the planting area. Besides Xia Qingxin's few slaves, no one else knew about these 2 children. Now, they were running every day with Yi Wanxin, training their agility to the limit. And as for Xia Qingxin, Xua, find Tu Meyer. I want to get rid of her. Chapter 101. Snow Dragon Base. Inside the Snow Dragon Base, Tu Meyer shivered for no reason. Her hand trembled, causing crystal cores to fall all over the ground. Saintus, are you okay? The guard watching over Tu Meyer immediately asked. No, I'm fine. Tu Meyer forced a smile, but it was extremely sinister. Tu Meyer was originally beautiful. Although not the kind of beauty that could make the moon hide and flowers blush, she was still striking. A true beauty. But that was in the past. Now, her figure remained stunning, and her voice was captivating. From behind, she was definitely a beauty. However, if one turned around, it would be enough to scare a child into seeking their mother. When Xia Qingxin unleashed flames just before her death, most of it was blocked by Yufifan, but Tu Meyer was still splashed with flames. The fire burned her skin to the core. One eye was blinded. Half of her nose melted away, hanging crookedly on her face, exposing 2 nostrils. Her lips were also half gone, and her face was terrifying, pockmarked with a flesh-colored scar spiraling across it. Not only did she lose her eyebrows, but her scalp was also burned in 2 places. Her hairstyle resembled that of a big brother, lush in the back but severely bald in the front. There was no remedy. The scalp was burned, and the bald patches had no hair follicles left, making it impossible for hair to grow again. Thanks to Xia Qingxin, Tu Meyer now appeared as neither human nor ghost. And when she went out, she had to wear a large-brimmed hat to cover her entire head before daring to step outside. Noticing the guard's stiffness, Tu Meyer's anger boiled, and she gritted her teeth. Her heart was filled with resentment, like it had been poisoned. Absorb, absorb, absorb. Ignoring the feeling in her chest that was about to burst, Tu Meyer frantically absorbed the crystal cores. These crystal cores had been purified, their energy almost depleted, but they were the purest, non-toxic cores, perfect for quickening the enhancement of one's abilities. There were enough crystal cores to fill an entire room, all meant for Tu Meyer. However, Tu Meyer did not have the ability to acquire so many crystal cores. Instead, it was Yufifan's uncle, Xue Shi, who provided them. Tu Meyer knew that Yufifan came from a minority group, but did not expect it to be from the Snow Witch clan. The Snow Witch clan had worshipped the deity of blizzards for thousands of years, claiming to be the descendants of the blizzard's Ho-E. Historically, they had emperors who stood against local rulers, but fortunately, they were stationed in the snowy plains at high altitudes, making it difficult for them to descend. This is a fictional setting and should not be taken into reality. They were isolated from the world with simple folk customs, and correspondingly, they believed in their gods. Having worshipped the same god for thousands of years had driven them to fanaticism. Moreover, they were very united. Unlike ordinary people, if there was a quarrel or fight, what would be a matter between 2 individuals or families could escalate into a brawl involving hundreds from 2 villages. They were not to be trifled with. Protecting their own was synonymous with the Snow Witch clan. In normal times, Tu Meyer would never dare to provoke such beings. However, in the apocalypse, this protectiveness had become a great shield. In this snowy region, there was only one main base, while the others were sub-bases. 10 million people followed the command of one great witch. Every 50 years, the Snow Witch clan would select hundreds of children to be taken to the sacred land and thrown into the abyss, allowing the deity to choose successors. Tu Meyer was not clear on the specifics, but this tradition had continued. Those who survived could gain miraculous powers to protect the entire Snow Witch clan. They truly achieved a status where their call could rally hundreds, akin to a local emperor. And this generation's local emperor, or rather, the son of God, was Xia Qingxin's uncle. He was only about 10 years older than Xia Qingxin and was quite eccentric, making Tu Meyer uneasy every time she saw him. She did not know how they managed it, but they claimed to follow the guidance of their god, and even brought a rescue team to fetch the nearly dying Tu Meyer. The main goal was still to rescue Xia Qingxin. Unfortunately, Xia Qingxin was too severely injured. He had been used by Tu Meyer as a shield against the flames unleashed by Xia Qingxin, taking most of the fire himself. Although he had the stone armor ability and was not burned to death on the spot, his internal organs were seriously damaged and nearly cooked. He suffered from high fevers and pus due to inflammation on the way and did not survive the journey. As Xia Qingxin's widow, Tu Meyer naturally put on a good show, expressing deep feelings of wanting to avenge him. She depicted Xia Qingxin as a ruthless criminal who sought love but was denied, firmly establishing a deep, emotional persona for herself. The other classmates were all accomplices, unable to bear the shared guilt of murder, and chose to remain silent. As for those righteous classmates, they encountered various accidents along the way and were eliminated. Absorb, absorb, absorb. Tu Meyer could not hold back and spat out a mouthful of blood. Doctor! The guards immediately shouted, and a healing ability user waiting outside rushed in. Qu'il faut casting spell ont meilleur. A white light surged into her body, alleviating the pain of her nearly bursting chest. The healer spoke in a dialect that Tu Meyer found somewhat confusing, causing her a headache. The doctor instructed her not to absorb any more crystal cores for the next 3 days and to exercise to prevent bursting. The guards acted as translators. They were using the Snow-Witch language, which was fundamentally different from Mandarin, making it impossible to understand without translation. No, I want to become stronger. I want to save more people, Tu Meyer insisted, forcing her discomfort and using a tone that even she found nauseating to act out. Although her appearance was ugly, the naive guards genuinely believed her. The saintess is selfless but prioritizes the greater good. The two exchanged a few more words when there was a knock at the door. A group of elderly women arrived, bringing a large number of grandchildren to thank the saintess. The elderly woman, over 90 years old, had wrinkles that could squash a mosquito and walked unsteadily, needing her eldest grandson to support her to stand. Nevertheless, she managed to come to Tu Meyer and express her gratitude. The whole family, nearly 50 people, bowed respectfully, chattering away and even kneeling before Tu Meyer. You don't have to. Please get up. It's what I should do. Tu Meyer hurriedly put on her hat to cover her head and face and helped the elderly woman up. However, the woman would not rise and instead deeply bowed. Not just her, many more people came from elsewhere to express their gratitude to Tu Meyer. This made Tu Meyer feel both vain and proud, wishing they would bump their heads in worship while she pretended to be concerned. It was all thanks to Xia Qingxin and also a downfall caused by her. The ability she snatched from Xia Qingxin's small wooden house had now elevated Tu Meyer to the high position of a saintess, receiving worship and gratitude from thousands. What would Xia Qingxin think if she saw this? Tu Meyer was now at the peak of level 4. The small wooden house was no longer in the shape of a house. Looking around, the small wooden house extended for miles, becoming a fortress-like castle and a temple. It welcomed the 10,000 people rushing from the snowy plains, with fires burning continually, impervious to the cold. The small wooden house. Oh no! Every building in the Snow Dragon base was Tu Meyer herself. Chapter 102. The true and false saintess on the vast snowy plains, a blizzard rages. Although the Snow-Witch tribe, who worship the god of blizzards, wear thick clothing and have several sheepskin coats each, they are still mere mortals. Unable to withstand the sub-zero temperatures, countless lives are lost whenever the extreme cold season arrives. The tribe members die one after another, their cries echoing through the skies. The Snow-Witch tribe is closely knit, united in love, and they treat every member as their own brothers and sisters. Whenever someone freezes to death, waves of suicides erupt. This has become a headache for the people in the temple, who can only kneel day and night, praying for divine mercy. At the forefront is the Great Witch, the closest being to the divine, both a son of God and a divine messenger. The pressure falls heavily on Xia. However, Xia remains unhurried. Every time he sees a dead body, he simply murmurs a few words of compassion, as if he is fully composed. This leaves the other divine messengers hesitant. Xia is the most powerful great witch in 300 years, undeniably crushing all witch god candidates and successfully obtaining the inheritance of the snow god. At the age of 5, he was thrown into the Holy Land, surviving in the Great Rift for 10 years. While other witch god candidates perished, only Xia survived. The day he climbed out of the Great Rift, not only did his originally black hair turn snow white, but his eyes also cracked open, becoming four-eyed. No one knows what Xia did down there. Yet every time livestock goes missing, as long as Xia points in a direction, they can always find it. Not only does he have an exceptional knack for locating resources, but he can even see the past and the future. Whoever committed murder, whoever did something wrong, whoever has a guilty conscience can be revealed one by one. His dual pupils seem to see through all the secrets in people's hearts, making them unable to look directly at him or ponder deeply. In any case, every decision made by Xia is correct. Every step is perfect to the extreme. Even he himself is devoid of desires, appearing as perfect as a doll. In short, the elders dare not usurp power or contradict Xia's opinions. Xia is too eerie, too uncanny, as if he possesses mind-reading abilities, before they could even plot to seize power. The elders were dealt with by Xia after he spread a rumor to create chaos. Although Xia always presents an image of compassion, beneath that compassionate gaze lies emptiness. When it comes to those closest to him, he gives orders to kill without hesitation. Under Xia's iron-fisted decision, the snowy plains are crazily slaughtering zombies. All the crystal cores are harvested and transported back to the temple, piling up into a hill. Not only are they killing zombies, but they are also frantically recruiting supernatural beings, gathering the scattered residents of the snowy plains. Both people and resources are moved into the temple. Although the temple is large, it cannot accommodate that many people. The Snow Witch tribe has a population of 10 million. The temple can only support 100,000. If they want to support more, they must expand, but the speed of expansion cannot keep up with the influx of population. The old divine messengers are pulling their beards in frustration. If it weren't for Xia using his foresight ability to bring in a large batch of supplies, many would have starved to death by now. But even if the food problem is resolved, what about housing? Just when the temple was about to be overcrowded, the rescue team finally returned, reporting to the Great Witch. The people have been successfully rescued. The rescue team was sent out by Xia a week before the apocalypse broke out. Now they have finally returned with people. Very good. When his nephew died, Xia showed no expression, only ordering the body to be taken away and cremated. However, he paid special attention to his nephew's wife. Not only did he gather all the healing supernatural beings to treat To, but he also directed resources heavily in her favor. Food, water, medicine, and clothing were all the best. Moreover, the day after To entered, he directly announced a grand ceremony, declaring To to be the saintess. This move caught everyone off guard. But soon, To demonstrated her abilities. The small wooden house could block the wind and snow, serving as an absolutely safe fortress, even able to withstand the extreme cold season. As long as people lived inside, they need not fear their family members freezing to death. It caused a sensation. With Xia's prophecy, To became a noble saintess in just one day, enjoying the love and worship of thousands, becoming a great saint who would save countless lives. To did not understand the Snow Witch prophecies that Xia babbled about. She could only tug at her guard's clothing to get a translation. The main idea was already clear. It was impossible to rescue Yu Fifan from 1,000 miles away. When Xia was chosen as a witch god candidate, he had already severed all ties, completely removed from the family, and pledged his loyalty to the snow god. Rescuing Yu Fifan was just a side note. Whether he was dead or alive was irrelevant. The key was to find Yu Fifan's girlfriend. The lotus pattern on the divine lotus symbolizes countless merits, protection, and blessings, passing on the fire to the people. That is the goddess in Xia's prophecy who would end the extreme cold. Upon hearing the first line, To eyelids began to twitch violently. Tu is indeed Yu Fifan's girlfriend. However, the prophecy did not specify whether it was the ex-girlfriend or the current girlfriend. 2 does have a lotus tattoo. But coincidentally, not only was her boyfriend taken from her, but even this lotus tattoo was also taken from her. It was only after receiving the ancestral necklace from Xia Qingxin that 2 gained the ability of the small wooden house and the lotus tattoo. Oh, and that boyfriend she took. Compared to 2, Xia Qingxin is more like the legendary. 2's expression twisted for a long time. And a few days later, those classmates who had come with 2 began to have accidents in succession. Some went missing, while others died. The informed parties were all dead, and 2 still could not put her mind at ease. She constantly sold her misfortunes, taking advantage of Xia Qingxin's absence to smear her image, pouring layer after layer of filth upon her, even spreading yellow rumors. Particularly enjoying using the mouths of those worshippers to spread rumors. This caused Xia Qingxin's reputation to become foul and notorious, reaching the point where everyone wanted her dead. The Snow Witch tribe is united, but perhaps due to their isolation from the world, they are somewhat foolish and futile. 2 slightly instigated them, and they became furious, picking up hoes in front of her, vowing to eliminate Xia Qingxin without delay. 2's cold shelter base saved many people, preventing the deaths of elderly, children, or partners in their homes. They were all grateful and naturally despised Xia Qingxin, the evil woman. Through 2's relentless efforts, her face surprisingly became her weapon. Any Snow Witch tribe survivor who saw her would associate her with that evil woman, wanting to kill her. Although Xia Qingxin was on the brink of death at the time, 2 did not see Xia Qingxin's corpse, so she had to make more plans. After all, this was no longer just a matter of stealing a man. It directly related to 2's status and life. Only one of Xia Qingxin and 2 could survive. If others found out that 2 was a false saintess and that her abilities were even stolen from Xia Qingxin, 2 would definitely be torn apart by the enraged Snow Witch tribe. But it was better to completely turn Xia Qingxin into a counterfeit, using their hands to kill Xia Qingxin. As she stroked her cheek, rough and terrifying, 2's resentment was about to solidify into substance, dripping into venom. Searching. Not only was Xia Qingxin searching for 2 but every Snow Witch tribe survivor going out to gather resources was also searching for Xia Qingxin. Chapter 103 Mutual Pursuit. In the end, it was Xia Qingxin who heard the wind first. The underground city had too many people. As long as they were human, they liked to come here to stock up. Even if they only carried a bag of potatoes, it was enough to last a long time. Not to mention, there were healing potions as well. It was hard to refuse, simply impossible to refuse. The underground city was undergoing a major upgrade, thanks to Xia Qingxin setting up more than a dozen teleportation points along the way. The flow of people was immense, and the crystal cores were abundant. The underground city was nearly overwhelmed, with the vending machines struggling to keep up. As soon as items were restocked, they were bought out immediately. The underground city seemed to have been plundered by bandits, with people packed so tightly that one could almost float in the air without walking, a ridiculous sight. Fortunately, the congestion only lasted a few days. Those people brought a massive amount of crystal cores, directly upgrading the underground city to level 6. It jumped several levels, reaching level 6 directly. The underground city had truly become a city now, capable of accommodating 5 million people at the same time. The planting caves also unlocked thousands of acres of fertile land, along with machine planting. Xia Qingxin was now quite impressive, with a warehouse full of 1 million crystal cores. She absorbed them without any hesitation. She had reached the peak of level 5. She was just one step away from breaking through to level 6. However, to get there, she needed to have an epiphany. Perhaps a battle could lead to a breakthrough, or it might take 10 years. Or maybe she would wake up one day as a level 6. This was akin to cultivating immortality, quite mysterious indeed. Her family had also been found, and Xia Qingxin's level had risen, leading her to issue a missing person notice. A bounty for 2. There was no photo of 2, only a simple sketch. Even if they put up 2's photo, others wouldn't recognize her. Xia Qingxin's flames were not to be taken lightly. Unless 2 could cool down crazily during the critical hour of being burned, encountering a professional doctor or a healing ability user, she would not be able to preserve her appearance. Unfortunately, among so many classmates, there wasn't a single doctor or healing ability user. If that critical hour was missed, her skin would be wrinkled, and even if a healing ability user was found later, her face would be beyond saving. It was a pity that Tu Meyer was so decisive. She had previously been madly in love with Yufifan, doing anything for love, even taking someone else's boyfriend. When danger struck, she directly used Yufifan, that scumbag, as a shield. Xia Qingxin didn't feel sorry for the scumbag. On the contrary, she hoped he would die. But the scumbag was a stone armor ability user, blocking most of the damage, preventing Xia Qingxin from killing Tu Meyer. If it weren't for Xia Hua's rescue, Xia Qingxin would have been dead without taking anyone down with her. This grudge, no matter what, Xia Qingxin could not swallow. So she posted a wanted notice, offering a bounty of 100,000 crystal cores for Tu Meyer. 100,000 crystal cores. The survivors swallowed hard, paying close attention. Tu Meyer, female, severe facial burns. Wooden cabin ability user, able to create a wooden cabin to withstand the cold, possibly accompanied by a male who is also burned, with a lotus tattoo on his collarbone. This wanted notice had been up for several months, until a group of survivors arrived from the north, which finally made some progress. Xia Qingxin had now set up more than 20 teleportation points, and the small team entered through the northernmost teleportation point. The team was small, about 100 people, dressed in tattered rags, much like refugees. In fact, they were indeed refugees. The leader was named Mozaduo, who came from a region adjacent to the snow plains. He looked to be in his 30s, but was hunched over from hunger. Upon entering the underground city, he immediately started eating, as if he hadn't eaten in 8 lifetimes. Even when he reached Xia Qingxin's office, he was still shamelessly devouring the fruit platter, stuffing his mouth while holding more in his hands. If no one was watching, he might have stuffed some in his pockets. Xia Qingxin did not mock him. Instead, she ordered her subordinates to bring out more snacks. Anyone who could starve to such a state in a post-apocalyptic icy world was basically someone who didn't eat human flesh. After all, there were plenty of frozen corpses on the ground, and one could find meat by digging through the snow in any residential building. He was a person of strong will. Although Xia Qingxin was inherently evil, she still respected those who adhered to rules. Mozaduo was also from a minority group. Although he didn't look as gentle as the locals, he was indeed a citizen of the country, and his name translated to resilient wild grass. Mozaduo awkwardly wiped the crumbs off his face, feeling a bit embarrassed. City Lord, will you really give 100,000 crystal cores? Mozaduo spoke with a bit of an accent. It sounded strange, but at least it was understandable if he spoke slowly. No, you will only receive 100,000 crystal cores if you capture her and bring her to me. However, if you provide credible information that is verified, you will receive a reward of 10,000 crystal cores. Capturing someone is completely different from chasing after rumors. Xia Qingxin couldn't just give someone money because they claimed to know where she was. 100,000 had to be earned by capturing her first. That's fine, even 10,000 is good. 10,000 is fine. Upon hearing Xia Qingxin say this, Mozaduo let out a huge sigh of relief. The bounty had promised too many crystal cores, and he had been anxious, thinking it was a scam. If Xia Qingxin had immediately agreed, he would have suspected her intentions. Now that she had laid out precise conditions, it reaffirmed that it was indeed true. Xia Qingxin raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised by Mozaduo's reaction. The difference between 100,000 and 10,000 was not trivial. A normal person would surely make an effort to capture that remaining 90,000 crystal cores. Yet, Mozaduo didn't hesitate at all, directly opting for 10,000. Perhaps this was a bit tricky. Xia Qingxin's ominous premonition came true. To tell you the truth, I actually haven't really seen that girl. But I have heard of her. It matches perfectly, and your name is also correct. They're looking for you everywhere. Mozaduo was afraid Xia Qingxin wouldn't believe him, so he hurriedly gestured. Although he spoke in a tangled manner, he managed to clarify things. Mozaduo came from a province below the snow plains, which was similar to other places. Although the extreme cold killed people every day, it was still barely survivable. But who knew that Xia had sent people down from the snow plains? A large group of bandits swept through every city, looting madly. It seemed they had some kind of X-ray vision, targeting wherever they wanted: supermarkets, warehouses, rice factories, granaries, all emptied. Schwescher's miraculous ability was all used for this. Each city and province was frantically plundered, targeting their goals, and after robbing, they would run. They had stockpiled food, leaving others pitifully without even the last bit of supplies. With famine looming in the base, people were left to either scavenge frozen meat or wait to die. Mozaduo had no choice but to grit his teeth and lead a village south, searching for a way out in other provinces. By chance, he encountered Xia Qingxin and spilled everything out. Schwescher had used 15 years of unbeatable foresight, along with Tu Meyer, the newly arrived saintess, and the rampaging Snow Witch tribe. In fact, Tu Meyer's pursuit of Xia Qingxin started even earlier than Xia Qingxin's own. Chapter 104. Going to see the snow god statue, Xia Qingxin's mouth twitched, especially after hearing Tu Meyer's slander. Xia Qingxin was accused of repeatedly trying to seduce Yu Fifan, which led to a deep hatred and ultimately resulted in her taking drastic actions against the two, setting them on fire. Yu Fifan even jumped in to save his lover, creating a shocking love story. During this time, there were also various small stories about Xia Qingxin being two-timed, cheating on honest people, relying on wealthy sponsors, lacking self-respect, and bullying girls. If it weren't for Xia Qingxin being the real person involved, she might have almost believed it. Fraud. Stinky liar, slandering Qingxin. Snowball was about to explode with anger. Flailing about in Xia Qingxin's consciousness, its fur bristling, wishing it could bite Tu Meyer on the spot. Its limited vocabulary only allowed it to repeat insults like fraud, bad guy, and fool. These were all claims made by those from the Snow Witch tribe, but they had nothing to do with me. Mozhadatu raised his hands to his head, looking innocent, completely unwilling to bear the brunt of Xia Qingxin's anger. He was afraid that his crystal core would be ruined. Mozhadatu had already disclosed everything he knew, and there was nothing more to say. Tu Meyer and Schwescher both lived on the snowfield, right in the center, protected by all the ability users, and they rarely left the snowfield. Mozhadatu had no way to meet either of them, and the information he obtained was all disclosed by other survivors of the Snow Witch tribe during resource raids. Thanks to Tu Meyer's brainwashing, those from the Snow Witch tribe despised Xia Qingxin, and during the resource raids, they would ask other survivors if they had seen a woman with half an ear missing, threatening to kill her. They even wanted to kill anyone who looked similar. Mozhadatu's sister had also lost an ear to frostbite and almost got falsely accused and beaten to death, so he remembered this matter very clearly. Fortunately, since her other features didn't team match, his sister was able to survive. Because of this, Mozhadatu hated those people from the snowfield deeply. They not only robbed food, but also wanted to capture his sister and kill her. Who wouldn't he hate that? So when he saw the wanted notice, he immediately went to complain to Xia Qingxin. I understand, you go back and wait for news. After verification, I will give you 10,000 crystal cores. In reality, it likely didn't need verification. This incident was too much like Tu Meyer's style. She had previously spread yellow rumors to seize Yu Fifan, claiming Xia Qingxin was selling herself and had gotten into a middle-aged man's car. It was spread with vivid details, and later, other men provoked Xia Qingxin directly, which was how she found out about it. Xia Qingxin didn't tolerate it at all and slapped them, directly calling the police. It wasn't until she caught Tu Meyer and threatened to sue her for defamation that Tu Meyer panicked. But it was too bad. Xia Qingxin was a student, and Tu Meyer was also at school. When the school intervened to prevent the matter from escalating under intense pressure, Tu Meyer was given a serious reprimand and had to apologize to Xia Qingxin, and the whole incident was lightly resolved. Now, Tu Meyer was playing the same trick again, and she had learned to be more insidious, portraying herself as a victim, mixing truth and lies. She first established herself as a victim and smeared Xia Qingxin thoroughly. Once Xia Qingxin found out, there was no way to clear her name. Even if she explained, those people wouldn't listen. They only believed what they wanted to believe. Moreover, Tu Meyer had utilitarian value. She could save their lives, binding their interests together. Xia Qingxin, who wanted to turn the tables, naturally became the villain. As for the truth, did it matter? Tu Meyer, you're really lucky. At school, you have the school protecting you. In the apocalypse, You even have the Snow-Witch tribe safeguarding you. Xia Qingxin didn't know much about this tribe, but even the little she knew was enough to understand that they were formidable. With a population of 10 million, they protect their own and believe in their god. Especially this belief. Those who believe to the point of madness have abnormal minds, and it's no surprise what they do. Now, Tu Mayor had become a saintess. Ugh. This is even harder to deal with in the school. At least the school wouldn't send human bombs to assassinate Xia Qingxin. But if Xia Qingxin dared to kill the saintess, those guys would definitely want her dead. In any case, let us try it. After all, Xia Qingxin couldn't swallow this anger. Bian Hongyu was crying out in pain. His body hurt, and not moving hurt even more. Every inch of his cells felt like they were being torn apart, making his face contort with agony, tears streaming down his face. If there were a pill for regret, Bian Hongyu definitely wouldn't choose the immortality pill again. The side effects were starting to show. Bian Hongyu began to undergo a transformation. It wasn't shedding skin, but shedding humanity. All the bones, flesh, skin, and blood in his body were being completely renewed, growing new flesh. Bian Hongyu rolled on the ground in pain, nearly staining the floor red. Don't shout. Save your strength for the transformation. Just hold on for another half an hour, and it'll be fine. Yuanxin stood there unbothered, not even glancing at the bloodied person rolling on the ground, instead focusing intently on the book. Yuanxin was relieved, but not entirely free. He didn't need to worry about the fields anymore. There were machines for that. Yuanxin only needed to give orders and monitor the developments. He didn't have to do the hard labor anymore. But Xia Qingxin kept throwing people at Yuanxin. At first, it was just a few slave colleagues. Now it was getting more excessive, with cousins, parents, and even that group of bodyguards led by Wu Winley being shoved in his direction. Yuanxin not only had to create a weight loss program for the chubby young man, but also had to worry about the elderly fitness of Xia's parents. At the same time, he had to train those female bodyguards in self-defense techniques and combat skills. Running, using knives, practicing Tai Chi, and even dealing with a half-dead one. I want a raise. I deserve it. Nian Wanhui helplessly complained, which shouldn't have received a response. All right, how about I give you 3,000 crystal cores? Xia Qingxin's voice suddenly rang out behind him. Are you that kind-hearted? Yuanxin stiffened, a bad premonition creeping in. I've always been a compassionate landlord for the slaves. Xia Qingxin argued back with confidence. Xiaoyu has quite a talent. He is already at level 2. Do you think that if I keep feeding him crystal cores, he can reach level 3 within a month? The ominous feeling intensified. What are you planning to do? I'm not planning anything. It's just that you've been with me for almost half a year, and we haven't had a team-building activity yet. Let us go on a trip. All expenses paid. Yuanxin thought for a moment, assuming Xia Qingxin wanted to explore a new map again. The underground city had no specific location. To enter, one could only do so through teleportation points. And the teleportation points had to be installed while the person was on the surface. Expanding territory was normal. All right, where to? Refusing was useless. Yuanxin had already surrendered, indifferently sipping tea from his thermos. Let us go to the snowfield to see the snow god statue. Cough, cough, cough. What did you say? Where to? Yuanxin was choked by the tea, incredulously asking again. To see the snow god statue, Xia Qingxin said with confidence, as if she were casually referring to a convenience store 400 meters away, not a snowfield 4,000 kilometers away. Chapter 105. Journey again. It took Mo and the others 5 months to reach Xia Qingxin's hometown. Thanks to the mutated Tibetan Mastiffs at home who helped pull the cart, along with wind, space, and ice ability users who made the journey much faster. For Xia Qingxin and her companions, they naturally didn't need that long. However, 4,000 miles would still take over a month, even at a hurried pace. If they encountered a storm along the way, it could take 2 months. It was a long distance. Did this team-building trip really have to happen? Yuanxin was completely resistant to it. Yes, it was mandatory. There was no need to rush this time. Spending 2 or 3 months on the road was acceptable. So, Xia Qingxin directly kicked Gao Beiying and his companion out and replaced them with new candidates. After all, what she initially told Gao Beiying was that they were just there to escort her home, and once the transaction was complete, the slave contract would no longer be in effect. Since they had to rely on Yuanxin at that time, they had to make do. Now that she had better backup, How could she let go? Yuan Xin had power abilities and was strong in close combat, having reached the second level as an ability user in the beginning. After half a year of good food and intensive farming with Xia Qingxin, constantly using his abilities, he surprisingly reached level 4 without consuming any crystal cores. His talent was evident. If it weren't for the fact that his ability type consumed too much, Xia Qingxin would have poured crystal cores into him. The abilities of the big fat guy were also suitable for ambushes. The sludge monster, although weak in combat, could sneak into the temple and quietly slit Tu Meyer's throat. Guan Xiaodong and Guan Xiaoxi had even better abilities and could poison others. Fang Tianguang's lightning abilities could stun a person. Even if only for a few seconds, it would be enough for Xia Qingxin to turn them to ashes. Plus, there was her cousin's immortality and Wu Wenli's hypnosis, which were very suitable for espionage and infiltrating enemy territory. Liao Lingbao's wind abilities could also cut someone's throat from a distance. Forget it. This was too dangerous. Killing 7 in and 7 out among 10 million survivors was risky no matter how you looked at it. It was better not to drag the Liao Lingbao sisters into this mess. After all, she had called Xia Qingxin her boss for so many years. If they wanted to do it, they could go ahead. Xia Qingxin went to inform her parents, Xia Fu and Xia Mu, and prepared to set off. Of course, she didn't say much, just that she was going to open a teleportation point. This was a good thing. It could save more people. Although Xia Fu and Xia Mu hesitated for a moment, they agreed. Qingqing was doing something big. Xia Mu, although reluctant, was still proud of her daughter. Mom and Dad, why don't you just stay in the planting cave and not come out? Isn't the underground city nice? Why do you have to go outside? Xia Qingxin had already bought a villa for her parents on this side of the planting cave. All modern facilities were arranged, comfortable and with suitable temperature control, and they could also grow some flowers and plants. Xia Fu and Xia Mu wouldn't need to work. They just needed to eat, drink, wander around the underground city, shop, and enjoy hot springs. If they were really too bored, they could find a piece of land to play with or raise a few pets. No, I have a mahjong game scheduled with my old sisters this afternoon, in the giant cedar base. Xia Mu's old friends didn't have money to come to the underground city every day. They could only take advantage of 1 hour of free time each day. But when they came, they didn't play with Xia Mu. Every minute was precious, so they had to hurry up and eat and drink. Those people were living poorly, and Xia Mu was soft-hearted. She couldn't just send money directly, or she'd be taken as a fool. So she secretly arranged mahjong games with her friends, occasionally losing a little. Xia Qingxin gave her parents some pocket money. The little bit that Xia Mu revealed was enough for those friends to eat well. She knew Xia Mu had good intentions, but this kind of friendship would eventually deteriorate. Xia Qingxin didn't stop it. She just accepted it. Using a little benefit to let Xia Mu see their true colors was fine. If things went wrong, Xia Qingxin would take responsibility. Xia Mu wasn't a saint. Having been taken advantage of before, she wouldn't do it again. A little crystal core, Xia Qingxin let Xia Mu spend it as a lesson. After all, with Xia Fu watching, they wouldn't be bullied. Xia Qingxin had no choice but to have Wu Wenli arrange for a few more ability users to protect Xia Mu. And she also reminded the base leader of the giant cedar base. Only then did she reluctantly prepare to leave. Go on, what are you afraid of? Can't you come back to the underground city anytime? Crying goodbye was too dramatic. As the city lord, Xia Qingxin could return to her half-body with just a thought. She could meet them in the underground city right after leaving. There was no need to cry. Xia Mu treated it as if Xia Qingxin had gone to work. She returned home on time for 3 meals a day and went to bed every night. There was no feeling of a long journey at all. All right, make a big plate of chicken for lunch and put in more potatoes. Xia Qingxin waved her hand and led a group of people away. Xia Qingxin, Nian Wanwei, Yuan Xin, Guan Xiaodong, Guan Xiaoxi siblings, and Bian Hongyu. Wu, why do I have to go too? Bian Hongyu wore a golden bracelet, losing all freedom. But there was no choice. He had to become Xia Qingxin's slave. Only by becoming part of Xia Qingxin could he enter the underground city anytime. Otherwise, he would have to wait until reaching the teleportation point to enter the underground city, which was not as convenient as entering anytime. Stop crying, little brother. Soft rice isn't that easy to eat. Hurry up, let's walk a little less today. Just 20 kilometers will do. To take care of Guan Xiaodong and Guan Xiaoxi, Xia Qingxin specially shortened the distance. Usually, it was 30 kilometers. Bien Hongyu screamed, but in the end, he still dragged his heavy steps to keep up. The Guan siblings curiously looked around, checking everything out with wide eyes, filled with novelty. Guan Xiaodong had originally been a beastified chameleon and couldn't control it, so he had to remain in beast form. However, after leveling up to a third-level ability user, he could finally control it freely. The scales shed, revealing a chubby little face, making her look like a very pretty girl. Guan Xiaoxi's previously sunken face, which had been hungry, was now plump and full of baby fat, thanks to Li Xianghong's feeding. The twin siblings looked very similar, giving a festive impression. Yuanxin pulled out a bag of milk candies from his pocket and sweetened the mouths of the twins. "Thank you, brother." They thanked him in unison, happily enjoying the milk candies, completely unaware of the tragic fate that awaited them. Let's walk 20 kilometers. This was not easy even for adults, let alone for the little short-legged children. But there was no other way. Perhaps it was because the chameleon's invisible and soundless abilities were too overpowered. Or perhaps Guan Xiaodong and Guan Xiaoxi lacked strong talent. They were stuck at level 3, unable to progress. No matter how much Xia Qingxin smashed crystal cores at them, it didn't work. They needed external stimulation to break through. With no other choice, Xia Qingxin had to let the two children out from the space. Taking them out for some training might just lead to a breakthrough. Just as the 6 of them had walked 2 miles, a loud shout suddenly came from behind. "Wait for me. Where are you going? Why didn't you take us?" It turned out to be Liao Lingbao and Gao Beiying, who had chased after them with large backpacks. Chapter 106. Four-eyed brat, you bastards. Did you sneak away without calling me? Are we not sisters anymore? Liao Lingbao rushed over, light as a swallow, her footsteps swift. It was definitely a swift movement. This guy had attached wind-type abilities to her legs, making her almost fly, significantly increasing her speed. "Liao Lingbao, are you going crazy too?" "Gao Beiying, you should know what I'm planning." Gao Beiying tightened her grip on the sword in her hand. She had seen the bounty notice released by Xia Qingxin. Although it was taken down after just a month, the bounty crystal core was as high as 100,000. How could Gao Beiying not notice it? Its sudden removal indicated that Xia Qingxin, that black-hearted fox, had found her target and was preparing to strike back. Following Xia Qingxin was likely to be very dangerous. Both Gao Beiying and Liao Lingbao were well aware of this. "I don't know what happened between you and Tu Meyer, but I know you must have suffered greatly. Since you caused my boss to suffer, of course, I have to help." Ever since Liao Lingbao learned about Xia Qingxin's good intentions, she had called her boss. In fact, Xia Qingxin had never mistreated them. She had even treated them very well, being a true big sister. Despite the talk of a slave contract, she had never used it once. Gao Beiying's role as a bodyguard was merely a title. Who was protecting whom? Moreover, she had even allowed Liao Lingbao to gain abilities. This was a tangible benefit, something that many people would break their heads to find, and it was right in front of them. Xia Qingxin stared at her, saying nothing. However, Liao Lingbao met her gaze and locked eyes with her. "That golden bracelet, let me wear it too." Liao Lingbao couldn't possibly not know what the golden bracelet meant. It would mean losing her freedom, becoming Xia Qingxin's slave. Yet she still spoke up. That was submission, a surrender of body and mind. After so many days together, even if the childhood version of her boss could not return, the current boss still made Liao Lingbao surrender, and she even liked her more than before, even if it could lead to death. Wealth and danger go hand in hand. With such a big thigh like my boss, how can I not hold on? Seeing Xia Qingxin take out the slave ring, Liao Lingbao snatched it, slapping it onto her wrist with a paw. It was both emotional and beneficial. Following Xia Qingxin meant eating 9 meals a day. All right, don't regret it. The team now had 2 more members as they marched towards the snowfield. Great Witch. The Saintess requests an audience. Someone knocked on the door and delivered the message. Refused. Xueshi, dressed in white with white hair, had her eyes closed. Even with her eyes shut, she seemed to identify objects as she painted on paper. The painting had no color, only lines. Chaotic and frenzied lines intertwined. And looking at it too long would evoke a sense of endless confusion, as if one's soul were being drawn in. The person did not dare to look longer, only lowering their head and forcing themselves to say another sentence. But the Saintess has been fasting for 3 days, and if this continues, the Saintess was willful. She appeared obedient and kind to the people, but was not enough in front of the group in the temple. After months of observing Xia attitude and understanding her own worth, the saintess crazily begged Xia to find someone for her. Who to find? Naturally, it was that vicious woman who caused her to be disfigured and killed Xia. Xia repeatedly refused. However, Meyer was determined, throwing tantrums, screaming, and even cutting her wrist or secretly digging a big hole. Foolish woman. If it weren't for the fact that Shuilong Base couldn't do without this large safe house, I would have killed her already. But now is not the time. There's even no better alternative. Meyer's ability, the little wooden house, had great potential. Level 4 was equivalent to a city, capable of sheltering hundreds of thousands of people from blizzards and extreme cold. It was a unique and irreplaceable existence, which became the basis for Meyer's arrogance, threatening Xia with her life. Xia sighed lightly. Let her in. If she didn't allow it, Meyer would definitely make a scene. Understood. The messenger quickly left and soon returned, carrying a weak woman inside. Meyer was starving, truly starving, her lips cracked and bleeding. Seeing that Xia agreed, she eagerly gulped down 2 full cups of water. Meyer drank hastily, her body unable to control its pace due to dehydration. It wasn't until the bottom of the 2 full cups was reached and she felt nauseous that she finally stopped. Great Witch, I beg you help me find Xia Qingxin. I want to take revenge for my boyfriend. Xia had her back turned to Meyer, completely unwilling to look at her ugly state. Everyone else had withdrawn, leaving only the 2 in the temple. Meyer forced herself to hold back her body, squeezing out a few tears, her face filled with sorrow, as if she still had not walked out from the shadow of her boyfriend's death. Great Witch, I can't swallow this anger. Even if I'm disfigured, it doesn't matter, but Xia is your own nephew. He died, burned alive by Xia Qingxin, suffering for a whole week on the road. His body was rotting and oozing pus, repeatedly having fevers. Do you know what he was mumbling in his last moments? When he was burning and delirious, he was still calling for his parents and you, his uncle. But Meyer forcefully played the sympathy card, trying to awaken Xia's unclely love, acting as if she were the main character in a tragic drama, determined to take revenge for her boyfriend's gruesome death. This reason was simply perfect. Moreover, the deceased was also Xia's uncle, the ruler of the entire Shuilong Base. As long as he was willing, he could easily crush that bitch Xia Qingxin. A flash of resentment crossed Meyer's face, and her cries grew louder, even turning hoarse. If there were others present, they would certainly not suspect anything. No, Xia flatly refused. A single punch made Meyer almost forget her lines. Meyer was preparing to act again when she saw Xia turn around. Xia's skin was snow white, her black hair and eyebrows faded in color, becoming as clear and flawless as snow, without a hint of flaw. She seemed like a beauty formed from ice and snow. Yet Meyer felt an overwhelming fear. As Xia slowly opened her tightly shut eyes, the beautiful atmosphere shattered instantly. 2 eyes for pupils. The whites of her eyes had completely turned black, while the pupils were snow white with a hint of blue. Upon opening, the 4 pupils looked in different directions, spinning restlessly. The black sclera and white pupils, all looking around simultaneously. Those who didn't know would think there were 4 bugs inside her eyeballs. Meyer did not dare to meet her gaze, but then, those 4 pupils, after a moment of spinning, all turned to look at her. Chapter 107. The intent to kill in both directions. The 4 pairs of eyes met. Oh no, it should be 6 pairs of eyes facing each other. The moment their gazes intersected, Meyer lost all her strength. The pure white pupils seemed to pierce through her soul, tearing away all her clothes and stripping her of every cover, revealing the truth she desperately tried to hide. This feeling was even more exhilarating than running naked in public. No matter how many times she had rehearsed her lines and backup plans, they all vanished from her mind, leaving only the thought of escaping this place. Meyer couldn't hold on any longer. Her biological instincts made her retreat. But this was noticed by Xia. Xia closed his eyes. The suffocating pressure faded away. The feeling of being thoroughly scrutinized came quickly and left just as fast. But the cold sweat on Meyer's back was undeniably real. Great Witch. Meyer still wanted to make an effort. Having taken someone else's fate, She shouldn't push others to the brink of death. Xia remained silent, but when he finally spoke, he scared Tu Meyer to the point of cardiac arrest. He knew. He knew. Panic couldn't conceal itself. The color drained from Tu Meyer's face. Go back, Saintess. Xia said something, but Tu Meyer could barely hear it. She didn't even realize she was being carried back to her room, lost in a frenzy of recalling everything that just happened. The Great Witch had a pair of eyes that could see through the past and future. This was something the Xia Witch clan often said, repeating it as a sincere prayer and belief. Previously, Tu Meyer had always scoffed at it. Those who believed in gods were all superstitious, exaggerating their contributions to the heavens, wishing all the benefits in the world came from the divine. Tu Meyer had thought Xia was just another charlatan. As for the resources he pointed out, perhaps they were just some sort of spatial ability. But experiencing it firsthand, Tu Meyer realized how terribly wrong she was. How could he know? How could he possibly know? The biggest secret was out, and Tu Meyer was restless, nervously biting her nails. Did he know I'm a false saintess? Did he know this was taken from Xia Qingxin? Then he must know. Did I also kill you Fifin and those followers? Tu meilleur fronticali recalde. But no matter how she looked at Xue's expressionless face, she couldn't detect a hint of resentment. It's fine, he finally said. I'm the saintess. I am the saintess. Yes, I am a saintess. Xue's attitude had become very clear. He was only advising Tu Meyer not to pursue revenge against the victim and to let the matter go. Let it go, erase it with a stroke. Don't cause her trouble? How could that be possible? That damned woman deserves to die. Tu Meyer's fingers were already bitten to the point of being bloodied, and now she was frantically covering her pockmarked face. The blood from her fingers smeared across her face, filling in one or two of the small pits. It's all her fault that I'm neither human nor ghost. Why should she get to let it go while I can't take revenge? It's not fair. This is unfair. This figurement is a significant blow to anyone, especially one that looks like this, one eye blind, the nose melted to expose two nostrils, half the lips gone, capable of scaring two people to death at night. Tu Meyer, who usually loved beauty, was now on the verge of a breakdown at the sight of a mirror. Let her go? Impossible. Tu Meyer was fixated on her face, never mentioning her initial intention to turn Xia Qingxin into a zombie. Tu Meyer vented her frustrations by smashing everything in the room. Until she was exhausted, she collapsed onto the bed, covering her face and crying uncontrollably. If you want to help me, I'll do it myself. Xia Qingxin, you deserve to die. Xia Qingxin, you deserve to die. Xia Qingxin, you deserve to die. Achoo! Xia Qingxin suddenly sneezed. What is wrong? Caught a cold. Bien Hongyu said as he handed Xia Qingxin a thermos. The water inside the thermos was still warm, and it contained milk tea instead of tea. Xia Qingxin accepted it without hesitation and took a big sip. No, maybe someone was talking bad about me. Xia Qingxin didn't care at all. Coincidentally, it wasn't just Tu Meyer who wanted to kill Xia Qingxin. Xia Qingxin was also thinking about Tu Meyer's life. Even if it was 1,000 miles away, she would still rush to confront her. A knife from 1,000 miles away, a small gift with great sentiment. There were 8 people in the group, and with kids included, their pace was definitely not as fast as when there were only 3. But fortunately, they didn't have to worry about luggage. With Xia Qingxin around, they could restock anytime. The 8 of them only needed to focus on the journey, provoking zombies along the way to increase their combat experience. The 2 kids, Guan Xiaodong and Guan Xiaoxi, were especially focused on training. They constantly threw things in front of zombies, hoping that the life and death crisis would help them level up. Although it was a bit lively, their pace was still not slow. In a month, they had already covered half the distance. Not to mention how many shoes were worn out and how exhausted everyone was. The results were quite remarkable. If anyone wanted to slack off, they could, but they were constantly using their abilities, and under rigorous training, several people were on the verge of breaking through. Noticing the loosening of the barrier within her body, Xia Qingxin specifically sought out dangerous places. Zombie hordes, tiger dens. Wherever it was dangerous, she charged in. This made it difficult for the group following her, as a bunch of support characters were forced to act as the main force, each getting beaten half to death. But their practical experience was rapidly improving. Even the 2 underage kids could kill a level 3 zombie when cooperating. Sure enough, as they were walking, Xia Qingxin suddenly veered off course and into a farm restaurant. The restaurant was large, a place for dining, with elegant decor. Unlike other places, there was only slush ice here, and the accumulated snow didn't reach the point of submerging the house. It seemed that someone had lived here before, as many snowmen were piled along the way. The snowmen were large, not quite round, and seemed to have been forgotten for a long time. Even the brooms used for arms and legs were covered in frost. This place is quite nice. There isn't that much accumulated snow, Bianhongyu said. The snow here only reached people's knees, which was much better compared to other places where the snow was 7 or 8 meters high. In fact, the temperature in this city was noticeably higher than in other areas, a bit warmer, making it a suitable place to live. Xia Qingxin. Ha! Little brother is really naive, Nian Wanhui laughed, pointing at those snowmen. Not only is there no snow accumulation, but even stormy weather is rare. Otherwise, those snowmen would have been blown away long ago. Isn't that better? Brother Bien is really silly. If it were that good, why aren't there many people in this city? Even Guan Xiaodong, who was still young, could see that something was off. Ah, yes. Bianhongyu smacked his lips and finally realized. The extreme cold period was a global phenomenon. The extreme cold, blizzard, and storm phases alternated. Occasionally, there were fortunate places where natural disasters were less frequent, but such places were exceedingly rare, and once known, they would attract a large number of ability users. And here, there were almost no traces of human activity. It was indeed an extreme cold period. This place had frequently experienced extreme cold outbreaks. Chapter 108. Fake snow mountain goat meat rolls. Just thinking about the extreme cold period, with temperatures plummeting to minus 60 degrees, Bianhongyu instinctively shivered. The pain in his bones had already begun. They would have to spend the night here. It was getting late, and they couldn't travel any further. So Xia Qingxin entered the space, leaving these people to spend the night at the farmhouse. Hey sis, at least leave a snail house. Bianhongyu hadn't finished his sentence when Xia Qingxin had already gone into the underground city. It seemed like another preserve show today. They needed to be alert. Zombies might attack at night. Yuanxin had gotten used to being tricked, skillfully assigning the night watch. There were a total of 8 people in the team, excluding Xia Qingxin, leaving 7. 2 were minors, so there were 5 left. Gao Beiying and Liao Lingbao would keep watch for the first half of the night. Bianhongyu, Nian Wanhui, and Yuanxin would take the second half. Initially, they didn't have the habit of keeping watch. Xia Qingxin would set up a few snail houses for people to sleep in or directly take them to the underground city. But later, when Bianhongyu had gone out to relieve himself, he was bitten in the neck by a zombie and died once. Under the influence of the death crisis, Bianhongyu surprisingly leveled up. Xia Qingxin decided to try it out. A group of people was sleeping soundly when a horde of zombies crept in. Xia Qingxin just watched and didn't intervene. That night was chaotic, and they fought fiercely, with Guan Xiaodong and Guan Xiaoxi so scared they wet their beds. They had to keep one eye open while sleeping, waking up occasionally. Indeed, it was better to let the wildflowers grow outside, exposed to the wind and sun. The abilities that Guan Xiaodong and Guan Xiaoxi had previously struggled to activate were starting to loosen up due to their mental training. Since that night, they dare not sleep without arranging for night watchmen. One person alone wouldn't work. If they got tired, no one would supervise them. So, 2 or 3 people would take turns watching the first half and the second half of the night. 6 hours of watch and 6 hours of sleep, plus 2 hours for a nap, Nian the fatty pulling the cart, made a total of 8 hours of sleep, enough for everyone. Bianhongyu took out several sleeping bags from the space ring. Liao Lingbao went to start a fire and cook. Guan Xiaodong and Guan Xiaoxi helped Nian Wanhui tape up the gaps in the windows. Yuanxin and Bianhongyu went outside to check the surrounding terrain for any potential dangers. They patrolled the farmhouse with flashlights. It was clean. Only some bloodstains remained on the glass and the ground, with no signs of zombies. The front door of the farmhouse was wide open. Perhaps the noise had attracted them, and they ran away. Although there was no blizzard here, it often snowed. After several snowfalls, the other traces were covered, leaving only Yuanxin and the others' fresh footprints. Maybe, but don't sleep too soundly tonight. Based on Yuanxin's understanding of Xia Qingxin, it was quite precarious. Xia Qingxin was eager to turn them into fully leveled slaves one by one. After being tricked for experience several times, Yuanxin really had a hard time expressing his grievances. However, there were quite a few snowmen around here. They had just startled him. One after another, snowmen were stationed on the road, in the streets, and around the farmhouse, densely packed to the point that Bien Hongyu felt a bit of the uncanny valley effect. But this fake mountain was quite high. Bien Hongyu jogged over and climbed up a snow mountain. The snow in this city was thin, but there was still enough to reach his knees with a white blanket covering the fake mountain, making it look somewhat like a snow mountain from afar. Don't mess around, finish patrolling, and rest quickly. He really couldn't understand where Bien Hongyu got so much energy. Walking 30 miles couldn't be slow, and everyone else's legs were about to break. Yet he was full of vitality after just a few hours. Perhaps it was the undead ability at work, constantly transforming his cells. Recently, Bien Hongyu was indeed like a wild dog off the leash. At first, he would struggle after walking just 2 kilometers, but now he was getting stronger, crazily enhancing himself, even able to carry Guan Xiaodong and run without falling behind. Got it, Igu. Although Igu is strong, he has too much of a mother hen. However, there wasn't much fun on the fake mountain, so Yuanxin quickly ran down. It was easy to go up the mountain, but hard to come down. The snow underfoot was a bit slippery, combined with the uneven rocks. And Bien Hongyu suddenly screamed as he slipped and fell onto his butt. Ouch, that hurts. Bien Hongyu had been tormented by the side effects of the undead ability for a long time, and his pain tolerance had greatly improved. But he still felt pain from sliding down the snow mountain. Who told you not to watch where you're going? I did watch. It's all this fake mountain asphalt. Bien Hongyu immediately denied it. It felt like the big rock he had just stepped on was loose, causing him to lose his balance. But that feeling didn't seem quite like a rock. Bien Hongyu tried to get closer to see what it really was. The snow had dressed the fake mountain in a thick coat, pure white and at least as thick as his calf, completely hiding the black mountain body underneath. Only the spot where Bien Hongyu had slid down had lost a lot of snow because of his fall. In the sea of white, a hint of black was revealed. Bien Hongyu couldn't quite see what it was and squinted his eyes, preparing to lean in for a closer look. I'm leaving, it's cold. Bien Hongyu hesitated for a moment, but Yuanxin had already walked far away. Hey, wait for me. Ignoring his curiosity about what the black thing was, Bien Hongyu immediately jogged to catch up. Hey, what do you think we'll eat today? Will there be big plate chicken? Speaking of which, hot pot sounds good too. The two gradually walked farther away, soon reaching the other side of the farmhouse. Until they completely disappeared, the hint of black on the fake mountain twitched slightly. The fake mountain moved a little, and several arms stretched out from inside, quickly swiping a few times before burying itself back under the snow. The snow mountain returned to its pristine whiteness. Tonight's dinner was hot pot. Nian Wanhui happily surrounded the pot, adding ingredients, while drooling at the bubbling beef oil spicy pot. There was nothing happier in the cold winter than enjoying a steaming hot pot. Guan Xiaodong and Guan Xiaoxi were peeling potatoes and washing vegetables. There were plenty of vegetables in the planting cave. They just needed to pull a few handfuls, wash them, and they were good to go. What was rare was that there was lamb today. New stock had arrived at the breeding cave. The first batch of lambs had grown up, and they could be slaughtered. Nian Wanhui immediately begged Xia Qingxin to grind for half a day to exchange one for a staff meal. They would cook it today. What a feast. Everyone was excited and washed their hands, watching Gao Beiying cut slice after slice of lamb rolls into the pot. Gao Beiying's gold ability had reached level 4, and he could now condense hundreds of swords. Each person in the team was equipped with a weapon made from Gao Beiying's condensed tools. And even the kitchen knife was the sharpest one he had condensed. Once he reached level 5, Gao Beiying would be able to make the swords fly. The lamb cooked quickly. In no time, the bright red meat turned brown. Each person took a few slices and continued to add more to the pot. Bien Hongyu couldn't wait to swirl the lamb rolls in the sesame sauce bowl, ensuring the lamb was thoroughly coated. As he took a bite, the fresh and fragrant flavor of the lamb roll burst in his mouth, rich and savory. So delicious. So good. Bien Hongyu didn't care about the heat and grabbed his chopsticks again. All right. That's my wife's homemade hot pot sauce. It's delicious. Wow, Annie is amazing. You should eat too, sister. Hey, eat slowly. It's a whole sheep. No one is competing with you. Laughter and playfulness filled the air, and the once silent farmhouse was infused with vibrant life again. Chapter 109. Midnight Enemy Attack at Midnight. The world was quiet. Only the occasional crackle of flames could be heard. In the first half of the night, Liao Lingbao and Gao Bing were on watch, sitting in front of the fire, watching the flames crackle. Gao Bing listened intently to the noises outside, while Liao Lingbao was mostly useless, only responsible for making sure Gao Bing didn't fall asleep. Bored out of her mind, she picked up a comic book and flipped through it by the firelight. It was dark. She could only read for a little while. "I know," Liao Lingbao replied dismissively, her eyes still glued to the comic book. The night was deep. It was now 11:30. If they could hold out for another half hour, they could change shifts. With no internet and no electricity, the other survivors had gone to bed early. And due to exhaustion, everyone except Liao Lingbao and Gao Bing was sound asleep. Even Gao Bing was starting to feel drowsy, her eyelids heavy. Huh. Liao Lingbao yawned for the 19th time. The comic book was in her hands, but she hadn't turned a page in a long time. She was very tired, to the point of rolling her eyes, and Gao Bing was also dozing off. What was going on? It was normal to feel sleepy on watch. But Gao Bing was responsible and wouldn't easily fall asleep. Gao Bing stood up and opened a crack in the window. Cold air rushed in through the gap. She grabbed a handful of snow and rubbed it on her face. The sharp cold sensation revived her a little. Below it was dark blue, with only the firelight from the window illuminating a small area, where a few snowmen stood and nothing else. There were no anomalies. Gao Bing took another handful of snow, closed the window, and prepared to wake Liao Lingbao up. "Wow, this snow is so cold," Liao Lingbao murmured as the snow stimulated her. Of course, the snow was cold. Otherwise, Gao Bing wouldn't have gone out to grab it. Wait, the drowsiness disappeared, and Gao Bing's muddled brain was suddenly jolted awake. She finally realized something was wrong. Outside, were those snowmen standing in that position? Were they getting closer? Gao Bing snapped to attention. As soon as her mind cleared, she turned to look at her teammates. In that instant, she finally noticed a detail she had been ignoring. Smoke. Inside the room, there was a faint layer of white smoke. The smoke was not thick, just a very thin layer, and combined with a fire pit, it was easy for Gao Bing to forget about it. Only now did she suddenly remember that what was burning in the fire pit was warm fleece, which was different from regular firewood and wouldn't produce smoke. Enemy attack. Gao Bing rushed into the pile of teammates, kicking them one by one. Liao Lingbao was the first to be kicked over, holding her painful butt and looking bewildered. Yuanxin instinctively got up first, but Bianhongyu and Nian Wanhui murmured in confusion several times before painfully getting up. As for Guan Xiaodong and Guan Xiaoxi, they were still sleeping like logs. "What's going on?" Bianhongyu shook his head, feeling very groggy. "Roar." There was no need for Gao Bing to respond. The creatures outside had already heard. Zombie roars echoed close at hand. They were right outside the door, and there were quite a few of them. There were special ability zombies that actually released sleeping gas. If Gao Bing hadn't been cautious and gone outside to grab a handful of snow, by now everyone would have been knocked out, and aside from Bianhongyu, everyone else would probably be dead. Roar. Bang. The door was being pounded and slammed. They had reinforced the door and piled up a lot of debris and furniture to block it, or it would have been broken down long ago. But now, it wouldn't hold for long. Yuanxin looked outside through the window. Not far away, a fake mountain suddenly moved, shaking off the snow from its body, like a pool of black water, wriggling toward the villa. What the hell is that? Bianhongyu squinted, looking closely. With his superior vision as an ability user, Bianhongyu finally saw it clearly. The fake mountain had shed its snow disguise. What was piled underneath was not rocks at all. Instead, it was one zombie after another, fused together, wriggling this way. Those zombies could still move, wildly waving their arms on the fake mountain. Just looking at it made Bianhongyu want to lose his sanity. Nian Wanhui got dressed and managed to wake up the two younger ones, who were now gathered by the window looking out. The two younger ones were terrified, their faces pale. Not only was that wriggling giant zombie moving, but even the cute snowmen could move as well. The snowmen were shaking off the accumulated snow, howling as they slammed against the door. They had lost their minds, feeling no pain, and with each violent impact, their flesh was smashed to pieces, exposing their white bones. The force was so great that their palms were stuck to the door. And just earlier today, Guan Xiaodong and Guan Xiaoxi had even approached those snowmen for a close encounter, and one of the snowmen still had the torn scarf they had tied around its neck. Now you tell me they're actually zombies? We can't fight them. Let us escape. Bian Hongyu felt the urge to retreat. It was too late. There must be a wise zombie king inside. Those fake mountain snowmen had been there for so long, staying quiet for 5 or 6 hours, making no noise. Yet not a single zombie had instinctively lunged to bite them. They had quietly pretended to be snowmen. They had waited until nightfall to use sleeping gas for a surprise attack. If you say there's no zombie commander inside, Yuanxin didn't believe it. Sure enough, Bian Hongyu went to the neighboring rooms and looked outside through the window. His heart sank even further. Snowmen surrounded them from all directions, all zombies, completely encircled. There was no way to escape. I'm sorry. Gao Beiying apologized. They had only listened for sound while on watch. As long as the zombies discovered the humans, they would scream. That was instinct. So Gao Beiying had only paid attention to the unusual noises around them and hadn't gone out to patrol. It's not your fault. I didn't think of it either. No one had expected that these zombies had actually taken 5 hours to inch closer. And it was good that Gao Beiying was on watch. If it had been Bian Hongyu, they probably wouldn't have realized something was wrong until the zombies had entered. Oh no, perhaps by then everyone would have been sound asleep. Bang, bang, bang. Size represented power. The fake mountain slammed against the door, shaking the building slightly. Put on the night vision goggles, get down under the tree. Guan Xiaodong and Guan Xiaoxi, stay on me, and Gao Beiying. Bian Hongyu, charge ahead with us. Nian Wanhui and Liao Lingbao, provide support. Yes, there was no way to hide anymore. They could only brace themselves and fight. If it really didn't work, they could call for Xia Qingxin. Guan Xiaodong and Guan Xiaoxi each clung to Yuanxin and Gao Beiying. Ability, invisible and silent. Yuanxin and Gao Beiying's figures became transparent, and even their footsteps vanished into silence. Yuanxin took the lead, charging toward the giant creature, slamming against the door with a big machete. Bian Hongyu, relying on his invincibility, slid down from a tree to attract a large amount of firepower. Liao Lingbao stayed upstairs, using a gust of wind to speed everyone up while launching wind blades. Chapter 110, Cooperative Battle Attack. Attack, attack. Yuanxin's strength could lift a tripod, and his big knife swung with the ferocity of tiger. The zombies, with bodies as hard as stone, were all split in half before him. One force can overcome 10 skills. Yuanxin's knife was forged by Gao Beiying, unlike ordinary blades. Swinging it with great force, he could chop zombies from head to toe. No matter how many came, he would cut them all. In a short time, he had already severed 2 or 3 dozen hands reaching out from the fake mountain. Yuanxin was fierce, and Bian Hongyu was not to be outdone. Relying on the fact that he wouldn't die no matter what, he charged forward, intending to pierce through the fake mountain. After chopping off countless arms and cutting through the many zombies clinging to the fake mountain, Bian Hongyu brandished a chainsaw and prepared to dive into the pile of zombies. Bian Hongyu didn't like wielding a knife. He preferred using a chainsaw. After honing it with Xia Qingxin, he had obtained a super handy, enchanted chainsaw, roaring and wildly cutting. The fake mountain was a mass of zombies glued together. The deeper he went, the more dangerous it became. He didn't know how many sharp claws had scratched his face. You dare to ruin my appearance? I'll kill you. I'll make you die. I realized. The working class always has a touch of mad beauty. Bian Hongyu no longer wanted to defend himself. He swung the chainsaw and burrowed into the fake mountain, like a worm that hadn't eaten for 800 years suddenly spotting a drooling apple. That frenzy driving stunned the fake mountain. It had never seen a human rush into the most dangerous place. After a moment of shock, it was filled with rage. A fleshy, worm-like tentacle extended from behind the fake mountain, targeting the belly that Bian Hongyu had just cut open and burrowing in. Crack! The flesh-colored tentacle suddenly spread open with a mouthful of fangs, and Bian Hongyu, unable to dodge in time, was completely bitten by the tentacle around his upper body. Crunch! Cut in half. The worm inside was killed. Before the wound torn open by Bian Hongyu could heal, outside, a wave of intense pain surged. While Bian Hongyu attracted the monster's attention in his frenzy, Yuanxin had already leaped onto the monster, fiercely hacking at the monster's tentacle. Hiss! The monster cried out in pain as Yuanxin's big knife sliced into the tentacle, but due to its size, the knife couldn't completely sever it. After failing to cut through, Yuanxin wanted to retreat, but how could the tentacle allow that? The tentacle withdrew from the wound, and once again aimed at Yuanxin to strike. Escape! Yuanxin's figure vanished, completely disappearing. The tentacle crashed down onto the fake mountain, rumbling and smashing many zombies' heads to pieces, but Yuanxin was nowhere to be seen. In those few seconds when the tentacle fell, Yuanxin had already activated his invisibility and escaped. But it didn't matter. Yuanxin was standing on the fake mountain, which was made up of piled-up zombies. And all the zombies above were waving their arms or biting wildly. Hiss! Below the fake mountain, a small area 3 meters above the ground suddenly had a splash of blood. Fresh blood dripped onto the fake mountain, staining that small area red. A zombie's head bit at a mass of air, but this mass of air was gushing blood. Found it! The fake mountain was overjoyed and once again urged its tentacle to strike, this time with immense force. Haha! Yuanxin didn't get angry but laughed, using his knife to cut off the head of the zombie that was tightly biting his arm, and then jumped 3 meters above the ground. The height of a small villa, with no protection, even head first. Humans have gone mad. The tentacle again missed its target, smashing the area filled with zombies into meat paste, causing countless casualties, just as the fake mountain was about to attack again. It was already too late. The wind, a howling wind, came from within the hole. Damn it! Finally, it was Liao Lingbao's turn to unleash her power. Everything that had just happened was a setup for this moment. In the hole of the fake mountain that had not healed yet, a tornado finally formed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The tornado started small, but grew larger and faster. Roar, roar, roar. No matter how the fake mountain howled, it was already too late. The tornado had formed, accompanied by countless knives swirling inside. Screams erupted as the intelligent zombies inside frantically tried to gather their bodies, attempting to heal the hole. But the knives brutally sliced through their flesh, cutting through those zombies, starting the meat grinder from the inside. Liao Lingbao's wind ability combined with Gao Being's metal ability. A giant meat grinder! Liao Lingbao, thin-skinned and tender, immediately crouched down, hiding in a wardrobe. Outside, it was rumbling, blood and flesh flying everywhere, those zombies scattering like flowers in the sky, with human remains all over the ground, staining the pure white snow with horror. Not to mention, some zombies had lost their sense of pain. Swept away by the tornado, half their bodies were gone, yet they still dared to drag their intestines to find humans to eat. Covered in blood, Yuanxin took one Xiaodong back to the second floor. Is he go okay? Liao Lingbao asked. Just now, Yuanxin had fallen from midair. I'm fine, Nian Wanhui caught me. Nian Wanhui brought Yuanxin back, then left. A big pile of sludge that not only spun around on the ground, but could also crawl up the walls. This ability was not only suitable for ambushes, but could also catch teammates who were almost crushed to death. Has my brother not come back yet? Maybe we'll have to wait a bit longer. Yuanxin and Gao Being each transformed into a chameleon sibling, with Yuanxin responsible for attracting fire. Gao Being quietly slipped into a zombie's belly, crazily inserting knives inside. Your skill is really impressive. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't dare to try recklessly. I've studied for half a year to learn it, but it also requires half a day of preparation. Otherwise, it wouldn't be this hard. It would be great to just go around killing wildly. The wind ability not only can condense wind blades, but as Liao Lingbao grew stronger, she finally learned how to create a tornado after studying for half a year. With just one move, the level 4 zombies that looked like a fake mountain were turned into pieces. Oh, and Gao Being's blades are needed. Otherwise, the tornado alone wouldn't have such great power. The others were still below, not only having to search through zombies, but also collecting bodies. The fake mountain had turned into meat chunks, scattered everywhere. Only the 2 largest pieces remained, with Gao Being and Nian Wanhui searching through the bodies below. Some zombies hadn't died completely. Gao Being delivered a finishing blow and got close to one of the larger pieces, preparing to cut it fiercely. Chop, chop, chop. Those zombies seemed to be just ordinary zombies, their bodies connected, unable to escape, and soon Gao Bing had opened their heads. Just as Gao Bing was getting into the chopping, suddenly, a child zombie with only half a body behind him moved. "Watch out!" Guan Xiaoxi, hanging on Gao Bing, shouted. But it was too late. The child actually controlled its tentacles to bite at Gao Bing's head. That unassuming half-child was actually the intelligent zombie king. Chapter 111 Infiltration into the city. Gao Bing wanted to hide, but the tentacle was several meters high, and there was no time. Gao Bing suddenly threw Guan Xiaoxi off her back and raised her sword to slash wildly. Thud! The sound of blade meeting flesh. But what dripped onto Gao Bing's face was warm blood. "Sister Gao, make sure to see clearly before you strike." Bian Hongyu was left with only half his body, his butt stuck in the gaps of the tentacle's teeth. His upper body was curled up, crawling up the tentacle's throat to its main body. He directly slashed the throat of that half-eaten zombie king. The child zombie king never anticipated that the food it had partially consumed would turn around and attack it. Its eyes were wide open in death, but the tentacle fell limp, no longer able to move. It was completely dead. Bian Hongyu immediately delivered the finishing blow, extracting the crystal core. The level 4 zombie crystal core shone brilliantly like a gem, making Bian Hongyu feel an itch of desire. "Stop looking. Let us head upstairs." It was true that the intelligent zombie king was dead, but the large number of snowman zombies were still alive. Without a commander, they were running wildly towards this side. The biggest few main forces were exhausted, their abilities severely overdrawn, so they could only rest for a while before fighting again. Gao Bing swallowed her disgust and picked up the filthy, stomach acid-covered half of Bian Hongyu, carrying him upstairs. She glanced at Liao Lingbao, whose face had turned waxy yellow, feeling that her abilities were drained. "Let us rest for a while before fighting again." The snowman zombies surrounded the villa without retreating, numbering in the thousands. So escaping was not an option. Fortunately, they had no one to command them and Wood and T charge at the door together, giving everyone a chance to catch their breath. "Brother Bian, does it hurt?" Guan Xiaodong and Guan Xiaoxi really liked this playful brother and were almost in tears seeing him in such a state. "This little injury is nothing. It doesn't hurt as much as the side effects." Bian Hongyu chuckled, stuffing his intestines back into his belly. The guy had gone insane. He had once been a sunny and cheerful boy, but now he was tormented by the side effects of his abilities, turning into a madman. He fought recklessly, attacking without defense, and when angry, he swung his intestines like a weapon to smash faces. He was like a crazed, pain-maddened wild dog. But thankfully, he still had some rationality left. In Xia Qingxin's space, there were plenty of crystal cores, and whoever fought for them would keep them. Yuanxin thought for a moment and decided to let Liao Lingbao absorb the crystal core. Although Liao Lingbao's tornado ability required a long build-up, it had astonishing lethality and was said to be able to fly in the later stages. Whether for group attacks, sneak attacks, or escaping, it was an invaluable weapon. Liao Lingbao joyfully absorbed it, and she was about to reach level 5. If she absorbed this, she might break through again. Their journey had been stop and go, encountering many unexpected events, but they finally arrived at their destination. The snowfield, outside the Snow Dragon base. From several miles away, Xia Qingxin saw the towering buildings. Most of the structures were wooden or stone, extending outward in a circular reflective manner. Not to mention the interior, just the city walls alone were tall and majestic. Inside the walls, soldiers in armor could be seen patrolling outside. Xia Qingxin's expression instantly darkened. The others did not know why Xia Qingxin was angry, but they fell silent. "Guan Xiaodong, Guan Xiaoxi." Xia Qingxin called out, and Guan Xiaodong and Guan Xiaoxi immediately clung to her, activating their abilities. Invisible and silent. "You two go and gather information. If anything happens, call for me." After leaving a sentence, Xia Qingxin hurried away. "Understood," the others replied, and as for calling her, they could do so through the slave contract, which Xia Qingxin could hear. The remaining 5 changed their clothes into somewhat tattered-down jackets, smeared some dirt on their faces, and put on backpacks to blend into the city. There were many who wanted to enter the Snow Dragon base, but they all dressed like the Snow Witch clan. Even though Yuanxin and the others tidied themselves up a bit, their obvious appearance still drew attention. The group of guards at the gate spoke in a language that no one could understand. Don't misunderstand, we are friendly. Xia Qingxin raised his hands to indicate he meant no harm. The group murmured, and eventually, a young man was pushed out. What are you doing here? Where are you from? The man spoke with an accent, but at least they could communicate. We are all ability users. We heard this is a very safe place, so we came to seek refuge. Saying this, Xia Qingxin nudged Yin Wanhui, Gao Beiying, and Liao Lingbao. They knew it was time to show their abilities. Yin Wanhui immediately flipped his wrist, and hot water flowed down his palm. Gao Beiying, with a dark face, took out bags of instant noodles from her space. Liao Lingbao was even more impressive. With a clap of her hands, she produced a round, plump potato. We are water ability users, space ability users. And we have a special ability user who can hasten the growth of potatoes, along with 2 mutated strength ability users. Can we enter? Xia Qingxin smiled innocently, leaving the snow, which clan members stunned. Space ability, the man exclaimed in surprise, and those in line around them wanted to join in. A bold young man touched the hot water and grimaced, but still happily grabbed a water bottle to take a sip of the hot water. It's real. The group of guards immediately changed their demeanor, almost eagerly welcoming them inside. Welcome. We need people like you. Although the Snow Witch clan was exclusive, space abilities were an exception. Wherever the Snow Witch pointed, there would surely be resources. The Snow Witch clan would take what was around, nearly depleting the surrounding areas. However, it was still inconvenient. Back and forth, each person could only carry 1 bag. If they carried too much, they would not only exhaust themselves, but also attract zombies or survivors to rob them. Unfortunately, vehicles couldn't move and were completely stuck in the snow. They could only rely on the most primitive human labor for transportation. Not to mention the long distance of transportation, they were likely to encounter zombies. And they had to consider safety, not being too greedy, and paying attention to their load. Often, after transporting halfway, when they tried to come back for a second round, other survivors would have stolen their supplies, emptying their stash. If there were space ability users, there wouldn't be so much trouble. They could take someone there and bring someone back, saving more space and transporting more supplies. The Snow Witch clan completely forgot that they were transporting supplies from other places. The surrounding cities were nearly starving, forced to flee. Yet, they still complained that other survivors stole their unfinished supplies, grumbling about it. Fortunately, Xia Qingxin successfully blended into the city. Under the identity of a space ability user, they were given a green light all the way through inspections, confirming they were all ability users. They didn't even need to be quarantined for 48 hours. They went straight through the green channel, checked their temperatures, and were allowed in. It was evident how much they were in need of space ability users. It was just a pity that this group of bandits they brought in were not true space ability users, but a group of enemies. Chapter 112. The Scorpion and Snake Saintess, although she had anticipated it, seeing it with her own eyes, still left Xia Qingxin feeling a wave of disappointment. The small wooden cabin was no longer just a small cabin. It had evolved into a city. Most of the buildings in sight had undergone supernatural evolution, and even a semicircular barrier had appeared in the air, covering an area of 100 miles and directly encompassing the entire Shuilong base. The base was thriving, and even the elderly and children dared to run around in the streets. Although it was still not affluent enough, everyone was full of vitality. This vitality was rare among other survivors. Other survivors were weary from survival, on guard against each other, with even relatives and couples harboring suspicion and calculation. But here, it seemed that this thread was missing. Bound tightly by blood ties, everyone appeared kind-hearted. Even a child dared to set up a stall selling hydroponic bean sprouts and tomatoes. Not at all afraid of being robbed and turned into stew with the tomatoes. Xia Qingxin scanned the outside of the city, taking in all the scenery along the way. The deeper she went, the warmer it became. It was warm enough that one could grow sweet potatoes, bean sprouts, and tomatoes indoors. The atmospheric pressure was getting lower, and Guan Xiaodong and Guan Xiaoxi clung tightly to Xia Qingxin, not daring to speak, only using their powers to the maximum. Xia Qingxin was angry. A glimpse was enough to see the whole picture. How could Tu Meyer be so accomplished? To upgrade to such a level directly? The entire Shuilong base belonged to her, and most of the buildings existed in dependence on her. The semi-transparent warm barrier existed because of her, protecting over 100,000 survivors with her own strength. Unless she had exceptional talent, it would take at least 5 million crystal cores to upgrade to this level. With 2 capabilities, how could she obtain 1,000,000 crystal cores? She wasn't that accomplished. Xia Qingxin made a judgment. Therefore, there must be someone even more powerful who discovered 2 value. With a large influx of crystal cores, they could have nurtured 2 to this extent. But from Xia Qingxin's understanding of humanity, 2 must have one or several stronger existences behind her. Humans are greedy and rarely achieve true altruism. Nurturing 2 to such a high level, only to have her taken away by others, would be an unworthy action. The dragon guarding the treasure must have true ability. Otherwise, it would just be making clothes for others. What Xia Qingxin had to face was not just 2 but another or a group of even stronger supernatural beings. And looking at the area of 2 small wooden house, it was likely already upgraded to level 5, right? The one guarding her must be a level 6 supernatural being? Xia Qingxin herself was only at the peak of level 5 and might not be able to win. Xia Qingxin was naturally in a bad mood. Look, fresh tomatoes for only 1 crystal core. A vendor shouted vigorously in the language of the Snow Witch tribe. His clothes had been washed yesterday, and today they felt a bit thin. A gust of wind, quick and short-lived, swept by, making the vendor shiver. Hey, what a strange wind. The vendor tightened his clothing, completely unaware that someone had run past his stall. Guan Xiaodong and Guan Xiaoxi had been nurtured to level 4 by Xia Qingxin. With the sunlight shining down, Xia Qingxin's shadow was nowhere to be seen, and she dashed down the street without making a sound, heading directly towards the central temple. 2 for some reason, always felt uneasy. After being scolded by Xue Shi, she was anxious and angry, continuously sending people to find Xia Qingxin, but each time returned empty-handed. In her frustration, a large number of blisters appeared on her mouth, which hurt terribly at the slightest touch. It was particularly around her mouth, encircling half of her lip. Just thinking about a little dog child who mocked her mouth when she came to pay her respects made 2 furious. Although she pretended to be compassionate towards all beings, she was the most petty and vengeful person. Otherwise, she wouldn't have insisted on turning Xia Qingxin into a zombie just because her pride was hurt, especially after Xia Qingxin burned her face, causing her to lose her once proud beauty and one eye. 2 personality became even more gloomy and twisted. Repeatedly thinking about that child, 2 ultimately couldn't hold back. "He a dog. Bring ye a dog here," she shouted. Before long, a young boy knelt outside. The boy was only about 15 or 16, with black hair and black eyes. He should have been handsome, but the 4 deep scars on his face ruined his entire appearance, making him look particularly terrifying. That was the dog 2 had raised, picked up on the way back to Shuilong Base. It was said that he had been scratched by a zombie, fell unconscious, and was abandoned by his parents. In a cold winter, he had been thrown directly onto the snow. The zombie scratches on his face were so deep that the bones could be seen, and he should have bled to death. But luckily it was too cold, and since the boy was lying on the ground, the wound had actually frozen solid. If he had encountered 2 hours later, he would have died from hypothermia. It was also fortunate that he ran into 2 and her group. Seeing the boy's miserable but beautiful condition, 2 took him in and applied some of her boyfriend's medicine to his wounds. The boy was also quite resilient, surviving like a dog, and did not turn into a zombie. Instead, he became a supernatural being. However, his brain had been damaged, leaving him somewhat simple-minded, like a 5 or 6-year-old child. And he only recognized 2 He a dog. Drag that child who mocked me away and kill him. Make sure to clean it up well, so that it won't be traced back. That child with the little braids? Why, he gave me candy. He a dog stared with his big dark eyes, his fingers still in his mouth. This foolishness made 2 pick up a crystal core and smash it on his head. "You dog, just kill when I say kill. Why so much nonsense?" Woo. He a dog covered his head in pain, but after looking at it, he squatted down and stuffed the crystal core 2 had thrown at him into his mouth. Crunch, crunch. After swallowing it, he a dog's eyes lit up. "Thank you. Sister, I'm going now." Having received a sweet reward, he a dog once again acted cute towards 2 "You stupid, brain-damaged dog. Who is your sister? Go die." Tu Meyer kicked Xia Dog hard, but Xia Dog completely did not understand what humiliation meant and actually rubbed against Tu Meyer's foot, really thinking of himself as a dog. Fortunately, Xia Dog wouldn't think about whether Tu Meyer's instructions were right or wrong. He just slipped away to kill the child who mocked his sister. Oh, this time I have to throw the body away. Xia Dog hopped away, leaving Tu Meyer with a group of silent guards. One guard, although his teeth were grinding in anger, felt helpless. Tu Meyer was becoming more and more shameless. Ever since the last exposure, knowing that Schwescher was fully aware of everything, Tu Meyer even stopped avoiding the guards. What could they do? The Great Witch turned a blind eye, and they could only grit their teeth and swallow their anger. But fortunately, among the guards specifically protecting Tu Meyer, only a few understood Mandarin. Watching his ignorant colleagues, the captain of the guards felt a wave of sorrow. Chapter 113. Assassination failed. Xia Qingxin walked boldly through the front door. Tu Meyer's residence was easy to find, even too recognizable. At the very center of the temple, the cold-resistant building radiated outward from her like a circle, situated just behind the temple. Every day, countless people came to kneel and pray to the snow god, and many also came to thank Tu Meyer. They expressed their gratitude for the greatness of the snow god, who sent the saintess to protect them from freezing to death in the harsh cold. Those people worshipped fervently, kneeling for long periods, with some sincere ones even bleeding from their foreheads. And it wasn't just one or two, it was everyone. There was even a sign at the entrance stating that prayers could only last for 3 minutes. Yet even so, the temple was bustling with long lines forming, and at every moment, the hall of the temple was filled with kneeling people, only empty for a few hours at midnight when it closed. But before dawn, around 3 or 4 in the morning, believers would frantically knock on the door, wanting to come and worship the snow god. The priests there worked in shifts and simply couldn't hold on. The people below murmured indistinctly, their heads bobbing vigorously in prayer, their fanaticism sending a chill down Xia Qingxin's spine. It wasn't the strength of the opponent that frightened her, but their madness. Those who believed in their god to the point of insanity would deem any unreasonable act as normal. If you provoke them, it would truly be like kicking a nuclear bomb. Avoiding them, Xia Qingxin skillfully navigated her way to the saintess's palace. The saintess's palace was atop a tall tower, accessible via the stairs inside. Xia Qingxin closely followed the guards and sneaked into the tower, passing through layers of stairs until she reached the top floor. Inside, there were only about 30 guards and a young girl. Outside, however, many people were kneeling, thanking Tu Meyer and banging their heads in gratitude towards the saintess. At first, Tu Meyer enjoyed this feeling, playing the role of a saintess, acting kind, gentle, and pitiful. But after 6 months, she couldn't hold it in anymore and used her ability to build a tall tower so that those commoners wouldn't disturb her sleep. Tu Meyer stood with her back to Xia Qingxin by the window, watching the commoners below as they routinely bowed in prayer. Suddenly, a thick white smoke wafted through the air, not much, just a few wisps, but clearly targeted at the guards' noses. The dizziness hit too fast. The guards didn't even have time to react before they collapsed to the ground. Ability activation, silent. The guards fainted, but when they hit the ground, they made not a single sound. As for the hallucinogenic smoke, that was a mutated zombie that Xia Qingxin had captured. That night, Xia Qingxin had already sensed something was wrong, but said nothing. She quietly caught the mutant zombie that released the hallucinogenic smoke and stuffed it into her space. Otherwise, the hallucinogenic smoke from this level 4 quasi-zombie king would surely wipe out Wanxin and his group. How could they possibly escape unscathed? Once the level 4 quasi-zombie king's hallucinogenic smoke was released, it knocked out all the guards. They all fainted and wouldn't wake up for 3 or 4 days. Only Tu Meyer was deliberately left behind, still blissfully unaware, facing away from Xia Qingxin and pointing out the window. A group of commoners. Why don't you freeze to death? How dare you laugh at me? Just wait, that little brat who dares to insult me will soon be choked to death by Hiegu. Tu Meyer cursed everyone viciously, using all sorts of malicious assumptions to critique those below. But when those Snow Witch tribe members looked up, they could see Tu Meyer with her hands clasped, seemingly saying something, as if praying for them. What kind person? Although her appearance was terrifying, her heart was good, always thinking of her people. Living in the tall tower had its advantages. The distance was too far for them to hear what Tu Meyer was mumbling. Even if among the commoners there were those who understood Mandarin, they couldn't hear clearly whether Tu Meyer was offering blessings or curses. Xia Qingxin, however, couldn't help but laugh. Although her voice was hoarse, it was clearly something Tu Meyer would say. She recognized her. A warm hand rested on Tu Meyer's shoulder. Long time no see. A familiar voice rang in her ear. Tu Meyer suddenly turned around. What the hell? Xia Qingxin, what the hell? A ghost. Tu Meyer was startled, but unexpectedly, Xia Qingxin reacted even more strongly. Tu Meyer's appearance was too shocking. With a sudden turn, Xia Qingxin was scared back 3 meters. It was as if she had seen a fierce ghost, and standing before Xia Qingxin was not Tu Meyer, but a female ghost with a head twisted 180 degrees. Just as Tu Meyer was coming out of her shock, she was almost driven to madness by Xia Qingxin. What do you mean? What made me look like this? You vile person, you 1T. Before she could finish her curse, Tu Meyer noticed the guards lying unconscious all over the ground. Xia Gu had been sent away, and every guard was down, their lives unknown. Tu Meyer wanted to call for help through the window, but as she turned her head, she saw the tightly closed window, the heavy curtains, and a giant chameleon. The chameleon had a human face and was sticking its tongue out at her. As soon as Xia Qingxin placed her hand on Tu Meyer's shoulder, Guan Xiaodong had already darted to the wall and closed the window. It was done in one smooth motion, ensuring that the people outside couldn't see in, and even if they did, it would be too late. The blazing flames were already pressed against the side of Tu Meyer's head, even without contact. Her hair curled and scorched from the heat, and her skin was stung by the temperature, bursting several blisters. Let's talk this over. The situation was stronger than the person. One moment she hated Xia Qingxin so much she wanted to eat her flesh and drink her blood, and the next, to save her life, Tu Meyer immediately slid to her knees. The speed of her changing expression was astonishing. Oh, we have nothing to negotiate. As former roommates who had spent more than just a year together, who didn't know each other, Xia Qingxin directly conjured a fire snake that wrapped around her left arm. Under the excruciating pain, Tu Meyer let out inhuman shrieks, her voice hoarse, veins bulging, rolling around in place, unable to control her tears, snot, and urine. But strangely, no sound came out. Guan Xiaoxi's ability, silence. No matter how Tu Meyer screamed, smashed things, or created any noise, within Guan Xiaoxi's field of vision, it would be completely muted. All right, let's begin. 4 fire snakes burst forth from Xia Qingxin's staff, slithering quickly towards the remaining 3 limbs of Tu Meyer. As for the last one, it moved a bit slower, targeting her neck. From the very beginning, Xia Qingxin's goal was Tu Meyer's life. Sigh. A light sigh came from outside the door. Who? The fireball smashed towards the door, directly piercing through the tall tower. Show mercy where one can. This voice, however, came from the window. A man all in white stood in front of Tu Meyer, not knowing how long he had been there. Perhaps he had never left. Chapter 114. Teasing the enemy with 6 eyes locked on each other. Xia Qingxin felt uncomfortable the more she looked. After reaching level 4, leveling up became as difficult as climbing a mountain. The difference of just 1 level was like heaven and earth. And the person in front of her, level 6 or level 7? Damn, what kind of monster is this? Xia Qingxin had thought that with her exceptional talent and being nourished by all the supplies from the underground city, she was the strongest existence. She never expected that there would be a madman here who had devoted the strength of an entire nation to support just one person. Humans are inherently selfish. Even those in power are not in a slave society anymore, where there are no emperors or similar figures. In a base, a province, or even a country, as long as power isn't concentrated in one person, others will always strive for more. After all, supporting characters are also human, and having ambitions is a natural human trait. Ambition divides the nourishment of the crystal cores, leading to disputes and protests, as crystal cores are a resource that is fought over. Furthermore, personal heroism is difficult to control, which is why the crystal cores have been divided. Now, a level 3 ability user is already the strongest, capable of dominating a base or a city within 100 miles. Level 4 users are rare. And level 5 users are fewer than can be counted on one hand nationwide. As for the person in front of her, although she couldn't discern their exact level, it was clear they were currently stronger than Xia Qingxin. She didn't want to fight him head on. At least not now. Are all believers this crazy? Have you taken so many crystal cores for an ethereal belief? Is your base running out of resources? Or are the lower level ability users doing okay? Xia Qingxin spoke boldly, directly targeting the believer's weak spot. Ms. Xia, be cautious with your words. If it were anyone else, they would have been enraged by now and would have transformed into a furious red date, charging at Xia Qingxin. But this albino four-eyed freak merely frowned slightly, showing only a hint of irritation. Your deception is impressive. You make other survivors sacrifice for you. It's truly commendable to spread your faith. It makes me want to create a god myself. Although she couldn't win, Xia Qingxin still seized the opportunity to taunt. Her words were too sharp, to the point that even Su Shi, who had always been indifferent in front of Tu Meyer and had never shown emotional fluctuations, was angered. To insult someone's revered god is far more vicious than killing the entire family of the believer. Ms. Xia, do not insult the true god. As Su Shi's disgusting eyes opened wide, a blinding white sphere of light shot out, directly aimed at Xia Qingxin. Hey! Xia Qingxin nimbly dodged the light sphere, which then smashed through the wall and fell outside. But instinctively, she dodged again. The light sphere actually turned. It made a sudden stop in midair and charged towards Xia Qingxin's back. And that was not all. Seeing Xia Qingxin evade, the light sphere could still curve. Tracking. After level 6, spells not only can be recalled freely, but can also turn midair. Light type? But this doesn't look very holy. It's more like dark type concentrated sulfuric acid. The wall that was touched by the white light sphere melted into a large hole, letting sunlight through. The surrounding furniture also melted upon contact with that white light sphere. Su Shi didn't answer. Instead, she summoned dozens of light spheres that locked onto all of Xia Qingxin's escape routes, directly crashing down. Xia Qingxin didn't dodge. She stood there, summoning her staff. The gem on the staff flickered with light and suddenly erupted with intense red light. Dozens of fireballs shot out, directly smashing towards the light spheres. The scorching fireballs were red and yellow, tinged with purple, and covered in magma, colliding with the white light spheres. A loud explosion erupted. Sparks flew, and even the falling embers burned the tiled floor, raising the indoor temperature sharply. The curtains, bedding, and other fabric spontaneously ignited without a flame, and even the metal window frames began to warp from the residual heat. The fireballs and white spheres clashed, crazily dissolving until finally, the fireballs reluctantly consumed their last sparks, leaving only a small white dot, no bigger than an eraser. The white dots hovered in the air for a moment, and before they could lock onto a target, they saw that Xia Qingxin had already started fighting Su Shi. Xia Qingxin's staff was no delicate object. At least it was a metal-type artifact, far more durable than ordinary swords. She swung the staff like a sword, aiming strikes at Su Shi's head and face. Every move targeted Su Shi's face. She thought that after a few probing exchanges, Xia Qingxin would retreat, but she didn't expect Xia Qingxin to act so outrageously, completely disregarding the norms of battle. Su Shi could only raise a barrier, using light as a shield to withstand Xia Qingxin's attacks. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds were incessant as Xia Qingxin dodged the light spheres coming from behind while frantically attacking the light shield. Flames, flames, flames. The high temperature was burning the fabric on Su Shi's body. Hey, you're quite blushing. Xia Qingxin swung fire at Su Shi's barrier while whistling playfully, disrupting her mindset. Su Shi had never encountered such a woman in her life. Xia Qingxin's gaze roamed around, making Su Shi's hair stand on end. It was her first time being teased, and she felt what anger truly meant. The light shield could block attacks, but it couldn't shield against the surrounding residual heat. As the fabric on her body kept dwindling, Su Shi could only draw some energy to weave herself a new outfit, with fewer light spheres attacking from behind. Xia Qingxin's defensive fireballs also decreased, allowing her to unleash even more energy to attack the barrier. Playing the rogue is effective. Xia Qingxin's eyes lit up. Hey, 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 why are you blushing? Are you afraid I'll see you and not get married? Or are you worried I'll find out your little secret about only having 2 centimeters? Ha! If your people knew, wouldn't they laugh to death? All these years, it turns out the divine son is a divine daughter. Xia Qingxin mimicked the malicious comments found online, delivering critical hits. Su Shi had never seen such a scene and was so angry her face turned red. Ms. Xia, do not slander people. I'm not. The embarrassment regarding size was hard to voice, but if she didn't speak, she feared being accused of having 2 centimeters. Su Shi's brows furrowed in distress. Not what? Not a little boy being spanked by his older sister? The door was pushed open, and the previously fierce guards who had been ready to protect the great witch were now dumbfounded. The leader, who had been holding a large knife, intended to kill the intruding thief. They had just finished shouting slogans to defend the Snow Witch clan, who knew that while sneaking up the tower to surround and eliminate the little thief, they would hear such explosive remarks. They were stunned. No, it's not what you think. The great witch, with her eternally icy expression, was now blushing all over. Su Shi was already pale, and that redness was impossible to hide, turning from her face to her ears and neck, making it look like a classic case of not wanting to reveal the truth. What to do? Should they keep fighting? But the great witch was already like this. The leader slapped the one who spoke and forced a smile. Sorry for the interruption. You all continue, and silently closed the kicked-open door. Chapter 115, A Birdman Comes Flying. The two locked eyes, and Xia Shi angrily glared at Xia Qingxin. Xia Qingxin did not flinch. Instead, her gaze became even more intense. Don't be shy, little beauty. Your subordinates have all left. Can you go easy on me, sister? You shameless. The cold and composed monk was now tinged with charming anger, making him even more appealing. However, Xia Qingxin's intention was not to provoke him so simply. It's normal for women to flirt and tease others, right? Although Xia Shi was good-looking, Xia Qingxin really didn't like the idea of a strong woman and an even stronger man. A domineering man? No way. Bringing him home would surely cause trouble. Xia Qingxin's earlier teasing was mostly meant to humiliate him, but she didn't expect Xia Shi to fall for it so easily. Instead of directly cursing her back, he got angry and kept repeating those 2 words. It was obvious he hadn't been exposed to the darker side of the internet. However, the effect was surprisingly good. He became so furious that he unleashed a massive amount of light energy to weave clothing. He was afraid that his subordinates would come in and see him in disarray, leading to misunderstandings. Xia Qingxin continued to provoke him verbally a few more times, and seeing that the timing was right, the fireball actually turned. It was aimed at the door. The door was where the guards were. They were Xia Shi's loyal kin. Their abilities were low, only at level 2. If a fireball landed, there would be nothing left. Xia Shi was furious and no longer held back, deciding to get serious. He suddenly lunged forward, stacking light shields to intercept the oncoming fireball. As he stepped back, he was pushed back a step by the fireball. That fireball contained all of Xia Qingxin's abilities. Xia Qingxin did not want to fight. She kicked off the ground and sprinted towards the window of the tall tower. That was the direction of Tu Meyer. From the beginning, testing Xia Shi's strength was secondary. Angering him to vent his frustration was also a ruse. The real goal was to delay time until other guard teams arrived, distracting Xia Shi. The real ambush was on Tu Meyer, swallowing a level 4 crystal core. The energy inside her surged. Xia Qingxin drew out all her abilities, leaving none for herself. No, you can't kill me. Xia Shi, come save me. Seeing Xia Qingxin charging at her, Tu Meyer screamed hoarsely. But it was too late. A small mistake can lead to a huge difference. The distance between the window and the door was farthest apart, and with the full power of a peak level 5 ability, it would take Xia Shi at least 3 seconds to reach her. The residual heat of the flames had already burned Tu Meyer's skin, causing it to blister like crispy pork. The temperature of the flame-formed sword had reached a white-hot state, and it was about to pierce into Tu Meyer's body. Suddenly, a pair of hands reached out from outside the window. They forcefully grabbed the flesh on Tu Meyer's back and pulled her down from the tall tower. Sizzle! The wall by the window exploded, creating a large hole as Xia Qingxin's fire sword pierced through. But it did not stab into her flesh. Tu Meyer was completely naked, covered in burns from the residual heat, half dead and clinging to Xia, her nails digging into his flesh. Xia was in shock, holding Tu Meyer tightly and flying into the sky, afraid that Xia Qingxin would strike again. It's over. Ha ha ha. Xia Qingxin laughed in anger. The light sphere behind her had already caught up. Originally, Xia Qingxin was the victim, and Xia hadn't used lethal force, but in the end, Xia Qingxin revealed her true intentions. She had come for Tu Meyer from the start. Everything she did was to distract Xia for a fatal strike. To kill Tu Meyer was equivalent to killing 1 million members of the Snow Witch clan. To kill the elderly, the weak, the sick without Tu Meyer, they would freeze to death. Xia was truly enraged. The light sphere expanded to twice its size. Moving quickly, dozens of light spheres surrounded Xia Qingxin from all directions, smashing directly towards her. As long as she was touched by a light sphere, Xia Qingxin would be melted. Not to mention that Xia Qingxin was at her peak. Right now, all her energy was completely exhausted, and after consuming the crystal core, she was in a state of weakness, barely able to stand. I'm going to die. Not a chance. Xia Qingxin raised both hands and quickly extended 2 middle fingers at Xia. Puff, puff, puff. The light spheres missed entirely. Dozens of light spheres crossed through each other without touching any entity. Xia Qingxin vanished. Right under Xue's nose, she disappeared in an instant. No matter how Xue scanned with his mental power, he could not find a trace of Xia Qingxin. This was not invisibility or teleportation. It was instantaneous disappearance. No wonder she dared to exhaust her abilities to fight desperately. It turned out Xia Qingxin had a backup plan. It wasn't that Xue couldn't see through Xia Qingxin's intentions. It was that for a normal person, escaping from 1 million people was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Moreover, killing someone right under Xue's nose, let alone killing someone, just surviving and escaping would be impressive. So, Xia Qingxin venting her anger was just normal behavior of cursing. Who would have thought Xia Qingxin would be so bold? She was truly insane. The room had no fabric left, all burned by the residual heat. Xue could only use a large amount of energy to weave a piece of clothing, only daring to approach the window after getting dressed properly. There was no window left, just a 3-meter-wide hole. Xia was quite frightened, holding on to Tu Meyer tightly and wanting to fly even higher. Come here from now on. Tu Meyer will stay with me. Given that woman's previous actions, Xue had to keep Tu Meyer by his side at all times. Xue sighed wearily, resigning himself to fate's joke. Sister Qingxin, are you okay? Did you get hurt? As soon as they entered the space, Guan Xiaodong and Guan Xiaoxi rushed over, firing off questions at Xia Qingxin. Just now, taking advantage of the chaos during the fight, Xia Qingxin had stuffed the 2 children into the space. After all, with the slave ring on her, they were part of Xia Qingxin and could enter and exit the space freely with her consent, which was safer. Lift me to the high-level repair chamber. Xia Qingxin felt like her body had been emptied. The feeling of having all her abilities drained was incredibly uncomfortable. And after the explosion from consuming the crystal core, Xia Qingxin was sore all over and unable to move. The 2 children pulled and dragged her, forcing her into the repair chamber. That repair chamber was bought for Xia Fu and Xia Mu. With 8 out of 10 still remaining, it wasn't wasted. And now Xia Qingxin was using it. Lying in the repair chamber was comfortable. Energy flowed into her body, repairing her fatigue meridians. Before long, Xia Qingxin felt her strength returning. How is it? Did it succeed? Guan Xiaoxi whispered. No, that's okay. I'm not afraid of thieves stealing. I'm just afraid they remember. After a while, Xia Qingxin lowered her voice and instructed Guan Xiaodong and Guan Xiaoxi. Hearing this, their eyes lit up. Isn't this bad? What's bad about it? Just do it. Guan Xiaoxi was already rubbing her hands in anticipation. Chapter 116. Infiltration. Xia Qingxin's thieving heart remains unquenched. She is still obsessed with Tu Meyer. However, this time, she cannot confront her head-on. For now, she is unable to compete and must wait until she levels up. That damn Birdman. When did Tu Meyer raise a bird? Why now of all times? If only it had been a second later, she would have succeeded. That pesky bird with hemorrhoids. If it weren't for the sudden appearance of a Birdman with black wings, Xia Qingxin would have already succeeded. escaping immediately and resolving this issue. Unfortunately, that crow spirit managed to rescue Tu Meyer. Now, Xia Qingxin cannot act recklessly. There's an enraged albino four-eyed guy protecting her. So Xia Qingxin can only activate Plan B and Plan C. Plan B cannot be executed for now. It will have to wait 1 or 2 months until they lower their guard. However, Plan C can proceed. She informs Yuanxin to activate Plan C, and that she will enter seclusion for a month. Unless it's a major issue, don't disturb her. All right. Guo Xiaodong and Guo Xiaoxi eagerly agree. Xia Qingxin then disappears, entering the warehouse. She's going to train at Crystal Core Mountain. Perhaps next time she comes out, the Underground City will have another level 6 ability user. While drinking and chatting, even in the barren present, the Snow Witch clan offers scarce food and wine to Yuanxin and his group. Brothers, don't mind the simple hospitality. A captain-like figure speaks to Yuanxin in broken Mandarin. Yuanxin can only guess the meaning and awkwardly holds his wine bowl. Hey, I'm just a young lad. Let me drink with Brother Shui. Yuanxin is not good at drinking, but fortunately, he has the hefty year fatty backing him up. Clinking cups and taking a big gulp. This is white liquor. Yuanxin genuinely worries that these people might get drunk and accidentally spill secrets. But Bian Hongyu nudges Yuanxin, rubbing his fingers. There a black pattern seems to be a ring. Almost forgot about that. Drink and don't return sober. This time, Yuanxin lifts the wine jug and drinks straight from it, finishing it in one go, even turning it upside down to show it's empty. Wow, good. So bold. The snow is already cold. Everyone drinks, and while they may not necessarily admire drinkers, most look down on those who can't hold their liquor. Yuanxin's bold drinking style immediately earns admiration, and several people want to drink with the alien. Yuanxin, Bian Hongyu, and Year Fatty welcome everyone, raising their jugs, clinking glasses and gulping down the liquor. The three seem possessed by the god of wine, igniting the competitive spirit of the Snow Witch clan, who also begin to chug their drinks. Before long, a few can't hold it anymore, their faces flushed and their minds cloudy. In contrast, Yuanxin and his companions have stacks of empty liquor jars at their feet and only appear slightly tipsy. Burp. Good brother, I'm definitely keeping this friend. Your drinking capacity is only a bit worse than mine. Burp. A 9-meter-tall man, slightly dazed, pulls Year Fatty's hand, swaying as if he can barely stand. Next time, I'll definitely win against you. We'll drink again. All right. Next time we'll drink together again. Men's friendships are established quickly. After a drink at the table, they can chat endlessly. Drink. I can still drink. Don't stop me. I won't leave sober tonight. I'm not drunk, ugh. After all, it's white liquor, and the after effects are strong. Over there, some from the Snow Witch clan have started to vomit, the sour smell making everyone want to stay 3 miles away. Stinky men, get out to puke. The women at the table chide, telling the men to go outside to avoid stinking up the room. Ladies, don't mind them, we'll eat our food. While the men drink, the women focus on eating. Due to the extreme cold, alcohol is essential. Everyone in the Snow Witch clan, young and old, drinks. However, it's still rare for women to get drunk and hit their husbands. Most are restrained, just warming themselves up. Liao Lingbao sips sweet fruit wine in small amounts. This wine is sour and sweet, suitable for children, but fruits are rare here, meaning they are expensive. It shows how much effort Gao Beiying has put into hosting Liao Lingbao. Liao Lingbao only drinks a small cup, pouring the rest into her space. Yes, space. On the way, Xia Qingxin lent them each a space ring, which they would return after finishing their business. Whether it's the fatty as hot water or Liao Lingbao as birthing fruit, both are fake. Gao Beiying even pretends to be a space-type ability user, infiltrating the enemy side with a space ability. Their warm hospitality is not for nothing. It's all for a space-type. But who would have thought Xia Qingxin could mass-produce counterfeit space-type items? Liao Lingbao rubbed her smooth little hands. The ring had already faded, becoming like a tattoo. Now, that tattoo is covered by concealer, leaving no trace. After a few rounds of drinks, seeing Gao Beiying's face turning red, looking almost drunk, the older sister who poured the drinks finally asked, Beiying, I forgot to ask, where are you from and how did you find this place? Here comes the inquiry about their identity. Huh? Gao Beiying is still getting used to this fake name, responding in confusion, which make her look like she is drunk. Oh, my cousin married into the Snow Witch clan, saying there's a great shaman who is particularly effective protecting the people. Gao Being simply plays dumb with the help of alcohol, covering her identity. We met in XX City, but unfortunately, she was dying and told me to come to the Snow Witch clan. Maybe, I can survive. Cunning as a rabbit with 3 burrows. Xia Qingxin really is naive. She has to gather some intelligence. On the way, they captured a Snow Witch clan grain transport team and interrogated them. One of them was an orphan. She married into the Snow Witch clan, but unfortunately, the one she married was also weak, and her only child died after the apocalypse. An outsider with no witnesses left. Gao Being sheds tears while taking out evidence, convincing the interrogating woman. Initially, Yuanxin insisted on the excuse of admiring the Snow Witch clan, having heard that the Snow Dragon base is prosperous, where everyone is well and not thinking too much. And so he came from 100 kilometers away. But to avoid being too grandiose, Gao Being could only use her drunken state to extract information, which they believed. Just as they were enjoying the moment, filled with laughter, the door was suddenly pushed open. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! A sharp alarm sounded from the tower. Enemies had actually invaded. Chapter 117 Internal Collapse. It was chaotic for quite a while, with the enemy appearing suddenly and then vanishing just as quickly. In less than 5 minutes, the people disappeared without a trace. Large groups of soldiers, armed and ready to protect the Great Witch and the Saintess, hadn't even arrived when the enemy had already fled. The tall tower had been mostly destroyed, its walls riddled with holes, especially the large windows facing the congregation. They had been blown open, leaving only 3 walls standing. Inside, there were flames everywhere. The Snow Witch tribe was in a state of panic. Many had already knelt down, bowing their heads in apology and confessing their sins. It wasn't until the Great Witch's voice came through the broadcast that they calmed down. There is no danger, but remain vigilant. There are outsiders attempting to assassinate the Saintess. There are no casualties. The only things destroyed are that wall and the purity of the Great Witch. After all, her clothes are gone, and she has been humiliated by a rogue woman. Schwescher no longer wanted to face the gazes of others. So he took Iago and Tumeyer to his palace. From now on, Tumeyer would be under Schwescher's care. The difficulty had increased. E1XIN, feeling helpless, decided not to waste any more alcohol in the space, and instead drank a cup directly. It was bitter, just like his life. Plan A had failed, and now they had to rely on the 5 of them to make an effort. Bien Hongyu was eager to try. After 2 days of checking the data, E1XIN successfully became a member of the Snow Dragon base. As soon as he came out from the guard team, various squads were recruiting him. Oh, to be precise, they were recruiting Gao Beiying. Join our Ice River team. You will never regret it. Get lost. If you're going to join our Cold Dragon Alliance. We are a well-known team, rank 5th. Consider our Ice Crystal Alliance. The benefits are good, and we are all sisters, the strongest female alliance. Check out our Snow Scene team. Although we are not as big as the previous alliances, it's perfect for retirement. The benefits are maximized, which the big alliances don't have. They are competing fiercely, but here you can only play a supporting role. Come to our Snow Scene team. We will treat you like the team darling and spoil you. The Snow Dragon base needed supplies, and these had to be transported or escorted. So they established a guild, similar to a game, to post various escort missions for squads or alliances to take on. This grand existence, akin to a game, relied entirely on Schwescher's support. Schwescher was practically invincible, knowing where supplies were hidden, emptying out the supermarkets and factories of several nearby cities, and even running to other provinces. He truly considered himself the Ant King, while the people of Snow Dragon Base became little ants, all setting out to plunder a huge amount of supplies. However, this tactic was effective. With Schwescher's foresight in locating supplies, the survivors of Snow Dragon Base were profiting greatly, making the base even more prosperous. Within the Snow Witch tribe, there were men, women, old, young, sick, and disabled. Some had died from being bitten by zombies, some from the cold, and some from illness. But very few had starved to death. Thanks to Schwescher's powerful abilities, he scavenged supplies from other places, managing to feed 1 million mouths at Snow Dragon Base. If it weren't for Tumeyer's lack of ability, Schwescher would have reached out for more. Moreover, other members of the Snow Witch tribe were still outside. unable to find shelter in the cold little wooden houses. Thus, Mayer's importance was self-evident. The guild was bustling. Whether it was a big alliance or a small personal team, everyone wanted to recruit Xia and his 4 companions. In particular, Gao Baiying and Liao Ling Bao were especially sought after, and they were almost about to fight over them. However, only one of the 5 would join the guild. Gao Baiying stood at the center of the storm. The other 4 had no intention of joining any guild. They were joking. Their lives were in Xia Qingxin's hands, and they were not genuinely interested in joining here. The Snow Witch tribe was exclusionary, only recognizing blood relations. Gao Baiying, having some distant connections, was the sister of an orphan and had matched some information that eased people's doubts. However, more importantly, they were lacking talents. The Snow Witch tribe protected its own. A large portion of its people hadn't even settled within the Snow Dragon base, so how could they accept outsiders? They could only produce a space-type ability user, whom they would use as bait to quickly blend in. Seeing this group about to fight, Gao Baiying decisively chose an all-female alliance. Hooray! Sakura is the best. The female captain gave Gao Baiying a peck on the cheek, making her blush. Having been picked up by the Ice Crystal Alliance, others were reluctant but had no choice but to disperse. There were still small teams that were not willing to give up, asking Liao Ling Bao, "Sister Bao, are you really not joining? Our benefits are really good." Liao Ling Bao's alias was trendy, called Li Jie Bao, which suited her well. She quickly waved her hand. "No, I'll stay at the base and make potatoes. One sacrifice is enough. Once Gao Baiying goes out, she won't be back for several weeks. She'll have to maximize profits and transport some supplies." Although outside, there were zombies and disaster victims to encounter, and they might have to rob for supplies, Gao Baiying genuinely had metal abilities for self-protection, so she didn't have to worry too much. If things got dangerous, she could still slip into her space. She was purely being used as a stepping stone to pry open the doors of Snow Dragon Base. However, it suited her well. Gao Baiying was straightforward and not good at lying, with a strong sense of morality. It was best to give her a straightforward job that ensured her safety. "All right, then good luck. When your little shop opens, I promise to come support," someone said with a smile, looking forward to Liao Ling Bao's potatoes. "Okay, I'll pick the biggest one for you." After leaving the guild, Xia led the way to the street and rented storefront. Housing was tight now. Each room could barely fit dozens of people, just to keep more people alive. Very few open shops. Most just set up a piece of cloth outside and called it a small stall. Xia managed to spend 300 crystal cores to rent a storefront for 3 months. Even though it was small, he was creating a legend. Xia spent more crystal cores to buy 4 tables and 4 chairs. Yu found a piece of broken cardboard and quickly wrote several big characters on it. Then, with a deep breath, he shouted, "Come quick. Don't miss out. Steaming hot buns and baked potatoes, freshly made on-site. You won't regret it." Yu's shout made Xia's eardrums burst and also attracted the attention of others on the street. What are they shouting? I don't know. They're outsiders. Has the guard team gone mad? Why are they letting outsiders in? Aren't there still relatives of the Snow Witch tribe who haven't come in? You're out of the loop. The base also accepts capable ability users, like those with healing and space abilities. That group was chattering about things Xia couldn't understand, so he simply ignored them and shouted several more times. Finally, someone who understood Mandarin emerged from the crowd. "What are you selling? Is that table made of wood?" The person spoke a bit haltingly, but at least they could communicate. Chapter 118. Imposter Food God and Superpowers He. How about buying some steamed buns or baked potatoes? Just 5 crystal cores each. Yu quoted a price, shocking the person into a stupor. 5 crystal cores each. The person was astonished. Yes, it's 5 crystal cores each, but you have to pay up front for the production. Is it really too expensive? In the Underground City, a crystal core can buy 2 large steamed buns from the vending machine. Not to mention, potatoes are sold by weight, which is much more cost-effective. Now, Xia Qingxin had ordered the food they sold to be marked up tenfold, not only to lighten their wallets, but also to cut into Wanxin's conscience. Seeing the uncertainty on that person's face, Wanxin hesitated about whether to lower the price a bit. Xia Qingxin said that if they thought it was too high and sales were low, they could sell it at 8 times the price. Or, before Wanxin could finish his sentence, the person excitedly pulled out a handful of crystal cores. Steamed buns. Give me 10 steamed buns. And potatoes. I want those too. The person was overwhelmed with excitement, afraid the group would change their mind, stuffing crystal cores into Xia Qingxin's arms, fearing he would back out the next second. Huh, all right, let me absorb this, and I'll conjure steaming hot steam buns for you. Bien Hongyu squeezed past Xia Qingxin, raising his voice so more people could hear. Bien Hongyu checked and found a total of 57 crystal cores. 57511. 4. I'll get you 10 steamed buns and 2 potatoes, and that half one is on me. Thanks for your support on our first day of business. Bien Hongyu pretended to absorb the crystal cores, but in reality, he tossed them into his space. With hands clasped together, the handful of crystal cores disappeared. Before the person could get angry, 10 steaming hot large steam buns appeared in Bien Hongyu's hands. The buyer couldn't believe it and pinched one. It was indeed a soft, white steamed bun. He couldn't wait to take a bite. So chewy, so soft. One bite felt like reaching heaven. The person, disregarding his dignity, scooped all the buns from the table into his arms, afraid they would be snatched away. Haha, no rush. Brother, they're all real steamed buns. To be honest, I'm a special ability user, a food god superpower user, and as long as there are enough crystal cores, I can conjure food. However, if there are no crystal cores, the energy won't keep up, and I can only create blood buns. And then I'd starve to death. To prevent any fools from trying to use Bien Hongyu as a blood cow, he added that line. If you want milk from the cow, you must feed it grass. The man understood this principle and immediately nodded in agreement. Bien Hongyu then pulled 3 crystal cores from his pocket and handed them to Liao Lingbao. Now Liao Lingbao had 10 crystal cores. Liao Lingbao also remained silent, mimicking Bien Hongyu's actions, holding the crystal cores, disappearing, and then conjuring 2 small baked potatoes. Brother, don't laugh at me. I'm also a mutated type. If I had even a little less than 5 crystal cores, I'd spit blood. But fortunately, we found the base, and in the future, as our superpower levels rise, we shouldn't have to worry about food. Bien Hongyu spoke, tragically, pitiful yet strong, making the older brother feel guilty. He borrowed 3 crystal cores from a friend to give to Liao Lingbao. I'm not a person who takes advantage. Your lives are so tough. I can't do that, the man asserted with righteousness, looking as if not accepting would be a slight against him. After a long back and forth, Bien Hongyu finally reluctantly accepted. Good man, good man. Thanks to the older brother's enthusiasm, a flurry of foreign languages translated, and a long line formed outside the small shop. It was faster than everyone had expected. They thought they would have to sit idle for a long time before opening. But it turned out that buying the bench was useless, and Bien Hongyu and Liao Lingbao were busy flying around. However, they were also collecting crystal cores in large amounts. A team of 5 people, 3 supporting, to avoid being too outrageous, Xia Qingxin could only play the role of an attacker, claiming to be a strength-type superpower user. This was to prevent anyone from getting suspicious or trying to kidnap them. The small shop's business was booming. To what extent? Bien Hongyu acted until he was nauseous, directly covering his hands and conjuring steamed buns, sweating profusely in the cold weather, while people urged him on. The originally empty street had formed long lines. Even though Bien Hongyu's conjuring speed was quick, he couldn't keep up with the rate at which people were coming. New arrivals kept coming, dragging their families to queue up, afraid this silly boy would run away. And the trend of the line was getting longer. Hey, Lao Lu, where are you going? People coming off work hadn't even reached home when they saw a neighbor rushing out with a big basket on his back. Huh, Lao Su, does your village have internet? 2 food god superpower users have come to the trading street, giving out steamed buns and potatoes. The person with the big basket immediately dashed away from Lao Su, hurriedly rushing towards the place with crystal cores. Huh, giving out steamed buns and potatoes? Haven't the relief meals already been distributed? In the Snow Dragon base, relief meals are distributed daily to those over 60, under 15, or those who are pregnant or disabled. Usually, it's a bowl of porridge or mixed grain pancakes, not very tasty, but it won't let people starve. Others who want to eat must work, exchanging labor for food. Although the Snow Dragon base is much more prosperous than other bases. The Snow Witch tribe people only eat until they are about 70% full each day. Steamed buns and potatoes. Lao Su swallowed hard. suddenly reminiscing about the taste of spicy strips. Spicy strips with steamed buns, a delicacy of the human world. Just thinking about it made his mouth water uncontrollably. He didn't care whether it was a scam or not, and directly turned towards the trading street. The once quiet trading street was now packed with people, with two long lines forming, everyone anxiously peering forward. Occasionally, someone would sneakily emerge from the back carrying a large bag. Lao Su immediately chose one and stood in line. With so many people queuing, there must be something good. The crowd kept moving, and after waiting for a while, Lao Su finally saw the little shop in front. The shop had a total of 4 people, a little girl and a young man continuously tapping crystal cores to conjure steamed buns or baked potatoes. The 2 men, one tall and one fat, stood on either side of them, counting crystal cores with blurred images. They really are distributing steamed buns and potatoes. Lao Su's eyes widened in shock. Lao Su had a daughter who spoke Mandarin, and he had learned a little from her, able to barely understand the words on the big sign. 5 crystal cores for a steamed bun, 5 crystal cores for a baked potato. It's not free, as Lao Lu said, but it's close enough. Crystal cores, these things are toxic. You can't just eat them carelessly. If you want to eat non-toxic ones, you just need to remove the toxins, which is very simple. Any superpower user can do it. But once you remove the toxins, the energy will be almost non-existent. To upgrade by consuming non-toxic crystal cores, you need to prepare a mountain of crystal cores. Can't afford it. Ordinary people can't afford it. And even ordinary strong people can't afford it. These things are generally turned into the Snow God Church. A sack can be exchanged for a bag of instant noodles. A dozen pounds for a small loaf of bread. And now, 5 crystal cores for a steamed bun. What is the difference from giving it away? The survivors of the Snow Witch tribe went completely crazy. Chapter 119. Steamed buns and baked potatoes. The trading area was in chaos. Upon hearing the news, the guard team rushed over, initially thinking it was just another village brawl. To their surprise, when they squeezed in, they found not a scene of hair pulling and bloodshed, but a large crowd eagerly delivering crystal cores to the newly arrived outsiders. The corners of the guards' mouths twitched, but this was indeed a reasonable trade. The special ability users had all kinds of powers. Some could turn into rubber people. Some could fart like thunder, and others could transform into birdmen with black wings. It wasn't unusual for a couple of them to be able to eat crystal cores to create food. In fact, for the survivors who often struggled to fill their stomachs, this was a good thing. Many would wake up hungry in the middle of the night. The young and strong could still work, but those with several children at home had it much worse. Growing boys could easily drain their parents' resources. Young sons, daughters, and grandchildren couldn't venture out to work. They had to rely on the older generation to support them. However, only 1 or 2 could actually work, which was nowhere near enough to feed so many mouths. They often ended up hungry, drinking cold water to fill their stomachs. The arrival of 2 food god ability users made these hungry kids, who were barely getting by, almost jump for joy. They immediately grabbed sacks and brought the crystal cores they had prepared to turn into the Snow God sect to exchange for steamed buns and potatoes. The frenzy was so intense that some nearly choked themselves while showing off their haul. And the guards had originally planned to advise them to leave some crystal cores for their parents to turn into the god. In the end, they sighed and didn't hit the kids too hard. After all, crystal cores weren't rare items. If worse came to worst, they could just go look for more outside. Crystal cores were highly toxic, and ordinary strong people couldn't level up with them. Only the Snow God sect was willing to accept them, encouraging everyone to collect them. However, it was all free. In exchange, they would only receive a symbolic bag of instant noodles or a small loaf of bread, which wasn't worth much food. They could only consider it a blessing or a thank you. Thus, every household still had a few. Now that they could be used as currency, of course, they were exchanged for money. The little shop was booming, so much so that the guard captain, who should have turned a blind eye, stayed to maintain order, preventing fights from breaking out due to cutting in line or misalignments in the queue. The chubby man, Yin, immediately took out a black backpack and handed it to the guard captain, who felt its weight. The guard team leader initially wanted to refuse, but Yin interrupted him, flattered him a bit, and then sought help. He needed a few helpers and a translator to teach them a language. The team leader raised an eyebrow. Right? Wasn't this to help them integrate into the Snow Dragon base quickly? so they could communicate without getting their table flipped over. Nian was referring to an old man. He had queued up for baked potatoes, but after reaching the front, he insisted on buying steamed buns, yelling for a refund, nearly toppling the stall. None of the four could understand his language, leading to quite a commotion. If they could understand, many problems could have been avoided. Nian sincerely suggested that it was a small matter and to wait for his news. The captain rolled his eyes and patted his chest to assure him. Nian thanked him again, but he was too busy, and before he could say much, he was urged to count the crystal cores. It was a tough job. The four of them, Xia Qingxin and company, worked for several hours without even a moment to drink water. By the time night fell, this group was still queuing up, wanting to exchange more. They were exhausted. Liao Lingbao turned pale and spat out a mouthful of blood, delicately collapsing onto the table. The people in line were startled, especially the one who was currently trading. I gave it. Not a single crystal core less. Her spitting blood has nothing to do with me. After the first buyer's strong promotion, the survivors not only knew that there were 2 food god ability users in the trading street, but they also learned that they needed 5 crystal cores to obtain 1 potato or steam bun. If they were short, they would spit blood, and it could be serious or even fatal. This was initially a tactic by Xia Qingxin to gather crystal cores, but now Liao Lingbao directly used it to stage a walkout. Night fell, and even donkeys needed a rest. Liao Lingbao held a mouthful of ketchup and spat it onto the ground. But surely no one would lick things off the ground, right? Sorry, my sister is weak and can't handle using her abilities too frequently. That's it for today. We'll continue selling tomorrow. Tomorrow at 9 in the morning. We'll open on time. Bian Hongyu had more energy than a husky. After a brief rest, he was recharged. But who would complain about a short break? He immediately shouted that it was time to close up. The people in line grew restless, murmuring anxiously, unsure of what to say, seeing that the outsiders couldn't understand. Others acted as translators. It's fine. We'll be staying here long term. As long as the Snow Dragon base doesn't drive us away. The Snow Dragon base is our home. Tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, and the day after that. We'll be here, just give us crystal cores. And we'll sell steamed buns and potatoes. You two come line up here with me. I can still make about 100 more steam buns. The rest can disperse. We're out. Bian Hongyu only let the 2 who had already queued come to his side and immediately packed up after selling out. The others, reluctant to leave, saw Liao Lingbao's blood and lost their tempers, sighing as they walked away with their crystal cores. Once the door closed, the 4 of them collapsed onto the ground. So tired, exhausted, Liao Lingbao cried out, I think I can lose 5 pounds. Nian closed his eyes. Oh, the expedition is a physical torment. But this is a mental one, Bian Hongyu lamented. However, this workload couldn't even compare to walking 30 kilometers. But it was too monotonous. It felt like being on an assembly line, just repeating the same task over and over again. It was utterly boring, and they couldn't get distracted, only focusing on doing the same thing repeatedly. Now Yuan Xin closed his eyes, his mind filled with crystal cores, counting them to despair. No, I need to make a crystal core board with 20 grooves, checking 20 cores at a time. No, 30. As soon as he thought of it, Yuan Xin immediately set off to buy wood boards. If they were going to perform, they had to do it well. The disappearance of crystal cores could be explained by absorption, but if they suddenly produced wood boards out of thin air, it would be hard to explain. So everything they used from now on had to be bought with money, ensuring a reasonable source. After all, their space ability user had been taken to work that day. Right, they also needed her to adjust the parameters. It couldn't always be manual counting. I'm going crazy. Xia Qingxin equipped Bian Hongyu's space with a vending machine, which required Bian Hongyu to operate it in his mind to produce steamed buns. Liao Lingbao had it much easier. Li Xianghong selected some small potatoes, baked them, and stored them in Liao Lingbao's space. Liao Lingbao just needed to double-check the number of crystal cores and take out a baked potato from the space. Unlike Bian Hongyu, who had to buy in his mind and calculate how many to take. If he took the wrong amount, he'd have to spit blood at any time. Stop. You. Bian Hongyu's mouth was stuffed with a large steam bun. Walls have ears. Be cautious. Chapter 120. Soft knife cutting meat in order to accommodate more survivors and reduce the number of people freezing to death. The Snow Dragon base is filled to capacity. Every room is packed, with dozens of people crammed into a single space, so tight that one cannot stretch their legs at night unless you're older. Otherwise, forget about sleeping in a bed. You can only lay on the floor, and with several large families sleeping on the ground, the density goes without saying. Otherwise, Xia and T have spent 300 crystal cores just to rent such a small shop. The shop is not big, only about 20 square meters, housing 4 people from Xin's group, so they have to make do with it. However, the neighboring 20 square meters can accommodate more than 30 people. It's like a can of sardines. With such close proximity and so many people, the soundproofing is hardly effective. That's why Xia stuffed a big steam bun into Hongyu's mouth. There are a few people here who can speak Mandarin, but you never know. Hongyu nodded, not daring to speak again. If they were overheard, it would be a disaster. However, just wait, it will definitely change. Unable to talk, Hongyu frantically called out to his cousin in his mind. The voice of Xia Qingxin came through the slave contract channel. Get lost. I'm busy training, and this kid Hongyu is making prank calls. Hey, cousin, I want to discuss something. Can you give me a steamed bun vending machine set to 5 crystal cores? I'm clumsy and might slip up. Even a factory worker working a full day will inevitably make a few mistakes. If they find out, who knows how they would mess with him? Hongyu doesn't want to get into trouble. Cousin. Hongyu called out several times, but was rejected. Xia Qingxin hung up unilaterally. However, not long after, the ground sank. Someone tugged at Hongyu's hand. His hand was placed on something cold, and Hongyu immediately understood, putting the item into his space. The space ring is an independent space without any tunnels, so Xia Qingxin couldn't directly put it into his space. She could only have Guan Xiaodong activate invisibility and stuff the vending machine into reality for Hongyu to put into his space. When Hongyu looked into his space, the new vending machine had already been adjusted to 5 crystal cores each. The parameters have been modified. For instance, one must insert 5 crystal cores to receive a steam bun. However, in reality, it's still 0. 5 crystal cores per bun, with the excess energy directly routed to Xia Qingxin's warehouse. This saved Hongyu the time to think. He could just mindlessly stuff them in. Guan Xiaodong instantly returned to the space, and Hongyu could only feel secretly pleased, unable to say anything. Are you sure there are no problems? Yin Pengzi asked with concern. Among this group, Yin Pengzi was the oldest. His son was almost a high school student, a proper uncle. It's fine. Just put up a curtain in the middle. Treat me like a boy, she replied. With 4 people in one room and 1 girl. It was indeed a bit embarrassing to think about. Too many opposite sexes is not a good thing. But there was no choice. They were refugees. Spending 300 crystal cores was already a lot. Could they take out another 300 crystal cores to rent another room? That would clearly indicate they had issues and would be asking for trouble. To maintain her character, Liao Lingbao could only pinch her nose and accept it. However, there was no need to worry about taking advantage of the situation. Hongyu was Xia Qingxin's cousin, and they grew up together in their hometown. They were familiar with each other. Xia was upright and even shy like a little wife. Yin Pengzi was older and had a wife and children in the planning cave. Everyone's lives were in Xia Qingxin's hands. Would Liao Lingbao be afraid of them? On the contrary, as long as Liao Lingbao whispered sweet nothings into Xia Qingxin's ear to intimidate them a bit, they would be the ones scared. There is absolutely no possibility of crossing the line. They were all slaves, pitiful beings. They bought 2 mattresses, blankets, pillows, and a curtain. The 4 of them quickly washed up and went to bed. It wasn't until they lay down that Liao Lingbao finally realized why Yin Pengzi had said that. You fatso, are you releasing gas bombs in the room? Who are you trying to poison? Wash your feet thoroughly. If you don't wash, I'll fight you. It turned out it wasn't about gender differences at all, but rather the attack of foot odor. Just D. Liao Lingbao screamed, twisted, and went crazy on the spot. After a long trek, everyone had been sleeping in sleeping bags. Now, they were sleeping within the range of 2 Myers abilities. So they no longer needed sleeping bags. A blanket was enough for warmth. Without the sleeping bag covering them, Yin Pengzi's scent wafted out, causing Liao Lingbao to emit a sharp explosion of sound. Wash your feet, wash your feet, wash your feet. Yin Pengzi was forced to wash for half an hour. Using both soap and shampoo, before the smell was somewhat alleviated. A chaotic day finally passed. Just as dawn broke, someone knocked on the door. When the door opened, Liao Lingbao didn't need to act. Her face was already weary to the point of despair. This further confirmed the rumors that her abilities had been depleted, and she was exhausted from ensuring everyone had something to eat. Good person, good person. Not understanding what this person was saying, she just held her hand in gratitude. Liao Lingbao could only force a smile. Another day of selling baked potatoes began. The two special ability users did not leave. They really wanted to stay here permanently and become part of the Snow Dragon base. Bian Hongyu and Liao Lingbao diligently sold goods, while Li Wanqin cut several warped wooden boards with a knife, measuring out a large number of crystal cores to rescue himself from the misery of counting crystal cores. The small shop recruited 3 helpers. 2 of them used wooden boards to tally the crystal cores. One was responsible for teaching Yi Wanqin and Yin Pongzi to read and write the Snow Witch language. Liao Lingbao and Bian Hongyu listened nearby, and after hearing more, they could understand a few everyday phrases. Gao Being's status was rising quickly. She was thriving in the Ice Crystal Alliance, not only successfully becoming the Deputy Alliance leader, but also gaining a lot of goodwill. She made some friends, but Gao Being's height was a bit shocking. Coupled with her gentle, handsome face and protective character, it always felt strange that her friends, who were all girls, would occasionally blush at her. Gao Being couldn't figure it out, but fortunately, things were going smoothly. Too smoothly. The small shop's reputation spread quickly, and no other shops could compete. Just a little crystal core could exchange for a large number of steamed buns or baked potatoes. For survivors, it was a very profitable deal. After all, the food ended up in their stomachs. The feeling of fullness and calories were real, and every day, the small shop was bustling. The people monitoring external ability users all breathed a sigh of relief. The Snow Witch tribe is xenophobic. Every entering ability user must be monitored. For those who are not of our kind, must have different intentions. However, these newcomers not only had very useful abilities, but were also very obedient. They basically spent the whole day busy in the small shop, only occasionally coming out to buy daily necessities, never running around or prying into things. They appear to be just ordinary survivors. A month passed, and the small shop's business boomed, unable to meet the demand. Survivors stocked up on supplies here. From the initial frenzy to now, finally calming down a bit, the 4 of them had some quiet time to eat. For lunch, it was simple. Even the steamed buns couldn't be paired with spicy strips. Just when Bian Hongyu was eating with a sense of despair, suddenly, there was a ding. Xia Qingxin, who had disappeared for a month, finally emerged from her seclusion. Chapter 121. The white-clothed elder Xia Qingxin has reached level 6. There are very few level 6 ability users in the world, and Xia Qingxin is now truly at the top of the pyramid. But, what the hell? Did she start cultivating from the womb? She still can't compare to Xia. Xia is also level 6, but compared to Xia Qingxin, who just upgraded to a beginner level 6, Xia is already an experienced fighter, either at mid-level or peak level 6. She has the strength to fight, but the probability of losing is too high. Fighting between level 6 ability users is not just about throwing a punch and receiving a kick. It can lead to serious injuries. If they really go all out, either Xia Qingxin will be melted into a pulp by a light sphere, or Xia will be roasted into jerky by Xia Qingxin. Xia Qingxin chooses to act from her heart and lets Tu Meier live for a few more months. Revenge is indeed important, but in comparison, Xia Qingxin's life is more important. Let's upgrade again. Hopefully, she can reach the max level. Xia Qingxin angrily crushed a large handful of crystal cores. As the crystal cores shattered, the fine light within transformed into wisps that drilled into Xia Qingxin's arm. The remaining waste was casually tossed onto the ground, merging with the surroundings. Xia Qingxin sat atop a mountain that had no soil or stones, entirely a translucent silvery white color, shattered and piled together. Upon closer inspection, it could even refract sunlight. That wasn't a mountain at all. It was a heap of countless discarded crystal cores piled together. The crystal cores were only small, about the size of beads, and even when shattered, they weren't large. However, Millions, or tens of millions of shattered crystal cores piled together formed a mountain-like shape, and it was still growing. For a level 6 ability user, the amount absorbed is likely measured in billions. Fortunately, for Xia Qingxin, money is not an issue. Her income is continuously rising, day by day, exceeding her previous earnings. Especially after opening more than 30 teleportation points along the way, her income surged again. Fresh blood flowed into the underground city, and more crystal cores were eagerly brought in by people rushing to deliver them, with even more using the big roulette. Now, Xia Qingxin's warehouse has over 300 golden ability cards. Xia Qingxin hasn't spent much. She just needed to share a bit to receive so much for free, and the trend is still on the rise. The flow of people represents money. Xia Qingxin is holding an underground city that lays golden eggs. Her stock of crystal cores is only increasing, and she doesn't lack for spending them, just doesn't know how to spend them. The speed of spending can't keep up with the speed of earning. The massive amount of crystal cores in Xia Qingxin's warehouse has long surpassed 10 billion, more than enough to elevate her to level 8, and it continues to rise. What Xia Qingxin lacks now is only time. Xia Qingxin isn't short on crystal cores, but over at the temple, things have suddenly become unbalanced. Elder, what should we do? This month's supply of crystal cores is only this little. One of the subordinates awkwardly held a burlap sack. The sack was only half full, pitifully small, and could not be compared to the previous supplies of crystal cores at all. The elder's face darkened. Ever since 2 food god ability users appeared and the news of exchanging crystal cores for food spread, the elder had a premonition that their crystal cores would decrease. But he never expected that this month there would only be this little. In the past, whenever the topic of supplying the temple came up, the Snow-Witch tribe people would eagerly rush over with large handfuls of crystal cores. Not only would they supply for free, but they would also bow to the temple, actively volunteering to do so, and anyone who didn't comply would face their wrath. The warehouse would be stuffed to the brim, forcing the temple elder to expand to a second and third warehouse. But now, not to mention filling a single warehouse, those who used to voluntarily supply were now unable to fill even a burlap sack with crystal cores. This disparity sparked a surge of anger in the elder's heart. Interfering with the temple's offerings, those outsiders are quite bold. Let me go have a word with them. The dignity of the temple cannot be infringed upon. Anyone who touches the temple's interests is an enemy. The elder snorted coldly and directly led his men to the trading street to cause trouble. The informant regretted it deeply. Seeing the elder's demeanor, he feared the worst. If he were truly found guilty, would he not be unable to eat steamed buns and roasted potatoes? The informant was startled and secretly put the half-full sack of crystal cores back into the warehouse, sneaking away to an unknown location. Give me 10 roasted potatoes. Ling girl, make them a bit bigger. Do your best, do your best. Give me 20 steamed buns. All right, give me 5 potatoes. The last roasted potato you gave me was obviously smaller than Lime Motzi's. I want the same size as Lime Motzi's roasted potatoes. Roasted potatoes are all grown in planting caves, and some are large while others are small. Li Xianghong specifically picked some medium or small ones to roast. But the demand far exceeded the supply, and too many were sold, resulting in some large ones being mixed in to make up the numbers. This mix-up turned out to be a big deal. Those survivors went crazy, often lining up at Liao Lingbao's place, wanting to open a blind box. This is out of my control. It's all random, Liao Lingbao explained. But those people wouldn't listen, persistently flattering her. Liao Lingbao helplessly couldn't cater to them, fearing that they would each come begging, so she randomly took out some roasted potatoes. It was lively, noisy, and filled with laughter. Before she even approached, the commotion could be heard. The elder's face was stern as his gaze swept over the queue, and without exception, they were all members of the Snow-Witch tribe, each clutching a basket filled with crystal cores. The crystal cores were empty, but the baskets were full. They returned heavily laden, giving off a strong vibe of a bustling market. It was these 4 individuals who stole the crystal cores that were originally meant to be supplied to the snow god. The elder, protective of his own, only glared angrily at the Snow-Witch tribe members, but his fury was directed straight at the 4 outsiders. Get out of the way! Get out of the way! Elder Xuecheng is coming. Everyone clear the way. His subordinates shouted, clearing a path. The Snow-Witch tribe worships the snow god, and anyone with the surname Xue holds a high position. The people in line immediately stepped back, making way for a straight path. The elder walked down the path leisurely. Oh, the troublemakers have finally arrived. Let us fight. Let us fight. Hurry up and start. This elder's hair has turned all white. Isn't it wrong to bully an old man? When Bien Hongyu and the others saw the elder approaching, they not only didn't panic but even exchanged sly glances. No manners. You see the elder and you don't even greet him. A young subordinate scolded them. Elder Xia Qingxin, dressed in white with white hair, wore the traditional robe of the snow, which elder, solemn and dignified, especially with that hat on, which made him look quite serious. Hey, you say, this old man is so old. What is he thinking wearing morning clothes? Bien Hongyu's eyes were wide with mischief. If it weren't for fear of being hit, he would have loved to openly mock him in front of everyone. Chapter 122, Red Face. White faced the elder and White frowned in displeasure. For decades, he had been respected, and Hu and Ti bowed their heads and praised him when they saw him. Yet these four were standing there foolishly, even making faces in front of him. They were exchanging glances, showing no respect. The elder in white scolded, increasingly disdainful of the four. This old fool. Excuse me, elder. Is there something you need? If you want to buy steamed buns or roasted potatoes, you can queue up. There's no need to push others aside to cut in line, said Bien Hongyu. Wow. As soon as he said this, the people nearby, who had been keeping their heads down, looked over. Clearly, they had never seen someone so bold. What nonsense are you talking? Our elder is not that kind of person. Who cares about your 2 steamed buns? A man wrapped in a white turban, serving as the elder's enforcer, immediately retorted, playing the role of the red-faced character. If you don't care, then why did you come over? You can't possibly be looking for trouble just because you saw our business was good, right? Bien Hongyu pretended to ask innocently, then quickly covered his mouth. No way. Could it be that you are really jealous? In just a month, the four had integrated quickly, having learned everyday language. And this was spoken in the snow, which language? Although this was the intention, once it was pointed out so bluntly, it seemed quite sordid, and the elder's face instantly turned red. Hey, how can you speak like that? Hurry up and apologize to the elder. How could such a kind elder possibly cause you to close your little steamed bun stall? Don't judge a gentleman's heart with the mindset of a petty person. Nian Wanhui slapped Bien Hongyu and immediately played the good guy. However, it only put the elder in a difficult position, making the words he had prepared no longer able to come out. I'm sorry, I speak too directly. I meant no harm. Please forgive me for my bluntness. Bien Hongyu immediately backed down, apologizing smoothly like an eel, with the red face and the white face. The coordinated act left the elder in a position where he couldn't speak up, nor could he deny it. I'm sorry, elder. My brother doesn't understand. His mind is too straightforward. Please forgive him. Liao Lingbao, with a large bag of roasted potatoes, insisted on giving it to the elder, continuously apologizing, imitating the pitiful and helpless demeanor of a restrained old woman from a drama, performing for everyone to see. That humble appearance did manage to somewhat please the elder in white. If you have a problem, go get it treated. Don't let it out to bite people. This old fool. Thankfully, he couldn't act out now. Otherwise, Bien Hongyu would definitely have rushed up to bite him to death at the first opportunity. Pushing past Bien Hongyu, the fat Nian approached. May I ask what the elder is here for? Do you need our help with something? Having been beaten with a stick and then given a sweet date, the elder was feeling awkward and naturally wouldn't speak up himself. His subordinate immediately jumped in. Who told you to privately collect the crystal cores? You dare to embezzle the crystal cores meant for the temple? Is there no law? Close the stall immediately and come with us. As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar below, but with the elder pressing down, no one dared to say much. So it was for this matter. Why do you say that? We're just selling some steamed buns and potatoes, a mutually agreed transaction. Where did this crystal core robbery come from? Who are we robbing? Let someone step forward and say it. The fat Nian deliberately spoke in the Snow Witch language, raising his voice to ensure more people could hear. The subordinate didn't back down but countered. Who cares what you're selling? The crystal cores meant for the temple have all been stuffed into your pockets, right? What are your intentions, collecting crystal cores on a large scale? Robbing the temple of its interests, abandoning the common people. With a heavy accusation thrown down, The fat Nian was left flustered and repeatedly shouting injustice. So all the money in the hands of the Snow Witch clan is yours, right? It can't be used to buy steamed buns and potatoes. And anyone who sells a bit of food is a criminal? Where is the logic in this world? Even gods hope their people can eat their fill, right? I neither stole nor robbed. We are just selling food, and yet we become eternal sinners? The fat Nian's words were reasonable, stirring whispers among the Snow Witch crowd, who quietly echoed their agreement. But not a single person dared to step forward, fearing the elder would pin the charge of disrespecting the snow god on them. If that label was placed on them, it would essentially be a dead end. So they merely agreed, whispering to those beside them, no one daring to stand with the fat Nian. Yet even those whispers were heard by the elder and his sycophantic subordinate, who were both capable of hearing well. Impudence. The temple's matters are not for you to comment on. All the crystal cores submitted to the temple are willingly given by the clansmen, not the robbers you claim. The more they spoke, the more mistakes they made. The temple's staff were not usually eager to surf the internet, and being provoked like this threw them off balance. Temple elder, it's an injustice. I never said anything about robbers. The fat Nian shouted. Liao Lingbao, clutching the hem of her clothes, looked as if she had suffered a great injustice. Since the temple elder has said that the crystal cores submitted by the clansmen are voluntary, then the ownership of the crystal cores belongs to the clansmen, right? So why is it a crime for them to buy some food? Exactly. Liao Lingbao's words awakened those in a daze. Originally, the people in line were about to disperse, feeling guilty, but now they all suddenly realized. The crystal cores were originally obtained through their own efforts. They had fought desperately against zombies, extracting them from those dangerous creatures at the cost of blood and tears, even risking their lives. If they submitted to the temple in normal times, it was all voluntary, willingly offered to the snow god. But why? Is it that clearly it's their own wealth, yet they have no right to decide how to use it? Even buying a steamed bun to fill their stomachs makes them feel guilty? Exactly. Why can't we buy steamed buns? I'm hungry. Is it a crime to eat something? In the crowd, a child suddenly piped up, unexpectedly and quickly, just as the elder glared over in anger. The crowd then surged, densely hiding the child, making it impossible to tell who had spoken. Furious, the elder's face turned red, but unable to find the individual. He could only vent his anger on the small shop. Smooth talkers. Close the shop immediately. You have offended the temple's interests and contradicted the elder. Your crimes are compounded. You must go to the temple for punishment. These people were still too thin-skinned, having spent years in their comfort zone, lacking even this bit of tolerance. But tearing the mask off is fine. Bien Hongyu sat down on the ground, shamelessly hugging the elder's leg and crying. Please, my lord, what have I done to offend you? Was it something I said just now that made you angry? I didn't mean it. Please don't close the shop. Can I apologize to you? Little one, we're being arrested for selling steamed buns, if you dare say another word. Watch out for your life. Liao Lingbao added fuel to the fire. My life is so bitter. There are only 3 children in my family. 2 have already died. Why don't you just kill me too? The fat Nian opened his mouth, once again slandering, which infuriated the already speechless elder. Chapter 123. Just leave. Yuanxin remained silent. He simply couldn't play this kind of role. But the more he stood there, quiet and dazed, the more some people could imagine him as a pitiful, honest person. An aunt couldn't bear to watch any longer. He's an adult. Don't bully the kid. He's just selling steamed buns and potatoes. Never bullied anyone. That's right. Last time the little girl even gave me a big potato. He's not a bad person. Once she spoke up, many people chimed in. Even more, some brought out the elderly from their homes. Lin family's kid. Why are you making things difficult for these kids? Just because they're selling a few buns and potatoes on our turf? The elder's face turned red. He was used to being domineering, and as a Snow Witch clan elder, he had always wielded power without needing evidence to drag people to the temple for interrogation. But at this moment, the relentless questioning left the elder at a loss for words. He closed his lips several times, unsure of what to say. Should he say he was jealous of others making too many crystal cores from their little shop, stealing the offerings from the temple? Or should he say he didn't want outsiders selling buns and potatoes here? If there were any food gods among the Snow Witch clan, the elder wouldn't have made things difficult for them. He would have supported his own food god abilities and raised them like a second saintess. But since they were outsiders, Their hearts must be different. Thus, the elder used the temple's interests as a pretext to come and arrest them, wanting to capture these few people to continuously supply food to the snow dragon base. But how could he say that out loud? Seeing his expression, the old man understood everything, but he was still an elder and had to consider his position. So he mumbled on, "They're all good kids. Don't make it hard for them. Those buns and potatoes have ended up in the bellies of the neighborhood kids. That's a good thing." Regardless of whether the elder heard it, everyone had to perk up their ears and pretend to be obedient. The Snow-Witch clan was quite traditional, and unity meant respecting the elderly. If you went against it, you'd be gossiped about. Seeing the elder about to back down, Bien Hong Yu started to squint again. "No way. This is just the beginning for me. It's your fault for speaking harshly and confusing him. How was I supposed to know they were this weak?" Among the four, 3 were internet users, skilled at arguing and being sarcastic. They hadn't even unleashed their full power yet, and their opponent was already on the ground. This was quite unexpected, but thinking about it, it made sense. An old man with completely white hair and eyebrows, dressed in morning clothes, who didn't go online or surf the web, and held a noble status, rarely had anyone oppose him. So, he didn't even know how to counterattack and was directly at a disadvantage. How naive and foolish. How could someone like this hold an official position? Bien Hongyu found it hard to understand. The clan's elders scolded the elder. The elder came in a hurry this time, without preparing evidence, merely relying on the fact that someone made crystal cores from selling buns and potatoes was not enough to convict the 4. "I'm also anxious for the development of the temple. After all, the more crystal cores there are, the larger the Sanus's wooden house can become, accommodating more clansmen." The elder attributed everything to caring too much, not only justifying himself, but also painting himself as someone considering the clan's people. However, his gaze was glued to the 4. It wouldn't be long before he would return with evidence again. Next time, he wouldn't let them off so lightly. In this first confrontation, the elder had underestimated them and lost. But next time, he would definitely be prepared with enough evidence to imprison them. He wanted them to become a continuous source of resources. Seeing the elder about to let them go, Bien Hongyu finally became anxious. "Brother, let's go. The Snow Dragon base is not as good as people say. The Snow-Witch clan bullies outsiders too much. Let's go to XX base. It doesn't matter where we go. I don't believe that with our food god powers, my sister and I won't be able to make a living." Bien Hongyu spoke in the Snow-Witch language. The people around heard and understood. "All right then. After all, they don't welcome us either." Yuan Xin agreed. "Great. Let's go to XX base. I've heard the people there are really nice and definitely won't discriminate against us outsiders." Liao Lingbao clapped in approval. Yin Wanhui quickly started to pack up. The 4 didn't bring much, as they had decided to leave, so they hurriedly gathered only the essentials. 4 backpacks. They left everything else behind, directly tossing the tables and chairs into the little shop and closing the door, clearly about to leave immediately. "Wait. Calm down. Now." The Snow-Witch clansmen, who had just been silently watching, immediately lost their composure, no longer interested in the show, and began to shout and block their way. "Where do you think you're going? You can't just leave like that. It's so sudden. What else? Stay here to be bullied by you?" Liao Lingbao retorted. The ant fell silent. The Snow-Witch clan indeed liked to stick together and bully outsiders. But nobody was bullying these 4. They were mostly being ignored. Why do they want to leave? Aren't you afraid of encountering zombies on the way? What will you do if something happens? Someone still stubbornly questioned. "Oh, it's fine. Even though we can only transform a bit of food, my brother and uncle are really strong. They'll protect us all the way," Liao Lingbao said innocently. Having 2 attackers among the 5 seemed reasonable. It's not dangerous on the road either. Sister Baiying is a space ability user. If we encounter zombies, she can just pull out a big steel roll from her space and smash them. Otherwise, we wouldn't even make it to the Snow Dragon base. Bien Hongyu scratched his head, looking foolish. Baiying, also known as Gao Beiying, was currently disguising herself as a space ability user and was now a hot commodity, having jumped to become the deputy leader. Now, the 4 were leaving without a trace, taking away the precious space ability user with them. The elder's mouth twitched, looking pained. "How can you just leave? It's just a small matter." Even the elder, who looked old and frail, couldn't help but lower his voice, almost pleading. When others were present, they ignored them, Only when someone was about to leave did they realize what they were about to lose: steamed buns, roasted potatoes. Not just one or two, but a continuous supply of food. What a great fortune! No matter where it was placed, it was a hot commodity that could fill many bellies. It was such precious relief food. Even children knew how to weigh the pros and cons. Yet, these people had only been here for a month and had not cherished it properly because of their outsider status. Now, feeling that staying here was inappropriate, they wanted to leave. What was the difference between this and being kicked out of a luxurious granary and sent to someone else's home? It was infuriating. Many people glared angrily, and the elder nearly suffered internal injuries from anger. Chapter 124. Pulling and tugging with too many lickspittles around. I almost forgot that foreign tribespeople Would cling to the snow, which clan, and refuse to leave. They have their pride. If they're troubled, they could just walk away. Xia Qingxin wasn't pretending. The four of them were quick and had everything packed up. If it weren't for the passers-by coming to buy bread, pulling them back, they could have already walked several meters away. Aunt Lu, let go. Why force it? Bien Hongyu desperately tugged at the arm that was tightly gripping him. No, if you leave, what will my child eat? It was hard-earned for them to finally have a little sweetness in life, and they were not willing to go back to their old ways. We're just a small shop, selling some little snacks. Don't you usually eat bean cakes? Bean cakes, the most common food of the Snow Witch clan, were large cakes mixed with unknown ingredients, tasting like swallowing chaff, impossible to swallow without water, and tough on the throat. But that was the staple food. Moreover, one had to work a certain number of hours to earn a few cakes to fill their stomachs. If I had always been in the dark, I wouldn't be struggling like this. But after a month of eating soft, fragrant steamed buns made from fine flour every day, the comparison was stark, and the residents' appetites had become spoiled. No, Sister Bao, I can't live without you. The half-grown kid was the first to break down, pulling at Liao Lingbao's clothes and crying uncontrollably. They were at a growing age, and being underage, the territory didn't employ child labor. They could only watch and share a little dry cake, already so hungry their eyes were turning green. After finally eating full meals for a month, now someone wanted to kick the pot over, and they wouldn't do anything to stop it. Only the children, around 10 years old, wailed and cried, trying to awaken Liao Lingbao as compassion. Oh, don't worry. It's the same wherever you open a shop. When fate brings us together, maybe you'll see your sister again at the XX base. Liao Lingbao spoke the most heart-wrenching words in the gentlest tone, seemingly determined to leave. A 5-year-old girl suddenly burst into tears. Don't go. Don't go. Nan still wants to eat baked potatoes. Nan doesn't want to wake up hungry in the middle of the night. When children start crying, their contagion is too high, and the other little ones followed suit, howling and sobbing. This made the parents of the children panic. Brother, can you not leave? Isn't our snow dragon base good? This is the largest survivor base within 1,000 miles. This can't be a joke. Brother Nian, can't you persuade them? Are you just going to let them have their way? No, my grandma's teeth have fallen out. She can't bite the bean cakes. She eats your steamed buns and baked potatoes every day. What will happen to my grandma without those? What sentiment? Indeed, interest can move the heart the most. Nian Fatty wiped his sweat, pretending to be troubled for the villagers. It's not that we don't want to feed you. You've seen it. We've worked diligently for a month, during which have we bullied anyone? Have we actively caused any trouble? Every time we've humbly served everyone hot food with both hands, even for just 5 crystal cores. We've made no profit, just hoping to work for free for a month to benefit the elderly and children at home, to integrate into the community and become a part of the Snow Dragon base. Nian Fatty made himself sound pitiful, but every word was true, leaving the elders with no faults to pick. Then you stay. Continue selling your steamed buns and potatoes. A man shouted. Nian Fatty sighed. It's not that I don't want to, but I can't. You've seen it. We've offended an elder, the highest authority, who speaks and acts without hesitation. What can I do when being criticized on someone else's territory? There are only 5 of us, 3 of whom are support roles. We have nowhere to complain about being bullied. Since they're driving us away, we'll leave. Right? I originally thought that working for free for a month would let everyone feel our enthusiasm and accept us, but unexpectedly, it's okay at worst. We treat it as a loss, just a little crystal core anyway. After all, both of us are food type ability users, and with a space type, We want to go hungry wherever we go. Yuan Xin and Liao Lingbao harmonized, directly framing themselves as the honest people being bullied. You want to go hungry, but if the 3 golden egg-laying chickens run away, I absolutely want to eat some melon seeds. The elder was furious, his face turning as red as a jujube under the scrutinizing and even blaming gazes of various people. The clan elder struck the ground fiercely with his cane. Enough. You. Apologize. Don't let the children feel cold-hearted. The clan elder was already very old, with a high status, and since he was also a direct relative of the elder, when he said this, everyone's eyes all focused on him. Insidious and cunning foreign tribespeople. To force it this far, this Bai Cheng is also a fool. Without even preparing evidence, he hurriedly came to deal with people, only to kick the iron plate. The clan elder's expression darkened, looking furious. Old people are wise. What can't they see? This shameless group of foreign tribespeople, relying on being precious food type and space type ability users, directly took a step back to force the elder to concede. If this group of foreign tribespeople were tougher, confronting or extorting crystal cores would be fine. But they chose an unconventional route. They simply wanted to leave. Under the management of the Great Witch, the Snow Witch clan hadn't experienced significant turmoil and still adhered to the strict laws of the pre-apocalypse. If there was no crime, they couldn't detain or imprison anyone. If this group of foreign tribespeople slipped away quietly, it would be fine. But they chose to leave openly under everyone's watch. If something happened on the road, it would be hard to explain. They couldn't bring shame to the snow god, at least not on the surface. Understanding the elder's meaning, he forced himself to suppress his anger, shame, and grief, squeezing out a few words through clenched teeth. You stay. No one will make things difficult for you. The words were gritted out, unable to conceal his expression. Indeed, the elder had been spoiled by the temple, and the clan elder, who felt disappointed, tapped him lightly with his cane. Next time, don't be so careless to avoid being blinded by the instigation of petty people. One sentence pushed all the elder's responsibilities away. The cane was raised high and gently fell. It didn't hurt at all, but the surrounding gazes made the elder feel humiliated and furious. All right, I've only taught him a lesson. You all don't leave either. Our Snow Witch clan is so good. Why take the risk to go to other bases? It'd be terrible to meet zombies on the way. Well, that's a threat. Nian Fatty had no doubt that if they really left now, they would probably be chased down within 10 miles. Seeing the situation, after pretending for a while longer, Nian Fatty finally relented and was persuaded to stay. Meanwhile, the elder flicked his sleeves and ran away quickly. Clearly, this temple elder, who had lived a life of luxury, had lost decades of face in just half a day. Chapter 125 Power Distribution. Various people pleaded and spoke well. It was no longer the plump man selling goods with a flattering face. Instead, it was the Snow Witch clan members begging him to continue selling. The situation had completely reversed. Initially, due to their foreign status, the Snow Witch clan members had ignored them and were even on guard, not even willing to talk to them, even if they were offered a sack of buns or potatoes in exchange for useless crystal cores. But now that invisible barrier had shattered, the Snow Witch clan took the initiative to talk to the plump man and even showed concern for each other. The plump man cheerfully responded to each of them, and after personally sending the clan elder home, he finally opened the door to the small shop. However, this time, Bian Hongyu changed the words on the signboard. Processing fee. 1 crystal core one time within 100 units. What does this mean? Someone inquired. We need to eat too. After all, 5 crystal cores are barely enough to produce food. We can't keep spending our savings. We can't let the chef starve, right? The explanation was reasonable, as everyone had seen that every time they operated, they used 5 crystal cores to create 1 food item. And only after the crystal cores completely vanished would a bun or baked potato appear. Even if the ability users absorbed the crystal cores, they would leave behind waste crystal core remnants on the ground. But those two, with a wave of their hands, the crystal cores simply vanished. Unless they also had spatial abilities, how could they deceive so many pairs of eyes? However, that was even less likely. Humans could only possess one ability. This was common knowledge, unless they were no longer human, but rather divine messengers like the Great Witch. Many people laughed, but willingly paid the processing fee. At most, it was just a matter of 1 crystal core. The progress was very smooth, and with the encouragement of the elder. Others know which clan members in different areas heard about this matter. This small shop entered the public's view. It was only just 5 o'clock, and the plump man and his 3 companions had already closed up early. Do we really have to do this? The plump man asked through the slave contract. Yes, let's try. At worst, we can dive into space, Xia Qingxin replied. She even specifically opened the spatial settings, allowing them to escape into the space whenever they face danger. Just like her. But what if? Isn't that 4-eyed guy supposed to be able to foresee the future? What if he catches us off guard? Even with an escape route, the plump man was still afraid. A level 6 ability user could easily roast an elephant. They were all absurdly powerful. Yet Xia Qingxin ordered them to dive into the temple's nest. Foreseeing the future? Not necessarily. The other party might indeed see something, but they couldn't be an all-knowing god. Otherwise, Xia Qingxin wouldn't have managed to outsmart him 3 times. Once, he ruined her clothes and compromised her virtue. Another time, he almost killed 2 mayor right in front of him. Even after failing, he could still hide in the space and escape unscathed. If he were truly as formidable as the Snow Witch clan claimed, he should have blocked Xia Qingxin's escape route long ago. It was impossible for things to be like they were now. Moreover, the plump man and his companions had been inside for a month. Yet they hadn't come to capture anyone. Were they unaware? Or were they waiting to catch them off guard? Xia Qingxin leaned towards the latter. After all, the guards from the high tower hadn't retreated. They were still patrolling day and night around the area where Xia Qingxin disappeared. Unbeknownst to them, Xia Qingxin could appear in all the cities along the way through the teleportation points in the Underground City. Go with confidence. It's not like you're facing that 4-eyed guy. You just need to rely on Elder Xuesi. During Xia Qingxin's closed-door training, the chameleon siblings also kept busy, often following those elders and eavesdropping with their invisible, soundless abilities. Xuesi was one of the elders and the most talented and esteemed among them, being the leader of all the elders. However, unfortunately, the only child he had, who was greatly hoped for, was killed by Xueshi during the struggle for the position of the Great Witch in the Great Rift. During Xueshi's rise to power, he frequently proposed protests for reforms and even sought to overthrow Xueshi's existence. As an assistant, he was quite capable. Even though the plump man was reluctant, he was still dragged by the others to Elder Xuesi's residence. Who? The guards raised their guns, aiming at the group. Guests. They are guests. Don't act rashly. Bian Hongyu immediately shouted back. What guests? Do you have an appointment? No. Get lost. The gun was once again pointed at their foreheads. Hey, what does it matter if we don't have an appointment? I want to see Elder Xuesi today. No way. Bian Hongyu wasn't afraid at all. After all, his ability was immortality. He could just resurrect if worse came to worst. No appointment. No entry. Elders do not see strangers. Hey, who said that you? Bian Hongyu's mouth was covered. Please give this to Elder Xuesi. It's very important. Yuanxin handed over a small bell. The bell was no bigger than a fingernail, golden in color, tied with a red string, and looked roughly made, like something you could buy at a 2-yuan store. The guard initially wanted to refuse, but the plump man cleverly stuffed 2 big bags of jerky into his pocket. Just make an exception and let Elder Xuesi ring the bell. He will surely let us in. But that is not an ordinary bell. Xia Qingxin found it among a heap of various cards in the warehouse. It was an illusion bell. When shaken, it could briefly reveal what one wished to see. It had little practical combat value, but it could allow one to see the person they wanted to see. The guard weighed the heavy jerky in his pocket and initially intended to make things difficult. But then a voice from inside came, telling them to come in. Ability users are keenly perceptive. Even indoors, the elder could hear them. The guard's demeanor immediately changed, and he respectfully welcomed them inside. Naturally, the elder's living environment was different from that of the common people. While dozens of others squeezed into one room, he occupied an entire building alone. The elder named Xuesi had white hair and white clothes, and he also sported a long beard. Elder Xuesi, it's an honor to meet you. The plump man began to exchange pleasantries, but Xuesi stopped him and went straight to Yuanxin, snatching the bell and shaking it vigorously. Ding-ling-ling, ding-ling-ling. After a couple of rings, Xuesi seemed to have seen something that brought tears to his eyes. No way, so familiar? Bian Hongyu. I don't believe you when you say it has nothing to do with Xia Qingxin. Liao Lingbao. Most likely, Xia Qingxin had already visited him before. Yi Lanjin. So bringing us here was just a connection? I was so nervous for half a day, trying to figure out what to say. The plum man. Indeed. Xia Qingxin came personally yesterday. She was naturally looking for Elder Shuesi and had already made arrangements, allowing Yi Wanxin and the others to come over, just to take a clear path. After all, selling buns and potatoes and earning crystal cores was just a pretense. Xia Qingxin was always after Tu Mayor. For now, she couldn't kill her, but she had to make her feel sick. Hollow out Tu Mayor's power, artificially create a substitute for the Saintess, and push Tu Mayor down from the clouds. Chapter 126. Life-saving firewood. No one knew what they said, only that the next day, Yi Wanxin and the other three directly moved to Elder Shuesi's side and set up a stall inside the temple. Although the stall was simple, it occupied the best position, placed right at the first spot next to the statue of the snow god. What does this mean? A group of clergy members stared wide-eyed in shock. Not just them, but even the highest-ranking elders pulled Elder Shuesi away to discuss something. Bian Hongyu, ignoring all the scrutinizing gazes, forced a bright smile and put up a sign selling steamed buns and potatoes in front of the stall. Ridiculous, utterly ridiculous. It was infuriating, almost suffocating. Inside the temple, under the statue of the snow god, the row of positions was not something just anyone could occupy. In the center stood the great witches and the saintess, while elders stood on either side according to their ranks. Every year on the day of the divine birth, the elders would stand there to bestow blessings. In the past, no one would stand in that position. But now, next to the great witch and saintess, someone else stood in the position of the foremost elder. Is it going to be a succession? Humans are ultimately humans, with limited lifespans, and death will come one day. The great witch and saintess are chosen by the gods. However, elders are those from the clan with the best talent and high moral standing. Former elders would select successors in advance to gradually take over their positions. But why is it a food-selling ability user, a group of healing type, spatial type, and even light type blessing ability users could sit in a row within the temple? Each could only volunteer to treat the wounded, desperately trying to make their presence felt, and could only fight their way through thousands to tens of thousands of people to secure an in-turn snow servant position. The temple had many positions, especially since the apocalypse. The power of the gods became even more centralized. Anyone with a bit of ability wanted to secure a clerical position, but the Snow Witch clan had a large population and plenty of manpower. To get an in-turn snow servant position, one had to endure fierce competition, working hard for 3 months just to qualify. Yet, a newcomer suddenly became the president. Jealousy distorted their faces. But even though their hearts bled and they gritted their teeth, wishing they could eat them alive, the in-turn snow servants didn't dare to utter a word against them. The Snow Witch clan is protective, which meant a feudal unity, with strict order. An in-turn daring to confront the future president? Do they not want to survive anymore? With higher authority crushing down, and there were many levels above that. They hissed, but didn't hold back on cursing the four in their hearts. If looks could kill, the four would have been executed thousands of times by now. Steam buns, warm steam buns. Bian Hongyu loudly shouted, taking advantage of his invulnerability. The temple was a significant place, and those kneeling to worship the snow god were almost interrupted by this commotion. Want to buy steam buns? Health is the foundation of revolution. Only with a healthy body can one spread the glory of the snow god. Ignoring the line of people kneeling below, Bian Hongyu naturally promoted his goods. They were indeed taking advantage. The elder's position was too close to the snow god statue. Aside from the sacrificial altar, no one usually stood there. So when the crowd bowed and thanked the snow god, Bian Hongyu and his group could bask in the glory. Shameless, but gurgle. His stomach growled. It would be a lie to say he wasn't hungry. But get out of here, outsiders. Don't tarnish the snow god's majesty. Someone below shouted angrily. Get out, outsiders. An outsider. Has Elder Shuesi gone mad? A bun seller can become a prospective elder. It's simply absurd. Exactly. Why? Just for a bit of food, and it has to consume crystal cores. Being a snow servant is a privilege. Why sit in the elder's position? No one among the clergy dared to scold Bien Hongyu and the others, but ordinary members of the Snow-Which clan had no such reservations. They directly opened their mouths to curse, and some even wanted to throw things at them. The crowd was incensed, but the harm didn't fall on Bien Hongyu. The stones thrown were directly slashed away by Xia Qingxin, crashing hard onto the ground and shattering into several pieces. Why? Because we can save your otherkin who can't enter the Snow Dragon base. Yer Fatty cheerfully dropped a bombshell. The uproar was like a thunderclap. The news spreading like boiling water poured into hot oil. Outsider, what did you say? Clarify. What do you mean by being able to save otherkin? Eagerly, several who ran fast almost caught up to the fatty to interrogate him. Bang! Those few ran into something transparent and couldn't take another step forward. They couldn't get close to the snow god statue. Stop! It was the clergy members who opened a barrier. It was their job to protect the statue from damage, clearing a 10-meter radius around the deity. Coincidentally, Yer Fatty and his group stood inside the protective barrier of the snow god. What do you mean by being able to save others? Clarify. The Snow-Which clan's flaw was also its strength. They were extremely protective, considering everyone as kin and overly favoring their own. But how could that be possible? No matter how much Meyer's small wooden house expanded, it couldn't accommodate 10 million humans. The Snow Dragon base was currently overcrowded, with dozens crammed into a single room, living like sardines in a can, barely supporting 1 million people. The other 8 million were outside the Snow Dragon base. Without the insulated buildings of the small wooden houses, they could only live in ordinary houses built by humans, freezing to death day after day. Even when searching for supplies frantically in the snow, they could barely hang on to life without starving. But once faced with extreme cold, storm, or blizzard, frequent deaths were inevitable disasters. The population was sharply decreasing. If another extreme cold period came, the 8 million outside would drop to 7 million. The loss of lips and teeth. How could this not make the Snow-Which clan anxious? Yer Fatty didn't keep them in suspense. Grabbing a large handful of crystal cores for Xia Qingxin and Liao Lingbao, Bien Hongyu and Liao Lingbao absorbed them, and the crystal cores disappeared. But a small twig appeared. The twig was palm-sized, with branches distributed sparsely, and was a pink-purple color, looking somewhat like a starry sky. Not steamed buns or baked potatoes, but 2 plants? What does this mean? Yer Fatty had been planning this for a long time. He took out an iron plate from his backpack, then pulled out a lighter. He gently lit the pink-purple plant, which looked like a bunch of flowers. The orange-yellow flames quickly ignited the warm fluff, burning. It burned quite ordinarily. There were no special effects, no miraculous reactions. It just burned plainly. Are you messing with me? Below, someone was furious, rolling up their sleeves, ready to fight Yer Fatty. Selling warm fluff, 10 crystal cores for a plant. Smoke-free and non-toxic, easy to carry and space-saving. One can burn for 48 hours. Yer Hui ignored that person and shouted with all his might. Chapter 127. Eating sugar knives, it seems I am experiencing auditory hallucinations. What could possibly burn for 48 hours? The members of the Snow-Which tribe exchanged glances. Even the usually calm and sometimes jealous clergy couldn't help but check their ears, suspecting they had misheard. Nien Fatsi took a deep breath and continued to shout. Warm wool. Smoke-free and non-toxic. It can burn for 48 hours. Smoke-free and non-toxic. A single piece can burn for 48 hours. 48 hours. The crowd felt as if the pause button had been pressed. Everyone was in disbelief. What is the most terrifying thing in the extreme cold apocalypse? It's not the lack of food, nor the fear of zombies. It is the extreme cold. It is a sudden drop to minus 60 degrees Celsius. It is the bone-chilling cold that makes hands and feet tremble, causing blood in the urine and hypothermia to the brink of death. Firewood is incredibly important. If the temperature rises, can those outside the base survive? Boiling. The crowd instantly erupted. At this moment, there were no more doubting voices, only respectful worship. Bowing. Ecstatic bowing. This time, Nien Fatsi and the others were not borrowing the glory of the snow god statue. They were genuinely being worshipped. If the food god merely conjured food, it would only relieve immediate hunger. But warm wool is a real lifeline. As long as there is fire, A small piece can burn for a full 2 days. How many people on the verge of freezing to death can it save? If enough is bought, as long as the tribe members stay inside their homes and avoid direct contact with the cold wave, burning warm can help them survive the extreme cold period. Survive the extreme cold period. The death toll will drop sharply. This is a monumental merit. How many lives of fellow tribesmen can it directly save? At least, several fierce-looking strong men below have already cracked their heads open, and even with blood on their faces, they are thanking the snow god's gift. Some elders even exclaim that it would be worth dying, feeling even more grateful than the younger ones, even with a sense of redemption for their sins. The Snow tribe is united, respecting the elderly, with 1,000,000 spots, half reserved for the elderly and children, pushing the elderly at home to the safe and warm Snow Dragon base. The others at home suffer in the village, waiting for death. The guilt completely collapses when the news of family deaths arrives. There are countless elderly people committing suicide in the base, fearing the extreme cold period will pass through their village and harm other family members, with only one person surviving. Mutual worry, mutual indebtedness. The trolley problem is right in front of them. And now, the trolley doesn't need to kill either side. Instead, there's the possibility of saving everyone. How can this not excite people? How can it not make them kneel in crazed worship? Even the trend surpasses that of the saints. After all, there is no need to answer a multiple-choice question. Just by working a little harder, everyone can be saved. The crowd was agitated, and no one questioned whether the four were unworthy of their positions and should become elder candidates. As for lying, impossible. They are in the Snow Dragon base. Daring to make such life-threatening jokes would truly be a matter of life and death. Selling goods, selling like crazy, especially after getting their hands on it. Seeing it burn for a long time without extinguishing, the crowd became even more frenzied. Everyone surrounded the temple tightly, holding crystals and anxiously squeezing inside. Just to snatch wormwool. Don't rush, don't rush. Each person is limited to 3 pieces a day, no more. Don't line up again. Nien Fatsi shouted loudly. Warm wool is not expensive. This time the purpose is different, aimed at winning hearts to overthrow Tu Meyer. So naturally, the price is lower. Ideally to cast a wide net, so that other snow, which tribes outside the base can use it, to take power from Tu Meyer, and after that, they can discuss other matters. Nien Fatsi quickly collected the crystals, counted out the corresponding pieces of warm wool, and was about to hand them to others when the warm wool in his hand suddenly fell to the ground with a thud. Trembling, Nien Fatsi couldn't help but let his lips quiver. Yuanxin and Bian Hongyu were also tense, instinctively taking up a defensive posture. Liao Lingbao was even ready to dive into the space at any moment. In the crowd stood a young man in white clothes with white hair. Calling him a young man might not be quite right. However, Snowshoe's face was indeed youthful, making it hard to tell his exact age, even past 30. He still looked like he was 17. But those 4 distinctive eyeballs made Nien Fatsi really want to run away. The Great Witch, Snowshoe, had personally come over. It was indeed hard to conceal. Just as Nien Fatsi was about to dive into the space, he caught a glimpse of a hand reaching out behind Snowshoe. That hand was fair and slender, with neatly rounded nails. A long time no see. It was Xia Qingxin, who, like a rogue, actually wanted to slap Snowshoe on the backside. She was forcefully swatted away by Snowshoe, the strength so great that the back of her hand turned red. Hey, little Pepper, still so fiery, really not cute. The way she flirted hadn't changed at all. Yuanxin frowned, almost angrily glaring at Xia Qingxin and Snowshoe. Ahem. Xia Qingxin instinctively took a step back. It was that Xia Qingxin wanted to deliberately tease this old man, but she preferred the younger ones. However, Snowshoe was thin-skinned and would get angry after a few teasing remarks, so Xia Qingxin naturally had to provoke him a bit. Why? Snowshoe asked. What why? Xia Qingxin was momentarily taken aback, not responding. They're your people, right? You came together. Oh, Xia Qingxin elongated her tone. Besides his light system, Snowshoe seemed to rely on something else to foresee. Xia Qingxin had known this long ago, but after a month of testing, she had figured out most of it. This foresight has many limitations. At least, he only knew the general idea and couldn't predict the future accurately. Otherwise, he would have caught Xia Qingxin and the others long ago. And he also didn't know about the Underground City. Otherwise, if he knew Xia Qingxin had this good thing, he would have chased after her long ago. Why? Snowshoe repeated. When Snowshoe appeared, the temple staff had already signaled, and the others stopped buying warm wool, temporarily retreating. But those footsteps were reluctant, each one pleading desperately, fearing that Snowshoe would prohibit the sale of that item. It's a good thing, undoubtedly. Even Snowshoe was moved by it. What do you think? Do you want it? As long as you submit to me and let me handle you, I'll give you warm wool. It's not surprising that Snowshoe came. After all, he has foresight, and Xia Qingxin had been waiting here. However, for some reason, Snowshoe's face turned red again, red as a monkey's butt. Rogue, be serious. He was so reluctant to part with Meyer. Is she really that lecherous? Why say such things in front of so many people? The two were completely on different wavelengths, yet they miraculously managed to have a conversation. Don't think about snatching from me. These are sub-bodies. They can take root and grow. What is your purpose? Didn't I say? Hand over Meyer. No, change it. Snowshoe wanted warm wool, and he also wanted the small cabin to keep warm in the city. In the face of the interests of the tribe, Snowshoe would not give an inch. Chapter 128. Warm Fleece. The two did not give an inch, but fortunately, they did not end up fighting. Fatty wiped the sweat from his face, really not wanting to see the two big shots anymore. If Xia Qingxin had given him a heads up that Snowshoe would be coming, Fatty wouldn't have shown up. However, his ability to foresee is truly cheating. We hadn't even contacted Xia Qingxin, yet he could already tell. Liao Lingbao, if he is really that powerful, he should have known about this scene years ago. Otherwise, why rush over here in such a hurry? Bianhong, you said. It has limitations, but even with those limitations, it still feels like a cheating artifact. Snowshoe's foresight indeed has usage restrictions. At most, he can use it once a day. In the past, Snowshoe used it to foresee the locations of supplies, allowing his subordinates to transport grain to ensure that their people wouldn't starve. With 1 million people in the Shuelong base, who doesn't need to eat? Everyone needs food, and the 8 million people outside the base can't just be ignored. With so many mouths to feed, Snowshoe's daily foresight was never enough. They swept through, leaving no grass behind. The Shui, which clan's locusts entered, frantically scavenging supplies. As for Xia Qingxin, Snowshoe had already suffered losses. When he initially investigated Meyer's background, he used up 2 foreknowledge opportunities. Following Meyer's memories to investigate Xia Qingxin, his spiritual energy surged. And even though Snowshoe quickly cut it off, he still expended a lot of energy. Snowshoe bled from his eyes and couldn't open them for a whole month. He needed over a month to recover his foresight ability. But even when he did recover, in the following 3 months, every time he used his foresight to look for supplies elsewhere, his soul and eyes would feel a sharp pain. In this world, there are always people one should not look at. Snowshoe had never encountered someone like Xia Qingxin before. If he were an ordinary person, he would surely investigate thoroughly. But Snowshoe is the great witch of the Shui Witch clan. He bears heavy responsibilities, needing to protect his people like the snow god. In a month and a half, if he could use his foresight, he could bring in thousands of tons of food. But when it came to Xia Qingxin, all he could see was what she looked like in snippets of her dating his foolish nephew. Nothing else could be seen. Snowshoe did not want to sacrifice the lives of his people to satisfy his curiosity. Saving even one person from starvation is worth it. Hence, Snowshoe did not understand Xia Qingxin. If it weren't for the commotion in the temple, he wouldn't have come to check things out. Upon arriving, he immediately checked Fatty. In Fatty's past, Xia Qingxin's figure barely flashed by, and Snowshoe felt a sharp pain in his eyes. He quickly cut it off, but that one glance cost him 10 days without being able to use his foresight ability. Fortunately, Xia Qingxin didn't know. If she did, who knows how arrogant she would be. Xia Qingxin was wary of Snowshoe's abilities, while Snowshoe was cautious of Xia Qingxin's warm fleece. Both sides harbored ulterior motives, leading to a stalemate. However, more and more people gathered outside, surrounding the temple tightly. If it weren't for Snowshoe's presence, they would have rushed in to buy as much as they could. It was too quick. People were arriving in droves, as if they had practiced it. You're quite clever. Even without foresight, Snowshoe could guess most of it. There must be someone behind the scenes, pushing things along, spreading the news quickly, allowing it to spread so rapidly throughout the Shuelong base. Thank you for the compliment. With the situation already set, Schwescher waved his sleeve and left. A month. Oh, take care. He paused for a moment, then walked even faster. Warm fleece, in this extreme cold apocalypse, is something any normal human would find irresistible. It is a 100 good thing that can drastically increase survival rates. There is no reason for Schwescher to refuse such a good thing. However, try to force down warm fleece could be quite painful. Xia Qingxin and Tu Meyer could only keep one. Either choose Tu Meyer's little wooden house or Xia Qingxin's warm fleece. Schwescher could not have both. Xia Qingxin wouldn't be so kind as to directly give Schwescher a benefit. Warm fleece would only be sold for a month, quickly penetrating into the Schwech clan, allowing them to enjoy its convenience. If they had always lived in darkness, that would be fine. But once they adapted to the warmth of the fire, pushing them back into the snow would only make them feel colder. After a month, when warm fleece is no longer sold. Keep it up, Xia Qingxin encouraged. Cutting off from the root to solve the problem is indeed the best. Usually, if Xia Qingxin wanted to cut off their lifeline, Tu Meyer, they would protect her fiercely. But with the better, safer warm fleece that could save many survivors. Schwescher's attitude softened immediately. Both Schwescher and Xia Qingxin left, until there were no traces of the two in the temple. The crowd outside went mad and rushed forward. Buy. Give me a sack, no? 10 sacks of warm fleece. No, don't sell it to others. I have crystal cores. Sell me as much as you have. I'll add crystal cores. Boss, give it to me. Anxious and impatient. Those who were previously united enough to wear the same pants were now pulling and shoving, almost ready to fight, even forming no lines. Some had even revealed their abilities just to buy more. Fortunately, Elder Xue had arranged for a large number of personnel to manage things and maintain order before the chaos began, with the appearance of the guards wielding long knives. The chaos was quickly suppressed. Each person is limited to 3 pieces a day. It was madness, more frantic than scrambling for medicine. Bien Hongyu was so busy he didn't have time to drink a sip of water, turning into a ruthless selling machine. Fortunately, Elder Xue had arranged for people. Otherwise, without these guards to suppress and manage the situation, a stampede would have already occurred. It was explosive, unprecedentedly explosive, and the momentum was only growing. The warm fleece, available for 48 hours, spread through the Shuelong base at an insane speed. Almost everyone who could move had gone to the temple to buy some warm fleece with crystal cores, not only to save the people outside, but also for themselves. Once they have this thing, they wouldn't have to fear the extreme cold anymore. They would have a trump card to survive. Even deep within the temple, Tu Meyer could hear the noise outside. What is going on outside? Here go. It's so noisy. Tu Meyer was severely burned, her skin numb and blistered, like pigskin doused in hot oil, with many tiny white bubbles that couldn't be eliminated no matter what. Tu Meyer was already in such a severe state that she couldn't see any reflective surfaces. Any reflection of that terrifying monster would send her into madness. It's firewood, sister. They're buying firewood. Diego was beaten hard by Tu Meyer, his voice small, on all fours, truly thinking of himself as a dog. A bunch of lowly people, even buying firewood, they have to shout. Tu Meyer cursed, but she ultimately didn't dare to go outside. Chapter 129. Warm fleece. The snowfield was inherently cold, especially under extreme weather conditions where temperatures dropped to -50 or 60 degrees, which had become the norm. Fortunately, the houses here were specially constructed, so they could endure the harsh conditions. At 9 in the morning, Zhao Wu, sniffling, put on several layers of thick outerwear, wrapping himself up like a dumpling before daring to step outside. As soon as he opened the door, he was faced with a wall of snow. The snow outside had piled up to a height taller than a person. Thankfully, all the doors opened inward. Otherwise, they wouldn't even be able to get the door open. Zhao Wu and his wife resignedly picked up shovels to dig a path. A new day began with the task of clearing the snow, to conserve firewood and stay warmer. Many people crowded into one house, so there was no need to dig multiple paths, just the main route would suffice. After clearing the path at their door, they also needed to prepare a ladder to remove the accumulated snow from the roof. If too much snow piled up, the sun would come out, melt a little, and stick to the roof, causing more accumulation, which could lead to the roof collapsing. Busy and bustling. Those who were slower were still sweeping the streets, while the quicker ones had already come along to help. Helping each other out among neighbors had become the norm. Zhao Wu not only accepted help from others, but often offered assistance as well. However, today was different. Zhao Wu's home had run out of rice. His wife was filled with worry. It had already been half a year since the end of the world began. Nearby supplies had been completely scavenged by the snow. With most of the relief grain already distributed, the surrounding food supplies had been emptied, and those alliances were now scavenging for food in other provinces. The time taken for back and forth was long, and the portions brought back were small. It was understandable, as food was becoming increasingly hard to find. How much longer could they hold out? Let's stretch our rations for 2 more days. 2 days. All right, I'll make a trip to the base today. Fortunately, the Snow Dragon base was not far from here. It only took a 3-hour walk to reach it. With a determined mindset, Zhao Wu immediately set out, calling a few young people from the clan to go with him to the Snow Dragon base. However, just as they were about to set off, they saw a group of people approaching the town. They were dressed in wide white robes. Were they the snow messengers? But today wasn't a relief day. Because of the snow, vehicles were completely unusable. Transporting supplies could only be done on foot, which greatly increased the difficulty. Typically, there is only one designated day each week for distributing relief grain, firewood, and coal, along with swapping supplies. But today, something unusual was happening as people had arrived early. Yet the supplies they brought were scant. What was going on? Why were they here so soon? The group quickly went to greet them. Hey, don't mention it. Take this. There were only a few snow messengers today. They didn't have dog-drawn carts, just big backpacks on their backs, running lightly along the way. Breathless, they began unloading their backpacks while gasping for air. The zippers opened, revealing bundles of warm fleece inside. What is this? Flowers? Zhao Wu's disappointment was hard to conceal. Warm fleece. Your village received 20 bundles this month. This is a good thing. A small bundle can burn for 48 hours. Along the way, many people reacted similarly, and the divine messengers had grown used to it. They quickly explained the situation and counted out 20 bundles to hand to the village chief. These messengers didn't even take a break and were ready to leave. Hey, wait a minute. Is this for real? Let us burn one and see. We're busy and need to head to the next village. The divine messengers hurriedly came and went without time to rest. They hoped to distribute all the warm fleece in their backpacks before dark, as every person saved from freezing was a victory. With their mission in mind, they rushed to the next village. Zhao Wu stood there, staring blankly at the 20 bundles of warm fleece, feeling somewhat at a loss. What should we do, village chief? Someone asked. Let us try it at Nasu's house first. We can't take this lightly. Okay. Nasu's house was large, with nearly all relatives living together, about 100 people. Even before they arrived, they could hear the chatter inside. Upon stating their purpose, Zhao Wu was immediately welcomed in. Nasu grandma, get up, I just came to take a look. Nasu's grandmother was over 90 years old and often lay in bed, struggling to get up. Under normal circumstances, she should have been sent to the Snow Dragon base, which was a safe and warm place, rather than suffering here. However, Nasu's grandmother was too stubborn, insisting that someone who was half buried in the ground shouldn't take away others' lives. She refused to go, even threatening to commit suicide. There was nothing they could do but indulge her. But as an elder of the clan, her many children and grandchildren had to venture into the forest to hunt and chop wood to keep the firewood in the house replenished. Zhao Wu briefly explained the situation regarding the warm fleece, and then lit one up, tossing it into the fire pit. The flames leaped for a moment before stabilizing. That small bundle, no larger than a palm, burned for an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, 5 hours. Zhao Wu stayed until dark, and there were no signs of it extinguishing. Just as the hosts were about to invite Zhao Wu to stay for dinner, he had to say goodbye. However, he couldn't sleep, stimulated by the glow of the warm fleece. Can it really burn for 48 hours? Zhao Wu had initially been skeptical, but seeing the flames burn all afternoon without extinguishing made him believe. A miracle. That is a miracle. May the snow god bless us. The snow messengers delivered warm fleece to every household. Regardless of how others viewed it, once they lit it, the fire that never went out became a kind of miracle. That night, the villages surrounding the Snow Dragon base suddenly had many people unable to sleep. Especially those families who had directly received the burning warm fleece were restless all night. Nasu's grandmother stared at the flames, her eyes filled with indescribable affection, even shedding tears. No matter how her children urged her to sleep, she just kept murmuring, "May the snow god bless us," and refused to sleep. This scene continued for several days. The limit of 3 bundles per purchase proposed by Xia Qingxin was strictly enforced. There were no extras. Thus, the snow messengers could not wholesale the fleece, but had to have the elders purchase it and then distribute it to the Snow-Witch clan members. Some were willing, while others were not. Fortunately, under the nature of the Snow-Witch clan, many bundles of warm fleece were still purchased and sent out to the base. Others who bought warm fleece kept some for themselves as a backup, while some specifically bought it for relatives outside. The Snow Dragon base was not easy to enter, and not all relatives could go in, leaving some stranded outside. Thus, many shipping orders were generated by the alliances, sending requests from those who bought warm fleece to deliver warmth to their relatives in need. Chapter 130. In the alley, Nguyen Yuanrong had suddenly become the hottest topic of the moment. Even though more than half a month had passed, it was still the main topic during tea breaks and meals. The second topic was about Bien Hongyu and his companions, who were gradually gaining the titles of Little Saint Son and Little Saint Daughter. Due to their uniqueness, they were often compared to Tu Meyer. Indeed, Nguyen Yuanrong did not possess the majesty and might of the Little Wooden House's abilities, which had established a stronghold. However, because of this small thing, as long as the quantity was sufficient, it could protect the 8 million of their kin outside the city. Even within the city, the 1 million residents had become less reliant on Tu Meyer's Little Wooden House abilities. If you ask me, the title of Saint Daughter suits them better. TSK. Don't insult the Saint Daughter. She is inherently selfless, while they are merely merchants driven by greed. Greed? Huh. Don't be fooled by Tu Meyer's pretense of not collecting crystal cores. You might as well guess where all those crystal cores we voluntarily handed over in the beginning ended up. But with so many crystal cores, and such a long time, only 1 million people were protected, while the vast majority of our kin were nearly freezing to death outside. Here they come, the criticism has started. It began with a bit of doubt and soon turned into slander. Now, every single day, people are comparing Bien Hongyu and his companions to Tu Meyer, trying to determine who is superior, generating countless topics, which gradually evolved into opinion pieces. Among them, Elder Shui has likely fanned the flames. The news, of course, inevitably reached Tu Meyer's ears. Tu Meyer, dressed in black, with a black hat pulled low, was wrapped up tightly, even wearing gloves that concealed any skin. She had gone out. This rare outing left her fuming. Those people were shouting loudly in the streets, seeming to have made a habit, doing so for a long time. Tu Meyer wished she could tear their mouths apart right then and there. But she couldn't. Tu Meyer turned around, quickening her pace, each step filled with fury as she returned to the temple. Sister, Hiagu is going after them. Tu Meyer was nearly exploding with anger. Before she even reached the temple, seeing that the alley was deserted, she pulled Hiagu into a small alley. Kill them. Don't let anyone see. Clean it up. Make sure to kill them. Tu Meyer's voice came out from her throat, filled with immense hatred. In her anger, she even choked Hiagu. Cough, cough, sister. I'll go. Hiagu is going now. Hiagu struggled, managing to pull up Tu Meyer's sleeve, revealing a section of skin that had been burned and deformed. This sight further provoked Tu Meyer, who hit and kicked Hiagu for a while before storming off in anger. Idiot, do it tonight. Okay. Until the two completely left. Only then did a dark figure stir in the originally empty alley. Fear and disbelief filled the bystander, who thought the stench from the adults at home was too strong, so they found a quiet street to take a nap. Who would have known they would overhear something like this? If they heard correctly, that voice belonged to the Saint Daughter. Moreover, the sight of that exposed skin with burn marks, how could it be mistaken for anyone else but that foolish birdman? Kill them? Such a seemingly natural command shattered the bystanders' previous filter of admiration for the Saint Daughter. Fortunately, they had been sleeping close to the alley and were dressed in black, so they went unnoticed. Struggling and hesitating, the bystander deliberated for a long time before stealthily returning home, pretending nothing had happened. Chapter 131. Wrong choice, so tired. Although I'm making a fortune, Bien Hongyu feels like he's about to develop shoulder periarthritis. Pretending to be a food god with special abilities is really exhausting. But fortunately, the salary has doubled. Just wait. Once I save enough, I'm going to buy a house on the 3rd floor of the Underground City. Bien Hongyu shouted, planning enthusiastically. In the Underground City, due to the establishment of too many teleportation points, an influx of people has resulted in upgrades to the Underground City, unlocking the 3rd, 4th, and 5th floors. The higher you go, the more magnificent it becomes. Every time Bien Hongyu goes up to the upper floors of the Underground City, he always feels a sense of time travel. I'm not asleep yet, and I'm already dreaming such beautiful dreams. That house will cost quite a few crystal cores. Liao Lingbao poured cold water on him, although the salary was raised due to the dangers of this special operation. It still wouldn't be enough to buy a toilet. Without dreams, how are people any different from salted fish? Bien Hongyu snorted coldly and continued to groan and rub his arms. The 5 of them had changed their living arrangements. They no longer lived in a small shop in the bustling market, but were instead directly assigned to a small house next to Elder Shuexi's home. It was also within the patrol range of the guards, making it quite safe. Yuanxin and the others each had their own rooms, so they weren't cramped together anymore. But Gao Bing was still outside, busy and only able to return every 10 days or so. Housing at the Shuilong base was not very spacious. In order to accommodate more people seeking refuge, every household was quite crowded. Even the elders could only spare a small room for Liao Lingbao and the others. There was only one bathroom, and Liao Lingbao took it first to wash up. Although they were comrades, there was still a distinction between genders. Yuanxin and Yin Pongzi went out, presumably to the trading street to buy some late-night snacks and drinks. Bien Hongyu stayed in the small house to guard the door, to prevent any perverts from barging in and leaving Liao Lingbao, a weak woman, alone. Although Liao Lingbao could now stir up a tornado as a strong woman, her current persona was still that of a weak woman. Bien Hongyu, feeling bored, listened to the sound of water flowing in the bathroom, growing increasingly drowsy, his head nodding, on the verge of falling asleep. A window was open a crack. A pair of crimson eyes quietly slipped through the gap into the room. The room was silent, and Bien Hongyu was so sleepy that he supported himself with his hands and directly rested his head on the table, closing his eyes. Only the sound of water occasionally splashed from the bathroom. With no other companions around, it was a godsend opportunity. The shadow shot out like an arrow, quickly stabbing towards Bien Hongyu's neck. Caw! A short crow call sounded, and the shadow was suddenly seized by the neck. What is this? Bien Hongyu rolled his eyes in drowsiness, but the powerful instinct of an ability user was still there, and he instinctively reached out and grabbed. He directly seized the enemy's neck. They stared at each other wide-eyed. Bien Hongyu shook his head, focused his vision, and finally saw what he was holding. A large crow. A crow as big as an 8-pound orange cat. Caw, caw, caw. The crow struggled wildly, flapping its wings, its dark feathers flying everywhere, and its sharp claws scratched Bien Hongyu's hand. It directly tore through his skin, making him bleed. Oh, crow! During his drowsiness, Bien Hongyu's mind was a bit slow. Hiss! The crow was so big that it accidentally scratched a piece of flesh from the back of his hand. The pain woke Bien Hongyu up, but it also allowed the crow to break free from his grip. The crow was not smart, but it was incredibly annoying. Relying on its size advantage and the characteristics of raptors, it actually flew in mid-air, pecking fiercely at Bien Hongyu's eyes. Every time, it charged straight for his face. Such vicious tactics, and only targeting the face. Damn! Bien Hongyu had no choice but to pick up a knife and fight back against the crow. A man and a large crow started a brawl. But often, before Bien Hongyu's knife could hit the crow would fly far away. The crow, with its dagger-like hooked claws and beak, could tear a piece of flesh from Bien Hongyu's body with just a graze. In just a few seconds, Bien Hongyu was covered in blood. Meanwhile, the large crow had only suffered minor injuries, losing a few feathers and some blood. Damn! If you have the ability to sneak attack, then come down and fight me face to face. Bien Hongyu shouted angrily. Caw, caw, caw. No way. No way. The person was Hiaga. Ability, special type, animal transformation, crow. His ability is very similar to that of the chameleon siblings, both transforming into animals and possessing certain characteristics and abilities of those animals. But obviously, Xia Qingxin's transformation was more thorough. The chameleon sister was still half human and half beast, while Xia Qingxin could switch back and forth between human and crow. Caw! The crow cried out loudly, and at the same time, a stream of black venom shot towards Bian Hongyu's face. You don't follow the rules of combat. Bian Hongyu's ability really couldn't attack at a distance, so he could only dodge. He rolled over just in time to avoid the venom. The venom splashed onto the table, and in an instant, it dissolved more than half of it. It was corrosive, an ability evolved and mutated based on the crow's powerful gastric acid. A few drops splashed onto Bian Hongyu, and his skin sizzled as a hole rotted through in seconds. What are you all doing? Why is it so noisy? Liao Lingbao asked urgently. Don't come out. Lock the door, and if it's really bad, go there. Bian Hongyu shouted. The crow's attack power wasn't that strong, and Liao Lingbao could completely handle it. However, Bian Hongyu glanced outside a few times. The Shuilong base usually went to bed early to save resources, but now, the neighbors outside had suddenly turned on their lights. A commotion had already started. If Liao Lingbao exposed her wind ability now, it would not be a good thing. Caw-caw! The crow cried out, continuing to spray venom at Bian Hongyu. But he dodged every time. Xia Qingxin was confused. His ability was indeed corrosive, but he was a crow, and the venom was poisonous. How was this human not fainting yet? The infallible venom losing its effect left Xia Qingxin momentarily bewildered. But he still remembered his sister's orders and continued to attack Bian Hongyu. Cousin, save me. I'm about to get hit. Bian Hongyu frantically called out to Xia Qingxin through the slave contract. He called out 5 or 6 times before he finally got a response. Xia Qingxin was in the midst of breaking through to the intermediate level of the 6th rank and couldn't spare any time. If you have something to say, hurry up. This little time was already squeezed out. Bian Hongyu quickly explained, and Xia Qingxin frowned. Assassinated at the Shuilong base? Isn't Shui sure a foresight ability user? Doesn't he know? Or is it that? He has already made his choice. 2 Meyer's small wooden house, and Xia Qingxin's warm fleece. Xushi shows to me, yeah. Cough. During the retreat and cultivation period, the most taboo thing is to be distracted. Xia Qingxin didn't notice the chaotic energy surging within her body, making her spit out blood suddenly, quickly suppressing the chaotic energy within her. But her strength was already depleted. The breakthrough to the intermediate level of the 6th rank failed. Good, Shui sure, you're doing great. Chapter 132. Cross-server chat that night. The world was ablaze with lights, accompanied by the screams of neighbors and the arrival of the divine attendants. This awakening was impossible to ignore. The elders were forced to crawl out of their warm beds, their age making it even harder to stay up late. Another malicious murder had occurred in the base. Such incidents happened occasionally, but they usually subdued quickly, and there was no need to summon the elders. However, this time it was the Holy Son who had died. Bian Hongyu's small house was cordoned off, and despite the divine attendants trying to disperse the crowd, there were layers upon layers of people gathering around. They peered in anxiously, praying for some news. Step aside, the great witch is coming. Clear the way, shouted the subordinates, forcing the crowd to part and create a wide path for Shueshi to pass. Shueshi, whose usually expressionless face now bore some anger, looked less and less like a holy son. Yet, no one dared to question her. Upon arrival, Shueshi headed straight for the hall, red and black intertwined, covering the entire hall. The red was, of course, blood, some belonging to Bian Hongyu, some to a certain crow. The black was the residue left after the venom had corroded, alongside the remains of a half-human, half-bird corpse. A dog lay on the ground with his head tilted, eyes wide open, still unwilling to accept his fate. His face youthful and innocent like a child. His neck was crushed to pieces, limp, unable to rise again. The bones inside had completely shattered, and the flesh had turned purple from the seeped blood. Although he had cuts from knives, none were fatal. In other words, a dog had been strangled to death. It was obvious who had done it. Shueshi sighed and covered her eyes with her hands. The 4 eyes, uncontrollably darting around, rolled up, down, left, and right, like 4 chaotic insects crawling without rhythm. Everyone present lowered their heads, completely unwilling to meet her gaze. Divine gift, precognition activated. All 4 pupils vanished, and Schwescher's eyes became pitch black. She could not see, but she could see fragments of the past unfolded before her. 2 Meyer's orders. Xia Dog's assassination attempt. Xia Qingxin suddenly appeared and strangled Xia Dog. Then, several people vanished. And where did they go? Schwescher wanted to delve deeper. But as soon as that thought crossed her mind, her eyes trembled violently. The pitch-black scara abruptly turned blood red, the pupils darting around like frightened insects, wildly skittering in their sockets. Schwescher covered her eyes, but blood began to seep out from between her white fingers. Backlash. The precognitive divine gift could only be used once a day. Schwescher had exceeded the limit and wished to investigate secrets she could not uncover. The pain was tearing her apart. When she finally managed to open her eyes, her entire face was stained red with blood, and even one of her pupils had developed a crack in the middle. Unhearable, unseeable, unspeakable. The Great Witch. The elders grew worried and urged the healing ability user to provide Schwescher with a healing light. There's no need. Precognition was not an ability, but a divine gift borrowed from the snow god. Schwescher had been using it since she was 15. How could she not know the damage it caused? The damage was to the soul. Healing the body was useless, and it could only heal with time. The divine gift was originally good, but it had too many restrictions, like the seer and werewolf. Schwescher had to consciously detect something amiss and use precognition to see fragments of the past. There was no accompanying mind-reading ability. She could only guess based on actions and behavior. Why was she so angry? Schwescher still did not understand. The Great Witch. We haven't found those 4. Should we expand the search? An elder suggested. There's no need. They have disappeared with Xia Qingxin. Even Schwescher does not know where they went. Then, what should we do? They hesitated, but everyone knew what was being implied. The matter of warm wool, let's discuss it later. The assassination was originally 2 Meyer's fault. If the other party does not sell warm wool, it is also a joint effort. But that is warm wool. Someone in the crowd shouted, disregarding Schwescher's status as the Great Witch. Why not continue searching? Who exactly assassinated them? Don't you know how important warm wool is to the Snow Witch clan? What will happen to our people outside the base without warm wool? Someone in the crowd lost control and shouted. Negative emotions spread like a tide, quickly engulfing everyone. If they had never experienced the wonders of warm wool before, they might have been able to endure. However, Bien Hongyu had been selling warm wool at the Snow Dragon base for over half a month, almost a month. Just 10 crystal cores could buy a piece of fuel that burned for 48 hours. If burned excessively, it could raise the temperature to 20 degrees in the cold winter. What a magnificent invention. How many lives had it saved? And now, someone had cruelly pulled away this lifeline. A child let out a sharp cry. Even at a young age, they understood that without warm wool, they would only be left to burrow into a cold quilt, with more clan members outside the base. Their eyes turned red, and regardless of whether the Great Witch was present, they rushed outside to search the streets for the whereabouts of the 4. But it was a tough task. Schwescher did not stop them, merely feeling a twinge of sorrow in her heart. It was an unfamiliar emotion that Schwescher did not like. The Great Witch? What about this corpse? Hang it on the gallows outside the temple for a month. Schwescher knew that Xia Dog and 2 Meyer's actions were not secretive. They had almost been exposed several times. It was Schwescher who had been cleaning up after them with the elders. 2 Meyer had often ordered Xia Dog to torture and kill those who mocked her appearance. What about the crime? Some subordinates were uncertain. They concealed it and informed her of the truth. Months ago, Xia Dog had killed a child, and the child's parents were still searching for them in the base. This crime was enough for Xia Dog to be punished dozens of times. Hopefully, seeing Xia Dog's tragic state would calm her down. Schwescher genuinely hoped so. Xia Qingxin was furious. Furious. Exploding. How could that dog Schwescher think like this? Warm wool was clearly 5 streets away from the small wooden house. There was no need to be restricted by people. No need to invest a large number of crystal cores, and it could save even more lives. Yet, Schwescher stubbornly protected that 2 Meyer, even going so far as to kill her subordinates. Even if he hadn't killed, he had given his tacit approval. After all, he had precognition. In the information gap, Xia Qingxin was completely unaware of the drawbacks and limitations of precognition, leading to a complete miscommunication between the two. Cough, cough. Xia Qingxin coughed violently a few times, spitting out blood mixed with some internal organ fragments. She had been too reckless, losing her breath during her closed-door training, which caused her injury. Not only did she fail to level up, but she would also need 2 months to recuperate. But Xia Qingxin was Xia Qingxin, not someone to be taken advantage of. Guang Xiaodong, Guang Xiaoxi go. Bring Tu Meyer back to me. Chapter 133. Red date and white rice porridge. Tu Meyer always had nightmares. In her dreams, Xia Qingxin held a torch, and the flames ruthlessly burned her flesh, a searing pain. Tu Meyer could feel her body melting away, dripping down like a candle, or like clay. No matter what she did, she couldn't stop the speed of melting. The feeling of her body being corroded and melted was too terrifying. Even in her dreams, she could see her own appearance. It was a horrifying sight, a puddle of flesh and mush. Cold sweat soaked Tu Meyer's back. Even though she had woken from the nightmare, her heart raced and she gasped for breath. It was as if the burning still lingered on her body. Xia Qingxin. Xia Qingxin. Go die, go die, go die. How could Tu Meyer let go of Xia Qingxin? Every time she dreamt in the middle of the night, every time she accidentally caught a glimpse of herself in the mirror, Tu Meyer would break down. Tu Meyer feared Xia Qingxin, feared the strange looks from others, even feared the water she had to drink. The reflection in the water could plunge Tu Meyer into despair and torment. Xue Shiqing's casual remark about settling the score made Tu Meyer resent him as well. Tu Meyer went into a frenzy, angrily smashing things in the room. The kettle on the table, the cups, she even lifted a chair to smash against the wall and overturn the table. In the dead of night, the sound of crashing echoed, but the guards outside merely glanced in, appearing calm, clearly accustomed to it. However, when she smashed something in a particular spot, there was no loud crash, only a dull thud. It was as if she had hit something soft. What was that? Tu Meyer shouted nervously. As a level 5 ability user, her mental acuity was several times sharper than others, and she instinctively looked toward the corner of the wardrobe. The room was in disarray from Tu Meyer's rampage, clothes scattered everywhere, and a stool had fallen near the wardrobe. Based on the force, it should have made a loud noise when hitting the wardrobe, but it didn't. Tu Meyer squinted, trying to see closer. The light in the room was dim, but she seemed to see a glimmer of light. Just as she focused to look, a sudden change occurred. It was neither an illusion nor Tu Meyer's paranoia. A dagger shot directly towards her eyes. Clearly, there was no one there, but a dagger hovered in the darkness, aimed straight at Tu Meyer. It was as if someone was gripping it tightly. Tu Meyer let out a short scream. With no time to escape, the dagger pierced into her eye. It was Guan Xiaodong and Guan Xiaoxi. They had activated their invisibility and had somehow hidden in Tu Meyer's room. Thud! The dagger plunged into her flesh. A sleepless night passed, and many clansmen searched for Bian Hongyu and the others, but they found no trace of anyone. The 4 of them had disappeared without a single sign. Apart from the remaining warmth of the warm fluff from the clansmen, there was nothing else. The ability users who could survive on warm fluff were unaccounted for. The little warmth they had was not enough to sustain those outside for long. After the initial joy, despair followed. After giving people hope, they were met with despair, which was worse than not giving anything at all from the start. Everywhere, people sighed, with fatigue written on their faces, yet they mechanically trudged forward, searching everywhere in hopes of witnessing a miracle. As dawn broke, porridge was distributed, and people lined up to drink it. Feng Eru and several divine guards carried a few heavy barrels to the street. Distributing porridge? Isn't tomorrow the day for relief? Someone inquired. Hey, the saintess is merciful, knowing there was a tragedy, personally cooked porridge in the middle of the night to nourish everyone. Feng Eru was one of the divine guards specifically tasked with protecting the saintess, but he didn't understand Mandarin. However, that didn't hinder his wild admiration for the saintess. He was one of her die-hard fans. After such a tragedy occurred, the saintess didn't even sleep, personally cooked porridge to comfort the clansmen. How could this kindness not touch people? Feng Eru naturally had to promote her. The white porridge emitted a faint rice aroma, and it seemed to have added red dates and goji berries. Just looking at it made one feel sweet. It was a free meal, and given that they had searched all night, everyone was starving. They immediately lined up, each receiving a steaming bowl of rice porridge. Ah, it's so hot. The porridge was still steaming hot, and one person drank too quickly, burning their tongue. Drink slowly. There's plenty more, and the other guard are distributing porridge too. Fong Eru scooped a bowl and handed it to the person in line. The porridge was a milky white color, with rice grains floating, mixed with red dates and goji berries, which seemed to have melted a bit from cooking too long, giving the porridge a light red hue. Wang Ermatzi took a sip, smacked his lips, and seemed to find it slightly burnt. Was it a bit bitter? That flavor was very subtle. It was hard to detect unless one tasted carefully. Others didn't think there was any bitterness. I didn't taste anything. There is, but it's faint, bitter, and there's a bit of fishy. The last word was uncertain, even for Wang Ermatzi. If you don't like it, then don't eat it. It's free. What more do you want? I think you just need to be beaten. In the apocalypse, who could afford to be picky about taste? As long as it was edible and not poisonous. It was already a blessing. Wang Ermatzi's words were indeed somewhat ungrateful. But still, all right, don't red dates become bitter after being cooked for too long? As long as there's something to eat. Do you expect the divine chef to cook for you specifically? Fong Eru scolded Wang Ermatzi. He couldn't stand seeing the saintess's kindness being taken for granted. At that moment, his face darkened, and with a reprimand, Wang Ermatzi immediately dared not speak. Cooking red dates in porridge would indeed affect the taste, so Fong Eru's explanation was reasonable. Wang Ermatzi felt relieved and gulped down the porridge. A long line formed in front of the porridge barrel, orderly and simple. Each person received a bowl of porridge and a bean cake, with no need to choose dishes or pay, so the line moved quickly. The queue soon came to an end, and the porridge barrel was nearly empty. People either stood or squatted, enjoying the hard-earned meal. Dipping the hard bean cake into the porridge until it softened, they took bites of cake and sips of porridge, feeling much warmer. Fong Eru scraped the porridge barrel clean, served the last bowl to the person in line, and immediately took the barrel back. The saintess was kind. Upon hearing of the tragedy in the middle of the night, she had compassion and couldn't sleep, cooking a lot of porridge overnight. The guards split into several teams to distribute it, but there were still several barrels left to be distributed. Fong Eru needed to hurry back to distribute the remaining porridge. The sky was completely bright. It was almost 7 o'clock. He had to go work to earn bean cakes. Wang Ermatzi washed his face. The warm water splashed on him woke him up a bit, but when he looked up, he met the gaze of his own blood-red eyes in the mirror. Black veins visibly crawled up Wang Ermatzi's face, and they were spreading further. Zombies! Wang Ermatzi exclaimed, but when he opened his mouth, he let out a zombie's roar. Chapter 134. Poison in the porridge. Wang Ermatzi could no longer speak. Struggling, he stepped outside, only to find the chaos even worse. Roar! 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 Zombie transformation! Zombie transformation! Zombie transformation! Right before his eyes. Just an hour ago, his fellow clansmen were laughing and chatting, but now their faces were already filled with a purplish hue, drooling as they opened their mouths. The zombies lunged at the humans. They pounced directly on the survivors, sinking their teeth into human necks. Blood sprayed all over the zombies, drenching them like a burst water faucet, even splattering a meter away. There's no way to survive. Get away! Get away! A strong middle-aged man fought back with all his might, gripping the claws of the attacking zombies with his hands. But due to the overwhelming strength of the zombies, he was quickly knocked to the ground, unable to move. Crack! Crack! The zombies bit and clashed, their teeth making a sickening sound, saliva dripping onto the middle-aged man's face. Get away! Get away! Terrified and furious, the middle-aged man was filled with fear of death. This was not a slow, first-level zombie, but a second or third-level zombie. Fast and powerful. His wrists ached as he felt as if he were gripping a wild boar, struggling desperately to hold back the sharp claws. But the foul mouth was getting closer and closer to him, just as it seemed it would bite his face. Bang! A person suddenly charged from behind, shoving the zombie aside. The middle-aged man felt a rush of relief, tears streaming down his face, almost losing control of himself from the joy of surviving. But soon, he could no longer smile. The person who saved him turned around, barely able to form the words "run." The dark veins quickly crawled up to his eyeballs. spreading into his brain. Hiss! Wang had completely transformed into a zombie. He lunged at the person who had just saved him. Roar, roar, roar. Biting. Screams. The middle-aged man no longer had the strength to resist, as a large chunk of his face was torn off and swallowed whole by Wang. Crunch. Crunch. Ignoring the fact that the middle-aged man was still alive, Wang bit and chewed at his face, feeding. Roar, roar, roar. The zombies howled madly. Sound came from every household. Lin Xiaoyang trembled, desperately covering her mouth. She hid in a water tank, where the water had already frozen into ice, only occupying a thin layer. There was more than enough space for a half-grown child like her. Lin Xiaoyang shivered, one hand gripping the tank lid, afraid that a zombie would come looking for her. Outside, it was complete chaos. All kinds of man-eating monsters roamed about. Neighbors, friends, even her parents and younger brother. Now Lin Xiaoyang was the only living person left. But, gulp, Lin Xiaoyang couldn't help but swallow. It smelled so good, so delicious. Outside, it smelled sweet, like roasted chicken and whole lamb, and also like sweet fruit tea and cake. The aroma grew stronger. Even though Lin Xiaoyang covered her nose, the smell rushed into her lungs. A strong desire stirred her emotions into turmoil. What was that? Why did it smell so good? Lin Xiaoyang's mind felt hazy, and just then, the source of the fragrance landed on the lid covering the water tank. Inside the tank, a small, tender hand reached out, quickly swiping some of the jam and stuffing it into her mouth. Her taste buds exploded. An extremely sweet flavor bombarded Lin Xiaoyang's brain. It made her veins pulse, rushing up to her neck. So sweet, so delicious. She wanted more. Hiss! The water tank was opened. But the one who emerged was not a living person. Roar, roar, roar. Another zombie climbed onto the dining table, charging into the crowd, feasting wildly. But this one was clearly much faster. Before the survivors could react, they felt a sharp pain in their necks. Moments later, they collapsed to the ground. Lin Xiaoyang fell back sharply, taking a chunk of flesh with her. Hiss, 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 hiss. The air raid siren blared over the snow dragon base. The sound was piercing and short, enough to be quite annoying. A large number of guards and clergy mobilized, all the ability users rushed out. Feng Eru had just finished distributing all the porridge and hadn't he even rested for 10 minutes when he heard this terrible news. He hurriedly led the clergy to encircle and eliminate the zombies. As soon as he arrived, Feng Eru almost vomited. Blood, everywhere blood and dismembered limbs. There were many zombies, and they were ferocious, tougher than regular zombies, quicker in action, and some were surprisingly fast. In one encounter, they bit and killed several of his companions. Rage surged in Feng Eru's heart as he shouted, swinging his axe and charging alongside his teammates. They fought like madmen, hacking away. The ability users had arrived, surrounding and attacking. They unleashed their powers on the zombies without restraint. Roar, roar, roar. Humans were well-trained and coordinated, but the zombies were not. They had no brains, relying solely on brute force. Especially during the snow, after just 1 or 2 hours, they were wiped out clean. But no one could smile. They needed to find out why the base had zombies. Schwescher rarely showed anger in front of others. Yes, yes. His subordinates nodded and bowed, equally confused and distressed. Zombies were transmitted through bites or bodily fluids. They were weaker than viruses, but stronger in some ways. Zombie blood remained active outside for 10 days, capable of infecting others. Moreover, it didn't necessarily require an open wound. If smeared on the skin, it could also seep in. However, if it entered through a wound, the chance of transformation was as high as 99, while skin contact had an infection rate of less than 30. Biting was impossible. If it was only a few cases, the survivors would have killed them long ago. This was clearly a large-scale outbreak. Immediately investigate. Check if there were any water ability users spraying zombie blood, and examine the water sources. This matter could not be taken lightly. His subordinates rushed to command a thorough investigation. Check the water sources? The captain of the guard's heart sank. Suddenly, the pieces of information clicked together. The malicious Meyer unexpectedly showed kindness and cooked a large pot of porridge in the middle of the night. The area where the porridge was distributed just happened to be where the zombie outbreak occurred. What a coincidence. It was too coincidental. Without hesitating for a second, the captain of the guard stood up and said in front of everyone, "The inspection department should check this first." The captain pointed at the porridge bucket. This was coincidentally the last place the porridge was distributed, and also the last place to experience the zombie outbreak. The porridge had been completely distributed. The bucket was nearly empty, but there were still a few grains of rice and some last remnants of broth. "What do you mean, Captain? Are you questioning the saintess?" Fong Eru immediately became anxious, incredulously scolding. "Check here first." Fong Eru didn't understand Mandarin, but the captain could understand. And he naturally knew that Tu Meyer was not a good person. Now that something had happened, it was only natural to suspect Tu Meyer first. Chapter 135. The Saintess Poison Captain. That is the Saintess. How can you doubt her when she is so kind? Is it just because she is an outsider? Fong Eru was anxious. No one should question the Saintess. Although he was initially startled by Tu Meyer's beauty, the situation changed when the abilities of the small wooden house upgraded. It expanded to the size of a stadium, accommodating thousands of people. And at that time, Fong Eru's grandmother was in the stadium. She did not freeze to death on the spot. Fong Eru's hands trembled as he held his grandmother, her body temperature dropping lower and lower while he helplessly watched her life fade away, with all the wood within 100 miles cut down, leaving him unable to find any fuel. At that moment, Tu Meyer appeared like a blessing from heaven, pulling Fong Eru's grandmother back from the brink of death. Since then, Fong Eru has been deeply grateful to Tu Meyer, considering her as savior. Now, when someone tries to slander Tu Meyer, Fong Eru naturally refuses to accept it, even if that person is his own captain. Fong Eru, don't act impulsively. Public matters are public, private matters are private. Don't let emotions interfere with your work. Why are you so anxious? The captain reprimanded. Among the team protecting Tu Meyer, only a few could understand Mandarin. For the sake of stability and because of orders from above, those few kept silent and did not dare to speak carelessly, fearing it would harm the Saintess's status. The Shiwawu tribe still needed to rely on Tu Meyer's small wooden house abilities. If things turned hostile and Tu Meyer were to commit suicide, it would reflect poorly on everyone. Therefore, the captain did not discuss this matter with anyone. However, the more he witnessed and heard, the more he felt disgusted by Tu Meyer. Others might not know, but the captain was aware. The birdman who died in the house and attempted to assassinate the Warmth 4 was none other than Tu Meyer's follower. Now, all the suspicions pointed towards Tu Meyer. The elders signaled, and someone immediately went to check the porridge bucket. Fong Eru wanted to move, but as soon as he stood up, he was stunned by a glance from Xia and froze in place. Xia's eyes looked terrible. The whites of his eyes were filled with red veins, and one of his pupils was about to shatter, covered in cracks. Blood vessels filled Xia's eyes, making him look terrifying like a vengeful spirit. He had suffered a backlash because of the involvement of Xia Qingxin, and this time it was severe. It would be difficult to recover in a month or two. During this period, he could no longer use his precognitive abilities. Just at this time, news of a zombie outbreak emerged. The tragic deaths of the tribe members infuriated the overly protective great shaman. Fong Eru dared not speak, lowering his head and retreating to the back. "It's black," the ability tester exclaimed. The silver needle in his hand touched the porridge and suddenly turned black, as dark as if it had been poisoned. "It's poisonous. How is that possible?" Fong Eru shouted in disbelief. But the facts were right before his eyes. The tester's ability was of the mutated metal type. It was not powerful, only able to create some silver needles. However, once it came into contact with something toxic, it would immediately turn black and inform the tester of the specific poison. "This cannot be faked. It's zombie blood. It contains zombie blood," the tester shouted. And not just any zombie blood, but that of a very strong one, at least level 5. An uproar ensued. The crowd went from anger to astonishment. Caught off guard, it should be noted that most of the ability users now were at level 1 or 2, with level 3 being the elite. As for level 5, there were only a handful nationwide. The higher the level, the harder it was to upgrade, and correspondingly, the stronger the power. Level 5 zombies. How powerful must that be? The crowd panicked. "Quiet," the elder reprimanded, but his voice was drowned out by the noisy discussions and further doubts. No one was listening. Silence. Xia's deep voice, accompanied by the pressure of his abilities, spread out. Thud, thud, Thud centered around him. The ability users continuously lost their balance, either collapsing or kneeling down as if a great mountain pressed down on them, making it hard to breathe. Meanwhile, ordinary people were oblivious. But those who had eyes would see. I am level 6, I will win. The pressure from the level 6 ability user was overwhelming. The doubts dissipated, and the tri-members felt a bit more at ease. However, Fong Eru's tongue tasted bitter, and he turned and ran, disregarding responsibility and mission, and actually went to inform Tu Meyer. Fong Eru ran so fast that one of his shoes fell off. Before he even reached the temple, he saw Tu Meyer from a distance. Tu Meyer usually wore all black, wrapped from head to toe, even wearing gloves, covering herself tightly. Due to her terrifying appearance from burns, she often hunched over, instinctively lowering her head. But now, Tu Meyer was behaving unusually. She wore a pure white saintess robe. The saintess attire was snow white and luxurious, adorned with golden accessories at the waist, made entirely of silk and hand-sewn, with exquisite embroidery that shimmered with golden light in the sun. It was magnificent and beautiful, surpassing even the finest haute couture. Tu Meyer had a great figure, comparable to a supermodel, but the exposed skin was frightening. A devilish figure and devilish face made Fong Eru instinctively avert his gaze. But realizing something, he felt ashamed and guilty and looked back. Saintess, why are you wearing so little? You'll catch a cold. No, that's not the point right now. Someone is slandering you. We need to leave quickly. Fong Eru's gaze deeply pierced Tu Meyer's fragile psyche. But there were more urgent matters to attend to. I won't leave. Tu Meyer craned her neck, her voice hoarse. No, we need to leave now. I don't know who set this up, but it's definitely aimed at you. If we don't leave now, it will be too late. Fong Eru, a native of the Shuwu tribe, understood the natives even more because he was one of them. The Shuwu tribe's protective nature was not mere words. If Tu Meyer dared to act like a noblewoman, saying she had nothing to say, the enraged Shuwu tribesmen would really tear her apart. Run. At least get away first, let the anger pass, and then find evidence to clear your name. Fong Eru dashed forward, grabbing Tu Meyer's wrist and pulling her to leave. Hurry up, or it will be too late. It was already too late. Just during Fong Eru's explanation, Schwescher's people had completely surrounded the two of them. The captain of the guard and others looked at Fong Eru with disappointment, as if they were seeing a traitor. Many more Shuwu tribesmen, armed with knives and clubs, stared at them with venomous eyes. If it weren't for the great shaman's authority, they would have surely pounced and torn Tu Meyer to shreds. Chapter 136. Slander and Explanation. Schwescher locked eyes with Tu Meyer. Tu Meyer is fast twisted. Her expression so complex it was hard to discern. She frowned and squinted. However, with one eye missing and her eyebrows completely burned away, it was impossible to tell what she was trying to convey. Saint, don't be afraid. Whoever slanders you, just say it. It definitely wasn't T.U.I. Fong Eru's words were interrupted by Tu Meyer. It was me. I poisoned the porridge. Huh? Fong Eru was dumbfounded. The clansmen were equally stunned. Seeing that the crowd didn't believe her, Tu Meyer immediately repeated it, this time louder. I poisoned the porridge. It was me. No one forced me. This time, it was clear, and everyone heard it. Shock, followed by rage. Don't hold me back. I want to kill this idiot. You caused the death of my uncle's whole family. I won't let this go. The Snow Witch clansmen were already furious, and now with Tu Meyer's personal admission, their anger reached its peak as they raised their hoes, ready to charge, but they were stopped by the barrier of the divine attendant. Rage. Extreme rage. The porridge poisoning incident had at least 2,000 casualties. If the zombie bodily fluid was smeared on someone or ingested, the infection rate was only 30%. But that 30% wasn't just ordinary slow-moving level 1 zombies. They were more aggressive monsters. Just the number of people torn apart and eaten by those zombies was not small. Some unfortunate ones had entire families of 20 wiped out. Such a tragedy. How could it not incite anger? Not to mention those clansmen, even Fong Eru, who usually favored Tu Meyer and had a blind spot for her, was now gritting his teeth in fury. Anger clouded his mind, his face flushed red. Why? On what basis? With a furious shout, Fong Eru, who was closest to Tu Meyer, swung his sword at her. Tu Meyer screamed, but her legs seemed rooted to the ground, softening, unable to dodge. She could only watch as the sword came straight for her forehead. Enough. A hand gripped the sword, applying just a light pressure. Crack. The sword shattered into several pieces. Schwescher casually pulled out 2 shards and forcefully flung them at Tu Meier. Ah! Tu Meier screamed, covering her head and eyes. The sound of blades piercing flesh echoed in her ears. Blood suddenly splattered from the air around Tu Meier. The moment the warm blood appeared, space seemed to warp for a second. Schwescher moved quickly, almost leaving an afterimage. By the time Tu Meier opened her eyes again, Schwescher was right in front of her. One hand gripped the child's neck tightly, preventing them from moving. Ah! Tu Meier ist nicht buckelt. And she fell to the ground, completely relaxed. What does this mean? Fong Eru's anger faltered, turning into a somewhat comical daze. Just a second ago, he had been swinging his sword at Tu Meier, and the next moment, Schwescher had broken Fong Eru's sword. What I just stabbed? What is that? It wasn't there before. 2 children appeared out of nowhere. Now, not only was Fong Eru stunned, but also the angry clansmen pounding on the defense wall. How is that possible? Fong Eru had clearly seen that only Tu Meier was in front of the temple. Moreover, Tu Meier was wearing the attire of a saint, which was thin and could not hide anyone, let alone 2 half-grown children. Yet, Schwescher was gripping one child by the neck in each hand. The 2 children were struggling, and that was definitely not fake. A threat. Is it a threat? A flash of insight struck Fong Eru, and he finally understood what had happened. The 2 children couldn't have appeared out of thin air. They must have been hiding for a long time. Coupled with Tu Meier's strange behavior, it was clear that the 2 children had threatened her, even committing the act themselves and framing Tu Meier. Let's go. Master won't let you off. Guan Xiaodong and Guan Xiaoxi were being choked, their legs flailing wildly, their nails digging painfully into Schwescher's flesh. Schwescher frowned. He had seen these 2 children before. When he first met Xia Qingxin, she had brought 2 chameleons to infiltrate Tu Meier's room to kill her. He never expected them to appear again this time. But Schwescher was not convinced. He always felt that Xia Qingxin was not the kind of evil person who would poison so many people for no reason. Are you really sent by her? Schwescher asked. Unfortunately, he received the answer he didn't want to hear. Yes, Master sent us to kill you filthy creatures. Guan Xiaoxi spat at Schwescher with all her might, her face showing uncontrollable malice and hatred. Do you know what you've done? With a tightening grip, Schwescher's hold on Guan Xiaodong and Guan Xiaoxi's necks made cracking sounds, their faces turning red and purple, clearly on the verge of suffocation. Of course I know. ISNT, it just poisoning 2,000 people? What a pity, I didn't get to kill you all. Crack. Before Guan Xiaoxi could finish her sentence, an enraged Schwescher snapped her neck. Guan Xiaodong and Guan Xiaoxi went limp, their necks at an impossible angle, nearly broken. They were dead. The slave contract was severed. In an instant, Xia Qingxin was pulled out of her healing state. Her spiritual power was chaotic. Xia Qingxin struggled to gather it, softening her energy to release the attack power. Though she was not injured, her spiritual power dispersed. What's going on? Xia Qingxin felt a vague unease. Healing was urgent. And who would dare disturb her at such a time? Not good. Qingqing. Guan Xiaodong and Guan Xiaoxi have not returned all night. Xia Hua shouted. Originally, Guan Xiaodong and Guan Xiaoxi's task could be completed in just 10 minutes, simply putting the slave contract on Tu Meier's hand and returning immediately. With the slave contract in place, Tu Meier would become a part of Xia Qingxin, allowing her to pull her into the underground city at any time and manipulate her as she pleased. The plan was simple and easy to implement, because at that time, when the Big Crow was present, Schwescher had just been sent away, and Guan Xiaodong and Guan Xiaoxi only needed to go invisible, sneak to Tu Meier, and while she wasn't paying attention, put the contract on her. Guan Xiaodong and Guan Xiaoxi were level 4 ability users, more than enough to fool the guards. Once they had tied Tu Meier up in the underground city, Xia Qingxin would leave, not playing with Schwescher anymore, saying a complete goodbye. But unexpectedly, such a simple plan ran into problems with Guan Xiaodong and Guan Xiaoxi. They hadn't returned all night. Xia Hua was anxious and pacing. But Xia Qingxin was healing and couldn't be disturbed. Now that Xia Qingxin had woken up, Xia couldn't help but inform her. What should we do, Qingxin? Did the two children get captured? Will they be beaten? How much ransom do we have to pay? Xia cried. No need to pay a ransom. Huh? They seem to be dead. In the slave contract, the two names belonging to Guan Xiaodong and Guan Xiaoxi had turned completely gray. No matter how Xia Qingxin called out, they could not respond. Clearly, they were already dead. Chapter 137. The boss's big blame. I didn't do anything. I just kindly made some porridge. I really didn't know that there were two invisible people following me. I didn't mean to. Two Myers sat on the ground, crying with snot and tears, explaining while sobbing. I really just heard about the tragedy and thought everyone was having a hard time. So I made some porridge to fill everyone's stomachs. I got up in the middle of the night to make it. But who knew the invisible people would follow me then? If I had known it would harm my people, I would rather die myself than make porridge. Why do this to me? Two Myers seemed to hate herself, repeatedly slapping her own face so hard that her face swelled up. It was evident how frustrated and regretful she was. No, Saintess, this isn't your fault. It's all because of those invisible people. Who knew that making porridge out of kindness would attract poisoners? Feng Eru immediately stopped her, overwhelmed by guilt. If there's someone to blame, it's us. We are the guards, and we didn't notice those invisible people. I'm the one who caused so many of our people to die. I should be the one to die. If Two Myers' performance was mostly for show, then Feng Eru's regret was genuine, filled with emotion without a hint of acting. Just saying wasn't enough. Feng Eru even picked up a broken sword, wanting to die to atone for his sins. But Xia snapped his fingers, and a light ball swallowed the broken sword, stopping it directly. That's level 4. You wouldn't be able to detect them normally. Even though the guards are stronger than ordinary ability users, they're only level 3. They couldn't possibly detect Guan Xiaodong and Guan Xiaoxi. I hate it. Who is so resentful towards me? Why not come for me? Why target the innocent people? Two Myers shouted while crying, and her words and deeds stirred up public anger. Everyone turned their attention to Guan Xiaodong and Guan Xiaoxi. Some clever ones even connected it to Xia Qingxin, thanks to Two Myers' relentless promotion every day. Now, anyone in the Xia tribe who knew about Two Myers' disfigurement would also know the name Xia Qingxin. Stealing others' boyfriends, causing countless classmates to die, monopolizing others' food, enslaving other students to find supplies, and even insulting and violently attacking Two Myers. In the end, they even set Two Myers on fire, disfiguring her and killing the nephew of the Grand Sorcerer. The crimes piled up, making her a perfect example of a wicked woman. Two Myers' cry of who is so resentful towards me pointed directly at Xia Qingxin. Damn it, don't let me see you, otherwise I will definitely tear you into pieces. Despicable, shameless, vicious, you really deserve to die. You bustot. I want to tear out your intestines and chop off your head. The crowd was agitated, each person adding to the chaos, when suddenly a mocking laugh rang out. Huh, what are you saying behind my back? In the air, a figure appeared. Xia Qingxin stood on a sword, the flying sword steadily hovering in midair, supporting a person's weight. Not only Xia Qingxin, but also two other women were similarly suspended, standing on either side of her like her guards, protecting her in the middle. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! 3 unfamiliar women suddenly appeared, standing in midair. How could this not astonish everyone? They all grabbed their weapons, and some even wanted to throw ice cones and wooden vines. But they often fell to the ground after flying only a few meters. Level 6? No, level 5. Level 5 metal ability users can control swords to fly and attack others. But to carry someone while flying requires much more ability. You need to be level 6 to let someone stand on the sword. Xia squinted, looking up at the woman above. Her eyes were injured, and everything looked a bit blurry, but she still sensed it. That was wind. The wind had turned into substance, lifting the weights of the 3. Liao Lingbao had also reached level 5. Xia Qingxin was injured and didn't dare to act rashly, bringing 2 level 5 ability users to check the situation. As soon as they arrived, they heard a barrage of curses, along with the soft thud of 2 bodies collapsing below. Xia, you need to explain why you killed my people. The name Xia was emphasized, and numerous fireballs appeared in the sky. Explain? Xia laughed in anger. Xia Qingxin, you should explain why those 2 were really sent by you. Yes, there was no stronger evidence than Xia Qingxin admitting it herself. Light spheres erupted from around Xia. Hundreds of them, large and bright, shooting up into the sky. The light spheres moved quickly, even leaving afterimages like tails. Xia was serious now, using her power. But Xia Qingxin was no pushover. Explosion. The abilities burned wildly, and Xia Qingxin directly drained half of her abilities, transforming them into an even larger fireball that rushed towards the white light. Bang, bang, bang. Boom. The white light collided with the fireball, and the sky exploded like the most brilliant fireworks, creating a cacophony of explosions, with residual sparks raining down, burning the ground into a large hole. Run. Evacuate. An elder shouted. The divine envoys could no longer hold on. Level 6 ability users were fighting each other. Even the residual sparks left behind could burn the defensive barrier into bubbles, rendering it useless to protect everyone below. Retreat, even if it makes me furious. We must retreat first. But before leaving, many couldn't help but look back. They stared intently at Xia Qingxin's figure in midair, wanting to engrave her appearance in their minds. Blood feud. Unforgivable. The sudden surge of hatred made Xue's desperate stance only amuse Xia Qingxin. Isn't it enough that you assassinated my subordinates? You even killed my 2 trusted aides. Do you really think I can be bullied? During the first assassination attempt on Tu Meyer, Xia Qingxin chose to compromise. Using warm fluff as a bargaining chip, she gave the Xue tribe a chance to survive, trading a little bit of crystal core to ensure the entire tribe wouldn't freeze to death. This was far better than Tu Meyer's small wooden house ability. But Xue stood on Tu Meyer's side, allowing Tu Meyer to send people to kill Xia Qingxin's subordinates. Although Xia Qingxin was angry, she only sent someone to kidnap Tu Meyer, intending to take her away. Unexpectedly, Xue directly killed the 2 half-grown children. She left no room for negotiation, demanded no ransom, and simply tore up the deal. The more she let it go, the more outrageous it became. Was the next step to directly kidnap her and lock her in a small dark room to make her produce warm fluff? Xia Qingxin waved her staff and summoned a massive amount of magma fireballs once again. Who dares to bully you? Tu Meyer provoked you, and you poisoned over 2,000 of my Xue tribe's people, and you still want her to be disgraced. You truly are a scheming and vicious outsider. A massive blame fell down, leaving Xia Qingxin utterly confused. Huh? What 2,000? Chapter 138. Parting ways, unhappily caught off guard by the unexpected blame. Xia Qingxin was momentarily at a loss. In that instant, a light sphere from Xue nearly hit her in the face. Liao Lingbao quickly controlled the wind to carry Xia Qingxin into the air to dodge it. Gao Beiying summoned dozens of sharp swords to stab at Xue's throat. But the level suppression was not something to be taken lightly. Xue threw out a light orb, dissolving the swords one by one until the last one, which stopped 2 meters away from Xue, fell powerless to the ground, melting into iron water and quickly dissipating until nothing remained. However, it was not ineffective. The colorless wind, condensed by Liao Lingbao into a blade as tall as a person, slashed toward Xue. Although it was invisible, Xue could hear the sound. With a roll, the gust of wind tore open his outer garment and whistled past. Wind stab, Liao Lingbao shouted, and numerous tiny wind spikes that had been waiting for a long time surged toward Xue, surrounding him from all directions. No matter where he tried to escape, he would be pierced like a hedgehog. Light shield. A different form of light enveloped Xue completely. The light formed a semicircle, blocking all the wind spikes outside. Bang, 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 puffed, puffed. Neither Liao Lingbao's wind blades nor Gao Beiying's sharp swords could harm Xue's light shield in the slightest. But Xue's powers were also running low. For a time, they found themselves in a stalemate. Explain to me clearly, what do you mean by 2,000 people? What did I do? Why am I being labeled as unforgivable? Xia Qingxin's temper was not good, but she held it in. However, poisoning 2,000 people. Don't just dump any blame on me. I want to admit to something I didn't do. Did you send 2 chameleons? Yes. Xia Qingxin specifically sent 2 chameleons to capture Tu Meyer. Do you particularly hate Tu Meyer and want her dead? Yes. If it weren't for Xia Qingxin's good fortune back then, she would have been turned into a zombie by Tu Meyer long ago. She stole boyfriends, seized opportunities, and even tried to take her life. It was strange if Xia Qingxin didn't hate her. Did you send chameleons to poison and kill your own people to frame Tu Meyer? What a load of crap. I didn't do anything. I just told them to kidnap Tu Meyer to me. What poison? Don't pour dirty water on my head. Yes. Xia Qingxin almost admitted to it in a slip of the tongue. But Schwescher clearly didn't believe it. Tu Meyer did send people to kill your subordinates. But you could have come to me instead of venting your anger on my people's lives? Schwescher valued his people's lives the most. Otherwise, he wouldn't have protected Tu Meyer's little cabin with his powers. With Tu Meyer's cabin around, it directly prevented many of his people from freezing to death. Although there was warm fluff, Schwescher still couldn't bear to part with it, hesitating and torn between wanting both. What Schwescher meant by this was that some things could be discussed properly, but this fell into Xia Qingxin's ears and took on a different tone. Yes, Tu Meyer did send assassins to kill your subordinates, but your people didn't die. You could have come to me instead of retaliating. Come to me to smooth things over, since I would definitely take your side. Why vent your anger by putting my people's lives at stake, attacking the weak, and causing trouble? Xia Qingxin was about to explode with anger. Explain to me clearly. What do you mean by poisoning 2,000 people? I didn't do it. I just didn't do it. Believe whatever others say, but when someone tells you to commit suicide, why don't you go die? You self-righteous, white-clothed filial son. Why don't you wear mourning clothes for Tu Meyer? Is she your dear father? Why do you protect her so much? You can't even see through such an obvious frame-up. You might as well dig out your own eyes. You even call yourself a great prophet? A great prophet? You should be called a big crow instead, with a black heart seeing everyone else as black. Do you really think I have no temper? Do you believe I'll gut you? No, wait, I just realized. You keep saying I poisoned and killed others. This is all what Tu Meyer said, right? Everyone knows she slandered me and wanted to kill me. You have the ability to foresee. It's impossible for you to be so foolish as to be played around by that woman. You did this on purpose, using a knife to kill someone else. How clever. Using Tu Meyer as a pretext, taking the lives of 2,000 of my people to frame me. You're really after my core, aren't you? You want to eat my core and upgrade, huh? Good. It's no wonder you're a believer. Your heart is truly dirty, always looking for excuses, standing on a moral high ground to kill others in the name of justice. You're so smart. From Schwescher's few words, it was clear that it was Tu Meyer who slandered her. But Schwescher had the ability to foresee. Why was he played by Tu Meyer? It should be that way. Xia Qingxin was at level 6. Schwescher was also at level 6. Level 6 ability users needed billions of cores to upgrade, and the process was slow with a risk of failure. But if they gathered higher level cores, especially of the same level, the difficulty of upgrading would drop dramatically. If Schwescher consumed Xia Qingxin, he could smoothly reach level 7. A level 7 ability user. Currently, there were none in the world. If Schwescher really succeeded, he could lead an army, kill his way through, occupy several countries, and become an emperor. The more she thought about it, the more she felt it made sense. Xia Qingxin's gaze toward Schwescher grew increasingly disgusted and wary. Meanwhile, Schwescher below was nearly bursting with anger. He couldn't fly and wasn't good with words, so he couldn't argue back at all. But Xia Qingxin was dancing on his nerves. Directly insulting Schwescher was fine. He wouldn't be that angry. But Xia Qingxin described him as a hypocrite using the lives of those 2,000 people as a pretext. That struck a nerve with the protective madman. Despicable and shameless. The light orb swelled dramatically, transforming into a massive white dragon several meters long, roaring as it charged at Xia Qingxin. Liao Lingbao and Gao Beiying attempted to block it, but as soon as their wind blades and sharp swords got close to the white dragon, they instantly dissolved, unable to stop it in the slightest. Meanwhile, Xia Qingxin's injuries hadn't healed yet. With a grim face, Xia Qingxin led Gao Beiying and Liao Lingbao to swiftly enter the spatial realm. They vanished. The white dragon missed its target, angrily spinning in the air several times and letting out a few dragon roars, but no matter what, it couldn't find even a corner of Xia Qingxin's clothing. It could only burrow back into Schwescher's body in frustration. His powers recovered a little, but Schwescher was still weak, and his complexion turned pale. Great prophet. It was Elder Xue, who had brought healing ability users. The healing ability user threw a light orb at Xue, alleviating his exhaustion from overusing his powers. Although Elder Xue and Xue were not on good terms, the bigger picture mattered. After the enemy left, Elder Xue was the first to bring a large number of guards to rush over. Do you think it's possible this is a misunderstanding? Elder Xue tried to speak. Impossible. Meyer doesn't have the ability to hide a level 5 zombie. The only one who could do that is her. Xue had doubted that this was slander, but the facts were right before him, making it hard for him not to believe. Chapter 139. Cross-frequency chat. The evidence is conclusive. It's not just the confessions of Guan Xiaodong and Guan Xiaoxi. There is also the most important physical evidence. Where did the poison come from? It is the blood of a level 5 zombie. Not only is it identified as such by special ability users, but there are also infected individuals who have turned into at least level 2 zombies. They can run, jump, and chase after people to bite, and their speed is not slow. It cannot be the blood of a level 1 or 2 zombie. Only the blood of a more powerful level 5 or even level 6 zombie can contain such a strong virus. And Meyer? What a joke. A human can only have one ability. Even Xue is no exception. Xue's precognition doesn't strictly count as a special ability. It's merely borrowed, not his inherent capability. Meyer's ability is the small cabin, which has no offensive power and does not have spatial hiding capabilities. Moreover, she had only one trusted aide, who died yesterday. Such a trusted aide was also a level 3 ability user and could not possibly have captured a level 5 zombie for Meyer to bleed. Where did the level 5 zombie come from? Meyer has been under Xue's nose and has no ability, no connections, and no time. Meyer cannot do it. But coincidentally, Xia Qingxin can. Xue does not know why Xia Qingxin can appear and disappear in an instant. She can even control her subordinates to appear and disappear in the same way. Where do they go, and how could they produce so much food and warm fluff? Xue does not know. However, Xia Qingxin really has the capability to capture a level 5 zombie. As a level 6, capturing a level 5 zombie is a piece of cake for her. And with her ability to appear instantly, it makes perfect sense for her to take the level 5 zombie to bleed it into the porridge. She has the ability to subdue a level 5 zombie, hide without being discovered by anyone, and harbors deep hatred for Meyer. If Xue had not been a level 6 and had not discovered Guan Xiaodong and Guan Xiaoxi, then today, just a few words from Meyer would have been enough to ruin her reputation and be torn to shreds by angry tribesmen. No, if Xue were level 5. Xia Qingxin would have burned Meyer to death right in front of him at the first opportunity. She's capable of that. She is indeed that kind of person. Xue gave a bitter smile, feeling ridiculous for previously trusting Xia Qingxin and repeatedly asking for answers. He is really foolish. He is truly foolish. Brain dead. Stupid. Directly connecting his brain to his gut. Xia Qingxin shouted, her voice so loud that Bian Hongyu covered his ears. What to do? They had been too invested in the fight before, and the bodies of Guan Xiaodong and Guan Xiaoxi had been burned to ashes by the flying sparks. The people were turned to dust, and there was no way to explain. What can be done? It's not like they can cut open their stomachs to see if there was 1 bowl of powder or 2 bowls of powder, right? Self-evidence is very troublesome. No matter how Xia Qingxin explains, without substantial evidence, others will not believe her. Oh, some people, even if you throw evidence in their faces, will not believe it. So should they just suffer this dumb loss? 2 people have died on our side. Should they really sacrifice the lives of 2 level 4 ability users to slander them? Is that reasonable? Nian Pengzi is also indignant. He said that Guan Xiaodong and Guan Xiaoxi went to poison, which Nian Wanhui does not believe. The 2 children are usually very well behaved. They wouldn't even want to kill a chicken. So how could they kill so many people? It's simply not something they could do. But there is no evidence. If one could resolve it with just a statement of disbelief, then what do we need the police for? Unfortunately, the dead cannot speak. Should I go over there to look for evidence? Nian Pengzi suggested. Over there naturally refers to the Shuilong base. No. Too reckless. They have already remembered your face. Going again would only get you torn apart as a comrade. Yuan Xin advised. The 4-person group. Oh no, the five-person group has already been pulled into the space. The faces of the five have already been remembered, going again, not to mention whether they could find evidence. Would risk being beaten to death as soon as they show their heads. What about changing faces? Nian Pongzi stubbornly suggested. Brother Pongzi, you are too naive, aren't you? Don't you go online? The Shuawu tribe is very hostile to outsiders, let alone after this incident. Just wait. No matter who you are, outsiders will get beaten up. And in serious cases, they might even be killed. Moreover, rushing towards the physical evidence is practically writing suspicious on your face. Then I can use space. No. Xia must be guarding over there. Gao Beiying poured a bucket of cold water on that idea. This won't work. That won't work. What to do then? There's no need. Xia Qingxin has already come out of the advanced repair chamber, regaining her abilities and strength. Physical injuries are easily self-healed with money. It's just that she failed to upgrade, and her soul is shaken, needing nurturing for a month or two. It is not suitable for a direct confrontation. Since the highest level leader has said that there was zombie poison in the porridge, then what is the use in finding physical evidence? If it is real poison, then it will be a waste to look for it. If it is fake poison, deliberately slandering Xia Qingxin, even if Xia Qingxin says it's fake, they will only think the physical evidence was swapped. As for witnesses, besides Tu Meyer and Xia, everyone else is dead, right? Xia Qingxin can be sure she did not do it. As for Guan Xiaodong and Guan Xiaoxi, it is even less possible. These two were right under Xia Qingxin's nose. She watched them go from skin and bones to plump. Most of the time, they were locked in the planting cave. Occasionally, when they came out, their companions were also present. Two pure support types with an attack power of 0. 5. Try to deceive everyone. Obtain the blood of a level 5 zombie. Carry it on them, and ensure that the virus in the zombie blood does not lose its activity. Isn't that asking for trouble? If you say it's Liao Lingbao or Gao Beiying, Xia Qingxin would still believe it, but Guan Xiaodong and Guan Xiaoxi. A single slide would have a level 5 zombie stuffed to the brim. The blood of a level 5 zombie, besides Xia, who else could get it? Could it really be relying on that waste Tu Meyer? Even if she could get it, could she hide it from Xia? Only Xia, a level 6 ability user, could do it. To obtain one level 5 zombie's blood, add it to the white porridge, and poison over 2,000 people, directly breaking Xia Qingxin's enticing scheme. Even if Xia Qingxin later brings out warm fluff, the other tribesmen will not side with her anymore. They will only hate her, oppose her, and wish to kill her. Warm fluff is powerful. It can prevent most people from freezing to death, making it better than the small cabin. If Xia Qingxin entices them a bit, she could even drive the city lord away and take over. It is a very difficult, enticing trap to break. And now, with Xue's move, it's a direct 3 birds with 1 stone, using the lives of 2,000 people. He makes everyone resent Xia Qingxin and no longer entertain the thought of siding with her. It would be best to kill her as well, devour her crystal core, and become a level 7 ability user. Not only would he completely solidify his position, but perhaps after killing her, he could also gain her subordinates. After all, Warm Fluff was created by her subordinates. Besides the formidable enemy Xia Qingxin, he can upgrade while holding Tu Meyer in one hand and Warm Fluff in the other. He wants both the small cabin and Warm Fluff. What a cunning and insidious thing. Chapter 140. The clever black fox, no need to look for witnesses or evidence anymore. It has been confirmed that the culprit is Xue, the highest authority of the Shuawu clan, so he can't be a complete idiot. He must have destroyed all the evidence and killed all witnesses except for Tu Meyer. Even if Xia Qingxin takes risks to search, she won't find anything. Xue must be more anxious than Xia Qingxin and would have destroyed any clues at the first opportunity. He wouldn't want his clan members to feel secure and turn against him. After all, the Great Witch needs to establish a righteous image. Then, shall we leave? Liao Lingbao suggested. It's difficult. At this moment, even Bian Hongyu became clever. From my experience watching palace entry dramas, even if we avoid them, they will still come after us relentlessly. At that point, we will be at a disadvantage. Bian Hongyu shook his head and analyzed, directly pulling out the tropes from palace dramas, and it surprisingly matched. Slander, propaganda, pursuit, it's all inevitable. Moreover, our underground city is already widely spread out. And sooner or later we will run into them. Seeing how well we are doing, would they let go of this piece of fat meat? Not to mention, I also don't want them to continue using warm fur. Let others use warm fur if they want. They are all from the same clan. Saving a life is more valuable than building a 7-level pagoda, and it can also earn some crystal cores. But these people who insult Xia Qingxin so much and want to take their lives, unjustly killing 2 children in the process, Bian Hongyu truly despises these people. Being chased and beaten, having their hair pulled and being spat on. Do they still want to escape home? The other side won't let them go. Cousin, how about we fight back? Bian Hongyu proposed quietly. Okay. Huh. Liao Lingbao was confused. Huh. Gao Beiying had a question mark on her face. Yuanxin was silent. Nian Fatsi dug at his ears, seemingly experiencing auditory hallucinations. Wait, are we really going to fight? Even Bian Hongyu found it hard to believe. I was just joking. Who are we sending to fight? Other than the 3 women, the rest are basically support types. Among the male slaves, there are only 2 strong attackers. One is a 3-year-old thunder baby, and the other is the strength type Yuanxin. But just having strength isn't enough. We can't win. We really can't win. They have 8 million people. Hey, it seems we have more. What's there to be afraid of? I have plenty of money. I'm not aiming for a steam bun, just to vent some anger. At worst, I can issue a bounty, treat it as a game task. Fight for a few minutes, and then run. Xia Qingxin's space was filled with crystal cores piled up like mountain ranges. There was no way to spend them all. It would be better to take some out to hire people. After all, there's so many people in the underground city. Hire 100 teams all at once and let them harass the Shuilong base in batches and at different times. No matter how strong Xia is, he is still human. He can't be in so many places at once. Just hit and run, enough to wear Xia down. How cunning. No wonder you're the black-hearted fox. Your brain is just so effective. Liao Lingbao admired and gave a thumbs up, praising Xia Qingxin's cunningness. Everyone admired Xia Qingxin's clever plan. Thinking quickly is a good thing. While they were still considering how to launch a strong attack, Xia Qingxin had already thought of harassment. No matter how strong Xia is, as long as he hasn't escaped basic human needs, he will eventually crumble, unless he no longer needs to eat, drink, or sleep. Otherwise, with a majestic mountain of crystal cores in Xia Qingxin's warehouse, he could be worn down to death. If you mess with Xia Qingxin, you might as well be messing with a nuclear bomb, but he deserves it. Nian Wanhui secretly wiped away tears from the corners of his eyes. Guan Xiaodong and Guan Xiaoxi had been living in the planning cave. They had started to lose weight, looking like refugees, all thanks to Nian Fatsi and his wife, who fed the 2 kids until they were plump and white. The 2 children were also very kind in return and treated Nian Fatsi's family well, obedient and understanding, which made Nian Fatsi's wife very happy, directly adopting them as her godchildren. He had invested a lot of energy and love into this, especially for Guan Xiaodong, his goddaughter, whom he spoiled immensely. Now, both children were dead. Not even a body was left, just a handful of ashes. Nian Wanhui repeatedly instructed everyone involved to ensure that this matter was kept under wraps, and that his wife must never find out. Otherwise, she might cry her eyes out. Li Xianghong truly treated the 2 children as her own. If she found out, who knows what would happen? Therefore, Nian Fatsi dared not tell Li Xianghong about this. Not just Nian Fatsi, but who among those present had not spent a few months with Guan Xiaodong and Guan Xiaoxi? Although the 2 children were not very noticeable, they were indeed very well behaved. Naturally, everyone else felt bad too. Yuanxin had entered the underground city and immediately released a mission to form 100 teams to harass the Shuilong base. But how much to offer, where to harass, the specific time, and who to select all needed careful consideration, especially since they were in a furious state right now. If they recklessly chose weak or disobedient ones, it could be disastrous. Yuanxin, Bian Hongyu, Gao Beiying, Nian Wanhui, and even Wu Wenli were brought in to issue the mission, selecting 1,000 people from the tens of thousands to test first. Meanwhile, Xia Qingxin was stretching her muscles. She exchanged for over 100 teleportation points from Xia. This way, she wouldn't be able to open new teleportation points for the next 6 months. Xia was worried. Teleportation points are not something you can just create whenever you want. The teleportation points in the underground city are limited and cannot be densely packed. 100 points are already overdrawn, and they are also weakened versions. The regular teleportation points can accommodate tens of thousands of people easily, but the weakened version can only hold 10,000. That's fine. After all, there's still those 100 old teleportation points. The number of people is sufficient. In the past 6 months, Xia Qingxin had traveled more than 3,000 kilometers twice, and gradually, by today, she had opened 100 teleportation points. Those teleportation points would provide financial support for Xia Qingxin, and the number of people entering was still increasing daily. Liao Lingbao, are you ready? It all depends on you later. Wait, let me check the map again. Liao Lingbao's hands were sweating nervously, clutching the map of the Shuilong base tightly. Liao Lingbao had stayed at the Shuilong base for more than a month, almost 2 months. With the identity of a quasi-elder, she had obtained a map, and now she held the layout of the Shuilong base in her hands. The map was not small, detailing specific streets, shops, and annotations. Now, however, there were numerous dense red dots added to it, a total of 100 scattered at very tricky angles. Liao Lingbao's task was to fly to these locations with Xia Qingxin after coming out of the space and let Xia Qingxin drop the teleportation points. This way, people from the underground city could appear at any time to launch an attack and disappear at any time. Definitely more annoying than a big cockroach flying in your face. Chapter 141. The cunning rabbit has 100 burrows. How dare they come back? How outrageous! Fong Eru swung his hoe and followed the crowd. His sword had been broken by Schwescher last time, and he didn't have a suitable weapon for now, so he just took a hoe from home. Oh, Fong Eru was no longer part of the guard team, having been dismissed long ago. Now he was an unemployed drifter. Just as he was seething with anger towards Xia Qingxin, he heard someone shouting that Xia Qingxin had appeared. Sure enough, he immediately joined the crowd, swinging his hoe to go beat up Xia Qingxin. Haha, goodbye. Xia Qingxin's arrogant voice echoed from the sky, and she seemed to be enjoying herself. While fending off the light sphere with fireballs, she could still annoy others. But poor Liao Lingbao, flying together with her at breakneck speed, was worried about being caught by the big sorcerer behind them. Fortunately, they spotted the target. Xia Qingxin, Liao Lingbao shouted. Got it. Right in front of them was the iconic building, marked in red. The two flew straight towards that building. They were about to crash into the wall. Meanwhile, all around them, there were ability users shooting arrows and even bullets towards the sky. The bullets were blocked by the defensive rings, but the white light could dissolve everything. At this moment, Xia Qingxin turned around and made a face at Schwescher below, even giving him an arrogant middle finger. Buffed. Didn't he crash into the wall? Xia Qingxin and Tu Meyer actually passed right through the wall, disappearing without a trace. Fong Eru was shocked, but upon closer inspection, he finally noticed something was off. How did such a large door appear on that building? It was a very long wooden structure, grand and magnificent, capable of accommodating a great many people. It was an ancient wooden building, but very sturdy. In fact, such ancient buildings were everywhere in the Shuilong base. It wasn't that they particularly favored this style. It was that it was a product of ability condensation. Tu Meyer's wooden cottage ability could condense into various types of houses, whether wooden, stone, or concrete structures, all spacious and insulated against the cold. As long as the crystal core was burned, they could withstand the extreme cold. The building Xia Qingxin entered was one of these. This structure was long and had a large area. 99 of the Shuilong base consisted of such buildings, all relying on Tu Meyer's abilities. And now, on the back of the wooden structure, there appeared a large door. A very spacious, illusory door appeared out of thin air. Xia Qingxin directly dove into it and disappeared. The others rushed up, kicking and cursing at the door, but no matter what, they couldn't attack it. It was an illusion, without any physical form. It merely parasitized on the wooden building, capable of moving to any corner of it at any time. What to do? Damn it, she escaped again. The people chasing after her were exasperated, punching and kicking the building. Again? What do you mean? She has appeared once? Now Fong Eru was no longer a member of the guard team, just an ordinary member of the Shuiwu tribe, and didn't have enough information. One person shot Fong Eru a sideways glance, furious, and exclaimed, "This is her first time? She has appeared over a dozen times today alone. Every time we can't catch her, Every time we can't catch her, next time it will be even harder. All right, don't talk to outsiders. Hurry and guard this place. And don't let her escape. Guard my ass. She's already escaped. Over at Longfeng Street, she marked another spot. A special department ability user shouted, "Hurry, hurry." Without caring about their image, the group immediately took off running. Feng Eru, though unclear about the urgency, kept up with them. Once, twice, 3 times, 4 times. Even the iron-willed were about to give out. After chasing several times, Feng Eru's legs were almost cramping. Enough, enough. The ability users beside him were so exhausted they were about to stick out their tongues, feeling completely played by Xia Qingxin. Vicious, cruel. Why don't I have that ability? After following for so long, Feng Eru finally figured it out. Xia Qingxin was like a gopher that had become sentient. Floating in mid-air, it was hard to hit her. Once she reached a certain location, all she had to do was snap her fingers. That's it. That spot would be marked. The mark couldn't be erased or attacked. But as long as the spot was marked, Xia Qingxin could come and go as she pleased. Right now, she came out for 1 o'clock, and after marking a new spot, she might come out from 2 o'clock. Moreover, on this day, she had marked a dozen or so spots, randomly appearing at several locations. Suddenly, she would show up somewhere big. It was enough to toy with everyone. Wait, bastard. You can succeed 100 times, but if you fail once, you will be killed by our big sorcerer. Feng Eru rolled his eyes in exhaustion, but didn't forget to make threats. Xia Qingxin and Liao Lingbao were flying in the sky, hard to hit, and Xuesher lost track of them several times. But Xuesher was a level 6 ability user. How could someone who frequently walked by the river not get their shoes wet? As long as Xia Qingxin was careless once, just once, she would die. Holding on to this belief, Feng Eru gritted his teeth and stood up again, chasing after them. But soon, it wouldn't be long before his hopes would be shattered with a kick. Inside the Underground City, a siege mission? This operation looked just like playing a game. Moreover, there was a main harassment at the back, retreating after a few seconds. What does retreating after a few seconds mean? Asking each other didn't yield an answer. However, the rewards were quite generous. Level 3 ability users or above would receive 3 crystal cores in 10 minutes, and 30 crystal cores in an hour. Can siege tasks be calculated by the minute? They couldn't understand it at all, but the rewards were still quite generous. 3 crystal cores in 10 minutes meant 6 steam buns, enough to eat for a day or two. Moreover, 1 hour meant an extra 12 crystal cores. Quite tempting. Today was different from the past. As time passed in the apocalypse, zombies were becoming stronger and stronger. Now, there were fewer weak zombies, and when encountered, they would even fight over the crystal cores. Stronger zombies made it harder to collect crystal cores, while the supply of resources in the underground city was on the rise. Especially that warm fluff, which had increased again. But that was a necessity. They couldn't skimp on that. Why not give it a try? Try it, just try it. Survivors eagerly accepted the tasks and reached the 4th level of the underground city. Here, in addition to the common facilities, there were also several offices. Wu Winley usually handled official business here. Now, several additional offices have been added, and each was lined up with a long queue. Not level 3, next. Be a bit more lenient. I'll be level 3 soon, maybe. No means no. It's dangerous. Being too weak can be fatal. Meet all conditions first. Level 3 special system? What a joke. No. Next. Level 3 metal system. Hold it. Come for an interview tomorrow. Next. Next. Chapter 142. Blitz at the Snow Dragon base over here. The Snow Witch tribe remains completely unaware of what is about to confront them. They continue to run around, exhausted and frantic. After a whole day of effort from Xia Qingxin, the Deathlight Sphere of Xuesher follows closely behind, while Liao Lingbao performs exceptionally well. At a speed of 120 miles per hour, it's as fast as a drag race, taking off directly. After a day's work, Xia Qingxin has marked all the places with red dots. With the establishment of the last teleportation array, Xia Qingxin finally dives into the space and does not come out anymore. The world goes quiet. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Running quickly, surpassing oneself. Xia Qingxin feels comfortable flying, but the group of ability users below is pitiful, chasing after her and running around the base. Each of them is so tired that they lay flat on the ground, gasping for breath, their hearts almost jumping out. Even Xuesher is exhausted. Xia Qingxin is too cunning. Knowing that Xia is present, she does not give them a chance to wait for the rabbit to come. This time, she entered from the teleportation array at the far east, and next time, she will come out from the southwestern direction. They have crossed such a long distance in between, and since they cannot teleport and cannot fly, they can only rely on their legs to run. They have to run over. Who knows if Xia Qingxin will suddenly get the urge to throw a few fireballs down. Xia does not dare to take the risk. They can only chase, and not rest for a moment. Great Witch, have some water. It is dark now, and Xia Qingxin has not come out for an hour. Xia takes it and drinks half a bottle. Perhaps she will not dare to come out next time, no matter how fast she runs. As long as she gets blocked once and is hit by the light sphere, it's death. Elder Xue Cheng tries to say some encouraging words. However, what he gets in return is the disdainful looks from other elders. Elder Xue Cheng's thoughts are too simplistic. How do you know she can only come and go alone? What if she has other accomplices? But they need not worry. With just the 6 of them, where would they find the courage to fight against this million? Let us hope. But Xue always feels a twitch in her eyelids. If her eyes were not still injured, Xue would really want to use her precognitive ability right now. Although Xia Qingxin has not appeared again, Xue leads the group of ability users to stand guard all night. Nothing happens. The crowd takes turns standing guard by the teleportation point, and another day passes. The next day, during the day and night, still not a single person appears. Just when they are about to relax, a sudden change finally arrives. People from the southeast area are here. No, there are also people from the northwest area. There are also people from South Ancient Street. The sudden change makes Fong Eru and others almost not know where to go. What does this mean? While Fong Eru and the others are still puzzled, the ability users led by Xue have already rushed over. Ha ha ha. Brothers, smash it for me. Anything we grab counts as ours. A small team of about 10 people passes through the teleportation point, directly appearing inside the Snow Dragon base, acting like robbers, grabbing whatever they see, and if they can't grab it, they smash it. When they see survivors, they kick each one. They look just like bandit leaders coming down the mountain. Damn foreign tribesmen. You wait. Wait until our great witch comes to kill you. Several Snow Witch tribe members lie on the ground, bruised and battered. The small team of 10 makes faces and kicks the person who speaks from behind. This angers those people, but they have no way to retaliate. Not everyone among the humans is an ability user. Only the lucky ones can have abilities, especially within the Snow Dragon base. To take care of the more vulnerable tribesmen who are more likely to die prematurely, many young or elderly individuals have been taken in. There are young and middle-aged people, but the ratio is not that exaggerated, and these people are really weak in combat. The ones who can really fight have all joined the temple and become divine attendants. The small team works quickly, stuffing everything they see into their backpacks, even not sparing other people's tables and chairs. Anyone who tries to stop them is directly kicked down. Fortunately, they do not use lethal force against these weaklings. They only beat them up without killing. Even so, it is enough to make the tribal elders furious, swinging their canes to hit the ability users on the head. Hey, don't take advantage of our kindness. The team is here to do evil. They're not good people at all, so how could they let the elders hit them with canes? A male ability user directly snatches the cane and hits the elder on the knee. The elder immediately cries out and falls to the ground. If it weren't for the city lord's order that prohibits killing unless absolutely necessary, they would have already drawn their knives. This infuriates the others, who rush forward to fight the ability users. Coincidentally, the fierce divine attendant teams over there also arrive. Inside the divine attendant teams are truly powerful ability users. And if they are lucky, they might even encounter that big villain, Xue. Run. If we don't run now, we will be beaten up. The small team immediately carries the newly robbed tables and chairs and dives into the teleportation array's doorway. The door glows white, and the 10 people disappear. Bang, bang, bang. The ability user's attacks hit nothing but air, completely missing the robber's clothes, instead landing on the wooden buildings. The wooden building is attacked, and wood chips fly everywhere, with a vine tearing off an eave and leaving a big hole in the house. Meanwhile, the teleportation array's doorway remains completely unscathed, not taking even a scratch. The divine attendants are furious. Some angrily pound on the door. but their hands pass right through the illusion of the door, landing on the wooden structure of the building. They cannot get in. They can't get in at all. There are 100 teleportation arrays in the Snow Dragon base. Each one is built on the main buildings of Tu-Mire. Tu-Mire's wooden house ability does not consist of standalone houses. Rather, it is one continuous structure extending several kilometers, with walls separating individual rooms. But it is indeed the same building. As long as they are within the same building, the door will instantly appear in any corner of that building. For example, this building stretches from one end of the street to the other. Therefore, as long as those robbers are within this range, they can freely move back and forth, coming out to rob whenever they want. When they see others attacking, they immediately dive back in. They truly achieved a blitzkrieg, and it's the kind that cannot be fought back against. Furious, the divine attendant's lungs are about to explode with anger. Elder Shuexi's premonition has come true. Xia Qingxin has gone through so much trouble flying back and forth just to mark this place. They're beating them up in gangs. Moreover, they are appearing and disappearing from the inside, the most important and largest of the 100 buildings. Despicable and shameless. Flying cockroaches. Fong Eru angrily pounds on the teleportation array's doorway, but he cannot hit anything solid. His fist can only hit the building itself. This makes the building somewhat suffer, but it instinctively grows with chips back and begins to repair itself. Thanks to Tu-Mire's ability, the buildings will automatically repair, but each time they do, it consumes Tu-Mire's ability. Chapter 143. Shameless bandits, there are too many cockroaches popping up. They treat the divine messengers like dogs. Just as the messengers rushed over to point 123, the bandits ran away. New bandits appeared at 456 again. The divine messengers could only resign themselves to the situation and hurry to point 456. But as soon as they arrived, there was no fight at all. They only saw the shadows of the divine messengers. The bandits immediately dove into the teleportation array and didn't come out. Guarding? No way. Over at 789, they started bullying the weak, beating up the villagers, and robbing other supplies. What could they do? Run. The divine messengers were on the verge of grinding their teeth. They had never run such a long distance in their lives. During this time, the divine messengers considered waiting for the bandits to come to them. But that wouldn't work. Xia Qingxin could level up to 6 because she cheated, opening a Big Boss S underground city and frantically collecting crystal cores. Xia could level up to 6, but all the crystal cores she used were contributed by the Snow Witch clan. It was just Xia. Tu-Mire S level was also fed by mountains of crystal cores. Only with Xia and Tu-Mire present could they obtain various supplies, gain powerful protectors, and have warm, continuous wooden cabins to avoid the cold and the threat of death. Both of them needed crystal cores, and they couldn't afford to save any. But where would the crystal cores come from? The Snow Witch clan wasn't superhuman. They could only rely on killing zombies little by little to obtain them. But the zombies in the snowy plains had already been wiped out. The two nearby provinces were also crazily chopping zombies and collecting crystal cores to provide for Tu-Mire's upgrade. All the clan's people hoped that, after Tu-Mire leveled up, she could accommodate more people, preventing them from freezing to death. Tightening their belts, they prioritized supplying the two big heads. This meant it would be very difficult for the other members of the Snow Witch clan to become strong. They were too united. Because they were so united, they nurtured a level 6 ability user and a level 5 ability user. In the entire country, they were among the best, with only a few strong individuals. However, correspondingly, the resources were crazily skewed, leading to lower levels for the other members of the Snow Witch clan. First and second levels were everywhere, and third levels were considered strong, automatically promoted to divine messengers. In a vast Snow Dragon base, there wasn't even a single level 4 ability user. Level 1, 2, and 3 ability users were lower in level, but it didn't matter. Zombies weren't very smart. The Snow Witch clan relied on crowd tactics, beating up those zombies and digging into their brains. With coordinated efforts, they could harvest most of the zombie heads. What about the powerful zombies? If they couldn't beat them, what could they do? No problem, just call Xia. With one move, they would all be wiped out. Under this model, the Snow Witch clan had been living peacefully, even too peacefully because Xia was stationed there. Other ability users from provinces they had robbed of supplies didn't dare to act recklessly, even if they could easily beat those ordinary Snow Witch Clan ability users. They had to weigh their options. Would they be crushed by Xia? A level 6 ability user was simply unbeatable. Moreover, Xia had precognition. Even if they could defeat those low-level Snow Witch Clan members, the other province's ability users were also afraid of provoking the younger ones and attracting the older ones. They were far too united. Even if several villages combined to attack them, it was quite normal, especially with Xia as precognition. They couldn't provoke them. Other ability users were squeezed out, and even if they left their homes, they didn't want to fight with the Snow Witch Clan. This was originally their advantage. But Xia Qingxin just happened to exploit their advantage and launch a blitz. Harass, harass, and harass again. Teams of people, all above level 3, were crazily robbing or beating up the clan's people. The Snow Witch Clan's ability users were exhausted. Were there not many ability users in the Snow Witch Clan? There were plenty. They could completely guard 100 teleportation points. But was Xia Qingxin foolish? She knew that they had people guarding each teleportation point. Okay, if no one appeared at the other 99 teleportation points, suddenly one teleportation point would burst out with 1,000 or 2,000 people, all above level 3. They directly charged into the interior, almost reaching the front of the temple. This scared everyone. Xia almost flew away in panic, fearing that this madwoman Xia Qingxin would attack the statue. Hee, hit and run, driving you crazy. Not engaging head-on, just harassment, unexpectedly giving you a punch. In just a week, the Divine Messenger's grievances had almost grown larger than ghosts. But fortunately, after the chaos of the first day, Elder Xia suggested that each teleportation point set up a few guards nearby, and at the intersections of every 5 teleportation arrays, leave a few large divine servants. Wherever there was chaos, they would support. It was like a circle, 100 small circles with adjacent areas, set up some large circles, overlapping, which could respond more effectively at the first moment. It also saved the time of running back and forth. They only needed to guard a certain distance. The divine messengers looked like black circles comparable to pandas, but at least someone was rotating shifts. Xia Qingxin was too cunning. The teleportation points in the Snow Dragon base were special, enhanced. Only those recognized by Xia Qingxin could enter. No one else could enter no matter what. And those who came out might not come out for several hours, but in a minute, a truckload of people could come out. The timing and quantity of exits were random. It was impossible to evenly distribute the forces to 100 teleportation points. Maybe the next second, this ordinary teleportation point would have an entire division come out. They were being played, but there was nothing to be done. Tears streamed down their cheeks, then froze. Bitter. Extremely bitter right now. Many divine messengers had been tormented to the point of losing their tempers. But at least they could rotate shifts and sleep for a few hours. It was just poor Xia. Xia was the main force, being played around, unable to rest. Because no one could be sure if Xia Qingxin would suddenly show up and set the base on fire. Xia Qingxin was too strong in the entire snowy plains. Only Xia could cope. Xia tiredly rubbed her temples, which throbbed, causing her a headache. Xia could only catch a little sleep here and there. After 10 minutes, she had to wake up again, and her already exhausted spirit was being tortured even more. Xia looked haggard. After all, Xia was also human. Not having left the human body, she was still governed by her instincts. A smile wouldn't disappear, it would only shift. Xia here was suffering, while the survivors in the underground city were laughing with their mouths stretched to their ears. Look at what I've stolen. Hand-woven blankets. Hey, what is that? What I've stolen is the good stuff, a vintage flower pot, maybe even an antique. Are you stupid? Who cares about antiques now? It's all about the flashy stuff I've stolen. What I've got is the good stuff. A group of bandits whispered and happily communicated their gains. What good stuff? Isn't it just a broken stool? Look at how precious you think it is. Nonsense. Practical things are the good stuff. The underground city's third floor was almost turning into a flea market, all filled with the junk stolen by the bandits. Chapter 144. The cat beside the rich woman. The place was filled with a dazzling array of items. Pots, bowls, plates, tables, chairs, and even wash basins. There were sausages and roasted meat, and there was even a shameless person who brought someone else's cat. It was truly a mix of laughter and tears. However, the cat was really adorable. Meow, meow, meow. Its calls were super cute. But that wasn't the sound of cat. The ability user-made cat sounds towards the cute little fur ball, unable to resist its charm, and directly hugged it, forcing a kiss. The cat was utterly disdainful. But soon, it was distracted by the cat treats that the person took out. The smell of meat. The cat went crazy, licking the treats furiously, which just moments ago it had been so wary of. Now it was showing its belly. Poor thing. Eat up, I have plenty more. The ability user stroked the cat's fur, filled with pity. Half a year into the apocalypse, the cat hadn't starved to death or been eaten by its owner, which showed how much the owner loved this cat. But even so, it was still skin and bones, its body was sunken in, and its fur was quite rough. The whole cat felt light as a feather, like a long-haired skeleton. It was normal. After all, people themselves might not even have enough to eat, let alone pets that relied on humans. But that would change in the future. It would eat well with me. The ability user patted the cat's head and, rather grandly, bought some catkin food. The rich had stinky wine and meat, while the road had frozen bones. The people at the Snow Dragon base couldn't even fill their stomachs. Yet in the Underground City, an ordinary ability user could buy cat treats and canned food for a cat. The wealth gap was too huge. However, the ability user who snatched someone else's cat felt no remorse. The wool comes from a sheep. Anyway, the money spent on cat treats was all from the city lord. At the beginning, when a mission was announced, due to vague descriptions and outrageous claims, many were in a wait-and-see state. The ability user was among the first to try it out, and it was a success. It was really simple. All you had to do was be a happy robber, robbing, hitting people, and causing destruction. Not only could you collect a pile of junk, but you could also get crystal cores. The ability user had just taken a part-time job for an hour, earning 30 crystal cores per hour, which was great. Going to the third-floor vending machine to buy 5 cans for the cat was no problem. Moreover, the tables, chairs, pots, bowls, and even plush toys and cute bags that were robbed could be sold directly on the 3rd floor of the Underground City. Although they didn't fetch much in crystal cores. Through mutual exchange, the ability user also found some beautiful and cute things. Not only did they gain extra income, but they could also go shopping. The ability user loved this part-time job. The cat was being incredibly cute, meowing adorably. But considering the cat food, the cat still buried its head into the can, eating vigorously, completely ignoring the man who was all over it. At this point, it was time to eat. The cat happily purred, licking the meat paste in the bowl. Unbeknownst to it, back home, chaos was about to erupt. Damn thieves. They even took my cat. The original owner was so angry that he trembled, clutching the old blanket where the cat often lay, crying uncontrollably, with snot and tears flowing. It's not even a little meat. Why do they capture it? Woe is me. Damn outsiders. Normally, survivors lived poorly, often having one meal without knowing if they would get the next. And there was a possibility of starving to death. Some even evil outsiders would cook their own kind. In comparison, the Snow Witch tribe was already doing quite well. But even so, there was no extra money to keep a pet. The cat could survive for so long solely because its owner scraped together food for it. Therefore, the cat's owner subconsciously thought that others were just as destitute as he was, or even worse, especially that group of vicious robbers. Would the cat be skinned and roasted if it fell into their hands? Woe is me. Sorta, he cried, sobbing uncontrollably. The cat owner cried with tears and snot flowing, his eyes red and swollen, tightly clutching the cat's blanket. Memories of the moments spent with the cat flashed through his mind, brewing even more painful recollections. Meow. The cat ate until it was full. Its belly was round and swollen, and only when it could eat no more did it lazily jump onto its new owner's lap. With a sense of entitlement, it sat on her lap, as if it were a reward for having eaten so many cans. This completely enchanted the new owner, who kept calling out Mimi to the cat, astonished to the point of wanting to take out her phone to take pictures frantically. I'll raise you. Dried fish, catkin food, cat treats, or catnip. I'll buy it all for you. The new owner rushed over to the vending machine with the cat, buying a whole bunch of things, including a cat bed and cat toys, so many that she couldn't hold them all. Meow. The cat proudly rubbed against its new owner, very satisfied with the new benefactor. As for the poor old owner, when they met again in the future, the cat would bring the old owner over and let the new owner take care of them both. It didn't matter if they didn't take care of the old owner. The cat could take some snacks out to share with them. Rich lady, Rub rub. Determined to eat and take, the cat changed its aloof demeanor and actively rubbed against its new owner, making her feel enchanted. The only trusted blackbird person was choked to death. Meyer was feeling quite suffocated, especially when Xia was extremely busy running around the base every day. Just running alone was enough, but he insisted on dragging Meyer along. Meyer was important, but Xia Qingxin was always watching her closely, wanting to kill her. Xia had no choice but to keep Meyer under his watchful eye, not allowing her to leave his sight for even a moment. Xia had no idea what hidden cards Xia Qingxin had. What if there was a transparent person? Unfortunately, he was strictly restricted by Xia Qingxin and could not look at her at all. Anyone even slightly associated with her had to pierce Xuexi's eyes. Where did Xia Qingxin come from? And how many hidden cards did she have? He had no way of knowing. Xia was uneasy about separating from Meyer. Apart from Xia, no one else could really take on Xia Qingxin. So he had no choice but to keep Meyer tied to him. Running wildly with Xia. How humiliating. Extremely humiliating. Even if Meyer didn't need to run, just being picked up by Xia as a carry was enough to make her feel ashamed. It wasn't that she was shy, but Meyer simply couldn't fully protect her skin. Running too fast, the wind inevitably blew the brim of her hat, even blowing it off, exposing her face. Every time it happened, Meyer felt like she was dying. So many people, so many pairs of eyes, those dodging and even strange gazes pierced her like needles. Public execution, nothing more. Meyer desperately clutched the mask on her face, having worn 7 or 8 layers. Even though it was suffocating, she refused to let go. She completely covered her face with a mask and sunglasses, even tying her hat tightly with hemp rope around her neck. Once again, she was dragged out by Xia, feeling the strange gazes of others upon her. Meyer's hatred seemed to crystallize into toxic water, becoming thicker and more viscous, almost tangible. Chapter 145, bent under the burden of a black-pot harassment, relentless harassment. On one side, Xia Qingxin was fighting without bloodshed, while on the other, Xia had become a cornered beast. Everyone had become like eagles being roasted. Continuing like this was not a solution. The elders were worried. It was obvious to anyone that this could only end in defeat. The opponents employed a sea of people strategy, avoiding direct confrontation, wearing down our troops with harassment. With insufficient sleep, they wouldn't last a month. Even if the opponents didn't attack, their own camp would collapse first. They were at a disadvantage, a significant disadvantage. They wanted to find a breakthrough, but there was no method to do so. They didn't even know where Xia Qingxin was specifically. How could they fight back? They were completely manipulated by Xia Qingxin, perhaps sending the Saintess out for negotiations and exchanging benefits? No. Who knows if the opponents would directly kill the Saintess and continue their attack? They couldn't gamble with the Shuilong base. The Shuilong base was entirely built on Meyer's abilities. The vast majority of the buildings inside were condensed by Meyer. Using Meyer for negotiations? How was that different from holding someone's lifeline in their hands? If the opponents didn't play by the rules and simply killed her, there would be nowhere to cry. Absolutely not. They dismissed the idea without a second thought. Hitting a wall, that person sighed, but there was no better plan. Their faces were filled with worry. In just half a month, everyone in the Shuilong base had aged several years. Their fatigue was impossible to hide. At that moment, a piercing alarm suddenly rang out. Woo! 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 The air defense alarm rang again. What was it this time? Was Xia Qingxin throwing fireballs from the sky again? Having grown accustomed to the torment, the elders were almost indifferent. No, it wasn't that. This time it was actually zombie blood. A mouthful of old blood almost spurted out. Now, everyone couldn't sit still. Rushing out like madmen, they headed towards the source of the zombie virus outbreak. It had erupted again. It had actually erupted again. The hellish scene reappeared. Veins bulging, losing reason, attacking the living. Just minutes ago, their compatriots were still frowning. Now they had truly turned lifeless. Not only were people dead, but they were also attacking other humans. This time, it seemed to mock them, not even changing tactics. They still chose to poison the porridge. Xia Qingxin, you are pushing it too far. Burning with anger, this grudge must be avenged. I didn't provoke anyone. One black pot wasn't enough. You actually want to put another one on my head? Sure, you really are a white cut black. Remember this, old man. Another outbreak of the zombie virus. Those squads that had rushed to the Shuilong base were almost torn to shreds by the furious people, who were acting like madmen. Those with abilities used their powers, and those without used their fists, and those who were beaten to fractures were still biting with their teeth. The robbers even had two bitten on their butts and were now howling in pain. If they hadn't run fast, if they delayed any longer and were caught by the ability users behind, they would have really been beaten to death. The abnormal situation at the Shuilong base was naturally reported to Xia Qingxin immediately. Xia Qingxin personally grabbed someone and, after a little inquiry, she found out, oh, another black pot. How many more times? I'm only 20. Isn't this huge black pot going to bend my spine? When in doubt, poison is the solution. Xia Qingxin gave Sure a harsh middle finger. Fierce, really fierce. Xia Qingxin's injuries were almost healed. She moved her muscles and bones, planning to personally confront Sure. This white cut black. Let's pick a factory. The layout of the Shuilong base was understood. Besides Sure, there were hardly any capable fighters. Most of them were low-level ability users. The few slaves Xia Qingxin brought could easily hold them off. Following behind Xia Qingxin were Liao Lingbao, Gao Beiying, Yuan Xin, Bian Hongyu, Nian Wan Wei, and even a 3-year-old Lightning King Fong Tingguan. 7 people made a cool entrance. They chose the teleportation point closest to the zombie outbreak. Boom! Just as they stepped out, welcoming fireworks erupted. But these fireworks were quite rude, heading straight for people's faces. Before Xia Qingxin could act, Liao Lingbao sent a wind blade that blew the fireworks back. Bang! The various abilities rebounding back were about to collide with people when Sure created a light ball that swallowed them all. Oh, not welcoming me, huh? Coming out and wanting lives already shows how angry these people are. You murderous demon. Damn foreigner. Vicious. Some clansmen were so enraged they trembled, pointing at Xia Qingxin and cursing. Xia Qingxin dug in her ears, so I should leave? No way. Leave my life behind first. Xia Qingxin couldn't really leave. She slipped into the space like an eel, not coming out, sending so many people to harass them in turns. It was enough to torment people to the point of mental breakdown. She couldn't be left alive. The white light circled behind Xia Qingxin, suddenly swelling. Be careful. In a moment of panic, Yuan Xin actually used his body to shield Xia Qingxin. Yet Xia Qingxin didn't even move a hair, even yawning nonchalantly. Whoosh, like ice and snow melting. The original target of the white light was not Xia Qingxin. It was the wooden structure building behind her, that 100-meter-long structure. 2 Meyer's little wooden house. It was also Xia Qingxin's teleportation array. If the entire building was completely destroyed, leaving not a single window intact, then that teleportation point would also become ineffective. Sure had been waiting for this moment, ready to cut off her escape. Simultaneously, on the streets, from all directions, a team after team of ability users emerged. There were so many that they surrounded Xia Qingxin and the others from all sides. Even a few could fly into the sky, blocking Xia Qingxin's path. Along with this, Sure also borrowed the abilities of some ability user and actually grew a pair of wings, taking flight. No longer looking up, but now at eye level with Xia Qingxin. You did this on purpose. Sure asked about the second outbreak of zombie blood, which poisoned the Shui clan members. Otherwise, you think I would be afraid of you? After Sure destroyed Xia Qingxin's teleportation array, he coldly stated it was deliberate. Xia Qingxin naturally understood it to mean that Sure intentionally allowed the destruction of her teleportation array. After all, Xia Qingxin could come and go from space. She didn't rely on the teleportation array. The underground city was a part of her body. She could enter and exit at any time without needing any external objects. Therefore, Sure destroying a teleportation array was nothing to worry about for Xia Qingxin. Both sides exchanged glances filled with murderous intent. A huge misunderstanding. Completely misinterpreted. Their thought processes were completely out of sync, chatting across different realms, yet enjoying the conversation. But both were stingy with words, and neither noticed the problem. Sure chuckled and drew out his long sword. Xia Qingxin was equally unwilling to show weakness, raising her staff. In the cold Shuilong base, the temperature suddenly became scorching. Fireballs and white light clashed, each occupying half the sky. Then they exchanged blows. Chapter 146. A fight. When the big shots fight, the innocent suffer. The large group of ability users below, let alone helping, were already in danger from falling sparks that could burn a person to disability. The people below were accidentally injured and screamed in pain, then were dispersed by the elders to watch from a distance. They couldn't intervene at all. In fact, with their eyesight, they couldn't even see the figures of Xia Qingxin and Xia clearly. The two weren't just throwing magic balls. They were also learning to slash at each other like sword cultivators. Feng Eru was watching so intensely that his eyes were almost seeing afterimages. It was hard to imagine that this was the speed a human could achieve. Xia abandoned his elegant image as a grand sorcerer and directly swung his long sword at Xia Qingxin, striking dozens of times. Each blow carried immense force. If an ordinary person faced this, they would be directly bisected. But Xia Qingxin was no ordinary person. She blocked. Her staff was used like a shield, absorbing most of the damage. As for the remaining damage, Xia Qingxin couldn't be bothered to waste time blocking. She directly swung her staff to hit Xia on the head. Bang! A good hit to the head. Caught off guard. Xia never expected Xia Qingxin would risk it all to hit him on the head, and he ended up with a big bump on his head, immediately flapping his wings to retreat. Xia Qingxin, hee-hee. Xia, not hee-hee. It turned out that Xia Qingxin wasn't just risking her life to hit him. The woman was cheating. She had a ring, adorned on all 10 fingers, which she activated to create a barrier in a moment of crisis. The remaining white light didn't dissolve Xia Qingxin's flesh and bones, but was all blocked by the ring. With so many rings, she had the charm of a top-up player. Xia Qingxin took pride in it rather than feeling ashamed, proudly showing her rings to Xia. Not only that, she also had health and mana recovery features and a one-click return to the city function. She was far beyond what Xia could compare. Attack, attack, attack. Each attack carried destructive power. Xue's white light corroded, while Xia Qingxin's fireball scorched. Others couldn't intervene at all. Just getting a little too close would cause their clothes to feel like they were about to ignite. Fortunately, this time Xia learned his lesson. After being burned by Xia Qingxin the first time and losing his innocence, he had been wearing clothes woven from light-type abilities. Although it wasted some of his powers, at least he didn't expose himself in public. As for Xia Qingxin, she had nothing to worry about. She was fully equipped with a plethora of gear acquired through top-ups. Enough to give anyone a headache. Even though they were at different small realms, they were still evenly matched. Xia Qingxin was in peak condition. Her injuries had healed, and although she was still at the initial level of 6th rank, she was at full health with various magical artifacts protecting her. Xia, on the other hand, had been heavily burdened by Xia Qingxin and had survived half a month without a full night's sleep, his dark circles deeper than a ghost's. Fight! Neither was holding back. They fought fiercely. Xia Qingxin unleashed a barrage of fireballs, with several fire dragons swiftly darting through the air, tearing towards Xia. When they clashed with Xue's white dragons formed from white light, sparks flew, distorting the air and creating rolling heat waves. Xia Qingxin was extremely furious. Meyer and Xia were too shameless. Once was not enough, they came for a second time, and, on top of that, 2 children had died, causing Xia Qingxin to fail her previous upgrade. With new grudges and old grievances piling up, her eyes turned red, and she unleashed all her strength. Xia Qingxin was angry, and Xia was even angrier. The Snow Dragon base had genuinely lost thousands of lives, and the weight of so many clan members' lives pressed down on Xia, driving him to madness and losing all sense of proportion. The two fought wildly in the sky, their reckless blows making onlookers feel their teeth ache. If an ordinary person were to step in, even just standing in the center for a few minutes would result in them being scorched by the residual heat. 6th rank ability users were terrifying. Elder Xia Qing hurriedly brought a large group of water-type and lightning-type ability users. Attack! Hurry up! In addition, there was a special bubble-type ability user capable of transporting water to the sky. Water-type ability users were usually seen as useless for attacking humans, but in this weather, they were incredibly effective. However, against zombies, they were useless. Zombies weren't afraid of the cold, and had no sense of touch. A splash of water was just like a tickle. A month or two before the apocalypse, water-type ability users could throw water balls to frost zombies, slowing them down. But now, it was different. Zombies had become stronger and faster, and a little frost only caused them to slip, making it hard to inflict substantial damage. Useless, very useless. Moreover, they were only targeting humans. Water-type ability users were feeling quite frustrated, their lives not going well, often looked down upon, making it difficult to join the Divine Guards. Now, these scattered water-type ability users were gathered together by Elder Xia Qingxin, hoping to use the powers of others to fly up and create a torrential downpour. Xia Qingxin's 6th-level fireballs would not fear a single water ball. Before contact, the water ball would evaporate. However, if there were too many people below, creating an unending downpour, then Xia Qingxin's flames would be weakened. Below, the almost entire assembly of water-type ability users from the Xue, which clan had gathered, enough to create hours of heavy rain. If they were allowed to proceed, the balance between Xia Qingxin and Xue would be disrupted. Xia Qingxin would be at a disadvantage. Hurry up, rain down on them. Elder Xue Qingxin urged impatiently. That wouldn't he do? A scream, accompanied by waves of tingling pain. Arcs of electricity leaped across their bodies, and 2 ability users shot into the crowd like cannonballs. Bang, bang, bang. Bian Hongyu knocked one child away with a gentle punch, sending them flying like something out of an anime. As for Yiwanxin, that was even more exaggerated, a 5th-level strength-type ability user. It was unclear what weapon Xia Qingxin had given him, but it was dozens of meters long and weighed 100 pounds. With a swing, everyone fell to the ground, unable to stand up, all want to vomit blood. However, it was unclear if it was a newly acquired weapon. Yiwanxin was still not quite skilled in using it. With a loud rumble, the staff swung around and accidentally smashed into a wooden building. The house caved in and partially collapsed, as if it wanted to demolish the entire structure. Sorry, didn't he notice? Yiwanxin smiled apologetically, looking a bit shy. What the hell? I saw it. My 2 eyes saw it. The beam of that wooden house was so large that it took 2 people to hug it. And you smashed it in half with one swing. Have you turned into a mammoth? Such strength. Unfortunately, there was no time to complain as Yiwanxin swung that bizarre weapon, continuing to smash into the crowd. Rumble. The ground shook. It wasn't an earthquake. A masterpiece of Yiwanxin. Chapter 147. Lightning, hurricanes, and even sword rain. The scene was chaotic, with the gathered water-type ability users all bruised and lying on the ground, crying out in pain. They looked as if they didn't even have the strength to stand up. Damn foreign invaders. Elder Xia Qingxin hadn't even shouted twice when his whole body began to tremble as if being electrocuted, nearly collapsing to the ground. Frantically using his abilities, he felt a tingling pain all over. This was dozens of times more stimulating than having a numb leg forcibly straightened. Several weaker ones had their limbs cramping from the electric current. Many people were down on the ground, all victims of a toddler not even 3 years old. Fong Tianguang was still small, curled up in his mother's arms, one hand holding a cheese stick and the other glowing with electric arcs. The arcs were thrown into the crowd, exploding in a circular pattern, knocking many people down. Even those who didn't fall lost several seconds of mobility, already at a disadvantage. In those few seconds, Yiwanxin and Bian Hongyu went completely berserk. They wreaked havoc, injuring a large number of the Divine Guards. Mom, I him. Fong Tianguang boasted to his mother, receiving a loving compliment in return. You're really amazing, baby. Not only can you shock weasels, but you can also electrocute people. This statement seemed a bit off, prompting Fong Tianguang's mother to add, It's so great that you can help your older siblings. Happy from the praise. Fong Tianguang put in even more effort in releasing electricity. Although Fong Tianguang was a powerful lightning-type ability user, he was still too young. At just 3 years old, still in the milk-drinking stage, he usually just raised chickens and ducks, electrocuting mice, weasels, and birds. Now, he was using his powers on people. However, considering his age, he could only provide support. Mainly, he assisted Yiwanxin and Bian Hongyu by electrocuting enemies for a few seconds, which was already quite good. As for other matters, Yiwanxin and Bian Hongyu would handle them. After all, they weren't just sitting around doing nothing. Level suppression was everything. Even if the opposing side had a bunch of second and third level ability users, they were still insignificant in the face of power. Xia Qingxin and the others could hold back a large portion, and as for the rest, they could only resort to spending money. Wu Winley was busy to the point of flying. It was clear that she had initially only aimed for logistics, but now she had somehow become a commander. Assigning tasks and arranging personnel, other teleportation points were continuously producing ability users to complete tasks and earn points. The fighting was fierce and evenly matched, with both sides locked in a tense atmosphere. The ability users were all busy, and even ordinary people picked up hosts to fight these foreign invaders. Except for one person. Meyer was wrapped up tightly, not revealing a single bit of skin from her head to her toes. At this moment, she was sneaking into a wooden building to hide. In her haste, she nearly got hit by falling sparks. Damn! Even though Meyer narrowly avoided the danger. The residual heat left her already sparse hair scorched and curled. This was still thanks to Xia Qingxin's desperate efforts to unleash her powers. Killing Meyer now would be too frustrating. Xia Qingxin had to clear her name, defeat Xue openly, and crush Meyer in front of everyone to feel satisfied. Therefore, under Xia Qingxin's tacit approval, Meyer had managed to survive until now. However, even as she was treated as a post-war settlement reward, Meyer was still severely affected by the residual force. Damn stupid dog, why did you have to die now? That loyal dog had died, making it very difficult for Meyer to do anything. Meyer's flat stomach suddenly bulged, as if someone had kicked her hard, making her cry out sharply in pain before immediately covering her mouth. I know, don't rush me. Furious, Meyer could only speed up her movements. Scrambling into one of the rooms of the wooden building, Meyer was now a level 5 ability user. The small wooden hut she had created could stretch for kilometers and hold thousands of people at once. Being a building had both advantages and disadvantages. It could maximize the capacity for more survivors, but also made it difficult to destroy since it was parasitized by the teleportation array. After all, the small wooden hut was an extension of Meyer's very being. If she caused damage to it, destroying all 100 parasitized teleportation array wooden buildings would leave her half incapacitated. Because of this, Xue couldn't act recklessly, even if she ran back and forth. Arranging a large number of personnel for guard duty, she was reluctant to lose the extreme cold shelter. The wooden hut was a part of Meyer's body. Her stomach got kicked a few more times. It didn't hurt much, but her flat belly bulged out significantly from the kicks. The excessive kicking even caused some cracks on her belly, resembling stretch marks, purple and red lines crawling all over Meyer's belly, making onlookers gasp in horror, fearing that something might burst out. Without thinking too much, Meyer directly placed her hand on the wooden hut and pressed down hard. Switch! Meyer's figure faded, and she disappeared from the wooden building. In an instant, she reappeared in one of the outermost wooden huts, farthest from the Shuelong base. Ability, small wooden hut. Using the house as her ability, it could not only provide shelter from the cold and heat, but also extend other functions. For instance, my house, my rules. As long as it was a house created by Meyer, she could teleport to it instantly. However, there were limitations. She could only teleport 3 times a day. This was normal. For example, Xia Qingxin's fire-type ability had its essence in fire, but if processed and evolved, it could produce fireballs, fire dragons, fire rain, magma eruptions, etc. The essence remained unchanged, but being too refined could develop strange auxiliary skills. Switching was the ultimate move Meyer comprehended after becoming a level 5 ability user. It had no attacking power, but allowed for unexpected escapes. This was Meyer's trump card, which she had not disclosed to anyone. But now, she had to use this trump card prematurely. I'm here. Stop kicking. Meyer begged for mercy, rolling while holding her belly, her face pale from fear. Suddenly, a faint, indistinct voice came from Meyer's flat belly. Then, she opened her mouth wide and gagged. Something crawled out of her mouth. Gagging. The sensation of something wriggling in her throat was overwhelmingly disgusting, and tears and snot were about to flow out. Fortunately, this feeling did not last long. First, a flesh-colored tentacle poked out, followed by a lump of flesh slowly squeezing out of Meyer's mouth. The lump was pink, with a particularly large head and underdeveloped limbs. But one could vaguely see that it had a human shape. What crawled out of Tu Meyer's mouth was actually an underdeveloped human fetus. Chapter 148, Perecitic Zombino. That's not human. Ugh. Tu Meyer felt like she was dying from nausea, wishing she could vomit out her own stomach. I'm not clean anymore. It's dirty, starting from within my body. Tu Meyer was disgusted to the core. But the fetus didn't care about any of this. After coming out, it didn't even wipe off the mucus on its body, turned around, and opened its mouth wide towards the outside of the base. Silent scream. The fetus's mouth opened to the extreme, crazily gaping at the outside of the base. But no matter how hard Tu Meyer listened, she couldn't hear what the fetus was screaming. It didn't even attract the attention of others. Ever since she obtained this fetus, it had always demanded Tu Meyer take it to the nearest cabin from the base to silently scream for a few hours. It definitely was a good thing. But what did it have to do with Tu Meyer? She was already in despair. Even though the fetus had crawled out of her stomach, that disgusting umbilical cord, which resembled shit, remained in Tu Meyer's throat. It hung right at the edge of her mouth. Tu Meyer tried to bite it off, but just one bite made her cry out in pain, as if she had bitten her own, although she didn't have one. That was pretty much the idea. Tu Meyer also tried to pull it out, wanting to yank the umbilical cord from her stomach. But the result was even more desperate. The umbilical cord had already merged with Tu Meyer. It was like it had implanted itself in her body, taking root. Tu Meyer had a premonition that if she pulled hard, she would surely die. The fetus was still screaming. She didn't know what kind of devil it was calling. But Tu Meyer didn't care anymore. She just kept stroking her stomach. It was concave with no little belly. Even with a fetus inside, it looked very flat. It was just covered in terrifying stretch marks. Those were kicked by the fetus. To put it bluntly, stretch marks are scars caused by skin tearing. And even excessive weight gain or rapid weight loss can cause them. But who would have thought that with a flat stomach, a fetus could kick out stretch marks? Tu Meyer, thanks for the invitation, I want to die. The fetus was still screaming. Tu Meyer was originally facing away from it, not wanting to see that ugly monster at all. But the next second, Tu Meyer suddenly felt her scalp tighten. It was a real tightening of her scalp. Something was pulling her hat and the little bit of hair left on her head, lifting her up. Who? The stench sprayed onto Tu Meyer's face, making her uncontrollably urinate. The foul liquid dripped to the ground, further irritating the thing that was lifting Tu Meyer. Its mouth opened wide, seemingly wanting to swallow Tu Meyer whole. Keek. In the second before Tu Meyer was swallowed by the monster, the fetus that crawled out of her mouth suddenly screamed. Keek. The fetal zombie didn't know what it said to the monster, but the monster actually put Tu Meyer down. It had intelligence, and was even more powerful than Tu Meyer. Tu Meyer was level 5 and could sense the fluctuations in the other S abilities, although not accurately. It was definitely stronger than her. It ate Xia Qingxin. Tu Meyer didn't even care about the umbilical cord that was hanging out of her mouth, urgently shouting at the monster. This vicious demeanor greatly pleased the monster. Roar. Zombie roar. That was the howl unique to zombies. It seemed to sound the horn. Outside the Shuilong base, waves of zombie roars erupted one after another, from hundreds to thousands to tens of thousands, and it was still increasing. Black zombies, like a tide, densely gathered towards the Shuilong base. Like a torrent, like an ant swarm, they surged from all directions. Inside the Shuilong base, people who were pulling each other's hair and fighting suddenly froze. They were stunned by this strange, continuous roar. Some capable of flying tried to soar into the air and looked outside. Suffocating. On the pure white snowfield, it was suddenly stained black, and it was moving quickly, running towards the Shuilong base. Enemy attack. The zombies are attacking the city. The air raid siren emitted the sharpest wail, echoing throughout the entire Shuilong base. Wow, you're in trouble. Xia Qingxin's words were infuriating, but Xuesher really had to retreat. Hatred also has its priorities. If Xuesher continued to fight with Xia Qingxin at this moment, the horde of zombies would surely kill more of their kin. Next time we fight, Boom! A tall ice spear suddenly shot up from the ground, directly stabbing towards Xuesher. Anyone who touched it would be smashed into meat paste. Before such absolute size, a person seemed like a mosquito. But fortunately, the ability users assisting Xia in flight reacted quickly. Xia flapped her wings and swiftly dodged. The ice spear barely grazed Xia's clothes, taking away a few feathers. Looking down, a 3-meter-tall male zombie was standing in front of the wooden structure, drooling at Xia Qingxin and Xia. The male zombie was 3 meters tall, with muscles grotesquely bulging and covered in the unique blue veins of zombies. With just one glance, it was clear he was not human. It's them. Both are level 6 ability users. One is light-based, the other is fire-based. Eat them. Dig out the crystal cores from their brains. Meyer shouted this without holding back her voice. Not only did Xia and Xia Qingxin flying in the sky hear it, but even those on the ground who were just happily fighting. The Snow Witch clansmen and the Underground City bandits all heard it. Not the big sister? Are you crazy? You're calling zombies to eat our lord. Aren't you human? The Underground City bandits were dumbfounded. No matter how stupid they were, they could see. Meyer's sycophantic behavior was actually leading zombies to kill human elites. Are you the reinforcements sent by the zombies? Saintus, are you crazy? Who threatened you? Is it that fetal zombie? How can you side with the zombies? Fong Eru, as Meyer's #1 fan, was the first to be unable to accept Meyer's shattered divinity. Seeing the umbilical cord in Meyer's mouth and the fetal zombie lying on her, he immediately connected the dots and started to whitewash her. But unfortunately, Fong Eru was disappointed. What the hell is a Saintus? I don't want to be one at all. And the Snow Witch clan? You're all a bunch of brainless idiots. I worked so hard to pretend to be a good person for so long, and you couldn't even kill Xia Qingxin. Clearly, it was because of me that you didn't freeze to death, yet you bunch of stinky idiots couldn't even help with such a small favor. You might as well go die. The fetal zombie was not simply residing in Meyer's belly. The previous host, the chameleon siblings, had already been half-eaten, completely turned into a vessel that couldn't survive or die. Meyer had no ability to escape the fetal zombie. Since her life was short, she simply gave up and spilled everything out. Chapter 149. Zombie King. A group of idiots. I said Yu Fifan was killed by Xia Qingxin, and you all believe it? Haha, laughable. Yu Fifan was originally Xia Qingxin's boyfriend. Once I gained power, that loser stuck to me, kicked Xia Qingxin aside, and went to pick on her. You all still treat him like a treasure? Sorry, your treasure was used as a shield for me. If I hadn't pulled him away, who knows if I would still be here? Anyway, we're all going to die, so Meyer decided to be as disgusting as possible. She directly shook things up, making Xia Qingxin, who was originally planning to hide in the space, stop and watch the show. What are you looking at? Want me to gouge your eyes out? Am I ugly because I've been burned? You all feel so superior. That old hag selling cigarettes keeps nagging me. Isn't she just trying to show sympathy and superiority? Elder Xia suddenly had a flash of insight and tremblingly asked Meyer, "Did you do that?" In Shuilong Base, there were occasional horrific incidents. Some were found with their eyes gouged out, some had their skins peeled, and even others were drenched in hot oil, regardless of age or gender. All the victims died tragically. To this day, the criminal has not been found. That's right. I had Hiagu pull out her tongue, gouge out her eyes. And what about that kid who mocked me for being ugly? Have you seen his corpse? Isn't it crispy and fragrant? Ha ha. Stunned. All the people who once admired the saintess of the Xia, which clan felt like they had been struck by lightning. Fong Eru looked to the captain of the guard in the crowd for help. Fong Eru had been expelled from the team, but he had served Meyer for a while. Although Meyer was a bit spoiled, it couldn't be. It's a lie, right? Fong Eru cautiously sought an answer from the captain of the guard, but what he received was the captain's weary gaze. What she did was far worse. He knew. Only Fong Eru was a true fool, charging into battle for Meyer. Ha! What poison from Xia Qingxin? You really believed it, didn't you? You all looked down on me, right? You all excluded me, right? Didn't expect that the level 5 zombie was hiding in my belly. That poison was indeed for me. Xia Qingxin and Xia immediately ruled out the correct answer and were completely in the dark, being toyed with. Originally, Meyer didn't want to say it, but Meyer saw that 3-meter-tall, mutated zombie seemed to really enjoy what she was saying, even showing an interested expression on its terrifying face. It didn't interrupt her, just let her continue speaking. as if it considered her a new pet for amusement. Perhaps she could live? Meyer put on a vigorous performance, trying to please the zombie king, hoping it would spare her life. Even if it meant being kept as a pet, at least she wouldn't be eaten by the fetal zombie from within. Determined, Meyer performed even more passionately. She blurted everything out. Good. So this is how it's going to be. Xia Qingxin truly didn't expect it. Every setback was another setback. The few big pits she fell into in life were all dug by Meyer. Let us not mention the supernatural abilities of the little wooden house and the dark schemes. The chameleon siblings really broke Xia Qingxin's imagination. The chameleon, which had both invisibility and silent abilities, was actually two. Humans could only have one supernatural ability. That was normal. But Xia Qingxin was a fire-type supernatural user, not only able to unleash fireballs and fire dragons, but also magma eruptions. Xia Qingxin thought that silence was an extension of the chameleon's ability. After all, fireballs and fire dragons were different forms of fire. She also regarded invisibility and silence as characteristics of the chameleon's abilities. Unexpectedly, that was not the chameleon's characteristic at all. It originated from the ability of the thing inside the belly of the chameleon brother. Divine concealment, hiding oneself, sealing the five senses, closing off one's existence, unless actively revealed. No one, no instrument, no existence would notice, even if scanned or photographed, even if Xia Qingxin placed her hand on the belly of the parasite. Even if they had been together for months, it would be undetectable. The fetal zombie was too small. The fetal zombie was just a fetus that had not fully developed for 5 months. The mother was infected with the zombie virus, which infected the fetus as well. Until the mother's nutrition ran out and it was sucked dry, the fetal zombie finally crawled out. It went on to parasitize new supernatural users, draining one human after another. By relying on sucking humans, its level quickly increased until it hit a big snag. After the parasitized mother, the chameleon siblings were taken away by Xia Qingxin. The fetal zombie finally settled down. It dared not move, dared not act, and could only curl up and pretend to be dead. It had to pretend to be dead. Xia Qingxin was too strong. It was easy for her to crush the fetal zombie. Even the two parasitized mothers became Xia Qingxin slaves. Xia Qingxin could easily command the mothers to commit suicide or run into the incinerator. After all, with the slave ring, the chameleon siblings were still considered living beings and could only obey orders. They couldn't fight back or escape. The fetal zombie could only lie low. But fortunately, its ability was divine concealment. No offensive power, but it could hide itself without being discovered. It had been hiding in the chameleon brother's belly for months, until it finally seized the opportunity to escape and find a new host. Until it drilled into Meyer's belly, it still felt unsafe and called for companions. With powerful companions nearby, the fetal zombie finally felt a bit safer. However, under Xia Qingxin's angry glare, the fetal zombie still timidly crawled into Meyer's mouth, afraid that Xia Qingxin would throw a fireball and carbonize it. "I'm sorry," Schwescher apologized. "If apologies worked, what do we need police for? First, bow your head twice." The grievance was cleared, but it still felt quite unpleasant. The people below felt so ashamed they couldn't lift their heads. Meyer had already boastfully explained it all, specifics down to the curses during the cooking of white porridge, the details of vomiting out the fetal zombie and dripping zombie blood into it. Then they watched their foolishly angry behavior. The more Meyer spoke, the more the Xue clan members felt they couldn't lift their heads. "However, are you still here eating melon seeds? If you listen a bit longer, your base will be breached," Xia Qingxin kindly reminded them, believing that Meyer was creating a diversion to attract the attention of those foolish Xue clan members, allowing the zombie army to directly storm the base for a massacre. "Thank you." Schwescher's face had turned beet red, but there was no time to say anything. The zombie king below had already thrown an ice spike. Indeed, it was just a delay tactic otherwise. How could a zombie king be so gossiping? Schwescher countered. Elder Xue, along with a large number of supernatural users, headed to the base's gate. They were determined to stop the advance of the zombie army, keeping them all outside the base. If the city gate broke, there were still many ordinary people inside the base, including men, women, and children who would all become zombie food. Chapter 150. Defending the city, ice shards flew chaotically. The Zombie King truly lived up to its title, with ice spikes towering almost as high as a two-story building. It seemed more likely that the victims were crushed to death rather than impaled by the ice. Xia Qingxin's flying sword had moved a little further away, merely watching coldly as Xia summoned a pure white dragon. The white dragon roared as it charged towards the ice spikes, its body wrapping around the massive ice shard. The ice and snow melted away. Wherever it touched, it vanished as if swallowed by the void. Ice spear, ice spear, ice spear. Countless ice spears formed from the ground, shooting like arrows towards Xia. Naturally, Xia would not back down. Radiant white light glowed from his body, and a phantom of a giant sword materialized behind him. Oh no, he is going all out. Even at this moment, Xia Qingxin was still making sarcastic remarks. What should we do? Are we really going to let them fight it out? The emperor isn't anxious, but the eunuch is. Liao Lingbao was almost dying of anxiety beside them. Let us put aside the notions of justice and the like for now, the conflict between humans and zombies. All of that can wait. However, that is the crystal core of a level 6 peak zombie. If Xia wins and devours this core, wouldn't he instantly level up to 7? Then what is the point of fighting? Right now, Xia Qingxin and Xia are evenly matched, but once Xia reaches level 7, Xia Qingxin would be at a disadvantage. If it comes to that, what if Xia becomes treacherous and presses the white light against Xia Qingxin's forehead, demanding she hand over her warmth? Seeing Xia Qingxin's nonchalant demeanor, Liao Lingbao was almost driven to despair. Actually, they could wait until they had fought enough before stepping in. Sister is beautiful, but too foolish. Unable to stand watching her stupidity, Gao Beiying reminded her. Fighting isn't urgent. They haven't figure out the opponent's trump cards, attack patterns, or even how deep the water is. Just rushing in a fight? Anyway, Xia has already charged in head first. Let him figure it out. It's best if they wear each other down, and the fisherman benefits from their struggle. After all, it's very hard for Xia to win against the Zombie King. Gao Beiying could see that clearly. The Zombie King is at peak level 6. While Xia is also at that level, the Zombie King is still at full health, unlike Xia, who had been worn down by Xia Qingxin over the past few months without a good night's sleep. They had already fought once, depleting a lot of their abilities. There hadn't been a moment to rest. Even iron cannot endure this. Winning is very difficult. Meanwhile, Xia Qingxin could completely recover her abilities and bring her body back to peak condition. Then, when the Zombie King is worn down, she can step in to reap the rewards and claim the kill. Great. You're truly cunning. Liao Lingbao finally understood, praising Xia Qingxin repeatedly. But this praise felt somewhat off. Who would have thought? Xia is quite chivalrous, willing to hand over the precious level 6 crystal core. Liao Lingbao, can't you read more books to raise your IQ? Do you not think further? That S called chivalry? That S called a death payment, a protection fee, begging me to save his people. Don't joke around. If their essay benefit, would Xia not know to open his mouth and eat? It's just too blunt. Outside, zombies surrounded the city. Inside, the Zombie King was attacking. Xia was stretched thin. Even if he won, it would be a stroke of luck, costing thousands of lives or more. If he was unlucky, the base might even be wiped out. What a coincidence. This wealthy Xia Qingxin is standing right here. Defending the city? Yes. The Underground City has a constant influx of people. It's cheap there, and now they're even breaking their heads to take on part-time jobs. As for fighting the Zombie King, if Xia really runs out of stamina and can't win, Xia Qingxin can still back him up. Or rather, claim the kill. Whether Xia wants it or not, that crystal core of the Zombie King is already in Xia Qingxin's hands. It would be better to buy a good one. Offering flowers to the Buddha, doing a favor in passing. Xia quickly understood this point and directly acted as free labor, clearing monsters and attracting aggro for Xia Qingxin. All he asked was that Xia Qingxin protect his home behind him. TCH, just this once it's over. I'm going to slice you and 2 mire into sashimi. Okay, Xia agreed to the sashimi invitation. You're quite perceptive. Not only did Xia Qingxin want to slice Xia and 2 mire into sashimi, but she also aimed to collect a large number of crystal cores from the Snow Witch clan. After all, Xia Qingxin's help doesn't come cheap. The Snowflakes issued a recruitment mission. Wu Winley screened the people, letting in anyone of level 2 or above. The mission? Defend the city. If successful, they would split a 3 million crystal core reward. The benefits come from the sheep, and anyway, the expenses for the crystal cores must be covered by Xia, while providing even more benefits to Xia Qingxin. Once the 3 million crystal core mission was announced, the survivors in the underground city immediately turned red with greed. The teleportation array was bustling with people rushing out, fearing they would miss out on the hot opportunity. They even pushed the local Snow Witch clan members aside to defend the city gates. The temptation of profit works everywhere. Feng Eru, unwilling and angry at being fooled, felt guilt swell in his face like a pig's liver, but he could only glare fiercely at Meyer a few times before running away. He couldn't win. Right next to Meyer was a peak level 6 zombie king. Even if he disassembled Feng Eru's bones, it wouldn't be enough to fill its teeth. He couldn't even hurt that Meyer. Resentment and anger intertwined, but in the end, he was defeated by reality. He could only run towards the base gate. Survival first, then he could think about revenge. Feng Eru was internally injured from his frustration, running wildly to the city wall before releasing his anger towards the densely packed zombie horde. Roar, roar, roar. A chorus of 10 was just noise. 100 voices made an impact. 1,000 voices were difficult to coordinate. But when 10,000 voices raised a monotonous, threatening roar together, the momentum felt like a bucket of cold water poured over them. Some timid souls began to retreat. There were too many. If it were only a few thousand zombies, it would be manageable. But looking around, they couldn't see the end. How many were there? Tens of thousands? Or even over 100,000? Attack! The elders shouted. Countless ability users stood on the city wall. Conventional firearms were no longer effective. Everyone was busy escaping. In the apocalypse, within a month, many had frozen and exploded from disuse, with most rendered useless. A small number had also been almost completely depleted over the past 6 months. What could be used were the abilities of the ability users. Great power, only consuming a little bread, and can be reused. Splash. Water-type ability, users sprayed water balls at the zombie horde below. The water balls crashed down on the zombies, and even due to the extreme cold, they wouldn't instantly turn into hard ice blocks, merely knocking some down. Lightning. Lightning-type ability, users quickly appeared, firing lightning balls at the zombie horde below. Crackle. When water met electricity, it produced even greater power. In no time, a small area of zombies lay on the ground. But soon, they were trampled by the zombie horde rushing from behind, quickly filling the gaps. Vines lashed out like whips, striking the zombies. There were also gold-type ability users, conjuring sharp blades to smash down towards the zombies' heads. Chapter 151, Defending the City Bang. A violent tremor. Feng Eru staggered, almost falling off the city wall. He looked towards the source of the sound, his breath nearly stopping. A mutated zombie, seemingly of earth or strength type, stood at a bizarre height of 4 meters. With horrifying blue veins bursting all over its body, elongated in an incredible way. The zombie was standing in front of a hole. Sunlight streamed through the hole into the base. Moreover, many zombies were rushing madly into the snow dragon base through this hole. The zombies had smashed a hole in the city wall. The wall was breached. The zombies were coming in. Roar! The fresh scent of humans excited the horde of zombies even more. The ordinary zombies had even learned to run, charging directly into the snow dragon base, heading towards the still-present ordinary people. A little girl screamed as her neck was bitten off, her limp body tilting to one side. Blood stained the zombies' faces. The excitement drove the other zombies into a frenzy. No, let go of me. They rushed into the streets, broke into houses, dragging trembling ordinary people out, regardless of whether they were elders or not, directly biting at their legs. Blood flowed like a river. The elder in pain felt worse than death. You dare! Damn beasts! Feng Eru shouted hoarsely, recklessly rushing down. But unfortunately, before he could run a few steps, a vine shot from behind pierced through his body. It was a vine from the mutated zombie in the horde. The vine swept. The vine writhed, wrapping around humans, trying to pull them off the city wall. Chaos erupted on the wall. Many were distracted, almost pulled down by the mutated zombie's vine. Vines! Vines! The Snow Witch Clan's ability users shouted. The Wood-type ability activated. And several meter high, vines quickly climbed up the large hole. Roar! But before they could fill it, the zombies violently tore through, continuing to push inward. Roar! The slender zombie seemed to be laughing, arrogantly knocking a few more times on the city wall. The crack was widening. Realizing this, the Snow Witch Clan on the wall nearly lost their balance. Overemphasis on their own kind could lead to trouble. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, a furious shout suddenly came from afar. "Screw you!" Xia Qingxin yelled vigorously. At the same time, a huge snow-white snail shell, as big as a living room, slammed down towards the slender zombie. Anything related to spatial objects is unreasonable, even if it's just a house-type weapon. With just that one hit, the slender zombie was smashed down and couldn't get back up. No one can stop me from dividing 3 million crystal cores. Crystal cores. My crystal cores. Xia Qingxin shouted while retracting and deploying the giant snail house. The snail house belongs to weapons. When he wants to use it, he releases it, and when he doesn't, he retracts it into his body like a tattoo, instantly retracting and instantly deploying. It would become a super crushing hammer. Xia Qingxin retracted and deployed it a dozen times, and the slender zombie was nowhere to be seen. All that was left was a pile of bone remnants. Huh. The ultimate move I stole from the city lord is really useful. Xia Qingxin proudly wiped his nose, feeling very proud. Stop playing around. Hurry up and block it. Zhao Zhongyue urged. What are you urging for, I know? Xia Qingxin huffed and contributed the snail house to block the large gap created by the slender zombie's charge. The snail house was heavy and had a very hard shell, making it very difficult for the horde to break through here. Faster. Earth-type ability users, Wood-type ability users, Metal-type ability users. Block the hole immediately, Xia Qingxin urged. He wanted these ability users to quickly repair the city wall. His snail house still had a big role. If he smashed it into the horde below, wouldn't it be an easy output, debuting in the C position and directly dividing 3 million crystal cores? No one can stop me from getting rich. No one can. Zhao Zhongyue rolled up her sleeves, her arm tattoos flashing, and a set of bows and arrows appeared in her hand. Zhao Zhongyue had successfully changed her fate. Even if she couldn't awaken an ability, she killed zombies every day, saving up crystal cores for half a year without daring to spend them recklessly. The roulette turned and finally landed on an ability card. Full Moon Bow. The exaggerated and wild bow in her hand was drawn to its limit as Zhao Zhongyue aimed at the horde of zombies below. She released it. Swish! The arrows flew so fast that they even made a sound of breaking through the air. Not just one, but hundreds of arrows were launched together. Puff! A zombie's body leaned back, then half fell back in midair. It was dead. However, it was standing dead. The long arrows pierced through the zombie's head, and it continued to push for a while before embedding into the ground. The arrows were too long. The zombie's head was pierced, propped up by the arrows. Unable to fall. It was as if it had been skewered with rebar, stuck to the ground. It was dead, although there were occasional misses. Over 70 zombies were shot dead, and more than 20 were shot through their limbs or stomachs, pinned in place, howling but unable to move. TCH, why is it so difficult to aim with hundreds of arrows simultaneously? Zhao Zhongyue complained. This made the Snow Witch Clan members spit blood. If this wasn't satisfactory, then what would be? Fortunately, with the addition of the Underground City's ability users, the situation was quickly brought under control. They had thought it would take several days to fight. Unexpectedly, after only half an hour, Xuesher was swaying, as if he might fall from the sky. What's going on? No way, right? Is he doing it on purpose? Liao Lingbao jumped in anger. It shouldn't be. It's the one below that's exhausted. Xia Qingxin pointed to the pale-faced young man below. The young man hadn't participated in the battle and didn't even have a weapon in hand. Yet he was surrounded by several people for protection. Is he the special type support flying ability user? Gao Beiying said. Xuesher couldn't fly. That was beyond doubt. He could only fight in midair by borrowing the abilities of other ability users. But now he was exhausted. Normal. After all, the ability user below looked like level 3. Being able to hold on until now was already remarkable. Gao Beiying, Liao Lingbao. Just calling their names, the two knew what Xia Qingxin was about to do. Gao Beiying immediately conjured a new sword, while Liao Lingbao added wind to it. Then, the sword flew towards Xue Shi. It landed steadily at Xue Shi's feet, supporting his weight. A warmth filled his heart. Thank you. Then, the light grew brighter, and the pure white dragon split into two, one attacking the incoming ice spikes, while the other lunged at the zombie king. Ice spikes flew everywhere, even the temperature dropped. Go for it. However, thanks to Xue Shi's desperate efforts, the two clearly had a fight to the death, which wore down much of the zombie king's strength. Xia Qingxin took her hand out of the advanced repair chamber, wiping off the droplets of water on it. The energy had fully recovered. Chapter 152. The ending. Xia Qingxin was wildly smashing the snail house down on the zombie horde below when suddenly her foot slipped. The snow had somehow mixed with water, causing her to lose her balance and fall backward towards the city wall. Roar! The zombies were stepping on each other, forming a wall of bodies, stretching their arms up to claw at her. Countless sharp claws swiped right in front of her, leaving white marks on the city wall. That was close, thank you. Xia Qingxin swallowed hard, feeling the pain as Zhao Zhongyue tightly pulled on her collar. But thankfully, she didn't let Xia Qingxin fall. Xia Qingxin expressed her gratitude. Be careful. The collar was released, and Xia Qingxin's feet finally landed on the ground. Be careful, everyone. Those zombies might have been throwing water balloons at the city wall. The ground is very slippery, Xia Qingxin shouted. But it's not water balloons, didn't you notice? That melted snow. Melted? How is that possible? The weather is supposed to be freezing. Xia Qingxin finally looked up, slowly realizing the situation, and gazed towards the center of the snow dragon base. A fiery blaze obscured the sky above that area. The intense heat dispersed the dark clouds, leaving only a sky full of fireballs. The fireballs fell like meteors, leaving long tails in the air, dazzling and dangerously bright. Almost all the surrounding buildings were obliterated, with a sea of fire rising at the center. Everyone else had fled, leaving only a lone figure in midair. Tiny, from a distance, it seemed even smaller than a fireball. But this one person directly summoned the heavenly fire, performing a meteor shower, creating craters on the ground, leveling the center of the snow dragon base to the ground, turning everything into a sea of fire. Even from such a distance, the heat wave caused the snow at Xia Qingxin's feet to melt rapidly, turning into puddles of water. Unbeatable. Xia Qingxin had grown tired of expressing envy. The city lord had truly become a human volcano. The sky was raining fire, akin to molten lava. The surrounding buildings were completely destroyed. Seeing the situation turn dire, Tu Meyer had already used her abilities to escape to some building, but no matter how she fled, she was still trapped in the zombie tide at the Snow Dragon base. Right now, she was probably praying to the heavens for the zombie king to tear Xia Qingxin apart and eat her. Unfortunately, it was unlikely to happen. Roar! The zombie king roared, unleashing another powerful move. Frost and ice crystals formed thousands of ice spikes that surrounded Xia Qingxin, sealing off all her escape routes. Rushing toward her at high speed, this zombie was quite formidable. With this move, it had almost taken down Xue Shi, putting her on the brink of death. With nowhere to run, Xue Shi could only use a massive amount of abilities to protect herself. After all, humans were not zombies. If she suffered even a small injury, she could bleed out and faint if not stopped immediately. Xue Shi could only use a lot of light shields for protection, passively consuming her energy. However, Xia Qingxin was not Xue Shi. As the thousands of ice spikes were about to reach her, Xia Qingxin had no intention of using her abilities. The joy in the zombie king's eyes was almost uncontrollable. But the next second, boom, the collision. Ice spikes from all directions crashed into each other. The force was so strong that the ice spikes collided and froze together, forming an enormous, sharp ice ball. The zombie king should have been happy, but its keen nose detected no trace of blood. She escaped. Xia Qingxin directly drilled into space right under the zombie king's nose. Hey, looking for me? Xia Qingxin greeted, suddenly throwing a ball of lava at the zombie king. It was truly a sudden appearance and disappearance. Not invisibility, not teleportation, Unexpectedly, the zombie king was covered in lava. Sizzle. The flesh on the zombie king's body emitted a charred aroma, but soon turned black and bitter, with bright red lava splattering all over it, taking away a large chunk of flesh. Ice, ice, ice. Frost crawled all over the zombie king's body, separating the lava and quickly stabbing towards that despicable human. Xia Qingxin giggled, and with a clap, she drilled back into space, leaving the zombie king in a furious rage, clawing at the air. Taking advantage of a situation is not foolish. Since the underground city is Xia Qingxin's advantage, why shouldn't she utilize it? After all, it was all her own skills and intelligence that devised the method. There was nothing to be embarrassed about. Xia Qingxin was the master of the underground city, which was bound to her, a part of her. She could enter her own body at any time and place, even while fighting. Roar! The zombie king was furious but helpless. As long as Xia Qingxin had even the slightest disadvantage, she would drill into space and be untouchable. Then she would come out, hit the zombie king, and drill back in again. It was clear she intended to scrape the zombie king to death. Shameless. Despicable. Xia Qingxin was having fun. Her actions cunningly brilliant, causing the zombie king to smell charred flesh. Every zombie has tough skin. Even a level 3 zombie's flesh can withstand a kitchen knife. And if one is not careful, the knife can get stuck on a zombie's bones. After too many strikes, the blade would dull. This is a common trait of zombies. And the flesh of a level 6 zombie was no longer something a kitchen knife could cut through. It was harder than solid stone, slightly less than wrought iron. And even the internal organs were as tough as cowhide. If it were a living creature, it would have turned to ash at this temperature. Yet, this guy was still alive. However, it wasn't pleasant. After all, zombies are zombies, not gods. How could they be completely fearless of flames? Even though the frost could extinguish the lava quickly, the combination of cold and heat put the zombie king's bones at risk, causing some cracks to form. Realizing this, the zombie king turned to flee. Xia Qingxin would never give it that opportunity. Flames surged, creating a wall of fire several meters high, blocking the zombie's path. Xia Qingxin felt it wasn't enough. Smiling, she snapped her fingers at the zombies. Here, taste the power of the kerosene. Black, viscous liquid splattered all over the zombie king, continuously dripping down. Roar! The zombie king burned even more fiercely. Gasoline is incredibly sticky and highly flammable. The zombie king could only use frost to freeze the flesh on its body. Sizzle! The collision of ice and fire produced astonishing steam. Just the heat wave alone roasted the zombie king's internal organs to a fragrant crisp. But the zombie king could not care about that anymore. The steam filled the air like a thick fog. Goodbye. The cooking was almost done. Xia Qingxin threw dozens of round objects and then entered space. At the center of the snow dragon base, everyone had evacuated, leaving only Xia Qingxin and the zombie king, and now Xia Qingxin had left. It was the perfect opportunity to escape. When I rise again, I will kill you. Gurgle. The round objects finally rolled to the zombie king's feet. They were dozens of unremarkable gas canisters, filled with gas, appearing right in the center of the intensely high-temperature battlefield. Boom! The deafening explosion erupted from the snow dragon base. The sound was so immense that it could destroy the heavens and the earth, shaking the ground, the shockwave shattering glass. Even those far away were almost scared to death. A magnificent mushroom cloud erupted from the snow dragon base, soaring into the sky with great momentum. Chapter 153 Extra. Oh no, lost. Tumeir stared wide-eyed in terror, unwillingly peeking out the window repeatedly. Fearful for her life and afraid of being cooked by the residual heat, Tumeir immediately used her powers to teleport to the nearest small cabin by the base gate. She couldn't see what was happening over there, but the explosion was something everyone could hear. Tumeir's ears were ringing, but she had no time to care about that. The zombie king was dead. This was directly reflected in the zombie tide outside. With their leader gone, the zombie horde had scattered, attacking purely by instinct. They were noticeably slower and had become more foolish. With the leader dead and the zombie king's mental influence vanished, the zombies reverted to their original state. Boom! The situation flipped, and the human abilities users gained the upper hand, continuously killing zombies. Caw! Caw! Her stomach was kicked out. the force so strong that Tu Meier spat out a mouthful of blood, and her belly turned purple from the internal tearing. Run! She had to run immediately. The fetus zombie inside her panicked, but Tu Meier was even more frantic. She discarded everything and stood up to run. She had to escape the base, to a place where Xia Qingxin couldn't see. Hey, long time no see. Tu Meier suddenly flung open the wooden door and collided face-to-face with Xia Qingxin. Xia Qingxin had a beaming smile, her hair disheveled from rushing to see Tu Meier, terrified of scaring away this little cutie. The end. My life is over. A capitalized end. Tu Meier slumped to the ground. Now, no one could save her. Well then, let us settle the score, my dear roommate. Xia Qingxin playfully punched Tu Meier in the belly. Just a light hit, but it pushed in a large portion of her belly, causing her flesh to vibrate and triggering a violent gag reflex. A chunk of flesh was spat out along with a mouthful of blood. The fetus zombie abandoned its mother, severing its tail to survive and slid several meters away. But soon it was caught by a lump of mud. Boss, can I take care of this? Nian Wanhui asked. The lump of mud on the ground was none other than Nian Wanhui. He had raised the chameleon siblings as his adopted children, only to find out they had been parasitized by the fetus zombie, leading them to make a grave mistake and ultimately perish. Naturally, Nian Wanhui held a deep grudge against the fetus zombie. Fine. Anyway, Xia Qingxin only cared about Tu Meier, so the little one could be left for his subordinates to play with. Caw! Caw! The fetus zombie cried out anxiously, but after just a few calls, its tongue was cut off. Not just the tongue, but flesh and even the umbilical cord. The fetus zombie was subjected to unbearable torment. Tu Meier felt a sense of sorrow for the fallen rabbit. No need to envy, it will soon be your turn. Xia Qingxin gently wiped the blood from the corner of Tu Meier's mouth with a tissue. Then, a flame flickered to life in her hand. No, you can't do this. The horrific wails echoed continuously from the small cabin, but with so many deaf people around, no one could hear them. Today is another beautiful day. Xia Qingxin cleaned her fingers and smiled as she tossed the tissue into the trash heap. Shueisha was no longer a match for Xia Qingxin, and the Shuelong base was about to become part of Xia Qingxin's territory. The grievances were settled, and she felt light and unburdened. All that remained was a ground covered in charred bone powder. Qingqing, hurry up and collect the crystal cores. There are crystal cores all over the ground. Come and grab them. With the addition of advanced abilities users like Liao Lingbao and Yuan Xin, the zombie tide had turned into a large-scale wholesale market for crystal cores. Not only were they resisting desperately, it was practically picking up money on sight. Liao Lingbao was afraid the crystal cores would get snatched away, so he immediately urged Xia Qingxin to collect the crystal cores. I'm coming. Xia Qingxin replied with a smile, stepping out of the dim small cabin and walking toward the sunlight.